With an angry roar and the sharp pain of being struck on the head by a piece of chalk, Fong Yin slowly regained consciousness. The voice echoed through the room, shouting, "Myanmar, sleeping in class again." Fong Yin's mind was still hazy. He wondered to himself, what's going on? Wasn't I just working overtime at the office? I was just taking a quick nap at my desk. How did it suddenly become morning? When I opened my eyes, oh no, I haven't finished the budget report yet. If old Zhang finds out, I'm in for another round of scolding. He rubbed his face with his palm, let out a yawn, and then opened his eyes. But the sight that greeted him left him utterly stunned. He found himself sitting in a tiered classroom, surrounded by children about 11 or 12 years old. At the front of the room stood a young man with striking white hair, wearing a green vest, glaring at him with fury in his eyes. With confusion swirling in his mind, Fong Yin muttered under his breath, "Where am I? How'd I end up here? Where's my computer? My desk? I still haven't finished the budget report." The children around him fell quiet for a brief moment, then erupted in laughter. The white-haired young man at the lectern grew even angrier. He strode quickly over to Fong Yin, grabbed him by the collar, and barked, "Myanmar, go out to the hallway and reflect on your actions." Without another word, he dragged Fong Yin to the classroom door and unceremoniously tossed him outside. Leaning against the wall in the corridor, Fong Yin's mind was in utter turmoil. He tried desperately to recall what had just happened, struggling to make sense of the situation. Just then, a flood of strange yet familiar memories surged into his mind. My name is Namikaze Menma. My father is Minato Namikaze. My mother is Kushina Uzumaki. Oh my god! Fong Yin, or rather, Menma now, stared wide-eyed in disbelief and muttered, "Did I just transmigrate? Have I really come to the world of Naruto?" But soon he sensed something was off. Wait, shouldn't I be Naruto Uzumaki? Why am I Menma Namikaze now? And according to the original story, Minato and Kushina should have already passed away by this time. But in my memories, they're both alive. He was completely baffled. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that I'm in the movie Road to Ninja, where Naruto was trapped in a Jinjutsu and sent to a parallel world? The more he considered it, the more uneasy he felt. This could be trouble. He had imagined that coming to the world of Naruto, he could rely on his knowledge of the original story to make a name for himself. But if this was a completely different parallel world, all his familiarity with the plot would count for nothing. Still, in these transmigration stories, the protagonist usually gets some kind of special ability. Where's my cheat skill? As this thought crossed his mind, Menma felt a surge of excitement. He began silently calling out in his heart, "System? Cheat skill. Main god. Xiaoi. Jajasi nasutanalu jajasi." Myanmar tried dozens of different names, but no matter how hard he tried, the legendary system never appeared. He couldn't help feeling a bit disappointed, and scratched his head. After being downcast for a moment, Myanmar quickly pulled himself together and began to carefully analyze his current situation. He thought to himself, first and foremost, I absolutely cannot let anyone discover that I'm a transmigrator. If Danzo were to find out, he might have me brought in for a Jinjutsu interrogation, or worse, I could fall into Orochimaru's hands and end up as his next experiment. Luckily, I've inherited all of the original Myanmar's memories. As long as I stay cautious and don't arouse suspicion, my secret shouldn't be exposed easily. Second, I must work hard to improve my own strength. I can't count on Danzo never noticing anything strange, pinning my hopes on. Luck is simply too risky. Only with enough power will I have any chance to protect myself, or even fight back when a crisis comes. Third, I need to gather as much information as possible. This world is built on the framework of the infinite Tsukuyomi, so it's not an exact replica of the original Naruto universe. The plotlines I recall may not play out the same way here, so I must be mentally prepared for the unexpected. At the same time, I need to spend time sorting through both my past life's memories and those of this body. Mixing them up could give me away. Fourth, every move I make should be based on keeping myself safe. I have to act carefully, avoiding any unnecessary risks. Fifth, Myanmar went on to summarize dozens of rules for his future conduct, but everything boiled down to one core principle: safeguarding his own. Life came above everything else. He needed a long-term, stable, and gradual plan for development to keep danger and loss to a minimum. Just as he was lost in thought, the bell signaling the end of class suddenly rang. The white-haired young teacher at the podium began to gather his handouts and announce the end of the lesson. Instantly, the classroom filled with energy as the children jumped from their seats and dashed about, chasing and playing both in the room and out in the hall. The white-haired teacher walked over to Myanmar, crouched down, and said gently, "Myanmar, you fell asleep during class and disrupted the lesson, so I had you stand in the hallway as punishment. Because of that, you missed what I just taught. After school, come to the office and I'll go over the material with you, all right? I understand, Mizuki-sensei, Myanmar replied, lowering his head, a little embarrassed. That's right, the teacher who spoke so eloquently at the podium and now patiently attended to his students after class was none other than Mizuki, the chunin who appeared in the very first episode of the original Naruto series. A question stirred in Myanmar's heart. What kind of fate awaited Mizuki in this world? Would he, like in the original story, be tempted by Orochimaru and end up as a test subject for the cursed seal? Or would he, as in some fanfictions, carve out a unique path as a ninja, all his own? Mima thought to himself that all of this seemed to have nothing to do with him. After all, he was just a supporting character in this story. With this mindset, he strolled leisurely into the classroom. According to his memory, it was now lunchtime. The students who lived nearby had already gone home for lunch, while those who lived farther away brought their own bento and ate in the classroom. Mima walked over to his seat. After sitting down, he took out his lunch from the drawer. He had just lifted the lid and hadn't even picked up his chopsticks, when, all of a sudden, a hand reached over from his left and, without a trace of courtesy, snatched the tempura from his bento with a pair of chopsticks. Minma turned his head and saw a girl with short purple hair sitting beside him, her posture radiating a hint of rebellion. She had one leg propped up, her left arm draped over the back of the chair, and her right hand holding the chopsticks as she chewed on the tempura she had just stolen. With a fierce glare, she threatened, "What's wrong, Minma? Still daring to look at me like that? Keep it up, and I'll smack you one." Inwardly, Minma shouted, "Is this really Hinata? No way. My Hinata should be a gentle and sweet girl." He couldn't help but imagine a future scene of being bullied at home after marriage, and he wailed silently, "Damn you, Abito. Give me back my cute, kind Hinata." Though his mind was in chaos, Minma's reflexes were swift. Before Hinata's chopsticks could strike again, he hurriedly stuffed the rest of his food into his mouth, chewing hastily before swallowing everything down. After finishing his lunch, Minma began tidying up his utensils while making small talk, probing Hinata. "So, Hyuga, why didn't you go home for lunch today? I remember your house isn't far from the school, right?" Hinata curled her lip and replied nonchalantly, "Not going home. That old man's a total weirdo. If I go back, he'll definitely make me do all sorts of embarrassing things." She didn't seem the least bit concerned about how shocking her words were, completely ignoring the mental blow she had just dealt Minma. Minma mused, "Is the Hyuga clan head really that terrifying in this world? This is vital information. I'd better remember it." Just then, a low voice sounded from behind him. "Don't believe a word Lady Hinata says. If you want to know the truth, the whole village knows. The Hyuga clan head just dotes on his daughter. That's all." Startled, Minma whipped around. Behind him sat a boy with a hood pulled over his head. Long black hair hung down from beneath the brim, obscuring most of his face with faint streaks of purple face paint visible on his cheeks. What was even stranger, he was cradling a small black puppy, which seemed a little timid, covering its eyes with its paws. "Your Kiba," Minma blurted out, racking his memory to recall who this was. He asked uncertainly, "When did you get here?" The boy's voice was soft, tinged with a hint of melancholy. "Actually, I've been sitting behind you the whole time, Minma. Haven't you noticed me at all?" The story structure is now clearer with these adjustments, and the characters' personalities and interactions are easier for non-Chinese readers to understand. Here's a revised version of the novel excerpt you provided, aiming for greater logic and coherence, so that English readers can better appreciate and translate the content. "I feel a bit down, but it's all right," Minma murmured. "If you ask me why, it's probably because I've always had such a low presence. People often overlook me. I'm used to it by now." Hearing Minma's words, Kiba Inuzuka's expression grew heavier. He lowered his head, as if a shadow had settled over him. "Don't worry so much about little things like that, Kiba." Minma forced a small smile, scratching his cheek awkwardly in an attempt to comfort him. "If you think about it another way, maybe having a low presence will help you become a great information-gathering ninja someday." Just then, the bell signaling the start of afternoon classes rang, shattering the brief silence. Minma let out a sigh of relief and got ready to head to class. The afternoon's lessons would be ninja tool, throwing practice, and taijutsu sparring. Minma and his classmates made their way toward the training grounds. Waiting for them, there was Chunin Mizuki, already standing by a wooden target with a score sheet in hand. After leading the students through their warm-up, he began the ninja tool throwing exercises. "We'll start with shuriken throwing now. Who wants to go first?" Mizuki-sensei called out, flipping through the score sheet as he addressed the class. "I do." An eager voice rang out from the crowd. Minma looked over and saw a boy wearing dark sunglasses, his hand raised high as he bounced excitedly among his classmates, instantly drawing everyone's attention. "All right, Shino Aburame, you're up first." Mizuki-sensei called his name. Understood. Shino replied with vigor, hurrying to take his place in front of the target. Flashing with confidence, he announced, "Now, let me show you all the unique shuriken techniques of the Aburame clan." With that, he let out a resounding shout and produced 4 shuriken from his pocket, 2 in each hand. But instead of throwing them right away, he accompanied his moves with a series of exaggerated and intricate gestures, making dramatic whoosh sounds with his mouth, as if putting on a performance. Mizuki-sensei's patience finally snapped. The veins on his forehead stood out as he shouted angrily, "What do you think you're doing? Hurry up and throw the shuriken already." Startled by the teacher's outburst, Shino scrambled to throw the shuriken at the target. Out of the 4 shuriken, only 2 hit the bullseye, while the other 2 veered off target. Accuracy, 5 points. Strength, 6 points. Throwing technique, 2 points. Not qualified. Teacher Mizuki quickly jotted down the scores, then questioned Shino, "Aburame, why didn't you just throw directly? Why all these unnecessary movements?" With hands on his hips, Shino explained confidently, "Sensei, even a chunin like you was thrown off by my moves. You couldn't tell when I was about to throw. If that were an enemy instead, they'd be confused too, and I'd disrupt their timing." "You rascal." Teacher Mizuki shook his head helplessly. "While you're busy with all those moves, the enemy could have finished you off 100 times over." He finally lost his patience, flashing over to stand right in front of Shino. Clenching his fist, he gave Shino a solid knock on the head. "After you're done with the shuriken throwing, go run 5 laps around the training field." Caught off guard by the sudden punishment, Shino looked a bit embarrassed. The other children couldn't help but burst into laughter, and the training ground was instantly filled with a lively, cheerful atmosphere. "All right, that's enough. Quiet down, everyone." Teacher Mizuki raised his voice to restore order. "Next up, Minma Uzumaki." Sakura stepped forward calmly, pulled out her shuriken, and aimed at the 3 Minma targets. The middle Minma drew a kunai and knocked away the shuriken, but the 2 Minma clones on either side weren't as lucky. Since they were just normal clones without substance, they couldn't block and were instantly dispersed back into smoke by the shuriken. Teacher Mizuki, who was recording the results, brightened at the sight. Excellent thinking. She didn't let Minma's taunts distract her, used the shuriken to test which were real and which were clones, and avoided falling into a disadvantage, as expected from the 4th Hokage's descendant. But now Minma's closing in. How will Sakura, who isn't strong in taijutsu, handle this? As Minma charged in with an aggressive attack, Sakura remained composed. She quickly formed hand seals, Jinjutsu, false surroundings technique. Minma's steps faltered as he fell into the illusion, stumbling a few paces before collapsing to the ground, his body trembling uncontrollably. Seeing this, Sakura drew her kunai and held it in a reverse grip, retreating cautiously as she said, "Stop pretending. I know you've already broken free from my Jinjutsu. TCH, I thought I could fool you. How did you notice?" Minma, who had been sitting on the ground, suddenly sprang to his feet, holding his kunai in a backhand grip as he questioned her. Teacher Mizuki was utterly astonished. For Sakura to use Jinjutsu at this age was impressive enough, but Minma had managed to realize he was caught in an illusion and dispel it on his own, all in an instant. This was far beyond the level expected of 2 ordinary students of the Ninja Academy. Sakura's skills were understandable. After all, she was the daughter of the 4th Hokage, and her natural talent was beyond question. But why was Minma's level so high as well? Could it really be that Minato and Kushina's guidance was just that exceptional? Leaving that aside, Minma-kun, I'd actually like to ask you, how did you break free from my Jinjutsu? Sakura didn't answer Minma's question directly. "Oh well, there are all sorts of reasons, but I can't tell you, Sakura-chan. After all, intelligence is the most closely guarded secret for a ninja." Minma likewise dodged Sakura's question, though inwardly he felt a wave of lingering fear. If he hadn't been a mature adult before crossing over into this world, buoyed by the mental fortitude of having lived 2 lives, he might very well have tripped and fallen into Sakura's trap. But what puzzled him was this. Why, when he was caught in the illusion, did he see his computer desk from his previous life, and the unfinished project he'd left behind? At that moment, Sakura wasn't the only one on high alert. Minma, too, was racking his brains for a plan. Sakura's combat abilities were outstanding across the board, without any real weaknesses. Though his own taijutsu was a bit stronger than hers, the difference was slight. To make matters worse, Sakura was remarkably intelligent. Even trying to drag things out would likely end in her exploiting some factor to defeat him. Granted, losing wasn't the end of the world. In fact, a defeat could even help his plan to keep a low profile and bide his time. But still, he couldn't help feeling a bit dissatisfied. If he had to, Lose, he wanted it to look like he'd only just fallen short of victory. That way, the village wouldn't overlook him, and he wouldn't risk losing valuable training resources. Suddenly, Minma spotted Sasuke in the crowd, and an idea formed in his mind. Clapping his hands together, he shouted, "Transformation Jutsu, reverse harem technique." With a loud poof and a billow of smoke, there appeared on the field a completely naked Sasuke, covering only the most vital areas with his hands. His face flushed as he stammered to Sakura, "Sakura-chan, this is so embarrassing. Don't look." For a moment, the entire training ground fell into stunned silence. Then, chaos erupted, the noise soaring skyward. The girls shrieked and squealed, covering their eyes with their hands, while the boys burst into cheers and laughter. Except for Sasuke himself, who was trembling with rage, grinding his teeth in fury. Minma glanced around, secretly pleased with the result. After all, being a ninja was all about cunning and shameless tactics. Victory justified any means. Even Kagaya Otsutsuki herself had fallen prey to this technique. Now then, faced with the naked image of the boy she secretly adored, how would Sakura react? Flustered and unsettled, she'd hardly be able to manage the most basic chakra control, let alone muster the precision needed for Jinjutsu. He chuckled inwardly. Victory is justice. Now, Sakura-chan, let me give you a taste of just how dirty the adult world can be. Miyama wore a look of smug satisfaction, but when he turned around, he was startled. Rather than being flustered, Sakura looked calm and collected. In fact, her aura intensified as she charged straight toward him. As she drew near, Sakura threw a punch, and immediately followed with a kick. Poor Myanmar, still clutching his vital areas with both hands, had no way to defend himself, and ended up taking Sakura's punch right in the face, flying backward from the force. He rolled across the ground several times before. His transformation jutsu was forcibly dispelled. Pushing himself up with both hands, Myanmar leapt to his feet. Before he could even get into a proper stance, Sakura's attacks rained down on him like a relentless storm. Barely managing to raise his arms in defense, Myanmar thought, "I underestimated her. The Sakura in this world is nothing like the one from the original Naruto. She doesn't harbor the slightest affection for Sasuke. This won't do. If this keeps up, I'll be in real trouble. I have to find a way to turn things around." While Myanmar struggled to hold his ground, he suddenly spotted an opening in Sakura's assault. Seizing the moment, he shouted, "Water style, water iron cannon. Hatui." Off to the side, Teacher Mizuki's face darkened, and he nearly snapped his pen in two. What kind of water style is that? That's just spitting like some kid's playground scuffle. He really is Minato's son. No one else could be this unpredictable. Yet, the move worked. Sakura abruptly pulled back her fist and leapt back 3 steps, putting some distance between herself and Myanmar. Her face twisted in disgust. That's enough. The sparring ends here. There's no winner or loser. Now, Myanmar, Sakura, make the seal of reconciliation. Teacher Mizuki jumped into the ring to separate them. Any longer, and he was afraid Myanmar might come up with even more shameless tactics to test his patience. Still, even with just this brief exchange, Mizuki had gained a pretty clear understanding of Myanmar and Sakura's abilities. As the 4th daughter, Sakura showed outstanding talent in Jinjutsu, and was pretty skilled in taijutsu as well. Though she hadn't used any ninjutsu, her precise chakra control when casting Jinjutsu suggested she had great potential for it. Judging from her performance, Sakura also possessed excellent combat instincts. She was definitely someone the village should nurture. Myanmar's taijutsu was solid too. Despite his antics, his mastery of the transformation and clone techniques was impressive. And when under pressure, he could react quickly and turn the tables, showing sharp battle sense. However, his tendency for mischief definitely needed some guidance. When he heard Mizuki's words, Myanmar breathed a sigh of relief. After making the seal of reconciliation with a thoroughly disgusted Sakura, he returned to his team amid a chorus of boos from the class and Sasuke's furious glare. Next up, Narashikamaru versus Inazuka Kiba. Time ticked by, and before long, evening began to fall. At last, the entire class had finished their matches, and Teacher Mizuki finished recording the results. All right, the evaluation is complete. Everyone did pretty well. Now, gather your things. You're dismissed. By the way, Shino and Shikamaru, don't forget to run 5 laps around the training field before you go home after school. Keep an eye on each other. If you don't finish, you're not allowed to leave. And you, Minma, come with me to the office. The group of children scattered in a flurry, leaving only Shikamaru and Shino behind, faces full of misery as they trudged slowly around the training field. Minma stuck his hands in his pockets and followed Mizuki into the school building. After another 2 hours of Mizuki's nonstop lecturing, Night had completely fallen. Mizuki glanced at the darkness outside, finally set down his book, and said to Minma, "All right, that's enough for today. Remember to review everything carefully when you get home, understood?" When Minma gave a half-hearted reply, Mizuki added sternly, "And another thing, don't ever use that indecent jutsu again. Do you hear me? Now, if you bring that up, I'm suddenly wide awake. I have to have a good debate with you, Mizuki-sensei, about the positive significance of the harem jutsu in the ninja world." Just as Minma was about to launch into his argument, the door to the office suddenly swung open. Minma turned to look and saw an elderly man with a kindly face, dressed in a white ceremonial robe, a Hokage hat perched on his head. His right eye and half of his cheek were swathed in bandages. Deep lines framed his nose, and a scar shaped like an X marked his chin. His right arm was bandaged and hung in a sling across his chest, while his left hand gripped a cane as he stood in the doorway. "Hokage-sama." Mizuki sprang to his feet, bowing his head respectfully to the Hokage. "Ha! No need for such formality. I was just passing by the school, saw the lights were still on, and thought I'd drop in for a look," the Hokage said cheerfully, waving his left hand and laughing heartily. Minma was so stunned that he nearly lost his composure. "Done? Danzo, idiot. You're supposed to address him as Hokage-sama." Mizuki scolded, giving Minma a sharp rap on the head. "I'm terribly sorry, Hokage-sama. It's my fault for not teaching him better. Minma is usually a polite child. He's probably just too excited to see you in person today. Please forgive him." It's quite all right, the third Hokage Danzo replied with a booming laugh, completely unfazed by Minma's slip. "After all, he's Minato's child. A little eccentricity is only natural, huh?" Minma clutched his head in pain, while a tidal wave of shock rose inside him. What? In this world, the third Hokage is Danzo? Then what happened to Hiruzen, Sarutobi? Did he end up running route? Never mind. I'd better play it safe for now and take things one step at a time. "Hokage-sama, is there any new directive for the Ninja Academy?" Mizuki asked respectfully. "Oh, nothing in particular," Danzo replied with a casual wave. "I just happened to stroll by and thought I'd come in. And what do I find but an outstanding teacher like you, Mizuki, carrying on the will of fire. Mr. Mizuki, you must continue to work hard and pass on the will of fire of Konoha to the next generation, to students like Minma." Danzo encouraged him with a gentle smile. Hearing these words, Mr. Mizuki seemed to be filled with a sudden surge of energy. He immediately straightened up, his face flushed with excitement, and replied loudly, "Yes, sir. I will never let down the Hokage's expectations." Danzo let out a hearty laugh. "Very good, then I'm relieved. Well, it's getting late. Mizuki, could you please take Minma home for me? I'll be heading back to my office." "Yes, sir. I shall see the Hokage off." Mr. Mizuki bowed deeply. Danzo turned and, accompanied by two EMBU guards, gradually walked away. As he left the school grounds, he glanced back at the pitch-black training field. It seemed that two students were still diligently practicing. He couldn't help but murmur to himself, "Ah, I truly hope the young ninjas of Konoha can grow up quickly. My own body may not hold out much longer." At the Konoha training ground, "You idiot Shikamaru, we've already run several sets of 5 laps. Can't we leave now?" "No way, Shino. Mr. Mizuki told me to keep an eye on you. No slacking off." "Wait, what lap are we on again?" "This is your fault, Shino. Now I have to start the count all over." In the academy office, Mr. Mizuki was grinning from ear to ear, lost in his own delight. The Hokage praised me, Mr. Mizuki, Mr. Mizuki, Mr. Mizuki. Minma had to call out 3 times before Mizuki snapped out of his daze. "Oh, it's you, Minma. Why are you still standing here?" "Ah, that's right. The Hokage just asked me to take you home. Let's head out together," Mizuki said, coming back to his senses. "There's no need, sensei. I can go back by myself." Minma tried to refuse. "No can do. The Hokage has given me a direct order. I must see you home safely. Besides, I wanted to drop by and have a word with Minato and Kushina about your upbringing." Mizuki dismissed Minma's objection. "All right then," Minma agreed with a dejected look. "But sensei, I'm already hungry. Why don't we eat something first? How about Ichiraka ramen? If you don't have any money, I can treat you to a bowl." "Nonsense. Why would a teacher like me be out of money? Besides, as an outstanding educator of Konoha, how could I let my student pay? Let me treat you instead," Mizuki replied, then turned and led Minma out of the office. As they passed the training field on the first floor, Mizuki noticed Shino, on the verge of collapse, being dragged across the ground by Shikamaru gripping his collar. Mizuki quickly rushed over and rescued Shino from Shikamaru's hands. Listening to Shino's tearful accusations and Shikamaru's stammered explanations, Irika-sensei felt a splitting headache coming on. With a wave of his right hand, He declared, "All right, this one's on me. I should have thought things through better. How about this? Let me buy you all some ramen as an apology." Yay, ramen time. Ramen, ramen, ramen. Shikamaru cheered, bouncing with excitement. "Irika-sensei, I can't walk another step," Shino muttered weakly, his energy drained. Irika-sensei could only sigh in exasperation. "You're really something. All right, up you go." He hoisted Shino onto his back. "Let's move out." Destination, Ichiraku Ramen. Onward. Hidden Leaf Village, Ichiraku Ramen. Irika-sensei stared in disbelief at the two towering stacks of empty bowls in front of Shikamaru. His hand shook as he clutched his chopsticks, forcing a strained smile as he addressed the boy. "You know, it's really not good to eat so much at night. I've got other things to take care of, so let's call it a day, okay?" "What? Ah, fine." Shikamaru reluctantly agreed, though a pout crept onto his face. "I was hoping for at least another 5 bowls. He might be a bit slow," Irika thought, "but at least he listens. Oomph. So you can count just fine when it comes to food? Huh." Shino managed a weak, crooked grin as he teased. When it came time to pay, Irika-sensei turned his back to the students, so they wouldn't see the pained expression twisting his face as he parted with his hard-earned money. After settling the bill and stepping outside, he adjusted Shino on his back and spoke to Minma across from him. "Minma, Shino's worn out. I'll take him home, so you and Shikamaru go on ahead. As for the home visit, we'll have to do it another time." With that, he turned and started toward the Aburame clan's compound. Before he got too far, he glanced back and reminded them, "Don't play around on the way. Go straight home, understood?" Yeah, we know. You don't have to nag so much, sensei." Minma waved him off without even turning around, heading off with Shikamaru in the opposite direction. After parting ways with Shikamaru, Minma followed the familiar route back home. To be honest, he felt a flutter of nerves as he drew closer to the house. He couldn't be sure whether his parents, who saw him every day, would notice that their son was no longer quite the same on the inside. He stood at the door for a long while, thinking there's no hiding forever. Sooner or later, he'd have to face them. Taking a breath, he knocked and called out in a clear voice, "I'm home." He heard the soft padding of slippers approaching from behind the door, and soon a gentle voice rang out as the door opened. "Welcome home." Standing before him was a woman with red hair and a warm smile. Minma's mother, Kushina Uzumaki. She wore a green apron and looked at him kindly, asking, "Why are you so late today? Were you out on a date?" "No. Irika-sensei kept me after class for extra lessons." Minma slipped past Kushina with practiced ease, plopped down in the entryway, and quickly tugged off his shoes. He dropped his shinobi pouch by the door, swapped in his slippers, and dashed off into the living room. "Honestly, Minma, how many times have I told you? Put your shoes away properly after taking them off, and your ninja tools should go where they belong." Kushina's voice floated over from behind, full of exasperation. On the sofa in the living room sat a blond man in a blue jacket, reading the newspaper. Without even looking up as Minma walked in, he asked, "Did your teacher keep you after class for extra lessons? What did you do wrong at school this time?" Minma walked through the living room and into the dining area, picked up the water kettle, and without bothering with a cup, took several big gulps straight from it before replying, "No, it's almost time for the graduation exams, and Teacher Mizuki said I still need to work on my transformation jutsu, so he had me stay behind for extra practice." Minma found it strange himself, how this body seemed so naturally adept at lying. It seemed he wouldn't have to worry about the Minato couple seeing through him anytime soon. Mizuki may not be the most powerful, but he's pretty good at teaching kids, Minato said absent-mindedly, smacking his lips. "Oh, come on, Minato. How can you talk down about Teacher Mizuki's skills? Back in ninja school, you were just as much of an underachiever as he was," Kushina chimed in, having finished tidying up Minma's shoes and now joining them in the living room. "I'm nothing like that guy. Mizuki's still a chunin even now, but I'm a jonin," Minato retorted, springing up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "A special jonin," Kushina couldn't help but remind him. "Special jonin is still a jonin. Even Mizuki would have to address me as Lord Minato." Minato shot back. "Oh really? When are you going to start calling me Lady Kushina, then? I'm a full-fledged jonin, you know," Kushina scoffed. "Ha ha ha. I'm a special jonin in the combat unit, while you're just a jonin in the sealing corps. It's not the same," Minato boasted, completely oblivious to the danger creeping up on him. "Oh, are you saying I couldn't beat you then?" Kushina narrowed her eyes with a sweet smile, her red hair beginning to swirl behind her like the arms of an octopus. "Minma, you'd better head to your room. What's about to happen isn't for kids to see." Sensing an imminent showdown and not wanting to witness a lopsided domestic squabble, Minma quickly threw out a new topic to break Kushina's momentum. "Oh right, I saw the Hokage today. The Hokage is so gentle in person, nothing like the stern face carved on the Hokage rock. Minato looked visibly relieved, seizing the chance to change the subject. Of course, the Hokage is always kind to everyone in the village. But when it comes to enemies, the Hokage's presence is truly formidable. But I noticed the Hokage had bandages on his head and hands. Did something terrible happen to him before? Minma asked in a seemingly casual tone, though in reality, he was listening intently. No, that's not it. Those aren't bandages. Wrapped around an injury, they're special sealing bands inscribed with unique sealing techniques, Kushina explained from the side. Sealing bands? Is it because Lord Danzo's power is so strong that he needs to keep it sealed? Minma pressed further. Baka, what are you thinking? Who would seal away their own strength? Minato clarified with a smile. Lord Danzo lost his arm during the first Great Ninja War. He stayed behind alone to cover the escape of the second Hokage and his teammates and was gravely injured. That's also when he lost his right eye. He fought his way back to the village, risking his life. To honor his sacrifice, the second Hokage used the wood release cells that his elder brother left behind to cultivate a new arm for Danzo. The Uchiha clan, deeply grateful for Danzo's role in saving Kagami Uchiha, also helped him transplant a Sharingan. But whether it was Hashirama's wood release cells or the Uchiha Sharingan, both put tremendous strain on Lord Danzo's body. So when he's not fighting, he wears those sealing bands to suppress the activity of the wood release cells and the Sharingan. Hearing all this, Minma was left speechless. Self-sacrificing Danzo, the grateful and generous Uchiha, could this world ever be normal? Nearby, the Minato couple, thinking Minma was moved by Danzo's story, exchanged a gentle smile and encouraged him. Well, Minma, as long as you keep working hard, you'll become an outstanding ninja, just like Lord Danzo, someday. After his bath, Minma lay in bed, his mind racing, unable to fall asleep for a long time. The information he'd gathered so far had only given him a glimpse of this world, but there were still so many people and secrets left to uncover. Who was the current Jinchuriki of Konoha, Kushina, or himself? What was Hiruzen Sarutobi's status now? Was he still the kindly old man from the original story? And what about the legendary Sannin, Kakashi, Guy, the Uchiha the Hyuga? Now wasn't the right time to investigate these questions. They'd have to wait. For now, the most important thing was to play the role of Namikaze's Minma well and work hard to improve his own strength. Only then could he survive in this strange, uncertain world. The next morning, Minma sat at the breakfast table, munching on the breakfast Kushina had prepared, and turned to Minato. Dad, there are less than 3 months left until the graduation exams. If you know any powerful ninjutsu, please teach me now. Look, Sasuke from my class already knows the fireball jutsu, and even Sakura can use Jinjutsu. All I have is the transformation, clone, and substitution techniques. How am I supposed to get a high score in the exams? What? Do all the children of the Uchiha clan really know the fireball jutsu? That's just reckless. But Minma, the graduation exam will only test one of the 3 basic techniques. It's not the right time for you to learn other jutsu yet. Focus on building a solid foundation first, Minato said. At this, Kushina patiently explained to Minma, your father is right, Minma. Your basics aren't very solid yet. Besides, the Ninja Academy values well-rounded development of ninja abilities. You need to master everything taught at school before you can move on to advanced training. If you rush into learning new jutsu, you might end up with bad habits when casting them. Think about it. Doesn't Sasuke still need to perform hand signs for his fireball jutsu? Isn't it actually pretty easy to dodge? And Sakura's Jinjutsu, doesn't she struggle to cast it successfully? Minma, aiming too high without a foundation won't get you anywhere. You have to take it step by step. But Sasuke and the others have such cool jutsu. Even that idiot Shikamaru has his clan's secret techniques. I'm the only one who doesn't know any, and it just feels unfair. Minma began to argue stubbornly. How about this? Once you graduate and become a genin, I'll teach you an incredibly cool jutsu. How's that sound? Even the 3rd Hokage used it all the time. Minato thought for a moment and made this promise to Minma. I can also teach you a really practical sealing technique. Kushina chimed in, agreeing cheerfully. Can you at least tell me what jutsu these are? Minma asked, his curiosity piqued. Your dad's going to teach you wine release. Great breakthrough. That's the signature move of the 3rd Hokage. Lord Danzo once used it to wipe out 5 jonin from the hidden stone. Minato announced proudly. And I'll teach you the sealing formula for storage. Once you master it, you can seal your luggage inside a special scroll. Next time you go on a mission, you won't have to lug around a heavy backpack. Kushina said warmly. It's a deal then. When I become a genin, you both have to teach me these jutsu. After thinking it over, Minma accepted his parents' reasoning. Still, he resolved. to train on his own before the graduation exam, determined to improve his basic skills as much as possible. He decided to start by working on chakra control. After breakfast, Minma grabbed his ninja tool pouch and headed out. The moment his figure disappeared from the doorway, Minato and Kushina began to bicker. Honestly, Minato, you're such a trickster. When did Lord Danzo ever use wind release? Great breakthrough to take down 5 jonin. When did I ever lie? I only said that Lord Danzo used wind release. Great breakthrough, and then defeated 5 jonin. I never said those 5 were defeated by that jutsu alone. Can't they have been beaten by Danzo's other techniques afterward? Minato curled his lip in disdain. But look at you. Sealing techniques are so difficult, and you have to memorize so much about different seals. It took me 3 years just to barely learn them, and I still can't use them skillfully. Is it really a good idea to teach Minma this early? Don't compare your wooden brain with Minma's. Minma is really smart. Besides, it's just a few dozen books worth of information. I'll make sure Minma masters it, Kushina replied, her smile wicked as a demon's. The sight sent a shiver down Minato's spine, and he couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy and worry for the days ahead of Minma. On his way to school, Minma suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He looked around, but nothing seemed out of the ordinary, so he shrugged it off and continued on toward the academy. On the way, he had already made up his mind. With only a few months left, he would focus on building a solid foundation, work hard to refine his chakra during classes, and after school, start practicing tree climbing and water walking. In the original story, Naruto learned to climb trees in a single day and mastered water walking the next. Surely, Minma, can do it in 3 months, can't I? Day by day, Minma diligently followed his training routine, refining chakra in class, scaling the walls at home after school, and practicing water walking in the bathtub. At last, a month before the exam, Minma successfully mastered both wall walking and water walking. He could clearly feel that performing the clone technique had become much smoother, and he could do it more times than before. Looking back at nearly 2 months of hard training, he didn't feel too tired, except for one incident that was as mortifying as it was hilarious. During the period when Minma was practicing water walking in the bathtub, one evening his father, Minato, mysteriously pulled him into a corner of the room and awkwardly began, "Minma, I know you're starting to get curious about girls' bodies. I'm happy for you, but I have to tell you, doing that sort of thing too often isn't good for your health. Once a week is plenty." As it turned out, the Namikaze couple had noticed Minma spending much longer in the bath lately, when in reality he was training, and the bathroom often echoed with the sound of splashing water, the result of failed attempts that sent Minma crashing into the tub. On top of that, they'd heard from teacher Mizuki that Minma had invented a rather naughty transformation technique. Putting all this together, they jumped to the conclusion that Minma was hiding in the bathroom to handle himself. That's why Minato decided to have this little talk. Hearing this misunderstanding, Minma's face turned beet red. He grabbed Minato by the hand and dragged him straight to the bathroom, filling the tub to the brim. Minma demonstrated his water-walking skills right then and there. Afterward, Minato was the one blushing, awkwardly scratching his head. "Well, I suppose it's still a bit early for you, but you'll have to face these things sooner or later, you know? What Dad just said wasn't wrong, you know? Minma, if you have faults, correct them. If not, strive to do even better." Hiding off to the side, Kushina could barely contain her laughter. But after that incident, Minma no longer had to sneak around practicing at home. The Minato couple even taught him a few handy tricks for using chakra. While these didn't immediately make him a better fighter, they did help him control his chakra with much greater ease. Time flew by, and soon the day of the graduation exams arrived. Minma set out early, and Minato and Kushina made a point of getting up at dawn to see him off to school. "Minma, no need to be nervous," Minato encouraged him at the school gates. "Just do your best as always, and you'll pass the graduation exam." "That's right. I'll make a delicious feast tonight to celebrate you becoming a genin," Kushina said with a warm smile. Minma shrugged to show he wasn't nervous at all. Looking around, he noticed that nearly all his classmates had family cheering them on. The Hyuga clan was especially over the top. Hayashi, the clan head, had brought a whole group from the branch family, unfurled a banner, and waved colorful flags, all to cheer on Hinata, who looked like she'd rather be anywhere else. Suddenly, in a quiet corner of the crowd, Minma spotted Sakura, looking completely out of place. He remembered then, Sakura's parents, the 4th Hokage and his wife, had sacrificed their lives years ago during an internal coup in the village. She must feel so alone right now. So Minma waved goodbye to his parents and walked straight toward Sakura. Minato and Kushina exchanged a knowing smile and quietly left. "Hey, Sakura-chan, how's your graduation exam prep going? Ready to earn that Genin forehead protector?" Minma greeted her with a grin. It's you, you big pervert. Sakura eyed him warily and took 3 careful steps back. Of course I'm ready. But what about you? Are you planning to use that gross jutsu again during the exam? Just hearing that made Minma grit his teeth. Thanks to Sakura, he picked up more nicknames in the past 3 months than in the previous 6 years combined. Things like Big Pervert, Creep, Drool Boy, and the most outrageous one, Earthworm. The meaning of that last one was left to everyone's imagination. Poor Sasuke had it even worse. He'd been dubbed the original Earthworm. Now, whenever the girls in class saw the two of them, they'd cover their mouths and whisper among themselves. Sasuke, the poor kid, had gotten caught in the crossfire for no reason and was so frustrated he nearly awakened his Sharingan. He wasn't flashy anymore either, slowly starting to resemble the cold and aloof character from the original story. Minma lost interest in continuing the conversation with Sakura and turned away, completely missing how the brightness in her eyes faded to shadow. Soon, the clock struck 9, and the exam officially began. Just like in the original story, the content of the exam was the clone jutsu. As long as you could successfully create 2 clones, you would pass. Standing in line, Minma's mind was spinning furiously. In the original, Naruto failed this exam, got tricked by Mizuki into stealing the scroll of seals, and then learned the shadow clone jutsu. So what should I do? Pretend to fail? No, this world is nothing like the one I remember. If I follow Naruto's path, I might truly be branded a rogue ninja. Forget it. I'd better take the exam honestly and learn ninjutsu through the proper channels. After a long wait, it was finally Minma's turn. At Mizuki-sensei's command, he swiftly formed the hand seals and successfully produced 2 clones, passing the exam without a hitch. That afternoon, Minma received his ninja forehead protector without any trouble. He then stood out on the training field for 2 hours, listening to Danzo give a long-winded speech about the will of fire. Back in the classroom, Minma learned from Mizuki-sensei that tomorrow morning they would gather to take their ninja ID photos, and in the afternoon, the Jonin instructors would divide the new ninja into teams. That evening, when Minma returned home, Kushina had prepared a lavish feast, and she and Minato celebrated Minma's becoming a ninja together. During dinner, Minato even tried to pour Minma a cup of sake, saying, "Becoming a ninja means you're a man now. You can drink." Kushina immediately put a stop to that, not hesitating to use force. After subduing Minato, Kushina solemnly warned Minma that there were 3 taboos for ninjas, and he was absolutely forbidden to break any of them. But, it's okay to get to know some girls. I think Sakura is a good choice. Kushina teased Minma, exchanging a hearty laugh with Minato. Across several streets, in the Haruno household, Sakura sat before a table full of canned food. She was silent for a moment, then broke into a bright smile. "Let's eat." In the Hokage's office in the Hidden Leaf Village, Danzo, wearing the Hokage's hat, sat behind his desk. In front of him stood a white-haired ninja with a long sword on his back and a black mask covering his face. "Kakashi, it's not good to always bury yourself in training and missions. Take it easy this year and lead a team of genin to unwind a bit," Danzo said. "Lord Hokage, you know my only requirement for subordinates. They have to be strong enough," replied the ninja named Hitaki Kakashi, his tone cold and emotionless. "Kakashi, I know you still haven't gotten over your father's death, but no matter what, your father was a true hero," Danzo said quietly, trying to persuade him. "You worry too much, Lord Hokage. My father's death was his own choice, and I've moved past it. But my standards for choosing subordinates will not change," Kakashi replied, standing straight as an arrow, his gaze never wavering. Danzo let out a long sigh. "I understand how you feel. Rest assured, all the subordinates I've selected for you this time are exceptionally talented. Haruno Sakura is the daughter of her teacher, the 4th Haruno, Akira. She's far ahead of her peers in ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu, and her chakra control is extraordinary. She has the potential to inherit Tsunade's legacy. Namikaze Minma, the son of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, carries the Uzumaki bloodline and possesses an astounding amount of chakra. He may also have inherited his father's aptitude for space-time ninjutsu, leaving him with immense room for growth. Uchiha Sasuke, son of the Uchiha clan leader, is gifted beyond doubt. He's just waiting for the right moment to awaken the Sharingan, after which his strength will soar. So what do you think? These 3 genin are the most talented and powerful of their generation. Are you willing to take them under your wing? As long as they can pass my test, I don't mind being their Jonin squad leader, Kakashi replied, holding firm to his principles. "All right, we'll do it your way. But don't be too harsh with the test. I'll be watching you." Danzo reluctantly agreed to Kakashi's approach. "I'll follow your arrangements, Lord Danzo," Kakashi said, bowing his head slightly. With a swift motion, he vanished from the room. Danzo sighed as he watched Kakashi disappear. Kakashi is still too rigid. He needs more tempering. I hope he matures over the next few years. That way I can rest easy. Passing on the Hokage's seat to him, and these old bones of mine can finally take a break. He murmured this to himself, gazing at the spot where Kakashi had just stood. Late at night, in the Namikaze household of the Hidden Leaf Village, Minma lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. He kept mulling over the plot of the original story. It was tonight he remembered that Naruto learned the Shadow Clone Jutsu for the first time, a technique he would use again and again, all the way through Boruto. But the story had changed completely now. Mizuki hadn't tried to manipulate him into stealing the scroll, which meant he had no opportunity to learn the multi-shadow clone jutsu. He wondered if his father, Minato, would teach him. Even if Minato knew the technique, he probably wouldn't share it so easily, since the second Hokage had clearly classified it as a forbidden jutsu that could harm a ninja's body. No matter what, I have to master the multi-shadow clone jutsu, Minma resolved silently. After all, this was the key to activating his future multiple experience cheat. There was also the Rasengan, a simple, powerful, and hand-sign-free ninjutsu, which he needed to start working on soon, though he knew he shouldn't attempt it before the Chunin exams. He wondered if he'd still have a chance to meet Jiraiya as in the original story. If he missed the opportunity to become Jiraiya's apprentice, that would be a huge loss. Not just the Toad summoning contract, but also the chance to learn Sage Mode. Luckily, in this world, Minato was still Jiraiya's student. Although he hadn't lived up to expectations, at least this increased Minma's chances of apprenticing under Jiraiya. That night, the Hidden Leaf Village was peaceful and serene. Nothing out of the ordinary happened. Only the Inuzuka clan's ninja dogs occasionally barked. By then, everyone else in the village was already deep in slumber. Today was the day when Minma's class officially graduated from the Ninja Academy, taking their group photo and their official genin identification pictures. At the crack of dawn, Kushina yanked Minma out of bed, producing a brand new set of clothes as she said, "Hurry up and wash up, then put on your new outfit. Today is your very first day as a ninja. You have to look your absolute best." Still half asleep, Minma was dragged to his feet. Wearing shorts with oversized pockets, he finished his morning routine and began to change into his new clothes. First, he pulled on a black long-sleeve t-shirt, followed by a pair of deep blue trousers. Next came an orange long-sleeve jacket. And finally, he draped a short, white ceremonial robe over his shoulders, the Uzumaki clan crest embroidered proudly on the back. Minma admired his reflection in the mirror with satisfaction. Yeah, that's what I call style. Good thing mom's the Jinchuriki in this world. Growing 6 whisker marks would be a disaster. After breakfast, Minma headed to school. He joined his classmates for the graduation photo, then lined up to have his ninja ID taken. Returning to the classroom, he waited for the arrival of their Jonin instructor. Much like the original story, this world had changed in subtle ways, but the class assignments remained almost the same. Hinata Hyuga, Shino Aburame, and Kiba Inuzuka were placed in Team 8, led by Kurenai Yuhi. Speaking of which, this world's Kurenai was someone Minma had never met before. A striking, commanding young woman. Shikamaru, Ino Yamanaka, and Choji Akimichi made up Team 10, but their instructor was Sarutobi. Wait, no. Not Asuma Sarutobi, but Aobi Yamashiro? Where was Asuma? Was he still serving as one of the 12 guardian ninja for the daimyo? Since being reborn as Minma, he hadn't seen Asuma, or even Hiruzen Sarutobi, for that matter. Nobody ever mentioned the Sarutobi clan. What could have happened to them? Setting the Sarutobi mystery aside, Aobi Yamashiro was only a special jonin. Was it really okay to entrust someone like him with the guidance of the legendary Inoshikicho trio? No, there I go assuming things again. Sure, he was a special jonin in the original, but maybe he's stronger in this world. Lost in thought, Minma watched as his classmates were called away one by their respective instructors. Unlike the children from the old ninja clans, most of the other new genin had instructors who were only Chunin, faces that never appeared in the original story. Eventually, only Minma, Sasuke, and Sakura were left in the classroom. Everyone suspected that the 3 of them would be grouped together in a ninja team, but only Minma knew that their instructor was almost certainly going to be Kakashi Hitaki. Sure enough, when the classroom door slid open and a white-haired ninja appeared, Minma knew he had guessed right. Unlike the original story, Minma wasn't bored enough to balance a chalkboard eraser on the door, so Kakashi's first impression of the trio in this world wasn't nearly as bad. Sakura Haruno, Sasuke Uchiha, Minma Namikaze, the 3 of you, come with me. Kakashi stood at the classroom door, not bothering to step inside. He beckoned to them, signaling for them to follow. The 3 exchanged glances, rose from their seats, and trailed behind Kakashi out of the classroom, up to the rooftop of the school. Once there, Kakashi gestured for them to sit down, then perched himself casually on a railing. This is our first meeting. I'm Kakashi Hitaki. Why don't you all introduce yourselves? Start by saying your name, the things you like, the things you dislike, your dreams for the future, things like that. Let's begin with Sakura Haruno, then Sasuke Uchiha, and finally Minato. Shouldn't the teacher introduce himself first before asking the students to do so? After all, the three of us know each other well, but we don't know anything about you. Sakura raised her hand with a gentle smile. Oh, honestly, kids these days, so cheeky. Kakashi clicked his tongue, but relented. Fine, I'm Kakashi Hitaki, a jonin from the Hidden Leaf. I like all sorts of things, don't really dislike much, and as for my dream, well, I don't feel like telling you. That's so sneaky. That's basically saying nothing at all. Sasuke complained, clearly displeased. All right, that's enough about me. Maybe I'll tell you more later. For now, Sakura, you're up. My name is Sakura Haruno. I like training, and I hate cleaning my room and anything dirty. At this, Sakura shot a quick glance at Mima. My dream is to become the first female Hokage. Oh, now that's an ambitious dream. Kakashi remarked. My name is Sasuke Uchiha. I like training too. I dislike Minato. My dream is to restore the Uchiha clan, and to find that man, ask him why he betrayed the Leaf Village, and then kill him. Don't let hatred cloud your eyes. Sometimes, what you see isn't always the truth. Kakashi sighed, troubled by this difficult child. My name is Minato. What I like is strength, true strength. What I hate is not being able to get stronger. As for my dream, Minma stood up, a faint smile playing at his lips, ready to show off. My only wish is for the ninja of the Leaf Village to be free of stagnation, to always strive upward, and never be swayed by the words of schemers or the ambitious. Those who are able to act should act. Those who can speak out should speak out. If you have a bit of warmth, then shine with that bit of light. Even if it's just a glow like a firefly, it can still pierce the darkness. There's no need to wait for a blazing torch. If, in the end, there's no torch to be found, then I will be the only light. And if a torch does appear, or even the sun rises, then I would gladly and willingly fade away, feeling not the slightest resentment, but rather I would praise that torch or that sun, because it illuminates the world of endurance, myself included. As soon as these words were spoken, the room fell utterly silent. Kakashi stood quietly for a long time, his mind awash with thoughts. In Minma, he seemed to catch a glimpse of his own father, Tsukumo Hitaki. There was the same youthful vigor, the same willingness to burn himself bright to light the way for others. In that moment, he felt as though he finally understood why his father had chosen to stay behind alone, allowing his three young companions to escape with the vital information. All right, introductions are over. Well done, everyone. Now, as your jonin from the Hidden Leaf, I, Hitaki Kakashi, hereby announce your first mission as Genin. 3 days from now, at 10 a.m., in Training Ground 2, you'll face my team entry test. For now, that's all. Dismissed. Kakashi made no comment on Minma's dreams. He simply informed the three of the upcoming test and, with a flicker, vanished from sight. Well, Minma, you've really made me see you in a new light. Sakura stood up, her eyes shining as she addressed him. Yeah, I have to admit, I'm a little impressed too, Sasuke said, getting to his feet, though his tone was still stubborn. But don't think I'll just forget how you annoyed me earlier. Minma scratched his head, laughing. How about this? To celebrate the formation of Team 7, why don't we go out for some barbecue? No thanks, I got training to do. After all, the team test is in 3 days, and I don't want to fall behind, Sasuke refused. Same here, Sakura said, smiling sweetly. Why don't we save the celebration for after we pass Kakashi-sensei's test? All right then, Minma agreed, feeling it wouldn't be much fun to go alone if the others weren't interested. But I have another idea. How about we meet up a little earlier the morning after tomorrow, share some intel, and come up with a strategy? Agreed. Seeing both Sasuke and Sakura accept, Minma said, it's settled then, 8 o'clock the morning after tomorrow. We'll meet at Training Ground 2. Sounds good. I'll head home now. See you all in 3 days. Sakura waved goodbye. Yeah, I'm heading out too, Sasuke called out, then turned and walked away. When Minma got home, Minato and Kushina had already returned from work and were busy preparing dinner. After dinner, Kushina tidied up the dishes while Minato leaned back in his chair and asked, Minma, you were assigned to a Genin team today, right? How'd it go? Who were your teammates? Who is your instructor? Yes, my teammates are Sakura and Sasuke, and our instructor is Kakashi, a Jonin, Minma replied. Oh, you're on the same team as Sakura? Minma must be really happy. Kushina called out as she washed the dishes. It's all right, I suppose. But there are some things that have been on my mind, and I wanted to ask you and Mom about them, Minma said. Go ahead and ask. We'll tell you whatever we can. If it's classified, though, we won't be able to answer, Minato replied, noticing the serious look on Minma's face and matching his tone to the gravity of the moment. Today, during our conversation, Sasuke said his dream is to kill a certain man. Dad, do you know what that's about? There are some confidential details involved, and I don't know everything myself, but I can tell you the basics, Minato said, putting down his chopsticks and gesturing for Minma to sit with him on the sofa. Sasuke has an older brother, Uchiha Itachi. 5 years ago, for reasons unknown, Itachi deserted the village. The man Sasuke refers to is most likely him. At the time, Uchiha clan leader Fugaku announced publicly that Itachi had brought shame to the clan and that their family had disowned him. As for why Itachi left the village, I really don't know. That's right. Mikoto even came to me in tears several times because of Itachi. Kushina's voice floated in from the kitchen. I understand. Minma made a mental note of this, though he decided not to get involved. What about Hatake Kakashi? What kind of person is he? Kakashi. He was a genius ninja from a very young age. He graduated from the academy at 6 and became a jonin at 12. During the Great Ninja War years ago, he broke through the Iwagakure lines all by himself and inherited his father's title, but he's a bit extreme in his ways. It's not easy to be under his command, Minato said thoughtfully, rubbing his chin. That's not entirely fair. There's a reason Kakashi became like this. His father, the White Fang, once discovered an enemy trap during a mission. White Fang ordered his teammates to retreat while he completed the mission. Alone, after enduring countless hardships, he managed to finish the task, but he succumbed to his injuries upon returning to the village. At that time, Kakashi was only 5 years old. Ever since, he's carried a knot in his heart, always believing his father's death was tied to strength. If father had been strong enough, he could have completed the mission perfectly, and he wouldn't have died. If his fellow ninjas had been strong enough, he wouldn't have had to go alone, and he wouldn't have died. If the village had been strong enough, enemy shinobi would have been too afraid to go that far, and father would still be alive. That's exactly what he said at the time, Kushina replied. Jonin Kakashi is someone you can really trust. When he leads a team, he's strict and pays close attention to each member's abilities. But at the same time, he's excellent at keeping his teammates safe. Just like his father, he's a reliable man. That's right, Minato added. During the Battle of Canopy Bridge, he single-handedly rescued his teammates, Rin and Obito Uchiha, from an IWN encirclement. He even paid the price of one of his eyes to do so. Later, to thank him, the Uchiha clan gave him Sharingan, making him even stronger. So, there's such a story behind all this, Minma exclaimed with admiration. That's why your mother and I are so happy that you can join Kakashi's team, Minato said with a warm smile. Well, it's not a done deal yet, Minma said gloomily. Kakashi-sensei said there's going to be a test to join the team. Only those who pass will become his subordinates. But I guess it'll mostly be about teamwork, bonds, and friendship. If I could show my best, I probably won't have much to worry about. That's not right. Minato cut him off sternly. Kakashi has only one standard when it comes to choosing his team members, and that's having enough strength. Of course, since you're all freshly graduated genin, the test might be a little more lenient. But if you go in with a careless attitude, you'll definitely be eliminated. What? Minma gasped in shock. But aside from the basic transformation techniques, I can't really do anything else. Don't worry, Minato reassured him, patting his chest confidently. I've taken 3 days off, and, starting tomorrow, I'll personally give you some special training. You'll definitely get a lot stronger. And I'll make sure you have everything you need behind the scenes. Kushina chimed in with her support. Okay, tomorrow you have to teach me an amazing jutsu. I'm going to send Kakashi-sensei flying. Minma shouted excitedly. Haha, there's no way you could pull that off. Minato laughed heartily. Even I can't beat Kakashi. It's good to have ambition, but you shouldn't get lost in daydreams like that. I guess you're right, haha. Late at night, in the Hokage's office, Kakashi was reporting to Danzo. Kakashi, how did you find the 3 subordinates you met today? They're the best genin of this year's group, Danzo asked. Yes, Kakashi replied. Sakura Haruno is thoughtful and has a clear sense of purpose. Sasuke has the strength of his clan behind him and is very capable. They're both excellent children. As for Minma, how should I put it? Kakashi paused, then continued. If he can stay true to himself, his future achievements could very well surpass even yours, Lord Hokage. Oh, Danzo's interest was piqued. It's rare to hear you give such high praise. Does Minma have something special about him? So Kakashi recounted to Danzo the dream that Minma had shared that afternoon, about the fireflies and the sun. Danzo listened in silence. Without a word, he rose and walked slowly to the window, gazing out at the night beyond the Hokage building. He stood there for a long time, lost in thought, and finally sighed, "What an extraordinary dream this is." To tell the truth, Danzo had lived many years. He had survived through 3 great ninja wars, witnessing countless comrades sacrifice themselves for the village, one after another. Yet, as the years passed, his heart had gradually been eroded by power and ambition, and his faith in the will of fire had wavered, shaken by interests and the constant need for balance. But today, after hearing Minma's words, that long-buried passion within Danzo was stirred once more. In his mind's eye, he could almost see the first and second Hokage, youthful and full of spirit, smiling at him. Their smiles seemed to hold both approval and gentle reproach. Reproach for having lost sight of his origins, and approval for having now found himself again. "Kakashi, you must guide these children well. Their future is in your hands." Danzo gazed at the sea of lights scattered across the village, his words heavy with meaning as he entrusted Kakashi with this task. "Rest assured, Lord Danzo, I will not let you down. I will help these children fulfill their potential," Kakashi promised solemnly. Upon hearing Kakashi's reply, Danzo nodded, then waved his hand to signal Kakashi's dismissal. "Thank you, Lord Danzo," Kakashi said as he took his leave. "It ought to be I who thanks you," Danzo thought, but he gave no reply, standing quietly before the window. Tonight, the peace of Konoha remained undisturbed. The next morning, Minato brought Minma to the forest outside the village. As a special jonin, Minato had his own duties, and his daily work included patrolling the outskirts of Konoha to ensure its safety. Since he'd failed to get the day off, he decided to bend the rules a little and brought Minma along with him to where he was assigned. After instructing the 3 chunin under his command to patrol separately, Minato led Minma to a clearing deep in the woods. "Hey, Dad, are you sure training me like this isn't going to interfere with your work?" Minma asked, puzzled by Minato's casual approach. In his eyes, a ninja should be all seriousness and discipline, carrying out every mission with unwavering devotion. "Don't worry about it. Your old man is a special jonin. After all, if I can't enjoy a few perks, I might as well just be a chunin." Minato replied with a grin, clearly pleased with himself. In fact, it was precisely to escape the endless grind of missions that he'd asked his teacher, Jiraiya, for help. By relying on his unique skill as the sole user of Konoha's Flying Thunder formation, he'd barely managed to earn his promotion to Special Jonin. When he thought of how Mizuki, who'd been promoted to Chunin at the same time, was still toiling away diligently at the Ninja Academy, and how veterans like Izumo and Kotetsu were still standing guard at the gates day after day, rain or shine, Minato felt even more certain he'd made the right choice. What Minato didn't know, however, was that Konoha had its own reasons for these arrangements. Although his abilities were rather average, he had a remarkable wife. Putting aside her identity as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Kushina herself was a master of sealing techniques, possessed a unique bloodline limit, and was strong enough as an elite jonin that Konoha was willing to go to great lengths to win her over. Even when it came to Minato becoming Jiraiya's disciple, it was only after Danzo humbled himself and earnestly pleaded with Jiraiya that the latter finally agreed. Facing Minma, Minato raised a finger and said, "Earlier, I promised you that once you became a genin, I'd teach you a ninjutsu technique. Wind release, great breakthrough. I'll demonstrate first, then explain the key points in detail." With Minma watching intently, Minato stood with his feet shoulder-width apart. He swiftly formed the signs of tiger, dog, and dragon in front of his chest. Then he drew a deep breath, swelling his chest, and exhaled forcefully toward Minma. Minma suddenly felt a powerful gust, like a miniature whirlwind, rush toward him with Minato's breath. The wind pressed against his face, distorting his features, and his hair swept back dramatically. But aside from this, nothing else happened. "That's it? Really?" Minma's mouth twitched in disbelief. He couldn't imagine what purpose this technique served other than acting as a glorified hair dryer for the enemy. How on earth did Danzo supposedly use this move to blow away 5 jonin? Was it because his breath was just that overwhelming? Sensing Minma's skepticism, Minato quickly explained, "Just now, I was only demonstrating and deliberately held back its power. With this technique, the more chakra you infuse, the stronger it gets." "Really? I don't buy it," Minma replied, channeling the skeptical tone of a talk show host. "Of course it's true. When Lord Danzo uses it, the force is no less than a raging hurricane." To dispel Minma's doubts, Minato immediately used Danzo as an example. Besides, Great Breakthrough is the most basic wind release ninjutsu. Many others like wind release, Wind Blade, and Wind Release. Wind Cutter were all developed based on this technique. It's also one of the 10 essential jutsu every chunin must master. Only then did Minma take it seriously and continue listening to Minato's explanation. Alright, now let me walk you through the crucial points of this technique. Minato continued. First, focus on the hand signs. The sequence is tiger, dog, dragon. Make sure you complete the signs within 2 seconds. As Minma listened, he tried forming the hand signs himself. Next, you need to channel your chakra. During the hand signs, gather as much chakra as possible in your lungs and throat. Minma nodded in understanding. Finally, take a deep breath and exhale quickly. As you breathe out, inject your chakra into the air. The more chakra you use, the more powerful the great breakthrough becomes. Minma signaled that he understood, then his expression turned serious. His hands swiftly formed seals, gathering a large amount of chakra within his body. He took a deep breath and exhaled sharply. Wind style, great breakthrough. A swirling gust of wind suddenly materialized, hurtling straight toward Minato. Minato's face shifted. In a flash, he raised his sword hand and vanished, dodging Minma's technique at the very last second. Minma's great breakthrough tore across more than 10 meters in an instant, striking the trees at the edge of the clearing. With a thunderous crash, a tree as thick as a grown man's waist shook violently, as if struck by a massive hammer, sending a shower of leaves tumbling to the ground. Minma looked at the aftermath, satisfied with the power of his jutsu. Not bad. I used less than a 20th of my chakra and got this much force. Pretty impressive. Still, since it's my first time casting a jutsu, my chakra control isn't precise. Enough. Only a small fraction actually went into the jutsu. The rest just dissipated inside me. My hand seals were also too slow, and the casting movement was a bit obvious, easy for an enemy to dodge. I'll have to keep working on those. Having escaped danger with Flying Thunder God, Minato was sitting on the ground, staring in astonishment at the destruction. For a moment, he seemed to question his very existence. Who am I? Where am I? What was I just doing? Oh, right, I was watching Minma perform ninjutsu. But can someone please explain what on earth just happened? Wasn't I teaching him wind style, great breakthrough, not wind style, vacuum great orb? Minma, feeling pleased as he surveyed the battered tree, turned to look for his father, hoping to get his opinion. He immediately spotted Minato, sitting under a distant tree, still visibly shaken. Minma was momentarily puzzled, then suddenly realized, with a jolt, that he'd just aimed the jutsu right at his dad. If Minato hadn't dodged so quickly, he could have been hurt. Embarrassed, Minma scratched his head and apologized. Sorry, Dad. I promise I won't aim ninjutsu at you next time. But come on, weren't you a bit lame? You got so scared you ended up sitting on the ground. Minato managed to recover his composure, stood up, and brushed off his pants, feigning calm. Well, I admit that was a bit sudden. I didn't expect you to succeed on your first try. You really do have talent. As he spoke, Minato walked over to inspect the battered tree more closely, then turned back to Minma. And as for me sitting on the ground, it wasn't because I was scared. It was because of the jutsu I just used. What jutsu? Minma asked, puzzled. This technique is called the Flying Thunder God. It's a space-time jutsu developed by the second Hokage. It allows the user to instantly teleport to a marked location. Right now, I'm the only one in the Leaf Village who's mastered it. Minato spoke with a proud smile. However, there's a drawback to this technique. The caster can't control their own movement. After activating it, you can't even choose which direction you'll be facing, so it's not that practical in real combat. Is the Flying Thunder God technique in this world really that useless? Or is it just that Minato here isn't strong enough? It must be the latter. Minma's lips twitched in exasperation, utterly speechless. I really don't understand what the second Hokage was thinking when he developed this technique. If it's only for escaping or relaying information, the price is way too high. Minato grumbled under his breath. Hey, if the Yellow Flash heard you say that, he'd make sure you pay for it, even if it meant staking his life on the Reaper Death Seal. Minma, keep practicing here. I'm going out on patrol. With his arms folded and his right hand rubbing his chin, Minato addressed Minma, then turned and walked deeper into the forest. Once the dense trees concealed his figure, Minato leapt up, agile as ever, and with a few swift movements, sped off toward Konoha. Kushina. Inside the Konoha ceiling core building, Kushina was busy sorting through documents when she suddenly heard someone calling her name in a hushed voice near the window. She looked up, only to see Minato peeking in with half his face pressed to the glass, looking shifty and secretive. Minato, what's going on? Do you need something? Kushina was baffled, but still walked over to the window. Kushina, take leave and come home right away. There's something very important I need to tell you, Minato whispered, and before she could respond, he vanished in a flash. What's so mysterious? Kushina was full of questions, but she quickly finished up her work, requested leave, and hurried home. At the Namikaze household, Kushina rushed in to find Minato sitting on the sofa, his expression grave. Her heart skipped a beat. She didn't even bother taking off her shoes as she strode over. Minato, what happened? It's about Minma. Did you know? Our son is a genius, Minato said, utterly serious. You call me all the way home just to say that. Kushina froze for a moment, then exploded in anger. If you don't give me a good explanation right now, you'll be sorry. Kushina, calm down. Minato wasn't the least bit intimidated. Instead, he gently chided her. Minma isn't just a regular genius. He's a genius among geniuses. With that, he began to explain in detail what had happened that morning while teaching Minma ninjutsu in the forest. You're saying Minma succeeded in casting a jutsu on his very first try? And not only that, but its power far surpassed what it should have been. Kushina looked utterly incredulous. If she didn't know Minato so well, she would have suspected he was spinning a fantastical tale. I've never seen anyone turn a C-rank wind release. Great breakthrough into something with the power of a B-rank jutsu. And that was even when Minma was casting it for the first time, still clumsy and inexperienced. I have a feeling if he practices a few more times, he could reach the strength of an A-rank technique, Minato remarked with admiration. Suddenly, Kushina's expression changed as if she'd realized something urgent. She immediately ordered Minato. Something's not right. Minato, you need to go back right now and bring Minma home. You also have to erase any traces of Minma's jutsu. You mean, the realization hit Minato as well, and his face turned serious. I'll go at once. With that, Minato vanished in a blur. Not long after, there was another swift sound, and two figures appeared in the living room, tumbling onto the floor. Minma was still dazed. He'd been practicing his jutsu, everything going smoothly, when suddenly his father appeared out of nowhere. Without a word, Minato started pummeling and kicking the tree Minma had used for his jutsu, only stopping when it crashed to the ground. Before Minma could ask what was happening, Minato grabbed his arm, and in the blink of an eye, father and son were sprawled across their living room floor. Kushina rushed over to help her husband and son to their feet, then turned to Minma with a grave expression. Minma, I need you to tell me honestly, how much chakra did you use when you cast that jutsu today? Less than 5%, I think. What? Minma replied honestly, still confused by all the fuss. Kushina could scarcely believe it. She turned to Minato, asking, Minato, when you graduated from the Ninja Academy, how many times could you cast a C-rank jutsu with your chakra reserves? Minato gave a wry smile. When I graduated, I barely knew any jutsu at all. I didn't learn my first C-rank technique until a year after I became a genin, and even then, my chakra could only handle 2 at most before I was completely drained. That's right. Even in our Uzumaki clan, renowned for our vast chakra reserves, the most gifted genin could only boast half the chakra Minma has now, Kushina remarked with a sigh. Hearing this, Minma began to understand. So, he really was something of a prodigy. But he didn't think much of it. In a world where geniuses were a dime a dozen and cheat-like talents were everywhere, his bit of talent was hardly worth mentioning. Noticing Minma's indifferent attitude, Kushina sighed and said, Minma, humility is a good trait, but you still haven't grasped what your father and I are trying to tell you. Minma remained puzzled. What was the big deal about having a little more chakra? It wasn't as if he had a mountain of it. Maybe just a sackful. Was that really worth making such a fuss over? Minma, you might not fully understand what this means yet, so let me explain it to you, Minato said gravely. Your Jonin instructor, Kakashi, once told me that in a single day, he can only use his S-rank jutsu, Chidori, 4 times. Each time he uses Chidori, it consumes about 3 times as much chakra as a C-rank fire style, Great Fireball jutsu. I know that jutsu too. Typically, the chakra cost of Great Fireball and Great Breakthrough is about the same. From this perspective, your current chakra reserves already surpass Kakashi's. It's not quite that simple, Kushina added. A significant portion of Kakashi's chakra is used to suppress his Sharingan. But even so, Minma, your chakra is already greater than most Chunin. What's the big deal? Minma still didn't quite understand. No matter how much chakra I have, could it ever be more than a Jinchuriki or a tailed beast? Minma, I don't know where you got your information about Jinchuriki and tailed beasts, but listen to me. Those are 2 entirely different things, Kushina continued. It's true that the chakra of Jinchuriki and tailed beasts is enormous, but there's a limit to how much tailed beast chakra a host can safely handle. Take me as an example, and let's use Kakashi for comparison. If Kakashi's chakra, enough to use Chidori 4 times, is rated at 100, then my own chakra would be 300. With the Ninetales chakra added, I can safely use up to 900. Any more than that, and I risk losing consciousness and transforming into the tailed beast. Poor Kakashi, thought Minma. No matter what world he's in, he can't escape being used as a chakra measuring stick. With your talent, Minma, by the time you're an adult, I estimate your chakra reserves will be at least 1,500, Kushina went on. Other than perfect Jinchuriki, there will be almost no one with more chakra than you. What's more, your jutsu are far more powerful than normal ones, even when consuming the same amount of chakra. That's great news, isn't it? So what are you and Dad worried about? Are you afraid I'm too much of a genius? Minma said, puffing up with pride at Kushina's words. That's exactly it. Kushina and Minato exchanged wry smiles. If you were just an ordinary prodigy, we'd be thrilled, and we'd brag to all our friends. But your talent is so exceptional, it actually frightens us. We're not afraid of your talent itself, Minato added softly, but rather that others will covet your gifts. Minato added, apart from Konoha, there are 4 other major ninja villages and more than a dozen smaller ones. Your mother and I are worried that if word gets out, you'll become their primary target for hunting and assassination. Even here in Konoha, it isn't necessarily safe, Kushina said anxiously. Ever since that person defected. Kushina, mind your words. Minato interrupted sternly, his face serious. Kushina immediately realized her mistake and fell silent. Minma understood. He grasped well the simple truth that a tall tree stands out and invites the wind. I get it. From now on, I'll keep my abilities hidden. Kushina and Minato exchanged glances, surprised. They had thought it would take great effort to make Minma understand. But not only was his talent remarkable, his thinking was also far more mature than that of an ordinary child. Since you understand what's at stake, your mother and I won't say any more. Remember, unless it's a matter of life and death, never reveal your true abilities, Minato said gravely. Minma nodded in agreement, his thoughts reaching even further than Minato's. Concealing his skills was necessary, but to what degree, and how to do so seamlessly, were questions that required careful thought. Not only did he need to hide his chakra reserves, but he also had to restrain the power of his jutsu. Dad, starting tomorrow, I want to work on controlling my chakra with even greater precision, Minma said. You're right, Minato replied, but honestly my own chakra control isn't all that refined. So from tomorrow onward, you'll start learning sealing techniques from your mother. Oh, speaking of sealing techniques, Mom, do you have any good methods to seal off my chakra? Minma asked. Kushina pondered for a moment. There are some similar sealing jutsu. The chakra suppression seal can block a ninja's chakra flow, and the 5-element seal can disrupt it. But both have significant limitations. I'll need to think carefully about how to improve them. How about this? For the next couple of days, you'll spar with your father to improve your taijutsu. As for ninjutsu, use it as little as possible, and when you do, use the bare minimum of chakra. I'll work on perfecting the sealing technique, and when I'm done, I'll seal your chakra to the level of an ordinary genin. It would be best to add a safety mechanism, something that can release the seal in an emergency, Minato suggested. I know. I'll work on it, Kushina replied, waving her hand dismissively. And so, over the next 2 days, Minma trained in taijutsu with Minato, while Kushina focused on perfecting the sealing technique. When he sparred with Minma, using taijutsu again, Minato couldn't help but marvel once more at Minma's talent. Aside from his impressive chakra reserves, Minma's speed in learning taijutsu was astonishing. He not only reacted swiftly, keeping pace with Minato's attacks, but also came up with wild and unpredictable moves that even caught Minato off guard. Admittedly, Minato had held back his strength and speed, limiting himself to the level of a genin. Still, his combat experience was genuine. By Minato's estimation, Minma's skill in taijutsu had already reached the level Rock Lee had achieved at graduation, a true prodigy of the previous class. My son Minma truly has the makings of a Hokage. Lying in bed, Minato couldn't help but boast to Kushina with pride. 2 days passed quickly. Minma's taijutsu improved by leaps and bounds. However, Kushina still hadn't made any progress with the sealing technique. She worked tirelessly at home, dark circles under her eyes as she pored over her research, day and night. Today was the day of Kakashi's team selection test. Minma arrived early at the entrance of Training Ground 2, only to find Sakura and Sasuke already waiting there. Hey, good morning, Sakura. And you too, Sasuke. Minma greeted them warmly. Have you had breakfast yet? I have, Sakura replied. Me too, Sasuke echoed. Great. Then let's come up with a plan for the upcoming match, Minma suggested. All right, but before we make any plans, I think it's a good idea for everyone to share their strengths. After all, only by understanding each other can we truly work together as a team, Sakura said with a gentle smile. Agreed. I'll go first, Sasuke said. I'm good at shuriken jutsu, decent at taijutsu, and I can use the C-rank fireball jutsu. I'm best at taijutsu, Minma added. According to my dad, even if I faced an ordinary chunin, I'd be able to hold my ground for quite a while. As for ninjutsu, I only know the basic transformation, clone, and body replacement techniques. My turn. My taijutsu is average, and I only know the basic 3 ninjutsu. But I can use 2 C-rank jinjutsu, false surroundings technique, and demonic illusion, hell, viewing technique. Though against a jonin, I'm not sure how effective they'd be. Sakura shared her own abilities. According to the intel my dad gave me, this test is mainly to assess our strength and teamwork. So Kakashi-sensei won't be going all out against us. As long as we show skills above the level of an ordinary genin, we should be fine, Minma revealed, passing on information from Minato. That's not enough, Sasuke objected. Just surpassing a regular genin isn't going to cut it. I've heard from my father as well. Kakashi values both individual skill and teamwork very highly. In previous years, he's tested teams of new graduates, and without exception, all of them were eliminated, including some of the top students at the academy. Uchiha Sasuke furrowed his brows and shared his intel as well. If that's the case, we really need to make a proper plan for our team. Here's my initial thought. For the upcoming test, I'll handle close combat. Sasuke, you'll focus on long-range attacks and wrap things up with your ninjutsu. As for Sakura, you'll observe from the shadows and use jinjutsu to interfere. If Sasuke and I are defeated, you'll use a smoke bomb to cover our retreat. Naruto proposed. The plan is simple, but there's really no better option in such a short time. Let's go with it. Sakura agreed. Should we go to the training ground first and set up a few traps? Sasuke suggested. If we use explosive tags, even a jonin would get hurt if they're caught in the blast. No, the explosive tags are far more dangerous to us than to a jonin. If one of us steps on the trap, we're done for. Sakura objected, frowning. I agree with Sakura. This is just a test. There's no need to use something so lethal. I have a strategy in mind. Here's what we can do, Sakura proposed, outlining her plan. All right, I'll go along with you. Sasuke responded readily. Let's take a bit of a break now, refine our chakra, and warm up later. I'm afraid we won't have time to rest or warm up, Sakura said, her gaze drifting toward Kakashi approaching from a distance. Look, Kakashi-sensei is already here. Sasuke and Naruto turned their heads. Though there was no real need, they instinctively stepped in front of Sakura. Sakura caught their subtle gesture, and a faint smile played at the corner of her mouth. Hey, good morning, everyone. Kakashi greeted them as he walked up. Have you all had breakfast? We have, said all three in unison. That's really too bad, Kakashi sighed. Why do you say that? Sasuke asked. Because you might end up throwing it all up later, Kakashi replied with a mischievous glint. All right, everyone, head to training ground 2, and let's begin the test. Inside Konoha's second training ground, Kakashi and Team Naruto stood facing each other. Kakashi drew his hands from his pockets and formed a cross-shaped hand seal. With a pop and a swirl of smoke, another Kakashi appeared beside him. All right, your task today is simple. Do whatever it takes to defeat my shadow clone, Kakashi announced. Don't worry, I won't make things too hard for you. My clone only has the strength of a chunin. Based on how you perform in battle, I'll choose 2 of you to become my students. As for the one who isn't chosen, you'll return to the academy for another year of training. Only 2 people can pass. Sasuke's expression darkened as he asked. Oh, that's right, or you could simply choose among yourselves who will be sacrificed. That way, the remaining 2 can pass the test. It's much easier than trying to defeat my shadow clone. Kakashi smiled mischievously as he offered his devious suggestion. Sasuke's expression darkened. He looked first at Minma, then at Sakura. His meaning was clear. Team up with Sakura, take down the annoying Minma, and claim the 2 available spots for themselves. But almost immediately, Sasuke closed his eyes. The pride of the Uchiha clan would never allow him to stoop to something so disgraceful. After a moment's silence, Sasuke opened his eyes, as if he had made up his mind. Kakashi, I have my own reasons why I must pass this test, but I absolutely refuse to do it by sacrificing my teammates. Well, I admire your resolve, Kakashi said lazily, scratching his cheek with a finger, but no matter what, someone will have to be eliminated. Kakashi, how about this? Give the 2 qualifying spots to Sakura and Minma. As for me, I'll take on your shadow clone alone. If I win, how about granting an extra spot for me to pass? Sasuke suggested gravely. No way. In the world of shinobi, strength is everything. A ninja without ability is useless, even if you join my squad. Kakashi replied seriously. This test is meant to pick out the weakest among you 3 and send them back to the academy for retraining. You can keep showing off all you want, but I'm not some charity case who needs your pity. Minma snorted and continued. Here's an idea. since one of us is going to be eliminated anyway, why don't all three of us gang up and give this esteemed Jonin before us a real beating, then drag him back to school for some retraining of his own? Are you out of your mind? Kakashi's a renowned Jonin with years of experience. There's no way we could possibly win. Sasuke yelled, astounded by Minma's overconfidence. Even though it's a boneheaded idea, I have to admit, it's exactly what I want to do. Sakura chimed in. Besides, I'm an orphan of the 4th Hokage. Sasuke, you're the heir of the Uchiha clan, and Minma is the last descendant of the Uzumaki clan. With backgrounds like ours, do you really think any Konoha ninja would dare actually hurt us? You have a point, Sakura. Then let's do it. Sasuke considered for a moment and realized there was no better option. All right, just like we planned, get ready. Minma clenched his right fist and slapped it into his left palm, cracking his knuckles with a series of sharp, determined pops. Kakashi threw his head back in laughter, as if he'd just heard the world's funniest joke. Then he lowered his gaze, his face darkening. What are you all mumbling about? Do you really think a Jonin is so easily beaten that a few kids spouting big words could defeat a Jonin? You won't know if we can unless we try. Minma met Kakashi's eyes, refusing to back down. How amusing. Truly, this is entertaining. Kakashi's lips curled into a smile, but there wasn't a hint of warmth in his eyes. It's been a long time since I've heard such a ridiculous joke. As a reward, I've decided to break all your limbs myself. With that, a chilling murderous intent erupted from Kakashi. For a moment, to the 3 genin, he seemed transformed into a monstrous fiend, a demon wading through rivers of blood. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Forget attacking, they couldn't even move a muscle. Is this Kakashi's true strength? Minma gritted his teeth, forcing himself to hold on. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Sakura, sweating, her face drained of all color. Sasuke wasn't doing much better. Sweat poured down his face, and his eyes were burning red. Look at you 3, pathetic. And you dare challenge a Jonin who survived the battlefield. Kakashi's voice was cold as steel. No, I have to do something, Minma thought desperately. If things go on like this, we won't even need Kakashi to defeat us. We'll fall apart on our own. Steeling himself, Minma bit down hard on the tip of his tongue. The sharp pain and the taste of blood snapped him out of the suffocating pressure, and he shouted, Sakura, look into my eyes. Use Jinjutsu. Release on me. Sakura snapped to attention and, focusing with all her might, cast Jinjutsu. Release on Minma. Suddenly, Minma found himself staring at a computer screen, with an unfinished project proposal glaring back at him and the clock in the corner showing 3 minutes to midnight. What could be more terrifying than endless overtime, or a proposal that never gets done? Minma roared and shattered the illusion. Though his body still trembled, at least he could move again. Sasuke, didn't you swear to defeat that man? How can you fall here? Minma shouted at Sasuke. Sasuke's hatred blazed up at those words. His pupils quivered violently. He squeezed his eyes shut, then opened them again. Now, in each blood-red eye, a single tomo began to spin. Oh, did the pressure force you to awaken your Sharingan? Kakashi observed Sasuke's transformation with a flicker of surprise. The killing intent around him lessened just a little. Let's go. Sasuke, attack me. Minma crouched, digging his feet into the ground. He whipped out a kunai and gripped it in reverse, then shot toward Kakashi like an arrow. Loose from the string. At the same time, Sasuke, acting without hesitation, pulled out a kunai with an explosive tag from his pouch and hurled it at Minma's back. Explosive tags? That's just reckless. Kakashi's expression turned grim. He sheathed his killing intent, then in a flash moved behind Minma. With a swift kick, he sent Minma flying, while simultaneously grabbing the kunai tied with the explosive tag and hurling it far away. A thunderous boom echoed out as the explosive tag detonated in the distance. Sasuke, were you trying to kill Minma? Kakashi's eyes were stern as he barked the question at Sasuke. No, Sakura and Minma both reminded me just now. We were gambling that you wouldn't just stand by and watch us die. Sasuke glared back, his Sharingan spinning with a single tomo. That's right, I told Sasuke to attack me. And it turns out, our gamble paid off. Minma had already gotten back on his feet, holding a kunai in a reverse grip. He explained to Kakashi, after all, this is just a test. There's no way a Jonin from the Leaf would let a fellow villager die right before his eyes. What's more, our identities are special. Kakashi, you wouldn't dare let anything happen to us. Kakashi's frustration spiked. These 3 unruly genin weren't just ruthless to their enemies. They were hard on themselves, too. But it was true. There was no way he would ever let them get hurt. As shameless as their methods were, ninjas are the kind of people who will do whatever it takes to reach their goals. The plan's changing now. I'm going to attack Kakashi. Sakura, Sasuke, you two go all out against me. Minma shouted, then charged straight at Kakashi. Kakashi had never fought such a frustrating battle. Not only did he have to watch out for attacks, he also had to make sure his opponents didn't get hurt. He'd rather break through the stone ninja's lines all over again than deal with this mess. But he had no choice. These three brats were special, with talent to match. He'd lost the initiative by underestimating them earlier, and now he was being dragged along by Minma's rhythm. Truth be told, if he didn't have to keep most of his focus on making sure Minma didn't get hurt, he wouldn't be worried in the slightest about Minma's barely Chunin-level taijutsu. Even 10 of him wouldn't pose a problem. Sakura's 2 kunai missed, ignore them. Sasuke's 3 shuriken are aimed at me, so they're no teach. Kakashi suddenly sensed something was off. Aimed at me? Clever move. Casually, Kakashi deflected Minma's attack, then tilted his head just enough to dodge Sasuke's 3 shuriken. He was about to teach Minma a lesson when, suddenly, a sharp metallic clang sounded. Behind him, alerting him to a shuriken whizzing in at high speed. Without thinking, Kakashi spun, kicked Minma aside, and in one smooth motion knocked the incoming shuriken away with his kunai. What just happened? Kakashi leapt back 3 steps and dispelled the shadow clone he'd sent out earlier. Viewing the scene from his clone's perspective, he finally realized what was going on. It turned out Sasuke's shuriken had collided with Sakura's kunai, altering their trajectory mid-flight. So that's how it is. The eyes of that clan, combined with that person's shuriken throwing technique. No wonder the Uchiha are hailed as the strongest clan in the ninja world. Kakashi couldn't help but admire them in his heart. Sasuke, Sakura, keep attacking, he called out. As Sasuke once again hurled shuriken to clear a path, Minma charged forward with unwavering determination, launching a second assault on Kakashi. By now, Kakashi had seen through their plan. Though the 3 little troublemakers claimed they'd attack Minma to tie his hands, in truth, Sasuke and Sakura never really went through with it. He even suspected that, just now, with that kunai tied to an explosive tag, even if he hadn't stepped in to help block it from Minma, Sasuke probably had some way to redirect the attack and keep Minma unharmed. Honestly, they got me again. Kakashi chuckled inwardly, but at the same time he felt a surge of pride. Just as he thought, these kids simply can't bring themselves to hurt their teammate. With a casual flick of his kunai, Kakashi swatted away the incoming shuriken. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glint of a wire. The Uchiha clan's shuriken manipulation technique? An amateur trick. Kakashi didn't even think. In a flash, he dodged aside. Wait, no. The flight paths of those shuriken. After he dodged, they were headed straight for Minma. Minma, get out of the way. Sasuke noticed too, but was already too late. At Minma's speed, and caught off guard, there was no way he could evade the attack. Kakashi's eyes widened in alarm, and he sprang forward to help, but Minma was even faster. With a sudden puff of smoke, he vanished, just as 3 sharp thuds sounded. The shuriken buried themselves in a wooden log left behind by his substitution jutsu. He pulled it off at the critical moment. What incredible reflexes! Kakashi couldn't help but praise him inwardly. Having escaped danger with his substitution technique, Minma regrouped beside Sasuke, clutching his kunai in reverse grip, panting. Slightly. He'd already given it his all, but it hadn't made the slightest difference. Kakashi hadn't even taken him seriously. Hey, you're not hurt, are you? Sasuke shot Minma a glance and asked. Ha, with your shuriken skills, it'll be a long time before you can land a hit on me. Minma answered. Sasuke knew Minma was just saying that to ease his guilt, but it still annoyed him, so his tone turned a little mocking as well. So, can you still fight? If not, just fall back behind me. Minma spat out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva with a sharp tui and grinned. If this is all you've got, I could go at it with Kakashi all day. What about you, Sakura? You holding up? Sasuke turned to ask her. No problem. I can keep fighting, Sakura replied, focusing herself and staying alert. All right, time to adjust our strategy. Sakura, be ready to support, and if you have any energy left, use Jinjutsu to disrupt him. Sasuke, I'll take the lead and keep Kakashi busy. Watch for your chance, and when you see it, hit him hard. After saying this, Minma tossed a smoke bomb in front of him and dove straight into the swirling haze. Don't you dare order me around. Sasuke grumbled, but despite his words, he obediently followed Minma and charged forward. Thick smoke billowed, engulfing the 3 of them in its shroud. Watching Minma and Sasuke burst out from the mist, Kakashi couldn't help but feel a touch of resignation. In his mind, he offered a silent evaluation. Their tactics are unrefined, and they lack a sense for the rhythm of battle. The only thing they have going for them is decent taijutsu. But then, this is only a makeshift team. Their coordination leaves much to be desired. Sasuke, what you ought to do is coordinate your attacks with Minma, not just stand by with a kunai, observing from the sidelines. With a casual flick of his leg, Kakashi sent Minma tumbling back into the smoke. He'd had enough of this little game. He had already gauged the skills of all three. It was time to put an end to this farce, starting with Minma. Kakashi sprang forward, intent on using his own prowess to eliminate Minma from the match before turning his attention to the other two. But just as he entered the edge of the smoky veil, Minma's voice rang out, loud and clear. Sasuke, now's your chance. A brilliant fireball tore through the fog, hurtling straight for Kakashi. They've already reached this level, Kakashi thought, surprised despite himself. Even though he had tried to give these three as much credit as possible, he hadn't expected Sasuke to have mastered such a powerful jutsu as the great fireball technique. A flicker of astonishment flashed through his mind, but his hands moved with practiced speed. He ducked low, weaved a series of hand signs, and slammed his palms to the ground. Earth-style wall. With a thunderous blast, the fireball collided with the earthen barrier and dissipated, leaving behind only a scorched, blackened relief of a dog's head. It's not over yet. Fire-style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. Sasuke shouted, sending a dozen small fireballs arcing around the earth wall, all zeroing in on Kakashi. Taken aback, Kakashi's hands flew into motion. Water-style, multiple water formation walls. 3 pillars of water surged up, hissing as the fireball struck and sputtered out, blanketing the area in a thick cloud of steam. Hidden within the flames, a barrage of shuriken was swept aside by the powerful currents, failing to do any harm. Suddenly, Kakashi felt the earth beneath his feet shift. Before he could react, a mud-caked fist burst from the ground, rocketing up toward his chin. Kakashi prepared to leap away, but in that very instant, Sakura's Jinjutsu struck. Demonic illusion. False surroundings technique. It was perfect timing. Although the difference in their abilities meant Sakura's illusion only held Kakashi for a split second before his formidable willpower shattered it. That fleeting moment of distraction was enough. Minma's fist connected solidly with Kakashi's chin. We got him. Minma cheered inwardly elated. We did it. Sakura and Sasuke watched Kakashi go flying, their spirits soaring with triumph. With a sharp bang, Kakashi, who had been midair, dissolved into a puff of smoke. A shadow clone? When did he pull that off? Minma's face changed dramatically. It must have been when the smoke bomb blocked our view just now. That's the upper ninja level for you. Sakura's voice rang out. A genius strategy, flawless teamwork. Kakashi applauded as he strolled out from beneath a large tree nearby. First, you used the smoke bomb to obscure my vision. Then, Sakura transformed into Sasuke and charged out to throw off my judgment, while Sasuke hid within the smoke, waiting for the right moment to strike. The 2 fire jutsu attacks were just a feint to draw my attention skyward. Then, Sakura's timing with the Jinjutsu was nothing short of perfect. And to cap it all off, Minma's attack came from underground. As for the tunnel Minma used to hide, I'd wager that Sasuke dug it under the cover of the smoke as well. Kakashi was thoroughly impressed with his 3 students. Such flawless tactical coordination and team synergy. It was hard to believe these were 3 fresh graduates from the Ninja Academy, possessing such skill and battlefield wit. T.H. he saw right through us. Minma grumbled inwardly, while the other 2 looked equally displeased. Well, even though your skills are outstanding among genin, as the prize for challenging an upper ninja, I've decided to declare all 3 of you unqualified. Kakashi, though brimming with satisfaction, inside put on a somber face. But let's do this. I'll give you one more chance. You just have to pick one person among you. Send that person back to the academy, and the other 2 will pass. The 3 exchanged glances in silence. So what'll it be? Either all 3 of you fail together, or you pick one to fail. Hurry up and make your decision. Kakashi turned into a relentless source of pressure, pushing them to respond. Minma, Sasuke, choose me. Sakura was the first to break the silence. I have strong chakra control, and the head of the Leaf Village Hospital thinks highly of me. Even if I'm eliminated, I can still become a medical ninja in the future. The Uchiha clan doesn't accept charity from women, Sasuke replied, his words harsh, but his meaning aligned with Sakura's. Besides, my clan has plenty of resources and excellent upper ninja. Why would I even need a mentor? No, Sasuke. You have your own reasons that you must pass. With Kakashi's guidance, you'll get one step closer to your goal of killing that man, Minma said to Sasuke then. Turned to Sakura. Sakura, you came up with the entire battle plan this time. Your talent as a ninja far outshines your potential as a medical ninja. So you must pass too. Besides, the best medical ninja should be someone with the power to subdue enemies and protect their teammates from harm. At this point, Minma paused, then continued. As for me, I firmly believe that even if I spend my whole life as a genin, I will definitely become Hokage. Kakashi, we've made up our minds. Sasuke and Sakura passed the test, but I'll go back to the academy for retraining on my own. Minma declared to Kakashi with unwavering resolve. Hey, Minma, you can't just decide that on your own. Sakura and Sasuke hurriedly try to stop him. It's settled. If you have something to say, say it. I keep my word. That's the way of Minma Namikaze. Minma waved his hand, cutting them off. Have you really made up your mind? Kakashi walked over to Minma, crouched down, and looked him straight in the eye. Yes, I've made my decision. Minma met Kakashi's gaze head-on, his eyes filled with determination. He was willing to bet everything that this was all part of Kakashi's test, that if he guessed right, he'd win big, and if he guessed wrong, he'd pay the price. No, this isn't our final answer, Sakura called out anxiously. That's right, Minma, stop acting on your own, Sasuke shouted as well. Enough, Kakashi's voice boomed, putting an end to their argument. Now, I announce the results of this test. Kakashi looked at their anxious yet earnest young faces. His gaze softened as he revealed the final outcome. All of you pass. Kakashi's voice rang out loud and clear, but his smile was gentle. He explained a reason softly to the three, who stood frozen in shock and confusion. In the ninja world, a ninja without strength is considered useless. But a ninja who doesn't know how to trust his comrades or sacrifice himself is even worse than useless. Yeah, all three shouted in unison, unable to contain their excitement at the good news. And now, I declare, Team 7 of Konoha Genin is officially formed. Jonin Kakashi Hitaki, reporting in. Genin Minma Namikaze, reporting in. Genin Sakura Haruno, reporting in. Genin Sasuke Uchiha, reporting in. Konoha Barbecue Restaurant. To celebrate the official formation of Team 7, Kakashi took the three of them to the Konoha Barbecue Restaurant after leading Minma and his teammates through the team photo session and registering. As a squad of ninja. This, too, is a tradition in Konoha. On the evening a new Genin team is formed, the Jonin instructor always treats the group to dinner, though the choice of restaurant may vary. In short, the well-off Jonin take their teams to barbecue, while those less fortunate will spring for dango or ramen. Kakashi leaned back in his seat, explaining. Well, I wouldn't call myself poor, so for our first meal together, I brought you here. They had barely begun chatting when a lively commotion sounded at the entrance. Minma turned toward the noise and saw two shinobi entering, accompanied by several children. So that's it, he thought. It was the day for Genin evaluations, and these groups were also here, celebrating the formation of their own teams. Hey Kakashi, fancy seeing you here of all places. The greeting came from Kurinai Yuhi, with Aoba Yamashiro, wearing his trademark sunglasses, at her side. You've got quite the exceptional little squad there. Can't believe they actually passed Kakashi's test, Aoba teased, grinning. Kakashi, that's not like you. Don't tell me you went easy on them this year. Well, how should I put it? There were all sorts of reasons, but I have to say my three students are exceptionally talented, Kakashi replied, his tone light. All right, enough chit-chat. Since we're all here, Kakashi, why don't you join us for a drink? Kurinai proposed. Let the kids have their own table. We grown-ups deserve one to ourselves. Sound good. Let's make a game of it. Whoever gets drunk first pays the bill. How's that? Aoba added with a laugh. Kakashi shrugged, neither agreeing nor refusing, and rose to follow them to a small table tucked away in a corner. The newly formed Genin teams were all familiar faces, classmates who felt no need for formality. One after another, they took seats around Minma's table. Some busied themselves grilling meat, others dove into conversation. The air buzzed with cheerful energy. By the way, Minma, how did you all manage to pass the test set by Itaki-sensei? You know, none of the upperclassmen in previous years ever made it through, asked Choji Akimichi, who, unlike in the original story, was a slim child in this world, and had tied with Sakura for the highest written exam score. Well, I suppose our skills just happened to meet Kakashi standards. Sakura is a master of tactics and Jinjutsu. Sasuke's fire-style jutsu is far beyond most Genin. And honestly, I only made it thanks to the two of them, Minma replied, sipping his juice with a simple, modest air, intentionally downplaying his own abilities. I know you're brushing me off, but just saying it's all about strength doesn't add up, Choji pressed, unconvinced. You know, in the past, there were plenty of seniors whose abilities surpassed the Chunin level, but even they failed to pass the test set by that famed Jonin, Hitaki. Choji wasn't swayed by Minma's earlier words. I'm not done yet, Minma added. There's another reason, and this one's just my guess. It probably has to do with our backgrounds. Minma straightened up, then began to explain confidently. Look, in our team, Sakura is the daughter of the 4th Hokage. Sasuke is the young clan leader of the Uchiha. My own background might seem a bit less impressive, but I'm still the only male heir of the Uzumaki. With these identities, it would hardly make sense for us to be sent back to the academy to start all over again, right? He paused for a moment, then continued to analyze. And it's not just me. Even among you all, the Hyuga clan's princess, the eldest daughter of the Yamanaka, the future heir of the Akimichi. Which one of our backgrounds is any weaker than the rest? Did you really think you passed the Genin team selection purely on strength alone? I see now. That actually makes sense, Choji said, suddenly enlightened. But it's still so frustrating. Hinata frowned, her heart troubled. Does that mean we only passed because we had an inside track? Thinking about it that way, I suddenly feel like I've lost all motivation. The other kids at the table seemed to be lost in thought as well, and the mood grew noticeably colder. Realizing his words had dampened everyone's spirits, Mima quickly stood up, slapped his hands on the table, and tried to lift the mood. What's going on? In those heads of yours? Put your backgrounds aside for a second. Aren't each of you the most hard-working and the strongest among your peers in your clans? Besides, being the children of clan leaders doesn't just bring you privileges. It also means you shoulder more risk. When you're on missions, as the Hyuga princess, shouldn't you be the one to take on the most dangerous roles? In times of war, as the Akimichi heir, shouldn't you be leading the charge? And when it's time to cover a retreat, as the Uchiha's young leader, isn't it your duty to stay behind and hold the line? If you desire the crown, you must bear its weight. Enjoying advantages beyond ordinary ninja means you must take on greater responsibilities, too. If you want the blaze to burn brighter, you need to keep adding thicker logs to the fire. We must do everything a regular ninja can do, and what they can't, we'll do even better, passing on the torch generation after generation. This is the will of fire. A chorus of cheers erupted from a group, their eyes shining with renewed excitement. Seeing the atmosphere come back to life, Minma let out a sigh of relief and sat back down. After all those years of reading motivational books in my past life, just a few lines are enough to fire you all up. Myanmar was nowhere to be seen. In the corner, a young girl's eyes shimmered as she gazed at him without blinking. Suddenly, as if recalling something amusing, she let out a soft giggle, her cheeks tinged with pink. In another corner of the barbecue restaurant, at Kakashi's table, the three of them had also overheard what Myanmar just said. Kakashi, is it your subordinate? Remarkable. Yamasho Aoba took a sip of sake and marveled at Kakashi. That's right. All three of my team members are outstanding, but the most talented among them is Myanmar. Kakashi agreed with Aoba's assessment. That child's name is Myanmar, isn't it? Whose child is he? I don't recall ever hearing of him before. Kurenai Yuhi inquired. Myanmar is the child of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, Yamashiro Aoba explained. Really? I didn't expect he'd be from a civilian family. Having such talent is quite rare, Kurenai remarked. He's not exactly from an ordinary family. Though Minato Namikaze was only a special jonin, he possessed Konoha's unique space-time technique and was the sole user of the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. His mother, Kushina Uzumaki, was the only survivor after Yuzushio village fell, and she became Konoha's Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Kakashi clarified. Myanmar's talent likely comes from his mother's Uzumaki bloodline. He's already as strong as a chunin, despite his young age. That's not all, although it hasn't shown itself yet. I suspect his father must have an impressive bloodline too, at least as powerful as the Uzumakis, Aoba added. Oh, what makes you say that? Kurenai asked, puzzled. Look at Myanmar's hair. It's gold, just like his father's. According to records, all members of the Uzumaki clan, male or female, have red hair, Aoba replied succinctly. You're suggesting that Myanmar might have inherited Minato Namikaze's space-time ninjutsu talent? Kakashi considered the possibility. I don't know for sure, but Kakashi, maybe you could mention to the Hokage that Myanmar should try training in the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Who knows, a miracle might happen, Aoba suggested. We'll see. For now, laying a solid foundation is most important. When the time is right, I'll discuss it with the Hokage, Kakashi said, his own plans forming in his mind. But speaking of which, Kakashi, your team includes the young Uchiha clan leader, the fourth Hokage's orphan, and the child of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. That's quite a burden you're carrying, Kurenai teased. You're not much better off yourselves. Your squads are filled with heirs of almost every major clan in Konoha. If you fail to teach them well, you'll be in just as much trouble, Kakashi replied with a wry smile. Just thinking about it gives me a headache. They're all children of prominent families. If anything goes wrong on a mission, we might have to commit seppuku. To atone, Aoba complained. That's for you to worry about. My team could take the Chunin exams right now, without a problem, Kakashi said dismissively. Hey, my team is excellent too, you know. Kurenai replied, clearly annoyed. By the way, speaking of the Chunin exams, I got some news. Nisho, Aoba interjected. I heard that next year, we might co-host the exams with several smaller shinobi villages around the Land of Fire. Oh, really? That's a good thing. It'll give these kids a chance to see the ninja styles from other villages and broaden their horizons. It'll be good for their growth in the long run, Kurenai observed. Yeah, and it'll also give us an opportunity to showcase Konoha's military strength. Those smaller villages have been stirring up trouble again lately. This joint Chunin exam is a perfect chance to remind them of where they stand, Kakashi added, thinking even further ahead. That's not actually what I wanted to say. Aoba waved his hand. What I mean is for next year's Chunin exams, why don't we just send all these kids in? Their skills are already strong enough, and they can use the next 6 months to gain whatever experience they still lack. The most important thing is if they become Chunin, they can lead their own teams on missions. Then we won't have to babysit them anymore. It'll sound a bit like shirking responsibility, but it's not a bad idea, Kakashi agreed. Isn't it a bit too soon? These kids are all extremely gifted. Shouldn't we give them a few more years to gain experience and keep them safe? Kurenai voiced her concern. Talent only matters if it's allowed to grow. If we protect them too much, it'll actually hold them back, Kakashi replied. I agree with Kakashi, Aoba chimed in. Look at Kakashi himself. When he was their age, he went through countless life-and-death battles on the battlefield. That's how he reached where he is now. But things are different now. We're not in wartime. If we do this, won't it be? Kurenai still sounded uneasy. I know what you're thinking, but we can't protect them forever. Kakashi cut her off. Besides, I trust my team. I believe that by the time the Chunin exams roll around, they'll be more than ready to stand on their own. That's true, especially that boy in your class, Minma. I see the makings of a future Hokage in him, Oba said, nodding. Oh, come on. And you think you can spot that kind of potential? Kurenai scoffed. He says that about everyone. Last time, he claimed Minato Namikaze had what it takes to be Hokage. Kakashi exposed Aoba without mercy. A burst of laughter erupted from Kurenai. If Minato Namikaze could become Hokage, then I could unite the entire shinobi world. Well, saying nice things doesn't cost a thing, does it? Might as well say a few more to make people happy, Aoba shrugged. The last time I told Minato something like that, he was so happy. He even treated me to a drink, Aoba Yamashiro said with a carefree air. Their laughter rang out, hearty and unrestrained, filling the barbecue restaurant with a lively, cheerful atmosphere. After dinner that evening, Kakashi instructed the three to gather at the mission hall early the next morning. Then, with a quick sleight of hand, he pulled out Aoba Yashiro's wallet, hooked him by the arm, and made him pay the bill before they left together. The others soon went their separate ways and headed home. The following morning, the three of them arrived together at the Konoha mission hall. With Kakashi leading the way, they found the Chunin in charge of assigning missions. Well, if it isn't Irika, back from the border. Kakashi greeted the spiky-haired Chunin, whom both he and Naruto recognized. The influence of this parallel timeline was apparent. Irika was no longer teaching at the Konoha Academy, but instead had become a seasoned Chunin, active along the village's borders. Oh, Kakashi, it's you. Irika, sporting his signature pineapple-shaped hair and a scar across his nose, smiled in greeting. The missions at the border haven't been too demanding these last few years, so I requested a transfer back. It worked out perfectly. Now I can finally hold a wedding with Sadaru. I'll be sending you an invitation, so make sure you bring a big red envelope for the banquet. Irika glanced at the three people behind Kakashi, then teased him. Word is you've started guiding a team as a Jonin sensei. Makes me a little worried for these fresh genin, you know. Hey, why don't you worry about yourself first? My affairs aren't for a mere Chunin to fret over, Kakashi replied with a dismissive curl of his lips. I might be a Chunin now, but I'll be promoted to special Jonin soon enough, Irika said, unable to hide his pride. Is that so? Congratulations, Kakashi replied airily, offering a casual word of praise. Hey, that's it? Just a congratulations? Where's my gift? Irika protested. Well, I'll give you your gift when you actually get married. For now, could you help me find a suitable mission for some freshly graduated genin? Kakashi replied, brushing him off. Always changing the subject when it comes to money, Irika muttered. Still, he began flipping through the mission list, scanning each entry. How about this? A D-rank mission, helping the Inoue family look after their kids for a day. Reward is 1,000 Ryo. No village commission taken. Let's skip that one. I'm already looking after 3 kids. No need to add another to the mix, Kakashi declined. Alright, what about this? Helping Mrs. Mary find her lost cat. The pay's decent, 3,000 Ryo, and the village doesn't take a cut, Irika suggested. Forget it, that's not the right fit either. Kakashi hesitated, then came out with it. I'll be straightforward. Is there a combat-type mission available? I want to give them some practical experience. Hold on, Kakashi. Don't you think it's too soon to throw them into a fighting mission right off the bat? Irika said, his concern evident. It's all right. My subordinates are all highly capable, and besides, I'll be keeping an eye on things. Nothing will go wrong, Kakashi assured them, treating the matter as nothing more than a trifle. All right then, let's go with this one. Helping the villagers drive away the wild boars that are destroying their fields. The reward is 10,000 ryo. According to what the villagers reported, the boars are rather large, so simply driving them away will be enough. If you manage to take one down, there'll be an extra 10,000 ryo as a bonus, Iruka said, pointing out the mission on the list for Kakashi to see. We'll take this one. Team 7 will handle it. Kakashi decided without hesitation. After exchanging a quick word with Iruka, he led his 3 students out of the mission hall. As Kakashi led the trio toward their assignment, Mima asked along the way, Kakashi-sensei, do you know that Chunin from earlier? You two seemed pretty close. Yeah, his name's Iruka Umino. He's an outstanding ninja. His fighting skills are on par with mine, Kakashi replied. At that, Mima's eye twitched. Was Kakashi in this world also famous for being evenly matched with everyone? Or was Iruka really that strong? Then why is he still just a Chunin? Sasuke asked. Well, certain things happened in the past that held up his promotion. He was even sent to the border between Konoha and the land of hot water for a while. He only just returned because the fallout from that incident has finally faded, so his promotion's back on the table, Kakashi explained. What kind of incident? Sakura asked, curiosity piqued. That's classified. You're not high enough rank to know yet, Kakashi replied, skirting the question. Oh, come on, Kakashi-sensei. That's just your excuse for not wanting to explain. Minma complained, his voice full of mock indignation. Well, think what you want, Kakashi replied, not bothering to argue. The 4 of them hurried toward their destination, and after more than an hour's trek, they finally arrived at the target village. The village lay about 30 kilometers west of Konoha, with dozens of small houses scattered in a neat, orderly fashion. It was midday, and the farmers, having worked in the fields all morning, were now heading home one after another for lunch and a bit of rest. Kakashi stopped a villager to ask where the village chief lived, then led his team toward the chief's house. The chief's house stood on the far western edge of the village and was a bit larger than the other homes. On hearing Kakashi's purpose, the chief hurriedly welcomed them. Inside, unfortunately, lunch at the chief's house was already over, so he simply served them tea, deliberately ignoring the hungry looks on Minma and the others' faces. After asking for the exact spot where the wild boars had appeared, Kakashi took his team and bid farewell. In the woods beside the village, the 4 found a cool, shady spot beneath a tree and sat down to rest. The 3 of them, already famished, immediately took out their ration pills, ready to eat, but were stopped by Kakashi. Are you 3 really planning to just eat ration pills? He asked. What else can we eat? The village we just passed didn't serve food, Minma replied, clearly annoyed. What's the target of our mission this time? Kakashi questioned. A wild boar, Minma answered. That's right. Kakashi waved his hand decisively. Ration pills aren't very nutritious. Kids should eat them as little as possible. For lunch today, let's have roasted wild boar. I'll gather firewood and start a fire. The 3 of you go and hunt down that wild boar. Bring back the meat in half an hour. What? We're still starving. Never mind completing the mission. There's no guarantee we'll even find the boar in half an hour. Minma protested loudly. Relax. I'll give you some help, Kakashi replied. With that, he formed a hand sign and pressed his palms to the ground, summoning jutsu. With a muffled pop, a pug wearing the Leaf Village forehead protector appeared on the ground. This is Pakin, my summoned ninja dog. He'll help you track down the wild boar, Kakashi explained. Pakin leapt nimbly onto Minma's head. Nice to meet you all. Please take care of me. Hey, don't just jump onto my head like that, Minma protested, grabbing Pakin by the scruff and lifting him off. All right, the timer starts now. If you don't bring back that boar in half an hour, you'll all be deemed unqualified, Kakashi announced. Damn it. Sasuke, Sakura, let's move. Pakin, lead the way, Minma commanded. With a sharp bark, Pakin dashed into the depths of the forest. The 3 followed close behind, plunging into the woods. Soon, Pakin halted before a dense thicket. This is the spot. I sense a huge beast just ahead. That should be your target, the wild boar. The 3 quickly crouched down, parted the leaves, and sure enough, a massive wild boar was rooting around under the tree roots. Whoa, that boar is way too big. Minma stared at the beast, easily as tall as a single-story house, sweat beading on his forehead. He glanced over at Sakura and Sasuke. Both looked grim. Sakura, Sasuke, do you have any ideas? Minma asked. It's just a wild boar. Let's take it down together, Sasuke replied coolly, snorting. Without hesitation, he flung a shuriken at the boar. Hey, calm down. Don't be reckless. Sakura tried to stop him, but it was too late. The The shuriken struck the boar and bounced off with a metallic clang. With a furious roar, the boar raised its head, pain fueling its anger, and fixed Sasuke with a menacing glare. Sasuke leaped in front of the wild boar, his hands moving swiftly to form seals. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. A massive sphere of flame shot toward the boar's face, then exploded with a resounding blast, scattering sparks in every direction. Although the great fireball jutsu appeared formidable, its effect was limited, thanks to the boar's habit of rooting around in the earth. A thick layer of mud covered its face, serving as a natural shield. Apart from a few singed patches of fur curled by the flames, the boar emerged nearly unscathed. But the attack had completely enraged the beast. With a furious snort, it lowered its head, flashing its long tusks. Its front hooves pawed at the ground, and it charged at Sasuke with the force of a knight wielding a lance. Watch out! Seeing Sasuke draw a kunai in an attempt to block the charge, Mima burst from his hiding place, shouting. With one arm, he hooked Sasuke by the neck, tucking him under his arm, and at the last possible moment, rolled them both clear of the boar's path. With a thunderous crash and a billowing cloud of dust, the wild boar slammed headlong into the massive tree behind Sasuke. Its huge tusks lodged deep in the trunk. Had Minma not pulled Sasuke aside in time, Sasuke would have met his end then and there. No rescue, just a one-way trip to meet the first Hokage. It's worth mentioning that in this world, the first Hokage isn't Hashirama Senju, but Madara Uchiha. Minma, who asked you to butt in? Sasuke scrambled to his feet, furiously brushing dust from his clothes and hair. Though his heart still raced with fear, he couldn't help but shout at Minma. Unusually, Minma didn't argue back. The awkward position during their tumble had left Sasuke's head jammed into the ground several times under Minma's arm, leaving him dusty and disheveled, if otherwise unharmed. All right, let's not dwell on that. Sakura stepped in to smooth things over. Instead of arguing, shouldn't we figure out how to deal with our target? The three of them looked over. The boar was still grunting and struggling, but it remained focused on the tree, not turning to attack them again. Circling around to the side, they saw its tusks embedded deep in the trunk, stuck fast. It was a vivid, ninja world version of the old fable, not waiting by a tree for a rabbit to appear, but for a boar. So what do we do now? Minma casually tossed a shuriken at the boar, but as expected, it bounced harmlessly off. We can't hurt it, let alone kill it. Do you two have any powerful jutsu up your sleeves? There's nothing I can do. Even my fire style isn't enough to bring it down, Sasuke admitted, watching the boar's futile struggle to free itself. Why not try an explosive tag? Sakura suggested after a careful look. Sasuke, if you can hit its eye with a kunai strapped with an explosive tag, then detonate it, that might just work. No, that won't work. The explosive tag is a bit stronger than the fireball jutsu, but its power is still limited. There's no guarantee it'll kill the wild boar. If it doesn't seriously injure the beast and instead blows apart the tree, the boar might escape, and then it'll be a real headache to catch it again, Sasuke objected, eyeing the massive boar's head, which was as tall as a person. I say we just call Kakashi-sensei over. As a jonin, he should be able to take this thing down easily, Minma suggested, thinking of outside help. No way. Sure, bringing in Kakashi would be the simplest solution, but our mission would definitely get the lowest grade, and that would affect our chances in the next ninja promotion exam. Sakura shot down Minma's idea. The three sat in a circle, brows furrowed, trying to come up with a solution. I have an idea. It's a bit cruel, but unless something unexpected happens, it should work, Sasuke said as a flash of inspiration struck him. Let's hear it, the others prompted. We chop some wood and stack it around the boar. Then I'll use fire style to ignite the wood and slowly burn it to death, Sasuke said with a chilling tone. Let's set aside the cruelty for a moment. After all, ninja are supposed to use whatever means necessary. But have you thought about how you'll control the fire? If we accidentally start a forest fire, we might spend the rest of our lives in the Konoha prison. Sakura calmly pointed out the flaw in Sasuke's plan. Sasuke's idea isn't wrong, at least not in terms of approach, Mima added. In other words, as long as we can control the fire, it could work. So how we do that? For the record, the only water style I know is a basic move. I definitely can't put out a wildfire, Sakura said. I don't need to burn the entire boar. We just need to burn its head. Even if it doesn't die from the flames, the hot smoke and ash will scorch its airway and suffocate it. That should do the trick. Besides, as far as I know, when a creature suffocates, it gradually loses strength and consciousness, so we don't have to worry about it lashing out in its final moments and injuring us, Minma analyzed coolly. I object. You can't do that. Pakin suddenly popped out from who knows where. He'd overheard their entire discussion, and if he didn't step in now, the three would be heading down a dangerous path. Why not? The trio asked in confusion. There's an unspoken rule in the ninja world. Except for extracting information through interrogation, a ninja must not torture or torment an enemy who's lost the ability to resist, Packen explained. Even though this rule has all but vanished after several ninja wars, I still hope you'll abide by it. Ninja can be ruthless when carrying out missions, but I hope you won't lose your humanity. Sigh. Got it. After letting out a sigh, Miyama turned to Sakura and Sasuke and said, I have a way to kill this wild boar, but I won't say what it is. If you trust me, hand over all your explosive tags, then leave and hide behind that big tree. What method? Are you thinking of using several explosive tags for a compounded blast? Frankly, I doubt that'll do much, Sasuke replied bluntly. Trust me, you wouldn't want to witness what's about to happen. The only thing I can promise is that this wild boar will definitely die, Myanmar said, his expression grave, refusing to reveal his plan no matter what. All right, give it a try then, Sakura responded, handing over all her explosive tags to Myanmar before turning and walking away. Sasuke seemed like he wanted to say something more, but ultimately kept silent. He took out his own explosive tags, passed them to Myanmar, and followed after Sakura. Myanmar paused for a moment, then grabbed Packen by the scruff and tossed him toward Sasuke. Maybe you should look away too, Mr. Packen. With that, he wrapped all the explosive tags around the handle of his kunai and strode toward the wild boar. In the distance, Sasuke and Sakura suddenly heard the wild boar let out an earth-shattering, agonized scream, so piercing and tragic it sent chills down their spines. A moment later, a violent explosion rocked the air. Not long after, Myanmar walked over with a gloomy look on his face and said, It's done. The boar is dead. You can go take a look now. Sasuke and Sakura exchanged uncertain glances before returning to the scene. What greeted their eyes was a vision straight out of hell. The stench was overwhelming, and blood was everywhere. The wild boar's head, still mostly intact, was jammed against a tree trunk. The upper half of its body was hanging, sideways in a muddy, bloody mess, while the lower half was barely recognizable. Only the vague outline of two legs remained, with the rest reduced to utter carnage. All around, strange chunks of flesh and tissue were scattered in a radial pattern, thick, unknown fluids dripping and pooling on the ground. A sight like this would be censored in any film, rendered in black and white and covered with heavy pixelation. Sasuke and Sakura couldn't hold back any longer. They spun around and rushed back, clutching the trunk of the big tree as wave after wave of nausea overcame them. Go fetch Kakashi, Myanmar ordered Packen, who seemed eager to return and see what had happened. Tell him a mission target has been eliminated, but we don't have the right tools to butcher the meat and need to borrow his knife. He was worried that if Packen witnessed that hellish scene, he'd be so traumatized that the summoning would end on the spot. Packen didn't quite understand Myanmar's concern, but dutifully turned and ran off to find Kakashi. Not long after, Sasuke and Sakura finished retching and glanced at Myanmar with complicated expressions. Myanmar said nothing, simply sitting quietly beneath the big tree. If only he had a cigarette right now, he thought. Too bad their team leader wasn't a Soma, otherwise he could have asked for a smoke. Lost in thought, Myanmar sat in silence. Duct tape, even though you're a bit of a pervert, we're teammates, so I could never look down on you. Sakura thought for a moment, then walked over to comfort Myanmar. Go away. I don't want to talk to you. Myanmar replied coldly, refusing to show any friendliness. Sakura and Sasuke, quick-witted as they were, understood immediately at the sight of the blood and carnage just how Myanmar had managed to kill the wild boar. This method, they had to admit, was brutally effective, powerful, without crossing into needless cruelty. Still, if there's any justice in the spirit world, that wild boar would probably have preferred to be smoked to death, at least so it could have retained a shred of dignity in the end. Before long, Kakashi strolled over. He glanced at the three, who all looked rather pale. Then, saying nothing, calmly followed the trail of blood into the place where the boar had met its end. When Kakashi reappeared, he was carrying a massive boar's foreleg on his shoulder. As expected of a seasoned jonin who'd seen rivers of blood and mountains of corpses, he didn't even flinch at the gruesome scene. How did you manage this? Kakashi asked with curiosity. Secret taijutsu of the hidden leaf, 1,000 years of death, explosive tag edition, Minma replied. Kakashi understood instantly. Well then, let's head back. I'll cook you all some barbecue tonight, he said. At the mention of barbecue, Sakura and Sasuke both turned a little green. Once back in the village, none of the three had much of an appetite. Kakashi understood why and didn't press them. He simply made sure they ate some barbecue, then sent them off for some free time. Afterwards, Kakashi found the village chief and gathered a few villagers to head into the forest. First, to confirm the completion of the mission, and second, despite the boar's gruesome end, there was still plenty of meat that could be salvaged for food. After all, for a small village like this, meat was a rare treat, something they might only taste a few times a year. Of course, the meat wasn't just given away for free. In addition to the extra reward for the mission, the villagers had to pay for the pork itself. The price wasn't steep. It brought the total D-rank mission fee to the maximum of 50,000 Rio. For over 1,000 pounds of fresh pork, the villagers were getting a bargain. So, the villagers decided unanimously to host a grand bonfire party that night to honor the hidden leaf ninjas and to celebrate the unexpected windfall for the village. As night fell, Kakashi and his 3 students sat around a small campfire. After an afternoon of rest, they had just about calmed down, but none of them were in high spirits. Laughter and cheerful chatter from the villagers seemed a world away. Kakashi understood they were still shaken by the bloody scene, and as their sensei, he knew part of his job was to help them process these challenges. All right, everyone, let's perk up and take a moment to reflect. Each of you, tell me what you learned from today's mission. Kakashi casually picked up a twig, snapped it in half, and tossed it into the fire. Let's start with Minma. Yes, Minma leaned forward, firmly planting his own stick into the flames before beginning his analysis of today's mission. Today's mission was to subdue the wild boar that had been attacking villagers. If possible, we were to eliminate the target. Although we ultimately completed the mission, there were still many shortcomings during the process. If luck hadn't been on our side, one of us might have gotten hurt. First, there was the issue of intelligence gathering. After accepting the mission at the hall, we failed to collect enough information about the target, which left us ill-prepared to defeat it. Very good. Anything else to add? Kakashi asked. I think the target we encountered today was a bit unusual. Minma considered for a moment, then spoke honestly. Its body was enormous, incredibly fast, and its defenses were tough. To call it a wild beast doesn't seem quite right. It was more like a summoned creature that had cultivated chakra within its body. I felt the same way, Sasuke interjected, agreeing with Minma's assessment. We lacked effective means of controlling or attacking such a large target. And in the forest, I couldn't use my more powerful fire-style jutsu. Not bad. Anything else? Kakashi pressed on. There was also the issue of preparation. When we first spotted the target, we should have come up with a battle plan before engaging, Sakura added. Especially you, Sasuke. Rushing in recklessly at the start only put us in danger. Minma criticized Sasuke without holding back. But we only had half an hour for the whole mission. There wasn't even time to hold a strategy meeting, Sasuke protested, still not entirely convinced. That doesn't mean you can just act rashly. If I hadn't gotten to you in time, you'd have ended up with a gaping wound, Minma replied. I didn't need your help. Mind your own business. Even if you hadn't shown up, I could have dodged it myself, Sasuke retorted, face flushing with anger. All right, that's enough. Seeing the two about to argue, Kakashi quickly stepped in to interrupt. Now, let me say a few words. To be honest, I'm disappointed in all of you, Kakashi said seriously. During the team selection test, each of you performed brilliantly. So why is it that, when it comes to real missions, everything falls apart? First, Sasuke. Do you remember the meaning behind the team selection test? Kakashi fixed his gaze on Sasuke. I remember, Sasuke replied, his eyes darting away, unable to meet Kakashi's stare. Then why did you still choose to charge in recklessly? What do you take your teammates for? What does teamwork mean to you? Kakashi's tone grew increasingly stern. Sasuke lowered his head in silence. And you, Minma? Seeing that Sasuke had recognized his mistake, Kakashi turned his attention to Minma. You must feel quite proud for saving your teammate, don't you? It must have been satisfying to point out your teammates' mistakes during the analysis, right? When your teammates were at a loss and you took care of the mission's target all by yourself. You thought you were pretty impressive, didn't you? Kakashi's tone remained harsh and unyielding. I didn't. Minma tried to defend himself in a small voice, but Kakashi's presence was overwhelming, just like a strict boss from his previous life. Then tell me, why didn't you discuss a plan to eliminate the target with your teammates? Why did you send them away before you finished off the target yourself? Kakashi pressed him. Well, because it was going to get pretty bloody, so Minma tried to explain. What do you take ninjas for? Are we just playing house here? What makes you think your teammates can't handle the sight of blood? What gives you the right to decide for them? In your eyes are your teammates just children who need you to shield them from everything? If a ninja can't face blood, why be a ninja at all? Kakashi's questions struck deep, forcing Minma to confront himself. Minma realized his mistake. He had instinctively treated his 2 teammates as children who needed protection, using the mindset of an adult from his previous life. But this world wasn't the peaceful place he had once known. It was a ruthless world of ninjas, where even civilians lived on the edge, and ninjas faced the same uncertainty. During the earlier ninja wars, kids their age were already on the battlefield, witnessing firsthand the horrors of war. Understand now, Minma said quietly, pressing his lips together. And as for you, Sakura, Kakashi's tone softened just a little. What about me? I didn't do anything. Sakura asked. That's exactly the problem, Sakura. You did nothing. Kakashi let out a sigh, speaking with a heavy, earnest tone. I have the highest expectations for you. As the daughter of the fourth Hokage and the top graduate of the academy, you were born with the qualities of a leader. How can you just stand by and do nothing? But my abilities are limited. There's nothing I could do. Sakura lowered her head, attempting to defend herself. It's not that you couldn't do anything. It's that you didn't try. Kakashi cut her off with a wave of his hand. You noticed the subtle tension between Minma and Sasuke, didn't you? Why didn't you try to mediate? It's not like you just met Sasuke. You knew he might act recklessly. Why didn't you anticipate he'd charge ahead? You know the ninja mission protocols inside and out. Why didn't you remind Sasuke and Minma to gather intel and make a plan in advance? Sakura, you have a calm disposition, a sharp mind, and remarkable ninja skills, but your sense of responsibility still isn't strong enough. You haven't truly given your all within the team. Tell me, is it because you're a female ninja that you instinctively think you should follow the lead of male ninjas and rely on their protection? Sakura, in the team, you've mostly taken on the role of an executor and a planner, but what I really hope is that you can become a leader and a decision maker. Only then will you be able to stand on your own as a true ninja, sooner rather than later. Well, I won't say much more. Let me sum things up. Kakashi clapped his hands to draw the three's attention. Ninja skills can be learned over time. Combat awareness can be built little by little. Tactical abilities can be gradually developed. But the most important thing for a ninja, teamwork, must be established right from the very beginning. Only then will your journey as ninjas take you far. I'll leave you with this. If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. The three youngsters remained silent, quietly absorbing Kakashi's words. Seeing that the mood had grown a bit heavy, Kakashi decided to change the subject. Well, anyway, you mentioned earlier that you lack strong offensive and control techniques. That's indeed a problem. As your Jonin instructor, it's my job not only to guide you down the right path, but also to teach you more ninja skills. So, get a good rest tonight. After we return to the village and report in tomorrow, I'll begin your new training. Hearing this, the three finally broke into smiles. Late at night, the campfire crackled and popped, sending sparks into the darkness. Kakashi sat by the fire, keeping watch, while the three genin slept nearby. Suddenly, Minma turned over and sat up. After a long silence, he spoke. Hey, Kakashi. Kakashi's eyes were half-lidded, his head still bowed. You made a lot of good points, but I still don't think I was wrong. Deep down, I believe children shouldn't have to face the bloodshed and darkness of the ninja world so soon. Minma gazed into the fire, its flickering light casting shadows over his face. But this is the reality of the ninja world, Kakashi replied. It's filled with conflict and hatred, always shadowed by blood and darkness. What can a single genin like you really do? I don't know what I can do yet, Minma answered, but I'll search for the answer. I'll find a way to make the ninja world a better place. With that, he lay back down. I'm still just a kid talking big, Kakashi thought to himself, not noticing the faint smile that had formed at the corner of his lips. The next morning, after collecting the villagers' extra reward, the four of them set off on the road back to the Hidden Leaf Village. After handing in the mission at the task hall and deducting the village's commission, each of the three genin received 10,000 ryo as their reward. The remainder, of course, was pocketed by Kakashi. Sasuke, born to a wealthy family, naturally paid no mind to the 10,000 ryo. Sakura, as the daughter of the fourth Hokage, had no shortage of inheritance and compensation, so she didn't find much joy in it either. As for Kakashi, there was no need to even mention it. Being a veteran elite jonin, he had more savings than he could ever spend. Only Minma treated his reward with special care. After receiving his 10,000 ryo, he gingerly tucked the bills into his frog-shaped wallet. Usually, Kushina kept a strict watch over him, giving out very little pocket money. Even indulging in a single bowl of Ichiraku ramen, which cost 60 ryo, required careful consideration. Minato, for his part, was so henpecked he didn't even dare to keep any secret stash and would sometimes sneak a bit from Minma's allowance. With time to spare after completing the mission, Kakashi led the three of them to the training ground, as promised the day before, to teach them ninjutsu. Standing in the center of the training field, Kakashi faced the three students. He took out 3 slips of paper from his ninja tool pouch and said, "Before I teach you any ninjutsu, I need to test your chakra natures." He handed each of them a piece of paper and continued, "These are chakra test papers. Place them in your palm and channel chakra into them. The paper will react according to your chakra nature. If you have water nature, it'll get damp. If you have lightning nature, it'll wrinkle. If you have fire nature, it'll singe. If you have wind nature, it'll split. And if you have earth nature, it'll crumble. Test it yourselves and tell me your results. Hearing this, the three each placed the paper in their palms and began channeling chakra. Kakashi-sensei, my paper's half crumbled and half damp, Sakura announced, completing her test first. Her chakra controlled the most refined among them. Earth and water, a dual nature? That's quite a talent, Kakashi commented. I'm done too. My paper's half singed and half wrinkled. Sasuke followed, finishing his test promptly. Lightning and fire, a dual nature. No surprise, given the Uchiha bloodline, Kakashi remarked. Kakashi, I'm done as well. My paper is just torn, so that means I'm earth nature, right? Mima reported, having finished his test. He felt puzzled. Just a few days ago, he'd clearly been wind nature and had easily learned the wind style. Great breakthrough. How could it have turned into earth nature now? Kakashi also found it odd. He glanced at Minma's paper suspiciously. Then his expression sharpened. Lifting his headband to reveal his left eye, he stared intently. 3 dark tomo spun rapidly in his blood-red pupil. After a moment, he pulled down the headband and covered his eye once more. No, Minma, that's not earth nature. That's an exceptionally pure wind nature. Kakashi pointed to the fragments in Minma's palm and the ones in Sakura's hand, and said, Look here, Sakura, the pieces of your test paper shattered by your earth nature chakra are irregular in size, while Minma, your test paper has been sliced into neat, uniform fragments. This means you possess a pure wind nature. Oh wow, what exactly is pure wind nature? Is it different from ordinary wind nature? Mima asked, his curiosity piqued. Kakashi nodded approvingly. Yes, that's right. When a ninja's chakra is refined to its purest form, it becomes an extreme nature. With such chakra, learning jutsu that match your nature becomes much easier, and the power of those techniques is far greater than usual. However, there's a trade-off. This extreme nature can't coexist with other chakra types. So, a ninja like you will never be able to learn techniques of other elements. He went on to explain, it's a double-edged sword. You give up versatility in exchange for overwhelming strength in one field. Personally, I think it's worth it. From what I know, ninjas with such pure chakra natures have great potential. Many famous shinobi have wielded the pure wind nature. The first Kazekage of the Sand Village, Redo, our own third Hokage, Lord Danzo, and Asuma Sarutobi of the 12 Guardian Ninja from the Land of Fire. Every one of them is a legendary figure in the shinobi world. Suddenly, as if something had occurred to him, Kakashi looked at the three with a serious expression. You must keep your chakra natures strictly confidential, especially you, Minma. No one else must know about it. Is that clear? Understood. All three replied in unison. Seeing their response, Kakashi waved his hand and said, Now that's settled, let's begin ninjutsu training. Before we start, let me ask, have you all completed tree climbing and water walking practice? We have. The three of them answered together. After replying, they exchanged glances, each with a complex look. Each had thought they were the most diligent and the furthest along, only to realize the others had been secretly catching up as well. Good, that makes things easier. Since you finished the basics, I'll begin teaching you techniques that match your chakra natures. Kakashi turned to Sasuke. Sasuke, your situation is most similar to mine. You share my main chakra nature, and we both possess the Sharingan. Yours just hasn't awakened yet. So, I'll be teaching you my original A-rank lightning release technique, Chidori. Lightning release. Chidori was developed by Kakashi in his youth. It combines both the nature and form transformation of chakra, concentrating a high-intensity current into the hand. With the speed of a thrust, it can pierce through its target. Because the current is so powerful, it emits a piercing sound, reminiscent of the cries of 1,000 birds. That's why it was named Chidori, the 1,000 birds. The drawback is that, to attack, you must rush rapidly at your opponent, which means you might move so fast that you can't clearly see your enemy, leaving yourself open to a counterattack. To use it to its fullest, it must be paired with the Sharingan. For someone like you, Sasuke, this jutsu is practically tailor-made, Kakashi said. But before you can learn it, you need to master both the form and nature transformation of lightning-style chakra. I'll teach you that step by step. Also, I need you to promise me something. Even after you've learned Chidori, you must never use it in real combat unless your Sharingan is activated. Do you understand? Understood, Sasuke replied loudly. Next is Sakura. Though I'm not especially skilled in advanced water or earth-style jutsu, I can still guide you in your training, Kakashi continued. I have a few techniques you can choose from. For offense, earth style, earth dragon spear, and water style, water whip. For defense, earth style, earth wall, and water style, water barrier. For restraining enemies, Earth Style, Headhunter Jutsu, and Water Style, Syrup Capture Field. And for support, Earth Style, Swimming Fish, and Water Style, Water Clone. Take a look and see which one you'd like to learn. Kakashi rattled off a list of 8 jutsu in one breath before pausing to hear Sakura's decision. Truly worthy of the title copy Ninja Kakashi. Actually, instead of these, what I'd really like to learn is medical ninjutsu. Is that possible, Kakashi-sensei? Sakura asked with a cheerful smile. To everyone's surprise, Sakura didn't pick from the techniques Kakashi suggested. Instead, she set her sights on learning medical ninjutsu. Well, that's a bit of a problem, Kakashi said, scratching his chin with a grin. I know a little about all the elemental styles, but medical ninjutsu is the one field I've never studied. Still, it's not an issue. I have a good relationship with the director of Konoha Hospital, so I can recommend you to study medical techniques there. It's just a pity that Lady Tsunade isn't in the village. She truly would have been the best teacher for you. Thank you, Kakashi-sensei, Sakura replied with a smile. What about me, Kakashi-sensei? Minma asked, raising his hand quickly when he saw his teammates had gotten such promising arrangements. Minma, Kakashi mused. I originally prepared a few wind-style jutsu for you, but I didn't expect your chakra to be so purely attuned to wine. Makes my preparation seem a bit lacking. Since I'm not especially skilled in wind style myself, if I follow my original plan to train you, I'd only be holding back your potential. It's not that you can't train, but with the wind chakra training methods I currently have, you'd only be able to tap into about 80% of your potential. That would really be a waste for someone with your talent, Kakashi said with a troubled expression. This feels oddly familiar. Honestly, I'm not that picky. 80% is good enough for me, Minma replied, half laughing, half exasperated. It's not the same, Kakashi said seriously. To reach the pinnacle of a single chakra nature is almost the baseline for surpassing Kaga level. Even if you cut a little off the top, it'll still limit the heights you can reach in the future. And we're talking about losing a full 20%. The baseline for surpassing Kaga level. Minma frowned. Well, putting other things aside, power is certainly important for a ninja, but how many shinobi actually reach that level? If you're not aiming to surpass the Kaga level, then you might as well not be a shinobi at all. The essence of ninja training is to aim for the highest and settle for the middle, or aim for the middle and fall short. If you start out by lowering your standards, your goals will only get lower as you go. Today you tell yourself it's fine to be a jonin because you didn't have the right training to unlock your potential. Tomorrow, who's to say you won't decide shunin is good enough for one reason or another? Kakashi admonished him sternly. Minma was stunned. He had never considered this before. It was true. He'd always relied on his enormous chakra reserves and the maturity that came from living 2 lives. Outwardly, he felt a sense of urgency, but deep down, he was starting to float a little. He thought he was steadier than his peers. He thought he was already better than Naruto at the same age. He even thought he was more mature than most protagonists in other fanfics. But now, he realized he'd taken things for granted. The Naruto he remembered from his past life was just an anime, and the characters were often painted in broad strokes due to time constraints. But in this life, the world of Naruto was real. Its people had flesh and blood, thoughts and wisdom. Minma reminded himself that from now on, he needed to treat the people of this world with much more respect. So what should I do? Minma snapped out of his reverie and looked at Kakashi. Kakashi replied, In all of Konoha, there are only 3 people who have the ability to teach you. The first is the 3rd Hokage, Lord Danzo Shimura. Like you, he's a master of wind chakra and has reached Kaga level strength, so he's certainly qualified to guide you. On the other hand, being the Hokage means he's extremely busy, so the time he could spare to mentor you would be quite limited. The second is Lord Hiruzen Sarutobi, leader of the Konoha route and known as the Professor of Ninjutsu. He was born with all 5 chakra natures and has mastered every non-Kekkei Genkai jutsu. He's also an excellent teacher. How should I put it? Lord Hiruzen Sarutobi is the classic dove. He believes that the Hidden Leaf Village should win the goodwill of neighboring ninja villages to secure peace, even if that means sacrificing our own interests. He also tends to mix his personal views into his teachings. Those who studied under him, apart from the legendary Sannin, all ended up somewhat soft-hearted, one way or another. The 3rd candidate is none other than Jiraiya of the Sannin. He's incredibly powerful, and just like his teacher Hiruzen, he's a master at guiding others. His disciples, Nagato and Yahiko, went on to become the leaders of Akatsuki, the strongest mercenary group in the ninja world. He was also your father Minato Namake's teacher, so there's a bond there. That means it would be easiest for you to become his student, and he'd be the most dedicated in training you. However, Jiraiya isn't in the village right now, so finding him might be tricky. Maybe your father wouldn't know how to reach him. That's all the information I can give you. As for which master you want to train under, go home and discuss it with your parents before letting me know. Once you've made up your mind, I'll see what I can do to help. With that, Kakashi turned to the other two and said, "That's it for today. We start proper training tomorrow." Dismissed. After parting ways with Kakashi, the three of them headed to Ichiraku Ramen to celebrate their first successful mission as a team. They'd actually planned to go to a barbecue place, but thanks to Minma bringing up the particularly gruesome way the wild boar died during the mission, the others lost their appetites and settled for the affordable comfort of ramen instead. As they waited for their bowls of ramen, they struck up a conversation, and naturally the topic turned to the training advice Kakashi had just given them. Sasuke laced his fingers together and rested his chin on his hands. "Sakura, what are you thinking? Why skip the powerful attack jutsu and go for medical ninjutsu instead? As far as I know, medical ninjutsu is incredibly hard to master. Not only do you need a huge amount of theoretical knowledge, but your chakra control needs to be top-notch. If you specialize in medical ninjutsu, your progress and strength will slow down a lot." Sakura tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear and smiled gently. "If a squad has a medical ninja, its survival rate goes way up. Both you and Minma tend to rush headlong into danger and get yourselves hurt. You're impossible to leave unsupervised. Besides, I don't have a large chakra reserve by nature. So instead of learning flashy jutsu that I might barely use in battle, I'd rather focus on medical ninjutsu. That way, I can stay out of the front lines and become a dedicated medical ninja." Upon hearing Sakura's words, Sasuke fell silent. He believed Sakura had willingly stepped back to become a medical ninja for the sake of both of them, and that she'd said all that just to keep them from feeling guilty. Minma, on the other hand, felt nothing in particular. In fact, he found Sasuke's touched yet awkwardly restrained expression rather amusing. Out of goodwill, he decided to explain to Sasuke, "Don't be silly. Sakura's just teasing you. If I'm not mistaken, Sakura, the real reason you chose medical ninjutsu is that you didn't care for the jutsu Kakashi-sensei was offering to teach you, right?" "How could that be? Just from their names, those jutsu sound powerful and practical, not to mention there are so many of them," Sasuke replied, a little doubtful. "Let me ask you this," Minma continued. "You said yourself that just the names of those jutsu make them sound impressive. Sakura is so perceptive. How could she have chosen medical ninjutsu without even hearing the details of those techniques? There's only one explanation. She already knows the training methods for those jutsu, or perhaps she's actually learned them." "That's impossible. There are so many jutsu. There's no way a genin could master all of them," Sasuke exclaimed, thoroughly shocked and unwilling to believe it. Minma went on patiently. "Think about it. Before you've learned a jutsu, can you tell just from the name how much chakra it will consume when cast?" Sasuke pondered this for a moment. Then realization dawned on him. "You're right. Just from the name, there's no way to know how much chakra a jutsu would use. But earlier, Sakura said that with her chakra reserves, she couldn't use many jutsu in a single battle. That means she either already knows the specifics of how to train in those jutsu and how much chakra they consume, or she's already mastered them and tried them out herself." At this point, Sasuke stared at Sakura as if seeing something otherworldly. "Don't tell me you've really mastered all those jutsu already?" "Well now, who's to say?" Sakura narrowed her eyes in a slits and smiled. Sasuke still didn't quite understand. "But if that's the case, you could have just told the truth and asked Kakashi-sensei for even more advanced jutsu. There's no need to learn medical ninjutsu, is there? Do you really think you can get powerful jutsu just by completing a D-rank mission and having some talent? What do you take Konoha's jutsu exchange system for?" Minma scoffed, curling his lip in disdain. "Kakashi's only our Jonin instructor, not our personal mentor. He has neither the duty nor the authority to teach us high-level jutsu. Of course, Chidori is an exception. First, because it's a technique he developed himself, and second, because his left eye came from the Uchiha clan. He wants to trade by teaching this jutsu to the Uchiha heir in hopes of learning more about the Sharingan's advanced techniques. Of course, this is just my own speculation. I don't actually know what the truth is. And by the way, do you really think medical ninja are weak? You're mistaken. In fact, a good medical ninja is often the strongest fighter on the team." "That can't be. It's a well-known fact that medical ninja are weak in combat," Sasuke retorted. "That only applies to the mediocre ones. True medical ninja are anything but weak," Minma declared, putting on a serious face as he continued to spout nonsense. "A true medical ninja just needs to master a basic bandage technique. All the rest of their skills should be focused on raw power. As long as they take out the enemy before the enemy can hurt their teammates, that's the best medical treatment there is." At this point, Sasuke caught the teasing tone in Minma's voice and scoffed. TCH, by that logic, they wouldn't even need to learn bandaging at all. Oh, they still need to. Bandage techniques aren't for patching up wounds. They're for tying up troublesome teammates and restraining captured enemies, Minma went on, still talking nonsense with a straight face. Little did they realize that Sakura, overhearing Minma's explanation of medical ninja, was left deep in thought. Night fell upon the Hokage's office. That's the situation, in detail. Lord Hokage, do you have any further instructions? Kakashi finished his report to Danzo, describing the completion of Team 7's first mission, along with a careful analysis of the personalities and shortcomings of Minma and the others. He made special mention of Minma's extraordinary wind chakra affinity. An exceptional wind affinity, is it? That's a rare gift indeed, Danzo murmured to himself. He was quite tempted to take Minma on as a disciple, but his aging body and the burdens of leadership left him with neither the energy nor the time. If that's the case, we can't let Minma's talent go to waste. I may not have the time to teach him myself, but early guidance shouldn't be a problem. I'll set aside some time in the next few days to organize my notes on wind style techniques and compile them into a scroll. Kakashi, give it to Minma when it's ready. Also, Kakashi, I need you to visit the Konoha library. There's a ninja toad in the non-fiction section. Jiraiya left it behind for emergency communication. Take this Hokage's warrant. Tell the toad, by the Hokage's command, return at once, and have it go back to Mount Mayaboku to deliver a message. Tell Jiraiya to come back as soon as possible. Yes, sir, Kakashi replied, accepting the order. In a flash, he disappeared. Danzo stood by the window, gazing out at the sea of lights illuminating the city, and at the dark corners lurking beneath the glow. He muttered to himself, the tree longs for stillness, but the wind will not cease. Hurry and grow strong, you young shinobi. No, that proverb doesn't fit the mood here. Let me try another. The wind moans, the river, runs cold. No, that's not right either. Far too ominous. I need something else. Ahem. A great wind rises, clouds sweep across the sky. That still doesn't feel right. Damn it. Is there no poem about wind that fits the occasion? Oh, got it. A golden carp is never met for a shallow pond. At the first sign of wind and clouds, it becomes a dragon. Young generation of Konoha, hurry and grow strong. A month had passed since the first mission ended. During this time, Minma and his teammates carried out simple rank assignments around the village, while also training under Kakashi's guidance. Sasuke was practicing lightning-style chakra transformation with Kakashi. His hands were wrapped in bandages, a sure sign he had begun formal training in the Chidori technique. Sakura was studying medical ninjutsu under the head of Konoha Hospital. No one knew how far she progressed, but every time Minma saw her, she had dark circles under her eyes, a clear sign of sleepless nights. Minma, too, had received Danzo's scroll of wind-style training insights. The scroll contained detailed instructions on how to train both wind chakra shape and nature transformation, as well as the technique for the wind release, vacuum sphere. As for the question of whom Minma should train under, he had already discussed it with his family. Minato and Kushina both agreed that Jiraiya would be the best possible mentor. However, Minato had no way to contact Jiraiya. In this world, Minato was Jiraiya's student in name, but astonishingly, he had never even signed a contract with Mount Mayaboku. Still, according to Kakashi, Danzo had already sent word to Jiraiya, and he would be returning soon. Until then, Minma could only practice on his own, relying on Danzo's training notes to guide him. It's worth mentioning that during this period, Kushina had also completed her work on developing a sealing technique. Drawing from her own experience as a Jinchuriki, she etched a double four-symbol seal with Minma's lower abdomen as the center. The outer seal was deliberately left with a small gap, allowing a portion of chakra to leak out, about as much as an average shunin. This way, others would simply think Minma was a genin with a touch of talent, but nothing extraordinary. Naturally, there was also a method to break the seal in times of crisis. To ensure Minma wouldn't panic or fumble with the seal when in danger, Kushina became a drill sergeant, putting him through a grueling few days of training until his body remembered the release method by heart. In addition to steadily learning how to develop his wind-style chakra, Minma also mastered the art of sealing objects. This way, when he left the village for missions, he wouldn't have to haul around a bunch of luggage. Given how things were unfolding, Sasuke was following Kakashi to train in Chidori. Sakura was learning medical ninjutsu at the Konoha Hospital, likely to become Tsunade's apprentice in the future. And as for Minma, he himself would probably be taken on as Jiraiya's student. Well, wasn't this world, which had veered off track, finally starting to return to its proper course? Minma mused in his free time. The days slipped by one after another, and the training of the trio proceeded steadily, step by step. One day, Kakashi suddenly called the three of them together, saying there was a mission, and led them to the door of the Hokage's office. What was going on? The three of them exchanged puzzled looks. Weren't Jinin missions usually assigned directly at the mission hall? There was no need for the Hokage to issue the orders personally. Nevertheless, they kept quiet and waited patiently. A sudden possibility flashed through Minma's mind. Could this be the Wave Country mission from the main storyline? The one where they had to protect that sharp-tongued old man, the bridge-building expert from the Land of Waves. What was his name again, Tizuna? If that was the case, things could get really troublesome. They'd have to face off against Zabuza Momochi, the demon of the mist, and Haku, whose gender was a mystery, but hopefully female, otherwise it would be such a waste. This mission was definitely on the dangerous side. Minma wondered if there was any chance they could refuse it. As Minma's thoughts wandered, a voice from inside the office called out, "Kakashi, come in." Recognizing Danzo's voice, Kakashi pushed open the door and stepped inside, with the three of them hurrying after him. They stopped before Danzo's desk. "Kakashi, how has Team 7 been performing on their missions?" Danzo inquired. Reporting to Lord Danzo, as of today, Team 7 has completed a total of 13 D-rank missions and 2 C-rank missions, with a 100% completion rate and a 100% client satisfaction rate. Kakashi straightened up, his voice ringing with confidence. Very good, very good. Excellent. Danzo nodded in satisfaction, then turned to Minma and the others. From what I've seen, Team 7's Jinin have gained enough experience. It's time for you to take on a B-rank mission. So, what do you say? Do you have the confidence? Yes, sir. The three of them straightened up as well, their voices strong and determined. Good. That's the spirit. Danzo praised with a smile, then tilted his head slightly and gave a gentle wave of his hand. Standing behind Danzo, his secretary and bodyguard Yamanaka Kaze gave a subtle nod and walked out of the room. Before long, he returned, escorting a short, middle-aged man in a black suit, sunglasses, and slick-back hair. T. Danzo's signal, Yamashiro Kaze turned to Team 7 and gave a brief rundown of their mission. This is our client, Mr. Gato, a merchant from the Land of Waves. He has requested that we escort him back to the Land of Waves and prevent the construction of the great bridge that connects the country to the outside world. After our assessment, this mission has been designated as B rank. Minma was completely stunned after hearing the mission details. Sure, it was a mission involving the Land of Waves, but the roles were completely reversed. Weren't they supposed to protect that sharp-tongued bridge builder? Weren't they supposed to take down this crooked merchant? How could they now be tasked with protecting the villain? This just wasn't the Konoha way. Minma had no desire to accept such a mission, warped beyond recognition from the original. He wanted to refuse. But this mission had been assigned personally by the Hokage, and even their Jonin instructor hadn't spoken up. Was a mere Jinin like him even allowed to voice an opinion? Did they think the Hokage was just a figurehead? Danzo seemed to notice the storm of emotions in Minma's heart, so he asked, "What's the matter, Minma? Is there something you'd like to say?" Minma's expression grew serious. He really wanted to tell Danzo that he wanted to refuse this mission, but as the words reached his lips, they changed. Reporting, Lord Danzo. The Land of Waves lies to the east of the Land of Fire, a small country sandwiched between the Land of Fire and the Land of Water. If during the mission, we encounter enemy ninja from the Land of Water, what should we do? If we clash with enemy shinobi, will that affect Konoha's diplomatic relations with other nations? Kakashi's face darkened at Minma's question, and he quickly hissed under his breath, "Be quiet, Minma. That's not for you to worry about." Without hesitation, Kakashi turned and bowed deeply to Danzo. "My apologies, Lord Danzo. I failed in my guidance." Danzo, however, didn't seem to mind. He smiled, waved a hand for Kakashi to rise, and said, "I've long heard your subordinate Minma is quite exceptional, able to think from the perspective of the Hokage. Today, I finally see it for myself." Then he addressed Minma directly. "It's impressive that you can think this far ahead, honestly. But you still lack experience and don't yet understand Konoha's diplomatic policies. That's why you ask such questions. Konoha doesn't go looking for trouble, but we are never afraid of it either. Go forth and carry out your mission boldly. Don't worry about damaging Konoha's relations with other nations. Remember, as long as you protect Konoha's interests, Konoha will always be your strongest support." Danzo's words left Minma momentarily shaken, but he quickly recovered, putting on a look of gratitude, pride, and resolve as he answered loudly, "Yes. Thank you for your guidance, Lord Danzo." At that moment, Gato, who had been lingering in the background, suddenly piped up, Lord Hokage, it's not that I don't trust Konoha, but could you possibly assign me a few more elite ninja?" Danzo's expression darkened, radiating an imposing authority without a trace of anger. Kato was so intimidated by Danzo's presence that cold sweat poured down his face. He stammered anxiously. I wasn't questioning the Hokage's decision. It's just that these ninja here, they all look like children. Before Danzo could respond, Kakashi's displeasure was clear. In a flash, he appeared behind Kato, pressing a kunai to Kato's throat. His voice low and steady. He said, "These so-called children each have the power to end your life 10 times over. Do you understand?" Kato's legs trembled uncontrollably, cold sweat still streaming down as his lips quivered, unable to utter a word. Danzo, however, simply waved his hand, signaling Kakashi to let Kato go. He explained, "Don't be fooled by their youth. Their strength is extraordinary. Among them, Sakura is the daughter of the 4th Hokage. Sasuke is the young head of Konoha's strongest clan, the Uchiha, and Minma has inherited my own secret techniques. And let's not forget, their team is led by Konoha's most formidable jonin, Kakashi Hitaki. So, do you still have any doubts?" "No, none at all. I will follow the Hokage's arrangements completely." Kato replied at once, raising his voice in earnest compliance. Seeing this, Danzo gestured to Yamanaka Fu to escort Kato out. Then, turning to Kakashi, Danzo asked, "Do you understand the true priority of this mission?" Kakashi replied, "Please instruct us, Lord Danzo." Danzo picked up his teacup, took a slow sip, and continued in an unhurried tone. "In addition to the assignment of protecting Kato, your team must also accomplish several key tasks. First, conduct a basic survey of the Land of Waves' mineral and resource situation. Second, establish good relations with Kato, the leader there. Ideally, we want the Land of Waves to become an allied nation. Third, repel any enemies who attempt to interfere with the mission. And the fourth most important point, protect your subordinates. If you encounter an emergency, I permit you to abandon the mission if necessary. Just be sure to bring them back safely. Is that clear?" "Yes, sir. I guarantee we'll complete the mission," Kakashi answered with conviction. After leaving the Hokage's office, Kakashi instructed the three to go home and prepare the supplies they'd need for a long journey. He told them to gather at Konoha's main gate the next morning, then dismiss them. The three each returned home to get ready. Meanwhile, back in the Hokage's office, Danzo sat behind his desk, gazing at his old comrade with a heart full of complicated feelings. "Hiruzen, why aren't you staying in your own root headquarters? What brings you to my office?" "Danzo, you're being reckless." The elderly man speaking was white-haired and bearded, his face deeply lined and marked with age spots. A pointed goatee on his chin, with a look of deep sorrow, he said, "How could you accept the Wave Country mission? Don't you know that Kato is a ruthless, bloodthirsty merchant? By helping him suppress the people of the Land of Waves, aren't you just aiding the wicked and becoming his accomplice? Aren't you afraid that helping someone so unjust will tarnish the reputation of the Hidden Leaf Village? You're too naive, Hiruzen." Danzo's voice was sharp and unyielding. In the world of shinobi, no one cares about justice or injustice. They care only about profit. I accept commissions based on Konoha's interests. What's wrong with that? But you can't just accept every commission that comes your way. You know as well as I do that the Land of Waves is a strategic point between the Land of Fire and the Land of Water. And now you're sending Kakashi to investigate the armed forces within the Land of Waves? That's bound to shock and alarm our allies. Hiruzen Sarutobi continued to reason with him, his tone earnest and pleading. "That's enough, Hiruzen. How can you say such things? Do you even remember who you are? You're a Konoha shinobi, alarming our allies. What allies? Who do you even call an ally? Listen to yourself. What nonsense. Do you even know where your loyalties lie? If it weren't for Lord Tobarama's dying wish that I look after you, you'd have been locked up in the village prison long ago. Do you understand?" Danzo burst out in rage. Hiruzen knew he'd misspoken, but years of rivalry, both overt and covert, with Danzo made it impossible for him to back down and admit fault. All he could do was change the subject. Fine, you're right about everything. But why? Send Team 7 on such a dangerous mission? Couldn't you have chosen someone else? You know the backgrounds of those genin in Team 7. If anything were to happen to any one of them, it would spell disaster for the entire village. So the lives of Team 7's genin matter, but the lives of other genin don't? Just because they come from prestigious families with powerful backgrounds, does that mean Konoha should pamper them like precious treasures? If they want to enjoy greater resources, then they must make greater contributions, Danzo declared righteously. But Hiruzen tried to protest, but Danzo cut him off before he could finish. "That's enough, Hiruzen. If there's nothing else, you may leave. Danzo, you'll regret this. Hiruzen, I am the Hokage." At those words, Hiruzen's face twisted with suppressed fury. For a moment, a destructive urge flared within him, but he fought it down. All his resentment and anger coalesced into a single cold snort as he slammed the door behind him and left. As he exited the Hokage's office, Hiruzen glanced back. Sooner or later, he would take the seat that Shimura Danzo now occupied. Another cold snort escaped him as Hiruzen strode away, his figure receding into the distance. After watching his old comrade leave, Danzo waved his hand to summon Aburame Torian, one of the Hokage's guards. My Hokage's office is like a sieve. Classified information leaks faster than gossip in a tabloid. What is the ANBU even doing? Torian, look into this. Find out which clans are involved behind the scenes. Root them out and cut off their meddling hands. Yes, sir. Deep beneath the hidden leaf, at the headquarters of Root, Hiruzen Sarutobi sat alone in his office, his face ashen with anger as he brooded over the humiliation Danzo had just dealt him. Muttering to himself, he said, "Just you wait, Danzo. Your arrogance won't last much longer. I will never let you drag Konoha into the quagmire of war." After a while, he waved his hand, summoning a member of Root, dressed in a black hooded robe and wearing an owl mask. "Owl, go find Orochimaru and tell him this. If he wants those children to remain safe and sound, he had best do exactly as I say." The night in Konoha remained lively and peaceful as always, but beneath the glow of thousands of lights, endless shadows lurked. At this moment, Minma was still unaware that dark undercurrents were surging through the village. A conspiracy for power was brewing, and no one knew when this beast named Plot would finally bare its sharp, bloodthirsty claws. The next morning, at the gates of Konoha village, Gato was busy directing his workers as they sorted out the convoy and cargo. When he spotted Kakashi and the 3 members of Team 7, he called them over to join him in his luxurious carriage. Except for Minma, the other 3 all carried huge packs on their backs. Sakura and Sasuke glanced at Minma with puzzled looks, and Minma pointed to the massive scroll strapped to his back, explaining, "This is a sealing scroll. All my belongings are sealed inside. Pretty convenient, right?" "But, Minma, your scroll isn't much smaller than our backpacks," Sakura pointed out honestly. Minma was momentarily stunned. She had a point. So what was the point of bringing a sealing scroll, anyway? "Don't say that. There's actually an advantage to Minma bringing a sealing scroll." Kakashi stepped in to help Minma out. Minma gazed at Kakashi with sparkling eyes, while a playful tune seemed to fill the background. "I hope you'll notice the love I hide. At the very least, Minma can help seal all our luggage inside, too." Kakashi continued, tossing his own pack to Minma as he spoke. Sakura and Sasuke, suddenly enlightened, followed suit and threw their bags over as well. "Shift!" Minma cried, tears streaming down his face. And so, a world where only Minma suffered was achieved. After this little episode, everyone climbed into Gato's carriage. As the journey began, Team 7 gazed out the windows, taking in the unfamiliar scenery. None of the 3 had ever traveled far from home, so the strange surroundings and the excitement of their first journey away from the village filled them with anticipation. Kakashi, meanwhile, chatted idly with Gato, but as a seasoned shinobi, extracting information from a client had become second nature to him. It wasn't long before Gato, puffed up with pride, began spilling the details of a situation as if pouring beans from a bamboo tube. "These peaceful days in the land of waves? They're all thanks to me," he boasted. "Those paupers, as insignificant as ants, could never understand my painstaking efforts. All I ever wanted was to build a grand bridge and bring prosperity to the land of waves. But what do they know? The less prosperous the land of waves is, the safer it becomes. Our country's location is far too critical, serving as a strategic buffer between the land of fire and the land of water. It has always been a coveted prize for warring factions since ancient times. Although the shinobi world is relatively peaceful for now, who can say when the next war will erupt? Should conflict break out, a small, wealthy island nation would become nothing but a juicy piece of meat on the chopping block. Prosperity, prosperity, why is it so important? Is money more valuable than life itself? Can't they see this? They're so fixated on opposing me that they're blind to the truth. How utterly foolish. Especially that so-called bridge-building expert. His whole family is nothing but a bunch of short-sighted fools. The son leads the charge in rebelling against my rule, and the old man wants to build a sea-spanning bridge to break free from my control. And the villagers, who see them as heroes, they're even more foolish. Do they think being a hero is so easy? Heroes only emerge in troubled times, and a land of waves that produces heroes is surely one beset by misfortune. Those idiots are so eager for heroism that they're willing to let the land of waves suffer. How selfish can you be? And to think I've actually let such people live until now. I must truly be a great leader. As Kato spoke, tears streamed down his face. He was moved to tears by his own words. Nearby, Minma and the others watched Kato's performance with amused curiosity. Though they couldn't tell whether Kato was being sincere or not, and knew little about the Land of Waves, listening to his story cost them nothing. So why not? After traveling for most of the day, they had put considerable distance between themselves and the Hidden Leaf Village. Suddenly, a commotion broke out at the front of the caravan, and soon the entire procession ground to a halt. Kato's self-congratulatory speech was abruptly interrupted. Fuming, he stormed out of his carriage and shouted from his traveling coach. "What's going on?" A worker hurried over from the front, panting as he explained the situation to Kato. "Lord Kato, there are two shinobi standing in the middle of the road ahead. They say the Land of Waves isn't welcoming us and that we're not allowed to pass." "What? The nerve!" Kato laughed in disbelief, his anger barely contained. "Who are these two clueless ninjas blocking my path? Don't they know I'm the ruler of the Land of Waves?" "Lord Kato, judging by their headbands, they're ninja from the village hidden in the mist." "What? The Hidden Mist Village?" At this, Kato suppressed his fury. This was a situation he couldn't handle on his own, so he turned and went back into the carriage to ask for Kakashi's help. Kakashi, having overheard the commotion from inside the carriage, stepped out with Minma and the other two, following Kato to the very front of the caravan. Two male ninjas stood in front of the convoy, their bodies draped in tattered linen robes and faces hidden behind metal masks. Each wore a metal bracer on both arms, ending in sharp, claw-like blades. They're the infamous Demon Brothers, veteran Chunin from the Hidden Mist. Kakashi immediately identified them with a glance. "Your hair, that mask. Are you perhaps the Leaf's technician, Hatake Kakashi?" One of the Demon Brothers recognized him in turn. "Well, unless there's another Hatake Kakashi in the Leaf, that would be me," Kakashi replied lazily, cleaning his ear with his pinky finger. "Kakashi-san, we mean you no harm. If we step aside and let you pass, would you let us go?" The Demon Brothers, desperate to survive, pleaded earnestly. "Well, under normal circumstances, I might have let you off. But if I'm not mistaken, we're still within the borders of the Land of Fire. As shinobi of the Hidden Mist, you've entered our country without the Leaf's permission. That's a legal entry, you know," Kakashi replied, feigning difficulty. "Kakashi-san, please, tell us plainly. What must we do to earn your mercy? How about this? I won't make things hard for you. If you can defeat my 3 freshly graduated genin, I'll let you go. How does that sound?" Kakashi proposed an offer the Demon Brothers could not refuse. "Very well. We hope Kakashi-san will keep his word," one of them answered. When word spread that ninja would be fighting, Gato immediately became a curious spectator, directing his workers to use wagons to cordon off a makeshift arena by the roadside. Kakashi turned to his 3 students and said, "This is a rare opportunity. Go spar with those two. Get a taste of how other villages fight." Sasuke, already intrigued by ninjutsu from outside the Leaf, wasted no time when Kakashi gave the order. Forming hand seals with both hands, he was the first to launch an attack. Serpent, ram, monkey, boar, horse, tiger. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. A scorching blaze roared forward, swelling into an enormous fireball that engulfed the Demon Brothers in its heat. But in the world of shinobi, this was perhaps the kindest of techniques. Despite the roaring inferno, the Demon Brothers were not killed. They burst out from the flames, their tattered cloaks burn away, suffering only minor burns. Hardly had they escaped the fire when Minma and Sasuke rushed in, kunai in hand, to strike. The Demon Brothers, true to their reputation, responded with the skill of seasoned mist ninja, one to the left, one to the right, blocking Minma and Sasuke's kunai with their steel claws. With a powerful upward flick, they sent the 2 boys flying, widening the distance between themselves and their opponents. The Demon Brothers exchanged a glance, then wove hand seals in unison. Water style, water whip. 2 jets of water lashed out at Minma and Sasuke like whips, winding around them like serpents before they had a chance to dodge. It wasn't that the Demon Brothers didn't know more advanced jutsu. After all, their lives were still in Kakashi's hands, so they could only use this kind of harmless technique. "It's over, Mr. Kakashi. Can you let us go now?" The Demon Brothers breathed a sigh of relief. "Not just yet," Kakashi replied with a smile. No sooner had Kakashi finished speaking than there was a sudden change. Minma and Sasuke, who had been trapped, vanished with a puff, leaving only 2 wooden logs behind. What? The body replacement technique? When did they? The Demon Brothers blanched, their faces drained of color as they frantically scanned their surroundings for any sign of their opponents. Suddenly, a flurry of shuriken came whistling toward them. The brothers jumped apart in opposite directions, barely evading the attack. While still airborne, one of the Demon Brothers caught a glimpse of a slender, pale fist darting in from the corner of his eye. It was Sakura, but at that moment, he was caught between exhaustion and the effort to recover, leaving him no chance to escape. Just a little girl's punch. How much could it hurt? I'll just take it in. Before he could finish his thought, a muffled thud cut him off. He crumpled to the ground, completely knocked out. Meanwhile, the other brother was struggling to defend himself against the combined assault of Sasuke and Minma, barely managing to fend them off. Seeing the demon brothers falter, Kakashi finally stepped in to halt Minma and Sasuke. That's enough. Minma, Sasuke. There's no need to waste any more time. At his words, Minma and Sasuke's attacks became even more relentless for a moment. Realizing they were in trouble, the remaining demon brother braced himself, took a couple of hits, and then, gathering all his strength, scrambled out of their reach in a desperate, stumbling retreat. With a heavy thud, he dropped to his knees, raised both hands high, and began bowing his head repeatedly, shouting, "Stop! We surrender! We give up!" In an instant, Kakashi appeared behind him, his hand cutting down like a blade to the back of the brother's neck. Then, borrowing some rope from Gato meant for tying up goods, he swiftly bound the unconscious brothers, trussing them up and hanging them from a roadside tree. After that, he signaled to Gato to get the caravan moving again. Time passed, who knows how long, before the demon brother knocked out by Sakura cautiously opened one eye. Making sure Kakashi and his team were long gone, he wriggled free from the ropes and released his companion as well. After a couple of heavy slaps, the brother who'd been knocked out by Kakashi slowly regained consciousness. Seeing his partner's bruised and swollen face across from him, he couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. Leave a line for others, and you'll meet again someday, he thought. Kakashi Hitaki, you're a man of honor. We, the demon brothers, acknowledge you. On the carriage, Minma asked in confusion, "Sensei Kakashi, is it really okay to just leave those two ninja by the roadside like that?" Kakashi didn't even lift his head, keeping his eyes closed as if dozing. "Don't worry. Those two know the score. One pretended to faint, the other surrendered. There's no danger." "That's not what I meant." Minma spoke up. "I was asking, shouldn't we silence them for good?" Hearing this, Kakashi opened his eyes and frowned at Minma. "Why are you so bloodthirsty at your age? Huh? Isn't that what you're supposed to do?" Minma was puzzled. Wasn't that how the stories always went? The protagonist acted decisive and ruthless, dealing with threats mercilessly. "Of course not," Kakashi explained patiently. "First of all, this is a protection mission. Our top priority is keeping our employers safe. This isn't like an infiltration or assassination job. As long as they don't threaten our client, we're not supposed to kill. Second, they're official shinobi from the Hidden Mist Village. Even though they crossed the border illegally, they haven't actually committed a crime in the Land of Fire. So our job is just to expel them. If we kill them without cause, it could spark a diplomatic incident. And finally, this is the most important point, they went easy on you during that fight. So I'm just returning the favor and letting them off the hook. Otherwise, even just the illegal entry would be enough to land them in serious trouble. So the ninja world isn't all about fighting and killing. There's a lot of human dealings, too." Minma sighed, reflecting on the fact that he and his friends could tell the demon brothers had held back. Not that it mattered. Who said they'd shown their full strength? Either? Exactly, that's a great summary. Kakashi chuckled. It was the first time he'd heard someone describe the shinobi world as a web of human relationships, but it made sense. He couldn't help but praise Minma. After the failed ambush by the demon brothers, Minma and his companions encountered no further attacks. They traveled for several days until they finally reached the coastline of the Land of Fire. The weather was clear and sunny. From the shore, they could just make out the distant outline of the Land of Waves. They boarded Gato's merchant ship, settling onto the deck as the boat moved slowly along with the waves and the circling seagulls toward their destination. After half a day at sea, their ship neared the Land of Waves. As they drew closer, they saw a massive bridge under construction. The piers rose hundreds of meters above the water, and the faint sounds of hammering and banging echoed from above. Meanwhile, inside the cabin, Gato was beside himself with rage. "Damn it, what are those thugs even doing? Didn't I tell them before I left that construction was supposed to stop?" Clang! The merchant ship docked at the pier. Gato stormed off the boat, shouting at the men waiting for him. "Where's that idiot Oda? Didn't I tell him to bring some men and stop that old man from building the bridge?" Master Gato, Executive Oda, was injured by shinobi from the Hidden Mist. He's bedridden and recovering now. "Lord Gato, you must stand up for us." "Yes, Lord Gato. You had just left, and then a few ninjas from the Hidden Mist Village showed up and attacked us." "That's right. They were hired by that old man Tazuna. He's dead set on building the bridge." "Exactly. All Executive Oda did was try to persuade them not to meddle, but they started a fight right away. And there's more. They even said, who's Gato supposed to be? Even if the Hokage came, they'd fight him all the same. Gado's men all spoke up at once, each eager to air their grievances. With a sweeping gesture, Gado summoned the subordinates who could still move, and, along with Kakashi and his team, hurried to the construction site. Before long, the group arrived at the site. With their boss and a Leaf Village ninja he had hired backing them up, Gado's men suddenly found their courage. They began to shout strange, tongue-rolling phrases like "Kanoiryu" and "Taimi" as they threw punches and kicks, driving away the laborers working nearby. Realizing things were taking a turn for the worse, a few of the workers rushed off to fetch Tazuna and the ninjas he had hired. It wasn't long before Tazuna appeared with a group of people, coming into view of Kakashi and his companions. The two sides faced off. From behind Tazuna stepped a tall ninja, who called out loudly, "Hey, I was wondering how Gado dared to come back. It turns out you're backing him up? Yeah, Leaf Technician, Kakashi Hitaki." The speaker was a large, muscular man with spiky black hair, carrying a massive sword on his back. Kakashi looked at him and replied, "I didn't expect to run into you here, Sage of the Mist, Zabuza Momochi." Sage of the Mist? Zabuza Momochi? Naruto's mouth twitched. Yet another character who'd been given a dramatic makeover. But why Sage? In this world of shinobi, could there really be a place for sages? Sensing the unspoken questions from Naruto and the others, Kakashi lowered his voice and explained, "Zabuza Momochi, Jonin of the Hidden Mist. One of the second generation of the 7 ninja swordsmen and second wielder of the Severing Blade, Executioner's Sword. He's nicknamed the Sage, famous throughout the ninja world for never taking a life. He single-handedly changed the graduation exam for the Mist Academy. He's a master of water-style ninjutsu and capture techniques, and his silent capture skills are renowned throughout the shinobi world." "He doesn't kill? Is that really possible?" Sakura asked, puzzled. "It's true. Though it's difficult, he managed to do it," Kakashi replied, a note of admiration in his voice. "But if he doesn't kill, how does he explain himself to his village?" Sasuke questioned. "That brings us to the year Zabuza Momochi graduated from the academy." Kakashi let out a weary sigh and began recounting the story of Zabuza's past. Before Zabuza graduated, the graduation exam system for the Ninja Academy in the Land of Water was completely different from what it is now. Back then, in order for a genin from the Land of Water to pass the graduation exam, they had to kill a classmate they'd studied alongside for years. "What? That's unbelievably cruel." Sakura gasped in shock, unable to fathom such a brutal and bloody graduation test. Kakashi nodded. "Exactly. Originally, Zabuza Momochi was supposed to go through that same exam. But no one could have predicted the choice he made during the test. It was this very choice that prompted the Hidden Mist Village to change its graduation rule for the first time since the Ninja Academy was established." "What did he do? Did he kill all the other candidates who were supposed to graduate with him?" Mima interjected. "Of course not. Mima, where do you get these ideas?" Kakashi frowned, clearly taken aback by Minma's suggestion. Mima just shrugged. He was only repeating what he'd seen Zabuza do in the anime. "I'm starting to think you have quite the violent imagination, Minma. When we get back, you should have someone from the Yamanaka clan do a bit of counseling with you," Kakashi said sternly. "Don't take this lightly. I'll be mentioning it to your parents." Let's not get sidetracked, Kakashi-sensei. Please, keep telling us about Zabuza. What exactly did he do during the exam?" Minma chuckled awkwardly, trying to deflect attention from himself. "Counseling with the Yamanaka clan? If they pulled out that mind-reading jutsu and found out I wasn't from this world, wouldn't that be a disaster?" Kakashi shot Minma a disapproving look, but decided to set aside Minma's psychological issues for now and continued his tale about Zabuza Momochi. At that time, Zabuza stood alone and stopped everyone who tried to strike down their fellow classmates. Then he rallied all of them together to defeat the Chunin instructor who came to punish them. Even when the Jonin arrived to subdue him, Zabuza would rather be beaten within an inch of his life than raise his blade against his companions. His actions moved every graduate present. One by one, they all put down their weapons, refusing to fight back no matter how much they were beaten. The incident caught the attention of the 4th Mizukage. With the support of the students' parents, the 4th Mizukage pressured the village elders, and, at last, that cruel graduation exam was abolished. Because of this, Zabuza came to the attention of the Mizukage and was taken on as a disciple by Yagura, the 4th Mizukage. As Kakashi finished his story, everyone present felt a deep respect for Zabuza's choice. In the world of shinobi, killing was as common as breathing, but Zabuza's decision not to kill was a rare ray of sunlight in an otherwise dark and blood-soaked world. "All right, Kakashi, let's leave the reminiscing here. We should turn our attention back to the situation at hand and discuss what to do next." "Zabuza, interrupted Kakashi's introduction. I have no wish to engage in pointless conflict with you, Leaf Shinobi, so would you kindly stand down here and now? Kakashi, undaunted, replied in kind. Once we Leaf Shinobi accept a commission, we never abandon it halfway. So I suggest you return to the land of water, Zabuza. Besides, your employer hardly looks like someone who can afford to pay for this mission. Zabuza shook his head. That is not for you to worry about. We are acting under orders from the Mizukage. As of yesterday, we have established diplomatic relations with the Land of Waves. The Land of Waves is now officially our ally, and the entire cost of building the bridge will be covered by the Land of Water. What a joke! Kakashi quickly spotted a flaw in Zabuza's words. The leader of the Land of Waves, Gato, was still with us yesterday. So tell me, Zabuza, with whom exactly did you establish these diplomatic relations? Zabuza answered, Oh, you mean that dictator? He's no longer the leader of the Land of Waves. Yesterday, his position was revoked through a public vote. We even chose a new leader, none other than Old Man Tazuna, standing right here. Gato grew angrier with every word. A band of peasants. Behind his back, they not only allied with the Land of Water, but even conspired to remove him from power. What right did they have to overthrow him? Only a daimyo could wield such authority. True, the Land of Waves had no daimyo, but did they really think he, Gato, had gone to the Land of Fire for nothing over the past few days? Did they truly believe he had traveled there just for business? Fools. Utter fools. He had paid a hefty price to obtain a written decree from the Land of Fire's daimyo. Now he was the officially recognized daimyo of the Land of Waves. At that moment, he jumped out, brandishing the daimyo's decree, and roared furiously at Tazuna and the others. I am the true daimyo of this country, recognized by the Land of Fire. You miserable peasants are less than insects. What gives you the right to depose me? Tazuna let out a sigh, shook his head, and pulled out an identical decree from his coat. I have one too. I'm also the daimyo of this land, recognized by the Land of Water. Gato's anxiety turned to panic. He never imagined that after just a few days away, everything would spiral so far beyond his grasp. He had thought that with the daimyo's recognition from the Land of Fire, taking over the Land of Waves would be a sure thing. Who could have anticipated Tazuna would appear out of nowhere, holding a decree from the Land of Water? In a fury, Gato shouted at Kakashi, Leaf Shinobi, quick! Kill Tazuna for me. I'll double your payment. No, I'll pay you 10 times as much. Kakashi sighed and turned him down. I'm sorry, Gato. There's an iron rule in the world of ninja. A ninja must not harm the feudal lord or the lord's heir. Right now, both you and that bridge-building expert are heirs to the Land of Waves' feudal lord, so we ninjas cannot lay a hand on either of you. Moreover, the other party is guarded by a warrior whose skills are on par with mine. There's no way we could carry out an assassination while ensuring your safety. Cardo exploded in impotent rage. Kakashi, witnessing this, could only feel a pounding headache. Let's talk, Zabuza, across from them, suggested. All right, let's talk, Kakashi agreed. We'll talk and so will they. We'll discuss our business, and they'll discuss theirs. Zabuza gestured toward Tazuna and Cardo. Fine, let's have the discussion tonight at the docks. Kakashi made the decision for Cardo. By this point, the situation had grown beyond the internal affairs of the Land of Waves. It had become a game of wits between the Land of Water and the Land of Fire. Late at night, the docks were brightly lit. On a patch of ground hastily cleared for the occasion stood a conference table, with Cardo the merchant and Tazuna, the bridge expert, facing off across it. After a whole afternoon to cool his temper, Cardo was still seething inside, but at least he was willing to sit down and talk. Speak. Why did you do this? Cardo was the first to break the silence. We simply don't want to live under your oppression any longer, Tazuna replied. Cardo felt wronged and protested. How have I oppressed you? You work for me, and I pay your wages. True, I might not be able to offer you a feast every day, but at least you have enough to eat. Do you have any idea how many places in the ninja world don't even have enough food to go around? Tazuna shook his head. The work we do is far more than what you pay us. And even after we get our wages, most of it ends up back in your hands when we buy food from you. Every day just filling our stomachs. Leaves us exhausted. My grandson Inari is already 8, but he's never been to school a single day. If this goes on, he'll spend his whole life like me. Just a carpenter, muddling through from year to year. But that's always how things have been in the ninja world. The lord's children become lords, and the farmer's children become farmers. Everyone has their own place, Cardo complained, feeling unfairly treated. Everyone else lived like this. Why do the people of the Land of Waves have to wake up and rebel now? Just because it's always been this way, does that make it right? Tazuna retorted. Why should you live in luxury while we scrape by on scraps? Why does your home gleam with gold while ours are bare and empty? Why are you richer than entire nations while we are left in poverty and ruin? You think my life is a bed of roses? Do you have any idea what price I've paid? Kato defended himself, saying, let me tell you, every single day I exhaust myself just to keep you all fed and safe. I'm constantly forced to navigate between two powerful nations, treading as if on thin ice, terrified that a single misstep could spell disaster for the land of waves. Because of my wealth, I live each day wondering when my own head might roll. Do you know any of that? No, you don't. You only see what you want to see, blind to the blood and tears behind it all. Dasna scoffed, unimpressed. Whoever begged you to do this? Isn't it all just for your own profit? The atmosphere turned instantly tense. Realizing the conversation was going nowhere, Kato rubbed his brow and let out a long sigh. Let's set that aside for now. Tell me, what did you promise the land of water to win their support? It's nothing, Dasna replied lightly. We're just opening up our ports for trade and allowing the land of water to set up police stations at the docks to protect their merchants. What? Kato's face drained of color. Opening trade ports? Letting the land of water station troops here? Are you out of your mind, Dasna? What's wrong with that? Dasna shot back. I'm doing this for the good of the land of waves. By opening the ports, we can quickly become prosperous. And if the land of water stations their troops here, our country's safety will improve dramatically. Kato could no longer sit still. He jumped to his feet and paced back and forth behind his chair, hands clasped behind his back. Spinning around, he pointed straight at Dasna's nose and shouted, Fool! Utter fool! And you don't even realize it. Do you have any idea what agreeing to those two conditions will do? Opening the trade ports. Do you understand what that means? Yes, we could buy a lot of things we need from the land of water, but do they need anything from us? Do they want our fish, our seaweed? Once you agree to this, all our wealth will flow out, and our country will only become poorer. And as for letting their troops in, where did you get the nerve? Today it's police at the docks, and you agree. Tomorrow they want armed guards at your estate. Will you agree again? And the day after, they ask for a self-defense force on the coastline near the land of fire. Will you still say yes? Maybe you'll agree, but will the land of fire tolerate it? Do you realize that if this leads to conflict between those two countries, the land of waves will be the first to suffer? If a fire breaks out at the city gates, the most turtles are the first to die. You think the land of water is funding your bridge out of kindness? No. They want to make sure that when war comes, they can be the first to storm across that ocean bridge and invade the land of fire. When the time comes, can you imagine how the land of fire, furious and humiliated, will treat you, the designer of this great bridge? And can you guess how they'll deal with the ordinary citizens of the land of waves who took part in its construction? Tazuna was left speechless by the scolding. As a bridge-building expert, a man of technical skill, not politics, it was understandable that he hadn't considered these things. But he wasn't a fool. After Cardo's pointed analysis, realization dawned on him in an instant. He had almost become the chief culprit in the destruction of the land of waves. Cold sweat soaked through the back of Tazuna's shirt. He muttered in a daze, How did it come to this? I only wanted to bring prosperity to the land of waves. How did things end up like this? Cardo looked at his opponent, who was on the verge of collapse, but felt no satisfaction. He had to find a way to salvage the situation. Hand over your letter of endorsement from the land of water, he said. Let me try to figure something out. At this, Tazuna could only shake his head. Cardo, both anxious and angry, snapped. Are you still clinging to your title of master builder, even at a time like this? Will you only wake up when disaster is right at your doorstep? Tazuna gave a bitter smile. It's gone. The letter is gone. Before I left, the jonin from the land of water said you might try to seize it. So he offered to keep it safe for me, and took it away. You. Cardo was so furious he could barely speak. So what do we do now? Tazuna asked. How should I know? Cardo was still fuming. Maybe I should just end my own life. Without an heir like me, perhaps the land of water would simply give up. Tazuna was drowning in regret. Cardo shot him a glare. Who are you putting on this act of noble sacrifice for? If your death could solve anything, I would have taken care of you myself. Even if you die, the land of water could just support your son Kaiza, or your grandson Inari, as your successor. We'd be right back in this mess. Then what should we do? Tazuna pleaded. If there's any way to save the land of waves, no matter what it is, even if it costs me my life, I'll cooperate without hesitation. Seeing that Tazuna was truly remorseful, Cardo's tone softened a little. At this point, it's out of our hands. I'll inform the ninja from the hidden leaf and let him make the decision. Now the last thing those two great nations want is to stir up more trouble. Meanwhile, not far from the dock, in a small tavern, Kakashi and Zabuza sat together at a modest table, with a few side dishes and a bottle of sake between them, sharing a drink. At a nearby table, their genin students were also eating and chatting together. The atmosphere was so peaceful and harmonious, it It was hard to believe these were supposed to be enemy ninja on opposite sides. Zabuza leaned back in his chair, idly toying with the hilt of his executioner's blade as he spoke to Kakashi, who was pouring himself another drink. I still remember the first time I saw blood. That was during the Third Great Ninja War on the battlefield between Konoha and the Hidden Mist. I was patrolling outside the camp with a senior ninja when we got word that Leaf ninjas had slipped into the security zone. The two of us rushed over, and when we arrived, dozens of ninjas were already locked in combat, blades flashing. More than 10 had already fallen, some from Konoha, some from our own mist. There was blood everywhere, and I saw a severed hand still gripping a sword lying on the ground. My senior told me to throw my shuriken back. Then I was just a genin. Whatever my senior said, I did. Wasn't that how it was? Who could have guessed that before I could even reach for my tool pouch, he'd suddenly collapse right in front of me? I watched that bastard drive a kunai straight into my senior's stomach. The blood just kept pouring out. My mind went blank. I only knew to hurl all 6 shuriken I had straight at that bastard. I don't even remember what happened to him after that. 2 years ago, I saw him again, wearing a Konoha Jonin vest, swaggering into the land of water with a group of chunin to deliver a message from the Hokage. The ones with him were the same group that infiltrated our camp back then. They say crime pays, while honest work leaves you with nothing but a broken back. I can hardly remember what that senior even looked like anymore. What I do regret is that those 6 shuriken didn't land in that bastard's head. The ninja world shouldn't be like this. Ninjas shouldn't be like this, Kakashi. Kakashi set down his cup, looking at Zabuza. How many days did it take you to get to the land of waves, Kakashi? Zabuza asked. 4 or 5 days, I think. Why do you ask? Kakashi replied. Do you know why I didn't attack you during those 4 or 5 days? Because I'm handsome? Kakashi quipped, amused by his own joke. Maybe that's it. Zabuza managed a half-hearted smile. But honestly, it's because out of all of Konoha, you're the only one who still seems human. If you were Hokage, I wouldn't have to stain my hands with so much blood. Come on, 6 shuriken didn't even kill that ninja. No wonder they call you the Saint of the Mist, right? Kakashi couldn't help but tease him. Don't mock me. I'd rather not have that title. Zabuza shook his head. Don't kid yourself. I'm a Konoha ninja. If I ever did become Hokage, I'd do whatever it took for my village too. You'd end up looking down on me just the same, wouldn't you? Kakashi said. I figured you would. Zabuza laughed, pointing at Kakashi. Of course I would. Kakashi laughed back. But in Konoha, you can't just do everything for the sake of profit, Zabuza warned. My master, the 4th Hokage, often told me that there are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. Still, I can't help but feel uneasy, knowing that for the next few days, I won't be able to share a drink with you, Kakashi said, fixing Zabuza with a steady gaze. So, it seems you figured things out? Zabuza replied, both impressed by Kakashi's sharp intuition and resigned to it. He reached into his ninja pouch and took out a scroll, placing it on the table. It was the official decree from the Land of Water, recognizing Tazuna as the daimyo of the Land of Waves. Let's talk then. How does Konoha plan to handle this? Zabuza tapped the scroll and continued. You should know, Kirigakure made quite a few harsh concessions to the daimyo just to secure this document. Why don't you let me hear Kirigakure's conditions first? Kakashi was no fool. In negotiations, there's no sense in revealing your own hand before you know what the other side wants. Zabuza didn't mind. After all, he had come well prepared and wasn't fazed by such minor tactics. First, the Land of Waves will now be governed by the Land of Water. The former leader of the Land of Waves, the merchant Gato, must be handed over to Kirigakure for judgment. Second, Konoha must provide a tract of land on its border for the construction of a transoceanic bridge. Third, open trade ports and allow citizens of the Land of Water to reside within. Fire Country, appoint consuls, and permit Water Country merchants to trade freely within Fire Country's borders. Fourth, Konoha will pay for the construction of both the port and the bridge, totaling 180 million ryo. Fifth, establish a customs agreement. Water Country merchants will pay customs duties to Fire Country, but the tax rates will be set by the Water Country. Fire Country will only have the right to make suggestions, not decisions. And, before Zabuza could finish, Kakashi waved a hand, cutting him off. Are you treating us like a defeated nation? Kakashi couldn't help but let out a wry laugh. Zabuza's response was blunt and incisive. The terms are a bit harsh, yes, but Konoha can't afford a war right now, can it? The 4th Hokage died in battle. The legendary Sannin have left. The 3rd Hokage is growing old, and there's not a single Kage-level fighter left. The village's upper echelon is now led by you, Kakashi, and a handful of elite jonin. Can Konoha really afford the cost of fighting on multiple fronts in this state? Kakashi shot back, not backing down. Humph. Do you really think you know the depths of Konoha's strength? Even if the Sannin have left, they still maintain close ties with the village. The old generations. Might remains undiminished, and a new generation of strong shinobi is already rising. Have you forgotten how, during the Third Shinobi War, the entire Kirigakure village was forced back by just the Uchiha clan from Konoha? Konoha has no shortage of talent, and there are always new heroes emerging. But what about Kirigakure? Ever since Might Due from Konoha broke up the 7 ninja swordsmen, have you managed to gather them all again? Not to mention, Konoha still has the most powerful tailed beast, the Nine Tails. If things really turn out like the last war, with multiple nations joining forces against Konoha, we in the Hidden Leaf will focus all our strength and strike relentlessly at whichever ninja village makes the first move, fighting to the bitter end. So, tell me, can your Hidden Mist village bear the cost of such a conflict? Zabuza was momentarily speechless, then let out a cold snort. You certainly have a sharp tongue for a leaf technician. It seems there's nothing left to discuss between us, is there? Kakashi waved his hand impatiently. Enough. The Hidden Leaf has no desire for war. Are you saying the Hidden Mist does? Let's not waste time with these pointless tests. State your real terms. Zabuza snorted again and pulled out a second contract, one he had clearly prepared in advance, and tossed it over to Kakashi. Kakashi took the document and examined it closely. This contract had no major issues. It laid out terms of cooperation, the division of territory in the Land of Waves, and all the treaty clauses were reciprocal, making the agreement reasonably fair. After a long look, Kakashi replied, "Now this is more like it. What was that first contract all about? Still, I can't make the final decision. I'll send this back to the Hokage for a ruling. Once a decision is made, a messenger will be dispatched to the Hidden Mist to meet with the Mizukage in person." "Very well. We'll be ready to receive your envoy at any time," Zabuza declared, bringing the conversation to a close. Kakashi sent the Mist proposal back to the Leaf Village via Messenger Hawk from the border, leaving the final decision to the higher-ups. By his estimation, there wouldn't be an answer for at least 3 to 5 days, so he was content to relax and stay in a Land of Waves with Naruto and the others. While waiting for a response from the Leaf, Kakashi even found time for another conversation with Gato. Gato expressed his understanding of Kakashi's approach and voluntarily canceled the mission to sabotage the bridge. Likewise, Zabuza temporarily ordered Tazuna to halt construction on the bridge. At a critical moment like this, neither side wanted to provoke the other, who knew if a minor misunderstanding might flare into outright conflict. 3 days slipped by quickly. As Kakashi had expected, the decision from Leaf headquarters finally arrived. The council agreed to most of the terms for cooperation, but added a few of their own suggestions. However, the Leaf was not willing to send an official envoy to the Land of Water for formal talks. At the end of the letter, Danzo granted Kakashi the authority to handle matters as he saw fit. The Leaf was open to some compromise, but under no circumstances would they allow Mist Village to station organized military forces in the Land of Waves. Reading this, Kakashi felt a headache coming on. Ideally, this matter should have been settled by official delegates from both nations. Yet, for reasons unknown, both the Land of Fire and the Land of Water had silently agreed not to request a formal meeting, instead leaving the final decision to Kakashi and Zabuza. As for the opinion of the Land of Waves itself, no one seemed to care. Kakashi summoned Zabuza, and the two began to negotiate the finer details of the agreement. Overall, the situation is looking good, but there are still 4 issues on which we simply can't reach an agreement. The first is about how to allocate the task commissions from the Land of Waves. The village hidden in the mist insists on dividing them equally, while the Leaf Village argues that, since the Land of Waves is closer to Konoha, it should receive 70%, leaving the remaining 30% for the Mist. The second issue concerns the swords seized by the Leaf during the Third Great Ninja War, the Stitching Longblade and the Blunt Decapitator. The Mist wants Konoha to return them unconditionally, but the Leaf's response is, "We'll return them, if you pay 30 million Ryo per sword." Third, there's the matter of exchanging prisoners. The Mist wants to swap 47 Leaf captives for 64 of their own who are held by Konoha, but the Leaf demands an even 1-for-1 exchange. The fourth and most crucial point is the question of who should govern the Land of Waves. The Mist proposes joint rule, with political and military power divided equally. The Leaf, on the other hand, insists that authority should be returned to the Land of Waves itself, without interference from any other nation. Kakashi and Zabuza fell silent, both understanding exactly where the real conflict lay, but neither willing to back down. "Let's settle this the traditional way of the shinobi world," Zabuza finally said to Kakashi. "In the ninja world, tradition holds that when talks break down, both sides send their warriors to fight. The winner earns the right to decide the outcome. Having no better solution, Kakashi could only agree. Back at Gato's place, Kakashi gathered Naruto and the others and explained the situation. That's how things stand. So, in 3 days we'll have a battle. I'll take on Momochi Zabuza, and the three of you will face his three subordinates. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura exchanged nervous glances. Seeing their anxiety, Kakashi offered some reassurance. Don't be nervous. Your match will decide the first 3 conditions. It's best if you win, but even if you lose, it's not the end of the world. The most important issue will be settled by my fight with Zabuza, and I have no intention of losing. Now, let's begin our strategy meeting. Since the other side has chosen the manner and timing of the battle, we have the right to decide the order of fights and our respective opponents. Does anyone have something to say? Naruto looked around at his teammates, then spoke up first. Let me start. I've gathered some intel on the enemy that might be helpful. As for Momochi Zabuza, I won't say much. Kakashi-sensei, you know him better than anyone. As long as you end it quickly and don't let him drag things into a drawn-out fight, you should have the upper hand. The girl with the delicate features is Haku of the Yuki clan. She possesses the ice release, Kekii Genkai, and uses sun bond needles as weapons. Her ice-style jutsu is incredibly fast. Her signature techniques are 1,000 flying water needles of death and demonic mirroring ice crystals. The first 1,000 flying water needles of death uses her bloodline power to condense moisture from the air into a flurry of small, razor-sharp ice needles that rain down on her opponent. The second, demonic mirroring ice crystals, forms a circle of ice mirrors by condensing water from the air. Haku can move freely between these mirrors, launching attacks from all angles. Extremely fast, almost impossible to catch with the naked eye. Minma spoke with confidence, but Kakashi interrupted him, curiosity in his voice. Such detailed intel. Where did you get it? Minma glanced at Kakashi and immediately spun a tale. Before we set out, my mother guessed I'd most likely encounter enemy ninja from the land of water, so she taught me about their common jutsu, famous shinobi, and the bloodline clans. A few days ago, when you and Zabuza were having drinks, I managed to find out their names and which clans they're from. Kakashi shrugged. He knew Minma was lying, but he trusted that Minma wouldn't put them in danger at a time like this, so he let it slide. Minma continued sharing his information. That white-haired boy, the one with the sharp teeth, is very likely the younger brother of Hozuki Mangetsu, the Mist Village prodigy. His name is Hozuki Suigetsu. The Hozuki clan descend from the second Mizukage, Hozuki Genjetsu. Their secret technique is hydrification, which lets them turn any part of their body into water, making them immune to physical attacks. The main weakness of this jutsu is lightning-style ninjutsu. They also have the water-style, water gun technique, a secret jutsu passed down through their clan. They shape their hand like a pistol and shoot a bullet of water from their fingertip that can pierce right through an enemy. As Mangetsu's brother, Suigetsu, is also quite talented with the sword. So, the enemy we face may be skilled in both close quarters, swordsmanship, and long-range attacks, while also being immune to physical damage. So far, only these two have appeared as Zabuza's genin. But by the usual ninja squad formation, there should be a third member. We haven't seen them yet, so I don't have any intel on them. Sakura suddenly seemed to remember something and added, the Demon Brothers. It's the Demon Brothers. Minma's eyes lit up in realization. Of course, the ones sent to stop Gato from returning to the Land of Waves earlier were the Demon Brothers, Zabuza's own subordinates. I'll take Hozuki Suigetsu, Sasuke said with confidence. My lightning style counters his water style, and my Sharingan gives me the edge in swordsmanship. Then I'll handle the girl. Her bloodline sounds strong, but I'm sure I can hold my own, Sakura responded with a cheerful smile. She must have something up her sleeve. That just leaves me to deal with the Demon Brothers, Minma thought. Not bad. 2 against 1, but I like my odds. The group spent the next 3 days discussing their tactics in detail. Once they had their strategy set, everyone returned to their rooms to train. Just as Kakashi was about to head to his own room, Minma called out to him. Is there something else, Minma? He asked. Kakashi-sensei, I want you to help me with my training. 3 days passed in a flash. During this time, the 3 of them trained with fierce determination, maybe not transforming completely, but their strength had grown significantly. That morning, Kakashi led the 3 members of Team Minma to the agreed dueling ground. Zabuza had already arrived, accompanied by his subordinates. The arena was vast, about the size of a football field, with a circular shape marked out by a border of white lime. On the outskirts, cameras had been set up, just as Kakashi had instructed Gato to arrange. This battle was meant to be recorded and presented for review by the high-level officials of both the Land of Water and the Land of Fire. Kakashi and Zabuza, each followed by their teams, walk to the center of the arena to clarify the rules of engagement. First, the battles will be one-on-one in real combat conditions. If one fighter falls and cannot stand or surrenders, they lose. Second, every member of both teams may participate only once. Third, in principle, neither side is to attempt lethal attacks. To prevent accidents, the jonin on each side may terminate the match in an emergency. Once this authority is used, it counts as surrender. Fourth, both sides are permitted to use any means that may inflict harm, including but not limited to ninjutsu, taijutsu, jinjutsu, ninja tools, and summoning techniques. Fifth, combatants must remain within the arena. Stepping outside counts as forfeiture. Sixth, once both sides are ready, they signal their respective jonin, and the match begins only after both jonin have confirmed readiness. The first bout, Sakura Haruno of the Leaf versus Haku of the Mist. The outcome of this match would decide the allocation of the Land of Waves mission contracts. Sakura and Haku stepped into the center of the arena. After signaling their jonin instructors, Kakashi and Zabuza vanished in an instant, leaving the field to the competitors. The battle had officially begun. At the start, Sakura moved at her own measured pace, drawing a kunai and wrapping an explosive tag around its handle. Haku watched with a dry chuckle. Wrapping explosive tags at the last minute? Isn't that a little late? Not late at all. Absolutely on time. Sakura replied, finishing one kunai before moving on to another. Haku watched Sakura's preparations with calm patience, not launching an attack. She intended to wait until Sakura was completely ready, then defeat her swiftly and decisively. The cameras were rolling. She wanted not just to win, but to do so beautifully. Sakura continued her methodical preparations. Haku, growing a bit bored, tapped her own neck and the back of her head, calling out to Sakura, "All right, that's enough. One needle to Feng-chi, one to Yufu, quick and painless. Don't worry, I never miss a pressure point." As Sakura finished wrapping the tags, she casually tossed the prepared kunai behind her and smiled. "How would you know it's painless? You've never been stabbed. Yourself. Your isekai works best for sneak attacks at close range. But in such a wide, open arena, in a head-on fight, I don't think it'll be as effective." Hearing this, Haku's expression grew serious, her body lowering into a ready stance, prepared to launch forward in an instant. Suddenly, Haku formed a hand seal with one hand, and two icy senbon needles materialized in her palm. With a swift whistle, she sent them hurtling toward Sakura. Sakura snatched up a kunai from the ground, gripping the handle with both hands, one upright, one reversed, and with two sharp clangs, she deflected the icy needles. As Haku charged forward at high speed, she continued to conjure more ice senbon, launching them at Sakura. She needed to close the distance, preparing to unleash her ultimate secret technique. Sakura executed a series of backflips, her movements agile and graceful, her hands fluttering like butterflies as she dodged and parried, evading every attack. In the midst of her evasive maneuvers, Sakura used the tip of her toe to flick the kunai she just dropped, sending it spinning toward Haku. Such a blatant attack. Did you really think that could harm me? Haku sneered inwardly, seeing that she could easily dodge the kunai with just a tilt of her head. "Explode!" Sakura shouted, and suddenly the explosive tag attached to the kunai's handle flared with light. Not good. Haku immediately broke off her assault, forming a one-handed seal. Ice style. Ice formation wall. A thick wall of ice sprang up just in time to block the kunai. With a deafening boom, the explosive tag detonated, sending a surge of heat and smoke billowing through the air. Yet the ice wall remained pristine, and Haku, sheltered behind it, was unharmed. Earth style. Swamp of the Underworld. Sakura unleashed another jutsu, and a 5-meter-wide circular swamp appeared right beneath Haku's feet. Such a petty trick. Haku stomped her right foot, and a wave of white frost rippled outward from her, freezing the swamp solid and saving her from sinking. Water style. Surging wave. Sakura's next attack followed instantly. A massive jet of water crashed toward Haku, but the ice wall blocked it, splitting the torrent to either side and covering the ground with a shallow pool. Using water style against an ice style shinobi? Clearly, you don't know the meaning of the word danger. Ice style. Frozen river. With a fierce shout, Haku transformed the entire watery arena into a gleaming white sheet of ice. Stepping out from behind her ice wall, Haku spotted Sakura hiding far off in the distance. Do you really think distance will save you? Ice style. Instantaneous ice step. In the blink of an eye, Haku flashed across dozens of meters, closing in right beside Sakura. Secret technique. Demonic mirroring ice crystals. Panels of ice crystal rose up all around Sakura, trapping her at the center. Gazing down at the startled and panic-stricken Sakura, Haku smiled triumphantly. I really must thank you for that water style just now. If you hadn't filled the arena with water, I never could have created such a vast ice field with my own jutsu. Without your help, it would have taken me much more effort to set up my secret technique. Sakura clenched her teeth, her eyes locked fiercely on Haku. So, how should I thank you? I know. Let me grant you a deep, restful sleep. Don't move now, unless you want me to turn you into a pincushion. Secret technique. 1,000 piercing water flight. Countless icy sunbond needles emerge from the surrounding crystals. Surrender, ninja of a leaf. Otherwise, every one of these needles will pierce your body. Haku of the Hidden Mist urged. Sweat beaded on Sakura's brow, but she still refused to yield. Honestly, what's the point of putting up a front when things have come to this? Fine, let me send you off myself. Haku sighed in resignation, then aimed a needle at the back of Sakura's neck and let it fly. With a sharp crack, the sunbond passed through Sakura's neck and shattered against the frozen ground. But then, under attack, Sakura's body began to melt, dissolving into a puddle of mud and water. What? An earth clone? When did she? Haku gasped, panic written all over her face as she spun around, searching for Sakura. At that moment, Kakashi suddenly appeared and announced loudly, the first match is over. The winner, Sakura Haruno of the Hidden Leaf. No way, that's impossible. How could I lose? What is the meaning of this, Jonin of the Leaf? Haku shouted, her anger directed at Kakashi. Kakashi, however, offered no explanation. He simply turned and looked towards Zabuza. Standing at the edge of the field with arms folded, Zabuza shook his head and said, you really did lose this one. Step down. Though still confused, Haku obeyed and left the field. She still wore a look of disbelief, so Zabuza took the time to explain. You went out of bounds, Haku. That leaf kunoichi used an explosive tag to block your vision, then sent an earth clone outside the arena. Next, she used water style jutsu to lure you into using ice style. Meanwhile, her real self burrowed underground with another earth style technique. When you froze the surface with ice style, the boundary, originally marked with white lime, was covered by the ice you created. After that, everything unfolded just as she'd planned. The moment you saw her earth clone, you used body flicker to close in. But as soon as you approached the clone, you also stepped out of bounds and were ruled the loser. Only then did Haku realize where she had lost, though she was still reluctant to accept it, blaming her defeat on her opponent's trickery. Seeing this, Zabuza spoke sternly. Don't think of her tactics as underhanded. This is a perfect use of the rules, a display of true combat wisdom. And do you really believe that Kunoichi from the Leaf only knows how to play tricks? He pointed at Sakura, who had just broken through the ice from underground, and analyzed carefully. From the very start, she dodged your icy needles and countered with explosive tags, showing impressive taijutsu skills. Her timing with those jutsu demonstrated a deep mastery of ninjutsu and sharp tactical awareness. Moreover, just look at her. She's used so many jutsu already and still moves with such ease. That shows her chakra reserves far exceed those of others her age. Facing an opponent who not only has impressive taijutsu skills and excels at ninjutsu, but also possesses an extraordinary amount of chakra and remarkable battle intelligence. Haku, your defeat is hardly unfair. So, Haku, don't get complacent just because you're a Kekiai Jinkai user. And don't let the title of genius in the Hidden Mist Village go to your head. There's always someone stronger out there, always another mountain beyond the mountain. If you can recognize your shortcomings through this battle, then this loss is well worth it. The first match, Konoha Sakura Haruno versus the Hidden Mist Haku of the Yuki clan. Victory goes to Konoha. Sakura and Kakashi stepped down from the arena. Well done, Sakura. Naruto and Sasuke cheered for her from the sidelines. It's all thanks to Naruto's information. Sakura replied with a smile, expressing her gratitude. Next up is Sasuke. Do your best. Don't worry, I won't lose. Sasuke replied confidently, striding to the center of the arena. Just a friendly reminder, try not to use fire-style jutsu in your match, Sasuke. With the field covered in ice, your opponent's hydration technique might be at a disadvantage, too, Sakura advised. Got it, thanks. Sasuke waved back without turning around. Both contestants were in position. Kakashi and Zabuza exchanged a glance, and, after nodding to each other, vanished in a flash, leaving the field to their subordinates. The second match, Konoha Sasuke Uchiha vs Hidden Mist Suigetsu Hozuki. As soon as the fight began, Sasuke's hands moved in a blur, rapidly hurling shuriken at Suigetsu while leaping backward to widen the gap between them. Suigetsu was unfazed. Forming a series of hand signs, he slammed his palms to the ground. Water style, water formation wall. A powerful wall of water surged up, deflecting Sasuke's shuriken with a rush. Next, Suigetsu pulled out a scroll, unfurled it smoothly across the ground, summoning Jutsu. With a loud bang, a massive sword appeared in his hands. Watching from the sidelines, Kakashi leaned towards Zabuza and whispered, "Hey, isn't this a bit much? You actually gave him the executioner's blade?" Zabuza's tone was calm. It was always going to be his sooner or later. Might as well let him get used to it now. He sure doesn't look like a beginner. Kakashi remarked as Suigetsu effortlessly swung the huge sword, knocking away Sasuke's long-range shuriken. Who knows? Maybe he really is a prodigy, Zabuza replied with a hint of indifference. On the field, Suigetsu advanced, brandishing the massive blade at Sasuke. Sasuke gripped kunai in a reverse hold, ready for the clash. Just as Suigetsu closed in, he let out a roar, bringing the blade down in a powerful overhead strike aimed at Sasuke's head. Sasuke didn't dare take it head-on. He quickly dodged to the side, narrowly. Avoiding the blow, in the middle of his move, Suigetsu suddenly changed his technique in mid-air, transforming a downward slash into a sharp, slicing strike. The blade aimed directly at Sasuke's neck. What? Sasuke's face turned pale with shock. How could such a heavy blade move with such agility? At this point, Sasuke had no time to dodge. He could only manage to raise his arm and block the blow with his kunai. With a metallic clang, Sasuke was sent flying by Suigetsu's tremendous strength, tumbling across the ground to soften the impact. He was about to roll out of the arena when he twisted his body, landed on one knee, and stabbed his kunai into the ground with all his might. The sharp screech of metal scraping against ice echoed, and at the very edge of the arena, Sasuke barely managed to stop himself, gasping for breath. Not far away, Suigetsu casually rested his massive blade on his shoulder, pointing it at Sasuke, a cold sneer curling on his lips. "Next time, I'll finish you off." Outside the ring, Mima watched Suigetsu wield the sword with ease and whispered to Sasuke, "Sasuke, he's incredibly strong. He must have mastered the hydrification technique. Don't go head-to-head with him. Try to break through his guard in the middle." Sasuke turned and spat on the ground. As if it's that easy. With that, Sasuke straightened up and charged forward. Suigetsu gripped the sword with both hands, taking up a middle guard stance, the tip of his blade tracking Sasuke's rapid movements, adjusting ever so slightly. "Just a little closer. Just a little closer. If you take one more step, I'll cut you in two." Suigetsu's lips twisted into a cruel smile. "Ah." The instant Sasuke entered the range of the executioner's blade, Suigetsu swung it down with deadly force, aiming at Sasuke's head. In a split second, Sasuke pushed off the ground with his right foot, twisting his waist and narrowly dodging the lethal blow by a hair's breadth. At the same time, his fingers flicked, redirecting his kunai, and carved a deep gash into Suigetsu's side. Suigetsu barely had time to react. He only caught a fleeting glimpse of a pair of blood-red eyes. Sasuke had activated his Sharingan. That's how he managed to evade Suigetsu's attack at the very last moment. Suigetsu dropped to one knee, clutching his wounded side, and glared at Sasuke with fierce resentment. After rolling on the ground to dissipate the momentum of his charge, Sasuke rose smoothly and looked down at Suigetsu with disdain. "Didn't your sword master ever teach you not to use all your strength in one blow? Looks like he wasn't much of a teacher after all." This time, his aim was not just to wound, but to strike at Suigetsu's pride. "Bastard!" Suigetsu's eyes blazed with fury. No one was allowed to insult his brother. "No one. Can we call the match now? Jonin of Kirigakure?" Sasuke shouted, staring at Suigetsu, who was clutching his side and unable to move. "I haven't lost yet. Water style, water gun." Grinding his teeth, Suigetsu dropped the sword with his left hand, shaped his fingers into a gun, and fired a high-speed jet of water at Sasuke. Sasuke dodged in an instant. Though his Sharingan had only awakened a single Tomo, his dynamic vision had improved dramatically. Such blatant sneak attacks could not escape those eyes. After forcing Sasuke back, Suigetsu activated his hydrification technique, transforming the wounded part of his waist into a ball of water he held in his hand, then pressed it to the ground. The icy surface froze the water instantly, turning it into a ball of ice. Suigetsu pressed the ice ball back to his waist and released the technique. With a wrenching, guttural scream, the bleeding at his waist had already stopped. So he's using the hydrification technique and freezing to stop the bleeding? Sasuke, his Sharingan spinning, took in every detail. Suigetsu picked up the executioner's blade, slowly pushing himself upright with a hand on his waist. He staggered a few times, the searing pain and cold from his wound furrowing his brow. Seeing Suigetsu's struggle, Sasuke tried to persuade him. "Give it up. In your condition, You can't even swing your blade. What do you have left to fight me with? Suigetsu let out a cold laugh. With a forceful motion, he hurled the executioner's blade far away, landing it in front of Zabuza. Who needs a blade? I can beat you to death with my bare fists. Water style, super water arm. A surge of chakra gathered in Suigetsu's left arm. His already sturdy limb swelled, muscles bulging and twisting. Water style, super water leg. With a thunderous shout, Suigetsu's pant legs tore apart. He slid his left foot back, bent his front knee, and, with a sudden burst of power, launched himself at Sasuke like a cannonball. The ground beneath his feet shattered from the explosive force. Sasuke's Sharingan widened, the Tomo whirling frantically in his gaze. He's so fast. Sasuke quickly rolled to the side, dodging Suigetsu's charge. A deafening crash rang out as the ice wall Haku had just built was smashed to pieces. The destructive power was terrifying. Even explosion tags had left no mark on that wall, yet Suigetsu had shattered it with a single blow. From the rubble, Suigetsu staggered to his feet, slowly advancing on Sasuke. Just now, the distance had given Sasuke enough time to evade. This time, he was closer. Let's see how you dodge now. Sasuke realized what Suigetsu was up to. He hurled kunai to block Suigetsu's advance, but Suigetsu didn't even try to dodge. The blade struck him, splashing harmlessly through his watery form. "TCH, this hydrification technique really is a pain," Sasuke muttered, his expression darkening. Now at the edge of the battlefield, Sasuke had nowhere left to retreat. Facing Suigetsu's relentless advance, he braced himself, ready to dodge or block. Block? This punch carries the strength I've built over a dozen years. Let's see you stop it. Suigetsu sneered inwardly at Sasuke's defensive stance. Suddenly, Sasuke formed a rapid sequence of hand signs: snake, ram, monkey, boar, horse, tiger, fire style, grand fireball jutsu. A roaring blaze surged forward, engulfing Suigetsu in its fierce heat. When the flames finally faded, Suigetsu emerged completely unharmed. His secret water transformation technique had rendered him immune to the fire's damage. The price he paid was steam rising from his body, and the wound at his waist, previously frozen, began to thaw. Suigetsu looked down in disbelief at the wound, now bleeding freely, and staggered forward a few steps before collapsing limply at Sasuke's feet. The arms and ankles, thickened by his secret technique, slowly returned to their normal size. Seeing this, Sasuke let out a breath of relief and shouted towards Zabuza, who was watching from afar. "Hey, can't you declare this over now? If you wait any longer, he'll bleed out." But just then, everything changed in an instant. Suigetsu, who seemed completely spent, suddenly lifted his head and pressed his hand to the ground. Secret technique, grand water, ankle, jutsu. As the technique activated, blood from Suigetsu's waist shot out like arrows, and he leapt horizontally, wrapping his arms around Sasuke's waist. The two of them tumbled together over the edge of the arena. Zabuza and Kakashi rushed over, with Haku following close behind. Haku quickly pressed a large chunk of ice against Suigetsu's waist, stopping the bleeding. Though both fell outside the arena, since the Konoha ninja landed first, this match goes to us of the Hidden Mist. Kakashi, you have no objections, right? Zabuza looked at the barely conscious Suigetsu, who was being tended by Haku, and spoke to Kakashi. "Yes, that's only fair. So the second match goes to the Hidden Mist, and, as agreed, the long sword, sewing needle, and the blunt sword. Kabutawari will be returned unconditionally to your village," Kakashi replied, impressed by the Mist youth's determination. With the help of Naruto and Sakura, Sasuke got to his feet. He hadn't been hurt. By that point, Suigetsu was already spent. Staring at his barely breathing opponent, Sasuke muttered, "Was it really worth it for just 2 swords?" Suigetsu, catching Sasuke's question, forced a grin. "That's my brother's sword." With that, his eyes slid shut and he lost consciousness. Sasuke, who also had an older brother, instantly understood. Because it was his brother's blade, he couldn't allow it to remain in Konoha. Because it had been taken by force, he had to reclaim it by force, to wipe away the shame. Because it was his brother's sword, because it was his brother. Sasuke said nothing, simply turning and walking away. Sakura, watching Suigetsu's faint breathing despite Haku's emergency treatment, stepped forward and said, "I've studied medical ninjutsu. If the Mist would trust me, please allow me to treat him. Otherwise, if you keep using ice to stop the bleeding, it might cause tissue necrosis around the wound." Mizunozuki Haku lifted her head, gazing hopefully at the kunoichi who was a year or 2 younger than herself, and exclaimed with delight, "Really? Please, I'm begging you, you must save him." After consulting the 2 jonin, Sakura set about treating Suigetsu. As a faint green glow shimmered, Suigetsu's wound began to slowly heal. Perhaps the rapid regeneration of his tissues brought excruciating itching and pain, because even in his unconscious state, Hozuki Suigetsu kept screaming and convulsing in agony. So Haku and Minma had to hold down the struggling Suigetsu, making sure Sakura could continue her treatment. Once she was finished, Haku fashioned a stretcher out of ice, and with the help of his brother, they carried the now steady-breathing Suigetsu off the battlefield to settle him somewhere safe. Thank you, Kakashi, and you too, Kunoichi from the Leaf. Zabuza expressed his gratitude to Kakashi. Don't mention it. Kakashi waved it off with a casual gesture. The brothers have gone to care for Suigetsu, so we can't continue the match for now. Why don't we postpone it until tomorrow? Zabuza suggested. Kakashi nodded in agreement, then led Minma and Sakura back toward the inn. On the way, Minma turned to Sakura and asked, Hey, Sakura, does it always hurt that much when you use medical ninjutsu? Sakura glanced back with a sly, fox-like smile, beautiful and cunning all at once. Maybe so. Who can say for sure? After a night's rest, Kakashi brought his team back to the battlefield the next morning. The area had already been repaired overnight by Gato's men. Even the borders blurred by the icy water had been carefully marked again with fresh lime powder. Zabuza and his subordinates were already waiting by the field. As the two sides met, Zabuza once again thanked Sakura and presented her with a ninjutsu scroll. Thank you again for saving my comrade. This is the training method for the water release, great water arm technique. Please accept it. With Kakashi's approval, Sakura accepted the scroll and then turned to the pale-faced Suigetsu. Has your wound fully healed? Do you need another treatment? Suigetsu shuddered as if recalling the pain, quickly hiding behind Haku and waving his hands frantically. No, I'm completely healed. Thank you, really, thank you. Haku covered her mouth, trying not to laugh. Zabuza clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention. Enough chit-chat. Let's pick up where we left off yesterday. The next match will be Minma Uzumaki of the Leaf against. No need for introductions. The Demon Brothers, you're up. Let's finish this quickly. I'm eager to get back to the Leaf. Minma cut Zabuza off mid-sentence, taking a swift step into the center of the field. He pointed at the Demon Brothers and declared, Ahem. Zabuza coughed awkwardly, turning to Minma. You won't be facing the Demon Brothers. After all, they're already Chunin. If I had them fight a genin like you again, it would be a bit too much of a bully move. So, I've called in another genin from nearby for you to spar with. Consider it my way of repaying you for sparing the Demon Brothers earlier. Minma grinned at his good fortune. Who knew things could turn out like this? Yugao, come on out and test yourself against this Leaf genin. Zabuza called. As he finished speaking, a young man appeared, with chestnut bangs covering his left eye, dressed in a blue haori and holding a bubble blower. The moment Minma got a good look at him, he couldn't help but laugh incredulously. Is this for real? He strode up to Zabuza, pointed at Yugao, and demanded, Who is this? Zabuza replied, Yugao, a mist genin. How old is he? Minma pressed. 8, Zabuza answered. Minma grabbed Yugao and shouted, You're telling me this guy is 8? Zabuza shrugged. No one believes it. I don't believe it. At 3, he was as tall as his mom. At 5, he was as tall as me. At 8, well, here he is. Minma exploded. You're joking, right? Who are you trying to fool? Zabuza spread his hands. He really is a genin. If you don't believe me, I can show you his ninja registration. Minma took a few steps back, took a deep breath to calm himself, and said, struggling to restrain his anger, Fine, he's 8. Fine, he's a genin. But you call this gratitude for sparing the Demon Brothers? This isn't gratitude. This is betrayal. Can't your mist village do anything remotely decent? Even a little? Honestly, if you people had even a shred of conscience, you'd never pit a tailed beast Jinchuriki against a genin like me. At this, Kakashi's face turned serious. He grabbed Zabuza's right wrist and asked, A Jinchuriki? Minma, are you sure about this? Zabuza's expression darkened. His left hand gripped the hilt of his executioner's blade, eyes locked on Minma with murderous intent. How do you know that? The identity of a Jinchuriki is a tightly guarded secret in every nation. Minma should have no way of knowing. If Minma said even one wrong word, Zabuza would cut him down on the spot. Minma snorted. His chakra feels just like my mother's, warm, but with a trace of chill beneath. Of course, Minma couldn't reveal he'd seen the anime and knew the character's background, so he spun a tail with a straight face. I see, Zabuza muttered. Kakashi understood and immediately explained to Zabuza, trying to dispel his murderous intent. This child's mother is from the Uzumaki clan. What you're witnessing is probably the Uzumaki's sensory ability, Kagura's mind eye, which allows him to sense the temperature of a person's chakra. Zabuza was still somewhat doubtful. Sensing the temperature of chakra doesn't explain how he knew Yugao is the Jinchuriki of the Hidden Mist Village. Kakashi sighed and continued. This child's mother was also a Jinchuriki. Realization dawned on Zabuza. He relaxed his grip on the sword hilt and looked at his wrist, which Kakashi was still holding. Aren't you going to let go? Instead of releasing him, Kakashi tightened his hold even more. Let's talk first about you using a Jinchuriki to disguise as a genin. Do you really think that's fair? Zabuza stiffened his neck defiantly. Isn't that something we learned from you, Leaf Nin? Kakashi retorted. Nonsense. When did we ever do such a thing in the Leaf? Zabuza scoffed. During the Third Great Ninja War, didn't one of your Leaf Nin, the guy with the watermelon haircut, disguise himself as a genin, fought against our 7 ninja swordsmen, killed 4, and gravely wounded 3? Have you all forgotten that incident? Kakashi was momentarily at a loss for words. After a pause, he replied, but Might Due was really just a genin. Zabuza sneered. Same goes for us. Yugao truly is a genin. Kakashi finally let go of Zabuza's hand. For the first time as a Konoha technician, he found himself at a loss for words. Hey Kakashi-sensei, are you just going to give up like that? Mima shouted loudly. Well, there's nothing for it. Mima, why don't you try fighting Yugao? If it's too much, you can always surrender. Kakashi spoke apologetically. Listen to that. Minma was so exasperated he could barely contain himself. Try it? If I try, I might just die right there. It's all right, Minma. Facing a Jinchuriki in battle is a rare experience. Kakashi tried once more to persuade him when he saw Minma's reluctance. Why don't you do it yourself? Minma glared at Kakashi, his eyes saying it all. Kakashi hurriedly waved his hands, then pointed at Zabuza, meaning, I still have to fight Zabuza. I can't step onto the field right now. What a joke. The opponent is a Jinchuriki. If it's you, Minma, at least he might hold back. But if it's me, who knows if he'll pull his punches? Kakashi thought to himself. Minma, still unwilling, suggested again. How about letting another genin from the Leaf take my place? I remember there's an old veteran named Mariboshi Kosuka. He's still a genin, but has the strength of an elite jonin. Kakashi refused. Do you really think a 71-year-old man, after marching for 4 days straight, has any fighting strength left? What about the others? I remember the promotion system in Konoha's Root Division is different from that of regular ninjas. There might be some powerful genin over there. Let it go, Minma, Kakashi sighed, shaking his head. Among all the genin currently in Konoha, you're already one of the strongest. If you're really that scared, you could just forfeit. Really? Is that allowed? Minma's eyes sparkled with hope. Of course, Kakashi replied nonchalantly. But this match will be recorded and shown to both the Konoha leadership and the upper echelons of the Land of Fire. It's not a big deal, but it might affect your future assessments and promotions. Enough. I'm going, Minma cried, tears streaming down his face. Reluctantly, Minma shuffled toward the arena. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he darted back to Sasuke's side. Sasuke, I need a favor. Speak, Sasuke replied curtly. I heard the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan is basically plug-and-play. How about you pop out those eyes of yours and lend them to me for a bit? Minma blurted out, utterly outrageous. Get lost, Sasuke shot back just as succinctly. Alrighty then. Even after being rejected, Minma bounced back to the field, unfazed. A gust of wind swirled through the arena, rustling Minma's hair and lifting Yugogo's bangs. You're here. Minma's face was cold as he spoke. You shouldn't have come, but here you are anyway. Yugogo's lips moved ever so slightly, but he remained silent. What drove you to break through the mist Umbu's blockade, cross the sea from so far away, just to pick on a lowly genin like me? Minma asked, genuine curiosity in his voice. Yugogo flushed briefly, but quickly regained his composure. I'm sorry. I have reasons that leave me no choice. It's for someone important, isn't it? Minma guessed. Yugogo didn't answer, but his silence said it all. This person means a lot to you, and they've been captured by Konoha, right? Minma pressed further. I'm sorry. I can't say, Yugogo replied, lips tightly sealed. I understand. You have your reasons for fighting me, and I have my own reasons why I can't afford to lose. Let's settle this with our skills, Minma declared. Thank you, Yugogo said, bowing his head in gratitude. He reached for the bubble pipe at his waist. Facing a child was humiliating enough. Did he really have to make the first move? Silently, Yugogo apologized in his heart, waiting for Minma to strike. If you won't make the first move, then I won't hold back, Minma replied, fully aware of Yugogo's hesitation. Please, fight me with everything you've got. I promise to pull my punches. I won't hurt you, Yugogo called out. As you wish. Minma unzipped his jacket, lifted his undershirt to reveal his stomach, and with his right hand, shaped into a claw, dug his fingers into the skin around his navel and twisted forcefully. 4 symbols seal, release. As soon as he finished speaking, an immense surge of chakra flooded through Myanmar's meridians. He swiftly formed a cross-shaped hand seal with both hands and declared, Multi-Shadow Clone Jutsu. Clouds of smoke erupted with a series of sharp pops, one after another, filling the air. When the smoke cleared, countless Myamas stood shoulder to shoulder, stretching as far as the eye could see. There were hundreds, if not thousands. What? Gasped everyone present, their eyes wide with disbelief. This is a genin from your Konoha? Tell me, which genin can create this many clones? Zabuza seized Kakashi by the collar, shaking him hard. I have no idea either. Kakashi's shock was genuine, evident in his eyes. Even Yugao was surprised, but he quickly lifted his bubble pipe to his lips and blew a stream of shimmering bubbles that floated around him. Forgive me, I take back what I said earlier. I may not be able to hold back after all, Yugao announced to the Legion of Mia. Maz before him. Here we go. The Myanmar army shouted in unison, surging forward in a tidal wave to launch their assault on Yugao. With a flick of his bubble pipe, Yugao sent a barrage of bubbles hurtling toward the advancing clones. Knowing full well the destructive power of those bubbles, the Myamas dared not let them come close. Dozens of clones halted, forming hand seals. Wind style, great breakthrough. Gale force winds erupted from the mouths of dozens of clones, converging in midair into 4 colossal tornadoes. As the bubbles neared, they were swept up and burst apart by the raging winds. Then, twisting like dragons, the tornadoes charged at Yugao from 4 directions. Unfazed, Yugao calmly slid his bubble pipe back in his belt, formed a hand seal, and slammed his palms on the ground. Water style, 4-fold water formation wall. 4 towering columns of water shot up from the earth, encasing Yugao in a protective barrier. In the blink of an eye, the tornadoes crashed into the water walls. The torrents of water held the winds at bay, while the fierce gales battered the watery shield, sending waves splashing high into the sky. After a long moment, the winds died down and the water subsided. Everyone present looked utterly bedraggled, as if they'd all been caught in a downpour. Yugao drew his bubble pipe once more and gave it a powerful swing. Countless tiny bubbles scattered like buckshot, pelting the ranks of the Myanmar army. Caught off guard, the clones at the front were struck one after another. With a series of sharp pops, dozens of Myanmar clones burst into clouds of smoke and vanished. I can shoot too. The remaining Myamas roared, taking a deep breath. Wind style, vacuum bullet. Countless blasts of highly compressed air rocketed toward Yugao like invisible bullets. Though Yugao couldn't see the transparent projectiles, the constant shattering of his bubbles revealed the trajectory of the attack. He drew a deep breath himself, gathering a tremendous amount of chakra, and used it to conjure a mountain of foam in front of him. This was Yugao's signature defensive ninjutsu, water style, adhesive foam. This ninjutsu was a technique Yugao used to manipulate chakra, creating a mass of sticky bubbles. By interlinking the bubbles, he could slow down and block the enemy's projectile attacks. Countless air blasts crashed into the mountain of bubbles, denting its surface, but each crater was swiftly restored by new bubbles generated by Yugao. The 2 sides were locked in a stalemate. Seeing this, Minma's true body flung a kunai, embedding it in the center of the bubble mountain. He barked out an order. Everyone, aim at the kunai. Focus your attacks right there. At his command, the Minma clones adjusted their aim, concentrating their firepower on the heart of the bubble mountain and unleashing a barrage of vacuum spheres. Yugao felt his chakra reserves draining rapidly. The bubbles were being destroyed faster than he could replace them, and if things continued this way, the defense would be breached sooner or later. Sorry, Leaf. Shinobi, Six Tails, lend me your strength. Just as the bubble mountain was about to collapse, Yugao shouted, and in an instant, a crimson chakra cloaked him, protecting him just as the vacuum spheres closed in. A thunderous crash echoed as the compressed air slammed into Yugao's tailed beast cloak and the ground, sending up clouds of dust and debris. Before the smoke had even cleared, 2 scarlet chakra tentacles shot out from the haze, lashing wildly at the Minma army. Damn, he's pulled out the tailed beast cloak. Can't handle a fair fight, huh? Minma cursed loudly as he dodged the whipping chakra tentacles. But the confined space gave most of his clones nowhere to escape, and one by one, they burst apart in puffs of smoke onto the strikes. When the dust finally settled and the tentacles withdrew, only Minma's panting true body remained, facing Yugao, now shrouded in the red cloak of the tailed beast. The recent assault had hit Minma hard. He'd taken 3 brutal blows, and now he could barely stand. If his shadow clones hadn't shielded him at all costs, he might not be standing at all. I admit, maybe it was a little too loud just now. So, Can we just calm down for a moment? Minma managed a wry smile as he looked at Yugao, who now sported 2 tails of chakra. With 2 tails unfurled, Yugao still managed to hold onto his consciousness. His tone was icy as he addressed Minma. There have been a few over the years who've pushed me this far, but you're the first at your age to do it. Tell me, should I kill you here and rid Kirigakure of a future threat? The menace in Yugao's voice sent a chill through Minma. He quickly raised his hands in surrender. Aye, sir. But before he could finish, a chakra tentacle erupted from the ground and slammed into his stomach. The word render died in his throat, replaced by a mouthful of blood. Minma was still suspended in the air, not yet touching the ground, when another chakra tendril shot out from behind Yugao, snaking swiftly around Minma's neck and hoisting him up. Minma grasped desperately at the tendril choking his throat, but how could a human's strength compare to that of a tailed beast? His vision swam with stars as the crushing sensation of suffocation overwhelmed him, and he felt as if he could see the sage of 6 paths across a distant river, beckoning him onward. Chidori! With a piercing, electrifying sound, sharp and chaotic, like 1,000 birds screeching at once, Kakashi appeared at Minma's side in a flash, severing the chakra tendril. With a single strike, freed from his bonds, Minma collapsed to his knees, clutching his throat with his right hand and gulping down air in great, ragged breaths. That's enough. We, the Leaf, concede this match. Kakashi's voice was stern and commanding. Something in Kakashi's declaration seemed to strike a nerve in Yugao. He grew increasingly frenzied, crimson chakra surging on his back, threatening to sprout a 3rd tendril. Ha! Ha ha ha! You think you can stop me? His laughter twisted into a shrill, manic howl. Hiya! Aya! With that wild, blood-curdling cry, Yugao's 3rd tail fully materialized, and a 4th flickered into existence, barely visible. Now half-transformed into a beast, Yugao dropped to all 4s, facing Kakashi with a deafening roar. The sheer force of his chakra sent shockwaves tearing through the earth, shattering the ground beneath him. In this half-beast state, Yugao had nearly lost all reason. Unable to distinguish friend from foe, driven solely by hatred, his eyes burning with murderous intent. The sight of the berserk Jinchuriki left everyone around pale with fear, horror etched across their faces. Even Kakashi, usually so calm and collected, looked grim. He had never imagined that a simple skirmish among genin would drive Yugao to such a state. Meanwhile, within Yugao's consciousness, Yugao knelt on the ground, head tilted back, his gaze empty. In his ears, the insidious voice of the 6 tails whispered, "See for yourself. When the Leaf's genin are in danger, their teacher rushes to their aid. But your teacher? All he wants is the power inside you. To claim it, he even infiltrated the Leaf to steal sealing techniques. Luckily, he was caught by the Leaf. If he'd returned, it would have meant your death. Why bother saving someone like him? Wouldn't it be better to let him rot forever in the Leaf's prison? Let him die there of old age." At the mention of his teacher, a glimmer stirred in Yugao's otherwise lifeless eyes. He murmured, almost inaudibly, "Sensei, Sensei." Back outside, Zabuza Momochi appeared instantly in front of Kakashi, with Suijitsu Hozuki and Haku dashing to his side, forming a defensive triangle. "Calm down, Yugao. Did you forget you still have to save your master?" Zabuza shouted at Yugao. At the mention of the word master, Yugao froze for a moment, then clutched his head with both hands and let out a blood-curdling scream. Behind him, a 4th tail had already emerged in full. Seeing this, Zabuza's face drained of color. The last time Yugao lost control like this was before his master left for Konoha, for tails had appeared then as well. If not for the timely intervention of Lord Mizukage and the elite forces of the Hidden Mist Village, combined with Yugao's master's sealing techniques, who knows how many lives would have been lost that day. But now, only he and Kakashi were here. There was no way the 2 of them could suppress Yugao in this state. If it were just the 2 of them, perhaps they could at least escape with their lives from the rampaging Jinchuriki. But now, each of them was responsible for a team of junior ninja. They might find a way out, but would the younger ones be so lucky? Kakashi, get ready to risk everything. Otherwise, none of us is getting out alive. Zabuza barked over his shoulder, not daring to look away from Yugao. Understood. Hold him off for a bit. I have a secret technique, but it takes some time to prepare. Kakashi replied, all the while signaling a series of tactical gestures to Sasuke and Sakura behind his back. We got it. Be quick. There's only so long we can hold out. Suigetsu, Haku, let's go. Zabuza charged forward, Suigetsu and Haku close behind. Water style, great waterfall jutsu. Zabuza unleashed a torrent of water from his mouth. Suka technique, Shided ko elme. Suigetsu activated his jutsu, using Zabuza's water to envelop Yugao. This was a defensive technique Suigetsu had honed by covering his liquefied body, transformed through his hydrification technique. With a massive amount of water, he could form a monstrous water creature capable of absorbing multiple attacks. Ice style, twin blossoms of the frozen moon. Haku leapt high, pressing both palms onto the watery beast. A harsh, teeth-grinding crackle filled the air as the creature rapidly froze over. Suigetsu released his jutsu just before the beast was completely encased in ice, returning to his normal form. Seeing that Yugao was temporarily contained, Zabuza let out a sigh of relief, then shouted at the looming block of ice. Kakashi, how much longer? We can't hold this for long. Kakashi? Kakashi. Zabuza, hearing no reply, turned to look in Kakashi's direction. What he saw made his eyes go wide with rage. He let out a furious roar. Kakashi! There was no sign of Kakashi or any Konoha ninja behind him. It turned out that when Kakashi asked Zabuza to buy him some time, the hand signals he'd given Sakura and Sasuke had actually meant, take Naruto and get out of here first. I'll catch up. That sly fox. The very instant Zabuza led the Mist Ninja squad forward, Kakashi had seized the opportunity to slip away without hesitation. Behind him, the anguished cries echoed, but Kakashi didn't look back. He just led his 3 charges in a headlong dash for safety. Suddenly, Mima struggled free from Sasuke and sprang to his feet. Sensing the commotion behind them, Kakashi and Sakura quickly stopped as well. Kakashi-sensei, we can't leave. Minma shook off Sasuke's support and addressed the 3 with a steady voice. Minma, this is no time for stubbornness. An out-of-control Jinchuriki is far beyond what we can handle. Hurry up and get out of here with us. Kakashi commanded sternly, his tone brooking no argument. I'm serious, Kakashi-sensei. Minma replied earnestly. Do you realize how many casualties there will be if a Jinchuriki runs amok on the borders of the Land of Fire? No matter how many casualties there are, it has nothing to do with us. Kakashi's response was cold and detached. That's not what I mean, Kakashi-sensei. Minma shook his head. If the Mist Village's Jinchuriki goes on a rampage in the Land of Fire, it's an act of war. If Konoha and the Mist go to war, the Stone, Cloud, and Sand villages will seize the opportunity, and even the smaller villages, like Rain, Waterfall, and Hot Springs will jump in for a piece of the action. Konoha doesn't have the strength to fight on so many fronts anymore. So if we don't stop the Mist Jinchuriki right now, before long, we'll be facing even more tailed beasts on the battlefield. After listening to Minma, Kakashi fell silent for a moment before speaking in a somber tone. It's not as if I'm unaware of all this, but even if we go back, what can we possibly do against a rampaging Jinchuriki? Sensing Kakashi's hesitation, Minma pressed on, eager to seize the moment. I have a way to deal with the Jinchuriki. I can't guarantee it'll work, but we can at least try. What kind of method could you possibly have? Kakashi was skeptical. What way do I have? Minma felt bitter inside. At this point, all he could do was make something up. Sorry, Mom. Looks like I'll have to borrow your name again. Minma lifted his undershirt, pointing at the sealing mark on his stomach. This is my method. A look of realization flashed across Kakashi's face. The 4-symbol seal? Minma, you've actually mastered such advanced sealing techniques? If that's the case, it's worth a try. Team 7, we're heading back. Without hesitation, the 4 of them turned around and raced back toward the battlefield. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Zabuza stared at the massive block of ice before him, inwardly cursing his luck. Suddenly, with a loud crack, a fissure split the ice. Zabuza's eyes widened in alarm, and he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Get back!" The 3 of them instantly retreated from the ice's edge. Barely a heartbeat later, a deafening explosion shattered the block into countless shards. Yugao crouched on the ground, his mouth twisting into a wild, manic grin. I'll kill all of you. I will kill every last one of you. Before the words had even finished leaving his lips, Yugao sprang towards Zabuza and his team like a wild beast unleashed. This is bad. Seeing this, Suigetsu Hozuki quickly activated a secret technique, transforming himself into a larger water monster. Hoisting Haku and Zabuza on his back, he fled desperately in the opposite direction. Haku and Zabuza did not sit idle either. They unleashed a flurry of jutsu attacks at Yugao, trying to slow his advance. Spears of ice burst from the ground, one after another, aiming to impale Yugao as he raced forward at high speed, but he dodged them all with the agile movements of his half-tailed beast form. Water dragons materialized in the air, jaws wide open as they lunged at Yugao, but each one was dispersed by the chakra tendrils that sprouted from his back. Not only that, but the tendrils on Yugao's back suddenly twisted together, forming a gigantic hand that swung down at the three of them. Had that colossal palm struck its mark, none of the three would have survived. In a flash, Zabuza rapidly formed hand seals. Water style, water prison jutsu. A massive sphere of water enveloped all three, Haku, Suigetsu, and himself, the latter now released from his liquid state. Right after, Haku unleashed a secret ice release technique. In an instant, the water sphere froze solid, encasing the trio in a protective shell of ice. With a thunderous crash, the gigantic chakra hand smashed into the ice ball, sending debris flying in all directions. A violent gust scattered the lingering dust. Yugao withdrew his chakra hand. The ice sphere had been driven deep into the ground and shattered into countless shards, exposing the heavily injured trio. Haku's face was deathly pale, unconscious in Suigetsu's arms. Suigetsu himself bled from the mouth, suffering internal injuries, and sat on the ground, gasping for breath. Zabuza rose shakily, supporting himself with his sword. Blood streamed from a wound on his head, and his left foot and shin were grotesquely twisted, clearly broken. Raising his blade, he pointed its tip at the Six Tails and bellowed, "Six Tails, in the name of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, and as a Jonin of Kirigakure, Momochi Zabuza, I declare, from this moment on, if you wish to harm my students, you'll have to go through my corpse first." Yugao glanced at him and let out a long, furious roar at the sky. Not again, not this again. This tiresome scene of a master defending his disciples. When will it finally end? If you refuse to disappear, then I'll make you disappear myself. Throwing his head back, Yugao opened his jaws wide. Countless surges of violent chakra converged in his mouth, condensing into a black sphere the size of a soccer ball. This was the tailed beast's ultimate attack, the tailed beast ball. With a piercing whistle, the tailed beast ball shot towards Zabuza like a cannon blast. Just as it seemed the three would meet their end under its might, suddenly. Earth-style, multiple Earth-style ramparts. Row upon row of earthen walls erupted from the ground, blocking the blast path. Earth-style, Earth prison dome of magnificent nothingness. A massive dome-shaped fortress rose up, sheltering the trio beneath it. A deafening rumble shook the battlefield. The Earth ramparts were obliterated in an instant by the destructive power of the tailed beast ball, which then slammed into the half-spherical stronghold. With a thunderous impact, with a thunderous roar and a piercing shriek, the tailed beast bomb shot out like a ricocheting bullet, soaring through the air before crashing into the distant sea. A towering pillar of water exploded skyward from the impact. The blast unleashed waves as monstrous as a tsunami, surging up the shores of the land of waves and smashing the seaside houses to splinters. The earthen prison shattered, and amid swirling dust and debris, Zabuza and his companions were once again greeted by daylight. "Hey, is everyone all right?" Kakashi called out, his back turned to Zabuza. "Ah, Kakashi," Zabuza began, but the words faltered on his lips. In that moment, multiple shadow clone jutsu. Countless copies of Menma appeared in midair. Wind-style, vacuum serial orbs. A hail of vacuum bullets whistled through the air, hurtling toward Yugao with relentless force. The sheer number and power of the assault managed to pin Yugao down, overwhelming him for a moment. "Sasuke, now's your chance," Menma shouted. With a crackling burst of lightning, a figure flashed from the ground, striking Yugao hard in the side. Yugao was sent flying, blood scattering like rain as he crashed to the ground. Clutching his wounded waist, Yugao's fury only grew. Chakra surged wildly from his back, and the physical form of the Six Tails began to take shape. In the blink of an eye, the Six Tails, in its complete form, stood revealed. Yugao's consciousness was now completely submerged. What the group faced now was one of the most formidable forces in the ninja world. The true form of the Six Tails, with a body towering as high as a mountain, silver-white flesh, and 6 thrashing tails, the beast radiated an aura of sheer terror. "Ah ha ha ha! At last, I'm free," came a voice, booming and shrill, unmistakably the Six Tails. After several moments of manic laughter, the beast lowered its head, glaring down at the tense gathering. Below, in a delirious tone, it declared, "Well, well, so you're the ones who let me loose. How should I thank you, What a dilemma. I know. Why don't I just melt you all down?" "Ah!" Steeling himself, Menma stepped forward and shouted at the Six Tails. "That's enough, Saiken. Have you forgotten the Sage of Six Paths' words?" At Menma's words, the Six Tails fell silent as though a switch had been flipped. Its laughter cut off, it suddenly lowered itself, bringing its antenna-like horns close to Menma, scrutinizing him with suspicion and surprise. "Who are you? How do you know my name?" And how do you know about the sage? Minma let out a quiet breath of relief. There was room for negotiation. Now, Six Tails, let me talk my way through this. Gathering his thoughts, Minma raised his fist toward the beast and smiled. I'm not much for words. Why don't we settle this with a fist bump? The Six Tails stared, uncertain. This fist bump was a method of chakra connection invented by the Sage of Six Paths at the birth of ninjutsu itself, a way to link hearts and share one's true intentions. But that technique had been long lost to history. How could this boy possibly know of it? Though she wanted to, Sabi finally relented. A small lump of flesh sprouted from her head, condensed into a fist, and gently bumped against Minma's raised fist. In an instant, the scene shifted. Minma suddenly found herself inside Yugao's spiritual world. It was a dark, damp place, resembling a bottomless cavern. Stalactites hung from above, water dripping steadily in a quiet rhythm. Not far away, Yugao was kneeling, hands bound behind her, head tilted upward, her consciousness lost. In the distance, a shattered magic array glimmered with a faint, pale blue light. At its center sat the six-tailed rhino dog, silent and composed. Judging by the condition of the array, it seemed only minutes away from collapsing entirely. Who are you, really? The six-tailed rhino dog's shrill voice echoed through the cavern. Rhino dog, have you forgotten even me? Minma released a little chakra, slowly approaching, letting Sabi sense it for herself. She was gambling, hoping that the world's divergence had started with Danzo, and that everything before that had followed the original story. Minma's heart pounded with anxiety. The rhino dog's face was full of suspicion, but curiosity got the better of her. She reached out a tendril, touched Minma's chakra, and explored it carefully. This is so familiar. This is Ashura's chakra. The rhino dog cried out in astonishment. Minma let out a long breath of relief. She'd gambled right. It's impressive that you recognized it. No wonder the old man said that among the nine-tailed beasts, Kurama is the strongest, but you, rhino dog, are the cleverest. Minma showered her with praise, exaggerating a little for effect. Naturally, rhino dog was clearly pleased, but quickly caught herself. Wait, you're supposed to be dead. Who are you really? Relax, rhino dog. It's true I died, but my chakra has kept reincarnating. And this isn't the first time we've met over the last 1,000 years. Minma continued to spin her story, using her knowledge of the original plot to her advantage. That's impossible. How come I have no memory of this? Rhino dog questioned, unconvinced. Minma let out a hearty laugh. The last time we met, I was called Hashirama Senju. Have you forgotten? We even fought, and in the end, I sent you to the Hidden Mist Village. Hashirama Senju. Rhino dog still wasn't buying it. That's right, but Hashirama's chakra was so powerful, I could only hide inside his body, so I couldn't come out to see you. Sorry about that. Rhino dog. Rhino dog was half convinced, half skeptical. By the way, Rhino dog, how's Isuba these days? Is he still fond of playing with little kids, just like before? You two always got along best, which is why I placed you both in the same country. He hasn't changed at all. The host he's picked now still looks like a child who will never grow up. Wait, hold on. Who says I get along with that big turtle? I only talk to him occasionally because I saw no one wanted to play with him and thought he looked pitiful. The Mastiff Hound finally came to believe that the boy before him was truly the reincarnation of Ashura. Ha. All right. Let's just say you're right. Minma continued to bluff. Well, enough small talk. It's time to get to the real business. I was just about to ask, what exactly did you want to talk to me about? The Mastiff Hound's tone grew serious. Lately, I've sensed some strange disturbances on the moon. I think Grandma might be breaking free. Minma knew well the power of a shocking revelation, and he threw out his bombshell without hesitation. What? That's impossible. The Mastiff Hound's shrill voice echoed through the entire space. I hope I'm wrong, Minma sighed. But Mastiff, do you still remember the old man's final words to you all before he passed? You mean, the Mastiff Hound hesitated, unsure whether to continue. That's right, the prophecy Gamaru made for the old man. One day, a blond, blue-eyed boy would play alongside the tailed beasts, guiding their power and bringing great change to the shinobi world. The Mastiff Hound looked closely at the boy before him, caught between astonishment and delight. That's right, it's just as you're thinking. Minma knew exactly what the Mastiff Hound wanted to say and claimed the role without hesitation. But back to the point, I'll find some time to investigate the moon myself and see if Grandma's seal has really been broken. I'll go with you. Besides, I really don't want to stay inside this Jinchuriki anymore. How about I just move into your body instead? The Mastiff Hound suggested. No, absolutely not. Minma stopped him at once. If you moved in and discovered the real Ashura, then my claim of awakening Ashura's memories would be completely exposed. Though that Thought raced through his mind. Minma quickly came up with an excuse to reassure the Mastiff Hound. Your current Jinchuriki is a shinobi from the Hidden Mist Village. If you suddenly transfer into my body, it would definitely provoke a war. If war broke out, I'd be caught up in it and wouldn't have time to investigate the moon. Besides, we don't even know if the disturbance on the moon seal was caused by someone. That means we need to stay hidden even more. Mastiff, you're the smartest of the tailed beasts. You understand what I mean, right? The Mastiff Hound suddenly understood. Yes, all right, I'll follow your lead. So what should we do next? Here's the plan. In a moment, I'll pretend to seal you away. Just play along and slip back into your Jinchuriki, then lie low for a while. When the time is right, I'll come find you. Then we'll call Gyuki, Kurama, and the others to take on our enemies together. The rhinoceros hound nodded vigorously, just like pounding garlic. That's right here, take this. Not to criticize you, but the chakra reserve in your current reincarnation is really too small. Nothing compared to Hashirama Senju. As he spoke, the rhinoceros hound separated a small fragment from its body and sent it burrowing into Minma. This is a portion of my chakra, about as much as Shikako has. Use it sparingly, all right? Once it's gone, that's it. Minma felt the foreign chakra surging within him, emotions swirling in his heart. He knew this chakra would surely bring him trouble, but that was a problem for another day. Right now, he had to get through the present ordeal first. Keeping his expression steady, Minma offered his thanks. All right, let's head out now. Remember to stay hidden, and also, this Jinchuriki isn't bad. Whatever you do, don't kill him. Yeah, I got it, the rhinoceros hound shrilled in reply. The scene shifted, and Minma's consciousness snapped back into his body. With his back to the others, he formed hand seals in an exaggerated manner. Sealing art. 4. Symbols seal. Just as they planned, the rhinoceros hound slipped smoothly back into Yugao's body, healing the wound at Yugao's waist as it went. He actually pulled it off. Kakashi was stunned. Minma, just how much are you hiding from me? After finishing the sealing of the 6 tails, Minma walked slowly toward Kakashi and the others. No one spoke. They could hardly believe it. Something that had left 2 veteran elite jonin utterly helpless had been resolved so easily by Minma. Zabuza's mind raced. If his leg hadn't been broken, he might have abandoned his own rule and killed Minma right here and now. The reason was simple. Minma's strength was overwhelming, stripping the Jinchuriki of any strategic deterrent value and threatening to upend the rules of the shinobi world. Minma, aware that he'd drawn too much attention this time, hurried to downplay his achievement. Hey, you don't really think I could seal a tailed beast all on my own, do you? That's not how it is. Most of its chakra was spent, breaking through the seal, and what was left was nearly exhausted in that last fight. Besides, this seal is only temporary. It'll last 3 days at most. So you'd better take him back for a proper sealing as soon as possible. Hearing this, Zabuza reluctantly accepted Minma's explanation. Mainly, he knew he couldn't take Kakashi in a fight right now. If things went south, the 3 of them plus Yugao would be wiped out. Best to let things go when you have an out. Sometimes, a man's got to save himself. Zabuza made his peace with himself. Wait, weren't there supposed to be 6 of us? Where are the demon brothers? Where the hell did they go? Perhaps it was because they sensed the danger had passed. Or maybe it was the stern rebuke echoing in there. Minds from Zabuza, but the demon brothers, who had been feigning death off to the side for quite some time, instantly appeared at Zabuza's side. One of them stepped forward to support Zabuza, while the other crouched down to tend to Haku and Suigetsu. Leaning on the demon brother for support, Zabuza turned to Kakashi and said, Kakashi, whatever the case, thank you. Kakashi waved his hand dismissively. If you want to thank someone, thank my subordinate. He's the real hero of this incident. Zabuza turned to Minma and said, Minma Namikaze, I truly owe you one this time. If it weren't for you, we'd probably all be dead by now. I won't say any more. If you ever need the help of Momochi Zabuza in the future, I'll do everything in my power. Minma scratched the back of his head, putting on a sheepish smile. Oh, it's nothing, Uncle Zabuza, you're too polite. Actually, there is one thing. I'd like to ask, could you all keep what happened this time a secret? If the other ninja villages found out, it could cause a lot of trouble. No problem. We'll keep our lips sealed, Zabuza replied solemnly, though in his heart he was already planning to report everything to the Mizukage as soon as he got back. By the way, Kakashi suddenly remembered, what about the final match? Zabuza pointed at his broken leg and gave a wry smile. Look at me. How could I possibly fight? Let's just say Konoha wins the last round. Well, thank you for that, Kakashi replied casually. After Sakura quickly patched up everyone's wounds, Zabuza led his group back toward the land of water. Whether Minma's warning about 3 days was true or not, they decided it was better to be safe than sorry. returning the Jinchuriki safely was their top priority. Zabuza, Kakashi, and Minma exchanged farewells and boarded the large ship bound for the land of water. Meanwhile, Kakashi had a quick word with Gato, instructing him to pay the remainder of his commission. Gato understood this was the best outcome he could hope for. Though the prized letter from the daimyo he'd spent a fortune on was now worthless, at least. The land of waves and his own life were safe. As long as he didn't try to build any bridges, he wouldn't provoke the land of water, and as long as he kept the land of fires garrison at bay, he could continue to scrape by between these two great nations. That was good enough for him, surely better than the fate of the land of rain. He consoled himself. Earlier, the tailed beast ball had triggered a tsunami that destroyed the coastal houses, and Tazuna was busy leading the townspeople in disaster relief efforts. So when Kakashi and his group left, they didn't see him. However, they did spot Tazuna's grandson, Inari, who glared at them with eyes full of resentment. According to Gato, Inari's stepfather, Kaiza, had been swept away by the waves while trying to save others, sacrificing his life in the disaster. The seeds of hatred had been sown. Only time would tell what they might yield. Minma also felt a little guilty. If he had admitted defeat earlier, the Six Tails Jinchuriki wouldn't have lost control, and this disaster could have been avoided. But his guilt only lasted a moment before he brushed it off. After all, it was the hidden mist village that cheated, Yudakata who went berserk, and the Six Tails who unleashed the tailed beast bomb. What did any of that have to do with him, Minma? Before they left, Gato sent an extra 1,000,000 Ryo to Kakashi and his team, and then handed another 1,000,000 Ryo directly to Minma. He had seen through the cameras that Minma was the true hero in resolving the Jinchuriki's rampage. Don't worry, young Minma, Gato assured him, patting his chest. I've destroyed all the footage from the cameras. I guarantee no one will ever know what happened. No wonder he became a merchant whose wealth could rival that of a nation. Such keen perception alone was enough to make him rich. On the way back, Kakashi was lost in thought, torn between duty and personal interest. In the end, his private feelings won out over public responsibility. He decided to take this secret to the grave, not even telling Danzo. Minma, too, was weighed down by his own worries. The Six Tails chakra inside him might fool Zabuza and the others, might even fool Kakashi and Danzo, but there was no way he could hide it from Kushina. How was he supposed to explain everything to her? The thought troubled him deeply. Sakura and Sasuke, meanwhile, looked as composed as ever. Their knowledge was still limited. They had no idea what it truly meant to seal a tailed beast. In fact, Sasuke was even a little smug, convinced that Minma's success in sealing the beast was entirely thanks to the heavy wound he had inflicted on the Jinchuriki with the Chidori. At the same time, Mount Mayaboku was in an uproar. Gamatsu, didn't you say the great toad sage had woken up? Why is he asleep again? Fukasaku asked, turning to a deep green toad. It's true, Lord Fukasaku. The great toad sage really did wake up just now and told me to fetch you and Granny Shima. But just as you came back, he dozed off again, Gamatsu explained, sounding wronged. Honey, why don't you try waking the old man? I've still got soup simmering on the stove, and Gamakichi and Gamaru will be here soon. It wouldn't do for them to go hungry. They're growing boys, Shima said, chattering away as usual. All right, enough already. Fukasaku interrupted impatiently. Oh, you old toad. I barely say 2 words, and you're already annoyed? I work my tail off every day for you and 4 generations of your family, Shima snapped, tugging hard on Fukasaku's ear. Though one had to wonder, do toads even have ears? While they bickered noisily below, the great toad sage, seated high on his grand chair, finally stirred and awoke with a deep drawn-out sigh. At the sight of the great toad sage waking, Fukasaku hurriedly escaped Shima's grip and stood respectfully, waiting for the sage's instructions. Seeing this, Master Shima also lowered her flags and stilled her drums, joining Fukasaku in patient waiting. The great toad sage slowly awoke, his eyes drifting over to the few toads below the stage. In a languid, unhurried tone, he asked, "And who might you be?" "Great sage, we are Fukasaku and Shima." Fukasaku replied with utmost respect. "Oh, Fuka, what now?" "Fukasaku and Shima." "Oh, what Shima?" "Old toad, have you gone senile?" Shima couldn't help but shout, her voice trembling with frustration. Fukasaku quickly pulled her back. Oh, now I remember, Fukasaku and Shima. The great toad sage finally came to his senses. "So what brings you here?" Even the usually good-natured Fukasaku reached his limit this time and bellowed. "Wasn't it you who called us over, elder?" "Oh, that's right. I remember now. I had another dream." The great toad sage spoke at his own pace, as if the world itself could wait. At these words, both Fukasaku and Shima's expressions grew serious. Everyone knew the dreams of the great Toad Sage were no ordinary dreams. They were prophecies. In his youth, he had once prophesied for the Sage of Six Paths himself, shaping the very fate of the ninja world. What vision would he share this time? Fukasaku and Shima stood at attention, hanging on his every word. They waited for what felt like ages, yet no more words came. Fukasaku glanced up, and, sure enough, the great Toad Sage had dozed off again. Fukasaku's patience finally snapped, and he shouted the elder awake. "And who are you?" the great Toad Sage mumbled. After a flurry of confusion and commotion, the great Toad Sage finally managed to finish his message before sleep claimed him once more. "Go find young Jiraiya and tell him, the child of destiny, who will guide the transformation of the ninja world, has awakened. He wears golden, flame-like robes, and leads massive companions into battle against a ghostly pale foe. He is shouldering a tremendous burden. Hurry and find him, guide him, help him. Otherwise, the whole ninja world will face an unprecedented catastrophe." With that, the toads bustled off to carry out his bidding. Let us leave the restlessness of Mount Myaboku for now and turn our gaze back to Minma. After another 3 days' journey, Minma and his companions finally returned to Konoha. They agreed to meet at the training ground. The next day, then parted ways. Kakashi headed to the Hokage's office to report, while Minma and his friends went home to rest. Standing at his doorstep, Minma's heart was filled with anxiety. He had no idea how to explain to his parents the matter of the Six Tails chakra within him. Well, whether you face the blade or turn away from it, there's no escaping it. Summoning his courage, Minma pushed open the door. "I'm home." "Hey, Minma. Welcome back," came Minato Namake's voice from inside. Minma took off his shoes and stepped into the living room, only to see his father, Minato, busy in the kitchen, an apron tied around his waist. But where was Mom?" Minma was thinking to himself as he voiced his question. "Mom's had missions these past few days. She won't be home until very late at night," Minato explained. "But isn't Mom part of the Sealing Corps? How can she be this busy?" Minma asked curiously. "It's all because the Chunin exams are just around the corner. Honestly, I don't know what Lord Hokage is thinking, inviting other nations to take part this year. Before the exams, we have to inspect every barrier in the Leaf Village for any damage and make a mountain of sealing scrolls. As the captain of the Sealing Corps, your mom hasn't had a moment's rest these days," Minato grumbled as he continued cooking. "So the Chunin exams are finally approaching?" Minma kept his expression calm, but inside, his thoughts churned like stormy waves. "Luckily, Mom's been coming home late recently. At least that gives me a bit more time to come up with a good excuse about the Six Tails chakra." In the original Naruto story, the Chunin exams took up a huge chunk of the early plot, and many people's fates changed dramatically during that period. But in this world, Danzo is the Hokage. Does that mean the Konoha Crush plan will still unfold as before? The sound of water echoed as Minma showered in the bathroom, all the while mulling over his next steps. With the plot already diverging from the original, Minma couldn't be sure if those major events would still happen. But one thing was certain. He had to keep getting stronger, no matter what, to face whatever changes the future might bring. After dinner, Minato told Minma to tidy up while he went out to deliver supper to Kushina. Not only was Kushina coming home late, but Minato himself had been assigned to night patrols lately. Once the cleaning was done, Minma lay in bed, unable to fall asleep for a long time. He didn't know how much time had passed when he finally heard the door unlocking. Kushina must be back. Minma thought for a moment, then got up and stepped out of his room. "Minma, I'm sorry, did I wake you?" Kushina sounded exhausted, but she still managed a gentle smile as she apologized to him. "No, not at all." Minma shook his head, hesitating as if he wanted to say more. "Minma, is there something you want to tell Mom?" Kushina was quick to notice that something was off. Minma fell silent for a while before answering indirectly. "Mom, can you sense any changes in my chakra right now?" Hearing this, Kushina was puzzled, but nonetheless activated her Kagura minds to sense Minma's chakra. "What?" Kushina's face went pale with shock. Beneath Minma's own chakra, she sensed a vast, unfamiliar, and ominous force, the kind she'd only ever felt within herself. "Minma, what's going on? Why do you have tailed beast chakra inside you?" Kushina asked, alarmed. "Mom, how should I put this?" Minma paused in distress for a moment before continuing. "Due to a series of coincidences, I ended up acquiring the chakra of the Six Tails. Come on, let's go to the living room and tell Mom everything that's happened to you these past few days." Kushina took Minma by the hand and led him into the living room, settling down together on the sofa. So, Minma recounted to Kushina all that had transpired during the mission in the Land of Waves. Of course, he left out the part where he actually met and communicated with the Six Tails. Instead, He explained that he had been pulled into the mental realm by Utakata, the Jinchuriki of the Six Tails, and that, in that world, he had helped Utakata regain his consciousness and suppress the beast. During this process, the chakra of the Six Tails invaded him and remained in his body. So, that's why things turned out the way they have. Myanmar concluded, then asked, Mom, will this chakra cause any harm to me? And will other people be able to sense the Six Tails chakra inside me? Kushina's heart surged with conflicting emotions. She never would have imagined that an ordinary protection mission could lead to a confrontation with the Jinchuriki of a hostile ninja village. Not only had Myanmar survived a rampaging tailed beast host, he'd even managed to help subdue the beast itself. Kushina was deeply unsettled. She certainly didn't believe that the Six Tails chakra had simply invaded him. Since when was a tailed beast chakra ever so gentle? This was clearly high quality chakra, refined and purged of negative emotions. Still, she chose not to expose Myanmar's lie, for she trusted him. If he had chosen to keep something hidden, then he must have his reasons. Instead, she focused on answering his questions. Myanmar, there's no need to worry for now. I just checked, and although this invading chakra is immense, it's incredibly gentle and shouldn't have much effect on you. Also, unless someone has a very specialized sensory ability, ordinary sensory ninja wouldn't be able to detect the tailed beast chakra inside you. Still, just to be safe, let me reinforce your 4-symbol seal. With that, Kushina began to carefully lift Myanmar's shirt, exposing the seal on his stomach. After examining it closely, her expression became rather odd. Well, isn't that something? What's wrong? Myanmar asked anxiously. It's nothing, just a funny coincidence, that's all. Kushina shook her head, signaling for Myanmar not to worry. It turns out that the 4-symbol seal I set up earlier also happened to seal away the tailed beast chakra. So there's no need for me to redo the seal. In fact, the tailed beast chakra is actually leaking out slowly from a gap I purposely left spreading throughout your body. Your body will instinctively generate its own chakra to resist it, which means you'll be training continuously day and night. Over time, your own chakra reserves will keep growing until they eventually match the tailed beast chakra. Myanmar paused in surprise. Wasn't this the same principle as the icy jade bed of the ancient tomb sect in *, the Return of the Condor Heroes, *? But almost immediately, another question popped into his mind. So he asked, wait a minute, I remember that ninja can only refine a limited amount of chakra. If you go beyond that limit, it damages your body, doesn't it? Kushina smiled as she explained, that's true for most people, but it's different for us. The Uzumaki clan is famous for our vigorous life force, and besides, tailed beast chakra has healing properties. Suddenly, everything clicked for Myanmar. So that was the secret, but another worry surfaced right away. Even if we can generate more chakra, our dantian can only hold so much. Wouldn't the excess chakra just go to waste? Kushina was more and more pleased with her son's quick thinking. She chuckled and replied, you're right, a ninja's dantian does have its limits. The Uzumaki clan can store a bit more, but not nearly as much as a tailed beast. Fortunately, our clan has a secret technique, the Een seal, that solves this problem. The Een seal can store any extra chakra, so nothing goes to waste. Wait, so it only stores chakra? You can't release it at a critical moment? Myanmar caught a flaw in the plan. Of course you can. Otherwise, what's the point of storing it? Kushina answered earnestly. The Een seal comes with an unlocking technique. Once it's released, you can draw out chakra in a steady, uninterrupted stream. Now Myanmar understood. Isn't that the same as Lady Tsunade's strength of 100 technique? Kushina shook her head. Not quite. Our Uzumaki method of unsealing opens a small channel, letting the chakra flow out gradually and continuously. Tsunade's strength of 100 completely shatters the Een seal, releasing a massive surge of chakra all at once. If you think of the Een seal as a bathtub filled with water, the Uzumaki unsealing technique is like pulling out the plug so the water drains slowly and steadily. The strength of 100, though, is like smashing the tub from the outside. The water floods out in an instant. The Uzumaki method might not give you a huge burst of chakra right away, but it's much safer. You see, if you suddenly unleash too much chakra, your chakra pathways might burst before you even get to use it. Tsunade's technique lets you access a huge amount of chakra quickly, but it has to be paired with top-level medical ninjutsu, like Creation Rebirth. It's incredibly difficult to master. Upon hearing this, Myanmar asked, then why didn't you learn the Een seal, Mom? Kushina grinned with pride. Because I never needed it. After all, I'm a Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Have you ever heard of a Jinchuriki running out of chakra? Myanmar laughed too. In that case, I guess I count as a Jinchuriki as well. Kushina shot Minma a sidelong glance. Do you think it's that easy? The six tails chakra inside you may be plentiful, but it's like water without a source. Once it's used up, it's gone. Minma pondered for a moment, then asked, can the Een seal store the chakra of the six tails? Kushina replied, normally, it wouldn't work because tailed beast chakra is extremely wild and unstable. It would break through the Een seal. But for some reason, the six tails chakra you have is unusually gentle, so it should be possible to store it using the Een seal. Upon hearing this, an audacious idea sparked in Minma's mind. Mom, what if I do this? I'll use the Een seal to store most of the six tails chakra, leaving only a small portion within the four-symbol seal. Then, I can use the chakra that leaks from the four-symbol seal to stimulate my own chakra refining and store the refined chakra in the Een seal as well. That way, I won't have to worry about my chakra pathways being overwhelmed if the four-symbol seal is released, and I'll have a nearly endless supply of chakra to draw from. Kushina was taken aback by Minma's idea. She thought it over carefully and realized it might actually work. You really are something, Minma, she exclaimed, giving Minma's hair a vigorous ruffle, and couldn't help but praise him. Whether it works or not, Minma, you have to master the Een seal first. Got it, I understand, Minma promised earnestly. At this point, Kushina seemed to remember something. She suddenly sprang up and dashed back to her room. After a moment, she returned, arms full with a towering stack of books. Turning to Minma, she said, Minma, these are the introductory texts on Uzumaki sealing arts. I painstakingly collected them while you were out on missions. When you managed to master the storage seal in such a short time, I realized you truly have a gift for sealing techniques. Originally, I was going to wait until you became a chunin to give these to you as a present, but since the timing is just right, I'll let you have them now. Minma looked at the pile of books that reached up to his chest, and tears of gratitude welled up in his eyes. He never imagined that, even after transmigrating to the world of Naruto, he wouldn't escape the fate of poring over textbooks. Mom, thank you. These must have cost you a fortune, right? Minma asked. If they're too expensive, maybe we could return a few? Kushina didn't seem to notice the hidden meaning in Minma's words. Smiling, she waved her hand. As long as you're willing to learn, I'll spend as much as it takes. In that moment, the image of Kushina before Minma gradually overlapped with the memory of his mother from his previous life. It was as if he could hear her saying, as long as you want to study, your father and I would sell everything we have to support you. And so, Minma returned to his room, took out the storage scroll, and headed to the living room. He unfurled the scroll, found the right spot, formed the hand seals, and released the seal. With a loud thud, a small pile of cash appeared on the scroll. Mom, this is the money I earned during my trip to the land of waves. 1 million ryo in total. Please take it to help with our household expenses. Kushina was deeply moved by this gesture, and she pulled Minma into a tight embrace. Now that they had found a way to resolve the lingering threat of the tailed beast chakra within her, Minma finally let go of his worries. He hugged Kushina back, savoring this rare moment of warmth and comfort. The next morning, bright and early, Kakashi and the rest of the group gathered at their usual meeting spot. First up was the much-anticipated division of rewards. Besides the 1 million ryo that Gato had given to Minma personally, Kakashi held a mission reward of 200,000 ryo, plus an additional 1 million ryo bonus from Gato, making a grand total of 1.2 million ryo. Since this mission had clearly surpassed the scope of an A-rank assignment, the village had upgraded it to S rank. Although there wouldn't be any extra bonus, the village would also forego its usual commission from a mission payout. This meant the four of them could split the 1.2 million ryo evenly, 300,000 ryo each. Once everyone had received their share, Kakashi moved on to more serious matters. The first was that, in a month's time, the annual chunin exams would be held. This year's exams would be different. For the first time, Konoha would not host them alone, but would co-host with Sunagakure. In addition to these two great nations, several smaller countries, including the land of rain, the land of fields, the land of waterfalls, and the land of grass, had also been invited to take part. The scale would be much grander than in previous years. Because of this, the Konoha leadership had issued a strict directive. Only the very best genin would be chosen to represent the village, ensuring that Konoha's strength and spirit would shine in front of the leaders from across the lands. As the most powerful genin team in the village, the three of them would naturally have to participate. Kakashi explained all this as he pulled out several forms and handed them to the team. Take these forms home and fill them out. One is the chunin exam registration, and the other is a parental consent form. Make sure your parents read and sign them. Oh, and Minma, I left your forms at the Yamanaka household. I've already spoken to Inoichi about it. You'll need to complete a psychological evaluation first, and then you can collect your registration forms. Minma paused, then gave a wry smile. Several days had passed, and Kakashi still hadn't let this go? Still, it was just a psychological checkup. Surely Inoichi wouldn't resort to interrogation, right? Once everyone had accepted their forms, Kakashi announced the second matter. There's one more thing. Because we performed so well on the mission in the Land of Waves, we've gained a certain reputation among the other nations. As a result, we've been specially requested to take on an A-rank mission. The assignment will start in 10 days and should be finished within 2 weeks, so it won't interfere with your Chunin exams. I've already accepted it. There haven't been any new missions assigned over the past few days, so everyone should take this time to rest and focus on improving your own skills. That's all for now. If there are no further questions, let's call it a day. Oh, and Minma, don't forget to stop by the Yamanaka household. After parting ways with the others, Minma went home for lunch. Afterward, he spent some time studying the basics of sealing techniques. Noticing that it was about time, he dragged his feet, heavy with reluctance, and headed toward the Yamanaka residence. Truth be told, Minma didn't actually know where the Yamanaka clan's compound was located. All he knew was that their family ran a flower shop on Konoha's main shopping street, so he decided to head there instead. Sure enough, the Yamanaka flower shop was open for business. Inside, his classmate Ino Yamanaka was helping out. Minma approached the shop and saw Ino assisting a customer with picking out flowers. Not wanting to disturb her, he casually picked up a potted plant near the entrance and examined it as he waited. Once Ino finished with the customer, she noticed Minma by the door and greeted him with a cheerful smile. "Good afternoon, Minma. Are you here to buy flowers too?" Minma turned to look at the girl, her radiant smile lighting up the room, and for a brief moment, he felt completely entranced. But he quickly snapped out of it, secretly chiding himself. At nearly 50 years old across 2 lifetimes, how could I still be so easily captivated by a beautiful young girl? Putting on a gentle smile, Minma replied, "Ah, good afternoon, Ino. Actually, I'm here to see your father, Mr. Inoichi Yamanaka. Kakashi-sensei said my registration form for the Chunin exams is with him." "Oh, I see. Unfortunately, you just missed him. My dad should be working at the intelligence division right now and won't be back until after work this evening. But it's almost the end of his shift. Why don't you wait here for a while?" Ino suggested. Will that be an inconvenience for you?" Minma asked, feeling a bit embarrassed. Ino flashed him another bright smile. "Not at all, Minma. The shop's been pretty quiet lately, so it's a little lonely. Actually, I'd be glad to have someone chat with. It'll make the time pass much faster." "In that case, I'll take you up on your offer," Minma said, deciding to stay. Ino seemed delighted, and she went on. "By the way, Minma, besides picking up the application form for my dad, is there something else you needed?" "Exactly. It's all because Kakashi-sensei is such a worrywart." Minma proceeded to tell Ino the whole story from the beginning. "So that's what happened. Kakashi-sensei want me to have a counseling session with your father before I can participate in the Chunin exams. Ino, don't you think Kakashi-sensei is making a big deal out of nothing?" Ino tilted her head and thought for a moment before replying, "Even though I know you're a kind, gentle person, Minma, I'm sure Kakashi-sensei has his reasons for doing this." "Oh, Ino, you're so sly. You say something, but it's like you really didn't say anything at all," Minma teased. "That's not true," Ino replied with a laugh, playfully protesting. Time slipped by quickly in their banter, and before they knew it, evening had arrived. After helping Ino tidy up the shop, Minma walked with her toward the Yamanaka household. "I couldn't have done it without you today, Minma. I have no idea how long it would have taken me to finish with all those flowers if you hadn't helped," Ino said gratefully, smiling at him. Minma waved off her thanks, signaling she needn't worry. "Do you work like this every day, Ino?" "Not usually," Ino replied. "My mom's the one who takes care of the flower shop most of the time. But the Chunin exams are coming up, and I've heard there'll be a lot of shinobi emergents from other lands visiting the village. The demand for fresh flowers all over Konoha has really shot up. My mom's gone to the Land of Flowers to buy more, so I'm helping out in the shop for now." Chatting and joking, the two arrived at the Yamanaka clan's residence. Minma pulled out a small gift he'd bought on their way and handed it to Yamanaka Inoichi, who answered the door. "Thank you. Minma, you're so thoughtful. Please come in," Inoichi said warmly, taking the gift and ushering both Minma and Ino inside. "Dad, you chat with Minma for a bit. I'll go start dinner. And Minma, I hope you'll stay and have a simple meal with us later," Ino said as soon as she stepped in, darting off to the kitchen before Minma could refuse. Are you sure it's not too much trouble for Ino?" Minma looked a little flustered, unaccustomed to being treated like this. "Ha ha, not at all," Inoichi replied with a hearty laugh. "The neighbors already told me about it when I got home. You really helped Ino out at the shop, so I should be the one thanking you." In that case, I'll gladly accept your hospitality, Mima said gratefully. You're too polite, Minma, Inoichi responded kindly. Now, come with me to the study. Inside the Yamanaka family study, Inoichi set out 2 tatami cushions and poured 2 cups of tea, placing them on the table as he invited Minma to sit. Minma, I've already heard about your situation from Kakashi, Inoichi began, choosing his words with care. So, about what Kakashi said about you having a bit of a fierce aura, what do you think about that? Minma gave a wry smile. I'm guessing it's not exactly how Kakashi-sensei put it, right? It was probably just a misunderstanding. I really only had some extreme thoughts because I lack experience. That's all. I don't think it's anything too serious. Inoichi took a sip of tea and set his cup down, letting out a quiet sigh. It's precisely because those thoughts were instinctive that we have to take them seriously. Kakashi mentioned 2 things to me, both of which caught my attention. First, Minma, you felt a surge of murderous intent toward your enemy, when they had already lost the ability to resist. But you must pay attention to this. Not only were your opponents defenseless, but from the start, when they fought you, they never tried to take your life. So your desire to kill is entirely without justification. That's the most serious problem here. Second, regarding Zabuza Momochi's past, you put yourself in his shoes and came up with a truly terrifying solution. I don't know why you would think that way, Minma, but without a doubt, such an idea is extremely dangerous. Minma, from these 2 incidents, I sense that you have hardly any reverence for life at all. Minma looked confused. But isn't being a ninja a profession shrouded in darkness and violence? Isn't it normal to have such thoughts? Inoichi Yamanaka let out a sigh. No, it's not normal, definitely not. Look, if the same thing happened to your classmates, they wouldn't have thoughts like yours. If you were already an adult ninja, perhaps, such ideas would be understandable. But Minma, you're only 12 years old. Right now, these thoughts might seem harmless, but once you've truly tasted what it means to kill, it'll be very hard to turn back. As ninjas, we possess strengths ordinary people do not. It's said that when you carry a sharp blade, murderous intent comes easily. If you don't learn to control it, sooner or later you'll be consumed by your desire for blood. A ninja may kill in self-defense for the sake of a mission or for profit, but never simply for the sake of killing. That's all I have to say. Minma, go home and think this over seriously. Minma seemed thoughtful. After having dinner at the Yamanaka house and saying goodbye to Inoichi, Minma picked up his registration form and prepared to leave. Ino walked him out of the clan grounds, and as they parted, she said to him, Hey, I'm not sure what my dad said to you, but I just want to say this. Whatever you do, Minma, just stay true to yourself, okay? Minma turned around and looked at the girl's bright face, softly illuminated by the warm glow of the lamps. A sense of clarity rose in his heart. Yeah, thank you, Ino. If I can help you, that's all I want. And, hey, just call me Ino. No need for honorifics. Ino said with a smile. All right, Ino. Then you don't need to use honorifics for me either. Just call me Minma, he replied cheerfully. Minma, be careful on your way home. And good night. Ino responded, warm and sincere. Yeah, good night, Ino. Walking along the road home, the shops on both sides were brightly lit, and the street bustled with people. Among the crowd, adults laughed and chatted, while children played and chased each other, painting a picture of peaceful harmony. When Minma got home, her father had already left for his night shift, and her mother was tidying up the house. Minma, is that you? Have you eaten yet? Kushina asked with concern. Yes, I have, Minma replied. Oh, Minma, tomorrow we'll be welcoming Master Jiraiya at our home to discuss your apprenticeship. Remember, don't go out tomorrow. Really? Master Jiraiya is finally back. Minma's face lit up with joy. At last, her wind chakra training, which had long been at a standstill, could finally make some progress. Rasengan, Big Ball Rasengan, Raisin Shuriken. Just thinking about them filled Minma with excitement. That's right. Master Jiraiya is a strict and serious ninja, so you must be on your best behavior tomorrow. Understood? What? Jiraiya, strict and serious? Minma groaned inwardly. Was this another character changed by the whims of fate? Still, her expression remained calm as she answered naturally. Mom, could you tell me more about Master Jiraiya? Of course, but where should I begin? Kushina paused, thinking for a moment. Well, Master Jiraiya is an incredibly powerful ninja, tall, with a forehead protector bearing the word oil. His long white hair reaches all the way down his waist. He's one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, and during the Third Great Ninja War, he served as one of the commanders who led Konoha to victory. He's a hero who brought peace to the ninja world. Despite his solemn appearance, Master Jiraiya is calm and not much of a talker, but beneath that he's kind and reliable. Oh, and he's also a renowned non-fiction writer in the ninja world. His works are grounded in real events, delving deep into the hidden corners of the human heart, giving them a power that truly moves people. His most famous book is The Longest Day, the Battle of Canopy Bridge in Konoha's 47th year. It's an epic about fate and the courage to change one's destiny, a tale not so much about military history, but about people. In its pages, you'll find the fears and panic of ordinary individuals facing darkness and the unknown, the brutality and unpredictability of fate, all laid bare. Yet the Konoha ninjas, amid it all, summon their courage to persevere and fight, finally earning their own victory and glory. Kushina continued to recount Jiraiya's great achievements, completely unaware that Myanmar's mind had already wandered off. Jiraiya, a non-fiction author? Incredible. After a night spent calming her nerves, Myanmar was finally able to face the man himself with composure. Indeed, in this world, Jiraiya had arrived at her home early in the morning. Ate tea the dining table. The atmosphere was heavy and oppressive. Jiraiya sat with a blank expression, eating his breakfast. In a disciplined, methodical manner. Normally boisterous, Minato and Kushina were now as composed and elegant as noble ladies, quietly eating without making a single sound. Naturally, Minma didn't dare to disturb the uneasy silence. Instead, he stole secret glances at Jiraiya, his soon-to-be master. Before long, Jiraiya set down his bowl and chopsticks, and the Minato couple immediately did the same. Under the table, Kushina nudged Minma with her foot, signaling him to stop eating as well and listen to Jiraiya's teachings. With his arms crossed, Jiraiya swept his gaze over the three of them and spoke in a low, steady voice. I've already heard your intentions, but you should know my rules for taking on disciples. Here, skill and substance are what matter. Connections alone won't get you anywhere. And let me be blunt. I bear the mission of Mount Mayaboku, so I won't be staying in the Leaf Village for long. If Minma is truly to become my student, he'll have to follow me wherever I go and be prepared for long periods away from the village. Minato and Kushina exchanged a glance. Kushina gave a nod, and Minato spoke up. We understand your rules, Master Jiraiya. Please rest assured on that front. Minma has exceptional talent. His chakra is pure wind nature, and he's also inherited the Uzumaki clan's vast reserves. Right now, his chakra far exceeds the level of a Chunin. Hearing this, Jiraiya looked at Minma in surprise, nodding as if satisfied with his potential. Minato continued. Besides having the chance to learn directly from you, Master Jiraiya is invaluable. A few years apart is nothing for us or for Minma. Jiraiya nodded. Since that's settled, I'll take Minma as my disciple. Once we leave together, I'll test him first to see exactly where he stands. After breakfast, Jiraiya led Minma out the door, heading toward the training grounds. Once there, Jiraiya came to a stop and turned to Minma. To be honest, Jiraiya began, when the third Hokage first approached me about taking you on as a student, I refused. That old man tried to pressure me by throwing his weight around as Hokage. He even said that if I didn't accept you, my own master, Hiruzen Sarutobi, would pull whatever strings it took to lure you into Root. Root is no place for anyone. So, Minma, show me what you're made of. Prove that you're worthy of the Hokage's endorsement. Minma fell silent, surprised that Danzo would go to such lengths for his sake. He lifted his head and fixed his gaze on Jiraiya. How do you want me to prove myself? Jiraiya spoke. Earnestly, use every means at your disposal to attack me. Let me see just how far you've come that both the third Hokage and Hiruzen Sarutobi would hold you in such high regard. As you wish, Minma replied solemnly, nodding his head with determination before forming the sign of confrontation. Jiraiya mirrored his gesture, hands forming the same sign, then waved, signaling Minma to begin his attack. Without hesitation, Minma leapt backward, his hands flashing into a cross-shaped seal. Multi-Shadow Clonejutsu. In an instant, countless copies of Minma surrounded Jiraiya on all sides. Jiraiya's expression grew serious. One incredible amount of chakra. Watergate was being modest. This wasn't just beyond the level of a Chunin. It was far beyond most Jonin. Wind-style, vacuum serial bullets. All around him, the Minmas unleashed high-pressure blasts of compressed air from their mouths, shooting toward Jiraiya like a barrage of missiles. Jiraiya's face shifted, startled. He's even mastered such advanced ninjutsu? Just how far does this child's talent go? But rather than dwell on the thought, Jiraiya's hands moved swiftly into a series of seals. With a forceful shout, he called, Ninja Art, Needle Jizo. His white hair shot out, rapidly growing and wrapping around him, transforming him into a bristling white hedgehog. The transparent blasts of compressed air struck Jiraiya's hair, sliding off harmlessly like raindrops rolling off lotus leaves. Where they hit the ground, clouds of dust erupted into the air. Wind style, great breakthrough. Minma unleashed another jutsu, sending a gust of wind that swept away the lingering dust. Jiraiya stood unmoved, his feet firmly rooted in the ground. Seeing this, Minma stopped his attack and said with a hint of resignation, "Master, those are the only 2 jutsu I know." Jiraiya released his technique, his long white hair quickly shrinking back to its usual length. He looked at Minma standing before him and said, "All right, that's enough. We'll stop here. Minma, to be honest, your talent is extraordinary, but you haven't developed it to its full potential. Though, I can't blame you. After all, you've never had a good teacher to guide you. Now let me give you your first lesson and help you pinpoint your weaknesses. Based on our fight just now, I want you to analyze your strengths and weaknesses." Minma thought for a moment and replied, "Well, my strength is probably my large chakra reserves, which let me use large-scale ninjutsu. But I have a lot of shortcomings. For instance, I only know a few jutsu, just multi-shadow clone, great breakthrough, and vacuum bullets. That might be enough in normal situations, but if I run into an enemy skilled in defense, I'll be at a loss. Also, I lack ways to attack large targets, and I don't have any powerful, decisive jutsu that could turn the tide. My taijutsu is just average, my hand seals are average, and I know almost nothing about jinjutsu." Jiraiya nodded in approval. A solid summary. "So what are your thoughts about how you should train?" Miyama pondered for a while before speaking. "First, I need a powerful jutsu, something with enough impact to make up for my current lack of offensive strength." "That's a good idea. As it happens, I know a technique called wind release, great vacuum sphere. I can teach it to you," Jiraiya offered. "I already have the training method for the great vacuum sphere. Could we perhaps switch to a different jutsu?" Miyama said, clearly troubled. "But I don't know any other wind release techniques," Jiraiya replied, sounding a little helpless. "Wind jutsu are rare to begin with, and many are secret arts exclusive to other countries. There's really nothing else I can do about that." "Then how about a non-elemental jutsu? For example, the Rasengan?" Miyama suggested. Jiraiya fell into deep thought, stroking his chin before he finally asked, "Just out of curiosity, what exactly is this Rasengan you're talking about?" "What? You don't know the Rasengan? Could it be that Rasengan doesn't exist in this world? Then again, it makes sense. Minato here is only a special jonin with average talent. It's plausible he never developed the Rasengan." Fortunately, Miyama had seen the anime and knew how the Rasengan was trained, but he still needed someone as experienced as Jiraiya to supervise and offer guidance, just in case something went wrong. Miyama and Jiraiya locked eyes, neither knowing what to say. At last, Miyama broke the silence and began explaining what kind of jutsu the Rasengan was. "The Rasengan is a technique I imagine myself. You gather chakra into your palm, force it to swirl and compress in multiple directions at once, forming a high-density, spinning chakra sphere. It's incredibly destructive. The beauty of this jutsu is that it doesn't require hand seals, and its power increases as the user grows stronger. The downside is that it's extremely difficult to master. It's still just an idea at this stage." Jiraiya listened, marveling at Myanmar's creativity. Typically, a ninja of this age would be dutifully learning the jutsu left behind by their predecessors. Very few have the drive or vision to try developing a new technique from scratch, the way Myanmar was describing. Thinking it over, Jiraiya realized this idea might actually be feasible. Curious, he asked, "How did you come up with something like that?" Myanmar was caught off guard for a moment, but quickly thought of a perfect excuse. "A few days ago, I was on a mission to the land of waves with Kakashi-sensei. We ran into the Six-Tails Jinchuriki from the Hidden Mist, who went berserk. While he was rampaging, he unleashed a move called Tailed Beast Ball. It was unbelievably powerful. That got me thinking, what if I could create a new jutsu modeled after the Tailed Beast Ball? One that doesn't need hand seals, just pure chakra gathering and compression. If I can amass and condense enough chakra, the attack should unleash tremendous destructive force." Once again, Jiraiya was struck by Minma's words. He had actually drawn inspiration from the Tailed Beast Ball. The more Jiraiya pondered it, the more feasible the idea seemed, so he stretched out his right hand to experiment. A vast amount of chakra gathered in his palm, but he couldn't compress it. Just as he managed to keep the chakra on one side from dispersing, it would slip away on the other. Jiraiya paused, lost in thought for a moment, then turned to Minma and said, "Your idea is quite promising, but I can't verify it just yet. Let me study it further." Minma, on the other hand, felt a pang of disappointment. The plan to learn the Rasengan was now temporarily shelved. He hesitated, debating whether to tell Jiraiya about the training method with the balloon and rubber ball from the anime. After some thought, Minma decided not to meddle. After all, coming up with a concept for a new jutsu could barely be explained with genius. But if he even knew the exact training method, he'd definitely be facing interrogation from the Umbu. Jiraiya shook his head, setting aside the matter of developing the Rasengan, and said to Minma, "Since you already have a method to practice the vacuum great sphere, there's no need for me to waste more time on this. Just follow the steps and train diligently. Once you've made some headway with wind release, I'll teach you about its nature transformation and shape transformation. As for now, what else can I teach you?" Jiraiya felt a bit troubled. Minma already had a way to train wind release techniques and couldn't learn jutsu of other elements. Taijutsu was an option, but progress in physical arts was gradual, requiring persistence over a long period. There was no way to achieve a breakthrough in the short term. "How about teaching me that hair jutsu? I don't know any defensive techniques yet, and I've always admired your needle jizo," Minma proposed, his eyes shining with anticipation. "It's doable, I suppose," Jiraiya replied, "but that still doesn't solve your lack of powerful offensive moves." Suddenly, his eyes lit up. "Wait, if you don't have enough attack jutsu, why not compensate with summoning? Since you lack high-impact attacks, why not find someone who has them to fight for you?" "Minma, I've got it. I'll teach you the summoning jutsu. With your chakra reserves, you'll definitely be able to summon a powerful ally to aid you in battle." "Yes, absolutely." Minma nodded eagerly. "I want to learn the summoning jutsu and the hair jutsu too." Jiraiya's expression grew stern as he cautioned, "Minma, you must never be greedy in your training. If you try to learn everything at once, you might end up mastering nothing." Minma hurried to explain, "Master, I learned jutsu very quickly. It only took me a few minutes to master wind release, great breakthrough, and 3 days for both multi-shadow, clone, and wind release, vacuum sphere. Sealing techniques took a bit longer, but I still learned the storage seal within a week." Once again, Jiraiya was astonished by Minma's talent. He himself had always been an exceptionally gifted ninja, but when he compared his younger self to Minma now, it was like the difference between an ordinary person and a true prodigy. However, he had just finished teaching Minma the importance of not biting off more than one can chew. He couldn't just take back his words and contradict himself now. So, Jiraiya cleared his throat and, pretending to be wise and profound, said, "Minma, there's a big difference between learning a jutsu and mastering it. As the saying goes, knowing a little about everything makes you a master of none. You need to keep refining the jutsus you've already learned until you understand every detail inside and out. Only then will you have a solid foundation, and learning new techniques in the future will come twice as easily with half the effort. Here's the deal. If you can learn the summoning jutsu and manage to summon a toad bigger than yourself within a single day, I'll teach you the needle jizo technique." Jiraiya believed he had set quite a high bar, but Minma agreed without hesitation. He didn't tell Jiraiya that when he learned Shadow Clone and Vacuum Sphere, it had only taken him an hour. The rest of his time was spent practicing, working on tactics, and coordinating with his Shadow Clones. Watching Minma, Jiraiya began his lesson on the summoning jutsu in earnest. The summoning jutsu is a space-time ninjutsu, generally divided into 2 types. The first is the more common blood contract summoning, which allows you to call forth creatures from another realm to aid you in battle. This requires signing a contract with the creature to be summoned. The second is non-blood contract summoning, which lets you store objects in a certain place and summon them when needed. For example, your sealing technique is actually a form of summoning. What I'm about to teach you is the first type, the blood contract. I've already signed a contract with the Toads of Mount Myaboku, so my summoned creatures are all toads. I'll speak to the elders at Mount Myaboku and ask them to let you become a contract holder as well. For now, let me show you how to perform the summoning jutsu. First, draw a little of your own blood by any means and smear it on your palm. Then form the hand seals in the order: boar, dog, bird, monkey, ram. Make sure you complete them all within 3 seconds. Press your right hand to the ground to finish the jutsu. Finally, channel your chakra as needed. The amount of chakra you use determines the strength of the summoned beast. That's the lesson. Now let me demonstrate. Boar, dog, bird, monkey, ram, summoning jutsu. With a thunderous bang, a gigantic toad appeared on the ground. Its body was a vivid orange-red, adorned with black flame-like markings. It held a scroll in its mouth and wore a necklace around its neck, the largest bead in the center inscribed with the kanji for loyalty. Even though he'd seen this scene countless times in the anime, witnessing a massive toad materialize before him in real life left Minma utterly awestruck. "That's incredible." Minma expressed genuine admiration. The giant toad, named Gamachu, stuck out his tongue and handed a scroll to Minma, who quickly reached out and took it. Standing atop Gamachu's head with his arms crossed, Jiraiya addressed Minma. Go ahead, open that scroll. This is the contract passed down through generations by the clan of Mount Myaboku, used to form a pact with a ninja. You just need to write your name in your own blood, then stamp it with the blood of all 5 fingers. Myanmar unrolled the scroll on the ground and saw the signatures of those who had come before. The most recent name stood out. It was Jiraiya. Wait a minute, Myanmar thought. In the original story, there was supposed to be Minato after Jiraiya. Oh, I get it. In this world, Minato isn't strong enough for Jiraiya to acknowledge him, so he never signed a contract with Mount Myaboku. Following Jiraiya's instructions, Myanmar bit his finger, signed his name, and pressed his bloody handprint onto the scroll. Jiraiya continued explaining, "Next, just focus your chakra into the hand you use for the handprint. Form the seals, and you'll be able to unleash the summoning jutsu." All right, I've talked long enough. Give it a try. Upon hearing this, Myanmar began forming hand seals. Boar, dog, bird, monkey ram, ninja art, summoning jutsu. Black runes spread out from the center of Myanmar's palm, and with a sharp bang, a thick cloud of smoke burst forth. Jiraiya watched the sizable puff of smoke and was secretly delighted. Not bad, to summon such a large toad on your very first try. Wait, there's no toad. Where's the person? Jiraiya quickly leapt down from Gamachu's head and looked around, but aside from the contract scroll bearing Myanmar's name, there was no trace of Myanmar anywhere. Jiraiya's head was suddenly spinning. Was he reverse summoned? He hurriedly instructed Gamachu to end the summoning and return to Mount Myaboku, then prepared to use the reverse summoning technique to follow Myanmar to Mount Myaboku as well. When Jiraiya arrived back at Mount Myaboku, he asked all around, but none of the toads had seen Myanmar. Realizing how serious the situation was, Jiraiya rushed off to find the great toad sage and seek guidance on how to find Myanmar. Along the way, he remembered his own first attempt at the summoning jutsu. Since he hadn't signed a contract back then, the backlash of the jutsu had sent him to another dimension, which turned out to be Mount Myaboku. Myanmar's situation seemed all too similar to his own back then. But it shouldn't be possible. Myanmar had clearly signed the contract. So how could this happen? Jiraiya burst into the great toad sage's chambers, not even pausing to wake the old sage, when Fukasaku stopped him first. What's with all the panic? Have some composure. Fukasaku, Shima, something's happened. Jiraiya got straight to the point and explained what had happened with Myanmar. After listening, Fukasaku fell into deep thought for a moment, then asked, "Are you saying that after signing the contract with Mount Myaboku, your student was reverse summoned?" "Yes. All signs point to him being summoned away by a reverse summoning jutsu." "That shouldn't be possible." Fukasaku stroked his whiskers with his web hand. "Let's not worry about the reason for now. The most urgent thing is to find your disciple. Since he's already signed the contract, we can just use Mount Myaboku's reverse summoning to bring him back." Indeed, the older the toad, the wiser it gets. A problem that had left Jiraiya at a loss was solved effortlessly by Fukasaku. "Did you bring the summoning contract scroll?" Fukasaku asked Jiraiya. Jiraiya hurriedly took the scroll from his back, unrolling it on the ground. "I have it right here." Fukasaku stepped forward, touching the blood mark left by Menma on the scroll with his webbed paw, then pressed his hands together. Allericht, Jiraiya, stand azide. Ninja art, reverse summoning. A wave of black runes appeared, followed by a sharp bang and a cloud of smoke. As the smoke cleared, there was nothing there. "Fukasaku-sensei, what happened?" Jiraiya quickly asked. Fukasaku pondered for a moment. "It failed. When I performed the jutsu, I could barely sense your disciple, and he didn't respond at all. That usually means he's too far away. But that shouldn't be, as long as your disciple is still in the shinobi world. Even if he's in one of the other 2 great sanctuaries, I could have reached him. Could it be that your disciple is no longer in the shinobi world?" Jiraiya's face turned pale with worry. "Fukasaku-sensei, does this mean Menma? He's already dead?" Fukasaku shot Jiraiya an exasperated look. "When did I say he was dead? I just said I can't contact him. Don't worry, his contract link is still there, though it's weak. At the very least, he should be safe right now." Jiraiya let out a deep breath, finally feeling relieved. Then he asked, "But where is Menma now? How can we find him?" Fukasaku replied irritably, "How should I know? The shinobi world is enormous. There might be places that can block a summoning contract call. As for finding your disciple, let's wait until the great Elder Toad wakes up. I'll ask him for you." As soon as he finished, the great Elder Toad, sitting on the high dais, awoke. He squinted his eyes and spoke in a slow, gentle voice. "Oh, it's little Jiraiya. I already know why you've come. Don't worry, your disciple is safe for now. In a few days, he'll be able to return." Jiraiya let out a sigh of relief when he heard this, then asked, "That's good to hear. But Great Elder Toad, do you know where Menma is right now?" The Great Toad Sage chuckled deeply and said, He's in the territory of some old, wandering friend of mine. Jiraiya was completely confused, but before he could ask for clarification, the great toad sage started snoring again. Meanwhile, in a distant otherworld far removed from the ninja continent, Minma rubbed his head, stood up, and surveyed his surroundings. This was an incredibly desolate place. No grass grew, and jagged rocks were strewn everywhere. In the distance, the horizon met the pitch-black sky, which was scattered with countless stars. Aside from the stars, a blazing sun also hung overhead, shining down on Minma. Instinctively, he squinted, raising a hand to shield his eyes as he gazed into the distance, but saw nothing but the silvery wasteland stretching endlessly. He turned around, and what he saw made his eyes go wide in astonishment. Before him loomed an enormous planet, yet only the half facing the sun remained intact. The other half looked as if it had been struck by a gigantic meteor, its edge aglow with the faint red shimmer of molten lava. The planet's far side was littered with countless fragments, large and small, trailing behind it like the tail of a comet. Floating nearby was a slightly smaller celestial body. Judging by the craters pockmarking its surface, it could only be the moon. So, that shattered planet, could it be the ninja continent? Where on earth have I ended up? Minma stared at the breathtaking sight before him, murmuring to himself. He stood there in a daze for quite some time, before finally gathering his thoughts and starting to plan his next move. Looking up at the ninja continent, now drifting in the starry sky, Minma realized there was no way he could return anytime soon. The ground beneath his feet was barren, but at least there was still air to breathe. And where there is nothing, there are no living creatures, so for now, at least, he didn't have to worry about safety. Jiraiya had probably already noticed his disappearance and would surely try everything to find him. Even so, Minma knew he couldn't just stand around and wait for rescue. He needed to find a way to help himself first. Let's treat this as a survival training exercise, he encouraged himself. He glanced up at the sun and set off in its direction. On this featureless, deserted land, there were no landmarks whatsoever. To avoid walking in circles and ending up back where he started, he decided to use the sun, the moon, and the ninja continent as his guideposts. Having settled on a direction, Minma jogged steadily onward, analyzing as he went. The ground beneath his feet was probably a massive fragment blasted off when the ninja continent shattered. But it was odd. He could see the ninja continent so clearly from here, yet he had never seen this place from the continent itself. What's more, the sky was pitch black even though there was a sun, which meant this fragment didn't have an atmosphere. Yet he could breathe freely, suggesting that, somehow, there was still air here. Clearly, this place exists, yet it has remained undiscovered all this time. Despite lacking an atmosphere, there is air here that people can breathe. This can only mean one thing. This place was created by human hands. Pushing the speculation further, perhaps a great calamity befell the ninja continent long ago, shattering the planet. One of the larger fragments broke away and formed the land. Beneath his feet, the people who originally lived on this land must have used some means to conceal the place, and seal the air near the ground with barriers or similar techniques. Though he had no idea who was responsible for all of this or what their motives might have been, there was one thing he could be sure of. There had to be others here. As long as he continued exploring, he was bound to come across traces of human activity. Then, by asking around, he might find a way to return to the ninja world. With that thought, Minma felt his anxiety ease a little. He pressed onward for some time, and eventually spotted a sparse patch of grass growing from the ground. Though the grass was withered and yellow, excitement welled up inside him. This was proof that his earlier theories were right. Moreover, where there are plants, there must be water nearby, and where there is water, his chances of survival would be greatly improved. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Minma created 3 shadow clones, sending each in a different direction to search. The first priority was to find a water source, and after that, to search for whoever was behind the creation of this place. Time passed. He had no idea how long, when memories from one of the clones flowed back into him. That clone had found a water source. After a quick inspection, it had seen fish swimming in water, so it immediately dispelled itself to report the discovery to Minma's main body. Overjoyed, Minma dispelled the other 2 clones as well. As expected, the other directions were just as barren and empty as the path he had taken earlier. Nothing of interest at all. Minma hurried toward the water source, following the scene from the clone's memories. Now that he had a destination, he no longer needed to conserve his strength, and ran at full speed until he reached the water. There, he found a rather large pond, cut through by a narrow stream. Around the pond, clusters of aquatic plants grew here and there. In the distance along the riverbank, he could just make out the silhouettes of some taller trees. Channeling chakra into his feet, Minma stepped lightly onto the water and ran to the center of the pond. He scooped up a handful of water and tasted it with the tip of his tongue. There was no strange taste, and his tongue felt normal. This water should be safe to drink. Feeling reassured, he drank deeply to quench his thirst. Once his throat was no longer parched, Minma gazed down at the fish swimming below, pondering how to catch one. All he had were kunai and shuriken from his ninja tool pouch. Could he really fish with those? He tried, but quickly realized it was impossible. Due to the strong resistance of the water, both the kunai and the shuriken lost their momentum less than half a meter after entering, sinking straight to the bottom. Sigh. If only Sasuke were here. With just one chidori and a quick jab into the water, I bet every fish in the whole pond would float right up. Then he could use his fireball jutsu to roast them. Just imagining it makes my mouth water. But if this happened in my previous life, I suppose Sasuke would have been detained for 15 days for using destructive fishing methods like blasting, poisoning, or electrofishing. Thinking of this, Minma couldn't help but let out a wry laugh. Wait, that's not right. Suddenly, a spark flashed in Minma's mind as he thought of a brilliant idea. If I can't electrocute the fish, I can blast them instead. He pulled out an explosive tag from his ninja pouch, tied it to the back of a kunai, infused it with chakra to ignite the tag, counted down from 3, and then hurled the kunai at the distant school of fish. With a thunderous boom, a huge plume of water shot up from the surface. When the pond finally calmed down, several small fish could be seen floating on the water. Delighted, Minma dashed across the surface, scooping up the stunned fish. He was just about to gut them with his kunai when, suddenly, a cluster of bubbles began to rumble up from the center of the pond. Minma immediately forgot about the fish, gripped his kunai in a defensive stance, and braced himself for whatever might come. In moments, as the water swirled, a humanoid creature emerged at the center of the pond. Who's making all that racket? Is it you again, Yamawaro? The creature speaking was small and thin, its whole body a bright green, standing about a meter tall. In the middle of its head was a sunken area, and a pair of round eyes, still half closed, as if barely awake, peered out. Its nose jutted out sharply, ending in a beak like a bird's, for pointed fangs lined both its upper and lower jaws, flashing as it yawned. Its limbs were long and slender, with only 4 fingers on each hand and webbing stretched between them. On its back, a shell like a turtle's was strapped tightly. If you keep this up, Yamawaro. Wait, you're not Yamawaro. Who are you? It was only now that the humanoid creature seemed to notice Minma, its face twisting into alarm. Sizing up the creature's build compared to his own, Minma felt a bit more confident. Cautiously, he said, "Hello, I'm a human who wandered here by accident. Are you the legendary Kappa? What is this place, anyway? Do you know how to get out of here?" A torrent of questions left the creature dizzy and flustered. Matt. Hold on, it cried, waving its hands to halt Minma's barrage of questions. Slow down, let me ask first. Who are you? My name is Minma Namikaze. I'm a human who entered this place by mistake. By mistake? Human? Don't lie to me. You must be a little Tanuki spirit, right? You turned into this form just to tease an old fellow like me, didn't you? The Kappa spoke with smug satisfaction, convinced he had seen through Minma's ruse. I really am a human, Minma replied in a calm, detached voice. Ha, little Tanuki, if you want to lie, you'd better come up with a better story. There's nobody left here but us old monsters. Where would a human come from? Accidentally wandered in? Do you have any idea that it's been over 1,000 years since any outsider set foot in this place? The Kappa still refused to believe him. Minma could only shake his head in helpless resignation. He tossed a kunai lightly toward the Kappa. Take a look at this. Do you have weapons like this around here? The Kappa caught the kunai, glanced at it carelessly, and then his laughter stopped dead. He stared hard at the strange blade. What is this? I've never seen anything like it. His gaze suddenly sharpened, and he fixed Minma with a piercing look. His tone grew harsh. You're not a little Tanuki spirit. Who are you, really? Minma's expression didn't change as he replied. I told you already. I really am a human. Impossible. We've been cut off from the world for over 1,000 years. How did you get in here? Minma rubbed his brow, troubled. I don't know either. I was just performing a summoning technique, and then I ended up here. The Kappa pressed on. Summoning technique. What's that? Is it some new kind of magic? Minma explained patiently. It's not magic. It's a ninja technique that we developed. The Kappa looked even more baffled. Ninja? What's a ninja? Didn't you just say you were human? Now you're a ninja too. Minma was on the verge of tearing his hair out. No matter how he tried to explain, this Kappa just wouldn't understand. Seeing Minma shouting and clutching his head, the Kappa assumed he was about to attack and braced himself as if facing a mortal enemy. After a moment, Minma took a deep breath and tried to compose himself. He asked again, do you have a leader? Why don't you let me speak with them? Absolutely not. I'd never let someone as suspicious as you anywhere near our leader. The Kappa shot back, flatly refusing. Minma's patience snapped. This Kappa was even more stubborn than Inoki. No matter how he tried to reason, it was hopeless. With a sigh, he thought, I didn't want to do this, but it looks like I have no choice now. In a flash, Minma darted forward, snatched the kunai from the Kappa's hand, and pressed it against the creature's neck, just enough to draw a thin line of blood. Oomph. That's right, we've already found your hiding place. Go on, tell your leader. If you don't surrender, you'll be facing war next. The Kappa stared at Minma in terror, mouth agape, hands and feet trembling uncontrollably. Minma withdrew the kunai, expression cold and unreadable, and fixed the Kappa with an unwavering stare. The Kappa fell back on the surface of the water, scrambling away on all fours. Seeing that Minma showed no reaction, it suddenly slipped beneath the water, darting swiftly upstream. Minma shook his head at the scene, then walked over to the riverbank, sat down cross-legged, and closed his eyes to rest. The Kappa raced through the water at lightning speed, and before long, it arrived beneath a towering torii gate. With a leap, it floundered out of the water, clambering up the stone steps under the gate, using both hands and feet, all the while shouting at the top of its lungs. Something terrible has happened. Chief, someone claiming to be an enemy of humanity has come to attack us. At the top of the stairs was a spacious courtyard, and in its center stood a magnificent shrine. The Kappa stumbled into the middle of the yard, clutching its knees, panting heavily as it said, Huff, huff. Chief, we're in big trouble. Inside the shrine, a stern voice scolded, Kappa, catch your breath before you speak. Honestly, at your age, you're still so flustered and careless. The Kappa drew a few deep breaths, trying hard to steady itself, then began, Chief, outside there's someone claiming to be human. He says he's found our hiding place and has declared war on us. Another elderly voice echoed from within the shrine. Nonsense. For over 1,000 years, not a single human has ever found their way here. The Kappa hurried to explain, Chief, it's true. He's right now by the pond where I live. Look, he even left these marks on my neck. What? It's true? Came a voice of astonishment from behind the door. After all these years, someone from the outside has really come in. Come, let's go see for ourselves. Hold on, we don't even know who he is or how strong. Wouldn't it be dangerous to rush out blindly? What danger could there be with my sword at my side? That's right, old man's sword may be dull, but my iron staff still packs a punch. All right, let's go together. Absolutely. After 1,000 years cooped up in this cursed place, it's about time we found some excitement. A noisy commotion erupted as the group argued back and forth, their voices never pausing for a moment. After what felt like an age, Minma heard the ruckus and opened his eyes. In front of him, a crowd had gathered, some standing, some sitting. Among them were pale-skinned women with beautiful features, hulking, giants with wings sprouting from their backs. Some had necks as long as serpents, others had spider-like bodies from the waist down. One crouched low, like a tortoise, another bared fangs sharp as a tiger's. Minma knew the true inhabitants of this place had arrived. Unhurried, he rose to his feet, then addressed them all with polite composure. Everyone, I apologize for bringing you out here to meet me in such a manner. But please, everyone, believe me, I truly mean no harm. First, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Minma Namikaze, and I come from the planet across the way. As you can see, I am a human. Due to some unforeseen error while practicing ninjutsu, I accidentally found myself in your world. If you are willing, could you please tell me how I might return to my home planet? The group on the other side looked at each other in confusion and then began to murmur among themselves. Did any of you understand what he just said? Not really, did you? I caught some of it. Isn't it that this human was practicing ninjutsu, something went wrong, and he accidentally ended up here? Now he wants to leave. Oh wow, you're sharp. But what exactly is ninjutsu? Silly, don't you know? It's what we call magic around here. I see. I've learned something new today. Seeing that they were engrossed in their own conversation, Minma cleared his throat loudly. Excuse me, have you reached a decision? Would you be willing to tell me how to leave? The group exchanged glances, nodded, and then the tall man with wings stepped forward and spoke to Minma. Well, human friend, we still aren't sure of your true intentions, and we can't tell if what you say is true. So would you mind coming with us to our place? Let's sit down and have a proper conversation. Minma smiled. As you wish. I would be honored. What did he say? Asked the long-necked one. You ignoramus. He's agreeing to go with us, replied the bald old man. And so, Minma followed the group to their shrine. Inside one of the shrine buildings, Minma sat cross-legged on the floor with a gathering of unusual figures. The man with wings was the first to speak. Well then, human friend, Minma Namikaze, was it? Would you mind if I asked you a few questions? Please go ahead, Minma replied with a slight nod. Thank you. First question. Earlier, we heard from the Kappa that you intended to declare war on us. Is that true? The wingman asked. Minma bowed slightly, a note of apology in his voice. I'm truly sorry. I only used that excuse to get your attention. I never had any intention of making you my enemies. As for what happened with Mr. Kappa, it was never my intention to harm him. If I hadn't acted that way, I wouldn't have been able to meet you all. Please, would you pass on my apologies to Mr. Kappa? The winged man spoke solemnly. If that's the case, then we can put this matter behind us. I am deeply grateful for your understanding. Now, on to the second question. According to the Kappa, you first claimed to be a human, and then later described yourself as a creature called a ninja. May I ask, what exactly is your true identity? Minma smiled and replied, these two aren't in conflict. I'm both human and a ninja. Being human is my species. Being a ninja is my profession. I see. Just like us, we are both yokai and deities. Yokai is our species. Deity is our profession. That's a perfectly reasonable way to look at it. In that case, for the third question, what exactly is the profession of a ninja? Minma paused to gather his thoughts before explaining. In my world, a ninja is a type of warrior. We harness the energy within our bodies, called chakra, and use it to perform various techniques known as ninjutsu for purposes such as destruction, transformation, or healing. The more you explain, the more confused I become. My questions aren't getting answered. They're only multiplying. What is ninjutsu? And what on earth is chakra? Minma felt just as troubled. In the ninja world, these things were common knowledge. But here in this strange place, even though they could understand each other's language, it was difficult to explain these fundamental concepts. He rubbed his forehead and, after a moment's thought, said, if you don't mind, let me start from the very beginning, including the origin, development, and current state of ninjas. We're all ears. The man with wings sat up straight, showing his respect. More than 1,000 years ago, there was a sage known as the Sage of Six Paths. Legend has it that he invented ninjutsu, defeated terrible monsters that plagued the world, and founded the ninja order. Those who trained in this order became known as ninjas. The energy ninjas cultivate is called chakra. By using chakra, ninjas can accomplish feats impossible for ordinary people, like breathing fire, summoning gusts of wind, manipulating water, or shattering stone. These techniques are what we call ninjutsu. So that's it. It's a new kind of cultivation system. No wonder we've never heard of it. And what a coincidence, that time period matches exactly with our own great calamity. The man with wings suddenly understood. The great calamity? What great calamity? Now, it was Minma's turn to be baffled. The winged man glanced around at the others, sighed softly, and then explained to Minma, roughly 1,000 years ago, many strange beings came to our homeland. Their skin was as white as snow, horns like demons sprang from their foreheads, and their eyes were as fearsome as the devil's. They brought with them a single seed, which they planted. In our land, that seed grew into a towering tree, but the price was the shattering of our world and the collapse of the cycle of rebirth. We gathered all our strength and fought against them, and at first, we even had the upper hand. But as time passed, that giant tree kept draining the life force from our planet and released a sinister energy into the air. Our power grew weaker with every day, and gradually, we could no longer stand against those outsiders. Later, our priest fell in battle, the Onmyoji, sacrificed himself, and the shrine maiden perished. Even we, the yokai, could not escape calamity. At the very moment when our land was utterly shattered and swallowed by the starry sky, our great yokai leader gave his life to forge this patch of earth, cloaking it with a barrier to conceal us. Only then was a single ember of hope preserved. This final refuge is called Takamagara. Yet over the past 1,000 years, many of our companions have still perished. We call that era the Age of Great Calamity. As Minma listened, her expression grew increasingly peculiar. Why did this story feel so familiar? The winged man noticed the change in her face and asked, what is it? Is there something wrong? Minma hesitated, then said, if I'm not mistaken, we should be from the same planet. The winged man's eyes widened with disbelief. What? You must be joking. Our homeland has already fallen into the stars. No one could have survived that. Minma shook her head. I'm serious. If you don't believe me, just look up. That broken planet hanging above us. Doesn't the shattered half look just like your homeland, torn asunder? And there are many legends about all of you. Back in my homeland, the one who's been speaking to me must be the great Tengu, right? That beautiful lady over there. She should be the Yukiana. And the balding old man in wooden clogs holding a katana. He must be New Rari Hyon. How dare you? Don't call me bald. New Rarahayon exploded in anger. Minma gave an awkward laugh, then turned back to the great Tengu. Besides all this, I have some evidence to prove my theory. What evidence? The Tengu asked. We should have a mutual acquaintance among the yokai, Minma declared, shocking them all. Who is it? Gomamaru. Minma replied with certainty. The great yokai exchanged glances, then turned to Minma and said, We don't know any yokai named Gamamaru. What? Minma frowned. That shouldn't be. Every clue pointed to these yokai being natives of the ninja continent. At that moment, a timid voice came from the corner of the shrine. Chief, I think I might know this Gamamaru you speak of. Everyone turned to look. There, hiding behind a pillar, was the Kappa, peeking out nervously. Feeling the weight of everyone's gaze, the Kappa shrank back even further into the shadows. Kappa, step forward when you speak, the Tengu barked. Igrigadis. The Kappa stepped out from behind the pillar, trembling as he spoke. Back when I was just a little Kappa, there was a toad who lived in my pond. He called himself Gamamaru, a little yokai who claimed he could see prophecies in his dreams. Upon hearing this, Minma said, That's right. This toad, Gamamaru, has now become the leader of Mount Myaboku, which is one of the 3 great sacred lands in our region. Besides Mount Myaboku, there are 2 other sacred places, Ryuchi Cave and Shikatsu Forest. The leader of Ryuchi Cave is a white serpent, and the leader of Shikatsu Forest is an enormous slug. The Tengu fell silent for a long time after hearing this, then sighed and said, I always thought that only we, the beings of Takamagara, were left in this world. I never imagined there were still other yokai out there. This is wonderful, truly wonderful. As he spoke, tears began to well up in the Tengu's eyes. Minma continued, I have an even more unsettling suspicion now, but I'm not sure if I should say it. There is nothing that cannot be said among us. Please, speak your mind without reserve, the great Tengu encouraged. Minma shook his head and said, Not yet. I can't be sure of where you all stand, nor whether you might harbor ambitions toward my world. I'll need to confirm a few things with you first. The yokai exchanged glances, uncertainty flickering in their eyes. After a moment, the great Tengu spoke up. If you have any doubts, please ask freely. We promise to answer every question as honestly as we can. Minma nodded, his tone becoming grave. Thank you. I'll begin then. My first question, are there any humans here in Takamagara? 1,000 years ago, there were still some surviving priests and onmyoji here, replied the great Tengu. But because human lives are so short, all of them passed away long ago. Minma nodded to show he understood, then continued. Second question, what happened to the humans on the mainland? What was their ultimate fate? The Tengu pondered for a moment before answering. That, we're not entirely sure about. But I imagine they must have carried on, somehow. After all, shouldn't you, as a human yourself, know more about such things? Minma shook his head and said nothing, then pressed on. Third question, if the enemies from those days were to return and threaten to destroy half of the world again, what would you all do? At these words, the yokai erupted in agitation. What? They might come back. If those bastards dare to return, I'll tear them to pieces myself, snarled an irate Oni, his voice rough and fierce. That's enough. Quiet, the great Tengu bellowed, bringing the room to order. Then he turned to Minma, his gaze sharp. You wouldn't bring this up without reason, would you? Minma nodded. Indeed. According to our information, their kind will return in the coming years to claim what remains. When that time comes, do you still have the courage to fight them? The Tengu was just about to speak when Minma waved a hand to cut him off. Don't be so quick to give your opinion. What I'm about to say is of utmost importance. It won't be too late to judge after you've heard me out. Please, go ahead. If my analysis is correct, the humans on our ninja continent, at least a portion of them, are actually descendants of those outsiders. Moreover, these humans possess the most advanced martial powers on the continent. These people share a common name, ninja. Minma's words were nothing short of shocking. What? The assembled yokai were struck with alarm and disbelief. Even the Tengu could no longer remain calm. Do you have any evidence for what you're saying? To test this hypothesis, I ask for your cooperation in a few simple experiments, Minma replied. He extended his hand, gathering chakra in his palm, and turned to the Tengu, saying, Please sense this power. Is this the same energy that has weakened you and your fellow yokai? The Tengu carefully reached out and touched the chakra in Minma's hand. His expression darkened. Yes, it's this very force. I must ask, why do you possess such power? Minma looked steadily at the Tengu and spoke slowly. It's a long story, and much of it is shrouded by the mists of time. Many details cannot be confirmed, but based on what I know, I will tell you what I believe is the most likely explanation. Story break. There was once a group of visitors from beyond the heavens, aliens from other planets in the universe. They dressed in white, with pale faces and horns upon their heads. We know them as the Otsutsuki clan. They journeyed through the cosmos, searching for worlds teeming with life. Upon finding such a planet, they would plant a mysterious tree known as the God Tree, which would draw out the planet's very life force. As the God Tree absorbed the planet's vitality, it released a unique energy suited to the Otsutsuki's cultivation, while at the same time breaking apart the land itself. When the planet's life had been thoroughly drained, the tree would bear a fruit called chakra. For the Otsutsuki, consuming this fruit meant transcending their mortal limits and achieving a higher state of evolution. During the process of the God Tree's growth, the native creatures of the planet discovered what was happening, and a great war erupted between them and the aliens. In the end, the Otsutsuki emerged victorious, but the planet itself was split in two by the conflict. Defeated, the native beings took shelter within the planet's shattered remains, struggling to survive. The God Tree had managed to draw only half the planet's life force, so the chakra fruit it produced was insufficient for the Otsutsuki's needs. With no other choice, the Otsutsuki planted another God Tree on the other half of the planet, leaving a servant named Kaguya Otsutsuki behind to guard it, while they set off once more in search of new worlds to conquer. The servant developed selfish desires and could no longer bear the thought of spending a lifetime in servitude, so she secretly ate the fruit of the divine tree. Yet, it was only after gaining this power that the servant realized, even with newfound strength, she was still no match for her master. Seeking a way to save herself, the servant began searching for solutions. In the end, she came up with a plan. She fused herself with the divine tree and shared its chakra fruit with the native beings of the planet. However, by nature, she still could not trust the native inhabitants, so she seduced a mortal and bore children of her own. The servant, Kaguya, had two sons, one named Otsutsuki Hagoromo and the other, Otsutsuki Hamura. As the brothers grew, they began to notice their mother's ambition. She intended to have humanity cultivate the energy known as chakra, only to harvest them all at once with the power of the divine tree. As descendants of the Otsutsuki clan, Hagoromo and Hamura possessed the most chakra. Should their mother begin her harvest, even they would not escape death. Unwilling to await their doom, the brothers joined forces, separating their mother from the divine tree and sealing her away. Kaguya was sealed on the moon by her two sons working together, while the younger son, Hamura, remained on the moon to stand guard. The divine tree was left behind on Earth, entrusted to the elder son, Hagoromo, who sealed it within himself. Hagoromo wandered the land for many years with the divine tree sealed inside him. During this time, he fathered two sons, Azura and Indra. He also gathered those humans who had obtained chakra, founding the sect of ninjutsu, and was later revered as the sage of six paths. As he lay dying, Hagoromo could no longer maintain the seal on the divine tree. So, he split its chakra into 9 parts, each becoming a powerful chakra entity known as a tailed beast. Having completed this task, Hagoromo was spent, his life flickering like a candle in the wind, ready to depart this world. Yet, he understood better than anyone the ambitions of the Otsutsuki clan and knew that one day they would inevitably return. But after so many years wandering among humanity, Hagoromo had learned the ways of the human heart. On his deathbed, he could not set aside his worries for his sons. Thus, he taught them the importance of sincere cooperation, of forging bonds, and cultivating greater strength to one day resist the evil Otsutsuki clan. Azura and Indra understood their father's dying wishes, but their beliefs were worlds apart. Indra valued individual power, while Azura believed in the strength found in unity with companions. Neither could persuade the other, and so each led their own descendants and ninja followers into war. The intermittent conflict raged on for 1,000 years, until 63 years ago, when a remarkable ninja emerged and brought an end to the Age of Chaos. From then on, the ninja world entered the era of the 5 great nations. Story divider. At the end of the tale, Minma concluded, that is roughly the history up to now. So, after hearing all of this, everyone can begin to consider the following question. First, if the enemies from 1,000 years ago were to rise again, would you all still be willing to fight? 2. If all of you have decided to fight, then are you willing to join forces with the ninjas, who are descendants of our enemies, to resist our common foe? Upon hearing this, the assembled yokai erupted into a heated debate, voices overlapping and tempers flaring. In my opinion, we might as well let those bastards suck the rest of the planet dry. It's not our place, and the ones dying are just their descendants anyway. Idiot. If we lose the gravitational pull of that half of the planet, who knows where Takamagara would drift off to in the depths of the universe? So what do you propose? Are we supposed to risk our lives for the offspring of our enemies? Unlike them, we have no home to defend. Why should we have to fight? Nonsense. Of course we have a reason to fight. Have you forgotten how our kin perished? Have you forgotten how Tamamonome used the last of her strength to forge Takamagara and set up the barrier? Have you forgotten how Ushioni, battered and bleeding, dragged Takamagara into the sky? Have you forgotten how Yatabi risked everything to hold back the enemy's advance? Of course I haven't forgotten, but what does that change? Which one of us yokai isn't already halfway into the underworld? I want to fight too, but how? Who will fight? Can we even win? If we can't win, does that mean we shouldn't fight? If we can't win, does that mean we shouldn't seek revenge? If we can't win, should we just kneel and wag our tails before the enemy, begging for mercy? All right, enough. Stop arguing. Don't forget, we have natural allies. If the enemy destroys the remaining half of the planet, shouldn't the humans on the other side be even more worried than us? Even if we must fight, I'll never join hands with the offspring of our enemies. The fact that I haven't killed him here is already the limit of my tolerance. That's right. Even we, the mighty yokai, were defeated. What could mere humans possibly do? The quarrel continued, but Menma sat calmly, unfazed, as if none of it concerned him. At this moment, the great Tengu could bear it no longer. He cleared his throat, his voice booming. Enough. Quiet, all of you. I have something to say. Gradually, the yokai quieted down. The great Tengu swept his gaze over the crowd, finally fixing his eyes on Menma. He asked, "May I inquire, what happens if we do not join the battle? And if we choose to fight, what then?" Menma let out a soft sigh. "If you choose not to fight, then your fate will rest entirely in our hands. If we win, you may continue your meager existence here. But if we lose, then you will all join us on the road to the underworld." What? What did you just say, you insolent brat? Before the Tengu could respond, a bald-headed elder behind him leapt up in fury. "Are you threatening us?" Menma replied, unhurried and calm. "I wouldn't dare. I am simply stating the facts." The bald old man wanted to argue further, but was stopped by the Tengu and sat back down with a sullen expression. The Tengu then said, "Your explanation is still not enough to persuade us to go to war. Please, present a more convincing reason." Hearing this, Menma thought for a while and replied, "What if I promise to help you rebuild your homeland?" The Tengu's face grew serious as he asked, "What do you mean by rebuild our homeland? Are you saying you'll carve out a territory for us to live in within your own country? To be honest, that doesn't seem very meaningful. After all, Takamagara is already enough for us to live in." Menma shook his head and explained, "I don't have the authority to grant you land in my country. What I mean is quite literal. I intend to gather the fragments of your shattered planet and restore nearly half of it, so that you may return to your true home." "Don't talk big, boy. Even our Amaterasu couldn't do such a thing. How could a mere human like you manage it?" The bald old man jeered from behind the Tengu, his tone thick with mockery. "That's why your Amaterasu is dead, and I am still alive," Menma retorted, fed up with the old man's constant interruptions. "What did you say? Outrageous. You little—" The old man sprang up, ready to teach Menma a lesson, but the Oni next to him grabbed him tightly, restraining his fury. "Outrageous. Let me go. I'll kill him myself," the old man shouted, struggling against the Oni's hold. The Tengu was growing irritated as well. With a wave of his hand, it was as if a mountain crashed down on the old man. He was pinned to the floor, unable to move, his body pressed flat against the ground. Then the Tengu turned to Menma, his voice cold and stern. "If you don't explain yourself clearly, I can't pretend I didn't hear your insult to Amaterasu." Menma nodded in understanding. He stood up and walked outside, gesturing for the other yokai to follow him. All of them filed out of the house, except for the old man, who was still immobilized on the floor. Pointing up at the moon, Menma asked, "Do you all know what that is? Isn't it just a larger piece of a shattered planet? What's so special about it?" the Oni man asked in confusion. Menma shook his head. "That is the moon I mentioned in my story earlier, the place where Kagaya Otsutsuki was sealed, and where Himura Otsutsuki now dwells. More importantly, it's not a fragment of a broken planet. It's an artificial creation, formed by Hagoromo Otsutsuki using the power of chakra." Seeing the disbelief on their faces, Menma continued. "Hagoromo Otsutsuki possessed a pair of special eyes called the Rinnegan. The Rinnegan grants a powerful technique known as Chibaku Tensei. When this jutsu is cast, it creates a black sphere that floats into the air, slowly rising higher and higher. When the black sphere rises to a certain height, it generates a tremendous gravitational pull. At that moment, the ground within a set radius begins to crack open, and countless rocks of varying sizes are gradually drawn up toward the sphere, eventually forming a massive, floating orb resembling a giant meteorite. Moreover, it can pull a designated target into the sphere itself, rendering them immobile under the force of its gravity. Otsutsuki Hagoromo used precisely this technique to create the moon and seal away Otsutsuki Kagaya. If this technique can generate such intense gravity to form the moon, then why shouldn't it also be used to attract and gather the fragments of a shattered planet? How exactly do you plan to accomplish such a feat? The Tengu cut straight to the heart of the matter. Myanmar replied unhurriedly, his voice calm and composed. The Rinnegan is not exclusive to Otsutsuki Hagoromo. It is an innate ability of the Otsutsuki clan. So, in theory, I too have the potential to awaken the Rinnegan. The Tengu shook his head, clearly unconvinced by Myanmar's claim. We cannot stake our hopes on something so uncertain. That's not enough for us to risk our lives. Myanmar smiled faintly and continued. Then there's a second way. We could find a pair of Rinnegan that already exists and transplant them into my eyes. In that case, I would be able to use my very life as the price to unleash the Chibaku Tensei technique. The Tengu seemed tempted, but soon raised further doubts. It sounds plausible, but two concerns remain. First, as you said, Otsutsuki Hagoromo has already passed away, so where would these Rinnegans come from? Second, even if we help you acquire the Rinnegan and the transplantation succeeds, how can I trust that you would truly risk your life to help us rebuild our home? Myanmar appeared to have anticipated these questions. He replied, there's no need to worry about the source of the Rinnegan. From what I know, there are currently two pairs in the shinobi world, one possessed by my clansman Uzumaki Nagato, and another by Otsutsuki Kagaya. It's worth noting that Nagato's Rinnegan was also transplanted from someone else, which proves that such a procedure is possible. As for the matter of the technique draining one's life, that only happens because the current shinobi lack the physical strength and bloodline purity of the Otsutsuki. However, I know of a secret technique that can extract another's bloodline and graft it onto myself. With a more powerful constitution, the life force required to wield the Rinnegan would be greatly reduced. The Tengu fell silent for a long while before finally sighing and saying, you have convinced me, but I must be honest with you. We can offer no further assistance. The truth is, we yokai now number only a few hundred, and among us, just a handful still possess the strength to fight. So even if we risk our lives, it may all be in vain. Minma looked straight into Tengu's eyes and said earnestly, please don't underestimate yourselves. What I value is not your combat strength, but your experience. You have fought against the Otsutsuki clan before, and that is exactly what we currently lack. Moreover, I have an untested hypothesis. Because our ninja power system is based on chakra, we may find ourselves suppressed in battle by the Otsutsuki, who draw from the same source, but whose existence is on a higher level and who have trained for much longer. Therefore, we need a new power system, and that is precisely what you possess. So, I formally request, on behalf of not just the ninja, but all of humanity, that we form an alliance with the yokai to face the coming calamity of the Otsutsuki together. Tengu replied with grave seriousness. In that case, on behalf of all yokai, I agree to an alliance with humanity. With those words, Tengu stepped forward and extended his right hand to Minma. Minma raised a small hand and solemnly shook hands with Tengu. This historic moment was recorded by Kabishi, the god of the wall, one of the 13 pen gods of Takamagara. At this moment, both sides reached a broad consensus on strengthening the comprehensive strategic partnership between ninja and yokai. They clarified the direction and concrete measures for the next stage of cooperation, including the exchange of arcane arts, the development of ninjutsu, the teaching of physical techniques, mutual summoning, and standing together against their common enemy. Namikaze Minma stated that ninja and yokai are good neighbors, good partners, and good brothers. The ninja world will unwaveringly deepen this comprehensive strategic cooperation, steadfastly support Takamagara's stability and accelerated development, and fully back Takamagara in playing a greater role in the common struggle against the Otsutsuki. Creating a bilateral summoning scroll for ninja and yokai is an important decision, made to meet the objective needs of this growing relationship. The ninja are willing to work hand-in-hand with the yokai, making the most of this vital tool to advance their strategic partnership, achieve mutual development, and bring real benefits to both sides. The great Tengu expressed his delight at becoming the first extraterrestrial group to meet with the ninja world in over 1,000 years. The yokai expressed gratitude for the ninja world's support in maintaining Takamagara's stability and development. and pledged to promote all-round cooperation with the ninja. The bilateral summoning scroll is the highest level mechanism for cooperation, born of the greatest effort and with the widest applications. The yokai will work closely with the ninja world, discussing grand plans and advancing cooperation in all fields. After this initial consensus was reached, the great Tengu asked Minma, "As for the future, what plans does Lord Namikaze have in mind?" Minma gazed up at the ninja continent overhead, his tone calm and even. Right now, the shinobi world is still mired in internal strife. So, the most urgent task is to strengthen myself. Only by increasing my own power can I unite the forces of the ninja world to oppose the Otsutsuki clan. As I am now, I'm still far too weak, let alone unifying the ninja world. I'm not even qualified to have a say in its affairs. The great Tengu let out a weary sigh. To unite an entire world, that's no easy feat. Mima gave a faint smile. I've already made some plans. As long as I follow them step by step, I should be able to obtain Kagaya Otsutsuki's Rinnegan within 4 years, and within 20 years, defeat the Otsutsuki clan members who come to harvest the fruit. The great Tengu nodded. Since Lord Namikaze has a plan, that puts my mind at ease. If there's anything we can do to assist, please don't hesitate to ask. Mima smiled. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Speaking of which, there really is one thing I'd like to ask of you. Please, go ahead. I'd like to ask you to send me back to the ninja continent. I ended up here by accident, and truth be told, I have no idea how to get back. The great Tengu fell silent, waving for the other yokai to leave. He looked at Minma with a rather odd expression. What's wrong, Lord Tengu? Is there a problem? Minma couldn't quite decipher the Tengu's look. The Tengu hesitated, then asked, You mean to say you don't have a way back? Minma started to feel uneasy himself. Don't tell me you don't know how to return to the ninja continent, either. The two stood face to face, each staring at the other in silence. Big eyes locked on big eyes, not a word passing between them. In the distance, the raucous cawing of crows seemed to echo through the air. After a while, the Tengu finally broke the silence. If there were a way in or out, do you think we'd still be stuck here in Takamagara? Minma's expression darkened. The Tengu pressed further. So, you came here and proposed this alliance. Was that also just a spur-of-the-moment idea? Minma grew a bit awkward. The alliance may have been spontaneous, but I meant it sincerely. When I heard you mention the calamity 1,000 years ago, I realized that. Shinobi and yokai share a common enemy. There's a saying in our world, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. That's what gave me the idea to form an alliance with you all. The Tengu let out a long sigh. I really fell for it. I thought you were some kind of powerhouse who could cross the universe with your bare body, but it turns out you only ended up here by accident. I thought I'd found the yokai, a never-before-seen protector, but in the end, all these years of hunting geese, and now I've been pecked in the eye by one. Minma hadn't expected the misunderstanding to run so deep, and he began to feel a bit anxious himself. So, what about the alliance? The celestial hound looked up at the dark expanse of the universe and sighed helplessly. What else can I do? I suppose I'll just have to go along with it. If those old geezers hear about this, who knows how they'll mock me? Besides, in all my years, you're the first youngster who's dared to speak so boldly and logically before me without the slightest sign of nervousness. It seems you're no ordinary person yourself. Miyama could only pull a wry face, at a loss for words. The celestial hound asked, So what do we do now? If you can't return, then our alliance is meaningless. Miyama replied, There's a way. My master is surely working on a solution as we speak. If I'm not mistaken, he must be at Mount Myaboku, seeking help from the great toad sage. Oh, that's Gamamaru. I believe it won't be long before we find a way back. The celestial hound nodded and said, That's all we can hope for. But tell me, exactly how did you get here? The more details, the better. Perhaps we can help you as well. You know, our kind has endured for millennia. Not without good reason. At this, Myanmar explained in detail the process of casting the summoning jutsu, including the hand seals, and also spoke about the contract scroll. The celestial hound mulled over this for a long time, then suddenly asked, According to your information, have those Otsutsuki clan members ever used the summoning jutsu? Myanmar was puzzled by the question, but after a moment's thought, replied, No, there's no record of them using the summoning jutsu or having any summoned creatures. The celestial hound stroked his chin thoughtfully, as if something had just occurred to him. Myanmar quickly pressed, What is it? Did something come to mind? The celestial hound grunted in acknowledgement, then explained, From your description of the technique and the blood contract scroll, this all sounds strangely familiar, though I can't recall exactly where I've seen it. Tell you what, I'll call the others and see what they think. So the celestial hound summoned the other monsters and explained the situation, asking for their opinions. Just then, a demon-faced creature with crimson skin and tusks looking every bit the part of fiend, suddenly spoke up, "This summoning jutsu. Why does it sound so much like the Shikigami sealing technique?" The celestial hound's interest was piqued, and he motioned for the creature to continue. The demon said, "A long time ago, I was defeated by a powerful onmyoji. But instead of killing me, the onmyoji healed my wounds. I was puzzled and asked him why. He told me he hoped that, out of gratitude, I would serve as his family's protector for generations. After I agreed, he and I entered into a contract, sealed with blood, so that he could summon me whenever he needed help in battle. That contract was the onmyoji's Shikigami seal. Think about it. Entering into a pact, using blood as the medium, summoning aid in times of need. Don't you all think the summoning jutsu and the Shikigami sealing technique are remarkably alike?" The Tengu suddenly understood, clenching his right fist and striking it into his left palm. "That's it. No wonder those guys from the Otsutsuki clan can't use this technique. It's something unique to us." Myanmar seemed to realize as well, and quickly asked, "Does Takamagara have a scroll for summoning and sealing Shikigami?" The yokai who had once served as a Shikigami shook his head and replied, "That scroll was kept by an onmyoji family. After over 1,000 years, it's probably been lost in the river of history by now." At that moment, Myanmar suddenly felt a faint tugging sensation. Though the force was slight, he instantly understood what it meant. "Everyone, I have an idea." Myanmar turned to the yokai and said, "In a moment, I'll summon a toad. I'll need each of you to give a drop of blood for it to take back. I'll ask the toads of Mount Mayaboku to create a new summoning contract scroll. That way, after I return to the ninja world, I can bring you all back with me through the summoning technique." Hearing this, the yokai grew excited and urged Myanmar to get started right away. So, Myanmar gathered his chakra, bit his finger to draw blood, formed the hand seals, and pressed his palm to the ground. With a burst and a puff of smoke, he pulled his hand away to reveal a tadpole wriggling energetically on the floor. It bounced around for a moment before dissolving into another puff of smoke and vanishing. Unlike the bewildered yokai, Myanmar felt exhilarated. This proved his idea was working. The summoning technique was still usable, and the appearance of even a tadpole was proof enough. As for why he'd only summon a tadpole, it was simply because the distance was too great and his chakra insufficient. If chakra was the issue, then he'd just have to increase the output. Myanmar lifted his shirt, exposed his stomach, and released the dual-layered four-symbol seal on his dantian. In an instant, a torrent of chakra surged through his body. Gritting his teeth against the stinging pain in his meridians, Myanmar activated the summoning technique again. Another burst, and this time, when the smoke cleared, a small toad appeared. Myanmar looked closer and realized it was an old acquaintance, at least one he'd seen in the anime. The toad's whole body was a vivid orange-red, dressed in a blue jacket, sprawled on the ground and grumbling. "Who summoned me? I was right in the middle of a meal." Then, noticing Myanmar, surrounded by the crowd of yokai, the toad immediately understood the situation and his attitude turned friendly at once. "Ah, it's you." Myanmar was curious. "You know me?" Gamaken looked at the imposing group of yokai behind Myanmar and grew even more respectful. "Yes, Lord Jiraiya mentioned you before. From your commanding presence, you must be Lord Namake's Myanmar." "Lord Myanmar, I am your most loyal subordinate, Gamaken. May I ask what orders you have for me?" "Please rest assured, sir. I, Gamakichi, am willing to risk life and limb for you and your cause, for generations to come." "Gamakichi, as it happens, there's something I need you to do," Minma said, gazing at the little toad before him. He briefly explained the current situation to Gamakichi. Once everything was clear, Minma handed him several containers filled with the blood of various yokai and instructed, "In a moment, I want you to end the summoning and return to Mount Mayaboku. Then, please ask the Great Toad Sage to help me craft a summoning scroll. And by the way, let Jiraiya-sensei know that there's no need to worry. I'm fine, and I'll be back in a few days. Also, 3 days from now at this exact time, I'll summon you again, so don't forget to bring the scroll with you. Is that clear?" "Yes, I promise to complete the mission," Gamakichi replied in a loud and resolute voice. With that, he dispelled the summoning jutsu and vanished. After Gamakichi left, Minma could no longer hold himself together and collapsed to the ground. The Tengu rushed over to support him, concern evident in his voice. "What happened? Are you all right?" Minma managed a faint smile and reassured him with a gesture, explaining, "It's nothing serious. I just used too much chakra all at once. My meridians are a bit strained, and I'm a little spent. I'll be fine after a short rest." Only then did the Tengu relax. He signaled to the Yukiana to help carry Minma into a room inside the house so he could rest. After the Yukiana left with Minma, the yokai who had previously served as a Shikigami, sighed in admiration. What an extraordinary human. Even from such a distance, he managed to use the summoning technique successfully. The Tengu turned and asked, Shuten Doji, you were once human yourself, and you've dealt with many people even after becoming a yokai. Have you ever met anyone like him? Shuten Doji shook his head. No, not even among the greatest monks I met as a human, nor the most renowned on my Oji I encountered as a yokai. None can compare to him. Not even Abe no Saimai, the Tengu pressed, still skeptical. Not even Abe no Saimai, Shuten Doji affirmed. The Tengu sighed with hope. If it's him, perhaps he really can help us achieve our revenge and fulfill our wish to return home. Meanwhile, as Minma was carried into the guest room to rest, Gamakichi had already dispelled the summoning and returned home to Mount Myaboku, much to the relief of the worried Elder Shima. The moment he appeared, Gamakichi called out in her direction, Granny, I found Jiraiya's student, Lord Minma. Elder Shima's expression changed instantly. What did you say? Gamakichi repeated. Granny, the one who just summoned me away was none other than Jiraiya's student, Lord Minma. Only then did Elder Shima grasp the situation. Without hesitation, she grabbed Gamakichi, leapt out the window, and hurried straight towards the Great Toad Sage's chambers. When they arrived at the residence of the Great Toad Sage, Shima the Sage shouted at Fukusuku, who was busy studying the summoning scroll, and at Jiraiya, Old man, little Jiraiya, there's news about Minma. The man and the toad immediately dropped what they were doing and looked over at Shima. Shima set Gamakichi down on the ground and instructed, Gamakichi, tell them again what just happened. Yes, ma'am. Gamakichi didn't dare to dawdle. He quickly recounted everything that had happened after he was summoned. When he finished, he took out a container holding the blood of several great monsters and explained Minma's request to have Mount Myaboku craft a new summoning scroll. So, where's Minma now? Is he all right? Why hasn't he come back? Jiraiya asked, his concern evident. Gamakichi described everything he had witnessed, leaving nothing out. Not only is Lord Minma safe, he's managed to tame several powerful summoned beasts. Each one is even more formidable than my father or grandfather. Besides that, Lord Minma told us to wait 3 days. After 3 days, he'll summon me again so I can bring him the new summoning scroll. Hearing this, Jiraiya finally felt the weight in his heart begin to lift. If something had happened to Minma while he was under his care, he truly didn't know how he would face Minato and Kushina. Luckily, Minma was safe. Honestly, now that we found him, he should just come straight back. Why wait another 3 days? Jiraiya grumbled, though his words couldn't completely hide his relief. Enough, Jiraiya. What matters most is that Minma is safe. And since Minma can summon Gamakichi, we can use reverse summoning to bring Minma back ourselves. There's no need to worry. All we need to do is wait patiently for 3 days. When Gamakichi goes over, we'll have Minma ready, and we'll summon him back ourselves. Besides, didn't Minma just ask us to make a new summoning scroll? Don't just stand there, Jiraiya. Help gather the materials for it. Jiraiya nodded and immediately turned to head outside. No one knew how much time had passed before Minma awoke from the darkness. He quietly checked his body and found that the chakra he'd used up summoning Gamakichi had almost completely recovered, and even his injured meridians were now fully healed. Still, his stomach was growling with hunger. Clutching his rumbling belly, Minma got up and walked out the door. He found the Tengu in the shrine's courtyard and explained his predicament. Upon hearing this, the Tengu hurried to arrange a meal. Fortunately, Takamagura was a vast land with few monsters, and many of them didn't need to eat at all, so supplies were plentiful. Even so, Minma ended up eating enough food to last the Tengu and other great monsters 3 whole days. The Tengu watched in astonishment and exclaimed, Truly, those who achieve extraordinary things are extraordinary themselves. After Minma finished eating and sat on the ground, letting out a satisfied burp, the Tengu brought over a tea set to help him digest with some tea. With an elegance completely at odds with his imposing stature, the Tengu rinsed the teacups, then poured a cup for Minma and another for himself. He asked casually, How is your recovery coming along? Minma replied, Thanks to everyone's care, I made a full recovery. What an impressive rate of healing, the Tengu exclaimed in admiration. So, what are your plans now? Minma raised the teacup and sipped slowly, thinking for a moment before answering. If possible, I would like to request your guidance in my training. And I believe it's time for you all to resume your own training as well. The Tengu set down his cup and studied Minma carefully. The training methods of our yokai clan differ greatly from those of humans. I'm afraid it would be difficult to guide you. Besides, our own training has already reached its limit. Even if we were to resume now, it's unlikely our strength would increase much. Minma shook his head and placed his empty cup down. I wouldn't make such a request without reason. I have my reasons for saying this. The Tengu picked up the teapot and refilled Minma's cup. Minma held the cup lightly with his left hand and tapped the tabletop with the first and middle fingers of his right hand in a gesture of thanks. When the cup was nearly full, the Tengu set down the teapot and said, "Please go on. I'm listening." Minma cradled the teacup in his hands, speaking slowly. "Tengu, do you remember which type of attack caused the most damage to the Otsutsuki clan back then? Was it spell-based attacks, or those relying on raw physical power?" The Tengu thought for a while before answering. Physical attacks were more effective, if memory serves. I recall that when spell-based attacks hit, those bastards rarely bothered to dodge. They seemed able to absorb those spells. But when it came to fists, kicks, or blades, they would either block or evade them. It seemed those attacks posed a greater threat. "Exactly," Minma replied. "Our ninjutsu, compared to yokai magic or sorcery, is more easily countered. So if we want to truly harm the Otsutsuki clan, we must rely on taijutsu, physical combat techniques. That's what I wish to learn from you. Taijutsu honed in the crucible of blood and fire." Understanding dawned on the Tengu. "Now that you put it that way, I see your point. But our yokai taijutsu has already become somewhat fixed. How can we push our training further?" Minma said, "It's not about any specific technique for your clan. What you need is to adapt to the current environment of the ninja world. Right now, the land is saturated with an energy called chakra. As you've mentioned before, this energy weakens yokai. So the best thing you can do is learn to adapt to chakra, and if possible, even find a way to use it to your advantage." The Tengu nodded. "I understand now. That is why you have been collecting our blood, to create the summoning scrolls, isn't it?" Minma nodded in return. "Exactly. Moreover, the summoning scrolls are the key for me and all of you to travel freely between Takamagara and the ninja continent." The Tengu's expression grew serious. "Understood. I will inform everyone shortly and have those among us skilled in close combat teach you their fighting techniques over the next few days." Minma gave a respectful nod. "Thank you very much." Because of the peculiar nature of this fragment of Takamagara, the yokai here don't distinguish between day and night. They simply sleep when tired and rise when awake. The only reason they can even keep track of the years is thanks to a little yokai called Aoanden. Over 1,000 years ago, when she still lived on the ninja continent, she had the ability to dim during the day and glow at night. Even after arriving in Takamagara, this instinct remained, so the yokai here have a basic way to mark the passage of years. At this moment, it was night in Takamagara. Though the sunlight overhead was glaringly bright, it was in truth nighttime. Minma sat in the courtyard, kneeling across from the great Tengu. Dressed in the robes of a mountain ascetic, a long sword hanging at his waist, the Tengu was explaining the yokai's training methods to Minma. A long time ago, the Tengu began the way yokai trained was simple. We relied on robust bodies and abundant yokai power to overwhelm our foes. But as onmyoji, monks, and shrine maidens rose in power, our methods gradually fell behind the times. So, we sought out masters or served as familiars to humans, slowly learning techniques from them to better channel our strength. Over the years, through countless battles and refinement, these methods became what you see today. Yokai combat is now divided into two main schools. The first uses internal yokai power to alter the environment, breathing fire, unleashing frost, and so on. These are called yokai arts. The second strengthens the body or weapons with yokai power, attacking with physical force. These are yokai techniques. As for yokai arts, the differences between our races mean we may not be able to teach you those. But yokai techniques, these are the distilled wisdom of weapon and body forged across centuries of bloodshed. They will surely help you grow stronger. What we call yokai techniques generally fall into four broad categories: slash, fist, step, and guile. Slash is the art of wielding weapons. Fist is a mastery of unarmed combat. Step is the craft of advancing and evading. Guile is the strategy of deception and trickery. There may be countless fighting styles among the yokai, but almost all can be traced back to these four pillars. Tonight, I'll be teaching you the first of these, fist. Hearing all this, Minma couldn't help but feel a bit out of place. Wasn't this supposed to be the world of Naruto? How had it suddenly turned into a lesson on slash, fist, step, and guile? What was even more unnerving was that it all sounded surprisingly reasonable. Minma glanced at the long sword hanging at the Tengu's waist and asked, "Weren't we supposed to be learning martial arts?" "Then, Lord Tengu, what's with the sword?" "It's to demonstrate a particular martial technique for you," the Tengu explained. There's a move called disarming the armed with empty hands. It's a way to take on an opponent wielding a weapon while you're unarmed. Minma understood at once. Wasn't this the legendary skill of taking a blade barehanded? In other words, facing danger empty-handed and coming out on top. The Tengu untied the long sword from his waist and tossed it to Minma. Come, attack me with all your strength. I'll show you what it means to disarm an armed opponent. Minma caught the sword, drew it from the scabbard, tossed the scabbard aside, gripped the blade in his right hand, its tip pointed straight at the Tengu, while his left hand hovered protectively before his chest. He was holding the long sword like a kunai, ready in a fighter's stance. The Tengu shook his head slightly. The grip was unsteady, the posture awkward. He looked every bit the novice. Not wanting to overwhelm Minma with his size and strength, the Tengu used a bit of yukai magic to shrink himself. Come on, now my build is close to yours, and I'll even dial my strength back to be a bit less than yours. Let me show you some of our yokai's hand-to-hand techniques. Minma dashed forward, raising the sword high in his right hand, and brought it down toward the Tengu's head with all his might. The Tengu remained calm, waiting for the perfect moment to step in close. He lifted his left arm to block Minma's elbow, then slipped his right hand under Minma's armpit, twisting to strike Minma's right ribs from behind. Pain shot through Minma's side, and his grip on the sword failed. With a clatter, the sword fell to the ground. The Tengu shoved Minma to the floor, his voice cold and commanding. This move is called elbow side lift and top, using joint manipulation to prevent your opponent from using their strength, then striking the open side to force them to drop their weapon. Remember, never use an unfamiliar weapon in a fight, no matter how powerful it might seem. Again, Minma scrambled up from the ground. This time, he didn't bother with the long sword lying off to the side. Instead, he reached into his pouch and drew a kunai, gripping it in a ready fighting stance. He paused only briefly before lunging forward, arm outstretched, kunai aimed straight for the Tengu's chest. The Tengu, still unhurried, waited until Minma's attack was spent, then turned aside to dodge the thrust and delivered an elbow strike to Minma's back. Minma staggered from the blow, stumbling several steps forward before he could regain his balance. The Tengu's voice rang out. Your attacks are too obvious. Second lesson, never let your enemy see through your intentions. Again, Minma spun around at once, closing in on the Tengu. He feinted with a left jab to test the distance, then swiftly stabbed at the Tengu's carotid with the kunai in his right hand. The Tengu leaned back just enough to avoid the jab, slapped Minma's wrist aside with his own right hand to block, and in the same motion drove his elbow across Minma's chest, pushing him back several steps, then hooked his foot to trip Minma and send him to the ground. The Tengu looked down from above at Minma, who had fallen to the ground, and said, Your weapon is not just the blade. In your hand, you have your fists, your legs, your elbows, your knees, every part of your body that can strike your enemy. Again, with a sharp slap of his left hand against the ground, Minma pushed off with force and launched into a one-armed flying kick. The Tengu leaped into the air, his palms overlapped and pressing down, using Minma's momentum to vault backward. Seizing the advantage, Minma pressed forward relentlessly. His right hand swept the kunai in a wide arc, aiming for the Tengu's scalp, but the Tengu ducked low, narrowly evading the strike. Minma followed up with a sideways elbow aimed at the Tengu, who blocked it with a horizontal forearm. Without pause, Minma drove his knee toward the Tengu, but the Tengu bent at the waist, using his elbow to block and dodging aside. Twisting his grip, Minma reversed the kunai and thrust straight for the Tengu's chest. The Tengu sidestepped the attack, then, with a smooth pull of his right hand, restricted Minma's weapon-wielding arm. Seizing Minma's right hand, the Tengu raised his left elbow and struck at Minma's head. The blow sent Minma's head snapping back, throwing him off balance, but he managed to recover, sliding his left foot back to steady himself. The Tengu spun around, and from behind, stomped the back of Minma's right knee with the sole of his right foot. Pain shot through Minma, and his legs gave way. He dropped his knees. Turning back, the Tengu said sternly, Keep your attacks quick. Never give your enemy an opening. If your strikes are being dodged again and again, don't push on recklessly. Always keep part of your stance in reserve, or you'll leave yourself open to counterattack. Again, Minma got to his feet, launching himself forward with a flying knee aimed at the Tengu's chest. But the Tengu did not retreat. Instead, he stepped in, wrapped his arms around Minma's waist, and, using the momentum, arched backward, hurling them both to the ground. Now straddling the Tengu's waist, Minma raised his kunai high with both hands, stabbing down fiercely at the Tengu's head. The Tengu caught Minma's wrists in, his right hand dragging them to one side. As Minma's balance shifted, the Tengu rolled sideways, throwing Minma off, then drove an elbow into Minma's head. Dazed and reeling, Myanmar lay on the ground, his vision swimming as he looked at the Tengu rising to his feet. He couldn't even focus his gaze. Standing over him, the Tengu continued his lesson. Don't make your attacks too broad, and never expend all your strength in one blow. Always hold some back, so you can recover. Again, Myanmar staggered upright, swaying as he swung the kunai at the Tengu's neck. The Tengu ducked under the attack, slipped in low, and wrapped his arms around Myanmar's waist. With a sudden surge of strength from his shoulder, he drove Myanmar backward, trying to slam him to the ground. Myanmar leaned forward, bracing himself and digging in with his feet to keep his balance. But the Tengu shifted his weight, rising up and swinging his left elbow to strike Myanmar's head, then grabbed him around the back of the neck, forcing him down with a sudden knee strike. Myanmar tried to block, but even so, the repeated knee blows knocked the wind out of him. Relentless, the Tengu locked Myanmar's neck and jumped back, using his own weight to press Myanmar's head down toward the ground. With a heavy thud, Myanmar's face struck the floor. Gazing at the completely unconscious Myanmar, a trace of reluctance seemed to flicker across Tengu's face as he spoke in a calm voice. The final lesson for today: when you gain the upper hand, you must press the attack all the way. Never give your enemy a single chance, not until they've lost all power to resist. But Myanmar, sprawled on the ground, could no longer hear a word. When Myanmar woke again, he found himself lying beneath the eaves of a shrine. Tengu, now restored to his towering form, sat beside him, leisurely sipping tea. Grimacing in pain, Myanmar struggled to sit up, feeling as though every inch of his body ached. His head most of all. He reached up to touch it, wincing so hard his face twisted, and complained to Tengu, "Ow, ow, ow. Seriously, did you have to hit me that hard?" Tengu shot him a sidelong glance and replied offhandedly, "Why don't you go tell your enemies you're afraid of pain, and ask them to go easy on you?" Point taken. Myanmar knew full well the truth in those words, so he wisely let the matter drop. "Good. As long as you understand." Tengu nodded, satisfied. "To be honest, your fighting ability is pretty lacking, but you pick things up fast. At this rate, it won't be long before I can't beat you on skill alone." Myanmar understood this too. Tengu wasn't exactly a model teacher. He never broke down the moves for Myanmar step by step. Instead, he fought Myanmar directly, forcing him to grasp the essence of combat through first-hand experience. But that was exactly what Myanmar needed. He had to drill these techniques into his bones, turning them into instinct through relentless practice. Only then could he call on them effortlessly in battle, prevailing against any foe. Still, it was a painful process. Myanmar wasn't a glutton for punishment. He could never say something outrageous like, "You're so rough, but I love it." All he could do was silently endure, nursing his wounds in solitude. Looking up at the pitch-black sky, studded with bright stars, Myanmar spoke, "Tengu-san, you don't have to be so formal with me anymore. It just feels too stiff. Just call me Myanmar, all right?" Tengu's gaze softened as he replied quietly, "Very well, I understand." Myanmar. "Hey, Tengu-san." Myanmar grinned, his battered face making the smile look utterly ridiculous. "All right, you've rested long enough. Let's get back to training, Myanmar." Tengu set down his teacup and strode to the center of the courtyard. "No, I haven't recovered yet." Myanmar groaned, on the verge of tears. "Hurry up, no dawdling." Okay, coming," Myanmar replied, dragging himself up. And so, 3 days passed in this relentless training with Tengu. At last, the day came for Myanmar's promised meeting with Gamaji. Under the watchful eyes of a crowd of yokai, Myanmar stood in the center of the courtyard, refining his chakra in preparation for the upcoming summoning ritual. Hai, Su, Shun, Wei, the art of summoning. A tremendous surge of chakra poured out from Myanmar's dantian, coursing through every meridian in his body before finally gathering in the center of his right palm. Perhaps it was just his imagination, but Myanmar felt that although his meridians still throbbed with pain, it was much less intense than the last time. With a loud pop and a billow of smoke, a toad carrying a scroll on its back appeared before everyone. Gamakichi slipped the scroll off his back, holding it out respectfully to Namake's Myanmar. "Lord Myanmar, I have fulfilled your request. Here is the new summoning scroll you asked for." Myanmar took the scroll, unrolling it for a look. It was completely blank. At just the right moment, Gamakichi began to explain its use. "Lord Myanmar, the very first section of the scroll is for recording the summoned creatures. Place a drop of the creature's blood here and have them sign their name beneath it. That's all it takes to register them. The latter part is for the contractor. Just follow the signing procedure used in the Mount Mayaboku contracts as before." Myanmar nodded, then handed the scroll to Tengu, who motioned for the assembled yokai to drip their blood and sign. As he watched the yokai adding their Signatures. Mima realized for the first time that names like Tengu and Hanya were actually the names of their clans. Each of them had their own personal name. You know, calling them summoned beasts feels awfully crude, mused the old Nuri Hyon, whose true name was Nuragatsuki, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Grandpa's right, Snow Woman Yukiana, whose name was Yoshikawa Yui, added with a note of displeasure. Being called a summoning beast, doesn't that just lump me in with wild animals? Why don't we give a new name? Mima suggested. This scroll doesn't just record your names. It symbolizes the friendship between humans and yokai. Let's call it the Book of Friends. The Book of Friends, I like the sound of that, said a Tengu, whose real name was Ijutsu Taro, nodding with satisfaction. I think it fits perfectly, chimed in Shuten Doji. It reminds me of an old friend. For the record, Shuten Doji's true name was Ekigo Hoko. Now that everyone signed, why don't we give the summoning technique a try? Mima proposed enthusiastically. We might as well stop calling it a summoning technique, suggested Spider-Woman Fukamachi Yuriko. Let's call it an invocation. Oh, come on. We're in the middle of something important, and you're still nitpicking names? Grumbled Rokurokubi Elder Ishizaka Haim. Whatever we call it, summoning, invocation, it doesn't matter. Let's just try it out first, said the new, whose name was Akusen. Minma nodded, walked a short distance away, bit his left finger to draw blood, signed a contract, formed the seals, and performed the summoning technique. A surge of chakra poured into his left hand, and as the summoning technique was completed, a cloud of smoke rose into the air. Just then, a raspy, ancient voice sounded right beside Minma's ear. Hey kid, how much longer do you plan on hugging this old lady's neck? Only then did Minma realize that he was clinging to the rolled neck crone's long neck, and the old woman's head was bent down, speaking. Right behind him, even with the mind of an adult, Minma was so startled by the scene that he fumbled and tumbled off her body in a panic. The rolled neck crone rubbed her neck irritably and grumbled. It's not just the name that needs changing. Your summoning method needs work too. If every summoning goes like this old lady's neck won't survive much longer. Tengu walked over and said, All right, as long as it worked, that's what matters. Now we'll be able to travel to the ninja continent with ease. Mima got up, dusted himself off, and shook his head. There's definitely room for improvement. Not just the summoning location, but the whole summoning method needs to be revised. Oh, what do you mean? Tengu was puzzled. Hadn't it just worked? Couldn't Minma just use it again when he wanted to return to the ninja world? Minma sighed and replied, It's a matter of chakra. Summoning the rolled neck crone just now used up half my chakra, and that was with only a short distance between us. If I'm really back in the ninja world, I'm afraid my chakra will be drained before I can even finish the summoning. With my current abilities, I might only be able to summon little spirits no stronger than Gamatsu. Tengu stroked his chin thoughtfully. That does sound like a problem, but there's nothing we can do about it for now. Let's discuss it more when we get back. Mima nodded. All right, I'll also look for a solution in the ninja world. Next, let's try the reverse summoning. Tengu-san, let me teach you the hand signs and how to circulate your energy. See if you can summon me. Minma patiently explained the details of the reverse summoning technique, and Tengu nodded to show he understood. Then Tengu walked a short distance away and performed the reverse summoning. With a sudden bang, Minma vanished from where he stood and reappeared next to Tengu. How is it? How much energy did you use? Minma asked with concern. I didn't notice any drain at all. Tengu replied in surprise. How could that be? Minma was baffled. Was the difference between his chakra and Tengu's demon energy really that vast? That couldn't be. His chakra was measured in tons. Maybe it's because I'm using demon energy? Tengu, with the insight of someone who had lived thousands of years, immediately saw through the problem, but a sudden flash of inspiration lit up Minma's mind, and he asked, Lord Tengu, how do you monsters cultivate your demonic power? Though Tengu was puzzled, he replied, We simply absorb energy from the air and convert it into our own demonic power. Enlightenment dawned on Minma. So this was the reason. Demonic power is indeed of a higher energy level than chakra. So that's how it is. The energy system used by ninjas is chakra. But what is chakra, really? At its core, it's the waste gas expelled by the divine tree after absorbing natural energy. That explains why, even though both are called chakra, the Otsutsuki clan can absorb the ninjutsu released by ordinary ninjas, because the energy levels are different. As for Sage Mode, it's the result of blending natural energy with the chakra in one's own body, which makes the jutsu cast with Sage Chakra dozens of times more powerful. Thinking about it now, there's really no such thing as Sage Mode, is there? It's clearly a monster mode, training the body to absorb and utilize natural energy. Doesn't that make it the same as the demonic power of monsters? The only difference is that monsters can directly absorb natural energy, while humans, due to the presence of chakra within them, can't absorb natural energy at will and must perfectly control the mixture of chakra and natural energy, forming a type of sage chakra that's just a notch below pure natural energy. No wonder Jiraiya would grow frog-like features when using sage mode, and Kabuto would develop white snake scales when using the Great Snake Sage's techniques. That's clearly a semi-demonic transformation. Now that I think about it, Yugo's innate sage mode. Wasn't that just a case of a human turning half-demon by sheer coincidence? That also explains why Yugo would lose his senses when activating sage mode. Have you ever seen a half-demon with a calm temper? With this line of thinking, everything suddenly makes sense. The so-called sage mode was really just a cultivation method that the monsters of the ninja world developed to adapt to an environment saturated with the inferior energy of chakra. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, and wanting to test his theory, Mima asked, Lord Tengu, before the time of the Great Calamity, were there any beings who were half-human, half-monster? Tengu, still confused, nevertheless answered, yes, there were. One was the leader of the monsters of the time, Lord Dog General, who fell in love with a human woman and gave birth to a half-demon, named Inuyasha. The other was a human named Naraku, who was devoured by the monster Enigmo, but unexpectedly fused with the spider demon's consciousness, turning into a half-demon himself. Miyama nodded, confirming his suspicions. To further test his theory, Miyama taught Tengu a ninjutsu, wind release, great breakthrough. After carefully learning the hand seals and the flow of energy, Tengu managed to unleash the technique, but its power was dozens of times greater than the original. Watching the giant tornado vanish beyond the horizon, Myanmar's expression darkened. How did the monsters lose back then, after all? Hearing this, the Tengu fell silent and said, at first, no one really paid attention, because compared to a few aliens, the greatest enemies the yokai faced were actually the local monks, onmyoji, priests, and shrine maidens. Even among ourselves, yokai were fighting one another. By the time we realized what was happening, the world was already saturated with a foul energy that we couldn't absorb, and our powers were gradually being sapped away. Even then, we still could have defeated them, but their abilities were bizarre and unpredictable. With our strength waning and theirs growing, we began to lose ground, and eventually ended up in this dire situation. Minma let out a long sigh, now understanding the predicament the yokai were in. On paper, each of the 9 great yokai residing within a shrine possessed powers on par with the Otsutsuki clan. However, due to the Otsutsuki's schemes, the very air was now thick with chakra, a poison to the yokai. So, there's still another problem, Minma said, rubbing his brow in frustration. If this isn't solved, none of you will be able to set foot in the ninja continent. What problem is that? The Tengu asked. From afar, the other yokai slowly gathered around. Minma spoke concisely. Right now, every corner of the ninja world is tainted with chakra. If you can't adapt to this environment, you won't be able to move about freely, let alone fight. Upon hearing this, the yokai fell silent as well. It was indeed a thorny issue. But what Minma said next brought a hint of relief to everyone's hearts. It's not impossible, though. Aren't the toads from Mount Myaboku yokai, too? They've already mastered the perfect fusion of chakra and yokai energy. So, I'll go back and ask the great toad sage to share the training method with us. With that, Minma waved his hand to summon Gamakichi from afar and instructed him, Gamakichi, head back right now and tell Master Jiraiya and the sages of Mount Myaboku to prepare to reverse summon me. Remember, the distance is immense, so ask both Master and the sages to prepare as much chakra as a tailed beast would have, or the reverse summoning won't work. Gamakichi nodded and, canceling the summoning jutsu, returned to Mount Myaboku. Once Gamakichi was gone, Minma turned to the Tengu and said, Lord Tengu, after I leave, please register every yokai, no matter how strong or weak, in the Book of Friends. After that, I'll try to summon the yokai of Takamagara myself. The Tengu nodded to show he understood. Minma then addressed the Tengu and all the yokai. These past 3 days, I've been a burden to you. In the days to come, I'll still be counting on your help. Now, please forgive my rudeness, but I must take my leave. I believe it won't be long before we meet again. With these words, Minma bowed deeply to all the yokai. The monsters exchanged glances with one another. Over the past 3 days, they had witnessed everything Minma had done, and, from the bottom of their hearts, they had grown fond of this determined and mature for his age child. To be honest, now that Minma was suddenly about to leave, they felt a pang of reluctance. But there was nothing they could do. After all, Minma had been taken to Takamagara so unexpectedly. His family must be worried sick. They would surely meet again in the future. So for now, it was best to let Myanmar return home. Still, their time together had been far too short, and they hadn't even had the chance to pass on all their skills to him. A while passed, and Myanmar remained where he was, bowing slightly, while the monsters continued to gaze at him with lingering affection. Another moment ticked by, and Myanmar was still frozen in place. The monsters' expressions began to look a bit odd. Yet more time passed, and Myanmar hadn't budged. The atmosphere grew increasingly awkward. What on earth were the toads of Mount Myaboku up to? Why hadn't they summoned him back yet? If this awkwardness went on any longer, he'd be able to dig a hole right through Takamagara with his toes. As the tension in the air thickened, Myanmar kept his head down, grateful he didn't have to meet the monster's eyes. Otherwise, he might have died of embarrassment. Ahem, the Tengu, ever perceptive, tried to break the tension with a few words. But before he could get a word out, Myanmar suddenly turned into a swirl of smoke and vanished with a sharp pop. The Tengu's words caught in his throat, nearly making him choke from surprise. The other monsters wore strained expressions, struggling to hold back their laughter. "What are you all staring at? Move along, move along!" the Tengu shouted in embarrassment, shooing the group away. The monsters burst into laughter as they dispersed. The Tengu stood alone for a moment, then couldn't help but chuckle himself, shaking his head as he made his way toward the shrine. After what felt like the world spinning and turning upside down, Myanmar opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was Jiraiya's face, filled with worry, and, sprawled on the ground, foaming at the mouth, Lord Fukasaku, looking as if he'd passed out. Myanmar took a deep breath and shouted at Jiraiya, "Master, 3 days, 3 whole days. Do you have any idea what I've been through? These past 3 days? Do you know how scared I was, all alone in a strange place? I ran into monsters even more terrifying than tailed beasts. If I hadn't been quick-witted, I'd have ended up as their emergency rations. And there was this Tengu, what a scoundrel. He beat me up every single day, over and over. There's not a single patch of skin left on me that's not bruised." Jiraiya's eyes brimmed with tears as he rushed forward, dropped to his knees in front of Myanmar, and wrapped him tightly in his arms. With one hand gently stroking Myanmar's hair, he closed his eyes, letting the tears flow, and choked out, "It's all right now. You're safe. That's all that matters. You're home." Myanmar was stunned, and a wave of warmth surged through his heart. He, too, reached out his arms and hugged Jiraiya, gently patting him on the back, and softly whispered, "It's all right now. It's all right." The sunset over Mount Myaboku was breathtaking. Myanmar turned his head slightly, his gaze following the long shadows cast by the golden light as he recalled the journey of the past 3 days. It felt like he had just awoken from a dream. Just as Myanmar was basking in the warmth of the moment, a shrill voice suddenly rang out. Old man, what's wrong, old man? Old man." Together with Jiraiya, Myanmar helped Shima Sennin carry Fukuso Sennin into their home. Afterwards, Myanmar sat on a leaf-shaped little stool in the living room, recounting his experiences from the past 3 days to Jiraiya. Of course, he skipped over anything related to the Otsutsuki clan, explaining only that he had stumbled into the hidden land of the monsters by accident and had spent great effort persuading them to sign the summoning contract. Jiraiya listened, surprised but not entirely unable to relate. After all, he himself had discovered Mount Myaboku by sheer luck and managed to sign a contract with the toads. Then Minma brought up the issue that troubled him. The summoning beasts required enormous amounts of chakra, far more than he could supply. He wanted to know if Jiraiya had any solutions. Jiraiya scratched his head, clearly troubled as well. Signing a contract with powerful summoning beasts but being unable to call them forth due to lack of chakra, it was like writing a brilliant novel, only for no one to read it because it had too few words. It was endlessly frustrating. But don't worry, Minma. You're still young. If you keep building up your chakra, someday you'll surely be able to summon them. That was how Jiraiya tried to comfort Minma. Minma pouted. It seemed he'd have to figure things out on his own. Otherwise, not only would the Tengu and the other monsters never make it to the Ninja Continent, but he himself would hardly be able to travel freely to and from Takamagara. After all, every trip back from Takamagara would cost the strength of a whole Fukusaku Sennin. And just how many Sennin could Mount Myaboku afford to exhaust like this? Once he returned to Konoha, he would have to study the Flying Thunder God technique and sealing jutsu carefully. Maybe, just maybe, he could combine the two and devise a kind of teleportation array. But how was he supposed to learn the Flying Thunder God? Judging by Minato's half-baked level, it was doubtful Minma could count on him for proper instruction. He might as well set it aside for now and focus on mastering sealing techniques first. He remembered, back when he watched Naruto, he never understood. He always thought powerful ninjutsu were the most impressive and worth getting by any means necessary. But now, after coming to this world, it was clear. sealing techniques were truly the most formidable. They could seal jutsu, seal ninja tools, seal ninja, even seal-tailed beasts. Who knows? If he kept researching, perhaps he could seal the entire ninja world. Wait a minute. Wasn't Infinite Tsukuyami basically a seal on the whole world? Minma's imagination took flight, ideas swirling endlessly in his mind. That night, after a hearty dinner hosted by Shima Senin and a shower of praise, Minma finally retired to the guest room. Jiraiya was left, dumbfounded, but beneath his astonishment, he also felt a pang of sympathy from Minma. The child had endured so much in these past 3 days. Not only had he come back and eaten a whole basin of bugs, but he'd even asked Sage Shima if there were any more left. That night, Minma slept more soundly than ever before. No need to worry about being ambushed by the Tengu, nor would he be dragged from his dreams for another sparring match. The next morning, Minma awoke refreshed after a solid night's rest. Under Jiraiya's astonished gaze and Sage Shima's kindly eyes, he finished off another large basin of insect cuisine. He even rinsed the bowl with some water and drank it down, making sure not a single bite was wasted. Once he'd eaten his fill, Minma strolled with Jiraiya, unhurried, toward the Great Toad Sage's palace. Inside the Grand Hall, the Great Toad Sage, for once, was not asleep. He sat on his chair, eyes half closed, quietly watching their arrival. The vast chamber echoed with his ancient, creaking voice. "You've finally come, little Jiraiya, and you, Minma-san." Jiraiya, ever perceptive, noticed something unusual in the sage's tone. Why little Jiraiya for himself, but a term of respect for Minma? Did the Great Toad Sage see Minma as his equal? Minma also realized the difference in how they were addressed, and humbly replied, "In the presence of the Great Toad Sage, I dare not accept such honorifics. Please, just call me Minma." The Great Toad Sage nodded, then moved his withered lips and asked, "How are they doing?" Minma understood at once that the sage was asking about the yokai living in Takamagara. He answered, "Yes, they're all in good health. When I returned, old Kappa even asked me to send you his regards." "Is that so? Old Kappa is still alive." The Great Toad Sage was delighted to hear news of his old friend, letting out a gentle, heartfelt chuckle. Then, closing his eyes, 2 murky tears traced down his cheeks as he murmured softly, "Why didn't you take me with you when you left? Do you know how hard it's been, a lone toad navigating among the Otsutsuki clan?" Minma and Jiraiya exchanged glances, neither daring to interrupt. After a long pause, the Great Toad Sage finally regained his composure. He wiped his eyes with a webbed paw and smiled apologetically at them. "Forgive me, I got a bit emotional. Please don't mind me." Minma and Jiraiya quickly shook their heads, assuring him there was nothing to apologize for. The Great Toad Sage gazed at Minma and said, "In this life, I have had 3 great missions. The first was persuading Hagoromo and Hamura, turning Kaguya and her sons against each other to save the world. The second was developing the method to merge chakra and yokai power, thus giving birth to Senjutsu. I have already completed the first 2 missions. As for the third mission, I once thought I would never accomplish it in my lifetime, but your arrival has given me hope. Minma, from the moment I first laid eyes on you, I knew you weren't human." Jiraiya found this odd. How did the conversation suddenly turn into an insult? But Minma, upon hearing this, felt his heart tremble with shock. What's going on? Had his secret as a transmigrator been discovered? As the saying goes, with age comes wisdom, and for monsters, age brings even greater cunning. How could he possibly know something so secretive? Minma's heart thudded anxiously, but he managed to smile and asked, "Great Toad Sage, what do you mean by that?" The Great Toad Sage took a breath, then smiled gently at Minma. "Minma, you are not human. You are the savior of the ninja world, the hope of the yokai, and the child of destiny foretold in prophecy, the one who will lead the ninja world toward transformation. Could you please finish a sentence in one go? These dramatic pauses nearly scared me out of my wits." Minma complained silently, but outwardly he remained respectful. "Great Toad Sage, you flatter me. I'm just an ordinary ninja, not someone who could shoulder such a heavy responsibility." The Great Toad Sage waved his hand, signaling Minma not to be nervous. "Take it easy, Minma. Along the path of your destiny, many will come to help you. Your task is to unite them, guide them, and gather everyone's strength to fulfill our shared dream. From this moment forward, Mount Mayaboku will stand as your strongest support. Whatever you wish to do, go ahead and do it. Mount Mayaboku will do everything in its power to clear the way for you." Jiraiya was stunned as well. He had spent so many years searching for the child of destiny, only for that very child to appear by his side in such an unexpected manner. Minma, too, breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. With Mount Mayaboku as his backing, perhaps his journey ahead would be much smoother. After bidding farewell to the great Toad Sage, Minma and Jiraiya left Mount Mayaboku and returned to Konoha. The first thing they did upon arrival wasn't to go home, but to head straight to the Konoha bathhouse for a good wash. It was a bit odd to visit the bathhouse in broad daylight, but after 3 whole days without a bath, Minma was covered in grime and dust. Yokai weren't in the habit of bathing, and Minma felt too embarrassed to bring it up. Scrubbing away a layer of dirt outside the pool, he rinsed off the suds and then followed Jiraiya's lead, soaking in the hot water. Steam swirled gently above the water. Minma rested his elbows on the edge of the bath, closed his eyes, and basked in the comfort. "Minma, what do you plan to do next?" Jiraiya asked as he soaked beside him. Ever since the great Toad Sage had declared Minma the child of destiny, Jiraiya could no longer see him as just another disciple. "I'll start by passing the Chunin exams." With his eyes closed, Minma said, "Once I become a Chunin, I'll be able to take on missions by myself. That way, I'll have more time to train." Jiraiya nodded in agreement with Myanmar's plan, but then immediately apologized. "Sorry, Myanmar. I still haven't figured out that Rasengan you mentioned. But if you give me a little more time, I'm sure I'll be able to develop it." He truly felt guilty toward Myanmar. Not only had there been an accident with the summoning jutsu he taught him, but even the ninjutsu concept Myanmar proposed was still nowhere near completion. Myanmar shook his head, signaling that it was nothing to worry about. Then, opening his eyes, he began to spin a tale. "I went to Takamagara before. Oh, that's the place I accidentally entered. Well, my summoning jutsu went awry. While I was there, I saw a little aquatic spirit. Its innate ability was to create water spheres. Suddenly, I had some ideas about developing the Rasengan." Jiraiya's eyes lit up at this, and he hurriedly asked, "Really? What kind of ideas?" Myanmar chuckled and shook his head. "Let's talk about it when we get outside. Or do you want me to give you a demonstration in the bathhouse, standing here with nothing on?" Jiraiya burst out laughing. They soaked for a full 2 hours before finally getting up to dry off. Seeing Myanmar's skin flushed red from the hot water, Jiraiya's playful side emerged. He looked at Myanmar and said, "Myanmar, from now on, try to shower at home instead of coming out to these bathhouses, okay?" Myanmar didn't think much of it and asked why. Jiraiya roared with laughter. "Because the water here is way too hot. It might scald your little Myanmar." Having lived 2 lifetimes, Myanmar had heard more risque jokes than Kakashi knew jutsu, so he only glanced coolly at Jiraiya's lower half and replied, "Has your little Jiraiya already been scalded then, master?" Jiraiya choked on his laughter, and the room fell abruptly silent. Leisurely, the two got dressed. This bathhouse was truly excellent. You could pay a little extra to have your dirty clothes washed and dried for you. By the time they left the bathhouse, it was already lunchtime. Myanmar led Jiraiya straight to Ichiraku Ramen. After 3 days of nothing but monster food and Mount Mayaboku's bugs, he was absolutely craving a proper meal. He wolfed down over a dozen bowls before finally putting down his chopsticks, still craving more. His appetite rivaled that of the Akimichi clan. Well, except in this world, the Akimichi all seemed to be slim and trim. After Jiraiya paid the bill, Myanmar brought him to the commercial district. With the joint Chunin exams about to begin, the streets were livelier than ever. Myanmar bought a few water-filled balloons from a street vendor, and then picked up some rubber balls from another stall before heading toward the Konoha training grounds with Jiraiya in tow. Jiraiya was completely at a loss, but he still followed Myanmar around without complaint. When they arrived at the training grounds, Myanmar handed Jiraiya a water balloon and asked, "Master, when you were developing the Rasengan, what was the most difficult part?" Jiraiya squeezed the water balloon with his large hands and replied, "I suppose the hardest part was keeping the chakra concentrated in one place when you let it out. After all, chakra has no shape or shadow, so it's hard to see where its boundaries are." Myanmar nodded in agreement. "Exactly. I had the same problem until I saw a little imp on Takamagara condensing a water ball. I noticed he started by making a tiny droplet, then infused energy into that droplet, and, eventually, formed a large water ball from there. So I started wondering, what if we also try injecting chakra into a physical ball first? Once we get used to that sensation, we can try going without the water balloon, just like this." As he spoke, Myanmar took a water-filled balloon and began infusing chakra into it. Thanks to his previous chakra control training, not a bit leaked out. The balloon rapidly changed shape in his hands and, unable to withstand the pressure, burst with a sharp pop. Jiraiya's eyes lit up as understanding dawned on him. The problem with not seeing the boundaries of chakra could be solved this easily. If you couldn't see the boundary, then just give it one. Looking at the balloon in his hand, he tried channeling chakra into it, just as Myanmar had done. Sure enough, the balloon burst with little effort. Staring at the limp remains of the balloon, Jiraiya stroked his chin and mused, "Well, that solves the boundary problem, but the jutsu's power still isn't enough. Bursting a balloon isn't exactly impressive. Hearing this, Myanmar tossed him one of the rubber balls he had bought earlier. That's why I got these. Rubber balls are much tougher than balloons, so the next step is to try and burst the rubber ball. I'm stuck at this stage myself, no matter how I compress or control my chakra, I just can't break through the rubber ball. My problem is that I can't focus on two things at once. If I concentrate on compressing, it's hard to control the chakra. But if I focus on control, I can't inject enough chakra. After finishing, Myanmar demonstrated for Jiraiya. As he infused chakra, the rubber ball twisted and warped wildly, but stubbornly refused to break. Jiraiya gave it a try as well, and soon realized Myanmar was right. It was extremely difficult to burst the rubber ball. He stared at it in deep thought, while Myanmar quietly moved off to the side, continuing his own struggle. With the stubborn rubber ball, he created several shadow clones, handed them the rubber balls he'd just bought, and then began training together with his clones. Did he really have to do it like in the anime, splitting off a shadow clone every time he wanted to use the Rasengan, just to help compress the chakra? That couldn't be right. Was the Rasengan really meant to be such a troublesome technique? The very point of a CLS. Jutsu was supposed to be speed, no hand signs, quick to unleash. If every use of the Rasengan required several seconds just to control and gather chakra, then wouldn't it be faster just to use a vacuum sphere instead? For the next few days, Minma and Jiraiya did nothing but eat, sleep, and work on developing the Rasengan. 5 days later, Jiraiya finally managed to burst a rubber ball. After he demonstrated the process to Minma, it only left Minma deep in thought. Something wasn't right. Even someone as strong as Jiraiya had to use so much effort just to burst a rubber ball. Didn't that mean the Rasengan would be nearly powerless and ultimately pointless? Minma asked Jiraiya to demonstrate again. Jiraiya held the rubber ball in his right hand, gripped his right wrist tightly with his left, and poured chakra into the ball with all his might. The rubber ball visibly swelled. Then with a sharp pop, it burst. I think I see what's wrong, Master Jiraiya, Minma exclaimed, having caught on to the problem. Sensei, try making the chakra inside the rubber ball spin. It turned out Jiraiya had simply been injecting chakra into the ball, letting it crash about chaotically inside, wasting most of its energy. Hearing Minma's suggestion, Jiraiya immediately tried again as instructed. This time the chakra inside the ball spun rapidly, distorting the rubber ball into the shape of a flattened sphere before it exploded with a loud pop. The process was much faster, and the chakra was used far more efficiently, but it still didn't reach the Rasengan's canonical power. Suddenly, Minma had a realization. If simply spinning the chakra sufficed, then why call it the Rasengan, a spiral sphere, at all? Why not just call it the spinning sphere? The answer must lie in the word spiral. But what did spiral really mean? Like a seashell? A snail? A nut? A screw? That's it, a screw. By using the inclined plane principle, you could increase the distance over which the force was applied, reducing the effort needed for the same amount of work. That was the key. Minma hurriedly shared this insight with Jiraiya. Master, when you rotate the chakra, try pushing the center upward to form an inverted vortex. Jiraiya immediately understood. This was just like the principle behind a water spout. He grabbed a rubber ball and began twisting the chakra into the shape of a drill bit, spinning it faster and faster. After a moment, a small bulge appeared on the ball's surface, and then, unable to withstand the force, the ball burst with a sharp pop. This time, the power was much greater, and it used very little chakra. Myanmar watched as the rubber ball was easily destroyed, then looked up at Jiraiya and said, "This must be the prototype of the Rasengan." Jiraiya nodded. The power this time was quite impressive. If the chakra could be compressed a bit more, and the spinning even faster, its destructive force would rival that of an A-rank jutsu. Spreading his right hand, he tried to gather chakra without the rubber ball, but he still failed. The chakra could be gathered and spun, but it wouldn't take shape. Only a small whirlwind formed in his palm. At this moment, Myanmar recalled the events from the original story and knew exactly what to do next. He reached out, scraped a bit of black mud from the ground with his finger, and then grabbed Jiraiya's large hand, placing a tiny dab of mud in his palm. Extending from the mud spot, he drew a swirling pattern around it. Master, let's try again. This time, don't worry about the boundaries of the chakra. Just focus on compressing it toward this mud spot. And when you compress, make sure to follow this spiral, injecting the chakra from the outside in. Jiraiya nodded at Myanmar's instructions and began the experiment anew. In his palm, a small sphere began to form, slowly growing larger. When it reached the size of an apple, he could no longer maintain it, and with a loud pop, it vanished. The third stage is the final one, and also the most difficult, maintaining it. Only when you can keep the Rasengan stable in your hand can you call the training a success, Myanmar said succinctly to Jiraiya. And so, the two of them threw themselves into grueling training for the third stage. 2 days later, in the same training ground, Jiraiya stood with his right hand supporting a ball of blue glowing chakra. This was the complete Rasengan. Myanmar watched the fully formed Rasengan in Jiraiya's hand and nodded slowly, then stepped back a few paces. After confirming it was safe, Jiraiya bent forward sharply and slammed the Rasengan into the ground. The moment it touched, the highly compressed chakra sphere burst, pouring its fiercely spinning energy into the earth. With a thunderous boom, a huge cloud of dust and a powerful tremor erupted, leaving a deep crater where the Rasengan struck. Jiraiya stared at the destruction in awe. If this hit a person, it would be a miracle if they survived, let alone escaped serious injury. Myanmar walked over to Jiraiya, smiling, and said, "Congratulations, Jiraiya-sensei, on developing a brand new jutsu." Jiraiya was startled by this and replied, "Myanmar, wasn't it your idea to develop this technique? How is it that I'm the one who created it now?" Myanmar smiled and answered, "Jiraiya-sensei, this jutsu was developed by you, and only you could have created it. Do you understand what I mean?" Jiraiya seemed to come to a realization. Of course, if the other ninja villages found out that Myanmar had developed a powerful, original jutsu with no hand seals at just 12 years old, he'd instantly become a target for everyone. Kakashi was a living example of what could happen. Back then, in order to eliminate Kakashi, the genius, the Hidden Stone Village had spared no effort, sending their top ninja and using Kakashi's teammates as bait to set traps. If Kakashi hadn't been so strong, if he hadn't fought his way through their lines, and if his teacher, Tsukumo Haruno, hadn't arrived just in time to help, 3 more names would have been added to the memorial stone. Jiraiya looked at Myanmar with a complicated expression. Such extraordinary talent, such a sharp mind, and, most crucially, he knew how to keep a low profile. This disciple would surely become the pride of Jiraiya's life. Myanmar smiled and nodded at Jiraiya before turning away to practice. He summoned a few shadow clones and continued working on the Rasengan. With Jiraiya's successful example and the help of his clones, Myanmar's progress was swift. Only a few hours after Jiraiya had first unleashed the Rasengan, Myanmar mastered it as well. He tested it against the ground, and the force he unleashed was every bit as formidable as Jiraiya's, if not greater. Staring at the large crater he'd just carved out, Myanmar finally breathed a sigh of relief. Now he had a strong offensive technique and the summoning contract with Mount Myaboku in hand. Transitioning smoothly into the Shippuden era shouldn't pose much of a problem. The next step was to further his study of sealing techniques, aiming to inscribe the Ein seal as soon as possible to resolve the 6 tails. Chakra sealed within him. He also needed to find a way to obtain the Flying Thunder God technique, and maybe even combine it with summoning jutsu and sealing arts to open a path, allowing him to freely enter and exit Takamagara. Otherwise, to leave such a treasure trove untouched would truly be a waste. For now, though, he could only communicate with the smaller spirits of Takamagara through letters carried by summoned creatures. Over the next few days, in addition to mastering the Rasengan, Myanmar continued to learn about sealing techniques under Kushina's guidance. With the soul of an adult as his foundation, Myanmar found he could fully settle his mind and absorb even the driest concepts behind these intricate arts. Time quickly passed, and soon the day arrived for the protection mission he'd agreed to with Kakashi. If you recall, before Myanmar was unexpectedly transported to Takamagara. While practicing the summoning jutsu, Kakashi had already taken on a mission to protect an important person. Today was the day they were scheduled to meet their client and begin. Myanmar set out early, making his way to the Team 7 meeting spot. After a short wait, Sakura and Sasuke arrived, followed by Kakashi. Kakashi came to a stop before the 3 of them, first collecting their Chunin exam application forms and parental consent letters. Then, he began to introduce the details of their mission. This time, your task is to provide protection for an important individual. The person you'll be guarding is the popular actress Fujike's Yuki and her film crew. The client is her manager, Asama Sant. As Kakashi rattled off the mission briefing, Myanmar's thoughts had already started to wander. So it really is this mission, huh? Ever since Kakashi mentioned they'd taken on another protection assignment, Myanmar had more or less guessed what it would be. Sure enough, the next mission was straight out of the first Naruto movie, Ninja Clash in the Land of Snow. Myanmar carefully recalled the plot of the movie. The story followed Team 7 as they were tasked with escorting the actress Fujike's Yuki to complete the final scenes. For the film, The Adventures of Princess Gale, the group decided to travel to the Land of Snow for the last part of the shoot, but Yuki was resistant to the idea. As it turned out, Yuki's real identity was Princess Koyuki Kazahana of the Land of Snow, bearing a dark and secret past. Upon setting foot in her homeland, the team was ambushed by 3 snow ninja. In the chaos, Koyuki accidentally awakened painful memories from her past, and her urge to escape only grew stronger. Later, Naruto found her and carried her back to the crew, only for them to be attacked by snow ninja led by Dodo Kazahana. Koyuki was then taken aboard their airship and imprisoned, losing all hope. With remarkable determination, Naruto broke free from his restraints, reunited with Koyuki, and rejoined Team 7. Eventually, Dodo managed to seize what he'd been seeking all along, the hexagonal crystal. He headed for the Rainbow Ice Wall, intent on claiming a power said to surpass the 5 great shinobi nations. But in the end, the Rainbow Ice Wall concealed no such power, just a geothermal generator. Afterward, Naruto defeated the maddened Dodo and helped Koyuki claim her rightful position as daimyo. Minma wondered if the story would unfold differently in this world. Would there be some unpredictable twist? Well, whatever happens, I'll just go with the flow. I'm used to it by now. Once Kakashi finished explaining the mission, he waved his hand, and a group approached from nearby. Leading them was none other than Fujike's Koyuki Kazahana herself, and her film crew. The group came before Team 7, and under Koyuki's lead, they bowed in greeting. Then, Koyuki spoke up. Everyone, I must apologize. I reported false information about the mission. What? Kakashi's eyebrows knitted together in concern as he asked sternly, Miss Yuki, what do you mean by this? Koyuki apologized sincerely. I am truly sorry. We'd like to request a change to the mission. Kakashi's expression grew even more serious. This isn't something to joke about, Miss Yuki. What sort of change are you asking for? Fanghua Xiaoxue spoke apologetically. The mission is still the same as before. It's a protection detail. The only difference this time is that the person you're protecting is me. I hope you all can escort me to the famous hexagonal ice wall in the Land of Snow so I can complete a filming assignment there. Kakashi frowned. To be honest, this commission wasn't much different from the last one. In fact, it seemed even simpler. Even if they had to add an extra stop, it wasn't really much trouble. Still, Kakashi's shinobi instincts told him things wouldn't be that straightforward. If it were just a simple change like this, Fujike's Yuki wouldn't risk offending the Konoha shinobi by making such a special request. Yet, he couldn't see where the trap was hidden. Minma also knitted his brows. In the movie, didn't Fanghua Xiaoxue resist returning to the Land of Snow? Why would she now ask to be escorted back there of her own accord? There had to be something fishy going on. No way. Could it be she wants us to help her reclaim her homeland? It's certainly possible. She asked to go to the hexagonal ice wall, which is rumored to be the treasure her father, Kazahana Susetsu, left her. I know that treasure is just a geothermal generator, but she doesn't. Maybe she's planning to use it to restore her country. Wow, truly impressive. If I hadn't seen the movie, I'd probably end up helping her count the money after she sold us out. Damn, how am I supposed to warn Kakashi about this? Minma mulled over the problem, troubled. Fortunately, Kakashi wasn't someone to be trifled with. When the client wanted to amend the terms of the mission, he didn't agree straight away. Instead, he said he'd have to check with the higher-ups in Konoha first. After seeing Fanghua Xiaoxue and her entourage off, Kakashi turned to the 3 of them and asked, what do you think about the client changing the mission details? Sakura thought for a moment before answering. Although we'll be heading to another location, there'll be fewer people to protect. That sounds like a good thing, doesn't it? Sasuke, however, had a different opinion. That may be true, he replied, but I can't shake the feeling there's something off about this woman. Now that's more like it, Sasuke. Sharp as always. You've already picked up on something. Oh, Kakashi asked. Did you notice anything specific? Sasuke rubbed his chin, hesitating. I can't quite put it into words. It's just, I can tell everything she says is true, but it feels like she's hiding something. The 3 of them stared speechlessly at Sasuke. Huh, I thought, as a genius of the Uchiha clan, you'd have some profound insight to share with Team 7. Yet all you've managed is something so plain-spoken. Isn't this just the shinobi version of, that woman doesn't seem like a good person? Still, I have to admit, Sasuke's instincts are spot on. When it comes to situations like this, you can always count on me, Minma thought to himself, then spoke up, hey, I think I might have an idea. Everyone turned their attention to Minma, signaling for him to go on. Minma cleared his throat and said, let me ask you this. Do you remember the name of that actress's last movie? Without waiting for their response, Minma answered his own question. It was called Princess Gale's Grand Adventure. Everyone stared at him with a look that said, and then Minma went on. So, what if, just hear me out, that actress is actually a real princess, the rightful heir to the Snow Country? And this time, she's come back so that we can help her reclaim the throne. Minma revealed his truth with a look of pride, only to be met with utter disdain from the other three. Sasuke scoffed, "Idiot. Maybe lay off the movies for a while." Kakashi chimed in, "Minma, your imagination is impressive, but let's not use it next time, okay?" Sakura added, "What is this, the ninja world's version of Princess Restoration? Actually, if you made a movie out of that, it might be a hit." "Hey, I'm being serious here." Minma wanted to protest, but the words stuck in his throat. "And Sakura, maybe you should think before you speak. If you keep this up, this book of mine might just get banned." Kakashi hadn't been lying. He really did go ask the Leaf Village elders. "So what now? We're still going on with the mission? Even though it might be a trap?" Minma asked angrily at the meeting the next day. "Well, there's nothing we can do. That's what the higher-ups have decided," Kakashi explained with a sigh. "The village finances are already stretched thin because of the upcoming joint Chunin exams. This mission happens to pay really well, and it's just a simple bodyguard job, so there's no way the village will turn it down." He added, "But there's some good news. The village doubled the mission's reward by renegotiating the commission, and the client agreed." Wow, the Leaf Village really doesn't care much about the lives of its ninja when there's money involved. Minma thought, resigned. At least his skills now were on par with, if not better than, Naruto's, and Sakura and Sasuke were both strong in their own right. One step at a time, he thought. That's all they could do. That evening at dinner, Minma told his parents and Jiraiya that he'd be leaving the village for a mission to the Snow Country. Kushina immediately began to complain. "Honestly, the Chunin exams are right around the corner, and they're still sending you on missions. After the exams, you're supposed to go on training with Master Jiraiya. Can't you just stay in the village for a few days?" Jiraiya offered Minma an apologetic smile. "Sorry, Minma, but I won't be able to go with you this time. Things have been feeling a little off in the village lately, so I need to stay here and keep an eye on things." Minma waved his hand repeatedly, signaling that there was no need to apologize. He trusted his own abilities. If things really turned south, he could always rely on the power of the Six Tails chakra. The next morning, Minma packed his things and set out early. They gathered at the village gate before boarding the production team's carriage, heading north. After that, they would still need to take a boat to reach the Land of Snow. On the way, Kakashi shared information about the Land of Snow with Minma and the others. The Land of Snow, with its capital Snow City, lies to the north of the Land of Fire, near the polar region. It's the largest island nation in the northern reaches of the Land of Fire. The climate is frigid, with 3/4 of its territory blanketed in ice and snow, making most of it uninhabitable for people. The current ruler is Kazuhana Dodo, who is also the leader of the Snow Ninja Village, a man known for his great strength and iron-fisted rule. The country's main industries are fishing, steel production, and tourism, drawing visitors from all over the ninja world with its volcanoes, glaciers, hot springs, and the mesmerizing northern lights. "Kakashi-sensei, could you tell us more about the Snow Ninja Village?" Minma raised his hand to ask. Minma figured they were very likely to encounter the Snow Ninja Village's shinobi on the road. Rather than being caught off guard, it was better to have Kakashi share what he knew in advance. "This time, we're on a legitimate protection mission. The film crew's location shoots have all been approved by the Land of Snow authorities, so you don't need to worry about running into hostile ninja like last time. Just relax," Kakashi reassured them. "Relax? How am I supposed to relax? Do you even realize that your client is a princess from a fallen kingdom? Do you know her real goal is to reclaim her throne? This is like Chun Jinan escorting Abbess Jinan into the Forbidden City to fetch the 42 chapters classic. Are you really treating the Emperor as if he doesn't matter at all?" After some persistent coaxing from Minma, Kakashi finally agreed to share what he knew about the Snow Ninja Village. The Snow Ninja Village is a tiny settlement in the northern Land of Snow, with only 3 to 5 members in a generation, smaller than you can imagine. "Why haven't they grown bigger?" Minma asked. "They need Konoha's approval for that," Kakashi replied. "Because the Snow Ninja Village is so small, they almost never come into contact with outsiders, so there's barely any intel about them. But I have a close friend who once did a mission in the Land of Snow. He rescued a young girl from rebel forces and ended up fighting with the village's ninja. Back then, he was still young and no match for them, so he barely managed to escape the country with the girl. Later, when we asked him about it, he said the Snow Ninja Village's shinobi were very peculiar. They had chakra levels on par with Jonin, but somehow still felt like ordinary Chunin. And their armor was strange too, not only impervious to blades and bullets, but also resistant to fire and water. So if you ever run into opponents like that, make sure to aim at the spots their armor doesn't cover." Minma felt a little more at ease after hearing this. The enemy's strength was just as he remembered from the original story, which meant he now had a better grasp on how to handle the upcoming mission. The journey by land through the Land of Fire was peaceful, with no trouble along the way. After 2 days of travel, they finally arrived at the northern border dock of the Land of Fire. Team 7 and the film crew boarded the ship first, while some staff stayed behind to load the filming equipment. Speaking of this film crew, they were truly well-funded. They had chartered an entire luxury ship. Sakura and Koyuki Kazuhana shared a room. Kakashi had a room to himself, and Minma and Sasuke shared another room. By now, the temperature had dropped noticeably. Minma pulled a coat out of his sealing scroll and put it on. When he turned, he noticed Sasuke shivering in his short sleeves. "Sasuke, didn't you bring any warm clothes?" Minma asked in surprise. "How was I supposed to know it would be this cold?" Sasuke replied, his voice trembling. "We're headed for the land of snow, you know. Didn't the name alone give you any clues?" Minma couldn't help but tease. "Enough with the chatter. Do you have any spare warm clothes? Hurry up and give me one," Sasuke demanded, reaching out to Minma. Minma chuckled and shook his head, tossing over a set of thick clothes. Thank goodness he'd learned the sealing technique. Otherwise, just packing enough clothes to change into would have required a huge bag. Once they'd changed, Minma and Sasuke headed to the ship's dining hall. This was a luxury vessel. After all, the dining hall was even larger than Konoha's famed barbecue queue. Kakashi sat alone at the bar, a sake bottle at his side. When he saw Minma and Sasuke, he gestured for them to help themselves to food. Not long after, Sakura arrived at the dining hall with Koyuki Kazuhana. As soon as she entered, Koyuki headed straight for Kakashi, looking like she had something to discuss. Sakura left Koyuki's side and joined Minma and Sasuke. As she ate, Sakura glanced in Kakashi's direction. "Any guesses what that woman wants to talk to Kakashi-sensei about?" she asked, curiosity in her voice. The dining hall was so large, it was impossible to hear what was being said. A woman, a beautiful, single woman goes to speak with a single man. Isn't her intention obvious? Sasuke replied, a mischievous grin on his face. Sakura rolled her eyes at him, still peering over at Kakashi. She mumbled to herself, "A beauty, a young man. How fitting." "What are you doing, Sakura?" Minma asked, genuinely curious. Just then, Koyuki picked up Kakashi's sake bottle and took a long drink straight from it. Sakura, without turning her head, replied, "Don't interrupt. I know a bit of lip reading. I'm trying to figure out what she's saying." "Forget me. Marriage. What on earth are they talking about? I can't make any sense of it. Wait, why is she crying now? Hey, don't run. Wait, she's leaving already? I haven't even finished eating yet." Sakura shook her head, resigned, and stood up to follow, staying close to protect Koyuki Kazuhana. The scene shifts back to Kakashi and Koyuki just moments earlier. As soon as Koyuki Kazuhana entered the restaurant, she spotted Kakashi and walked straight toward him. "You know him, right? Is he doing well?" Koyuki blurted out, her words coming out of nowhere. Kakashi was puzzled. "Who?" "The boy you mentioned a few days ago. The red-eyed youth who once came to the land of snow and saved a little girl." "Oh, him. What about him?" Kakashi suddenly understood. "Does he still remember me?" Koyuki bit her lower lip, looking at Kakashi with hope in her eyes. "You were that little girl?" Kakashi sized Koyuki up in surprise. "Yes." Koyuki affirmed his guess. "I'm sure he remembers you. When he came back, he bragged for days about rescuing a little girl. He even claimed that the girl must have been so moved by his heroic presence that she fell hopelessly in love with him." Kakashi replied with a smile. What a small world, he thought. The very first girl Obito saved during his time in the ANBU was actually the same person they were assigned to protect on this mission. Koyuki Kazuhana? Really, this mission should have been his, Kakashi teased. Looks like he wasn't wrong after all. The little girl really did fall for him. Koyuki smiled shyly, then asked with hope in her voice, "How is he now? Is he married?" Kakashi shifted his gaze away, a bit awkward as he replied, "I'm afraid what I'm about to say might hurt you, but I should be honest. He's already married. The bride is a teammate of ours, a girl named Rin." Koyuki fell silent for a moment upon hearing this. Then, without a word, she picked up the sake bottle next to Kakashi and took a long swig. Wiping her mouth with the back of her hand, she said to Kakashi, "Forgive me, I'm not feeling well. I'll go rest for a while." Without waiting for Kakashi's response, she turned and left the restaurant. Kakashi watched her go and sighed. Love often arrives unannounced, only to fade away before it can begin. He then picked up his own cup, glanced around to make sure no one was watching, pulled down his mask, and finished the rest of his drink in one go. The ship sailed for 2 days and 2 nights across the sea, finally reaching the territorial waters of the land of snow. The air had grown frigid, so cold that every breath turned white. Suddenly, the entire ship gave a shudder, and a commotion erupted on deck. Team 7 rushed out of their cabin to see the film director excitedly shouting orders as the crew set up camera equipment. Kakashi stepped forward to ask what was happening, only to learn that an iceberg had suddenly appeared on the sea. The director, spotting it, immediately realized it was the perfect backdrop for a scene. He ordered the crew to stop the ship and prepare for filming. Kakashi and his team got to witness firsthand how a movie was made. He had to admit, it was a truly novel experience. Their acting is just too forced. The traces of performance are glaringly obvious. The characters are nothing but stereotypes, and their facial expressions are so exaggerated. Watching the actress on the deck sobbing her heart out, her tears streaming like falling petals, Minma shook his head. The most popular actress in the ninja world? This is it? Kakashi seemed a little out of sorts. Instead of paying much attention to the filming, his eyes kept drifting toward the direction of the iceberg. Minma walked up to him and said, "Kakashi-sensei, don't you think there's something off about that iceberg?" Kakashi replied, "Ah, so you noticed it too?" As Sasuke and Sakura approached, still wearing puzzled expressions, Kakashi explained, "It's cold, sure, but not nearly cold enough for an iceberg of that size. And it's just sitting there all alone, without any other chunks of ice nearby. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't seem natural. Someone must have tampered with it." Just then, the scene on the deck wrapped up, and the director, struck by a sudden whim, recklessly decided they should land on the iceberg and shoot some footage on top of it. Naturally, Kakashi strongly objected, but Yuki Fubuki refused to listen, and since there didn't seem to be any immediate danger, Kakashi could only acquiesce to the director's plan. The boat gradually drew near the iceberg. An experienced sailor dropped anchor not far from the ice and prepared a small boat for landing. As everyone was getting ready to board the boat and go ashore, Kakashi suddenly stepped in front of them and shouted, "Who's there? Show yourself." As his voice echoed, 3 figures emerged from the iceberg shadow, looking down at the group from above. All 3 wore specially designed armor, each with a strange device on their right arm. They were ninja from the land of snow. "Who are you? Why have you come to the land of snow?" demanded the man in the lead, whose name was Ruga Nadar, the captain of this trio. Seeing the situation, Kakashi leapt down from the ship to the base of the iceberg. He reached into his tool pouch, pulled out a document, and held it up to his chest. "We're the production crew for Princess Gale's Grand Adventure. We've come to the land of snow for location shooting. We already have permission. This is our filming permit." Ruga Nadar glanced at one of his female subordinates and signaled her with a look. She nodded, summoned her chakra, and her armor emitted a low mechanical hum as a pair of violet wings unfolded from her back. She soared down, landed lightly in front of Kakashi, took the document from his hands, and flew back to her team. Ruga Nadar unrolled the permit and checked it carefully. He was just about to signal his men to stand down when the female ninja whispered something in his ear. "What? The Konoha ninja?" Langus Setsubun's expression changed at once when he heard this. He scrutinized Kakashi carefully, and, realizing he was not the person he knew, breathed a sigh of relief. Then he raised his voice and declared to Kakashi, "The film crew is allowed to enter the land of snow, but the ninja from the Leaf Village are not permitted." At these words, the people on the boat erupted in noisy commotion. Just then, Koyuki Kazahana pushed through the crowd and stepped forward, calling out loudly to the 3 snow ninja, "They're the ninja I hired to protect my personal safety. Why aren't they allowed to enter?" Langus Setsubun had just opened his mouth to reply, but when he caught sight of Koyuki Kazahana's face, he was momentarily stunned. He turned to his 2 subordinates to confirm something, then broke into delighted laughter, bursting out, "Ha ha ha ha! You search high and low only to find it dropped right in your lap. Princess Koyuki, I never dreamed we'd meet again. We've been searching for you for so long, and now you walk right into our hands. Come with us at once. Lord Nadar has been longing for you terribly." At these words, Koyuki Kazahana shrank back in fear, retreating a few steps and shielding the others behind her. The female ninja, standing behind Langus Setsubun, twitched at the corners of her eyes upon hearing him, and muttered in a low voice, "Boss, if you don't know how to use idioms, just don't use them. You sound exactly like a comic book villain." Kakashi, hearing Langus Setsubun's words, immediately grew grave. So Mima was right after all. Fujike's Yuki really is a princess from a fallen kingdom. The intentions of the 3 snow ninja standing before them were clear. They meant to take Princess Koyuki away and deliver her to her uncle, Nadar Kazahana. After that, the rest was all too predictable. She'd be a puppet lord for a few years, then meet with an untimely accident. Kakashi fixed his gaze on Langus Setsubun and shouted to Mima and the others, "Sakura, make sure to protect our client. Mima, Sasuke, come ashore and get ready for battle." Mima and Sasuke leaped off the boat, flanking Kakashi on either side, adopting battle stances, alert and ready. Seeing this, Langus Setsubun grew furious. "Damn it, you Leaf Ninja again. It was you who spirited Princess Koyuki away all those years ago, and now you're still holding her captive. Do you really think us snow ninja are weak and easy targets? Fubukito, let's show them what we can do. The female snow ninja, Fubuki, smacked her forehead. This was all because of his big mouth. But it was too late for regrets now. The only thing left was to fight. Hey, you over there, she called. Kakashi shouted to Langius Setsubun. Let's take this fight somewhere else. Otherwise, the aftermath of the battle could put your Princess Koyuki in danger. You wouldn't want anything to happen to her, would you? Langius Setsubun responded in a booming voice. I was thinking the same. Leaf Ninja, follow me. Let's settle this elsewhere, behind here. I told you, stop misusing idioms. Crane wing blowing. Snow shouted in exasperation, as Kakashi and Wolf Fong Avalanche disappeared one after the other into the distance. Only Minma, Crane wing blowing Snow, and the other two remained on the field. Sasuke glanced at the fiery, alluring Kunoichi, then at the burly, clearly intimidating fat ninja. He turned to Minma and said, leave that big guy to me. You take on the woman. No sooner had he spoken than Sasuke hurled 3 kunai at Winter Bear Frozen Rain, the fat ninja. With a metallic clang, the kunai struck the armor on Winter Bear Frozen Rain and were instantly deflected. He merely glanced nonchalantly at the place. He'd been hit, then unfastened something like a snowboard from his back, set under his feet, and shot off at high speed after the retreating Sasuke. Now only Minma and Crane Wing blowing Snow were left. Hey, do we really have to fight? Minma called out loudly. Sure, as long as you hand over Princess Snow, we don't have to fight at all. Crane Wing blowing Snow clearly preferred negotiation over conflict if it could be helped. Minma shook his head. She's an important client of ours. If you insist on this, you're putting us in a tough spot. At that, Crane Wing blowing Snow spread her glider wings and swooped toward Minma like a speeding arrow, shouting, tough spot? If it's that tough, just give up. Soaring through the air, she formed hand seals and cried out, ice style, swallow snowfall. Shards of ice, swift and sharp as swallows, shot straight toward Minma. Not too slow, Minma merely darted several steps to the left, easily evading her jutsu. I can dodge even a tailed beast attacks, let alone what the... To his shock, the icy blades really did behave like swallows, circling around after passing him and coming at his back from behind. Give me a break. Will this never end? Minma quickly formed hand seals. Wind style, great breakthrough. A powerful gust burst from his mouth, colliding with the pursuing ice blades. The air filled with the sound of sharp impacts as the ice was battered and shattered, falling harmlessly to the ground. Didn't your teacher ever tell you never to turn your back on an enemy? Crane Wing blowing Snow yelled, then planted a fierce kick squarely into Minma's back. Caught off guard, Minma was sent flying by the forceful blow, tumbling over and over in the snow. Crane Wing blowing Snow used the momentum to launch herself back into the sky, landing on the icy cliff face as she looked for her next opening. Minma rolled to his feet, stabbing a kunai hard into the ground with his right hand to halt his slide. He gritted his teeth at the pain in his back but felt a surge of relief. Thankfully, after 3 days of torment under Tengu, he'd learned how to absorb and redirect force. Otherwise, that kick would have done him in. Without hesitation, Minma pulled a handful of shuriken from his pocket and hurled them straight at Crane Wing blowing Snow. Crane Wing Snowblast stood her ground, neither dodging nor flinching, simply raising her wings to shield her face. There was a sharp metallic clatter as the shuriken were deflected and sent flying from her hands. It's useless, completely useless. There's no way your attacks can break through the defense of my chakra armor. Crane Wing Snowblast laughed triumphantly, her voice ringing with pride. Minma paid her no mind and sprinted straight toward Crane Wing Snowblast, forming hand signs rapidly as he ran. Multi-shadow, clone jutsu. With a series of loud pops and billowing puffs of smoke, dozens of Minma clones appeared all around him, charging at Crane Wing Snowblast together. What an enormous amount of chakra! Crane Wing's Snowblast's expression shifted ever so slightly, but she quickly sneered, it's pointless. No matter how many pieces of trash there are, trash is still trash. With that, she leapt into the air, diving toward the Minma army. Catching her mid-flight, the dozens of Minma clones formed hand signs in unison. Wind style, vacuum bullet. A rapid barrage of invisible air bullets shot up toward Crane Wing Snowblast. Seeing this, she folded her wings tightly around herself, spinning rapidly in the air like a drill. The vacuum bullets struck her, but were all deflected away. Then, Crane Wing Snowblast unfurled her wings, using the momentum of her spin to arc gracefully back into the sky, circling slowly overhead. Gazing down at the dense mass of Minma clones below, a cunning idea formed in her mind. She formed hand seals and shouted, ice style, ice prison technique. Countless walls of ice shot up, trapping the Minma army at the center. The Minma clones were startled, quickly pulling out shuriken and hurling them at the ice walls. But as expected, the weapons simply bounced off, leaving not so much as a scratch. Some of the cleverer clones gripped kunai in both hands and stabbed at the ice, but the results were just as futile, no different from Danzo's knife striking Susanoo. As more and more ice walls appeared, the Minma army's space to maneuver shrank rapidly. Some clones on the perimeter touched the ice and were immediately encased in ice, freezing and vanishing in a puff of smoke. As the memories from his clones returned, a chill involuntarily ran down Minma's spine. No, he couldn't just sit and wait for defeat. Now was the moment to test the results of his Rasengan training. The remaining Minma clones gathered chakra, molding it in their hands to form Rasengan. Ninja art, kidney grab. One after another, the clones shouted the move's name and charged at the ice walls. A thunderous roar of explosions rang out as walls of ice were shattered with brute force. Amid the swirling shards of ice and clouds of mist, a lone figure soared skyward. It was Minma, finally breaking free. He glanced back at the chaotic, devastated ground, his heart full of emotion. No wonder Naruto's Rasengan remained a staple from Shippuden all the way to Boruto. This technique really was incredible. While Minma and Crane Wing Snowblast were locked in fierce combat, Kakashi and Wolfang Avalanche had arrived at the far side of the snowy mountain. The two of them leaped across the icy cliffs, occasionally exchanging punches and kicks or hurling shuriken at each other. At last, they reached the summit of the frozen precipice. Wolfang Avalanche stood to the left, Kakashi to the right. They faced off, each searching for a flaw in the other's defenses. Wolfang Avalanche fixed his gaze on Kakashi, a wicked grin curling at his lips. With a wild arrogance, he declared, "I've heard of your fame, Hatake Kakashi. It's said to bring grief like the loss of one's own kin. At long last we meet. What a sheer delight this is." Huh? Kakashi was thrown for a loop by Wolfang Avalanche's string of idioms. Was that even the right way to use grief like the loss of one's own kin? Don't they test language skills in the Snow Country's Jonin exams? Seeing Kakashi silent, Wolfang Avalanche pressed on. "Kakashi, as long as you hand over Princess Koyuki, I guarantee I'll make a fortune and generously send your souls back to your homeland. How about it?" "No deal." Kakashi couldn't even be bothered to retort. His refusal was swift and absolute. Wolfang Avalanche was infuriated by Kakashi's blunt rejection. He snapped, "Kakashi, since you're so out of touch with the world, I'll just have to show you my resolve in battle. Ice style, Dragon Tiger Break." As Wolfang Avalanche completed the hand seals, a jutsu in the shape of a dragon with a tiger's head, entirely made of ice, lunged toward Kakashi. Water style, Water Dragon Bullet. Kakashi shot back without hesitation, conjuring an even larger dragon formed from swirling water. With a thunderous crash, the water dragon, though fierce, was shattered in an instant by the ice tiger, exploding into a shower of droplets. Kakashi nimbly leapt aside several times, narrowly evading the icy beast's onslaught. Wolfang Avalanche burst into triumphant laughter. "How deviously you struggle, Kakashi. What were you thinking? Using water-style jutsu against my ice style. Don't you know ice is colder than water? That's enough to make me die laughing." Ahaha! Kakashi couldn't hold back his exasperation. Really now, out of that whole speech, only ice is colder than water was actually used correctly. The rest, what were you even trying to say? Wolfang Avalanche brushed him off with a wave. "Enough, Kakashi. Save your breath. I'll ask you one last time. Are you handing over Princess Koyuki or not? If you so much as utter a single word of refusal, don't blame me for what happens next." Kakashi fell silent. With a swift motion, he pulled down his mask, revealing his Sharingan, and fixed his gaze on Wolfang Avalanche. Seeing Kakashi's stance, Wolfang Avalanche grew even more incensed. So ignorant of the bigger picture. With that, he began forming hand seals. "I style one-horned white whale." As his words fell, a gigantic whale of solid ice, with a long, spiraling horn, rose from the sea, bearing down on Kakashi. Not to be outdone, Kakashi used a Sharingan to copy Wolfang Avalanche's technique, mirroring the same hand seals. "I style one-horned white whale." A similarly enormous white whale burst from the sea, crashing headlong into the white whale summoned by Wolfang Avalanche. "Yeah, Kakashi, you just like the rumors say, always copying others. But what good does it do you? The same jutsu, yet the outcome is always a toss-up." This time, Kakashi actually understood Wolfang Avalanche's awkward idiom, and he shot back, "Don't be so sure." As soon as he finished speaking, Kakashi's white whale dove straight into the midsection of Wolf Fong Avalanche's white whale. Both colossal creatures plunged into the sea at once, sending waves surging high into the sky. On the other side of the iceberg, Minma and Crane Wing Blizzards felt the tremors from the chaos happening behind the ice. The two of them, perfectly in sync, each stepped back a few paces, keeping a wary eye on each other. Just then, Sasuke came sprinting from behind the iceberg, racing toward Minma and shouting, "Minma, hold him off for me." Not long after, Winter Bear Freezing Rain came barreling in on his snowboard. As Minma looked closely, he was taken aback. What a shock. Winter Bear Freezing Rain's mouth was wide open, tongue lolling, his face flushed, and some mysterious liquid was dripping from the corner of his lips. With a swift motion, Winter Bear Freezing Rain aimed the device on his left hand and shot a thick mass of white threads at Sasuke, trying to trap him. Sasuke, as if he had eyes in the back of his head, dove and twisted, narrowly dodging the attack with a single-handed cartwheel. Seeing his move dodged, Winter Bear Freezing Rain shouted in frustration, "Hey, don't dodge, black-haired cutie. Come here. Let me show you some real affection." Sasuke raced past Minma, tossing out a hurried, "I'm counting on you, Minma," before dashing away again. Seeing the bizarre pursuer hot on his heels, Winter Bear Freezing Rain, Minma didn't dare get in the way. He quickly sheathed his kunai, clearing a path for the pursuit. Then he yelled after Sasuke's disappearing figure, "It's your choice, idol. Minma, you just wait." Sasuke's voice, full of despair, echoed through the whole valley. Turning around, Minma saw Crane Wing Blizzards covering his face in exasperation. With a touch of sympathy, Minma said, "With a captain and teammates like that, you must have it rough. What do you think?" Crane Wing Blizzards replied, face expressionless, as he watched Winter Bear Freezing Rain and Sasuke chase and tumble through the snow. At that moment, Kakashi vaulted over the back of the iceberg, flinging a kunai with an explosive tag attached, which shattered the ice beneath them. The falling chunks of ice blocked Winter Bear Freezing Rain's path, cutting off his pursuit. Seeing reinforcements had arrived, Sasuke immediately changed course and headed straight for Kakashi. Kakashi, racing toward the shore, shouted, "Minma, Sasuke, get to the boat, we're pulling out." But just then, a furious roar echoed from behind Kakashi. "Leaving? Not without my say-so." It was the oncoming Wolf Fong Avalanche in hot pursuit. As the Wolf Fong Avalanche chased after Kakashi, it formed hand seals and shouted, "Ice release, Wolf Fong Avalanche." This jutsu, named after the ninja himself, was truly worthy of its fearsome title. Behind Kakashi, the mountains of ice began to collapse on a massive scale. Countless shards of ice and snow tumbled and rolled together, merging into a tremendous avalanche that roared down toward Kakashi and his companions. Amid the surging snow, countless wolf-shaped specters formed from ice sprang forward, jaws agape, ready to devour anything in their path. The force of the avalanche created by Wolf Fong Avalanche was so immense that even the caster's own teammates were caught up in its destructive path. Crane Wing Snow, face tense with alarm, quickly unfurled her wings and soared skyward, gliding swiftly to Winter Bear Freezing Rain's side. Winter Bear Freezing Rain didn't hesitate. As Crane Wing Snow swept by, he leapt up and seized her outstretched hands, and she carried him to safety high above the chaos. Kakashi's eyes sharpened as he saw Minma and Sasuke still sprinting toward the ship. No, if this keeps up, there's no way Minma and Sasuke will escape. I have to buy them some time. Without hesitation, Kakashi spun around and formed hand seals with blinding speed. Slamming his hands to the ground, he called out, "Earth release, earth flow, rampart." A massive wall of earth surged upward, blocking the avalanche's relentless assault. Kakashi glanced back and saw Minma and Sasuke make it aboard the ship at last. Only then did he let out a breath, his strength spent. He could no longer sustain the chakra-draining jutsu. With a thunderous crash, the earthen wall shattered. Minma and Sasuke, just aboard the ship, stared wide-eyed at the destroyed wall and the avalanche that had swallowed Kakashi whole. Their eyes blazed with shock and desperation as they shouted at the top of their lungs, "Kakashi-sensei!" Sasuke and Minma cried out with all their might toward where Kakashi had been, fists clenched so tightly their knuckles turned white as they pounded the ship's rail. Bracing themselves, they were about to leap off the ship to rescue Kakashi when Santaiu and the others grabbed them and held them back with all their strength. "Let me go! Let go of me!" The two struggled furiously, their voices hoarse from shouting. "Minma, Sasuke, look!" At that moment, Sakura suddenly pointed toward the distant mountains of ice and called out. Minma and Sasuke followed the direction of Sakura's finger. Through the swirling waves of snow, a lone figure could be glimpsed sprinting forward, barely visible. Sasuke activated his Sharingan, while Minma snatched the director's camera, switched it to long-range mode, and aimed it at the figure in the distance. In the center of the lens, Kakashi could be seen, astride a giant ninja dog, racing at top speed ahead of the avalanche. Well done, Kakashi-sensei. Come on. Faster, just a little faster. Minma couldn't help but cheer at the top of his lungs. Though his tear-streaked face was a mess, no one paid it any mind. Everyone was shouting encouragement for Kakashi. That's wonderful, just wonderful. Sakura wiped the sparkling tears from the corners of her eyes and smiled. At last, to the joyous cheers of his friends, Kakashi rode his canine companion up onto the deck of the ship. The three of them, Wolf Fawn, Snow Avalanche, could do nothing but stand atop the icy peak, watching helplessly as the great ship sailed further and further away. Back on the ship, Kakashi leapt down from the ninja hound. "Thank you, Puru," he said, before releasing the summoning. Brushing aside the helping hands of Naruto and Sasuke, Kakashi turned his piercing gaze to Princess Koyuki Kazahana and her attendants, his expression cold as steel. He demanded, "Miss Fujikaze Yuki. No, perhaps I should address you as Princess Koyuki Kazahana. Now, then, Your Highness, after the attack we just suffered, don't you think you owe us an explanation?" Koyuki looked at Kakashi, tears shimmering in her eyes, her sorrowful beauty reminiscent of a pear blossom kissed by spring rain, so delicate and moving that one could not help but feel for her. With a trembling voice, she tried to explain. "Mr. Kakashi, I'm sorry. I never meant to keep this from you." Kakashi cut her off with a wave of his hand, his tone blunt and unyielding. "Enough, princess. Haven't you heard the saying, an actress's tears are the least valuable thing in the world?" At his words, Koyuki's expression changed. She quickly wiped away her tears, forcing a smile. "You really are cold-blooded, Mr. Kakashi. Very well. What is it that you wish to hear?" Kakashi replied, "Let's start with your true identity and the real reason you're headed to the land of snow." Koyuki gave a faint smile, then began to recount her past. More than a decade ago, Koyuki was the daughter of Kazahana Sosetsu, the feudal lord of the land of snow, and his only heir. Her childhood was a happy one, filled with the love and protection of her father. But those golden days did not last. When Koyuki was only 6, a rebellion broke out. The leader of the uprising was none other than her own uncle, Kazahana Dotu, her father's younger brother. Koyuki could no longer recall the details of that night. All she remembered was the sky ablaze with fire, the air thick with screams and shouts. And then Dotu himself, blood-stained and grinning savagely, lunged toward her. Had it not been for a mysterious guardian who risked everything to hold the attackers back, and the sudden appearance of a young ninja from the Hidden Leaf Village, Koyuki would have perished that very night. The young leaf ninja carried Koyuki out of the burning palace, fought off the snow shinobi, and after many harrowing trials, finally brought her safely to the land of fire. But upon arrival, the exhaustion and wounds overcame the young ninja, and he collapsed to the ground. Fortunately, they encountered Lord Asema Santu, a loyal retainer of Koyuki's father, who saved the young ninja and provided Koyuki with a new source of hope and protection. After the boy recovered from his injuries, he returned to the Hidden Leaf Village. Meanwhile, Lord Asama wandered from land to land with Koyuki, searching for a chance to restore her homeland. Then, by a twist of fate, Koyuki became involved in the world of cinema. And so, she took on the name Fujikaze Yuki and began her life as an actress. Firstly, it was to raise funds for the restoration of her country. Secondly, it was to travel from one land to another, gathering loyal followers. Now, at last, the time was ripe. As long as she could lay her hands on the treasure left to her by her father, Kazahana Sosetsu, and acquire its formidable power, she would be able to drag Kazahana Dota down from the throne and avenge her father. After listening, Kakashi felt that Kazahana Koyuki's story was riddled with inconsistencies. Why did the rebels manage to kill Kazahana Sosetsu, yet let a 6-year-old Kazahana Koyuki slip through their fingers? Who had hired the ninja to protect her? And if it was possible to employ ninja to safeguard Koyuki, why not use them to protect Sosetsu himself? When Taito fled with Koyuki, why were there snow ninja trying to stop them? Weren't they supposed to be on the side of the rebellion? How was it that, when Taito escaped back to the land of fire and collapsed from his wounds, he just happened to be found by Santaifu Asama? What exactly was the treasure Sosetsu had left for Koyuki? What kind of treasure could empower an ordinary woman to take on a jonin? When Kazahana Koyuki assumed the identity of Fujikaze Yuki, did the land of snow truly not know? Why did they never send ninja to eliminate her and tie up loose ends? All these questions lingered in Kakashi's mind, but he didn't voice them. Instead, he simply turned to Kazahana Koyuki and asked, "So, Your Highness, what are your plans now? I hope that you, Mr. Kakashi, will help me restore my country. Kazahana, Koyuki declared, her expression resolute. I'm sorry, Kakashi refused without hesitation. But our village, Konoha, never interferes in the internal affairs of other nations. So, please allow me to decline. Koyuki paused for a moment, thinking it over, then said, Then let's put it another way. I hope the Konoha ninja can at least fulfill their mission and escort me to one of the Land of Snow's famous sites, the hexagonal ice wall. Kakashi didn't answer right away. Instead, he turned his gaze to the three members of Team 7, as if seeking their opinion. Sasuke felt deeply aggrieved. Never in his life had he suffered such a setback. No, he had to get his revenge. If nothing else, he was determined to make Minma fight that muscle-bound maniac as well. How dare he stand by and watch me nearly die? Next time, I'll make sure you get a taste of that same despair. Sasuke could almost see the scene of Minma being relentlessly chased by Fuyaguma and Dongyu, and the thought brought a subtle smile to his lips. Kakashi noticed the confident smile tugging at Sasuke's mouth, and took it as a sign that Sasuke wished to continue the mission. So he said, Sasuke has already made his position clear then. That's good. Minma, Sakura, what about you? Minma gave a small nod. Unlike the combative Sasuke, Minma's mind was elsewhere. He was far more interested in the Land of Snow's advanced technology, their railways, trains, airships, and, above all, the secret of their chakra armor. The last two items, in particular, were goals he was determined to achieve. With the airship and the crane wings snow-blowing, those flying chakra armors, in his possession, he would never be caught off guard by sky ninja attacks like in the movie Bonds. Seeing that both teammates agreed to continue the mission, Sakura naturally had no objections. So Kakashi turned to Kuki Kazahana and said, We agree to continue the mission, but let me make this clear from the start. Our responsibility is only to protect your personal safety. If we judge that the mission exceeds our scope of duty, we reserve the right to terminate it at any time. Koyuki Kazahana had no qualms and readily accepted Kakashi's terms. The journey that followed was smooth and uneventful. There were no attacks from the Snow Ninja. A day later, they finally caught sight of the docks of the Land of Snow. The grand ship glided slowly into port, and Naruto and the others began gathering their belongings in preparation to disembark. Suddenly, a commotion broke out on deck. Team 7 rushed up to see what was happening. Pushing through the crowd gathered at the rail, Kakashi looked toward the pier and saw the shadowy outlines of people assembled there. At the front stood Koyuki's uncle, the ruler of the Land of Snow and leader of the Snow Ninja Village, Dodo Kazahana. His hair was styled like Aizen's, but his face resembled Takashi Akagi. Most striking were his small, beady eyes, which inevitably brought to mind Brother Chong. Yes, his whole appearance was out of place with everyone else, a villain through and through. Kakashi felt the situation slipping out of his control. His original plan had been to quietly take Koyuki ashore and head straight for the hexagonal ice wall at top speed. No matter what happened next, he would immediately lead Team 7 out of the Land of Snow. Whether Koyuki found the treasure or managed to overthrow Dodo was none of his, or Konoha's, concern. However, Dodo's sudden appearance had completely thrown his plans into disarray. Now, he had no choice but to lead Team 7 to confront Dodo and his Snow Ninja head-on. There was nothing for it but to take things one step at a time. As the ship docked, Kakashi escorted Koyuki onto the snowy shores of her homeland. Unexpectedly, Dodo did not bare his fangs or try to force Kakashi to hand over Koyuki by force. Instead, he simply gazed at her, and in those small, thunder-bright eyes, a glimmer of tears could be seen. Koyuki, you're finally home. Dodo strode forward to meet them, and though he struggled to keep his voice steady, the emotion was clear. As Dodo approached, Koyuki's mind flashed back to the bloody, grinning figure that had once lunged at her. Unable to suppress her fear, she instinctively stepped back, hiding behind Kakashi. Koyuki, what's wrong? Don't you recognize me? I'm your uncle. Dodo stopped in his tracks, his voice breaking as he saw her recoil. Suddenly, he spotted Sandefu hidden among the crowd and shouted angrily, Sandefu, why are you, a traitor here? Before Sandefu could respond, Xiaoxue mustered her courage and called out in a clear voice to Fukanudo, Fukanudo, your schemes have been exposed. Today, I've come to avenge my father. Fukanudo was visibly shaken by her words, his face full of disbelief. What? Xiaoxue, what are you saying? Damn it, what is going on here? Sandefu, is it you who's been manipulating Xiaoxue from behind the scenes? Xiaoxue, don't believe him. He's nothing but a despicable scoundrel. Everything he says is a lie. Xiaoxue retorted fiercely. Fukanudo, stop trying to talk your way out of this. Do you think everyone is as vile and shameless as you? If Sandaifu hadn't been secretly supporting and protecting me all these years, I would have died by your hands long ago. Fukunudo was filled with anguish. Xiaoxua, what are you talking about? It was my fault for not protecting you during the rebellion all those years ago. But how could I ever harm you? You're my only family left. Xiaoxua grew even more incensed at his words, shouting, Enough. Stop pretending. If you could turn on your own brother, does family mean anything to you at all? Fukunudo cried out in pain, Xiaoxua, who's been feeding you these lies? When did I ever harm my brother? Back then, you were just a child. You didn't know what really happened. Let me explain, please. Xiaoxua scoffed. Save your empty words. I won't believe a thing you say. Fukunudo, today you'll pay the price for all you've done. Faced with Xiaoxua's unwavering resolve, Fukunudo grew both angry and anxious, but there was nothing he could do. At that moment, Wolf Fong Avalanche stepped forward behind him and suggested, Chief, there's no need for these fake niceties. Why don't we just snatch Princess Xiaoxua? Then she'll be ours to deal with. Crane Wing Blizzard, standing behind, shouted in exasperation, If you can't say anything helpful, just keep quiet, you idiot. But it was too late. The moment Wolf Fong Avalanche spoke, Kakashi and his companions were instantly on high alert. Minma and the other two formed a defensive triangle around Xiaoxua, while Kakashi lifted his headband, his Sharingan fixed intently on Fukunudo. Fukunudo hurriedly raised his hands to calm everyone. It's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Ninja of the Leaf, we mean you no harm. Wolf Fong Avalanche. You fool. Apologize immediately. No, better yet, just don't say anything at all. Blizzard, freezing rain, take this idiot away and let him reflect on his actions for a few days. After that, Kazahana Dodo turned to Kakashi and said, Ninja from the Hidden Leaf, please calm down. We have no intention of becoming enemies with the Leaf. In fact, 13 years ago, we issued an S-rank mission to the village to protect Kazahana Kuki. Surely you must know about this. What? The one who commissioned the mission more than a decade ago was Kazahana Dodo? But why would he issue a mission to protect Koyuki? Judging by his concern for her, it didn't seem insincere. Yet why did Koyuki see him as her bitter enemy? Was there some hidden story here? Kakashi's mind raced, a flood of questions rising within him. Clues tangled together like a knotted thread. He couldn't separate truth from falsehood, nor make heads or tails of the situation. He looked at the earnest Kazahana Dodo, then glanced at Koyuki's face, twisted with hatred, and felt a pounding headache coming on. He gestured for the three genin to stay alert, then lowered his own guard and faced Dodo, signaling for him to continue his explanation. Seeing this, Dodo breathed a sigh of relief and went on. Ninja of the Leaf, everything I say is true. The receipt from the 4th Hokage for that mission is still in my office. Also the one the Leaf sent at the time was a genius ninja from the Uchiha clan. I never met him face to face, but seeing that Koyuki is safe now, it's clear he fulfilled the mission perfectly. By now, Kakashi was mostly convinced. Aside from those directly involved, hardly anyone could know the identity of the ninja assigned to that mission. So Kakashi recounted the story Koyuki had told him on the ship, then turned to Dodo and asked, About Princess Koyuki's past, is there anything you'd like to say? What? Dodo looked genuinely shocked at this version of events and demanded furiously, Who's been twisting the truth like this? That's not how it really happened at all. With that, Dodo began to recount a completely different history. Over a decade ago, the land of snow was still a poor country. The people lived in hardship, often going hungry. The daimyo at the time, Kazahana Sosetsu, Koyuki's father, was a kind-hearted and brilliant leader. He couldn't bear to see his people suffering in the freezing cold and hunger, so he was determined to reform the country. He devoted himself to developing technology, inventing airships and railways so that goods could move freely across the land, unaffected by the harsh weather. Fish from the south could be sent north, and minerals from the north could be delivered south. Later, he planned to harness geothermal energy nationwide, building greenhouses to boost the production of grain and vegetables, so that his people would no longer have to endure hunger and cold. But good fortune did not last. Because the geothermal project was so massive, Sosetsu exhausted the national treasury in order to keep the project going. Kazahana Sosetsu reached out to the nobles of the Land of Snow for support. This move stirred up resentment among the nobles, who then united to launch a coup. Upon receiving the news, Kazahana Dodo led the Snow Ninja to suppress the rebellion. After a fierce and bloody struggle, he finally made it to Kazahana Sosetsu. But this wise and compassionate lord, beloved by his people and blessed with great talent, had already been brutally murdered by the desperate nobles. By the time Kazahana Dodo arrived, Kazahana Sosetsu was at death's door. In Dodo's arms, Sosetsu's only concern was his one and only daughter, Kazahana Koki. Though Sosetsu had long foreseen danger and entrusted the hidden leaf ninja to protect Koyuki, there was still some time before they would arrive. He could not be sure whether his daughter was truly safe. He implored Dodo to rescue Koyuki at all costs. Dodo mobilized every snow ninja, scouring the palace in a frantic search for any sign of Koyuki. At last, in a wardrobe tucked away in a corner, they found a trace of her. Koyuki saw him too. Dodo smiled warmly at her, signaling that she need not worry. Her uncle would come to the rescue right away. But the cornered noble rebels were still putting up fierce resistance, and Dodo was quickly entangled by the private guards of the nobles. With no other choice, he commanded his subordinates to save Koyuki in his stead. At that very moment, the ninja from the hidden leaf arrived. Without asking questions, he attacked the snow ninja who had come to rescue Koyuki. The snow ninja, believing the newcomer to be an enemy, fought back fiercely. In the end, though gravely wounded by the snow ninja, the hidden leaf ninja managed to escape with Koyuki. After putting down the rebellion, Dodo sent several more teams of ninjas in search of Koyuki, even journeying all the way to the hidden leaf village himself. But in the end, all efforts were in vain. Koyuki was nowhere to be found. When news of Koyuki finally reached him again, she had already become Fujike's Yuki. And so, Koyuki, now with a group of companions, returned to the land of snow. Listening to this story, so different from the version Koyuki remembered, Kakashi fell silent. Koyuki herself was filled with doubt and confusion, turning to look at Santofu. But the man who had raised her, cared for her, protected and taught her, now turned his head away, saying nothing at all. Seeing Santofu's reaction, Dodo immediately realized that it was this petty schemer who had been working behind the scenes all along. Enraged, he roared, "Asama Santofu, you despicable traitor! If you hadn't stopped the messenger from warning us all those years ago, how could my brother have died?" Santofu retorted, "I simply made the right choice." You two brothers were both stubborn and reckless, steering the land of snow toward ruin sooner or later. Hearing Santofu's near-confessional words, Koyuki suddenly panicked, at a complete loss for what to do. She looked at Kakashi with pleading eyes. Right now, she dared not trust anyone. Only this ninja from the same village as the red-eyed boy could give her a sense of safety. Catching the look in her eyes, Kakashi sighed and addressed Fubuki Nadar. "Let's call it a day. Princess Koyuki is in a turmoil right now and needs some rest." Seeing Koyuki's distress, Fubuki Nadar's heart ached for her. He hurriedly responded, "No problem, no problem. I've already prepared rooms for everyone. Please come with me." Kakashi waved him off. "No, thank you. We'll be staying on the ship." With that, Kakashi turned to Koyuki's side and motioned for Sakura to support her. Step by step, they made their way back onto the ship. Santofu tried to follow, but Kakashi blocked his path. "From now on, you're not allowed to go near Princess Koyuki." Ignoring Santofu's pleading gaze, Kakashi turned and boarded the ship. Shaken to her core, Koyuki retreated to her cabin. She lay on the bed, turned her back to everyone, and shut them out, saying only that she wanted to be alone for a while. Sakura had no choice but to leave. She headed to Kakashi's room, where Kakashi, Naruto, and Sasuke were already waiting. After everything that had happened, they obviously needed to talk things over. "What do you all think? Who's telling the truth?" Kakashi asked. The three glanced at each other, each waiting for someone else to speak. "Or let me put it another way. What do you think we should do next?" "Sasuke, you go first," Kakashi said, calling on Sasuke directly. Sasuke thought for a moment. "I think we should withdraw. Right now, we can't tell who's lying and who's not. But one thing is certain. Our mission as ninjas is complete. We've safely escorted our client to the land of snow. Whatever happens next, whether Fubuki Nadar kills Koyuki or Koyuki overthrows Fubuki Nadar, has nothing to do with us." Sakura shook her head. As Koyuki's personal bodyguard, she understood her better than anyone. "If we do that, we're just pushing Princess Koyuki into the fire. When Fubuki Nadar forces her to hand over her father's treasure, he'll stop at nothing. He might even kill her. But what does that have to do with us?" Sasuke asked, not comprehending. "It's true, it's not our concern," Sakura said softly, unable to hide her sympathy. "But if we walk away now, isn't Princess Koyuki just too pitiful?" Naruto listened to their exchange in silence, but a different idea was already forming in his mind. Kakashi noticed the shift in Naruto's expression and asked, "What about you, Naruto? Do you have something else in mind? Go ahead and share it with us." Upon hearing this, Mima looked up. Instead of answering Kakashi directly, he asked, "Kakashi-sensei, do you know what those things Fukunuto mentioned just now? The railway, the trains, the airships, and those chakra armors they wear are all about?" Kakashi didn't understand why Mima was asking these questions, so he replied, "Ah, I know a little. These are all technologies unique to the land of snow. Trains are faster than horses, but there's still no match for a ninja's speed. Airships can fly, sure, but they're slow and make easy targets for ninjas. As for chakra armor, it's interesting, but a true ninja should focus on honing their own skills, not rely too much on external gadgets." Mima shook his head. This, he thought, was exactly the limitation of the ninja mindset. Patiently, he explained, "That's not it, Kakashi-sensei. What interests me isn't the equipment itself, but the technology behind it. Think about it. Trains may be slow, but they can transport huge loads, far more than any ninja could carry. Airships have their flaws, but most of the ninja world still can't fly at all. And as for chakra armor, if the Leaf Village had widespread access to chakra armor, would those previous great ninja wars have been so grueling?" Kakashi had never thought about things from this angle. In fact, neither had any of the other powerful figures in the ninja world. The advancement of technology across the shinobi world seemed strangely lopsided. Electric lights, wireless headsets, and computers all existed yet. Inventions like trains, airplanes, and cannons were nowhere to be seen. It's as if some invisible hand was steering the course of technological progress, suppressing any invention that might allow ordinary people to surpass the power of ninjas before they could ever take root. Mima pressed on, "Kakashi-sensei, with such useful things out there, why doesn't the Leaf Village have them?" Kakashi was a loss for words. Mima's voice grew thoughtful. "Kakashi-sensei, if these things are so good, the Leaf can have them too." A spark flashed through Kakashi's mind. "Minma, are you saying?" "That's right, Kakashi-sensei. That's exactly what I mean," Minma said with certainty. At that moment, Sasuke, unable to sit still any longer, called out impatiently, "Come on, what are you two even talking about? Aren't we supposed to be figuring out if what Fuka Koyuki and Fuka Nudo told us is true or not?" Minma turned back, looking at his straightforward younger comrade and the equally puzzled Sakura. He took a moment to explain patiently, "Sasuke, Sakura, we're ninjas, not detectives, so it's not our job to uncover the absolute truth. But if we don't know the truth, how can we know which side is just?" Sakura asked, "Xiaoying, your thinking has a small flaw. We are not the side upholding justice. Instead, the side we protect, that is justice." Minma explained earnestly. "That's right, Sakura. Your position determines your perspective. A ninja has only one position, and that is the foundation of being a ninja, to protect the interests of your employer," Kakashi added. Sakura understood what Minma and Kakashi were saying, but she still couldn't accept it. But what if what Kazahana Nutu says is true? What if Koyuki has been deceived all along? Wouldn't it be best for Koyuki's own sake to have an honest conversation with Kazahana Nutu and acknowledge their blood ties? That's exactly why, at this moment, we must also consider the interests of the Hidden Leaf Village. For the village, it is clearly more advantageous for an inexperienced actress to become the daimyo of the Land of Snow than for a powerful, talented leader of the Snow Ninja Village to take the position. So, whatever Kazahana Nutu says must be false. It can only be false. Do you understand? Kakashi explained. Sakura understood, but she still couldn't accept it. Seeing Sakura's troubled expression, Mima knew she couldn't get past this hurdle in her heart, so he tried to comfort her. Given the situation now, no one really knows what happened back then. But if what Kazahana Nutu says turns out to be true, how is Koyuki supposed to face Asema Santu, who raised her for over 10 years, but also deceived her for all that time? In other words, it was Koyuki's hatred for Kazahana Nutu that helped her survive all these years of hardship. If you suddenly tell her she's hated the wrong person, then her entire life for the past decade will seem like a cruel joke. The collapse of one's beliefs can cut deeper than any blade. After hearing Minma's words, Sakura barely managed to convince herself that this was all for Koyuki's own good. Losing his title means little to Kazahana Nutu, but what Koyuki stands to lose is more than a title. It's her entire life up to now. So now there's only one question left. What reason do we use to intervene? After all, what we're about to do completely goes against the Leaf's policy of non-interference in other nations' internal affairs. Kakashi said with a headache. It's actually quite simple. Minma leaned back in his chair, arms crossed. The flickering candlelight cast shifting shadows across his face. Let's hear it, Kakashi said, intrigued. We can claim that, over a decade ago, Snow Country ninjas unjustly attacked Hidden Leaf ninjas, injuring them severely. On that basis, we demand that Kazahana Nuta hand over Wolf Fong Avalanche and his 2 companions. If he refuses, the Leaf then has grounds to step in. And what if he agrees to hand over Wolf Fong Avalanche and the others? Sasuke asked. If he agrees to use the lives of his subordinates to appease the wrath of the Hidden Leaf, then What right does he have to call himself the leader of the Snow Ninja Village? Without the support of the village, can he, a mere jonin, possibly stand against Kazuhana Koyuki and those backing her? Or he has another choice: negotiate with the Leaf Village and offer them compensation in another form, perhaps by handing over the techniques I just mentioned. If that's the case, then our goal will have already been achieved. After that, who rules the land of snow, whether Kazuhana Koyuki lives or dies, will no longer concern us, Minma explained. Kakashi slammed his right hand on the table and said, "Good, let's do it that way. Now, let's go over the details for tomorrow's operation. At first, Light will take Koyuki to the hexagonal ice wall and retrieve her father's legacy. Then, we'll confront Kazuhana Nadar directly and demand he recognize Princess Koyuki's rightful claim. The moment he refuses, I'll move in to restrain him. Minma, you three will hold off his snow ninja. When everything's settled, we'll discuss the establishment of diplomatic relations between the Land of Snow and the Hidden Leaf with Princess Koki." "But what about Princess Koyuki's safety?" Sakura asked. "We don't need to worry about her. Our commission ends once we've safely escorted her to the hexagonal ice wall," Kakashi replied succinctly. After laying out the task for the next day, Kakashi dismissed the group. Then, he and Sakura went to Koyuki's room. No one knew exactly what was said, but when they emerged at last, Kakashi announced that Koyuki had agreed to cooperate with their plan. That evening, in the ship's cabin, Minma was preparing the weapons and tools they might need for the next day's battle. Sasuke leaned against the headboard, right elbow propped on, his raised knee, his other foot dangling off the bed, flipping a kunai up and down with his left hand. Suddenly, Sasuke broke the silence. "Hey, how did you come up with all that?" Come up with what?" Minma turned around, not quite understanding what Sasuke meant. Sasuke turned his head to the side. "All that stuff about justice, interests, and the excuses for war. We all graduated from the academy together as genin. So why are you able to think so far ahead?" Hearing this, Minma understood what Sasuke was getting at. He could also see right through Sasuke's thoughts. As the prodigy of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke had never lacked praise or admiration. His strength so far, beyond others his age, gave him every reason to be proud. But that confidence had faded after graduating from the academy. First came Sakura, whose natural talent, skill, and even family background matched his own. Then there was Minma, quiet and unassuming at school, who, after becoming a genin, had started to surpass him in every way. Sasuke felt a certain unease stirring inside him, the kind that comes from being left behind by his peers, and the fear that he might not be able to bring Uchiha Itachi back. Minma heard him, but wasn't sure how to explain things, so he just offered Sasuke a vague, catch-all answer to brush him off. "Sasuke, I get what you're saying. You feel that, even though neither Sakura nor I are much stronger than you, we both seem a bit more mature, isn't that right?" Sasuke didn't reply, but his silence meant he accepted Minma's words. Minma kept going with his half-truths. "Sasuke, you've been sheltered your whole life. Look at Sakura. She's had to live on her own since she was little, so she's had to think about things more deeply. As for me, ever since that incident in the Land of Waves, when I fought the Six-Tails Jinchuriki and brushed past death, the way I think has changed. But you, Sasuke? You grew up in comfort, never really faced any hardship. When you were small, your parents told you what to do. In school, your teachers told you what to do. After becoming a genin, your jonin instructor gave you orders about what to do. So you never developed the habit of thinking for yourself. Do you remember the first time we met Kakashi? Sakura and I both talked about our dreams, but you said you had no dream, just a single goal, to bring back, or even kill that man. I don't know who you meant, or what grudge lies between you, but what I do know is you haven't actually made the effort to achieve it. Do you know what that man has gone through? Do you understand the reasons behind his actions? Do you even know how much distance lies between you and him right now? No, you don't know any of that. You're just holding on to an idea someone else planted in your head. You've never really stopped to think, is this truly what I want deep down? Of course, I can't blame you. After all, compared to other genin your age, you're already exceptional. But you can't expect to stay comfortably in your safe zone and also hope your mind will mature overnight. Do you understand what I'm trying to say?" After Minma finished, he asked Sasuke if he understood. But deep down, he thought to himself, as if he could, even I don't really know what I'm saying. Sasuke remained silent, but there was a glimmer of realization in his eyes. Seeing this, Minma didn't push further. He packed up his things and went to rest. The next morning, Kakashi led Fubuki Koyuki and Team 7 off the ship. After a night's rest, Koyuki's spirits had improved quite a bit, at least when she faced Fubuki knew to. She was able to keep her composure. Yet, on second thought, wasn't Koyuki acting normal perhaps the biggest sign that something was wrong? Fubuki Nudu had been waiting below since early morning. It was hard to say whether he'd arrived early, or if he hadn't left at all the night before. When Fubuki Koyuki stepped off the boat, Fubuki Nudu hurried forward to greet her. Kakashi took a step ahead, blocking Fubuki Nudu, and said, "I'm sorry, Princess Koyuki is not yet ready to face you. Please don't come any closer." Hearing this, Fubuki Nudu quickly agreed. All right, I won't come any closer. Could you help me ask Koyuki if she has any plans today? If she's free, would she be willing to visit the shrine in the palace with me? Her father is enshrined there, and I was hoping she could pay her respects. Let's talk about it later. Her Highness wishes to visit the hexagonal ice wall in the land of snow first, Kakashi replied, turning down Fubuki Nudu's request. No problem. I'll take care of it right away. Fubuki Nudu agreed cheerfully. That won't be necessary. Her Highness prefers not to have too many people accompanying her, Kakashi added. I see, that's fine. In that case, I'll just guide you there myself, Fubuki Nudu said. Seeing the earnestness in Fubuki Nudu's eyes, and considering they'd have to keep an eye on him anyway, Kakashi eventually agreed to his request. Along the way, Princess Koyuki sat inside the carriage, with Sakura by her side as protection. Fubuki Nudu and Kakashi led the way at the front. As they walked, Fubuki Nudu struck up a conversation with Kakashi. Will Koyuki be leaving again after she comes back this time? Kakashi looked at him, half serious and half teasing. Suppose Her Highness decides to stay for good and even succeeds the title of daimyo of the Land of Snow. What would you think of that? Fubuki Nudu's face lit up with delight. Really? Would Koyuki truly be willing to return and inherit the position of daimyo? That's wonderful. As long as she's willing, I'll support her right away. The people of the Land of Snow will finally have their daimyo. Kakashi was taken aback. This was not at all what he expected. Who would so easily give up power like this? He decided to probe further. And after Her Highness becomes daimyo, what will you do? Fubuki Nudu replied with great enthusiasm. Of course, I'll continue as the leader of the Snow Ninja Village, and serve as director of the Snow Country Academy too. For years, I've been so busy with state affairs that I've hardly had time for my research. Now that Koyuki is back, I can finally be free from the burden of politics. You have no idea. I have several projects I've been wanting to work on. Listening to Fubuki Nudu's endless chatter, Kakashi was left speechless. He hadn't imagined such a person could exist in this world. And it also meant that all the strategies they had discussed the night before to deal with Fubuki Nudu were now completely useless. After more than an hour's trek, the group finally arrived at the hexagonal ice wall. Before her stretched an immense valley, and at the foot of the cliffs stood 6 towering structures, each nearly 100 meters tall. These buildings resembled colossal crystalline mirrors, arranged in the shape of snowflakes, encircling the entire valley in their embrace. Over a decade had passed, and the original outlines of the hexagonal ice walls were now 8 or 9 tenths concealed beneath layers of snow and frost. At the rear, the cliff loomed high, white snakes coiling at its summit, jade dragons lying in repose. The boundary split the Silver Mountain, as torrents tumbled down from above, flinging snow and spraying icy droplets, their thunderous roar echoing throughout the ravine. All around, the rocks took on fantastical shapes, each more wondrous than the last. Fenghua Xiaoshu gazed at Fenghua Nuteo with a complicated expression, then turned away without looking back and strode toward the nearby control platform. She knelt before the low, pavilion-like structure, her hands pressed to her chest, clutching a 6-sided crystal pendant tightly. This pendant was a memento left by her father, Fenghua Zhaoxue, a relic, but also the key to unlocking the Snow Country's hidden treasure and obtaining its power. So, I've finally come to this moment? Fenghua Xiaoxue's mind wandered back to her childhood, to the joyful days spent with her father, and to the countless nights she'd awoken trembling from nightmares while wandering the world. Tears streamed down her face. She closed her eyes and sobbed softly. Father, can you see me now? I can finally avenge you. Please, watch over me. Grant me the strength to defeat Nuteo. After her prayer, Fenghua Xiaoxue wiped the tears from her cheeks, then rose to her feet with resolute determination, walking steadily, if slowly, toward the control panel. Standing before it, she lingered, running her fingers lovingly over the hexagonal crystal pendant. Then, steeling herself, she pressed it into the keyhole prepared for it. As the key slid into place, a beam of violet light shot skyward. Instantly, a gigantic snowflake-shaped magic array flared to life. Across the valley floor, with a piercing roar, the distant hexagonal ice walls began to glow, casting rainbow hues through the air. At that moment, even the sky seemed transformed. The storm clouds that had circled for days slowly parted, and shafts of sunlight broke through, illuminating the earth below. As the rumbling intensified, the solid ice on the hexagonal walls began to crack and slew away, while the colors dancing upon them grew ever more vivid. Suddenly the ice that blanketed the valley melted at a speed beyond imagination, and as if touched by magic, lush green grass sprang from the soil, bursting forth with countless star-like blossoms. What is this? Fenghua Xiaoxue stared in disbelief at the miraculous scene before her, her voice barely more than a whisper. This is your father's greatest invention, the geothermal generator. Fenghua Nuteo had appeared behind her, eyes glistening with unshed tears. Honestly, my elder brother always did things on a grand scale. It seems, when it comes to science and invention, I'll never be able to surpass him. Suddenly, a powerful voice echoed through the valley. Believe in the future, and surely, spring will come. Hearing this, Xiao Shue's face filled with disbelief. She turned around, searching in all directions. Father, sir? Father, where are you, father? At that moment, in the very center of the valley, high above the ground, a huge figure appeared. Fenghua Xiaoxue looked up, only to realize it was an image of herself as a child. Just then, her father's voice resounded again from above. What does Xiao Shui want to do when spring finally arrives? A clear, childish voice responded. I want to become a princess. HM? And what kind of princess would that be? Well, a gentle, strong, and just princess. Her father's hearty laughter rang out. Huh, now that's no easy feat. At those words, a single tear finally slipped from the corner of Xiao Shue's eye as she murmured softly to herself. So, I once said things like that. But if you treat your dream as your faith and never give up pursuing it, then surely, it will come true. A tall figure appeared in midair, walking up behind the little girl, and placed a six-pointed crystal pendant around young Xiao Shue's neck. See, right here stands a beautiful princess. Xiao Shui gazed up at her father's gentle face, suspended in the air, and tears streamed down her cheeks like a string of pearls breaking loose. But there's still one thing I worry about, she whispered, because I have another dream. What is it? What's your other dream? To become an actress. Oh, ha ha ha. Listening to her father's bright laughter from above, Xiao Shui couldn't help but break into a smile through her tears. Father, did you see? Xiao Shui has fulfilled her dreams. Whether it's being a beautiful, strong princess or a well-known actress, I have achieved them both. Watching Xiao Shui finally release the burdens in her heart, Fenghua Nuteo gazed into the distance with a gentle smile. Above the far-off sky, a gorgeous half-rainbow hung high. Meanwhile, Kakashi and Team 7 stood at a distance, watching uncle and niece embrace and resolve their misunderstandings. For a moment, the atmosphere felt a little awkward. Well, I suppose a happy ending like this isn't so bad, huh? Kakashi mused. Minma looked somewhat embarrassed. After all the schemes they discussed the night before, none of them had been needed. Losing your faith can be more devastating than any blade or sword. Don't you think? Sakura teased Minma with a smile. Fenghua Nuteo's story must be a lie. Has to be. Sasuke chimed in, joining the banter. Shut up. Minma's face turned bright red as he shouted at the two of them. After stopping the three from horsing around, Kakashi led Team 7 to bid farewell to Koyuki Kazahana and Dodo Kazahana. As they were about to part ways, Kakashi formally extended an invitation to Dodo for a technical exchange. Dodo agreed without hesitation, and even took the initiative to suggest trading the technology of the Land of Snow for food and living supplies from the Land of Fire. To further demonstrate his sincerity, Dodo offered the production method and blueprints for the chakra armor as a gesture of goodwill. Seeing how easily his goal had been achieved, Minma could only shake his head with a wry smile, silently scolding himself for being so suspicious. The mission in the Land of Snow had come to a perfect conclusion, and Kakashi and the three others boarded a large ship bound for the Land of Fire. Well, there were quite a few twists and turns, but in the end, the mission was a complete success. Kakashi said to the three, leaning his elbow on the ship's railing as he relaxed on the deck during their journey home. At that moment, a familiar voice called out from ashore. Hey Kakashi, you really made a splash on your way back. Don't forget, we still have an unfinished fight. Next time we meet, don't you dare team up with anyone against me like before. A vein throbbed visibly on Kakashi's forehead. Let me go. I swear I'm going to kill him. I absolutely will. Upon returning to Konoha, Kakashi brought the three to the Hokage's office. Normally, they could have just reported the mission at the main hall, but since Kakashi had already invited Dodo Kazahana to Konoha for technical exchange while in the Land of Snow, he needed to inform the Hokage in advance. That way, The village could pursue further cooperation with the Land of Snow through formal diplomatic channels. Of course, Dodo's gift of the chakra armor blueprints and a sample was also handed over to the Hokage's office, which left Minma feeling rather disappointed. But the village did offer some compensation. As direct participants in the mission, each of the three could choose a ninjutsu as a reward. As for any prize money, well, not a single extra coin was given. The village's finances were already stretched thin. There simply wasn't any money to hand out as bonuses. After leaving the Hokage's building, Minma couldn't help but grumble. Honestly, this is the first time I've ever heard of the organizers having to pay out of their own pocket for such a big event. And the Hokage, too. He clearly knows the chakra armor could help us pass the Chunin exams, yet he refuses to lend it to us. Kakashi tried to placate him with a resigned smile. All right, Minma. With your strength, as it is now, if you put on the chakra armor too, how would the other genin stand a chance against you in the Chunin exams? That would just be bullying. Besides, the chakra armor has huge strategic value, and we only have a single prototype. Of course the village has to keep it for research to see if it can be reproduced. Minma waved his hand, signaling for them to skip this topic, and instead took the initiative to ask Sasuke and Sakura, have you two decided which jutsu you want to choose? Sakura nodded and replied, yes, I've already made up my mind. If possible, I'd like to pick either the Art of Darkness or the Hard Vortex Water Blade. One is a Jinjutsu that can deprive the opponent of their vision, and the other is a powerful water release jutsu. Both would make up for my lack of large-scale attack techniques. Sasuke shook his head, indicating he hadn't decided yet, and would need to discuss it with his parents first. After speaking, Sasuke and Sakura turned their attention to Minma, their eyes seeming to ask, what about you? Which jutsu are you planning to choose? Minma rested both hands behind his head and spoke as he walked. Me? If I could, I want to study the Flying Thunder God technique. I've had this idea lately, to combine the Flying Thunder God with sealing techniques and create something like a directional teleportation array. Well, that's no easy feat. Kakashi couldn't help but comment, a note of admiration in his voice as he listened to Minma's imaginative plan. But Minma was unbothered. He glanced back with a cheerful grin and said, to borrow a line from Kazuhana Dodo, the former daimyo of the Land of Snow, if you treat your dreams as your faith and keep working tirelessly toward them, then one day, dreams really will come true. Now, that's the spirit. Kakashi gave a thumbs up in praise. So, for the sake of that ambition, and to wish you all luck in tomorrow's Chunin exams, let's have some barbecue Q tonight, my treat. Yeah, hooray! The three of them cheered in unison. After a night of rest at home, Minma felt full of energy. Accompanied by Minato and Kushina, he made his way to the Ninja Academy. That's right, the first stage of the Chunin exams was to be held right here at the Leaf Village's Ninja Academy. When they arrived at the front gate, Minma saw that Sakura and Sasuke were already waiting for him. He bid his parents goodbye and, cheered on by their words of encouragement, dashed over to join his friends. Entering the main hall of the school building, Minma found it packed wall to wall with people. Young genin from all over who had come to take the exam, as well as Leaf Chunin keeping order. Minma even spotted several familiar faces, his teacher Mizuki, Hinata Hyuga, and other classmates from his year. After greeting them, Minma and his team started searching for their assigned exam room. Fortunately, there were clear signs in the hall indicating the times and locations for each test. Just as Minma was about to head to the exam room with Sasuke and Sakura, a hand wrapped in bandages suddenly blocked their path. Standing before them was a figure dressed in a white jacket with wide sleeves, long brown hair tied back at the waist, a striking presence. He was none other than one of last year's prodigies, the cousin of Hinata Hyuga, Niji Hyuga. So you're Minma Namikaze, huh? Niji asked coldly, fixing Minma with a steely gaze. It's me. What do you want? Minma regarded the other person warily, sensing hostility, and his tone turned cold as well. So it is you, Niji Hyuga replied, his eyes sharp. I stopped you to give you a word of advice. Don't think you're something special just because you graduated at the top of the Ninja Academy. I strongly suggest you stay away from Lady Hinata. Filth like you will never be worthy of someone from the Hyuga clan. With that, Niji turned and strode away, leaving Minma standing there, stunned. After a moment, Minma snapped out of it. What was that supposed to mean? It's already the 60th year of Konoha. Are people still obsessed with social status and family background? Fine, care about it if you want. But what's it got to do with me? And even if you have to drag me into it, did you really have to end with that insult? What? Am I beneath you? Did you just call me names? Did you all hear that? He insulted me. Hey, I got a temper too. Minma rolled up his sleeves, ready to go over and have a serious talk with Niji. Luckily, Sasuke grabbed him just in time, trying to calm him down. Let it go. We have exams coming up. Don't cause any trouble now. Minma shook off Sasuke's restraining hand, huffing in frustration. I didn't do anything to him. Why should he insult me? Sakura, who had walked up behind them, offered an explanation. It's probably because of that, questionable jutsu you invented back at the academy, Minma. Word might have reached his ears. Even Minma, thick-skinned as he was after living 2 lives, felt a bit embarrassed at that. Still, he tried to defend himself. What's so questionable about it? Didn't you see all the girls at the time? Their eyes were glued to me. Sasuke's face twisted with indignation at the mention of that subject. He grabbed Minma by the neck, shaking him hard and shouting in fury. Honestly, a guy like you deserves a good beating. Enough already. Minma's eyes rolled as Sasuke throttled him, frantically slapping at Sasuke's hands. No, 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 no. I'm dying. Let go, you idiot. Sakura watched their scuffle, covering her mouth to stifle her laughter. After a few moments of roughhousing, the 3 of them followed the signs and arrived at a classroom on the 2nd floor. Because the timeline had shifted, there was no sign of Izumo and Kotetsu using Jinjutsu to hide the room number, nor did they see Tenten pretending to be a helpless rookie. Minma and his friends found seats inside. The classroom buzzed with noise, familiar faces everywhere he looked. There was Hinata's Team 8, Ino's Team 10, and Niji's Team 3, the guy who'd just insulted him. Besides the usual groups from Konoha, there were other recognizable figures. The Sand Village's trio, led by Gaara, the 3 from the Grass Village with Karen Uzumaki, and the masked trio from the Hidden Rain besides that. There were also a few ninjas from some of the smaller villages. It's worth mentioning that, apart from the named characters who had speaking lines in the original story, the rest of the genin who came to take the exam all looked rather grotesque, almost unbearable to look at. According to the rule of the Naruto world, the uglier you are, the weaker your abilities. These people weren't worth paying much attention to. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura found a place to sit down. Since Kabuto didn't appear this time, there wouldn't be any ninja info card scene, nor would there be a confrontation with the Sound Village trio. Speaking of which, where were those 3 from the Sound Village? It seemed they weren't present for this exam. By the way, their female ninja, Kin, was actually quite pretty. When the chimes signaling the start of the exam rang out, a group of proctors from the Leaf entered through the door. Leading them was a ninja wearing a knit cap with long hair draped to the side, covering his right eye. It was none other than Izumo Kamizuki, one of the veteran proctors of the Leaf, known along with Kotetsu Hagane as the gatekeepers of the Leaf. When it comes to Izumo Kamizuki and Kotetsu Hagane, people have always underestimated their strength. You know, the 2 of them guarded the Leaf's main gate so well that even the 6 paths of pain at their peak wouldn't dare a frontal assault, instead opting to take a detour. Naruto gazed at the plot, which was once again diverging from the original, and his thoughts began to wander. The chief examiner for the first round had changed, so the contents of the test were probably going to be different as well. He had no idea what they'd be tested on this time. Soon, the proctor Izumo Kamizuki provided Naruto with an answer. Thank you all for waiting. I'm Izumo Kamizuki, the chief examiner for the first round of the Chunin selection exam. After making sure everyone's attention was on him, Izumo suddenly extended a finger, pointing at a background ninja who was standing on a table. His voice was cold and sharp as he demanded, "You there, the genin standing on the table. What village are you from? Get down from there this instant." As he spoke, Izumo unleashed an overwhelming aura, stunning the crowd. He swept his gaze around the room and shouted at the assembled genin, "You'd all better behave yourselves before the exam starts. Do you want to be disqualified?" The ninja he'd singled out hurriedly jumped down from the table and bowed in apology. It's my first time taking the Chunin exam, and I got a little excited. I didn't even realize. Humph. Izumo let out a cold chuckle and waved for the genin to return to his seat. Then he addressed the whole room. Since the opportunity's here, let me make myself clear. Unless you have the proctor's permission, no fighting is allowed. Even if you're given the go-ahead, don't push your opponent to the brink. Anyone foolish enough to disobey me will be immediately disqualified. Is that clear? Seeing that all the genin stood quietly, not daring to act out, Kamizuki Izumo gave a dismissive smile and said, "Well then, let's begin the first exam. The subject of this test is intelligence gathering and transmission. The rules are as follows. First, each genin team will select 1 member as the intelligence gatherer, 1 as the intelligence transmitter, and 1 as the intelligence receiver. The gatherer and transmitter will stay in this classroom, while the receiver will follow our Chunin to another room to wait. Second, the intelligence gatherer must obtain information from the chief examiner. The information will come in 5 forms: a circle, a triangle, a square, a star, and a hexagon. The examiner will randomly draw one behind a box, and the gatherer must determine which shape has been selected, then pass this on to the transmitter. The transmitter's task is to break through the joint blockade of 8 chunin and deliver the information to the receiver waiting outside the classroom. Of course, transmitters may use any method they like. As long as the information reaches the receiver and they are not intercepted, any approach is acceptable. Third, after obtaining the information, the gatherer must report it to the chunin examiner in the classroom, and it will be compared to the chief examiner's version. If the results match, all 3 pass the exam. If not, all 3 fail together. Is that clear? The audience fell into absolute silence. Seeing this, Kamizuki Izumo slapped the table and said, "All right, you have 5 minutes to discuss and decide on your roles. Once the time is up, the intelligence gatherers will leave with the chunin examiners. The clock starts now." At once, the genin below began to discuss in low voices. Naruto and his teammates drew their heads together, planning for the test ahead. Sasuke spoke first, "So any thoughts? I'm fairly confident about intelligence gathering. My Sharingan can see through the examiner's slightest movements. I'll ask him a few questions, and by watching the way he breathes, the twitch of his facial muscles, and the dilation of his pupils, I can figure out which shape he's holding. But as for transmitting and receiving the intelligence, that'll be up to you too." Naruto thought for a moment, then said, "Let me handle the transmission. I have an idea." At this point, Naruto noticed some genin from the smaller villages edging closer, clearly eavesdropping, so he broke off and gestured for caution, hinting that walls have ears. "Here's the plan. Sasuke, you gather the information and tell me. Then I'll get it to Sakura. Sakura, come closer. I'll explain what you need to do next." Shielding his mouth with his hand, Naruto whispered his plan separately into Sasuke's and Sakura's ears. Once he'd finished, he fell silent and said, "No more." To Sakura's cheeks turned red as she nodded and said, "Now that we have a way to gather and transmit intelligence, does that mean I just have to wait to receive the information? Isn't that a bit too easy?" Hearing this, Mima shook his head and replied, "It won't be that simple. I suspect that those responsible for receiving intelligence have another hidden task, to interfere with the other team's intelligence receivers. Remember, before the exam began, they told us that we're not allowed to fight unless the proctor gives permission. There's a hidden meaning in that. As long as you don't engage in combat, any other method is fair game. So, Sakura, in addition to receiving the information, we also need to stop the others from getting it as much as possible." Sakura nodded in understanding, signaling that she had no problem with the plan. "All right, 5 minutes are up. Have you all made your choices? If so, would the intelligence receivers please step outside?" At this, Mima immediately ducked under the table and whispered, "Stick to the plan. Sasuke, Sakura, cover me." Not long after, the intelligence receivers from each genin team followed the chunin proctor out of the room. As these team members were led into another classroom, Izumo Kamizuki turned to the remaining genin and said, "Now then, who wants to be the first to get their intelligence from me? Here's a friendly tip. The earlier you get your information, the more time you'll have to pass along." The room fell utterly silent. Not a single person volunteered. Compared to gaining a few extra minutes, everyone thought it wiser to observe first. Seeing that no one was willing to step forward, Izumo Kamizuki said, "Since no one's coming up, I'll start calling names. You over there," the genin who was standing on the table just now, "your team will go first. Remember, starting now, you have only 1 minute to get your intelligence. If you don't want to be eliminated, hurry up and come over." The background character, whose name wasn't even worth mentioning, visibly stiffened. Still, when he heard he only had a minute, he walked over to Izumo Kamizuki with a stony face. Izumo Kamizuki produced a box, shook it vigorously, then reached in with his left hand and pulled out an object. He glanced at it, concealed it in his palm, and clenched his fist tightly before saying, "All right, guess, what's the shape of the intelligence in my hand?" The genin blanched, then closed his eyes and formed a hand sign, remaining perfectly still in front of Izumo Kamizuki. Watching the young ninja's actions, Izumo Kamizuki sighed and remarked, "Oh, a sensory-type ninja? It's rare to find one of those from a small village." A moment later, Izumo Kamizuki returned the intelligence object to the box, signaling that the genin could go back to his seat. After the genin turned away, Kamizuki Izumo picked up a form from nearby, found the name of the genin who had just left, and drew a triangle next to his team's name. The genin walked over to his teammates and whispered something to them. One of his teammates nodded and strode over to the window. Everyone else watched intently, curious to see how he would pass on the information. They saw this nameless genin step up to the window, take a deep breath, and then shout at the top of his lungs, "Kobayashi! It's a Pentagon! Thieves, Saiide Choppy!" The entire room burst into laughter. So this was their so-called intelligence transmission? Just shouting at the top of their lungs? Ha ha, truly a small-time ninja village, with with not even the most basic training in relaying information. Even Kamizuki Izumo at the podium couldn't help but chuckle. That's not right either, and you're shouting so loudly. Meanwhile, in the classroom where Sakura was, a faint voice drifted in, Lin Foot. The rest was lost in the distance. The teammates of these two nameless genin hurried to the window, straining to catch every word. At that moment, Akimichi Choji snapped to attention and roared, "Ninja art! Multi-size technique!" With a tremendous thud, Choji transformed into a giant over 3 meters tall. Then, Choji drew in a deep breath and unleashed an earth-shaking howl. H. The genin throughout the classroom were left dizzy and disoriented. To say nothing of the poor teammate by the window, who only managed to catch the word foot before the rest was lost in the thunderous din. The genin turned around and glared fiercely at Choji. "You jerk looking for fight?" Choji said nothing, simply looming over him, head bowed. Perhaps it was the intimidating presence of Choji's enormous form. But the ninja broke into a cold sweat, though he still forced out a threat. "Just you wait." With that, he skirted around Choji and dashed over to the Chunin examiner to report the information he'd received. Since all he heard was the word foot, he had no choice but to guess between triangle and pentagon. After a moment's thought, he chose triangle and reported it. Sometimes, 2 wrongs do make a right. Despite receiving incorrect information, using a crude method of transmission, and being severely disrupted, he somehow managed to submit the correct answer in the end. Truly, you can never judge a ninja by ordinary logic. As the scene shifted back, the rest of the examinees, having learned from the first contestant's experience, finally understood the real meaning behind transmitting intelligence. Not only did they have to break past the Chunin examiner's blockade and deliver the correct information, but they also had to ensure their teammates could receive it without interference. The genin became even more cautious, and for a while, no one stepped forward to the stage. At that moment, perhaps out of boredom from the long wait, Gaara from the Sand Village slowly walked from the back of the classroom to stand before Izumo Kamizuki. "Oh, finally, someone dares to come up?" Izumo sneered. "Are you ready? If you are, I'll begin." With that, Izumo reached into the box and pulled out another shape, holding it in his hand as a signal for Gaara to start. Gaara covered his right eye with his right hand. The cork on the gourd strapped to his back popped open with a muffled thud, and a stream of barely visible fine sand shot out, slipping through the cracks of the box and into its interior. Secret technique, Eye of Sand. As Gaara's jutsu took effect, the grains of sand inside the corner of the box gathered together, shaping themselves into a small orb that gradually transformed into the shape of an eye. "I see it," Gaara said expressionlessly, withdrawing his technique and returning to his seat. Once back by Kankaro's side, he analyzed quietly. "There's no cube left in the box, so the examiner is holding the cube. Kankaro, pass this information on to Tamari." "Got it, leave it to me," Kankaro replied confidently. He untied the puppet crow, which was wrapped in white bandages, from his back. After flexing his fingers a little, he unwound the bandages, revealing a strange wooden puppet with 3 eyes and 4 arms. Faint, nearly invisible threads of blue chakra shot out from Kankaro's fingers, connecting to the puppet's joints. With a series of soft mechanical clicks, the puppet stood up from the floor. With a slight twitch of his fingers, Kankaro sent Crow gliding toward the windowsill. But just then, several genin from the smaller villages in the classroom exchanged glances and blocked Crow's path, grinning menacingly. "Oomph, do you really think you can stop me?" Kankaro scoffed, the corners of his mouth lifting in a cold smirk. As Crow approached the first ninja's attack range, that ninja raised a fist clad in spiked knuckles. Just a little closer, and a heavy iron punch would surely smash the wooden puppet to pieces. "Idiot," Kankaro muttered calmly. With a flick of his fingers, Crow's mouth suddenly sprang open, revealing a metal pipe hidden inside. A hiss cut through the air, and a puff of purplish smoke burst forth, enveloping the ninja who was blocking the way. With a heavy thud, the ninja collapsed face first onto the floor, completely unconscious. Seeing that a candidate had been knocked out, Shinyuki Izumo, who stood at the main podium, could no longer stay calm. In a flash, he appeared at Kankaro's side, pressing a kunai against his neck, and spoke in a low, menacing voice. "Ninja from the village of the sand. If I recall correctly, I've said before, no fighting anyone without my permission. Did my words simply go in one ear and out the other?" Kankaro, with the kunai at his throat, gave an awkward chuckle as he explained, "Examiner, sir, I didn't attack anyone. This is just my way of transmitting information, using different colored smoke to represent different messages." That ninja only passed out because he accidentally inhaled the smoke. But rest assured, Examiner, the smoke is harmless and non-toxic. It just acts as a mild anesthetic. He'll wake up in a few hours. Upon hearing this, Shinyuki Izumo immediately went to check on the fallen ninja. Just as Kankuro had said, the person was merely asleep. Relieved that there hadn't been any casualties under his watch, he sheathed his kunai, shot Kankuro a cold glare, and said, "I'll let it go this time. But if this happens again, you're out of the exam." "Thank you, examiner. But it won't happen again. My message has already been delivered." Kankuro replied smugly. "What? When did that happen?" The crowd was baffled. His puppet had clearly been blocked, and the smoke never left the classroom. How could he have sent out any information? Shino shared their confusion, but Hinata, by his side, quietly explained with her Byakugan activated, the puppet user was just a decoy. The real information carrier is the ninja with the gourd who can control sand. First, they used the puppet to draw everyone's attention, including the examiners. Meanwhile, the ninja with the gourd manipulated sand to slip the information out through the crack under the door, passing it to an ally outside. Sure enough, just as Hinata described, in the other classroom, Temari opened her palm to reveal a square shape formed by sand, confirmation that Gaara's team had successfully cleared the first round of the exam. With Gaara leading the way, the rest of the test became much smoother. Each team of genin took their turns at the podium, showing off their unique skills to gather information. The Konoha ninjas had it the easiest. Hinata and Niji used their Byakugan to see straight through to the form of the information in the examiner's hand. Ino used her mind-body switch technique on the examiner, opened her palm for a quick glance, and easily obtained the answer. Then came Sasuke. He had activated his Sharingan early, staring intently into Shinyuki Izumo's eyes, as the Sharingan was known as the most powerful. A technique in the ninja world, Sasuke used its piercing insight to read the shape of the information reflected in the examiner's pupils. Other teams from smaller ninja villages also employed a variety of clever tactics to obtain the information from Shinyuki Izumo. Of course, not everyone succeeded. For example, one of the ninja from the Hidden Rain village actually tried to force Izumo Kamizuki to give up information through violence. The result, as you might expect, was that Kamizuki gave him a thorough beating. By this point, all the teams had managed to obtain intelligence, some through genuine skill, others perhaps by luck or trickery. Now, it was time to see how they would relay that information. In Hinata's team, the one responsible for transmitting their intel was Shino Aburame. Meanwhile, in the classroom, Kiba Inuzuka watched as a ring of insects formed a circle on the ceiling above him. For Ino's team, Shikamaru Nara was in charge of passing on their message. Perhaps as a trade-off for his intelligence, Shikamaru's shadow possession jutsu in this world had a much greater range than usual. As a result, Choji Akimichi noticed that, on the pristine white wall, his own shadow suddenly sprouted a 5-pointed star above its head. Team Tintin entrusted the task of relaying information to Rock Lee. His method was much more straightforward. He first unstrapped the weights from his legs and hurled them out the window, creating a huge commotion that immediately drew Tintin's attention. Then, with a loud declaration, "Third gate, gate of life, open," a tremendous and fierce surge of chakra flooded the entire classroom. The storm of energy swept through half the school, making it impossible for Tintin to miss. "So, he's opened the third gate? That means it's a triangle," Tintin murmured to herself, sensing the overwhelming power that filled the air. Seeing everyone using their unique methods to pass on their messages, Mima nodded slightly at Sasuke, formed hand seals, and was just about to release his jutsu when Sasuke stopped him. Mima looked at Sasuke in confusion, thinking perhaps Sasuke had something more to say. But what greeted him was a fist that grew larger and larger in his view. With a resounding thud, Minma in the classroom was blown apart by Sasuke's punch. It turned out that this Minma was merely a shadow clone. Before Sakura followed the Chunin examiner out, the real Minma had ducked beneath a desk, and with Sasuke and Sakura's cover, he had created the clone. As for the real Minma, he had used the transformation jutsu to disguise himself as Kiba and slipped out with Sakura unnoticed. Thanks to Kiba's almost invisible presence, no one noticed that there was an extra examinee leaving the room. At the same time, the memories of the shadow clone returned to Minma's mind, along with the sharp pain of Sasuke's punch. Damn it, Minma cursed inwardly, but he didn't make any unnecessary moves. He simply walked up to Sakura and quietly told her the shape of the message. By this point, all the genin that Minma knew had successfully passed the test. Of course, not everyone was so fortunate. For instance, 2 genin from the Hidden Waterfall village joined forces with several other teams who had also failed to pass on their messages. Together, they launched an assault on the Chunin examiners guarding the exit, hoping to break through the blockade. Unsurprisingly, within less than a minute, all those who took part in the attack were left groaning on the ground. A shrill bell rang through the halls, signaling the end of the exam. Sakura and her companions followed the proctor back to the classroom. Izumo Kamizuki picked up 2 registration forms and carefully compared the information to see if it matched. In no time, the results were ready. Team 7, where Naruto was, Team 10, with Hinata, Team 8 with Ino, and Team 3 with Tenten had all successfully passed the test. In addition, Gaara's squad from the Sand Village, Karen Uzumaki's team from the Grass Village, a team from the Hidden Waterfall Village, and another from the Hidden Rain Village. Altogether, 22 teams advanced through the first round. It was worth noting that even those 3 teams of genin, whose names were barely worth remembering, had stumbled their way through to the next stage. With that, the announcement of the results came to an end. Out of a total of 53 genin teams, only 22 made it through. Seeing this outcome, one of the eliminated genin could no longer contain himself. He sprang to his feet, pointing a finger at Izumo Kamizuki and shouting, "You Leaf Village folks must have cheated. How is it that so many teams got eliminated, yet all 7 of yours made it through? We demand an explanation from you." That's right. He's absolutely right. Several other eliminated genin chimed in, their voices rising in protest. Izumo Kamizuki let out a cold laugh and, in a flash, appeared beside the one who'd spoken out. He seized the genin's finger and snapped it back with a sharp twist. A piercing scream erupted as a sickening crack echoed through the room. The genin collapsed to his knees, clutching his hand, howling in agony. Izumo paid him no heed. He swept his gaze across the room, his smirk icy. "Who gave you the guts to accuse the Leaf Village of cheating? HM, what's the matter? Do you think we're pushovers? Listen up. I don't care how influential you are or how strong you might be. While you're in the Leaf Village, you'd better behave yourselves. Still daring to accuse us of cheating? Still demanding an explanation from us? When a Leaf Village acts, we don't owe you any explanations." The genin who had been heckling instantly fell silent, cowed and terrified, leaving only the unfortunate one with the broken finger kneeling on the floor, whimpering in pain. "That's enough. Shut your mouths." Izumo pressed his foot down on the genin's head, grinding it mercilessly against the floor. The screams were abruptly muffled, swallowed in his chest. Izumo glared at the cowering genin, who now looked like a flock of startled quails. "Listen up, you worthless lot. If you don't want to end up like him, then get out of my sight now." The eliminated genin wished they had more than 2 legs to run on. They scrambled and stumbled over each other in their rush to escape the classroom. The wounded genin was quickly hauled away by his teammates, terrified that lingering any longer would put them in more danger from the Leaf Ninja. In the classroom, the genin who had passed the first exam didn't dare utter a word. Even Shino Aburame, usually the most unfazed among them, tucked his mouth into his collar and shrank behind Kiba Inuzuka. Oh dear, Izumo, what are you up to now? Honestly, I walk in and the first thing I see is you scaring these kids. Is that what you use all your authority for?" At that moment, a tall ninja entered through the door. Like Izumo Kamizuki, he wore a black knit cap. He had a square face, and the smile on his lips was honest and approachable. "Chief, you're here." Izumo Kamizuki hurried over, bowing respectfully. After all, this was his immediate superior. Offending him would surely bring trouble later. Seeing that the group of genin didn't react at all to the newcomer, some even glancing about distractedly, Izumo Kamizuki spun around and snapped at them, fawning as much as he could. "What are you all doing just standing there? Hurry up and greet him. Wait, don't tell me you don't even recognize this gentleman? Looks like you all need to go back and retake your intelligence classes. Listen closely. This is none other than the famous elite jonin, the head of Konoha's interrogation division, Lord Ibiki Marino." When most of the genin still looked confused, as if they'd never heard the name, Izumo Kamizuki was about to lose his temper again. But Ibiki Marino waved a hand, cutting him off. "That's enough. Don't go showing your teeth and claws in front of the kids. You're not needed here for now. Go back to your duties." "Yes, sir. I'll take my leave then." With a deep bow to Ibiki Marino, Izumo Kamizuki shot a fierce glare at the clueless genin before he left. Once Izumo was gone, Ibiki Marino turned to the young ninjas, introducing himself with a warm smile. "All right, I'll be your examiner for the next part of the test. My name is Ibiki Marino." He paused, watching for their reactions. Aside from the Konoha genin, who seemed somewhat surprised, the others from different villages looked completely unfazed. Seeing the shock on faces like Menma's, Ibiki felt a little comforted. Konoha had enjoyed peace for so long that someone like him, once notorious on the battlefield for interrogating enemies, was starting to fade into legend. In the past, just the mention of his name would send children hiding under their blankets at night. What he didn't realize was that those Konoha genin were surprised precisely because as kids, they'd been frightened by bedtime horror stories starring him. Only Minmo was shocked for a different reason. So this is what a Biki Marino looks like? Where's the scar on his face? And wasn't the examiner for the second round supposed to be Anko Mitarashi? Why did it change to a Biki Marino? Obviously, the plot had been altered again, but by now, Minma was used to such surprises. Alright, the location for the second round isn't here. Children, follow me. We'll head to the examination venue together. Ibiki Marino waved cheerfully to the group of genin, his manner warm and inviting. Worlds away from the fearsome interrogator he'd been during the war, everyone followed Ibiki Marino outside. After a short walk, they arrived at an area surrounded by barbed wire. The genin who were about to participate in the second exam looked at the tangled vines clinging to the wire and at the prominent sign that read, "No entry." Beyond the wire fence stood a massive tree, its trunk several meters wide. Perched on one of its thick branches was a small bird, chirping noisily. Suddenly, a large snake slithered out from behind the bird. With jaws wide open, it swallowed the bird whole, then glided away at a leisurely pace. Many of the kunoichi gasped in alarm at the sight. "This place feels so creepy," Sakura whispered to Naruto and Sasuke. Everyone turned questioning eyes to Ibiki, silently demanding an explanation for why he had brought them here. Ibiki grinned and began to speak. "This area is a forbidden zone of the Hidden Leaf Village, known as the Forest of Death. I believe you'll soon understand why it has earned that name. That's right, the location for your second exam will be inside the Forest of Death." "Huh, it's nothing but an ordinary forest. We have woods like this all over the land of waterfalls. Only you leaf people would treat a normal forest as some kind of forbidden ground. What a joke, huh?" A genin from the Hidden Waterfall Village stepped forward and mocked loudly with his teammates. He had quickly figured out that the proctor seemed easygoing, so he seized the chance to ridicule both to put psychological pressure on the other villages and to bring some fame to his own. Ibiki wasn't angered by the remark. Instead, in a blur, he appeared right beside the waterfall genin, smiled, and twisted the boy's arm until it broke. "If anyone else is planning to underestimate the Forest of Death, I strongly advise you to reconsider. Compared to dying in there, failing in exam is nothing at all. And one more thing, never, ever, ever speak ill of the Hidden Leaf. Next time, it won't just be an arm. Understood?" "Yes, I understand. I am truly sorry." The waterfall genin, despite the cold sweat and gritted teeth, managed to apologize bravely, returning to his teammates without uttering a single cry of pain. One idiot. Didn't they consider that Kamizuki Izumo is already so ruthless? As a superior, there's no way a Biki Marino would be a nice guy. A leaf genin wearing black sunglasses muttered under his breath. Ibiki gazed at the more than 20 teams gathered before him, smiling as he announced, "Now then, before we begin the second exam, let me hand something out to everyone." He reached into the inner pocket of his clothes and pulled out a thick stack of paper documents, then directed his Chunin assistants to distribute them among the genin. When Minma looked at the paper he received, he saw, to his surprise, that it was a consent form. Marino Ibiki began to explain, his voice as gentle as ever, though his words were chillingly cold. "This is a consent form. Every genin who wishes to participate in the second exam must sign it. Once you sign, it means that everything that happens in the Forest of Death is your own responsibility. Whether you're injured or killed, the village of Konoha bears no responsibility. Of course, you can choose not to sign, but if you don't, your qualification for the exam will be revoked. So what will it be? Take your time to consider." The genin exchanged glances, some hesitant, others resolute, and one after another they signed their names. After all, having made it this far, how could they possibly turn back now? Once all the consent forms had been collected, Marino Ibiki nodded with satisfaction. "Very good. You're all courageous children. Now I'll announce the rules for the second exam. So listen carefully. Your lives depend on it. First, let me explain the exam site. This time, the venue is Training Ground 44, known as the Forest of Death. The training ground is a circular area surrounded by barbed wire with 44 entrances and exits. It spans a radius of about 10 kilometers and contains rivers, mountains, forests, and swamps. At the center stands a tall tower, which is your ultimate destination for this exam. This round is an elimination match. Each genin team will enter from a different gate. Inside the training ground, you can use any means necessary to eliminate your opponents. To enter the central tower, each ninja must possess at least one forehead protector that does not belong to them. And to prevent you from simply trading forehead protectors in private, only a maximum of 11 teams will be allowed to enter the tower. Remember, 11 teams, not 33 individuals. So, if you truly can't get a protector from another team, using a teammate's is also allowed. There's a time limit for the exam. You have 120 hours to obtain at least one forehead protector and reach the central tower. If you exceed the time limit, you fail. Are there any questions? Examiner, sir, I have a question. It was Choji Akimichi, the skinny one, who raised his hand. Speak, Ibiki replied. Is it possible to withdraw from the exam midway? Withdrawal is not allowed during the exam. In other words, whether or not you complete the objectives, you must remain inside for the full 5 days. Furthermore, to prevent anyone from hiding or avoiding confrontation, each day your range of activity will shrink by 2 kilometers. On the final day, your movement area will be limited to a 2-kilometer radius around the central tower. Hey, isn't this just like a shrinking safe zone in Battle Royale games? Myanmar couldn't help but groan inwardly when he heard this twist in the plot compared to the original story. 5 days, how? Are we supposed to eat and drink? This time it was Nara Shikamaru, the foodie, who asked the question. When it comes to matters involving food, Shikamaru's intelligence is always razor sharp. You'll have to fend for yourselves. The Forest of Death is teeming with plants and animals, plenty of resources that can be used as food. Besides, we've also placed supply crates ahead of time, which can provide you with a small amount of weapons and food. A friendly reminder, the closer you get to the central tower, the richer the supplies. It's getting more and more like a battle royale, looting the wilds for resources, just like in the game. Seeing that no one had further questions, Marino Ibiki cleared his throat and announced, All right, since everyone is ready, pick an entrance and head inside. One last piece of advice, whatever you do, don't die. With that, Ibiki waved his hand to signal the start of the exam. Everyone immediately dashed off around the perimeter wall, searching for an entrance. Myanmar and his 2 teammates did the same, running along the wall. Since the timer started from the moment Ibiki gave the order, it didn't really matter whether they entered the Forest of Death earlier or later on the first day. Hey, I have some thoughts. I'd like to hear what you guys think, Myanmar said to Sasuke and Sakura as they ran. Let's hear it, Sasuke replied. This exam is all about our raw strength. Every person we meet is our enemy. You don't need to tell us that. We already know. Sasuke said impatiently. Just hear me out. What I mean is, everyone is our enemy, but they're also each other's enemies. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. So, why not form an alliance with another team? Myanmar explained concisely. That makes sense. There are 22 teams in total, and 7 of them are from Konoha, almost a third. That gives us a natural advantage. The question is, which team should we ally with? Sakura asked. Our strength is in combat, but our weakness is reconnaissance. So, we need to find a team that specializes in scouting, Myanmar replied. My first choice would be Hinata Hyuga's team, then Ino's team. As for the other team with the Byakugan, I don't really have any connections with them, so let's rule them out. I'd suggest we go with Hinata Hyuga's team. Yamanaka Ino does have some sensory ability, but that's not her main specialty. Besides, the Ino-Shikicho trio comes from long-established clans in Konoha with their own unique team strategies. Outsiders would find it hard to fit into their rhythm. Sasuke offered his advice right on cue. Sakura, what do you think? Myanmar asked. I think it sounds good, but with Hinata Hyuga's assertive personality, which of our 2 squads will take the lead? Sakura raised a question. These are minor details. I believe Hinata and her team wouldn't act willfully at a time like this, replied Minma. In that case, there's nothing to worry about. Sakura answered. All right, then let's pick up the pace and intercept them before Hinata and her squad enter the Forest of Death, said Minma, her steps growing quicker and quicker. After a while, they finally caught sight of Hinata and her teammates up ahead. Hinata, wait up, Minma called out loudly. Hearing the shout, Hinata, just a short distance ahead, raised her hand to signal for Shino and Kiba to halt. When Minma's group caught up, Hinata fixed Minma with a sharp gaze, a sly smile curling at her lips. Well, if it isn't the top squad of our year, what's this? Are you stopping us because you want to snatch our forehead protectors before we even enter the Forest of Death? Hinata, don't be like that. We're all classmates here. Minma, don't mind her. Hinata didn't mean any harm. Shino quickly tried to smooth things over, sensing the tension in Hinata's words. Shino, haven't I told you not to interrupt me when I'm talking? Hinata snapped, grabbing Shino by the collar and glaring at him fiercely. It won't happen again. Shino immediately surrendered, raising both hands in apology. All right, Hinata, we're not here to take your forehead protectors. Sakura stepped forward, smiling cheerfully. Then what do you want? Hinata released Shino and sized Sakura up and down. We're here to propose an alliance, Sakura stated succinctly. En alliance. Hinata looked at Minma's group with suspicion, her eyes darting from face to face. Suddenly, understanding dawned on her, and she let out a cold laugh. You say it's an alliance, but really, you just want to use our team's scouting abilities, don't you? The three exchanged glances, surprised that Hinata had seen right through them. Minma quickly spoke up in explanation. It's not using you, it's cooperation. Hinata, your team handles reconnaissance, and we take on the combat and snatching the forehead protectors. It's a win-win situation. Huh, what a joke. Do you think we can't get the forehead protectors ourselves? You're just looking for an easy ride. Hinata shot back, showing no mercy in her refusal. Forget it, Minma. We're not allying with them. Let them find their own forehead protectors. Sasuke said angrily. As the young master of the Uchiha clan, Konoha's most prestigious family, how could he tolerate such treatment? He turned and began to walk away. Minma could only shake his head helplessly. He reached out to stop Sasuke, just about to say something, when Hinata suddenly changed her tune. If you want to team up, it's not impossible, but from now on, you have to listen to me. If you do that, then I'll graciously allow you to join me, even if it's a bit of trouble for me. This time, even a mild-tempered Sakura couldn't hold back. She grabbed Minma and Sasuke, spun around, and marched off. Minma, though helpless, said nothing and simply followed along with Sakura and Sasuke. After the three of them had left, Hinata stood there frowning at their retreating backs. At that moment, Kiba Inuzuka, who had been all but invisible, spoke up softly. Hinata, if you like someone and try to get their attention by picking on them, it might backfire. Is that really the case? Hinata muttered to herself. Suddenly, she snapped out of her thoughts, spun around, and gave Kiba a light smack on the back of the head. My business is none of yours. And how many times have I told you not to sneak up behind me like that? Do you want to scare someone to death? After leaving Hinata and her team, Sasuke still seemed a bit indignant. Who does she think she is? She acts like we're desperate to team up with her. So what if she's got those special Byakugan scouting skills? Without you, Miss Hyuga Butcher, do you really think an Uchiha can't handle a wild boar? Well, our plan to ally with Hinata Hyuga has fallen through, Minma said. Looks like we'll have to try our luck with Ino's team instead. I guess that's the only way, Sakura sighed, but it seems like Ino and her team have already gone inside. We'll just have to see what happens once we're in there. Talking as they went, the group arrived at entrance 19. After passing the Chunin standing guard, they officially entered training ground 44, the Forest of Death. The 5-day survival battle royale had officially begun. At the same time, deep within Konoha's root division, inside Hiruzen Sarutobi's office, the third Hokage sat calmly in his chair, listening to his subordinate's report. How did the task I gave you go, Owl? Hiruzen asked, raising his teacup for a small sip. Reporting, Lord Hiruzen. Orochimaru has agreed to cooperate with our operation, but he demands that we release his disciple Anko, along with those orphans from the orphanage. Also, he says he'll only create a fair duel opportunity for you and the Hokage. He absolutely refuses to lay a finger on any Konoha ninja. The root member, known as Owl, knelt on one knee, head bowed as he delivered his report. That man is as indecisive and hypocritical as ever. But I suppose I never expected much from him anyway. Do as he says, release Anko and those orphans. But be sure to warn him. If he doesn't act according to plan, we won't hesitate to show our ruthlessness. Now, what about the other matter I assigned you? Lord Hiruzen, the Foundation has already selected a ninja squad to ambush Minato Namikaze and his group, Shao reported succinctly. That's good. I want to see if the Uchiha clan, after losing their only heir, will still support Danzo as they did before. And by using Minato's death to provoke the Nine Tails into a rampage, we can seize this chance to bring the Nine Tails Jinchuriki under the Foundation's control. That old fool Danzo, letting such a precious strategic weapon sit idle. What a waste. By the way, how skilled are the ninjas you've sent? Don't let anything go wrong. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with cold malice. Rest assured, Lord Hiruzen, Kin Michiru and Akatetsukai are both Jinin personally cultivated by the Foundation, possessing strength on par with Chunin. Additionally, we sent Captain Jia, the only one, compatible with the wood release cells. He's every bit as strong as Hatake Kakashi. With these three on the mission, dealing with a few fresh academy graduates will be a breeze. Shao vowed with conviction. Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a cold snort. I hope so. Too bad Shinosuke isn't in Konoha, or I wouldn't have to resort to such desperate measures. Enough, you're dismissed. Keep a close watch on them, and report to me immediately if anything happens. Understood. Shao gave a firm nod, then vanished in the blink of an eye. On the rooftop of the Hokage Tower in Konoha, the third Hokage, Shimura Danzo, stood at the railing. The wind whipped at his ceremonial robe, forcing him to press down on his hood with his left hand. At that moment, a masked Umbu ninja with the face of a cat appeared behind him. Unlike other Umbu, who were always respectful before the Hokage, this ninja stood shoulder to shoulder with Danzo, showing no deference at all. So you're here. Danzo spoke first. Come on, do we have to meet at the Hokage Tower every time? You have no idea how hard it is for me to get inside. I have to, the Umbu ninja complained. Enough. Didn't I already teach you how to get past Konoha's seals? What are you whining about? Now, tell me, have you found that person's whereabouts? Danzo interrupted impatiently. Ew, never mind. The ninja started to argue, then gave up and got down to business. It's the same as before. There are traces, but no sign of the person. Danzo's displeasure was clear. What have you been doing all these years undercover? It's just one person. How can it take you years to find them? The ninja, too, was growing impatient. You promised 3 years. Then 3 more. It's already been 6 years, boss. Can't you show me a little more respect? Right now, I'm the only one in the whole shinobi world who knows who you really are. I might as well just erase your entire file and let you live out your days as a rogue ninja. That way, I won't have to bother with you anymore. Look at you, so careless and unruly. Do you even resemble a Konoha shinobi in the slightest? Danzo said, clearly annoyed. At these words, the masked ninja's emotions flared. He tore off his mask and shouted at Danzo, "What do you want from me? Do you expect me to remind myself every day that I'm a Konoha ninja? Should I yell out, 'Drop your weapon'? I'm from Konoha," in my dreams every night? Huh, I'm about to become the leader of that organization. Do you even realize that? Danzo sneered. Oh, so being the leader is impressive now, is it? Should I start calling you Boss Uchiha Itachi from now on? As it turned out, the masked ninja was none other than Uchiha Itachi, who had defected from the village 6 years earlier. The atmosphere grew tense in an instant. After a long moment, Danzo, now calmer, broke the silence. When is Hanzo the salamander stepping down? No idea. Uchiha Itachi replied sharply, turning his back on Danzo. Danzo said nothing. He simply turned as well and stood silently beside Itachi. This month, Itachi suddenly replied. What did you say? Danzo was taken aback. Sometime this month, Akatsuki's leader Yahiko will be returning. Unless something unexpected happens, he'll be taking over as the next leader of the Land of Rain, Itachi explained. Where's the succession taking place? Danzo pressed. How should I know? Itachi said helplessly. I've only been in Akatsuki for 3 years. Danzo looked at Itachi, weathered by 6 years undercover, a man who had seen too much, and patted his arm with his left hand. After this Chunin exam, retire. Come back and lead a squad in the EMBU. What do you think? Oh, spare me. I've heard you say that 100 times already. Itachi brushed Danzo's hand away, clearly unconvinced. Danzo didn't mind. He reached out and handed Itachi a small bag. Itachi took the bag and pulled out a glass vial. Inside was a beetle, nearly the size of half his palm. Seriously? Another tracking bug? The Aburame clan are bug masters, but can't they breed something a bit smaller? How am I supposed to plant something this big on someone? Itachi grumbled. Would you prefer to have it put inside your body? Danzo asked. Inside my body? Where exactly would that go? Itachi shot back reflexively, then caught himself, glancing at Danzo. Both men broke into a mischievous chuckle at the same time. Itachi put the vial back and rummaged through the bag again, pulling out a kunai. Huh, a flying thunder god kunai? Has the village finally made progress on the flying thunder god technique? Wait, where's the formula? Itachi turned the kunai over and over, searching for the signature. Inscription of the technique, but found nothing. Next month is your birthday, isn't it? Idiot. This is your birthday present. A kunai made from chakra-conducting metal. It's expensive, Danzo said. Seriously, who gives a kunai as a birthday present? Uchiha Itachi toyed with the kunai in his hand, smiling as he spoke. Don't want it, huh? If you don't want it, give it back to me. Danzo reached toward Uchiha Itachi. Oh, please, now you want to take back a gift you already gave? Dream on. Uchiha Itachi was having none of it. He slapped Danzo's hand away and stuffed the kunai into his ninja tool pouch. All right, if there's nothing else, I'll be heading off now. Itachi tucked the bag away and looked at Danzo as he spoke. Danzo waved his hand, gesturing for Itachi to get going. Itachi gave a snort and, with a flourish, turned and walked away. Hey, Danzo called out to him. What? Itachi stopped in his tracks, but didn't turn around. Put your mask on, you brat. Yeah, I heard you nag. Itachi put his mask back on and left the rooftop, leaving Danzo alone in the wind. Has Salamander Hanzo finally reached his limits? No wonder only 3 teams were sent to make an appearance at this year's Chunin exams, just for show. Sigh. Even a demigod of the shinobi world can't escape the ravages of time. In the evening, the setting sun stretched Danzo's shadow long and thin, making him look solitary and forlorn. In a village hidden by rain, Salamander Hanzo had reached the end of his days. Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato stayed by his bedside, watching over the old man whose face was ashen beneath his gas mask. Sadness clouded their faces. All right, I'm not dead yet. Don't go crying and carrying on in front of me. Hanzo looked at the three outstanding young shinobi of the Land of Rain and felt a surge of pride. Yahiko, come here. Let me have a good look at you. Yes, Lord Hanzo. Yahiko choked back his tears and knelt by Hanzo's bedside, holding tightly to the old man's withered hand. Hanzo gazed at the successor he had nurtured with his own hands, memories of their first meeting rising up. Smiling, he spoke to the three of them. Yahiko, do you still remember the day you first met me? Memory sequence. It was one of those rare days in the Land of Rain when the skies stay dry. Yahiko and his friends ran freely through the streets, laughing and playing without a care. Ever since their teacher Jiraiya had left, they had found like-minded companions and founded the Akatsuki. It had been a long time since they'd laughed so openly. But their happiness was short-lived. When they returned to their hideout, they found it surrounded. At the front of the encirclement stood the leader of the Land of Rain himself, Salamander Hanzo. His subordinates faced off against the members of Akatsuki. Tension thick in the air. Nagato had sharp eyes. He immediately noticed that one of the Akatsuki members seemed to be injured. The three of them, young and brimming with energy, rushed forward without hesitation, blocking Hanzo of the Salamander's path. Are you the leaders of the Akatsuki? Hanzo sensed the powerful chakra emanating from them and asked. That's right. May I ask why Lord Hanzo has come to our Akatsuki headquarters and even attacked our people? Yahiko stepped forward, his voice loud and firm as he questioned Hanzo. Before Hanzo could answer, one of his subordinates lost patience. Pointing at Yahiko's nose, he snapped, How dare you speak to Lord Hanzo in that manner? Enough, enough. Hanzo waved his hand to calm his men, then turned to the trio with a gentle tone. This isn't the best place to talk. Won't you invite me in for a proper conversation? The three exchanged glances, unsure of Hanzo's true intentions. Yet after 3 years of rigorous training under Jiraiya, their abilities had transformed entirely. They quickly weighed their options and decided that, even if Hanzo tried something, they could handle the situation. Stepping aside, they gestured politely for Hanzo to enter. They led Hanzo and his 2 followers into Akatsuki's base. Once everyone was seated, Conan poured water for the guests, and Yahiko addressed Hanzo with courtesy. Our organization's resources are humble. I hope you won't mind, Lord Hanzo. Hanzo waved away the concern, signaling Yahiko not to worry. May I ask, what brings Lord Hanzo to visit our humble organization? Yahiko got straight to the point, inquiring about Hanzo's purpose. Hanzo silently sized up the 3 confident, spirited young leaders before him, then spoke in a kindly manner. I heard that a new armed group has appeared in the Land of Rain, taking on commissions within our borders. As the leader of Manhwarecap, it's only right that I come and see for myself what's going on. The 3 exchanged uneasy glances, at a loss for how to respond. Having received proper shinobi training from Jiraiya, they understood that ever since Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju ended the Warring States period, the shinobi world had adhered to the one country, one village rule. Each nation was to have only a single military force. By establishing Akatsuki right under the nose of Manhwarecap, they had clearly crossed the line, so it was no wonder Hanzo would come knocking. Even so, you didn't have to injure our people, did you? Yahiko, aware that he was in the wrong, still refused to back down in words. Hanzo gave a low chuckle. Well, that's not exactly our fault. Hanzo explained with a cheerful smile. We came here in pursuit of a rogue ninja from the Hidden Rain village. But after arriving, we discovered that the rogue had been taken in by your Akatsuki. While my men were negotiating with yours, a conflict broke out, and that's how things escalated to this point. I don't care if he's a rogue from the Hidden Rain or not. All I know is, once he joined Akatsuki, he became our comrade. Your people injured my comrade, and you owe us an explanation. Yahiko insisted, refusing to back down. Isn't your definition of comrade a little too casual? Hanzo's tone grew slightly sharper. Or do you mean that as long as someone pledges themselves to your organization, no matter if they're scum or a criminal, you'll accept them without question? When you founded Akatsuki, was this what you intended, to turn it into a haven for the corrupt? Yahiko sensed something was wrong and asked, What do you mean by that, Lord Hanzo? Hanzo closed his eyes, saying nothing, and gestured for his attendant to explain. With a cold snort, the attendant spoke bitterly. Humph. The rogue ninja from the Hidden Rain that you sheltered is named Shimada, in note. Do you know why he defected? While on a mission to escape pursuit, he killed his own teammates. Yet your Akatsuki welcomed even someone like him. Seems to me, your organization isn't any better than the criminals you take in. What? Yahiko and his companions ignored the attendant's harsh tone, shocked instead by the revelation itself. Yahiko exchanged a glance with Konan and Nagato. The two of them immediately stood and left to investigate the truth. After a while, they returned and nodded to Yahiko, confirming that the Hidden Rain's claims were true. And, judging by the wary and suspicious looks on the other Akatsuki members, this wasn't an isolated incident. Yahiko closed his eyes in pain, unable to bear it. He could scarcely believe that after all the hardship he'd endured with Nagato and Konan to create Akatsuki, an organization meant to unite kindred spirits and bring peace to the Land of Rain, it had become a refuge for criminals and outcasts. Hanzo gazed at the three young people before him, now drained of hope and spirit, and sighed softly. I've heard about the ideals you held when you founded Akatsuki. I'll admit, bringing peace to the Land of Rain is a noble dream. But you're all far too young, and that makes it easy for others to take advantage of you. Building and growing an organization takes more than just recruiting people. The three of them sat in silence, lost for words. With another sigh, Hanzo continued, If you can't figure this out, come visit the Hidden Rain Village. Perhaps you'll find your answer there. The dividing line of memories. Yahiko held Hanzo the salamander's hand tightly, his voice choked with emotion. I remember, of course I remember. If it weren't for Lord Hanzo's patient guidance, we might have already fallen into despair, never to return. Hanzo squeezed Yahiko's hand with effort, his own voice weak but kind. Silly child, you were young back then. It's only natural to make some mistakes along the way. Even if I hadn't said anything, you would have found your way eventually. So you've been in the Hidden Rain Village for a few years now, and you've traveled in nearly every neighboring land. Tell me, have you found your answer? Have you found a way to bring peace to the Land of Rain? Tears welled up in the eyes of Yahiko and his friends. Bowing their heads in shame, they replied softly, We're sorry, Lord Hanzo. We haven't found the answer yet. Lying in bed, Hanzo let out a raspy laugh, sounding like an old crow, yet his gaze was gentle as he looked at them. Oh, there's nothing to apologize for. I spent my whole life searching, and your teacher Jiraiya wasted most of his as well, yet neither of us ever found an answer. You're still young. You have plenty of time ahead of you to keep searching. There's no need to rush. Just take it one step at a time, slowly and steadily. Who knows? One day, when you look back, you might discover the answer has quietly appeared right behind you. Yahiko and his companions nodded vigorously, overtaken by emotion, unable to speak. Hanzo withdrew his hand. Struggling against the bed, he tried to sit up. Yahiko quickly moved to the head of the bed, supporting Hanzo and propping a few pillows behind his back. Nagato, Konan, come here's well. There's something I want to say to you, Hanzo said weakly, beckoning them closer. Neither dared hesitate. Both hurried over to the bedside. Nagato, Hanzo said, looking at him intently. I can tell that among the three of you, your power is the greatest. But you've always been gentle, always standing behind Yahiko, silently watching over the two of them. But Nagato, simply protecting them is not enough. From now on, you must find the strength to do even more. You need to have the power to pull Yahiko back if ever he strays from the right path. Can you do that? Nagato nodded hard, tears streaming down his chin. Hanzo then turned to Konan, a gentle smile on his face. Konan, what a marvel you've become. The little girl who used to love origami has blossomed into a beautiful woman. Konan, I know you must have felt wronged following behind that foolish Yahiko all these years. But I must ask you, please, keep looking out for that blockhead. Without you, I truly wouldn't be able to rest easy. About Yahiko, Konan, don't blame an old man for asking, will you? Shounen shook her head with all her might, her sobs already so overwhelming that she could barely speak. Hanzo turned his gaze to Yahiko, looking at the successor he had personally nurtured. 1,000 words crowded his heart, yet he did not know where to begin. Yahiko, he murmured. Lord Hanzo, I'm here. Yahiko hurried forward, dropping to one knee before Hanzo. Hanzo fixed his gaze on Yahiko, his eyes brimming with reluctance to part. He spoke slowly. Yahiko, you're rough and hasty in everything you do, your thoughts always incomplete, and even your strength is just barely adequate. To be honest, I didn't think much of you at first, but you possess a quality no one else does, a natural charisma and the gift of leadership. You have a way of drawing like-minded companions to your side. You're able to unite your friends, inspiring them all to strive together for your shared dream. Yahiko, let me ask you, will you keep searching for the answer that brings peace to the Land of Rain, even if you spend your whole life and find nothing? I will, I truly will. Yahiko nodded firmly. Then, are you willing to lead the Hidden Rain Village and guide the people of the Land of Rain, searching for that answer together? Hanzo's tone grew solemn. He was about to pass the mantle of leadership to Yahiko. Nagato and Xiao Nin looked at Yahiko, Their faces a mixture of sorrow and joy. Sorrow, for it seemed Hanzo truly might not have much time left. Joy, for Yahiko was about to become the leader of the Hidden Rain Village, bringing them one step closer to their dream. Lord Hanzo, I can't. Yahiko's face flushed as he stammered anxiously. Yahiko, I've seen your abilities with my own eyes. If even you can't do it, then no one in the land of rain can. Besides, you have Xiao Nan and Nagato standing behind you, always supporting you. Even if you lack confidence in yourself, surely you trust Xiao Nan and Nagato, don't you? Hanzo thundered, his voice ringing out. After speaking, he started to breathe heavily, laboring for air. Yahiko quickly moved to steady Hanzo's breathing, but Hanzo grabbed his hand in a firm grip and refused to let go. Yahiko, huff, huff, if you don't agree, huff, huff, this old man, huff, huff, I won't be able to rest in peace. Ha ha ha, I promise, I promise. Yahiko nodded at once, withdrawing his hand to rub Hanzo's back, trying to help him breathe. After a long moment, Hanzo's breath finally calmed. Leaning against Yahiko, he spoke slowly. I've lived a foolish 68 years. In all that time, I never managed to bring peace with words nor secure the nation with force. Shamelessly, I clung to the position of leader of Hidden Rain for more than 30 years, yet I never achieved anything of note. All I did was cling to life in troubled times, maneuvering with words among the three great nations. I am ashamed, truly ashamed. Lord Hanzo, it's not like that. The three of them, Yahiko, Nagato, and Xiao Nan, were choked with tears, each hastening to comfort him. Yahiko, I've always considered myself talentless and lacking in virtue. I never taught you much, and I'm nothing compared to your master, Jiraiya. But, now that my time has come, I'll set aside my pride and make one last request. Will you call me teacher? Just once before I go. Would you be willing? The three of them nodded emphatically, their voices choked with emotion as they shouted. Teacher! Teacher! Master Hanzo! Hanzo, lying in Yahiko's arms, burst into hearty laughter. Who would have thought that I, Hanzo the Salamander, would live such an unremarkable life, and yet, at the very end, be blessed with three such outstanding disciples? I have no regrets left in this life. Teacher! Teacher! Master Hanzo! Amid the trio's heartbroken cries, Hanzo the Salamander, resting in Yahiko's embrace, let his head fall heavily. With a contented sigh, he passed away, his heart at peace. The curtain fell on the stage of a legendary figure. The joys and sorrows of ninja are never the same. At that very moment, the ninja from the village hidden in the rain, who were participating in the Chunin exams in Konoha, had no inkling that their leader, Hanzo the Salamander, had already departed this world. 3 Rain Village genin, wearing their village headbands but without the usual gas masks, had already set their sights on their prey. The 8 squad of Konoha genin, Hinata Hyuga's team. Hinata and her teammates stood casually in a clearing in the middle of the forest, appearing completely off guard. Not far away, 3 Rain Ninja lay hidden in the trees, a scornful curl on their lips. Umph, those brats are standing right out in the open. Are they begging us to find them? They must have sensed our presence, but I doubt they've pinpointed our location yet. HM, what's wrong? Why do you look so pale all of a sudden? What the? Were these things? Ah! With several blood-curdling screams, all 3 Rain genin tumbled from the trees, enormous leeches clinging to their bodies. Listen up. These are Konoha's infamous blood-sucking leeches, Shino announced proudly, approaching the fallen Rain Ninja. The moment they sense body heat or sweat, they swarm in and won't stop until they've drained you dry. If they feed on you for more than 5 minutes, you won't live to tell the tale. Help us. One of the Rain Ninja on the ground weakly raised an arm, pleading desperately for help. Umph. One team down, Shino declared, stepping forward. He bound the trio with steel wire, took their headbands, then brushed the leeches off, and tossed the Rain Ninja into the center of the clearing. You'll be stuck here for 5 days. Don't worry, I've sprayed you with insect repellent. No more deadly bugs will bother you. After receiving her forehead protector, Shino returned to Hinata and Kiba, handed each of them a protector, and said, Let's go. While there aren't many people in the central area, we should head straight for the central tower. You two go on ahead. I have something I need to take care of. Hinata hesitated for a moment before speaking to them. Shino and Kiba exchanged a glance, then shook their heads helplessly and stayed by Hinata's side, making no move to leave. Why aren't you going? Hinata frowned, puzzled. You're planning to look for Minma, aren't you? Shino asked with certainty. Hinata's expression changed slightly, but then she retorted, What business is it of yours? Shino clasped his hands behind his head and replied nonchalantly, Well, there's nothing we can do. You're the strongest member of our team, Hinata. If Kiba and I run into another squad, what if we can't win? So, for safety's sake, we have no choice but to stick with you. Hinata knew perfectly well that this was just an excuse. Her two teammates simply didn't feel comfortable letting her wander the forest of death alone, and by pretending they needed her, they could ease their own concerns. A warm feeling rose in Hinata's heart. A faint smile played at the corner of Hinata's mouth. She turned away, feigning a haughty tone. There's just no dealing with you. If that's how it is, then keep up. But if you fall behind, I won't wait for you. All right. Shino and Kiba exchanged a grin and quickly followed in Hinata's footsteps. Leaving Hinata's team aside for now, Minma and his companions had also reached a clearing, where they paused to rest for a while. Sakura said, "We've probably made it about 2 kilometers into the forest of death. If we go any farther, we'll risk running into enemies. We used up too much energy before we even entered the forest. Until we're fully recovered, it's best to play it safe." Minma and Sasuke both found her reasoning sound and decided to stop for a break. "It's almost noon. Let's eat something. Did you two bring any food?" Minma sat cross-legged at the base of a large tree, looking at Sasuke and Sakura. Sasuke and Sakura exchanged a glance and shook their heads. Sakura explained, "I brought some soldier pills, but we have to save those for later. The fights will only get tougher in the days ahead, so we probably won't have many chances to find food. We need to save the pills for the most critical moments." Sasuke agreed with Sakura. "That's right. Let's try to find something to eat in the forest of death. I remember Ibiki Marino said the forest is full of resources. We can hunt." Minma smiled and shook his head. "No need. I have a way." As the other two watched him curiously, Minma sat up, formed a hand sign, and pressed his palms to the ground. Summoning jutsu. With a loud pop, an orange-red little toad appeared in front of Minma. It was none other than Gamakichi, the legendary summoning toad from Mount Myaboku. "Lord Minma, is there something you need from me?" Gamakichi inquired politely. "Hey, Gamakichi, it's been a while since we last met." Minma greeted him with a bright smile, clearly an old acquaintance. "Well, with a toad." "Hi, Lord Minma. Ever since you left Mount Myaboku last time, it's been exactly 23 days since you visited. Grandma's been talking about you non-stop, wondering why you never come back to see her." Gamakichi said. Minma chuckled. "Haha, sorry about that. A lot of things came up, so I've been delayed. Once I get through this busy spell, I'll come visit Mount Myaboku again. I'll have to trouble Master Shima for more of her delicious cooking." "Oh, right, Gamakichi. I actually called you today because I need your help with something." Gamakichi waved his hands hastily. "You flatter me, Lord Minma. Whatever you need, just say the word. All the toads of Mount Myaboku would go through fire and water for you." "Ha, it's not that serious," Minma replied with a laugh. "Here's the thing. We're in the middle of the Chunin exams, and this is the second round, a 5-day wilderness survival exercise. But we didn't bring enough food, so I'd like to ask Mount Myaboku for some help with supplies." "No problem. I'll head back right now. Summon me again in half an hour, and I'll bring back enough food for everyone." Gamakichi thumped his chest confidently and prepared to end the summoning. Wait, Minma quickly called out, stopping him. "I have 2 teammates with me. Be sure to bring human food. Oh, and if Mount Myaboku has any sealing scrolls, could you bring one as well?" "Understood, Lord Minma. I've got all noted. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave for now." With that, Gamakichi formed a hand sign, released the summoning technique, and returned to Mount Myaboku. "Well, that takes care of the food problem." Minma turned to his 2 teammates with a relieved smile. Sakura and Sasuke exchanged glances, surprised at how this summoning technique could be used. "Isn't this kind of cheating? After all, this is supposed to be a survival test," Sakura said, a little worried. But Minma just shrugged. "Who said you can't order takeout during a survival exam? Besides, before the test, Ibiki Marino made it clear, anything goes." Sakura and Sasuke thought about it, and realized he had a point. They relaxed and sat down to rest. Half an hour later, Minma used the summoning technique again. This time, 2 toads appeared. Gamakichi had a scroll strapped to his back, while the other, a toad as tall as an adult human, carried a large box, which, unsurprisingly, was packed with food. Gamakichi set down the scroll and the box. "Lord Minma, here's the food and the sealing scroll you asked for." "Thanks, Gamakichi," Minma replied warmly. "Once I finish this exam, I'll head to Mount Myaboku. I'll bring some delicious treats for you and Gamariu when I go." Minma said cheerfully. "Hey, thank you, Lord Minma. Please, enjoy your meal. I'll take my leave now. If you need anything else, just summon me anytime." Gamakichi replied. "All right, Gamakichi, take care," Minma called out as Gamakichi, along with the larger toad, vanished in a puff of smoke. Minma then called over Sasuke and Sakura, and together they opened the box. Inside, there was a wide variety of food, neatly organized from bottom to top according to their shelf life. Each of them took a portion from the top, and then Minma sealed the remaining food, along with the box, into a scroll. Sealing techniques are really convenient, Sakura said, a note of envy in her voice. No worries, I'll teach you sometime, Minma replied offhandedly, shoveling food into his mouth. Before long, the three of them had eaten their fill and buried the leftover trash in the earth, covering their tracks without much thought for the environmental impact. After resting for a while, the trio carefully continued their journey toward the central tower. Not long after Minma and the others had left, three ninjas suddenly appeared at the spot where they'd been. Judging by their headbands, they were also from the Hidden Leaf Village. All three were dressed similarly, their faces concealed by sunglasses and masks, making it impossible to see their true identities. One of them approached the spot where Minma had just buried the trash and used a kunai to dig it up again. He pinched a bit of food waste, still warm to the touch, and turned to the others. It's still warm. They just left, he reported. One of the ninja's expressions changed instantly, and he shouted, "Watch out! Get away from there now!" The ninja, digging through the trash, reacted swiftly. Almost at the same instant his teammate shouted, he used a body flicker, vanishing from the spot. With a deafening boom, a massive fireball and cloud of smoke erupted as an explosion tore open a large crater in the ground. Oomph. They buried an explosive tag under the trash. Ruthless, thought the ninja, who'd narrowly escaped the blast, bristling with indignation. All right, they can't have gotten far. Let's go after them now. Oomph. They dare to trick us? Once we catch up, I'll make them pay, snarled another. The three of them vanished in a flash, racing after Minma and his friends. Far ahead, Minma's face darkened when he heard the explosion. He turned to Sasuke and Sakura and said, "Not good. The explosive tag I planted was triggered. The enemy has found our previous location. We have to pick up the pace." Sasuke and Sakura nodded and immediately quickened their steps. Not long after, Hinata and her team, having heard the explosion as well, arrived at the scene. The moment they landed, they saw the large crater left by the blast. Hinata's expression turned serious, and she nodded too. Kiba Inuzuka understood what Hinata meant. Forming hand seals with both hands, he activated the secret technique of the Inuzuka clan. The scents in the air were gathered and analyzed one by one. There was the smell of human sweat, traces of leftover food, and the smoky tang left by the explosion of paper bombs. These odors mingled together, so much so that an ordinary person wouldn't be able to distinguish anything. Most wouldn't even notice them at all. But this posed no challenge for someone from the Inuzuka clan. Kiba's nostrils flared slightly as he exchanged quiet words with Akamaru, his black canine companion. Before long, he reached a conclusion. Our direction is correct. These are Minma and his team's scents. Their scent is faint, so they must have been gone for a while. Besides the three of them, I also picked up the scent of three other ninja heading toward the central tower. Hinata, check if they're chasing after Minma. Hinata nodded gently at his words, then turned toward the direction Minma and the others had departed. Forming hand seals, she called, "Out, Byakugan!" Instantly, the world before her transformed into a web of black and white lines that appeared vividly in her mind. About 600 meters ahead, there are three people, tall, larger builds, not Minma and his group. I don't see any other figures within a kilometer ahead, so Minma should already be far away. Let's go, we'll catch up first. With that, Hinata set off at a sprint, rushing directly toward the direction where she'd seen the ninja. Kiba and Shino exchanged a look and immediately followed her. Meanwhile, Minma, Sasuke, and Sakura were darting through the woods. Suddenly, Sasuke's expression changed as he leapt along the branches at the front of the formation. He kicked hard against a tree trunk, abruptly shifting his direction and shouting, "Watch out, it's an ambush!" Before he finished speaking, a kunai shot towards Sasuke like lightning. With his Sharingan activated, Sasuke tilted his head to dodge, and the blade struck the tree trunk with a heavy thunk. Minma and Sakura hurriedly stopped, taking cover behind the tree trunks just like Sasuke. "Minma, I can't see where the enemy is," Sasuke called out loudly. "Got it, leave it to me." Ninja art, multi-shadow clonejutsu. With a rapid series of pops, a dense army of Minma clones appeared in every direction. "Hey, come out," thundered countless Minmas across the hills and forests. No matter how many times you witnessed it, this scene was always overwhelming. Sasuke and Sakura gazed at the sea of Minma clones, still awestruck. "Found him." Suddenly, one of the Minma clones on the ground was burst apart, revealing three ninja who had been lying in wait. Their foreheads bore as symbol two mirrored lightning marks. These must be from the village hidden by the waterfall. The three Takigakure ninja stood back-to-back on the ground, kunai at the ready, braced for battle. Staring at the endless army of Minmas, regret flooded their hearts. Originally, they had planned to use Lady Fu's scale powder to hide themselves perfectly, ambush from the shadows, and snatch a forehead protector before making a quick escape. The plan up to this point had gone rather well, and as luck would have it, 3 Leaf Village brats who looked fresh out of the Ninja Academy had walked right into their trap. Wasn't this the perfect opportunity to teach them a lesson? But who could have guessed these Leaf kids were so formidable? First, the little leaders spotted their ambush and dodged what should have been a sure-hit sneak attack. Then, another kid, like some kind of monster, created a whole army of real, physical clones and, with brute force, shattered the effect of their concealing scale powder simply by touching them. How were they supposed to fight against this? Sasuke, Sakura, there are more enemies coming up behind us. Let's finish this quickly. Minma called out to the other two. He then melted into the crowd of his own clones and charged straight at the 3 hidden waterfall ninjas. Chaos erupted on the forest floor. At first, the waterfall ninja managed to smash a few of the clones, relying on their superior strength. But as more and more Minma clones surrounded them, their fists alone were no longer enough. In no time at all, the 3 of them were lying battered and bruised on the ground. Minma sent one of his clones to collect the ninja headbands from the defeated waterfall ninja, then handed them out to Sakura and Sasuke, who had already jumped down from the trees. Only then did he release the shadow clone jutsu. A flood of memories rushed back to him in an instant. Minma's head spun. He staggered and barely managed to steady himself against a tree, nearly collapsing right there. Are you okay? Sasuke and Sakura hurried over, concern etched on their faces. I'm fine. It's just that too many memories hit me all at once, so I'm a little dizzy. I'll be all right in a moment, Minma said, forcing a wry smile as he shook his head vigorously and pressed his fingers hard into his temples. No wonder the multi-shadow clone jutsu is considered forbidden. The side effects really are something else. Maybe we should rest for a bit before we go on. We've already got the headbands, after all, Sakura said, noticing the strain on Minma's face. No need, I'm really okay. We have to leave this place immediately. There could still be pursuers on our trail, Minma insisted, pounding his head twice to clear it and refusing Sakura's suggestion. Sakura and Sasuke exchanged glances. Sasuke nodded, then walked over to Minma, turned his back, and crouched down. Get on. I'll carry you, he offered. Minma shook his head. I'm fine, I can walk on my own. To be honest, his head was still spinning a little, but he knew that in this tangled, branch-filled forest, being carried would only make things worse if they were ambushed. Neither of them would be able to dodge properly. Are you sure you're all right? Sakura asked, worry in her voice. I'm really fine now. Let's get going. Minma replied firmly. Just as they were about to set off, a sinister voice sounded from behind, dripping with malice. Well, where do you think you 3 little mice are off to? The 3 of them spun around, alarmed. Standing above them were 3 ninja, each wearing a Leaf Village headband and hiding their faces behind sunglasses and masks, looking down with cold, mocking eyes. That's enough talking. Let's get this over with. The leader barked out an order. Understood, brats. Prépare tout dit. Ninja a shuriken shadow clone technique. One of the ninjas flung several shuriken, which whistled through the air at breakneck speed toward Minma and his friends. Sasuke gave a dismissive smirk. Did they really think a handful of shuriken could hurt them? How naive. But the moment Minma heard the jutsu's name, his face changed dramatically. He shouted, We can't block this. Defend yourselves. Without hesitation, he formed hand seals. Wind style, great breakthrough. Summoning every last drop of chakra he could muster, Minma poured it all into the jutsu. A tremendous whirlwind roared forth from his palms, sweeping up to meet the incoming shuriken. Just as expected, under Sasuke and Sakura's shocked gaze, the enemy's shuriken split. 1 became 2, 2 became 4, and in the blink of an eye, they multiplied into thousands, sealing off every possible escape route. Fortunately, Minma reacted in the nick of time. His great breakthrough unleashed a blast of wind that scattered most of the shuriken coming straight at them. The few that slipped through were swiftly shot down by Sasuke's keen aim. Minma gasped for breath, chest heaving, while Sasuke and Sakura took up positions in front of him, kunai drawn and ready to defend. Well, not bad at all. The Konoha ninja, seeing their jutsu thwarted, didn't seem upset. Instead, he clapped his hands and offered a mocking compliment. Sasuke glared at the 3 enemies, his Sharingan eyes blazing. It's only the first day, and you're already attacking your own village's ninja. Don't you think that's going a bit too far? His answer came in the form of another enemy jutsu. Water-style water bullet. A high-pressure sphere of water shot toward them like a cannonball. Earth-style earth wall. Sakura, who had been watching their opponents intently, spotted the hand signs and instantly responded with her own defensive technique. An explosion echoed through the air as water sprayed in all directions. The mighty earth wall crumbled under the force of the water bullet. But behind the shattered wall, Minma and his friends were nowhere to be seen. Deep in the woods, the three sped away as fast as they could. Why are we running? I still have plenty of tricks on my sleeve. Sasuke grumbled as he carried Minma on his back, clearly frustrated. All his life, Sasuke had never once backed down from a fight. Minma glanced over his shoulder, making sure their pursuers weren't following, then panted. A battle's only worth fighting when your opponent doesn't want to fight. Right now, it's obvious they came prepared, and we know nothing about them. It's wiser to avoid the fight for now. Suddenly, a chill shot down Minma's spine, setting every nerve on edge. He didn't have time to think. Look out, Minma shouted, shoving hard against Sasuke's back to push him aside, while using the momentum to knock Sakura away as well. Fortunately, Myanmar reacted in time, otherwise the kunai, flying from behind, would surely have pierced right through them. The three, having lost their balance, crashed into the tree trunk, snapping countless branches before tumbling to the ground. They didn't even have time to cry out in pain. The moment they hit the ground, they gritted their teeth and rolled into the bushes to hide. The three-leaf ninjas from before suddenly appeared with swift movements, landing on the tree trunk. The leader saw the broken branches and ordered, "They're hiding nearby. Find them." "Yes, sir." Myanmar and Sakura crouched in the bushes, peeking through the gaps in the leaves. Sasuke was hiding on the other side, but his spot was poorly chosen. The sparse undergrowth provided little cover for his body. Sure enough, it didn't take long for Sasuke to be discovered. After a burst of intense scuffling, Sasuke was dragged out, his arms twisted painfully behind his back. One of the leaf ninjas held a kunai to Sasuke's throat, keeping him perfectly still. Another ninja placed his hand on Sasuke's shoulder. Such a simple gesture, but Sasuke's defiant look instantly changed to one of terror. He cried out in panic, "What kind of jutsu is this? Why are you draining my chakra?" Hearing this, Myanmar's heart clenched. The ninja world's version of the chakra absorption technique? I remember now. He can absorb an enemy's chakra with his bare hands. Always wears sunglasses and a mask. This must be Akato Yoroi, one of Orochimaru's men. Wait, that's not right. The other guy with sunglasses is Ken Misumi, I know that. But who's the leader? Black hair, no glasses but wears sunglasses. He's not Kabuto Yakushi. So who is he? Hey, you two brats. If you don't want this kid to die, come out quietly. Ken Misumi shouted toward the woods, while his two teammates prowled nearby, eyes scanning for any sign of Myanmar and Sakura. "Myanmar, Sakura, don't come out no matter what. I'm the heir of the Uchiha clan. They won't dare do anything to me." Sasuke shouted. "Damn it, shut your mouth." Ken Misumi seethed at Sasuke's words, his anger flaring. Suddenly, a sinister idea struck him. He did something mysterious, and his body seemed to lose all its bones, twisting and coiling around Sasuke like a snake. "If you don't come out, I'll break every bone in this kid's body, one by one," he threatened, tightening his grip. Sasuke's arms were wrenched at a grotesque angle, the pain so excruciating that he couldn't help but scream in agony. Seeing this, Myanmar whispered urgently to Sakura, "Sakura, in a moment I'll attack and draw the other two ninjas' attention. Take the chance to use your inner decapitation jutsu. Drag both Sasuke and that ninja into the ground." Sakura nodded gravely, signaling her understanding. Myanmar took a deep breath. This time, he couldn't rely on the multi-shadow clone jutsu. The enemy could unleash large-scale attacks. So clones would be of little use and would only leave him with a splitting headache afterward. He would have to use that technique instead. Everything would depend on this one move. Suddenly, Minma sprang to his feet, forming hand seals at lightning speed. Wind-style, vacuum bullets. High-pressure spheres of air, each one sharp as a bullet, shot from Minma's mouth and hurtled toward the lead ninja and Akagane Yoroi. But their opponents were no easy targets. Akagane Yoroi leapt deftly aside, dodging Minma's attack, while the lead ninja, calm and composed, sidestepped the air bullets with practiced ease. Yet Minma's true intention lay elsewhere. As he launched his attack, Sakura seized the opportunity. Using Earth Style, hiding like a fish, she slipped beneath Sasuke and grabbed his ankle, then unleashed Earth Style. Headhunter Jutsu. At that critical moment, Kenmichiru swiftly slid off Sasuke and leapt away to a safe distance. Sakura wasted no time. She immediately released the jutsu and, hoisting Sasuke, dashed to Minma's side. Minma, having finished his attack in one breath, stopped to catch his own, then asked Sasuke with concern, "Are you all right? Did you get hurt?" Sasuke separated himself from Sakura, flexed his joints, and replied, "Nothing serious. My chakra's been drained, though, so I'll have to rely on taijutsu for the rest of the fight. Understood. Things are about to get rough, and I might not be able to watch your backs. Be careful, both of you, Minma said, standing protectively in front of Sasuke and Sakura, alert and ready. Worry about yourself, Sasuke grunted in reply. Right. Sakura, you take on that slime monster, just don't let it get close. Sasuke, the one who drains chakra is yours, but don't let him touch you with both hands. I'll handle the leader. Enough talk, let's go. Sasuke charged straight at Akage Yoroi without hesitation. Hey, Minma and Sakura tried to stop him, but it was too late. With no other choice, they each moved to face their own opponents. The Uchiha clan truly lived up to its reputation as Konoha's first family. Even without his Sharingan or fire style, Sasuke's Uchiha-style taijutsu was formidable. Wielding a kunai like a sword, his moves were both bold and unpredictable, quickly putting Akage Yoroi on the defensive. Sakura was no slouch either. With her mastery of water and earth-style jutsu, she left Ken Michiru scrambling to dodge her relentless attacks. Seeing his teammates holding their own, Minma gathered his focus and turned to face the leader of the enemy ninjas. Ninja art, vacuum bullets. A barrage of high-pressure air bullets forced the enemy leader to dodge again and again. Minma pressed in, kunai flashing as he launched a flurry of attacks, punctuated by sudden knee strikes and powerful tackles. Fighting with wild, unpredictable ferocity, as if sheer chaos could topple even the mightiest foe. The enemy on the other side remained utterly unruffled, meeting every move with calm precision. Whenever an attack came, he countered it with a perfect response, blocking, dodging, retaliating, each maneuver dissolving Minma's blows with impeccable timing. Seizing a brief opening in Minma's assault, the ninja hurled a punch straight at Minma's face. Minma hurriedly pulled back his arm to block, just managing to raise his guard before the heavy fist crashed down. The sheer force of the strike sent Minma flying backward, forcing him to retreat and widening the gap between them. No sooner had they separated than the ninja stretched out his palm toward Minma. Without any hand signs, he unleashed a jutsu, water style. Surging wave palm. A massive torrent, like a tidal wave, surged toward Minma. He sprang high into the air, just evading the crashing water below. Still airborne, Minma twisted his hand forcefully over his navel, breaking the 4-symbol seal. Instantly, an overwhelming surge of chakra flooded his meridians. Without hesitation, Minma bit his finger, drew on part of that immense chakra, and quickly formed a series of hand seals. Ninja art. Summoning jutsu. With a thunderous boom, a gigantic toad, tens of meters tall, erupted beneath Minma's feet. Its colossal body snapped nearby trees like twigs and sent clouds of dust billowing into the air. The toad's skin shimmered with a purplish red hue. In its right hand, it wielded an enormous steel trident, its tip bristling with spikes like a spike club. In its left, it held a massive shield, though to anyone watching, the shield looked suspiciously like a giant bowl. This was no ordinary toad. It was none other than Gamaken, one of the legendary 3 brothers of Mount Myaboku. Joe, Lord Minma, what's the occasion for summoning the great Gamaken? Gamaken's voice boomed with cheerful bravado, completely unlike the humble and polite Gamaken from the original world. But there was no time to dwell on that. Minma pointed at the trio of enemies and called out, Gamaken, I need your help. Hold off those 3-leaf shinobi, the ones with the masks and sunglasses. Wahaha, leave it to me. Gamaken bellowed, swinging his steel trident down with crushing force toward the 2 ninjas locked in combat with Sasuke and Sakura. Chikane and Kin Misumi leapt away, dodging in quick succession until they landed beside their leader. Seizing the moment, Sasuke and Sakura retreated. In a flash, dashing to take cover at Gamaken's feet. Minma jumped down and called out, Sasuke, Sakura, let's go. Gamaken, we'll leave this to you. No problem. As long as I'm here, not a soul will get past. Gamaken thumped his chest with his shield-wielding hand, the promise ringing out loud and clear. Minma and his companions exchanged glances and nodded in silent agreement before sprinting off in the direction behind Gamaken's massive form. Thunderous crashes echoed behind them. Gamaken was swinging his trident like a giant mallet, hammering away at the 3-leaf ninjas as if he were playing a game of whack-a-mole. Blast it! Is dodging all you know how to do? Gamaken roared after them. Stand still for a second and let the great Gamaken get one good hit in. Gamaken kept roaring in fury. Truly, having a toad as large as Gamaken chase after ninjas famed for their agility in the forest was like sending a tractor after a rabbit. Plenty of power, but nowhere to use it. Sorry, Gamaken, but please just hold out a little longer. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Huh, what the? With style ninjutsu. Who are you really? Af, so much pain. Master Minma. I can't hold on any longer. I'm heading back first. With a thunderous boom, Gamaken vanished in a massive cloud of smoke, returning to Mount Mayaboku. Minma, sprinting ahead, heard Gamaken's final words and felt a jolt of alarm. What? So soon? Wait, what did Gamaken just say? With style? With style? How can it be with style? Could it be that Hashirama Senju didn't die after all? No, if it really were Hashirama, the three of us wouldn't have a prayer of escape. The answer was becoming clear. The leader of those ninja must be the only surviving recipient of the wood-style cell transplant. Yamato? Of course, he wouldn't be called Yamato yet. As a Konoha shinobi mixing with the likes of Swordmaster Michiru and Akado Yoroi, Orochimaru's spies, he must still be with the Foundation, so his codename should be A. But if Yamato's story has changed, then maybe Akado Yoroi and Swordmaster Michiru aren't Orochimaru's spies after all. Still, one thing was certain. They were definitely from the Foundation. No wonder something fell off. What kind of fellow villagers would attack to kill without a word of greeting? This wasn't about stealing forehead protectors. This was outright murder. Thoughts whirled through Minma's mind, but his feet never slowed. Just then, Hinata Hyuga and her team arrived at the scene of the recent battle. Gazing at the devastated ground but finding no sign of Minma or the others, Hinata's anger erupted. She shouted furiously, "Bastards! What have you done to Minma?" 8 trigrams, air palm. Kiba and Shino, seeing Hinata attack without hesitation, quickly followed suit, launching their clan's secret techniques at the 3 who had dodged Hinata's strike. Fawn over fawn. Secret technique. Insect sphere. With a resounding crash, a plume of smoke rose into the air. When it cleared, Kiba and Shino had Akado Yoroi's arms pinned behind his back, forcing his face into the dirt. Hinata stood with one foot on Akado Yoroi's head, her Byakugan glaring fiercely at A and Swordmaster Michiru. If you don't want your comrade to die, you'd better talk. What have you done with Minma? Suddenly, chaos erupted. A seemed completely unconcerned for Akado Yoroi's fate. Raising his palm toward Hinata's team, he unleashed a flurry of twisting wooden tendrils, striking out like venomous snakes. Hinata gasped in shock. What? Damn it. Shino, Kiba, get out of the way. However, something inexplicable happened to Shino and Kiba. They both collapsed weakly to the ground, unable to stand. Seeing this, Hinata clenched her teeth and, with a swift, decisive step, positioned herself protectively in front of them. 8 trigrams palms, rotation. She unleashed the Hyuga clan's unique and absolute defensive technique, further empowered by the main family's Byakugan, offering flawless coverage in every direction. A massive sphere of swirling chakra shattered the incoming wooden spikes, shielding all 3 perfectly at its center. When the rotation faded, Hinata turned her head slightly and asked, "Hey, are you two all right? Are you hurt?" "We're fine," Shino replied. "That ninja can absorb chakra, Kiba, and I let our guard down and fell for his trick. But don't worry, my insects drained his chakra in return and injected him with neurotoxin. He's just as incapacitated as we are." Relieved by this, Hinata glared angrily at the nearby Ka and shouted, "Hey, how could you be so ruthless even to your own teammates?" Ka's tone was icy as he replied, "Captured alive by the enemy. What a useless fool. If a failure like that dies, so be it. As for you, you're defensive. Jutsu just now was impressive, but it must have cost you a lot of energy. I'd like to see how many more times you can manage that." With those words, Ka extended his hand again, unleashing a barrage of sharp wooden spikes toward Hinata and her friends. Behind them, the sounds of battle echoed once more. Noodle Mask's expression shifted. He focused intently, listening. Fawn over fawn? 8 trigrams palms? Rotation? That's bad. It's Hinata's team. He quickly signaled for a halt, and both Sasuke and Sakura leapt to his side, looking at him in confusion. Noodle Mask explained, "Hinata and the others have run into that group from earlier. There's no way they can handle them alone. I have to go back and help. Sakura, take Sasuke and head straight for the central tower. I'll catch up as soon as I can." "What the hell? What do you take us for?" Sasuke shouted angrily. "That's right. We're going with you." Sakura protested, her face clouded with concern. "I'm not joking," Noodle Mask said urgently. "Those ninja are here for us. Their goal isn't to steal our headbands. They're out for blood. All the more reason for us to go together." Sasuke said seriously. He dug into his ninja pouch, pulled out a soldier pill, and chewed it determinedly. "My chakra's coming back. I can't fight." Sakura met Noodle Mask's gaze with the same stubborn resolve. Noodle Mask sighed, then spoke sternly. "All right, but you must be careful. And one more thing. What happens next is top secret. Even if the Hokage himself asks, You can't say a word. Understood. Sasuke and Sakura looked puzzled but nodded. Noodle Mask placed a hand over his navel and loosened the second layer of the four-symbol seal. A torrent of Six Tails chakra surged forth, gathering behind him and forming a single, foaming red tail. Under the astonished gaze of the two, Minma reached out and placed his hands on their shoulders. "Don't resist," he whispered. Slowly, red chakra spread over their bodies, and Sasuke and Sakura felt their empty meridians and dantian gradually fill up with chakra. The Minma brand power bank at your service. When the chakra replenishment was complete, Minma sealed the second layer of the four-symbol seal and set off with the two of them, hurrying back the way they had come. "If you had this kind of move, why didn't you use it earlier?" Sasuke couldn't help asking as they rushed along. Minma thought for a moment and replied, "If I told you the answer to that, the other four great nations would probably put us on their hit list. Are you sure you want to know?" Sasuke and Sakura were startled. They quickly shook their heads and fell silent. In the clearing of the Forest of Death, Hinata stood gasping for breath, holding the stance of the 8 trigrams palms as she faced Ka and Ken Misumi. Her chakra had nearly run dry after several uses of the rotation technique. Although Hinata and her team were not targets in this mission, as a root ninja, Ka had no qualms about killing a few extra people. "Still got some fight left? Then let's see how you handle this next move. Secret technique, Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu." As Ka finished speaking, countless shuriken whistled through the air toward Hinata and her team. "Bro, no, I don't have enough chakra." 8 trigrams, 32 palms. Hinata braced herself, feet in a bow stance, moving with a fluid grace, stepping, flicking, raising her legs, sleeves swirling, spinning seamlessly. Her hands danced like butterflies among flowers, striking down the incoming shuriken just in time. But human strength has its limits. No matter how advanced the technique, there are always gaps. No matter how agile the body, there are always attacks that cannot be dodged. Faced with a barrage that left no opening, Hinata could only barely protect her head and vital organs. When the attack finally ceased, several shuriken were embedded in her thigh, blood streaming down. The searing pain forced Hinata to collapse onto the ground. Hinata. Behind her, Kiba and Shino struggled to rise, only to collapse again, groaning weakly on the forest floor. Ka looked down at the three of them, his voice cold. "Boring. I'll end this with the next blow." He drew a kunai and flicked it at Hinata with lightning speed. Hinata's eyes widened, but the wounds on her legs and her exhaustion left her helpless to dodge. She could only watch as the kunai drew nearer. "Ha! Even at the end, I don't know if Minma is safe." What a bitter regret. At that moment, another kunai shot through the air, knocking Ka's weapon aside. "Give me your heart and soul." 2 Minmas burst onto the scene behind Ka and Ken Misumi, shouting as they arrived. Ken Misumi was struck by a Rasengan, sent spinning through the air, and crashed into a tree trunk, his fate uncertain. Yet a truly lived up to his reputation as an elite root ninja. At the critical moment, he dodged the attack with a swift substitution technique. After the attack landed, Minma's clone burst into smoke with a soft poof and vanished. "Are you alright, Hinata?" Minma shielded Hinata, standing between her and his gaze locked on their opponent. "You bastard! How dare you hurt Hinata? I'll make you pay with your life." Sasuke and Sakura also leapt out from the shadows. It had been Sasuke who, a moment ago, had thrown a kunai to block the deadly blow aimed at Hinata. Only the eyes and skills of the Uchiha clan could have pulled that off. Sakura rushed to Hinata's side and quickly checked the wound on her leg. After a brief inspection, she called out to Minma, "It's just a surface wound. Not life-threatening, but we can't let it drag on. It needs to be treated right away." Hearing this, Minma let out a sigh of relief. "That's good. Sakura, you take Hinata to the back and start treating her. Sasuke, you protect Kiba and Shino. As for that piece of trash over there, leave him to me." I glared at Minma, completely ignoring the actions of Sasuke and Sakura. For some reason, he felt this kid before him was no longer the same as a moment ago. There was an ominous aura rising from Minma, one that even made A's heart tremble. It was as if he was no longer facing a newly minted genin, but a terrifying, ancient beast. Minma bit his finger, gathered nearly all his chakra, and slapped his hand against the ground. Ninja art, summoning jutsu. With a rapid succession of booms, a thick cloud of smoke exploded across the battlefield, and dozens of toads of all shapes and sizes appeared. "Hey, Minma-chan, why'd you summon even the old lady this time? And wait, why did you call out so many toads?" "Sage Shima, there's no time to explain. Help me take down our enemy first. Aren't you supposed to be taking the Chunin exams in the Leaf Village? What are you doing summoning such a massive force just to deal with a few genin?" Sage Shima asked in confusion. Sage Shima, He's no genin. He's a ninja from the Leaf's Root Division. He's trying to kill me. Minma shouted. Oh, is that so? Sage Shima's expression darkened, and she barked out her orders. Gamma Bunta, Gamako, Gamakin, Gamatatsu, Gamakichi, Gamahiro, Gamagoro, Gamahoshi, get in there. Bring it back alive. I want to see who's pulling strings behind the scenes and sending him to assassinate Minma. At her command, a tide of toads surged toward A. Some wielded massive blades, others brandished their bulging fists, a few lashed out with vine-like whips, while others flung shuriken, like seasoned ninja. Faced with this onslaught, A fought with everything he had. Using the wood style inherited from Hashirama Senju, he barely managed to fend off the attacks. But holding out forever was impossible. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before he was defeated and captured alive. Minma watched as he struggled desperately, wounds multiplying on his body. And just then, something completely unexpected happened. A massive club swept in from the distance, forcing back the group of toads, led by Gamma Bunta, and rescuing Jia. Immediately after, a number of masked Leaf Village shinobi appeared, launching an assault against the toads. Taken by surprise, several toads were injured and had no choice but to retreat to Mount Mayaboku. Seeing this, Gamma Bunta flew into a rage. After sheathing his blade, he executed a swift and powerful draw cut, his enormous sword carving a wide arc that felled the surrounding trees and forced the attacking shinobi to retreat. Sage Shima leapt onto Minma's shoulder and shouted angrily into the shadows. Who goes there? Why are you attacking the allies of Mount Mayaboku? A figure slowly emerged from the darkness. The newcomer wore a tight black combat suit, a ninja cap, and his face was marked with age spots and deep wrinkles. A white goatee adorned his chin. The sides of his hat were protected by layered green armor plates, and an extra-long guard strap hung from the back. His shoulders were fitted with silver armor that connected across his back, with a kanji 4 root was inscribed. 2 vertical ninja tool pouches were strapped. To his back, a purple sash cinched his waist, and netted guards covered his forearms and lower legs. His right arm bore additional layered green armor. There was no mistaking it. The newcomer was none other than Sarutobi Hiruzen, the leader of the Leaf's Root Division and clan head of the Sarutobi family. Facing Sage Shima's challenge, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied in a cold, gravelly voice. Humph. I should be the one asking. Why are toads from Mount Mayaboku attacking Leaf shinobi within our own village? Minma exploded with anger at these words. How dare you accuse me, when you were the one who sent assassins after me first? The nerve. Sage Shima's expression grew grave as she glanced at the root shinobi lurking in the shadows, realizing this conflict would not be easily resolved. She hopped down from Minma's shoulder, formed a series of hand signs, and unleashed the reverse summoning jutsu. With a resounding bang, Jiraiya instantly appeared at the scene. Disoriented from the sudden summoning, Jiraiya quickly took in his surroundings. The Leaf shinobi, led by his former master Sarutobi Hiruzen, were locked in a tense standoff against the toads of Mount Mayaboku. What is going on here? Jiraiya's face darkened as he turned to Sage Shima. Sage Shima hopped onto Jiraiya's shoulder and quickly explained the situation. What? Is this true? Jiraiya's expression grew grim as he looked to Minma for confirmation. Minma nodded, signaling that Sage Shima's words were indeed accurate. Jiraiya turned to face his former teacher, his emotions conflicted. Sensei, did you really order an assassination attempt on Minma? Hiruzen scoffed, his voice icy. I have no idea what you're talking about. My patrol, and I happened upon the toads from Mount Mayaboku attacking Leaf shinobi, so we stepped in to save them. That's all. Liar. It was your shinobi who attacked Lord Minma first. Gamma Bunta, always hot-tempered, could no longer hold back and snapped in protest. I can't be bothered to waste words with a beast like you, Sarutobi Hizashi said with disdain. What? Gamma Bunta's fury erupted as he heard this, and he hefted his great blade, ready to strike. Bunta, calm down. He's just trying to provoke you into attacking. Jiraiya's sage toad, Shima, bellowed. Seeing that the Toad clan wasn't falling for his bait, Sarutobi Hizashi snorted coldly and waved his hand. Instantly, 2 ninja stepped forward, intending to seize Ken Misumi and Akagane Yoroi. Hold it. No one is going anywhere until we've cleared things up. Minma sprang forward, blocking Yoroi and standing face-to-face with the root ninja. Sasuke followed his lead, leaping to Misumi's side and holding a kunai to his throat. And who are you? Why should I have to answer to you? Sarutobi Hizashi fixed Minma with a frosty glare. I am Jiraiya's student, the son of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, the contract holder of Mount Mayaboku, and the very target of your assassination plot. Minma Namikaze. Minma declared boldly. Oh, so you're Jiraiya's apprentice. Even Jiraiya wouldn't dare speak to me like that. What gives you the right to question me? Sarutobi Hizashi sneered. Minma's face darkened at these words. The arrogance was unbearable. As Minma pondered how to demand justice, a voice cut through the tension. If Minma isn't qualified, then perhaps I am? Everyone turned toward the voice and saw the third Hokage, Shimura Danzo, approaching slowly with a cane, trailed by a squad of AMBU masked like wild beasts. Well, Lord Third Hokage Danzo, what brings you out here instead of sitting in your office? Sarutobi Hizashi eyed Danzo. Haha, and aren't you Lord Hizashi, head of Root, also out here? If Root can come, surely the Hokage himself may do the same, Danzo retorted with a cold chuckle. Surely you jest, Lord Danzo. I'm here because of an intelligence report. An external enemy has infiltrated the Death Forest. And lo and behold, I arrived to find toads from Mount Mayaboku attacking Konoha Ninja. Hizashi said. That's not true. It was, Minma shouted, trying to explain. Enough. Danzo cut him off with a wave, signaling that he would take charge. I, too, received a report. Supposedly, an enemy disguised as a Konoha shinobi entered the Chunin exams to assassinate our next generation. That's why I brought the ANBU unit. With that, Danzo walked over to Akagane Yoroi, who lay sprawled on the ground, and pressed his cane against Yoroi's face, grinding it back and forth. So, I presume this is the enemy, Danzo declared. Then, turning a cold gaze on Sarutobi Hizashi, Danzo stated, I've never seen this man in Konoha's genin records. Don't tell me he's one of your Root operatives? Hiruzen Sarutobi was just about to respond when Danzo cut him off, saying, I advise you to think carefully before you speak. The promotion standards for Chunin in the Foundation are different from those for ordinary shinobi. They neither need to, nor should they, participate in the Chunin exams. Hiruzen Sarutobi fell silent for a long moment before finally saying, They are Foundation shinobi, here on a secret mission. What secret mission? Danzo pressed relentlessly. Was this mission authorized by the Hokage's office? Hiruzen Sarutobi said nothing. Danzo continued, Since you refuse to explain, I'll just take them back with me and ask them myself. Hiruzen hurriedly objected, No, that won't do. They are Foundation shinobi. By rights, they should be taken by the Foundation. Moreover, when the second Hokage established the Foundation, he made it clear that it must maintain its independence. Not even the Hokage has the authority to interfere in the Foundation's internal affairs. This was indeed true. Back when the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, took power, the ANBU under the Hokage's direct command had fallen under Uchiha control. The Uchiha clan, bearing a deep-seated grudge against the Senju, would naturally never obey Tobirama. So Tobirama created the Foundation to assume the role of the ANBU. Yet he also worried that, after his death, the Uchiha might seize the Hokage's seat. If that happened, the Uchiha would control both the Foundation and the ANBU, amassing overwhelming power. To prevent this, Tobirama limited the Hokage's authority over the Foundation and gave it greater autonomy. Simply put, the appointment and dismissal of the Foundation's leader required both the Hokage and his advisors. As for the Foundation's internal matters, the leader had full authority. Even the Hokage could not intervene. Danzo remained silent. What Hiruzen had said was indeed the truth. The Foundation enjoyed a high degree of autonomy, to the point that even he, the Hokage, had no right to interfere. He could force his way in if he wished, but he dared not set such a precedent, lest it bring endless trouble in the future. Seeing Danzo at a loss for words, Hiruzen smiled and said, Well then, may I take them back now? Since Danzo simply stood there without blocking the way, Hiruzen waved his hand, signaling his men to bring Akado Yoroi and Tsurugi Misumi back. Hold it right there. Jiraiya stepped forward to block them. Are you telling me we're just going to let the attempted assassination of my student slide? And what about the toads of Mount Mayaboku? Your people injured them too. They're still alive, aren't they? Hiruzen replied coldly. Besides, yes, my people hurt the toads of Mount Mayaboku, but didn't those toads injure my men first? So the toads are allowed to attack, but I can't fight back? You. Jiraiya was so infuriated by Hiruzen's shameless words that he was left speechless. Naruto was equally enraged, but he forced himself to keep calm and said, Lord Hiruzen, just now you said your subordinates came to the Forest of Death on a secret mission, right? Hiruzen Sarutobi simply watched Minma with cold eyes, saying nothing. So, in other words, they're carrying out their mission as genin exam candidates. But before the exam, it was made clear that all candidates must stay in the Forest of Death for 5 full days, and your subordinates signed the waiver for this. You're not going to deny that, are you? So what? Hiruzen replied with scorn. Minma let out a cold laugh and explained, The rules for the Chunin exams were set by the second Hokage. Since you sent people to participate, you're bound to follow the rules he established. That means your subordinates have to stay in the Forest of Death for the full 5 days. So, you can't take them away just yet. That's right, Danzo declared, bringing the matter to a head. What happens en route isn't my concern, but since your subordinates gave up their status as root shinobi to join the Chunin exams, I have every right to intervene. Hiruzen was furious, turning to Danzo and roaring, Danzo, are you really going to oppose me? It was you who opposed me first, Hiruzen. Danzo shot back, refusing to back down. What if I insist on taking them back today? Hiruzen pressed. Then go ahead and try if you dare. The two leaders stood face to face, tension crackling in the air. Their root subordinates eyed each other warily, ready to draw steel at a moment's notice. Seeing the standoff, Minma couldn't help but smile. He knew that if he did nothing, Hiruzen would likely act on impulse and lead Root into a bloody clash with everyone present. If that happened, he himself might be able to survive, especially with the help of the toads from Mount Myaboku and Jiraiya. But Hinata, wounded as she was, and Kiba and Shino, who had lost the ability to move, might not make it out alive. He couldn't just stand by and watch them die for the sake of his own pride. Patience, patience, he told himself. He had to endure. But the more he tried to hold back, the angrier he became, and the more he backed down, the more he felt. He was losing. Damn it, Hiruzen Sarutobi had already dumped all this mess on his head, and now he expected him to keep swallowing his anger? Enough of that. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention to him, he gave Sasuke a subtle hand signal. 3, 2, 1. Without hesitation, he plunged a kunai straight into Akado Yoroi's chest and twisted it hard. Akado jerked a few times, then slumped over, motionless. Blood spattered across Minma's face, giving him a fierce, murderous air. At the same moment, Sasuke slashed Meiching's throat with his sword. All right, Lord Hiruzen, now you can take them away. Minma stood up, a faint, mocking smile playing on his lips as he looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen was so enraged his lungs nearly exploded. His face was ashen as he barked an order to the root operatives behind him. Arrest these two traitors who killed their fellow villagers. You dare. Jiraiya and Danzo were equally shocked by Minma's actions, but they both immediately stepped forward to shield Minma and Sasuke. A cold, angry chuckle escaped Hiruzen Sarutobi. Heh, so these two brats killed Leaf Ninja right under your noses, and you still want to protect them? Minma, that was reckless. Jiraiya scolded Minma in a low voice, yet he remained firmly in front of him. Minma was deeply moved, but he only shook his head, stepped out from behind Jiraiya, and faced Hiruzen with an unreadable expression. What crime have I committed? Ha, ha, ha ha ha. Hiruzen barked out a laugh, as if he'd just heard the world's most ridiculous joke. He glared at Minma with venom. You killed your fellow villagers in cold blood. For that alone, I could have you executed on the spot, and you still have a nerve to ask what you did wrong. Minma put on an exaggeratedly puzzled look. Huh, but this was during the exam. Hiruzen's face grew dark. You kill your fellow Leaf Ninja, and still think you deserve to continue the exam? Oof. You'd better cool your heels in prison first. Minma lifted a finger and wagged it gently at Hiruzen, speaking with a tone of regret. I'm afraid that won't do. Before the exam, we all signed waivers acknowledging the risk of death, and the rules clearly state that participants may use any means necessary to seize each other's forehead protectors. So, in order to pass, I had no choice but to kill them for their protectors. I acted entirely within the rules. How can you justify arresting me for this? Finishing his explanation, Minma looked at Hiruzen with a face full of regret. Twisting words. Hiruzen roared in outrage. They'd already lost the will to fight, and I'd made it clear I was taking them away and pulling them out of the exam. When did the Hidden Leaf ever decree that a ninja can't kill a defenseless enemy? Minma replied, his face expressionless. If they dare to come after my life, they should have been prepared to lose theirs. Such a sharp tongue. Hiruzen sneered, a cold smile on his lips. Let's see how much you have to say when you're brought before the council. Then he barked at his subordinates. What are you all standing around for? Go and arrest those two brats now. Danzo stepped forward, blocking Minma's path. Danzo, what do you think you're doing? Hiruzen growled, glaring at him. Danzo replied unhurriedly, Minma is right. During the Chunin exams, candidates are allowed to do whatever it takes to pass, including killing, if necessary. He paused, his tone sharpening. And if you insist on taking Minma away, then I'll have no choice but to take those two bodies to the Yamanaka clan for a memory search. Let's see if they were really acting under your orders when they tried to assassinate Minma. You. Hiruzen Sarutobi's face was clouded with gloom as he fixed his gaze intently on Danzo's eyes. Danzo, in contrast, remained calm and composed, meeting Hiruzen's stare without a hint of emotion. Oof. Let's go. In the end, Hiruzen chose to compromise, signaling his subordinates to take the two corpses and leave. The moment Hiruzen departed, Minma could hold back no longer. He dropped to his knees and retched violently. It was hard to blame Minma. Even after living through 2 lifetimes, this was the first time he had ever killed someone. The realization that a life had ended by his own hand, enemy or not, sent a numbness through his limbs and made it difficult to breathe. The thrill he'd felt when the kunai-pierced flesh was now replaced by a miserable sense of nausea. Nearby, Sasuke was faring no better, clutching a tree trunk as he dry-heaved. Sakura, after finishing bandaging Hinata's wounds, hurried over to Sasuke and gently patted his back to comfort him, though her worried eyes kept darting over to Minma. Jiraiya crouched down beside Minma, patting him on the back and grumbling, "Honestly, did you have to do it yourself?" As he spoke, he pulled a drink from his ninja tool pouch and handed it to Minma. Minma took it and gulped down a mouthful, only for his face to twist in surprise. "Alcohol?" He shot Jiraiya a look, rinsed his mouth with the liquor and spat it out, then took another big swig before complaining, "Why is this alcohol?" Jiraiya chuckled, clearly amused. "You've killed people now, but you can't handle a little alcohol?" At those words, Minma's expression darkened. He forced a bitter smile and said, "I had no other choice back there. Besides, killing those two was the best way to calm Hiruzen down." Jiraiya grinned slyly. "You killed the old man's men and call that calming him down? You're quite something. Tell me, why do you say that?" His eyes were full of curiosity and a touch of mischief. At that moment, Danzo walked over and, unconcerned with the dirt, sat down cross-legged behind Minma. "Minma," he said, "I'd like to hear your explanation as well. Can you clear things up for me?" Minma gave a strained smile. "Lord Hokage, please don't tease me. Even if others can't see through it, surely you can?" Danzo neither agreed nor disagreed. He simply nodded and said, "No matter. Go on. Let's see how the genius with the mind of a Hokage, as Kakashi puts it, thinks about all this." Minma managed a faint smile. "You flatter me, Lord Hokage. I'll just share my humble opinion, and, if I'm mistaken, please correct me. First of all, there's no way Hiruzen Sarutobi would have handed those 2 ninja over to you, Lord Hokage. Am I right? If he did, and you managed to interrogate them and learn that he was the mastermind behind all this, his situation would become precarious. He might even lose his position as the head of the Root Division. Once Hiruzen Sarutobi realizes his position is threatened, he's very likely to act like a cornered animal, fighting you tooth and nail, Lord Hokage. But Konoha simply can't withstand such turmoil right now. What's more, we're in the middle of the crucial joint Chunin exams with several other nations. We can't afford a conflict with Hiruzen Sarutobi at a time like this, especially when we're completely unprepared." "That's true." Danzo nodded in approval, then asked, "Since that's the case, why didn't you just hand those 2 over to him?" "Because those 2 attacked our squad and Hinata Hyuga's squad, and they intended to kill us. If I don't eliminate them now, our parents and the clans backing us will unite and pressure you, Lord Hokage, demanding that you punish Hiruzen Sarutobi. The Hyuga clan, the Uchiha clan, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, the Inuzuka clan, the Aburame clan. If these forces join hands, even you, Lord Hokage, can't ignore their demands. If you agree to their request, the conflict between the Hokage and the Root Division will intensify, risking an all-out civil war. If you refuse, your authority will inevitably be undermined. And that's exactly what Hiruzen Sarutobi wants to see. Therefore, only by killing those 2 Root Shinobi can our clans let the matter rest, and your prestige remain intact. Likewise, only after they're dead will you be able to agree to Hiruzen Sarutobi taking away their bodies, without forcing him into a desperate, destructive confrontation." Danzo made no comment, simply gazing at Minma in silence. After a long pause, he let out a heavy sigh and said with a note of genuine feeling, "Minma, your words fill me with both comfort and shame. Comfort, because Konoha clearly has a future. Shame, because my failings as Hokage have forced some of your age to wrestle with burdens you should never have to bear." Minma smiled softly and offered reassurance. "You flatter me, Lord Hokage. It was my own immaturity that caused you trouble. Please forgive me for that." "There's no need to comfort this old man," Danzo replied, shaking his head as he stood up. "The exams aren't over yet. Go and focus on them. As compensation for failing to protect you, I'll make time to teach you some things after the Chunin exams are finished." With that, Danzo turned and departed with the ANBU at his side. Minma quickly stood and called out loudly to Danzo's retreating back, "Thank you, Lord Danzo. Once Danzo was gone, Jiraiya looked at Minma and said with a sigh, "Now, I finally understand why the great Toad Sage named you the Child of Destiny, the one who will bring change to the ninja world. But after killing those two, trampling on the old man's pride like that, aren't you afraid you've made a lifelong enemy?" Myanmar spoke in a calm tone. "Ever since he sent people to kill me, our enmity was set in stone. Master Jiraiya, do you believe me? Even if I do nothing, Hiruzen Sarutobi will keep sending assassins after me. That's just human nature. When someone realizes they owe another person, deep down, they wish that person would just disappear. Master, do you really think Hiruzen Sarutobi will let this go?" Jiraiya was in a difficult position. On one side was the teacher he owed so much to, and on the other, his most promising student. Being caught between the two was truly hard for him. Still, after a brief moment of contemplation, he made his decision and said to Myanmar, "Don't worry, Myanmar. If he dares to make another move against you, then I'll have no choice but to commit the unthinkable and turn against my own master." Myanmar smiled at these words and replied, "Trust me, master. I won't let you bear the guilt of betraying your teacher. Well then, I should get ready for the exam, and you should go get some rest. Oh, and if you have some free time, you might want to look into what your old friend Orochimaru is up to. Among the two ninjas I killed, one of them had undergone a peculiar body modification." "What?" Jiraiya was taken aback. "Orochimaru's body modifications? Oof. I'll be sure to have a serious talk with him." Myanmar then walked over to Lady Shima and apologized sincerely. "I'm truly sorry, Lady Shima. Because of my reckless decision, the toads of Mount Mayaboku got hurt. Once the Chunin exams are over, I promise to apologize to everyone at Mount Mayaboku in person." Lady Shima shook her head. "What are you saying, Mima-chan? This was never your fault. It's all because of that Hiruzen Sarutobi. I knew from the start he was no good. But Mima-chan, you really ought to visit Mount Mayaboku soon. The great Toad Sage has mentioned you several times already. And remember, if you ever have any ideas or ambitions, go ahead and chase them boldly. Mount Mayaboku will always have your back." Myanmar nodded, gazing into the depths of the forest, clenching his fist tightly. "Hiruzen Sarutobi, as long as you live, I'll never have a peaceful night's sleep." After seeing off Jiraiya and the toads from Mount Mayaboku, Myanmar made his way to Hinata. The right leg of Hinata's trousers had been cut off at the thigh by Sakura, leaving her looking much like Kanzaki, Kori from the world of Tora Majitsu. Her wound had already been treated with medical ninjutsu and carefully bandaged. Still, to avoid reopening the injury, it was best not to move around too much. "Hinata, can you still walk?" Myanmar crouched down, looking at her with concern. "Don't underestimate me. This little injury is nothing. I won't let it slow me down," Hinata replied, rising to her feet by supporting herself on her uninjured left leg and taking a few limping steps. But seeing the sweat pouring down her face from the pain, Myanmar quickly helped her back down to sit under a tree. "Hey, Shino, Kiba, have you two recovered yet? Hinata probably can't walk any farther. You'll have to carry her." Mima turned to look at Shino and Kiba, shouting loudly. "Of course." Shino answered just as loudly, but as soon as the words left his mouth, he caught the deadly look Hinata shot at him. Swallowing the no problem that was about to escape his lips, he quickly changed his tune. "Actually, that won't work, Minma. Sorry, Kiba and I haven't recovered yet. At best, we can walk on our own, but we really can't carry Hinata. Minma, you're the good guy here. Why don't you help out Hinata?" "Yeah, Minma. Remember, Hinata only fought those ninja because she came looking for you." Kiba chimed in from the side. "So that's how it was?" No wonder. With their team's reconnaissance skills, even if they couldn't defeat the root ninjas, they could have easily avoided them from afar. There was no reason for them to rush headlong into the enemy's range. So it was all to find me, which means Hinata got hurt because of me. The realization filled Minma with guilt. He faced Hinata apologetically and said, "I'm so sorry, Hinata. Those ninja were after me. You got caught up in this because of me." Hinata shook her head. "I know the difference between right and wrong, Minma. But what about you? You killed those two ninja to avenge me, and now you've made an enemy of the root leader. Are you sure you're okay with that? Or should I talk to my father and have the Hyuga clan step in and take the blame for you?" Minma smiled, gently refusing Hinata's offer. "No worries, I can handle this myself. No need to trouble the princess of the Hyuga clan. Oh, right, Hinata, this is for you." As he spoke, Minma pulled out the forehead protector he'd taken from the Taki ninja and handed it to Hinata. "Take this to the central tower." Hinata shook her head. "No need. We already got one ourselves." "Oh," Minma was a little surprised. "You guys are pretty capable." Hinata turned her head away, a little haughty. All right, since that's settled, let's head to the central tower together." Minma called Sasuke and Sakura over, asked their opinions, and decided to bring Hinata's team along. After all, Hinata wouldn't be able to fight for a while, and Kiba and Shino couldn't recover their chakra in such an unsafe environment. If he left them behind and something happened, the three of them would be in real danger. Let's get going. Minma called to everyone, then scooped Hinata up in his arms and strode forward. Hinata gasped in surprise, letting out a startled little cry. She tucked her right hand against her chest and clung tightly to Minma's collar with her left. Who said you could carry me like this? Hinata shrank into his arms, her face burning red with embarrassment. I can't just leave you there alone, can I? Minma replied. You could at least carry me on your back. Your leg is injured. Carrying you is the only way to avoid pulling at your wound. Then why didn't you warn me ahead of time? I wasn't prepared for this at all. Silly. How could I possibly give you advance notice for something like this? Well, either way, you can't just carry me like this. So, should I put you down then? No, you mustn't. Minma strode forward in long, purposeful steps, cradling Hinata in his arms, while Shino and Kiba followed behind, exchanging knowing glances and grinning at each other. Thanks to the exceptional reconnaissance skills of Hinata's team, they managed to avoid encountering any other ninja squads all the way until dusk. As evening approached, the group selected a relatively open area, set up warning traps around their perimeter, and settled down on the ground to rest. Minma produced a storage scroll, took out some food, and shared it with everyone. After their meal, each person found a spot and sat down to rest. To avoid attracting the attention of enemy ninja, they refrained from lighting a fire and arranged to keep watch in pairs throughout the night. Hinata and Sakura would take the first watch, Shino and Minma the second, and Kiba and Sasuke the last. Once the three boys had moved off to one side and drifted off to sleep, Sakura came over to Hinata and gestured for her to extend her right leg. She was going to change Hinata's bandages. As Sakura unwound the bandages, a soft green glow emanated from her hands, gently covering Hinata's wound. After a while, Sakura withdrew her healing chakra and said, "The wound is completely healed now. Tomorrow, you'll be able to move around just like normal." Unlike her usual strong and assertive demeanor, Hinata immediately picked up on the hidden meaning in Sakura's words. Your leg is healed now, so don't even think about using it as an excuse to stay in Minma's arms tomorrow. As Sakura finished gathering up the old bandages and turned to leave, Hinata suddenly grabbed her wrist and asked, "You too?" Sakura understood right away. Hinata was asking if she liked Minma as well. Sakura neither replied nor denied it. Hinata understood. Silence meant yes. Sakura tried to pull her hand free, but Hinata held on tighter, whispering softly, "Let me have him. Don't compete with me. In return, I'll lead the entire Hyuga clan to fully support you in becoming Hokage." Sakura finally wrenched her hand away, rubbing her wrist gently. With a gentle voice, she replied, "The Hyuga clan is powerful and influential, and you, as the Hyuga heiress, have everything you could ever want. Why fight someone like me? A girl who has lost both her parents and has nothing? Then let's each rely on our own abilities." Hinata replied with pride. "So be it," Sakura answered calmly. The rest of the night passed without another word between them. Only the chorus of unknown insects in the forest kept them company until morning. The next day, after a good night's sleep, the group washed up quickly and ate a simple breakfast, getting ready to head for the central tower. Minma, noticing Hinata moving about freely, couldn't help but ask, "Your leg's all better now?" Sakura treated me last night. I'm fully healed now," Hinata replied. Of course, she could have pretended her wound hadn't closed and let Minma keep holding her, but her pride wouldn't allow her to put on an act in front of Sakura. "Then why are you still wrapped up in bandages?" Minma asked, pointing to the fresh bandage on Hinata's thigh. "There's a scar on my leg. It looks terrible. I'm just covering it up with the bandage," Hinata answered lightly. Minma simply acknowledged this and turned to call everyone to move on. The group advanced toward the central tower in a triangular formation. Minma led at the front, with Hinata and Sakura following close behind. At the rear were Kiba, Shino, and Sasuke in turn. Sensing a completely different atmosphere from yesterday, Kiba and Shino soon started exchanging meaningful glances and playful expressions. Shino thought, "Hey, what's up with the boss lady? She's been wearing that cold face since this morning." Kiba replied, "How should I know?" Shino suggested, "Why don't you go ask her?" Kiba retorted, "No way. I'm not walking into trouble. You go if you want." Shino refused. "I'm not going either." Sasuke, unable to watch their antics any longer, scolded them in a low voice. "Hey, you two idiots. Watch where you're going." Just then, the sounds of a battle erupted ahead. Minma quickly signaled for everyone to stop and glanced back at Hinata. Hinata nodded, leaping to a higher vantage point and forming a hand seal. "Byakugan," With the activation of the Hyuga's secret art, everything ahead came sharply into focus for her. This is bad. It's Sensei Yamashiro Aoba's team, 10 up ahead. That's Choji Akimichi's squad. They're fighting enemies 1, 2, 3, 9 of them in total. Team 10 situation doesn't look good. They seem to be under heavy pressure. Hearing this, Minma called out to the others, "Let's go help them." The group hurried off in the direction of Team 10. At the same time, Karen Uzumaki, one of those attacking Team 10, suddenly sensed a group of ninja rushing toward them. The chakra of the one in the lead was enormous. "Someone's coming. Let's get out of here," Karen shouted, not bothering to keep up the assault as she led her 2 teammates in retreat, fleeing across the battlefield. TCH, the 2 remaining teams of genin were clearly displeased with Karen's sudden withdrawal, but since their alliance was just a loose coalition of minor villages, it was pointless to expect real loyalty. "Good riddance. Fewer people to split the headbands with," muttered a genin from the land of tea. "Hurry up, quit the chatter, let's finish this quickly," barked another from the land of hot water. With Karen no longer tying them down, the pressure on Team 10 eased dramatically. Choji, finally able to fight freely, unleashed his strength, his fists enlarged by partial expansion jutsu, swinging like mighty hammers with bold, sweeping strikes that forced the enemies to keep their distance. Shikamaru Nara's battle acumen was no less impressive. Shadows danced chaotically across the ground, weaving in and out like nimble serpents in perfect sync with Choji Akimichi's attacks, cornering the enemy and forcing them to leap and scramble for safety. Ino Yamanaka, however, struggled to keep up with the pace. Her clan's secret jutsu required the target to be still or at least restrained, so she could do little more than stand by and occasionally lob a handful of shuriken, contributing where she could. As the Leaf Ninja fought with mounting vigor, a ninja from the hot water village, panting between heavy breaths, spat out bitterly, "Humph, if that wretched woman hadn't escaped, we would have taken down those leaf good-for-nothings by now. Once we finish them off, I'll make sure to take out all my anger on that leaf kunoichi. Don't any of you dare try to stop me." Just then, chaos erupted. Minma appeared out of nowhere, dropping from above and stomping down hard on the hot water ninja's head, driving his face into the dirt. "With a filthy mouth like that, let me fix it for you," he said, voice sharp with disdain. Around them, Sasuke and the others stood or leaned casually as they tossed over 2 more unconscious hot water ninjas, blocking off the retreat for the Tea Country shinobi as well. Seeing that things had taken a dire turn, the Tea Country ninja quickly huddled together, standing back to back and facing off against the 9 Leaf Ninja. "So, is this how Leaf Ninjas fight? Ganging up with numbers?" the leader of the Tea shinobi shouted, sweat beading his brow as he glared at Minma. "Oh, that's not what you said when the 9 of you were bullying our Leaf comrades just a moment ago," Minma replied with a grin, his tone light but mocking. "Oomph. 1 against 3 isn't a sure win, but when it comes to running away, Tea Country is second to none." "Is that so?" Minma smiled, flipping a kunai in his hand with easy confidence. The Tea Ninja leader drew another kunai from his pouch, gripping it tightly before his chest as he scanned the ring of Leaf Ninja, eyes sharp and wary. Suddenly, he threw his kunai aside, dropped to his knees, and shouted at the top of his lungs, "I surrender. Half the loss is mine. And please, spare the face when you hit." Even with all his experience across 2 lifetimes, Minma had never encountered anyone so quick to grasp the situation. Amused, he turned to Choji and the others and asked, "Well, what do you think? Should we accept their surrender?" Choji, having returned to his usual size, though if anything, he seemed even thinner than before, exchanged a glance with Shikamaru and Ino. "Let's not drag this out. Give them a good beating, take their forehead protectors, and let them go," he said. At that, Minma pressed his foot harder, grinding the hot water ninja's head further into the mud, then flashed a menacing grin at the Teen Ninja. "You know what to do now, don't you?" The 3 Teen Ninja nodded frantically, hastily untying their forehead protectors and tossing them over to Minma. Then, they curled up on the ground, bracing themselves for the inevitable. Choji and Shikamaru stepped forward and proceeded to give the 3 a thorough beating. Ino covered her mouth to stifle a giggle and walked slowly over to Minma's side, saying, "Thank you, Minma-kun. If you hadn't arrived in time, we would have been in real trouble." At her words, Minma smiled and handed Ino the 3 forehead protectors from the land of Tea's ninja. "Don't mention it, it was the right thing to do. If you really want to thank someone, thank Hinata. If her Byakugan hadn't spotted you, we wouldn't have gotten here so quickly." "Minma-kun, you're far too modest," Ino replied with a gentle smile. Then, pointing at the ninja from the hidden hot water village pinned under Minma's foot, she added, "Minma-kun, if you don't let this guy go soon, he might not make it." "Oh, sorry. I forgot about him for a second. I'll let him go right now. With a flick of his foot, Minma rolled the hot water ninja over and explained, "Don't worry, he's not dead yet. The hidden hot water village worships a heretical god. Their vitality is far greater than that of ordinary ninja. They're not so easy to kill." Ino shook her head and smiled, saying, "Whether they live or die isn't my concern. I just don't want you, Minma-kun, to be consumed by a desire for bloodshed." Minma was touched by her words. "Don't worry, I know my limits." I've always believed in you, Minma." Ino replied cheerfully. Not far away, Hinata and Sakura observed Ino and Minma chatting with easy smiles, and both frowned. "Hey, Sakura, she's quite the rival too, isn't she?" "Yeah. Aren't you two good friends? Then why don't you go warn Ino and tell her to keep her distance from Minma? Why don't you go yourself?" TCH, with a dismissive click of her tongue, Hinata turned and walked away. Neither of them were fools. They knew that such a clumsy tactic would not only fail, but might also make Minma dislike them. Minma took the 3 forehead protectors from the hot water ninja, stuffed them into his ninja tool pouch, and called everyone to head toward the central tower. "Hey, why are you taking so many forehead protectors? Don't we already have enough?" Sasuke, nearby, couldn't help asking. "It's simple," Minma explained. "If we leave them behind, someone else might pick them up, and then we just have another group of competitors. Plus, now that the hot water ninja have lost their protectors, they'll go all out trying to steal from other teams. That helps us by thinning out our enemies. Isn't that a good thing?" "Oh, I see. Still, Minma, how come I never noticed you were this devious before? Get lost. This is called being clever. Thank you very much." With that, the group of 9 set off grandly toward the central tower. Along the way, they didn't encounter any other ninja. After all, anyone who'd survived this long hadn't done so by being foolish. If anyone wanted to steal forehead protectors from Minma's group, they'd better think twice about whether they had the strength for it. As they approached the central tower, Minma signaled everyone to stop. It was time for a short break to recover their strength. Secondly, it was also to scout ahead and avoid being ambushed near the tower by enemies. The saying goes, 90 miles is only half the journey, and Minma had no intention of failing at the final hurdle. Hinata leapt up into a tree, activated her Byakugan, observed for a while, then dropped down and walked over to the group. She reported, "Just as Minma predicted, there are 3 ninja teams near the tower. 2 teams are hiding in the shadows, just like us. The last one is blocking the tower's entrance directly." "How strong are they?" Choji Akimichi asked. "The 2 teams in hiding are average, but the team blocking the entrance is powerful. There's one among them carrying a gourd on his back. His chakra feels extremely sinister." Hinata explained. "That's right," Shino Aburame added. "My insects are also sending back a sense of dread. Looks like we've got a formidable enemy on our hands." "Kiba, you sense it too, don't you?" Kiba didn't reply, but glanced down at Akamaru in his arms. Akamaru's little black paws covered his eyes, his nose buried in Kiba's chest, and his body was trembling uncontrollably. Everyone understood. This gore-bearing ninja was clearly not to be trifled with. Minma knew exactly who they were talking about. Yes, it was that little panda from the land of wind. "Gaara, is there any way to slip past them?" Sasuke asked. "I'm afraid not." Hinata shook her head. "I just saw. All the tower entrances are blocked by sand. I guess it's the work of that team guarding the door. Looks like we've got no choice. There's going to be a fight," Sasuke said, cracking his knuckles in anticipation. "Hold on, Sasuke, don't rush in." Minma stopped him. "Let's try negotiating first. Fighting should always be the last resort." "That's right. Maybe they'll be reasonable," Sakura chimed in, agreeing with Minma. So the group discussed their plan and decided that Minma's team would approach to negotiate. If talks broke down, Team 8 and Team 10 would jump in to support them right away. Minma, along with Sasuke and Sakura, walked slowly toward the tower's entrance. There they saw Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro standing guard at the east, south, and west entrances, respectively. Every entrance to the tower, even the windows, was sealed tightly with sand. "So, someone finally showed up?" Kankuro, who was the first to spot them, called out excitedly. Hearing his voice, Temari and Gaara quickly joined him. "Hey, you 3 from the Leaf Village. If you want to get inside the tower, hand over a forehead protector. We only need 1, so the other 2 can still continue the exam. What do you say? Not a bad deal, right?" Kankuro called out to Minma's team. The 3 exchanged glances, puzzled. "Are you charging a toll?" "You could put it that way." Kankuro scratched his cheek awkwardly. "Why don't you just take someone else's forehead protector? You all look pretty strong." Sakura asked. "It's all because of my little brother. He doesn't like fighting with others. Honestly, he's got so much power, but he just hates conflict." Temari complained. "I'm sorry, Temari, for causing you all this trouble." Gaara mumbled apologetically. "Oh, it's nothing. After all, you're my little brother. Temari ruffled Gaara's hair, her voice full of affection. Then she turned to Minma and said, "So, have you made up your mind? Who among you is willing to hand over a forehead protector?" Minma smiled and gave a quick signal behind him. In a flash, Hinata and Ino's teams leapt out from their hiding places and positioned themselves behind Minma. "So, you think you can just force your way through because you have the numbers?" We're not that easy to deal with." Temari's expression hardened as she raised her iron fan in front of her defensively. Kankuro released his puppet as well. Hey, relax. That's not what we're here for." Minma waved his hands to show he meant no harm. "Hey, you, the one with the gourd. Could you pull your sand back? It's almost wrapped around my ankle." "Then what do you want?" Temari asked, her stance easing a little when she saw Minma and the others weren't trying to fight. "Well, how about this? We'll give you 3 forehead protectors, and you let us through. How does that sound?" Minma proposed. Temari considered this, then put away her iron fan and said, "All right, that works for me. We've been bored out here anyway. The sooner we get the forehead protectors, the sooner we can get inside." With that, Minma pulled out the forehead protectors he'd taken from the ninja of the Hot Springs village and handed them over to Temari. She was quite pleased and immediately told Gaara to remove the sand, blocking the entrance, letting Minma and his group enter the tower together. After all, even with Minma's teams, there were only 4 in total, far from the required 11, so there was no need for any conflict. Just as Minma was about to enter the tower, Temari called out to him. "Hey, you, the blonde guy over there. Hold up. What's up?" Minma turned his head, puzzled. "This is for my little brother. He wanted you to have it," Temari said, tossing something to Minma. He caught it in his palm and opened it to find a small gourd-shaped ceramic ornament, beautifully crafted. "Thanks." Minma waved to Gaara, who was half hiding behind Temari, only part of his face visible. Smiling, he said, "My name's Minma Uzumaki. What's yours?" Gaara shrank further behind Temari and didn't answer. "Haha, shy, huh? That's all right. Next time we meet, you can tell me your name." Minma didn't seem to mind at all. After waving his hand once more, he turned and walked away. Gaara clung to Temari's sleeve, lowering his head in distress. Temari turned around and hugged Gaara, gently stroking his head. "Honestly, Gaara, weren't you hoping to make friends with him? Why didn't you just introduce yourself openly?" she asked. "Big sister Temari, I can't. There's a monster living inside me. I'm afraid I might hurt him," Gaara replied in a hushed voice. Temari let out a quiet sigh. She said nothing more, only continued to softly pat Gaara's head, comforting him in silence. With Gaara and his companions entering the tall tower, the sand that had been blocking the entrance was also withdrawn by him. The 2 teams hiding outside the tower managed to slip in as well. One of them was a trio so insignificant that they hadn't even been given names in the first round of the exam. Who knew how they managed to snatch someone else's forehead protectors? The other was a group from the Grass Village, led by Karen Uzumaki. Unlike before, this Chunin exam did not include a preliminary round. Any Genin team that successfully cleared the second stage was qualified to participate in the final exam. By this point, a total of 7 Genin teams had passed the second stage. 4 from the leaf, 1 from the sand, 1 from the grass, and 1 from the land of mountains. That's right, those nameless, faceless ninja were actually Genin from the land of mountains, who had somehow survived the second round. Some people might not have heard of the land of mountains, but it did appear in the anime. Their ninja village is called Hei's Village, which once fought Konoha during the Second Great Ninja War, but was defeated. There was a ninja from Hei's village named Geno, who once infiltrated Konoha and planted explosive tags in key locations like the Hokage's office, the Ninja Academy, the Hokage Rock, and the hospital. 30 years later, Naruto discovered traces of these tags, causing a commotion in the village, only for it to be revealed that Geno had already let go of his grudge and had deactivated the tags long ago. These 3 nameless genin were, in fact, from Hei's Village in the Land of Mountains. After announcing that these 7 teams had passed the second stage, Ibiki Marino told everyone they could now leave the testing grounds. The third exam would begin in 1 month. As for him, he would remain in the central tower for the full 5 days, until time was up or until all 11 spots were filled. Once Minma and the others confirmed there were no hidden challenges left, they joined the rest and left the Forest of Death. Though the time spent there wasn't long, so much had happened unexpectedly that everyone in Minma's group needed to go home and recover their spirits. Konoha, Root Ninja Base, Hiruzen's office. Useless, Hiruzen spat, sitting in his chair as he hurled the teacup at Agent A's head. The cup struck hard, drawing blood, but Agent A remained kneeling, motionless. 3 of you, one of whom is even an experienced jonin, and yet you couldn't handle a few fresh academy graduates. What exactly do you think you're doing? Hiruzen Sarutobi's fury was like a raging fire. Drag these two useless corpses out and feed them to the dogs. Don't let them be an eyesore in front of me. Hiruzen rose to his feet, pacing back and forth with quick, restless strides. Suddenly, he kicked Armor hard, knocking him to the ground. Pointing a finger at him, he barked, "Tell me, how could you fail such a simple mission?" Armor, knocked over, scrambled up and resumed kneeling, bowing his head as he replied, reporting, "Chief, those genin weren't ordinary ninja. Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura already possessed the skills of Chunin. As for Namikaze Minma, he's even stronger. The chakra he displayed was so overwhelming. Even I felt afraid." "Nonsense. Even if he started training in his mother's womb, he couldn't possibly reach that level. Are you exaggerating their abilities just to shirk your responsibility?" Hiruzen scoffed at Armor's explanation. "Chief, I swear I'm telling the truth. Tell me, which ninja can summon dozens of toads from Mount Mayaboku in a single instant, including gigantic summoning? Beasts, towering tens of meters high? Even your own student, Jiraiya of the legendary Sannin, couldn't manage that, could he?" Armor hastily explained. At this, Hiruzen's expression softened. He nodded slowly, seeming to accept Armor's words. In addition, Namikaze Minma's chakra is strange. It doesn't feel like human chakra at all, but rather more like— Armor hesitated. "Like what? Speak," Hiruzen demanded sharply. "Like tailed beast chakra. Yes, that's it. The pressure, the sheer quantity. I'm certain it can only be tailed beast chakra." Armor replied, his tone resolute. "I see. So Kushina's control over the tailed beast chakra has reached such a level? She can even separate some of it for others to use." Hiruzen muttered, convinced he had unraveled the truth. "There's something else that struck me as odd," Armor continued. "What is it? Out with it." "It's that Namikaze Minma. He seemed to know why we were there. From the moment we appeared, he was on guard against us. And when he spoke with the toads, he immediately saw through our origins and intentions." Armor explained. "You mean to say—" A certain possibility flickered in Hiruzen's mind. "That's right, Chief. There could be a traitor en route. How else could he have known? And why did Hokage-sama arrive at such a perfect time? Why, when tension between us and the Hokage was at its peak, did Minma know that killing a Kadokai and Kinmi-sei would defuse the situation? Can a 12-year-old boy really possess that kind of political savvy? Or is there someone guiding him behind the scenes?" I continued to elaborate on the suspicious points he had uncovered. Sarutobi Hiruzen fell into deep thought, waving his hand to dismiss. Alone on a chair, he sat in silence, lost in contemplation. Danzo, was it him? Had he discovered my plan and come here to issue a veiled threat? Or could it have been Orochimaru? Was he the one who betrayed me? No, that doesn't fit. Even though I released Anko and those children from the orphanage, Orochimaru must know that I still possess the power to threaten them again. It likely wasn't him. Could word have leaked from the feudal lord's side? Has Danzo placed his own men around the lord as well? Round and round his thoughts spun, but no explanation presented itself. Uneasy, Sarutobi Hiruzen shifted in his seat, then stamped his foot hard in frustration. Instantly, a masked ninja appeared before him, a man known as Owl, his personal bodyguard and secretary. "Owl, what's the situation with Orochimaru?" Reporting to Lord Hiruzen, Orochimaru remains unchanged, spending all his time at the orphanage, watching over the children. So it's probably not him. Hiruzen muttered to himself, then asked, "What about the feudal lord?" Reporting, sir. The feudal lord says he's willing to cooperate with our operation. However, he also made it clear he'll only recognize your position if our coup succeeds. Should we fail, he'll deny any connection to you. Just as I expected. Hiruzen snorted coldly. Our feudal lord is as shrewd as ever. Well, once I become Hokage, his days as feudal lord are numbered. My lord, there's one more matter I must report. Owl interjected. What is it? Speak. This afternoon, Jiraiya went to see Orochimaru. The two talked for hours, and when Jiraiya finally left, he looked deeply troubled. What did they discuss? Reporting, sir. Our men dared not get too close, so we couldn't catch the content of their conversation. Hiruzen stroked the beard upon his chin. Forget about him for now. When the time comes, I'll find a way to distract him. I absolutely cannot let him ruin my plans. After the second round of exams, Minma returned home to find Kushina and Minato had already prepared dinner. As Minma pushed open the door and entered, Kushina turned and greeted him with a bright smile. "Welcome back, Minma." "Dad." The sight of Minato and Kushina broke Minma's composure at last. All the grievances he'd bottled up over the past days came rushing out, and tears welled up in his eyes. "Minma, what's wrong?" Seeing their son in tears, Kushina and Minato were instantly alarmed. They set down what they were holding and hurried over to him. What happened, Minma? Are you hurt anywhere? Kushina gently grasped Minma's shoulders, looking him over from head to toe, searching carefully for any sign of injury. Minma gently slipped free from Kushina's hand, then hugged her tightly around the waist, burying his head against her stomach. In a muffled voice, he replied, "Mom, I'm not hurt." Kushina held Minma's head close and comforted him softly. "All right, silly boy. With both your mom and dad here, if you ever feel wronged, you can always tell us, okay?" Minma shook his head, then looked up with a smile. "It's nothing, Mom. I'm just hungry. Let's eat first, all right?" After exchanging a glance, Kushina and Minato answered warmly. "Okay, let's have dinner first. Hurry and wash your hands." At the dinner table, Minma recounted his experiences during the Chunin exams. He boasted about how he turned the tide and showed his prowess in the first and second rounds, carefully leaving out the part about being targeted for assassination by the root ninja. Kushina and Minato listened to Minma's tall tales with gentle smiles, occasionally chiming in with a word or two. After dinner, Minma washed up and went to bed early. He was truly worn out from the past couple of days. When Kushina had finished washing the dishes, she walked into the living room and sat next to Minato. "Dear, don't you feel that something's off about Minma?" Minato looked puzzled. "Really? I didn't notice anything. Doesn't he seem just fine?" Kushina shot him a look, weary of his obliviousness, and explained, "Minma's seal has loosened, and some of the tailed beast chakra has leaked out. Also, there's a faint murderous aura about him. He hit it very well, but I sensed it with my Kagura mind's eye." "Amildruoha? You mean?" Minato realized the gravity of the situation. "That's right. Minma has killed someone. That's why he seemed a little strange today," Kushina replied. "But it was just a Chunin exam. Even if there were some scuffles, it shouldn't have escalated to killing. This isn't the Bloody Mist village from years ago. Could have been an accident. Here's what we'll do. Tomorrow, I'll talk to Izumo Kamizuki. He was a proctor for the first round and should know something. Kushina, you should speak with Mikoto as well. Her son Sasuke is on Minma's team. Maybe Sasuke mentioned something to her." Kushina nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, in his room, Minma lay on his bed, analyzing his current situation. To be honest, he couldn't understand why the root ninja would try to assassinate him. He hadn't exposed himself as someone from another world. After all, even though his talent and strength stood out far above his peers, he wasn't anywhere near being a threat to Hiruzen Sarutobi's position. What's more, the root ninja weren't just after him. They targeted Sakura and Sasuke as well. Why? Why would Hiruzen Sarutobi want us dead? What could he possibly gain from this? Could it be that Hiruzen Sarutobi's true purpose wasn't to kill us at all? That killing us was merely a means to his real end? If that's the case, then we weren't his primary targets. He was actually aiming at the forces standing behind us. But what exactly is his objective? In the original storyline of Naruto, every leader of Root desires to become Hokage. So let's assume that's Hiruzen Sarutobi's goal and analyze the situation from there. If Hiruzen wants to become Hokage, his first obstacle would be Danzo. So he must find a way to eliminate Danzo if he hopes to seize the title of Hokage for himself. But how does assassinating us connect to dealing with Danzo? Behind Sasuke stands the Uchiha clan. Sakura is the daughter of the fourth Hokage, a descendant of the heroes of Konoha. My teacher is Jiraiya, and my mother is the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. What ties all of these together? Thoughts whirled in Mime's mind, searching for the one thread that could connect all these pieces. Kill Danzo, kill Sakura, kill Sasuke, kill me. Plot against the Hokage, manipulate the Uchiha, use Jiraiya, exploit the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Mime, and he instantly understood Hiruzen Sarutobi's intention. To remove Danzo, the current Hokage, and secure the position for himself, Hiruzen chose to orchestrate the assassination of Team 7. There were many advantages to this plan. First, with Sasuke dead, the Uchiha clan would inevitably pressure Hokage Danzo to hand over the murderer. If Danzo failed to deliver justice or produce the culprit, resentment would fester between the Uchiha and the Hokage's faction, effectively clipping the wings of the current Hokage. Second, Sakura's death would severely damage Danzo's reputation. After all, if he couldn't protect even the orphan daughter of the fourth Hokage, the child of Konoha's hero, how could the people trust him to safeguard the village? Third, if Mime died, Kushina would be driven to despair and most likely lose control, causing the Nine Tails to rampage and inflict massive casualties on the Leaf Village. At that point, Danzo would face an impossible choice. Either sacrifice himself to suppress the Nine Tails and protect the villagers, or abandon the people and let the beast run wild until other ninja could subdue it. No matter what he chose, Danzo's career as Hokage would be finished. But wait, even if Danzo is removed as Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi still wouldn't automatically take the seat. Ah, now it makes sense. Except for Hiruzen, the only other candidates for Hokage are the 3 legendary Sannin of the Leaf. At that point, he could produce the corpse of Ken Michin and claim this was the assassin who targeted Team 7, with the soft body modification jutsu of Orochimaru's style. Even if Orochimaru tried to defend himself, no amount of explanation could clear his name. He'd be disqualified from becoming Hokage. The same trick could be used against Tsunade, using Jia's corpse, and would release as evidence. The blame could be shifted onto the Senju clan, effortlessly eliminating Tsunade's prospects for the Hokage position. As for Jiraiya, his disciple is dead, the disciple's mother died because of it, and the murderer is deeply entangled with his 2 best friends. How could he possibly still have the heart to become Hokage? Everything makes sense now. This must be how things really are. As this thought flashed through Myanmar's mind, a chill ran down his spine. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Oh, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Who would have thought you were hiding such a deep and sinister plot? What a vicious mind. What a devious plan. Bah, if it weren't for the fact that my own strength is decent, and that I happened by chance to gain the chakra of the 6 tails, you might very well have succeeded. But now I've seen through your plan, so don't even think about carrying it out any further. Hiruzen Sarutobi, you're finished. Kaguya herself wouldn't be able to save you, mark my words. The next morning, after finishing breakfast, Myanmar headed into the village to find Jiraiya. He needed to share what he had realized the night before and have Jiraiya report it to the Hokage's office so they could prepare in advance. Kushina and Minato also set out to find Mikoto Uchiha and Izumo Kamizuki to gather information. Walking through the bustling streets of Konoha, Myanmar wandered aimlessly like a headless chicken. The shopping district, nothing. The bathhouse, no sign of him. The barbecue restaurant, no luck. The Hokage's office, still nothing. Damn it. After searching the entire morning without finding Jiraiya, Myanmar found himself sorely missing the cell phone from his previous life. Once the Chunin exams are over, I must bring Kazahana Nuda here as soon as possible to start research and development. Living in the ninja world without a cell phone is just too inconvenient. Infinite Tsukuyami. I will create a ninja world with cell phones. As his thoughts wandered, the idea made Myanmar chuckle to himself. Just then, Jiraiya suddenly appeared right in front of him. Honestly, Myanmar, where have you been? I've been searching for you all morning. Yes, developing a cell phone is absolutely essential. So, you're saying Hiruzen Sarutobi might be coveting the Hokage position? That seems unlikely. He already holds a position second only to the Hokage. In Konoha, even if he became Hokage, what difference would it make? Myanmar had shared his suspicions with Jiraiya, who found them hard to believe. A true man born under heaven and earth. How could he content himself with being beneath another? The human heart is insatiable like a snake that would swallow an elephant. Especially those who already possess power. They always yearn for more. Myanmar replied. Jiraiya nodded, comparing this to what he knew of Hiruzen Sarutobi, and realized Myanmar's words weren't without merit. Then, as if remembering something, he continued, I went to see Orochimaru yesterday. He's the same as always, holed up in the Konoha orphanage and refusing to budge. But I noticed he seemed extremely tense. Any slight disturbance put him on edge. I asked him why, but he changed the subject. He's definitely hiding something. From me. Not even trusting an old friend. I really misjudged him. Myanmar let out a sigh upon hearing this. It's not that he doesn't trust you, he said, but rather that he dares not trust anyone. If I'm not mistaken, someone must have threatened him before, using the children from the orphanage. Otherwise, in the entire shinobi world, who else could make someone like Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, so frightened and ill at ease? Are you saying? Jiraiya began. Myanmar nodded. I'm afraid so. And there's another thing. Our Chunin exam's final round is scheduled for a month from now. Master, do you know why that is? Jiraiya stroked his chin. I think it's because the daimyos of the land of fire and the land of wind have been invited to watch the competition. The timing was set a month later to fit their schedules. Myanmar sighed again. That's precisely what worries me. Don't you think that person might use the daimyos as a pretext, seizing upon the opportunity to manipulate matters for his own ends? After all, his own son is serving as a guardian ninja by the daimyo's side. Jiraiya's expression grew grave. He found Myanmar's concerns reasonable. If that's truly the case, I must inform the Hokage and have him increase security. Myanmar, you should come with me and explain things in detail. Myanmar nodded and followed Jiraiya to the Hokage's office. After listening to Myanmar's report, Danzo's face turned serious. He pondered for a moment before saying, "What you've described is entirely possible. According to intelligence gathered by my directly controlled ANBU, Root visited Orochimaru's orphanage not long ago, selecting gifted children under the pretense of training them to become Root shinobi. But, looking at it now, the selection was just a cover. The true purpose was to use the children to threaten Orochimaru. I fear Orochimaru has already been forced, behind the scenes, to agree to certain terms set by Hiruzen Sarutobi. But without evidence, we can't confront Hiruzen directly. All we can do is wait, playing defense and watching for his next move. It's easy to guard against an open attack, but much harder to defend against one from the shadows," Jiraiya sighed. "Well, I'll leave this headache to you, as Hokage. If there's anything you need me to do, just say the word." "There's indeed something I need you to handle," Danzo replied. "You must find Tsunade and bring her back. With so many hidden currents in Konoha right now, every bit of extra strength we can muster means greater security." "Tsunade, huh? It's been quite a while since I last saw her." "All right, I'll go bring her back," Jiraiya agreed readily. "And I'll have to take Myanmar with me. Otherwise, I worry that person might try to harm him again." Danzo considered for a moment before nodding slowly. "Very well. Later, submit a report stating that you're taking Myanmar to Mount Myaboku for training and preparation for the exam a month from now. That way, Hiruzen Sarutobi won't suspect anything about your disappearance together." "What about Sakura?" Myanmar suddenly spoke up. "Sasuke has the protection of the Uchiha clan, so there's nothing to worry about. But Sakura is all alone, if someone were to go after her." "Don't worry, Myanmar," Danzo reassured him. "Assassinating Haruno Sakura alone wouldn't have much impact. Hiruzen Sarutobi wouldn't do something so foolish." Myanmar thought it over and realized Danzo was right. It was a simple logic he could understand, and he'd just let his concern cloud his judgment. Danzo added, "But just to be on the safe side, I'll have someone keep an eye on her." "Obito, Komein." In a swift motion, a masked figure appeared in the Hokage's office. It was none other than Uchiha Obito, the current head of the Umbu. "Obito, didn't your wife, Rin Noera, mention she discovered Sakura Haruno's remarkable talent for medical ninjutsu? Go tell Rin to keep Sakura by her side for the next month. That way, she can both teach her medical techniques and protect her openly. Also, put together the Umbu's latest intelligence on Tsunade's whereabouts and hand it over to Jiraiya." "Understood," Obito replied and disappeared in a flash. After giving these instructions, Jiraiya and Myanmar left the Hokage's office and started heading toward Myanmar's home. Jiraiya still needed to explain to Minato and Kushina that he would be taking Myanmar out for a while and remind them not to let anything slip. Minato and Kushina had already returned home early. They'd each heard about what happened during the Chunin exams from Izumo Kamizuki and Mikoto Uchiha. When Jiraiya arrived, Minato and Kushina welcomed him warmly. Hearing that Jiraiya planned to take Myanmar to find Tsunade, Kushina's face lit up with delight. "Tsunade is coming back too? That's wonderful. I can finally ask her about the In seal." "Kushina, Minato," Jiraiya said, his tone turning serious. "Put aside what happened with the Root ninja attacking Myanmar, at least for now. This isn't the time to settle that score, understand?" The two exchanged glances and nodded, signaling their understanding. After a night's rest at home, Myanmar set off with Jiraiya to look for Tsunade. Minato and Kushina managed to suppress their urge to storm Root's headquarters, choosing to wait until Jiraiya returned with Tsunade before making any moves. According to the latest Umbu intel, Tsunade had last been spotted in Tanzuka town. It wasn't far from Konoha. At a ninja's pace, it would take about 2 days to get there. On the road, Myanmar followed behind Jiraiya and asked, "Sensei, what kind of person is Lady Tsunade, the one who's also one of the legendary Sannin like you?" Jiraiya paused for a moment, a playful smile on his lips. "Why do you ask?" "Interested. Yeah. How should I put it? She's a rather tragic figure, really." Jiraiya stroked his chin and began to tell the story of Tsunade's life. Tsunade of the Senju clan. Her grandfather was none other than a legendary leader of the Senju, Hashirama Senju, who, along with Madara Uchiha, brought peace to a war-torn era. When it comes to Hashirama, his reputation is truly unrivaled. His mastery of wood release ninjutsu dominated the world of shinobi. Apart from the prodigious Madara Uchiha, there was no one who could stand against him. Even the name of the Hidden Leaf Village, Konoha, comes from his wood release. It's a shame that, due to irreconcilable differences in ideals, he eventually parted ways with Madara Uchiha, and after a legendary battle, his whereabouts became a mystery. Tsunade's granduncle was the second Hokage of Konoha, another remarkable ninja. He founded the Ninja Academy to train civilian shinobi, breaking the clan's monopoly over ninja resources. He created the Root Division to check the Hokage's power, and he developed hundreds of new jutsu, greatly enriching Konoha's arsenal of techniques. As for Tsunade's teacher, he was also my own, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Although he wasn't the most virtuous of men, there's no denying he was a top-tier ninja. Minma asked curiously. It sounds like Lady Tsunade ought to have had a wonderful life. Why do you say she's pitiful? Jiraiya let out a long sigh and continued. Ah, such is the impermanence of life. Fortune and misfortune are two sides of the same coin. Fate blessed Tsunade with an extraordinary lineage, but in turn, took all her happiness away. When Tsunade was just 3, her grandfather, Hashirama, was gravely injured battling Madara and disappeared without a trace. Though the first Hokage never spoke of it, anyone with eyes could tell that Hashirama had indeed defected. At 7, her granduncle, Tobirama, fell in battle on the fields of the Land of Lightning. Then war broke out and, one by one, her parents, her beloved, and her younger brother all perished, leaving Tsunade alone. Ever since, she left Konoha, the village of her sorrows, and wandered the shinobi world. Minma understood now. It seemed that Tsunade's fate in this world hadn't changed. She was still burdened by a star-crossed destiny. Wandering the shinobi world? That must have been difficult, living in poverty and all alone. Jiraiya chuckled. Well, not exactly. She's the finest medic in the entire shinobi world, a welcome guest in every nation. And she's not the type to wallow in self-pity. All these years, she's been perfecting her medical arts. I imagine she's reached even greater heights by now. Then why doesn't she return to Konoha? She says Konoha is a cage that binds her. Her medical skills, she believes, should serve the entire shinobi world. She even says she hopes that, one day, there will be no more sickness anywhere in the ninja world. Jiraiya sighed with admiration. Well, doesn't that sound like a noble dream? But Minma only sighed in response. Now I see why you said she's to be pitted, master. Lady Tsunade holds a lofty dream, but she cannot see the road that leads to it. No matter how long she walks, she remains at the same place. That's probably why Master thinks Lady Tsunade is to be pitted. Jiraiya smiled with a hint of meaning in his eyes. Maybe so, but in the end, she and I are the same kind of people. Tanzaku Street, a commercial district near the Hidden Leaf Village, is renowned throughout the shinobi world for its gambling and entertainment establishments. Rumor has it that even the daimyo of the Land of Fire has visited here, leaving behind a calligraphic inscription. The leaf lies east of Tanzaku, and I am even farther east than the leaf. Who will reach Tanzaku first? A cart full of moonlight, a cart full of wind. After 2 days of arduous travel, Jiraiya and Minma finally arrived at this famed haven of gambling and pleasure in the Land of Fire, Tanzaku Street. Though it's called a street, Tanzaku is actually as large as a small town. Once on the main avenue, Jiraiya led Minma into a modest-looking inn. After a brief rest, they went out to gather information about Tsunade. They visited taverns, gambling dens, inns, and even hospitals, but after half a day of searching, they still hadn't found a trace of Tsunade. That doesn't make sense. Could the Umbu's information be wrong? Or has Tsunade never been here at all? After searching until dusk with no luck, Jiraiya and Minma sat in a restaurant, sipping slowly on a cup of sake. Minma, tempted by the drink, reached for it, only to have Jiraiya rap him smartly on the back of the hand with his chopsticks. Haven't you learned the 3 taboos for ninja? If we weren't looking for Tsunade, I'd never have brought you to a place like this. Seriously, where could Tsunade have run off to? We've scoured Tanzaku Street and still haven't found her. Minma winced and pulled his hand back. It's not like I've never had a drink before. But speaking of the 3 taboos for ninja, isn't there one place we haven't searched yet? You mean? Jiraiya asked, hesitating. That's right. Just before we came in to eat, didn't a bunch of enthusiastic big sisters invite us into their shops? Those places weren't open this afternoon, so we didn't check inside. Maybe Lady Tsunade is in one of them. Minma said. Buffed. Jiraiya nearly spat out his sake. A vivid image flashed through his mind. Tsunade, wearing a revealing outfit, laughing coquettishly as she wrapped her arm around his, her delicate fist playfully tapping his chest. Lord Jiraiya, you're so naughty. You haven't come to see me in so long. Though I usually keep my distance from women, if it's Tsunade, well, I suppose I wouldn't mind. Jiraiya's imagination ran wild, a bit of drool glistening at the corner of his mouth. Minma looked at Jiraiya, who was chuckling to himself, and felt a wave of disdain. As an adult, he knew all too well what Jiraiya was thinking, but now wasn't the time for such thoughts. He waved his hand in front of Jiraiya's eyes. Jiraiya snapped back to his senses and said, What are you thinking? There's no way Tsunade would be in a place like that. No matter how desperate she might be, she would never stoop so low as to sell herself. Jiraiya couldn't bring himself to utter the words her body in front of Minma, hesitating awkwardly. Minma looked at him with disdain and said, "You've misunderstood. What I mean is, once you've ruled out all the other possibilities, then however unlikely the remaining option may seem, it often turns out to be the truth. Think about it. Places like that aren't just filled with women and their customers. There could be patients there too. These patients, because of privacy concerns, can't go to proper hospitals, so Lady Tsunade treats them at their workplaces." Jiraiya realized Minma's words made sense. After quickly finishing dinner with Minma, he headed out into the neon-lit street to look for clues among the entertainment establishments. "Maybe you should wait for me back at the inn," Jiraiya suggested, glancing at the dazzling signs and listening to the suggestive music drifting from inside the shops. "No way. I'm worried you might get carried away and forget our mission, so I have to keep an eye on you at all times." Minma refused righteously, not about to admit that he was curious to take a look inside as well. No matter how hard Jiraiya tried, he couldn't shake Minma off. In the end, he gave in and, with Minma in tow, resolutely stepped onto the street, famed for sucking both money and spirit dry. "Hey there, it's been ages since you last came to see us. My heart's been waiting so long, it might just wither away." The moment they stepped inside, two scantily clad hostesses eagerly latched onto Jiraiya's arms. "Nonsense! When have I ever been here?" Jiraiya shot a quick, guilty glance at Minma, his eyes darting nervously as his face flushed bright red. "Oh, come on, don't be so cold-hearted. Have you forgotten the unforgettable night you shared with Riko?" One of the women gazed at Jiraiya with a wounded look, her voice full of playful reproach. "Hee, silly old man. Let Yui and Riko warm you up together tonight. Then you'll remember everything." The other woman giggled sweetly, pulling Jiraiya by the arm toward a private room. Jiraiya, half protesting and half yielding, let himself be drawn away by the two women, while Minma followed at a leisurely pace behind. No one paid Minma any attention. Boys his age were a common sight in this part of town. Wealthy patrons often brought a child along as an attendant, so the women simply assumed Minma was Jiraiya's assistant. Inside the private room, Jiraiya sat ramrod straight on the sofa, his hands pressed firmly to his knees, looking for all the world like a nervous academy student. The two women, drinks in hand, draped themselves bonelessly over his shoulders, coaxing him to loosen up. "Come on, darling, you need to relax and have some fun." "That's right, have a drink to warm up first." Jiraiya was at a complete loss, while Minma watched from the side, barely suppressing his laughter. The two women were seasoned veterans in the pleasure district, so with a single glance, they could tell that Jiraiya was also a novice. They exchanged a knowing look, their smiles growing even brighter. Novices were the best, so easy to manipulate. With just a bit of cunning, they could easily squeeze every last coin out of him. "All right, ladies, the joke's gone on long enough. Let go of my master now." After watching the spectacle for a while, Minma clapped her hands and spoke up. "Oh, so you're master and disciple, huh? This is the first time I've seen a teacher bring a student to a place like this." "Ha ha ha. That's right. Is this what you're into, sir? We can play along, too." "Master, dearest." The two women giggled flirtatiously, clearly dismissing Minma's words. Seeing this, Minma shook her head, pulled a kunai from her ninja pouch, and slammed it down onto the table between them. The four sent bottles and jars, rattling and tumbling. Minma let out a faint killing intent and, with a cold, artificial smile, said, "I said that's enough. Did you understand me?" The two women were so startled their faces turned pale, shrieking in fright. However, their professional poise and sharp instincts quickly took over. Regaining their composure, they hurriedly moved away from Jiraiya and sat obediently to the side. Satisfied that her intimidation had worked, Minma softened her demeanor and smiled. "Actually, we're here looking for someone. Have you seen, Master, what does Lady Tsunade look like again?" Jiraiya finally snapped back to his senses. He brushed off his clothes, crumpled by the women's antics, and said deliberately, "Honestly, I told you not to come, but you insisted. Look at the mess I'm in now." "Oh, please. If I hadn't come, those two would have swiped your last pair of underwear." Minma interrupted his grumbling. "Let's focus. What does Lady Tsunade look like?" Unbothered, Jiraiya adjusted himself and addressed the two women. "Don't be afraid. We really are just looking for someone. Have you seen a woman about this? Tall, with long, pale blonde hair tied in a thick ponytail, a blue-violet diamond mark on her forehead? She has fine, short blonde eyebrows, bright brown eyes, light red lips, painted red nails, fair skin. She's a strikingly beautiful, mature kunoichi. She wears a long, tea-green jacket with black trim, a loose, sleeveless kimono-style top underneath, a black sash at her waist, deep blue capri pants, and black open-toed sandals. So, have you seen anyone like that?" Before the two women could reply, Minma jumped in. "Jiraiya-sensei, I'm impressed. You could describe her in such detail." "Shut up. Jiraiya snapped, flustered and embarrassed, refusing to answer directly. The two women exchanged a glance, as if they had suddenly understood something. Resolute, they said, "You're here to cause her trouble, aren't you?" "Sorry, we can't tell you anything." "That's right. Even if you kill us, we would never reveal Lady Tsunade's whereabouts." Seeing that the two hostesses seemed to have misunderstood, Jiraiya hurriedly tried to explain. "You've got it wrong. We're good people. I'm an old friend of Tsunade's. Don't try to fool us. What kind of good person brings his apprentice to a place like this?" "Exactly. How could someone as gentle and beautiful as Lady Tsunade be friends with a lecherous old man like you?" Jiraiya was left speechless, unable to argue. "All right, master. Why don't you step outside for a moment? Let me handle this," Mima said with a smile. "You? Are you sure about this?" Jiraiya was doubtful. "Don't worry." Mima patted his chest confidently. Jiraiya, still half convinced, left the private room. Once Jiraiya had left, Mima moved closer to the two women and lowered his voice. "You guessed right. We're not really Lady Tsunade's friends." The two women exchanged another glance, their faces showing that this was exactly what they'd suspected. "In fact, we're here to seek Lady Tsunade's medical help," Minma whispered, leaning in even closer, a mysterious tone in his voice. "My master has a private problem, and he wants to ask Lady Tsunade for her expertise." The two women looked at each other, suspicion written on their faces. "Think about it," Minma continued. "How many nearly 50-year-old men come to a place like this and act like total novices? My master, well, things aren't working for him in that area, but he still wants a child to carry on his legacy. So he's hoping Lady Tsunade can help him see if there's any hope left." Suddenly, the two women understood. It all made sense now. Who would have thought that the burly old man outside was all show and no substance, just a pretty face with nothing to back it up? With that, they generously told Minma where Tsunade was staying. After leaving a little money as thanks, Minma stepped out of the room and said to Jiraiya, who was waiting outside, "Let's go. I've got the information we need." "That fast? How did you manage it?" Jiraiya was full of curiosity. "Don't worry about it," Minma replied, dodging the question. Just then, the two hostesses came out of the room and stuffed the money Minma had left into Jiraiya's hand, giving him a look of deep sympathy. "Take it. You need it more than we do." Jiraiya was left baffled, having no idea that his reputation had just taken a blow. Minma, meanwhile, struggled to hold back his laughter, almost hurting himself in the process. Following the address given by the two women, Jiraiya and Minma made their way to a private residence. According to the hostesses, Tsunade had moved there 3 months ago and had been providing free medical consultations to the people of Tanzuka Town. Though, to be fair, free wasn't exactly accurate. She still charged wealthy merchants a handsome fee for her services when it came to the common folk, and to women like these destitute courtesans, Tsunade refused to take a single coin. During the day, she treated patients. At night, she taught the locals some basic medical skills. So it wasn't that Jiraiya hadn't found any information about Tsunade during the day. It was that the people, grateful for her selfless contributions, had all chosen, without a word between them, to help conceal her whereabouts. "Knock, knock, knock." Jiraiya rapped firmly on the door. "Who's there? If you're here for consultation, come back in the morning. We're closed for the night." A bold, hearty voice called out from inside. "Shizune, open the door, would you? It might be a patient struck by a sudden illness, coming for help this late." Another voice, gentle and wise, spoke up. "Honestly, Lady Tsunade, you're far too soft-hearted. That's why we're always running and hiding from those people." The woman named Shizune muttered her complaint as she opened the door. She was surprised to see the tall man standing on the threshold. "Lord Jiraiya, what brings you here?" Inside Tsunade's modest lodging, the four of them sat around a small square table. Mima took the opportunity to study Tsunade closely. She was a woman with long golden hair, simply tied at the end with a cord, draped over her left shoulder and resting on her chest. She wore a pair of slim, red-framed glasses. Her eyes curved like crescent moons, and a faint smile lingered at the corners of her mouth, clearly pleased to see old friends again. His gaze drifted down the length of her elegant neck, only to come to a sudden halt. Wait, wasn't there supposed to be? Where was it? What happened to her legendary figure? The curves that could turn heads from any angle? No wonder her background hadn't changed in this world. So this is where the difference lies. Is this some kind of test for ninja resolve? What ninja could possibly withstand such a challenge? Forget Tsunade. Perhaps she should just be called Iron Plate now? Minma felt a pang of grief, as if the entire ninja world had lost a dazzling sight. "Hey, you little rascal, just where do you think you're looking?" Shizune caught Minma's unwavering stare at Tsunade's chest and immediately scolded him. "Oh," Minma snapped out of his trance, quickly making something up. "Lady Tsunade, That necklace on your neck is quite unique. Does it have a story? Upon hearing this, Tsunade reached up and gently brushed the necklace with her right hand, her gaze turning soft and sorrowful. Did I say something wrong? Minma scratched his head sheepishly. It's nothing, Tsunade replied, tucking the necklace beneath her collar and offering a slight smile. So, Jiraiya, tell me, what brings you all here? Oh, come now, Jiraiya said with a booming laugh, dodging the question. Can't we drop by just to see you? Is that so? Tsunade pretended to rise from her seat. Well, if there's nothing urgent, I'd appreciate it if you left. I need my rest. There's a long line of patients waiting for me in the morning. Wait. Jiraiya hurriedly forced a smile, waving his hands to stop her. I do have something to discuss, something important. Tsunade gave him a gentle, knowing smile. I knew you'd say that. Go on, what's so pressing that it makes the legendary toad, Sage, humble himself to seek out a poor, helpless woman like me? Jiraiya thought to himself that she hardly fit the description of a helpless woman, but he didn't say it aloud. Instead, he earnestly told Tsunade everything, how undercurrents of intrigue were stirring in Konoha, and earnestly pleaded with her to return soon to keep trouble at bay. Before Tsunade could respond, Shizen suddenly slammed her hand on the table with a sharp crack, her voice filled with anger. Konoha has the nerve to ask us back? What for? So we can be pawns in your political games. That's not it. Jiraiya waved his hands awkwardly. It's about protecting Konoha, keeping it safe from certain people's schemes. Nonsense. Shizen shot back, her voice quivering with rage. Protect Konoha? What's left in Konoha that's worth our protection? Are there any surviving members of the Senju clan? Are there even any from the Kato family left? Konoha failed to protect us and our families. How dare they ask us to protect them now? Jiraiya faltered, unable to respond. In this regard, Konoha truly had much to answer for. The once prestigious Senju clan, one of the village's founding families, had been reduced in just a few decades to a single survivor, Tsunade herself. If someone claimed there was no conspiracy behind this, even Akamaru wouldn't believe it. That's enough, Shizen. Sit down, Tsunade said, restraining Shizen's fury. Then she turned to Jiraiya and spoke with calm resolve. As Shizen said, Konoha betrayed the Senju clan, so I won't be going back. So you'll just stand by and watch as Konoha is destroyed by that person's schemes? Jiraiya pressed. Konoha won't be destroyed, Tsunade replied evenly. Some people will die. A new Hokage will take the seat. That's all. Besides, I'm a healer. I save lives. Even if I had to go back, what could I really do? Tsunade. Jiraiya tried again, but Tsunade silenced him with a wave of her hand. That's enough, Jiraiya. My mind is made up. If there's nothing else, you should go. Shizen, see our guest out. This way, Lord Jiraiya, Shizen said coldly as she stood up, glaring at him. Jiraiya had no choice but to rise to his feet and prepare to leave. Meanwhile, Minma remained seated, unmoving. What? Are you planning to stay after Lord Jiraiya leaves, kid? Shizen snapped at Minma. Would release, Minma suddenly said. What was that? Shizen frowned, not catching his words. Would release. There's a ninja under Hiruzen Sarutobi who can use would release, Minma explained in a low, steady voice. Kid, what nonsense are you going on about? Shizen said impatiently, moving forward, clearly about to grab Minma and throw him. Ow, wait. Tsunade halted Shizen's movement, her beautiful eyes narrowing as she fixed her gaze on Minma. What do you mean by that? Could we sit down and talk for a moment? Minma didn't answer directly, instead gesturing toward Jiraiya, who was standing to the side. Jiraiya, come back and have a seat, Tsunade called out to him. Lady Tsunade. Shizen sounded worried, afraid that Tsunade might be deceived by Minma's smooth talk. It's all right, Shizen. In this shinobi world, no one dares to fool me. Senju Tsunade. Tsunade shot Minma a steely look, her voice cold and commanding. Reassured, Shizen sat down quietly at the side. Let's hear it, kid. What exactly did you mean by what you just said? If I find out you're just making trouble for no reason, don't blame me for being harsh with you. Tsunade warned, her expression icy. Minma offered a calm, confident smile and sat at the small table, saying, I wouldn't dare deceive Lady Tsunade. What I said is true. In fact, it all began during the Chunin exams. So, Minma recounted every detail to Tsunade, how he was attacked by Root Ninja during the exam, how he escaped, and how he discovered the secrets of the wood-style technique. Tsunade listened in silence for a moment before replying. That's not so surprising. Konoha has long had access to my grandfather Hashirama Senju's wood-style cells. They've been studying them for years. Even the third Hokage's arm was cultivated from those cells. Minma shook his head and asked, If I may, Lady Tsunade, you were the one who attached the third Hokage's wood-style arm, weren't you? That's right. Is there something wrong with that? Tsunade asked, puzzled. Minma continued. Then may I ask, what color was that arm? Because it was cultivated in the lab and never exposed to sunlight, it was white. But what difference does that make? But that ninja's skin was the same color as a normal person's, Minma explained quietly. What? Tsunade was stunned. As a master of medical ninjutsu and the last heir of the Senju clan, she knew all too well the truth about her grandfather's wood-style cells. Not only were they white in color, but their overwhelming cellular energy was nearly impossible for an ordinary person to withstand, let alone actually awaken the wood style. And that person's use of wood style, while not as powerful as Lord Hashirama's according to the records, was completely natural and effortless, Minma added. How could this be? Old man, just what have you done with grandfather's cells? Impossible. No ordinary person could survive my grandfather's wood-style cells, much less awaken the wood-style itself, Tsunade declared resolutely. What if the person was a descendant of Lord Hashirama Senju? Minma asked. Then that's even less likely. I'm the only one left carrying my grandfather's bloodline in the ninja world. Tsunade immediately rejected the idea. Wait a minute. Jiraiya's expression turned grave. What's wrong? Tsunade's tone was sharp and impatient. I just thought of a truly disturbing possibility, Jiraiya said solemnly. Tsunade, you need to prepare yourself. What is it? Speak, Tsunade replied, just as serious. Tsunade, do you remember the year Nawaki died? When we found him, his internal organs had already been removed. Jiraiya's face was dark with worry. What? Are you saying? Tsunade seemed to realize something, and her face went deathly pale. I'm afraid so. We always assumed it was the work of wild animals, but now that I think about it, there weren't any bite marks on Nawaki at all, Jiraiya added. Damn it! With her teeth clenched, Tsunade slammed her fist down on the table in fury. The wooden table groaned and sank several inches into the floor. Minma stared at the perfectly intact tabletop, deeply shocked by Tsunade's extraordinary chakra control. And that's not all. When I spoke with Orochimaru earlier, he mentioned that in recent years, there have been far fewer orphans in Konoha. Based on his information, there's a thriving black market trade in young children. No one knows who the buyers are, but all signs point to these children being funneled into the land of fire. Jiraiya dropped another bombshell. This is unforgivable. Hiruzen Sarutobi, just what have you done? Tsunade's face darkened ominously. Shizune, start packing. We're going back to Konoha. Please, Lady Tsunade, don't be hasty. Minma quickly tried to stop her. If you go back now, you'll only alert the enemy. He's right. If you return now, Hiruzen Sarutobi will be on guard. He'll have plenty of time to destroy any evidence. It's better to wait until the Chunin exams in just over 20 days. Sneak in with the entourage of the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Jiraiya agreed with Minma's plan. So now I have to sneak into my own village? Tsunade let out a cold, bitter laugh. These are extraordinary times. We have to act accordingly. Jiraiya tried to reassure her. Fine then. I'll head for the capital of the Land of Fire tomorrow and blend in with the daimyo's procession. You two should go back for now, Tsunade decided, dismissing them. Wait, Lady Tsunade, Minma called out quickly. What else is there? Tsunade asked, her patience worn thin. It's like this. I have something I'd like to ask of you. Minma lowered his voice and whispered something to Tsunade. The next morning, Tsunade and Shizune set out on their journey to the capital of the Land of Fire. Jiraiya stood by the roadside where they parted ways, watching them leave until their figures disappeared completely at the end of the road. Hey, stop staring already. If you keep looking, it'll be dark before you know it. Minma poked Jiraiya in the side, trying to snap him out of it. You little brat. Is that any way to talk to your master? Jiraiya came to his senses and gave Minma a light smack on the head. Sensei, you like Lady Tsunade, don't you? Why don't you just tell her? Minma teased, grinning. You rascal. Getting a bit nosy, aren't you? Jiraiya slung his arm around Minma's shoulders, pulling him along as they started walking away. Besides, I'm the greatest wanderer in the shinobi world. Have you ever heard of a wanderer hanging himself over a single tree? A wanderer? Huh? But is there any wanderer who's stayed a virgin for 50 years? Minma thought silently. So, Sensei, where are we going now? Back to the Leaf Village? No, we gotta see this act through. Since we said we were heading to Mount Mayaboku to train, we might as well actually drop by for a bit. Sound good. I've been missing Lord Shima's cooking too. Minma, sometimes I wonder if you're really all there. Hidden Leaf Village, Root Headquarters. Ko knelt on one knee, reporting to Hiruzen Sarutobi, who sat solemnly in his chair. Lord Jiraiya has already left the village with Namikaze's Minma, officially stating they're going to Mount Mayaboku for training. Uchiha Sasuke is at the Uchiha clan compound and hasn't shown himself for several days. Haruno Sakura is at the Konoha hospital, learning medical ninjutsu under Noera Rin, and Umbu operatives are keeping a constant watch nearby. Humph, humph, humph. Danzo, you noticed, did you? Well, let it go. They're just a few minor players, not worth worrying about. By the way, any word from Suma? Reporting, Lord Hiruzen. Lord Asuma says everything is proceeding according to plan. Also, he's enlisted a few of the daimyo's guardian shinobi, and they'll be coordinating with us on the day of the exams. Is that so? Well, that's an unexpected bit of good news. After training with Jiraiya at Mount Mayaboku for more than 10 days, Mima figured it was about time to head back, so he returned to the Leaf with Jiraiya. By then, the daimyo's entourage had already arrived in the village, staying at a luxurious inn right next to the Hokage's office. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya informed Minma and went off to find Tsunade. Typical, always chasing after women and forgetting his students. It was already evening. Instead of going home right away, Minma made his way to Ichiraka Ramen. To be honest, while Lord Shima's cooking was tasty, it really wasn't meant for human stomachs. Especially the shellfish and insects their shells were. Impossible to digest, and the next morning, well, it felt like passing razor blades by the time he arrived at Ichiraka Ramen. It was already past 9 in the evening. The shop was completely empty, and the street outside was quiet and deserted. Well, if it isn't Minma-kun, what have you been up to lately? Haven't seen you around for a while. Tucci, delighted to spot a regular, greeted Minma warmly. I've been away on a training journey with my master, Minma replied, taking a seat at the counter. Training, you say? I recognizing the familiar voice, came out from the kitchen and poured Minma a glass of lemon water. That's right, but for now, my training is on hold. I've come back to take part in the Chunin exams, Minma explained. I see. Bring this over, will you? Tucci, busy in the back, called out to Ayam to serve the noodles. Here you go, enjoy. Ayam placed a steaming bowl of ramen, brimming with premium ingredients, in front of Minma. Did you bring the wrong order? I haven't even ordered yet. Minma looked at the bowl overflowing with giant shrimp, crab, and Naruto rolls, and asked Ayam in confusion. It's fine, just dig in. Isn't the Chunin exams main selection round tomorrow? Eat up and give it your all. Tucci waved at Minma from behind the counter, his back turned. Thank you, old man. Well then, itadakamasu. Grinning, Minma thanked Tucci, picked up his chopsticks, and dove in heartily. After eating his fill, Minma made his way home. Neither Minato nor Kushina were there. They were probably working late into the night to prepare for tomorrow's exam. Minma took a bath and went straight to bed. Tonight, the Hidden Leaf village was unusually peaceful. Over at the inn where the Sand Village team was staying, Temari carefully polished her giant fan, while Kankuro maintained his puppets. Gaara stood at the window, gazing at the bright moon above, his mind filled with countless thoughts. The exam is tomorrow. At last, I'll get to see him again. The next morning, at Konohagakure's first arena, all 7 teams of genin participating in the exam had assembled, standing in neat formation under the supervision of Proctor Irika Yumino, as the crowd's attention focused on them. High up in the spectator stands, the third Hokage, Danzo Shimura, sat in a chair watching the genin gathered in the center of the arena. Standing behind him were Inoichi Yamanaka and Torian Aburame. Seated next to him was the fourth Kazekage, Raza, with 2 Sand Village ninja by his side. Kazekage-sama, it's an honor to have you travel so far. Danzo greeted Raza politely. You're too kind, Hokage-sama. Some of my own unruly children are taking part in this year's Chunin exam, so I, as their rather useless father, came along to have a look. Raza replied modestly. Oh, your children are among the Sand Village genin down there? To be so young and already participating in the Chunin exam. How impressive. Danzo praised him. Oh, not at all. Lord Hokage, you flatter me. If those 3 brats heard your praise, their tails would probably stick right up into the sky. Raza replied with a hearty laugh. What? All 3 of them are your children? My, truly a case of tiger father raising tiger cubs. This time, Danzo's admiration was entirely sincere. Ha ha, we're no match for the abundance of talent in the Hidden Leaf village. Rasa answered modestly. Well, that's enough small talk for now. The selection matches are about to begin. With that, Danzo brought their conversation to a close, rose to his feet, and strode to the front of the stage to deliver the welcoming address. Honored guests, I sincerely thank you all for coming to watch the multinational Chunin selection exam, hosted by the Hidden Leaf. Now, the 21 genin who have passed the preliminary rounds will take part in the official selection matches. Please enjoy the competition to your heart's content. On the field, Irika Yumino was encouraging the nervous genin, his voice warm and motivating. Come on, everyone, keep your spirits up. Today, you are the stars of the show. Seeing that the tension among the genin had eased a little, Irika reached into his pocket and unfolded a piece of paper for all to see. At the same time, a close-up of the paper appeared on the large screen above the arena. It was the match roster for the upcoming battles. Irika's voice, amplified and clear, rang out across the entire stadium. This selection tournament will be divided into 7 groups, with 3 contestants in each group. Only one will make it to the next round from each match. The rule is simple. Do everything in your power to defeat your opponents and be the last one standing. Of course, to have made it this far, each of you is the pride of your village. To prevent any unnecessary injuries, I and 2 other Jonin examiners will intervene at critical moments to stop the fights. So please battle boldly and without worry. Now, I'll announce the groupings for the selection matches. Group 1. Sasuke Uchiha, Bakuka, Genin from the village of Blazing Sun, Shikamaru Nara. Group 2. Minma Namikaze, Niji Hyuga, Ryuichi Yamakawa, Genin from the Grass Village. Group 3. Sakura Haruno, Ino Yamanaka, Hinata Hyuga. Group 4. Choji Akimichi Gara, Kiba, Inazuka. Group 5. Shino Aburame, Kinkaro, Gale, Genin from the village of Blazing Sun. Group 6. Temari, Karen Uzumaki, Tenten. Group 7. Rock Lee, Takashi Sato, Genin from the Grass Village, Good Genin from the village of Blazing Sun. Alright, with the groups decided, would the contestants of Group 1 please proceed to the designated area and wait for your match to begin? All other contestants, please leave the arena and wait in the competitor rest area. As Irika finished his announcement, Sasuke strode confidently to the appointed spot to await the start of the match, while the others made their way down to the rest area. Hey Sasuke, don't go losing out there, Minma muttered as he passed by Sasuke. I should be saying that to you, Sasuke replied, his face full of pride. After making her way to the contestants' rest area, Minma spotted Hinata Hyuga in the crowd. Hinata wore long sleeves and pants, her face expressionless as she stared intently at the arena. Minma wove through the throng and stopped in front of Hinata, calling out, "Hinata, what is it?" Hinata turned around, a hint of puzzlement in her gaze as she looked at Minma. "This is for you." Minma pulled out a small ceramic jar and handed it to Hinata. "What is it?" Hinata accepted the jar, examining it carefully. "It's a secret medicine I got from Lady Tsunade. It can remove scars. Last time, you hurt your leg and it left a mark, so I thought you might need this." Minma explained with a gentle smile. Hinata was silent for a moment. "What's wrong, Hinata?" Minma asked. "It's nothing." Hinata's lips curled ever so slightly, a faint blush coloring her ears. "Thank you." Inside the Konoha arena, Sasuke, Bakuka, and Shikamaru stood at the west, south, and north ends of the field, each about 50 meters apart. Irika Yumino stood between them, and after confirming that all 3 were ready, he raised his right hand and brought it down sharply, signaling the official start of the match. At Irika's signal, both Sasuke and Shikamaru dashed straight toward Bakuka without hesitation. Their strategy was simple. Rather than a chaotic free-for-all, it was far better to team up and first eliminate the outsider ninja. Seeing this, Bakuka spat at the ground in disdain and scoffed. "Just as I expected." Without missing a beat, he drew a stack of explosive tags from his ninja pouch with his left hand, while his right formed a sword sign as he chanted in a low voice, "Ninja art. Explosive tag, shuriken technique." With the technique unleashed, the explosive tag shot forth like a flurry of shuriken, whistling through the air toward Sasuke and Shikamaru. This was a secret art from the village of the Blazing Sun. Because the land of mountains was dominated by dense forests and lacked mineral resources, conventional ninja tools often got caught in the thick woods during combat. So, their ninja had developed a series of explosive tag techniques. Even the second Hokage's explosive tag multiplication jutsu was inspired by his battles with the village of the Blazing Sun during the First Great War. In an instant, Sasuke and Shikamaru saw the incoming tags and dared not be careless, each quickly responding with their own techniques. Shikamaru formed a series of hand signs as he ran. Secret technique, shadow, stitch jutsu. His shadow stretched and twisted, rising from the ground like tangible serpents, precisely piercing every explosive tag in his path. With a series of thunderous blasts, every tag aimed at Shikamaru was detonated prematurely. Meanwhile, Sasuke activated his Sharingan, tracking every projectile's trajectory with razor-sharp clarity. With a seamless display of agility, leaping, spinning, sidestepping, ducking, rolling, he dodged all the explosive tags with perfect grace. Damn it! Seeing that the first wave of attacks had failed, Bakuka quickly pulled out a stack of explosive tags from his ninja tool pouch and formed hand seals at lightning speed. Ninja at Tuzant Pepa Kanis Explosivitach Technique. As the jutsu was unleashed, one explosive tag after another shot towards Shikamaru and Sasuke. The same old tricks again, Sasuke thought with disdain. That won't work on me a second time. Shikamaru replied with a confident smile. Using his familiar tactic, he manipulated his shadow stitch technique, ready to trigger the explosive tags prematurely. But this time, the explosive tags seemed to have sprouted wings. They nimbly dodged the reach of Shikamaru's shadow, weaving through the air like a flock of birds, swooping straight at him. What the? Both Shikamaru and Sasuke were startled. These explosive tags could actually evade attacks and track their targets. Secret technique, shadow possession jutsu. The shadow at Shikamaru's feet spread outward in all directions like ink spilled across paper, expanding rapidly from where he stood. As soon as the flying tags entered the shadow's range, it was as if someone had pressed pause. The tags hovered for a moment in mid-air before dropping harmlessly to the ground. Sasuke quickly formed hand seals, took a deep breath, and bellowed, fire style, phoenix flower jutsu. Clusters of small flames burst from Sasuke's mouth, filling the space before him and blocking every possible path the tags could take. One after another, the explosive tags were ignited in a chain of booming explosions. Yes, the spectators erupted with thunderous applause and shouts of excitement. With that kind of adaptability and lightning-fast reactions, these two really live up to the name of Konoha's Genin, one of the Leaf Village shinobi exclaimed from the stands. True, but that Genin from Yanyan Village is impressive as well. He's holding his own against two Leaf Ninjas, a ninja from smaller country added with admiration. That was awesome, came the heartfelt shout of an ordinary villager, whose words, though simple, captured the crowd's excitement. On the field, the three stood at different points, each gasping for breath. The flurry of jutsu had drained much of their chakra, and now they were focused on recovering their strength, eyeing one another warily, with no one daring to make the next move. Bakuka once again pulled out a stack of explosive tags from his pouch. Sasuke caught sight of this and finally lost his patience. Damn it, just how many explosive tags do you have? Bakuka's lips curled into a wicked grin. In Yanyan Village, if we're short on anything, it's certainly not explosive tags. I can throw these at you all day. Let's see how many more you can handle. With that, he began forming hand seals once more, intent on casting his jutsu. But at that moment, Sasuke struck, a blur of motion as he hurled a kunai straight at Bakuka, so swift it sliced through the air before anyone could react. Bakuka twisted out of the way just in time, his concentration broken and his hands falling out of their seal formation. Without missing a beat, Sasuke charged at Bakuka, launching a barrage of shuriken as he ran and calling out, Shikamaru, his explosive tag jutsu needs hand seals too. Activate. Keep up the pressure. Don't give him a chance to form seals. Oh, Shikamaru shouted joyfully, sending his shadow darting like lightning toward Bakuka. Bakuka sprang back with astonishing speed, narrowly dodging Shikamaru's attack. But just as he slipped past the shadow, Sasuke's assault followed hot on his heels. They clashed, blocking, parrying, countering, and dodging. Bakuka's taijutsu skills were no joke. He seized the gap in Sasuke's offense and drove him back with a powerful front kick. You think you can match me in taijutsu? You're not nearly good enough. Bakuka taunted with a sneer. Idiot, you've already lost, Sasuke replied coolly, his voice dripping with disdain. What? No way, why can't I move? Bakuka's face turned pale as panic set in. He struggled with all his might, but his body refused to budge. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a slender shadow stretching far away. Following its trail, he saw Shikamaru half kneeling on the ground, hands forming the rat seal, a satisfied grin on his face. Shadow imitation technique, success. Shikamaru declared triumphantly. Damn it, Bakuka's features twisted with fury. Sasuke strode forward and landed a solid punch on Bakuka's chin, knocking him out cold. Shikamaru, still linked to Bakuka through the shadow, jerked his head in frustration and shouted at Sasuke, Hey, don't hit him while our shadows are connected. I feel the impact too, you know. Sasuke glanced back indifferently. Sorry about that. But hey, you didn't do too badly this time. You even thought to ambush him when he split into clones. Shikamaru huffed in annoyance. Choji always says, only idiots call others idiots. Take this. He snapped, and his shadow shot rapidly toward Sasuke. Sasuke leapt back, springing to the top of the high wall at the edge of the arena, using chakra to anchor himself to the surface. Shikamaru's shadow merged into the wall's shadow, disappearing as if swallowed by the darkness. There was no way for it to catch Sasuke's shadow now. Standing atop the wall, Sasuke's hands flashed through a series of seals. An intense, blinding light flared in his right hand, and with it, the sound of 1,000 birds filled the air as lightning crackled and danced in his palm. Hey, Shikamaru, give up. If my Chidori hits you, you might not survive. Sasuke called out loudly. Your jutsu can only hurt me up close. But before you can get near, I'll have you under my shadow imitation technique. Shikamaru retorted, unfazed by Sasuke's threat. Oh, is that so? Sasuke smirked, then drove his right hand into the wall, body crouched as he launched himself at Shikamaru with blinding speed. Shikamaru was ready. His shadow waited just outside the wall's shadow, poised to snare Sasuke the moment he crossed into sunlight. Victory was within reach. Closer, closer. Shadow imitation technique. But Sasuke pressed on, utterly unfazed, closing the distance in a heartbeat. Nanny? What's going on? Shikamaru's face drained of color in shock, and he immediately summoned all his strength to unleash the shadow imitation jutsu. Impossible. How can my shadow imitation jutsu be useless? In the blink of an eye, Sasuke darted right up to Shikamaru, his right hand poised with a chidori, stopping just short of Shikamaru's throat. Shikamaru tilted his head back, nervously gulping as he stared at Sasuke in terror. Just a hair's breadth more, and Sasuke's chidori would pierce his throat. Relax. My Sharingan has measured the distance perfectly. I won't hurt you, Sasuke declared, his blood-red eyes fixed intently on Shikamaru. But how about you admit defeat? Shikamaru quickly raised both hands in surrender. Before Isekai could step up to announce the result, Shikamaru couldn't help asking Sasuke, why didn't my shadow imitation jutsu work on you? Sasuke replied, your secret technique relies on using shadows as a medium, right? That means if I don't have a shadow, you can't use your jutsu on me. How can a person not have a shadow? Shikamaru asked, puzzled. Raising his right hand, Sasuke explained, the intense light from my chidori wipes out my shadow. It works on the same principle as the shadowless lamps in an operating room. Suddenly, realization dawned on Shikamaru. The audience in the stands caught on as well, and applause erupted in waves like a roaring tide. Before long, Isekai stepped onto the stage to announce the result of the first match. The winner of the first selection match is Sasuke Uchiha, Genin of the Hidden Leaf Village. Now, will the second group, Minma Uzumaki, Niji Hyuga, and Ryoichi Yamakawa, please take your places and prepare. Hearing their names called, Minma and the other two stood and made their way to the arena. Minma, good luck, Sakura called out. Minma, if you lose, I won't forgive you, Hinata said, shaking her fist in mock threat. Minma, do your best. Ino encouraged him with a bright smile. Hey, Minma, my little brother says you're definitely going to win. Temari laughed heartily, ruffling Gaara's hair. Minma turned to thank each of them in turn. Quite popular, aren't you, Mr. Top Student? Niji Hyuga sneered with a mocking edge. Just friends showing some support. Funny, though, why isn't anyone cheering for you, Niji, from the branch family? Minma shot back, matching Niji's sarcasm. You, I just hope your skills are as sharp as your tongue. Stung by Minma's retort, Niji gave a cold snort and strode away to the arena. Hey, Blondie, hold up a second, called Ryoichi Yamakawa, the grass ninja genin who was in the same group as Minma. What is it? Minma turned his head. You got some beef with that Byakugan ninja, haven't you? How about this? Let's team up to take him out first, then settle things between ourselves. Yoshikawa Ryoichi thought he had made an offer that Minma simply couldn't refuse. No. Minma rejected his proposal without hesitation, his tone crisp and decisive. I may really dislike that guy, but I'm not so far gone as to team up with a ninja from another village just to take down one of my own. What? Yoshikawa Ryoichi hadn't expected such a flat refusal. However, if you're planning to take him on, I can promise you this. I won't use the opportunity to attack you. And if you manage to defeat him, then in our match afterwards, I swear I won't use any ninjutsu. Really? Yoshikawa Ryoichi asked. If Minma could keep his word, it was a deal worth taking. After all, it was better than facing two ninja at once. I swear it on my ninja way. Minma pledged. All right, it's a deal. Yoshikawa Ryoichi replied. I'll take out the white-eyed one first, then settle things with you. The second round of the exam began. With a sharp command from Isekai, Yoshikawa Ryoichi charged straight at Niji Hyuga. Minma stood his ground, unmoving, as steady as a mountain. Niji, too, remained motionless, as calm and still as a tortoise in its shell. Don't tell me you've been scared stiff. Yoshikawa Ryoichi sneered, pulling out a kunai and swinging it at Niji. With a swift sidestep, Niji dodged the attack. Then, with one hand forward and the other back, he assumed the opening stance of the gentle fist. Gentle fist art. 8 trigrams, 32 palms. With a powerful shout, Niji's hand struck at Yoshikawa Ryoichi's chest and abdomen with the speed and force of flying bullets. His movements so rapid they left afterimages in the air. Yoshikawa Ryoichi's eyes bulged as Niji's relentless blows pummeled him, leaving him coughing up blood, utterly unable to fight back. By the time Niji's technique was finished, Yoshikawa Ryoichi had been sent flying, landing at Minma's feet, sprawled on the ground, his fate uncertain. Even when given a chance, you couldn't do it. Minma bent down to check that Yoshikawa Ryoichi was still alive, then sighed. He raised his hand to signal the Jonin referee outside the ring to carry the poor fellow away for treatment. After taking care of that, Minma began to limber up as he walked toward Niji, speaking as he moved. I hear that even though you're from the branch family of the Hyuga clan, you're exceptionally gifted. You mastered the clan's gentle fist 8 trigram style all on your own? So what if I did? Niji replied coolly. As it happens, I know another kind of 8 trigrams palm. How about a little contest? Minma challenged with a smile. Another kind of 8 trigrams palm? Besides the Hyuga clan, when a ninja world, could there possibly be another? Niji scoffed. Minma assumed the opening stance of his own 8 trigrams palm, his feet moving purposefully in a steady, gliding step as he approached Niji. Nearly a month of training at Mount Mayaboku had not been in vain. Beyond mastering the 4-symbol seal, Minma had also, together with Jiraiya, managed to recreate the martial arts moves he had seen in films from his previous life. Although the moves were only rough imitations, as Jiraiya put it, these were profound fighting techniques worthy of a lifetime of study. This time, facing Niji, Minma saw the perfect opportunity to put them to the test. He circled around Niji, explaining as he moved, my 8 trigrams palm is inspired by sword techniques. Single palm changes are like wielding a single blade. Double palm changes like dual swords. My footwork twists and shifts, specializing in surprise attacks. With that, Minma performed a classic monk's begging bowl stance, his right palm facing upward as he struck straight toward Niji's face. Seeing Minma's fierce approach, Niji dared not be careless. He quickly raised his left hand to block Minma's right wrist, while his right palm, turning downward, drove forward with force toward Minma's chest and stomach. Had this blow landed, combined with the Hyuga clan's unique power techniques, Minma would have likely suffered 2 or 3 broken ribs. But Minma slid to his right, pressing down Niji's right wrist with his left hand and pushing it aside. Borrowing strength from Niji's left hand, Minma's right hand shot straight past Niji's left ear, reaching for the back of Niji's neck. This ghostly shift in technique startled Niji. He realized his own moves had become predictable, while Minma's right hand was now less than a foot from the back of his head. If it weren't for his Byakugan's nearly 360-degree field of vision, he might not even have known how he lost. Instinctively, Niji lowered himself to dodge, but Minma slipped past him like an eel, reappearing behind him. Before Niji could react, it felt as if a hammer struck the back of his knee. His left leg gave out, forcing him to kneel on the ground, cold sweat streaming down his body like beads. Behind him stood Minma, rising to his feet with a gentle smile. Niji didn't dare hesitate. He rolled forward in a clumsy tumble, escaping from Minma's range. What kind of move was that? Niji asked, taking the opportunity to flex his left knee and ease the pain. 8 trigrams palm. Zishu crosses the pass, Minma succinctly replied. Excellent technique. Hyuga Niji praised. But this is as far as you go. Is that so? Minma smiled faintly. With a deft step, light as a horse trotting through mud and as quiet as a chicken treading on snow, his palms shifted and transformed, launching a flurry of alternating attacks. Sweeping upward strikes, the lion's rolling ball, entwining hand and armpit thrusts, the tiger leaps the ravine, and the elbow hammer from below. A series of moves all targeted Niji's vital chest and stomach. The white ape offers fruit, ox tongue pierces 3 times, golden thread brushes the brow, sage watches the board, twin peaks strike the ears, every move aiming for the key acupoints on Niji's head. Eye pokes, throat grabs, groin attacks, each strike ruthless and unrelenting. Yet Niji was truly worthy of being the Hyuga clan's brightest young talent. His palms fluttered like butterflies, blocking, dismantling, guiding, adhering, turning Minma's relentless assault into nothing more than a gentle spring breeze, leaving not a single scratch. Niji seized on the awkward gap that appeared when Minma switched his attack style, his hands darting out like twin serpents to firmly grip both of Minma's wrists, crossing them tightly against Minma's chest. Oof. When I say it ends, it ends. Under my Byakugan, every one of your attacks is laid. Bora, oh. Niji's words were cut short as his face suddenly contorted in pain, and he let out a piercing cry. He tightened his grip, shoving Minma away, and staggered backward, limping. Stepping on toes? That's a trick only kids use in a fight. Niji grumbled, clutching his left knee, while his exposed toes showed a dirty shoe print. I don't care what move I use. As long as I defeat my opponent, it's a good move. Minma replied with a grin. At that moment, a growing commotion began to ripple through the stands. What's this? There's no skill at all. Are these really Konoha's strongest genin? Exactly. This is just a messy tussle. Like two kids shoving each other. Oomph. The last match was way better, with explosions and fire everywhere. These two must know each other. Are they throwing the match? Could be. If that's true, I want my ticket refunded. That's right, refund. 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 Listening to the uproar from the crowd, Minma smiled and spoke to Niji. True skill is decided in the tiniest margin, where danger hides in plain sight. Let the ignorant masses say what they will. So, have you rested enough? Or shall we continue? Niji slid his right foot back, left foot forward, raising his hands. One in front, one behind, both palms up, in the ready stance of the gentle fist. His voice was cold as he declared, now it's my turn. I'll show you the real 8 trigrams palm. Gentle fist. 8 trigrams, 2 palms. Niji's twin palms swept forward, swift as dragons chasing a pearl, aiming for Minma's head. Minma twisted aside to dodge the first strike, caught the second on his shoulder, and with a swift reversal, launched a white ape offers fruit uppercut at Niji's chin. The blow sent Niji stumbling backward, but he immediately rushed forward again. 4 palms. Niji's hands moved like serpents striking out of their den, his body low as he targeted Minma's limbs. Minma raised his knee and dropped his elbow, kneeing Niji in the chest and stomach and driving his elbow into Niji's shoulder and back. Niji quickly crossed his palms in front of his chest, lifted himself, and used his shoulder to block Minma's descending elbow, using the force to leap back, then charged in once more. 8 palms. Niji's hands fluttered like butterflies, striking at the vital points on Minma's chest and abdomen. Minma rooted his stance and countered with his own palms, dodging and blocking every attack. Once again, Niji shifted his stance. 16 palms. His hands, fingers pressed together like blades, slashed toward Minma's upper body. Minma bent his arms to guard himself, taking every attack head-on. Niji retreated slightly, drawing a deep breath, and shouted, 8 trigrams, 32 palms. His hands blurred, moving as fast as a storm, leaving afterimages in the air. Minma managed to block. Only a few strikes before his guard was shattered, he immediately sensed danger and, disregarding any sense of dignity, hunched over and curled himself into a ball, rolling out of Niji's attack range. Even though Minma reacted quickly, he still took a few hits. The places Niji struck swelled up, red and burning with pain. Oomph. One more blow and I'll finish you off. Niji was about to press his advantage when, before Minma could even get back to his feet, he grabbed a clump of mud and hurled it at Niji. Throwing mud? That's a tactic for kids. Wait, what? Explosive attacks. Rotation. Niji hastily unleashed his chakra, spinning at high speed to create a protective sphere around himself. The mud, wrapped around explosive tags, smashed into Niji's rotation, and with a thunderous boom, it exploded. Minma grabbed more dirt from the ground and flung it at Niji. These small movements were perfectly clear to Niji's Byakugan inside his rotation. So that's it. The explosive tags must be from those Yakujimura ninja that Shikamaru caught with his shadow possession jutsu earlier. He's really lucky to make use of them like this. Niji realized where the tags had come from. Before long, all the explosive tags strewn on the ground had been used up. Niji halted his rotation, panting heavily, and snapped, "No more explosive tags, right? Let's see what you do now. And you're almost out of chakra, aren't you?" Minma calmly countered. "Oomph. I'm a taijutsu specialist. Even if I'm low on chakra, I can still beat you with my fists," Hyuga Niji declared with confidence. "But have you forgotten?" Minma replied with a smile. "I'm not just a taijutsu ninja, and I've still got plenty of chakra left." "What?" Niji's face fell in shock. "Ninja art. Summoning jutsu." Minma answered by summoning a giant toad. "Go, Gamma Bunka. Teach him a lesson for me." "Yes, Lord Minma." Gamma Bunka cracked his fist together with a mighty thump, then strode toward the exhausted Hyuga Niji. "Stay away from me." Niji shouted in despair. No matter how skilled he was, Niji was still just a genin now, and with his chakra depleted and strength spent, he was pummeled by Gamma Bunka until he looked utterly defeated. After Irika Yumino stepped forward and announced Minma as the winner of the second round, Minma sauntered off the field, while the third group of contestants moved to the center, ready for their match. "Sakura, Hinata, Ino, good luck." Minma offered his encouragement to each of the three as he passed by. The great sage and founder of the Liu Clan Chronicles, Liu Xiaobu, once said, "There's nothing more entertaining than a fight among women." Minma gazed at the 3 girls facing off in the center of the arena and found the sight delightful. The irritation from his earlier match with Niji vanished in an instant. Sakura was dressed in a red, modernized chi-pao with tight black leggings underneath. Her feet were clad in black ninja shoes. On her head, she wore a ninja forehead protector as a headband, tying back her long pink hair. 2 strands of bangs fell over her forehead, swaying gently in the wind. A faint, elusive smile played on her beautiful face as she stood there casually, waiting for the match to begin. Honestly, I don't even know why, but I just find Sakura so annoying like that. Hinata glared at Sakura, her expression darkening. Sakura seemed to sense Hinata's hostility. Smiling towards Hinata, she said, "Just now, Mima cheered for me first, you know." Hinata's Byakugan eyes clearly saw Sakura's lips move, and when she understood what Sakura had said, she clenched her molars in anger. Veins throbbed visibly on her forehead as she muttered, "Humph. Now I can't stand her even more." With Irika Yumino's announcement that the match had begun, Hinata and Ino instantly charged toward Sakura. They shared the same thought. Sakura was undoubtedly the strongest among the girls. One-on-one, neither of them stood a chance, so they had to team up and eliminate Sakura first. Seeing the 2 girls rushing at her with fierce determination, Sakura remained calm. She nimbly leapt backward and hurled shuriken at Hinata and Ino. Ino dodged with a sidestep, but Hinata didn't evade. Using the sharp vision of her Byakugan, she swiftly waved her hands, batting away the incoming shuriken. That brief pause left Ino trailing behind Hinata, making it impossible for them to coordinate their attack on Sakura. Hinata didn't care. As long as she could close the distance, using her gentle fist technique, taking down Sakura should be a piece of cake. As Hinata drew closer, Sakura rapidly formed hand seals and cast a Jinjutsu at her. Jinjutsu. Descent into the abyss. Hinata froze mid-step, instantly caught in the illusion. Within the world of the Jinjutsu, Hinata felt the world spinning. When she regained her senses, she found herself inside an izakaya. Looking up, she immediately saw Menma sitting there, his arms around Sakura and Ino, chatting and laughing together. The sight nearly made Hinata explode with rage. Sakura and Ino, how dare they seduce Menma the moment I'm not looking? She was about to rush over and pull the 2 girls away from Menma, but Menma noticed her first. He said, "Hinata, why are you here again? Didn't I already tell you how much I dislike you? And to stop following me?" "What?" Hinata was struck as if by lightning, left standing there in utter shock. Outside the Jinjutsu, Ino noticed that Hinata had frozen mid-charge and was trembling slightly. Realizing at once that Hinata had fallen under Sakura's illusion, Ino immediately dropped to her knees, forming her hands into the shape of a heart aimed at Hinata. Secret technique. Mind-body switch. As her secret jutsu took effect, Ino slumped to the ground, but her consciousness successfully entered Hinata's body. This moment in the world of illusions, Hinata saw Ino, who had been cradled in Menma's arms, suddenly rise and call out to her urgently. "Hinata, this is a Jinjutsu. Wake up quickly." Then Hinata felt a surge of chaos in her chakra, and the illusory world shattered like glass. As soon as she jolted Hinata awake, Ino's spirit swiftly returned to her body. This was no time for the Ino Shikacho trio to be working together. If Sakura took advantage of this moment to launch a sneak attack, things could go terribly wrong. After coming to her senses, Hinata's beautiful eyes burned with fury as she glared at Sakura. Sakura narrowed her eyes and asked with a smile, "So, what did you see?" Hinata recalled Menma's hurtful words from the illusion. Even though she knew they weren't real, the pain in her heart was all too genuine. Blue veins stood out on her face as she glared at Sakura with her Byakugan, grinding her teeth and spitting out, "I swear I'll kill you." Sakura smiled faintly, paying no mind to Hinata's outburst. Her hands flashed through a sequence of hand signs. Water style, wild water wave. A torrent of high-speed water surged toward Hinata and Ino. Hinata's eyes sharpened with resolve. She rushed in front of Ino, assuming her gentle fist stance. Rotation. A massive sphere of swirling chakra enveloped them both, blocking Sakura's water-style jutsu. The spinning chakra exploded the water attack into a shower of droplets, pooling around their feet to form a shallow puddle. As the protective shield faded, Sakura had already closed the distance between them. Before Hinata could react, Sakura slammed her hands onto the ground. Water-style, water prison jutsu. A giant sphere of water rose from the puddle, trapping Hinata and Ino inside. They struggled with all their might, but Sakura's jutsu held fast, impossible to escape. Just surrender already. Otherwise, in another moment, you'll start choking on water. Sakura urged them with a gentle smile. Ino clamped a hand over her mouth, desperately holding her breath. Hinata steadied herself in the water, forming the gentle fist position. 8 trigrams, air palm. An invisible burst of chakra shattered the water sphere at once. Sakura barely managed to cross her arms in front of her face before the force blasted her away. Freed, Hinata and Ino tumbled to the ground, gasping for air. Their soaked clothes clung tightly to their youthful bodies, drawing the eager eyes of the crowd in the stands. Minma's eyes widened with amazement, marveling, Lu Xiaobu wasn't lying after all. Ino, hugging her chest, knelt on the ground and sneezed, her body shivering as she let out a delicate gasp. So cold. The audience's hearts melted at the sight, and they cheered Ino on with renewed enthusiasm. Minma stood up and shouted, Ino, are you all right? If it's too much, just surrender. Ino turned back, her voice slightly nasal as she replied to Minma, Silly Minma, I can still fight. Watching the scene, Hinata's lips twisted in disdain. What a shameless vixen, she thought. Even in this state, she's still trying to seduce Minma, but when she saw the look of concern on Minma's face, a plan instantly formed in her mind. With a dramatic gasp, she collapsed to the ground, clutching her throat and cried out, Ow, that really hurts. Before Minma could say a word, Kiba and Shino rushed to the edge of the ring, their voices hoarse from shouting, Boss, what are you doing? Get up quick. Yeah, stand up. Knock that annoying woman flying. Boss, show them how powerful you are. Hearing Shino and Kiba's cheers, Hinata's forehead bulged with veins, her teeth grinding in frustration. Those two idiots, don't they ever pay attention to the situation before they open their mouths? Not far away, Sakura, who had been knocked back by Hinata, was already getting up. Thanks to the cushion of the water prison jutsu, she hadn't taken much damage. Without missing a beat, she launched her own technique, Earth Style, Swamp of the Underworld. The ground, already softened by water, quickly turned into a swamp, trapping Ino and Hinata in its muck. Hinata tried to struggle free, but after that last 8 trigrams air palm, she was completely drained. All she could do was watch helplessly as she and Ino slowly sank into the mire. Irika Yumino, seeing the situation, had no choice but to step forward and announce the end of the match. Sakura was declared the winner of the 3rd round. Hinata and Ino, caked in mud, dragged themselves off to the restroom to clean up. Next up was the 4th match, Gaara versus Choji and Kiba from the Leaf Village. Minma didn't have much faith in this pairing. To be frank, even working together, Choji and Kiba didn't stand a chance against Gaara. The three slowly made their way to the stage. As they passed Minma, he suddenly called out to Gaara, Hey Gaara! Gaara turned back, looking at Minma with a puzzled expression. Minma scratched his cheek awkwardly. I saw your name on the match list. It's Gaara, right? Could I ask you for a favor? Try not to hurt my friends too badly, okay? Of course, you shouldn't get hurt either. At these words, Gaara's cheeks flushed slightly. He curled his lips into a faint smile and replied with a barely audible before turning away and walking off. Minma beamed at Gaara's retreating figure and called out cheerfully, Thanks. After the Chunin exams, I'll treat you to the best ramen in the Leaf Village. Minma, is he really that strong? Choji asked in a low voice as he passed by. Oh, he's very strong. If he gets serious, all of us together wouldn't stand a chance, Minma replied with absolute certainty. On hearing this, Choji drew a sharp breath. Was this really just a genin? Had the Sand Village actually sent in a tail beast? Before long, the three stood in their designated spots on the field. Once Irika Yumino announced the start of the match, no one made a move. Gaara stood expressionless, hands in his pockets, as if the word opponent meant nothing to him. Choji and Kiba exchanged glances, silently agreeing to join forces. With a flurry of swift, determined movements, they sprang into action. Choji began by probing with 3 kunai. Gaara still stood perfectly, motionless. Just as the kunai were about to strike him, a sudden burst of sand appeared at his side and knocked the weapons away. What? Choji and Kiba could hardly believe their eyes. Flanking Gaara from both sides, they rushed in, unleashing a steady rain of kunai and shuriken. No matter how cunning or unpredictable their attacks were, sand always emerged around Gaara in the nick of time, shielding him from harm. Realizing that projectile weapons were useless, Choji and Kiba exchanged glances, each ready to unleash their family's secret techniques. Partial multi-sized jutsu. Fong over Fong. Choji's palm swelled to a massive size as he brought it crashing down towards Gaara. Kiba, meanwhile, became a spinning drill of blinding speed, barreling straight at their opponent. At last, Gaara moved. He withdrew his right hand from his pocket, and with the slightest twitch of his fingers, the lid of the gourd on his back popped, open with a soft thud. Instantly, torrents of sand erupted from within, swirling into a massive sphere that blocked both attacks outside its barrier. There was a dull boom. Apart from the sand billowing everywhere, Choji and Kiba's assault had not even scratched the defense. Still nothing? Choji leapt over to rejoin Kiba. Both were catching their breath after the attack. How about we go even bigger? Choji suggested. Kiba nodded and activated his secret technique. Beast Krona. With a bark, Akamaru on his shoulder vanished in a puff of smoke and transformed into another Kiba. Now 3 strong. They nodded to each other and prepared to unleash a mightier secret art. Human boulder. Choji's body swelled into a gigantic ball, tucking in his limbs and head, then hurtled toward Gaara with dizzying speed. Fawn over Fawn. Kiba and Akamaru, both transformed into spinning drills, charged at Gaara in tandem. The sand sphere surrounding Gaara grew even larger, calmly awaiting the oncoming onslaught. A thunderous crash rang out. The ground beneath Gaara caved in by 3 feet, and a shockwave rippled outward from the point of impact, sweeping away the dust and smoke in an instant. Choji and Kiba released their jutsu and found themselves panting heavily some distance away. The sand covering Gaara began to slough off, but soon came to a halt. Moments later, the loosened sand flowed back, smoothing over the marks left by their attacks, as if nothing had happened. Choji and Kiba shared a bitter laugh. Even after all that, they couldn't break through his defense. They stared at the enormous sphere of sand before them, hearts heavy with frustration. Were they really going to have to admit defeat like this? It was hard to accept. No, there was still one last thing to try. A sudden realization came to Choji. He rummaged through his ninja tools pouch and pulled out a small box. Inside the box was the secret medicine of the Akimichi clan, a drug capable of greatly unleashing a person's potential, but at the cost of burning through their very life. It must never be used unless the situation is truly dire. Yet now, perhaps this was exactly such a moment. The 1,000-year honor of the Akimichi family was about to be shattered by the sand ninja youth standing before them. No, Choji, if you take that pill, you'll die. Kiba cried out in alarm as he saw Choji skip over the blue and green pills, reaching straight for the red one. Don't stop me, Kiba. The pride of the Akimichi cannot be destroyed in my hands, Choji replied calmly. Hidden within the sand, Gaara watched Choji's actions through his sand eye and heard Kiba's desperate shout. He understood. Choji was ready to risk everything. Gaara instantly withdrew his defensive sand and sent it hurtling toward the two like a crashing wave. The sand swept over them in a heartbeat. Choji had barely raised the secret pill to his lips when Gaara's sand wrapped around his body, leaving only his head exposed. Gaara approached the immobilized Choji and Kiba with measured steps. He reached out, plucked the 3 pills from Choji's hand, and crushed them underfoot. Why? Why won't you let me take the secret medicine? Are you afraid of me? Choji shouted, furious. Gaara's face was expressionless as he fixed his gaze on Choji and spoke softly. I promised him I wouldn't let you get hurt. At these words, Choji closed his eyes. Tears streamed silently down his cheeks. Seeing that Gaara had subdued Choji and Kiba, stripping them of their ability to fight, Iriki Yumino hurried onto the field to announce the end of the match. As the verdict rang out, Gaara released his hold, letting the sand slip away and allowing both Choji and Kiba to drop gently to the ground. Choji fell to his knees, sobbing in despair. He had tried everything, yet couldn't even scratch his opponent's defense. The helplessness was crushing. Kiba gazed after Gaara's retreating figure. Despite his defeat, he found not a trace of hatred within himself toward Gaara. Gaara walked away slowly, the sand spiraling gently back into the gourd upon his back. Just as their battle came to a close, several unexpected visitors appeared in the stands. Hiruzen, what brings you here? Danzo asked, puzzled as he saw Hiruzen Sarutobi approach with 4 other shinobi in tow. Danzo, the daimyo has something to discuss with you. Come with me, Hiruzen said, his face unreadable. The daimyo? What's this about? Danzo was baffled, but nevertheless stood up, ready to meet with the daimyo. Lord Hokage, please wait. The 4th Kazekage, Raza, called out, halting Danzo. Is something the matter, Lord Kazekage? If it's not urgent, could we discuss it after I return? Danzo replied apologetically. I'm afraid you can't leave just yet, Lord Hokage, Raza said, rising to his feet and extending a hand to block Danzo's path. Lord Kazekage, what do you mean by this? Hiruzen Sarutobi demanded coldly, his face set in stone. That's a question I should be asking you, isn't it? What are you up to? Raza fixed his gaze on Hiruzen, his tone sharp. Why is it that my brother-in-law, Yashimaru, told me you harbor murderous intent toward the Hokage? Oh, and where did you get that idea? Hiruzen replied with a chilling sneer. Raza ignored him and turned to Danzo, who was just as confused. He explained, Lord Hokage, the guard behind me is my brother-in-law, Yashimaru. He's a sensory ninja, capable of detecting killing intent nearby. Just now, he sensed it. A surge of murderous intent directed at the Hokage from one of the ninjas behind this so-called darkness of the ninja world. Is that so? Danzo's face grew grave. It was at this moment that he, too, noticed two more ninjas standing behind Hiruzen. Besides Ko and Torian, there were two masked figures. Yet neither felt like a Konoha ninja. Instead, they gave off the air of the daimyo's personal guards. It's only a summons. There was no need for you to come personally. Hiruzen, a simple message would have sufficed. Did the daimyo really find it necessary to send his personal guards as well? Danzo said coldly, eyes narrowed. And if I'm not mistaken, that's a summa behind you. Isn't it, Hiruzen? When did the captain of the daimyo's guardians gain the freedom to leave his lord's side at will? Hiruzen stared silently at Danzo, his expression unreadable. Then, with a calm composure, he said, Enough. We'll settle this here. What are you playing at, Hiruzen? Danzo barked, raising his voice. Hiruzen ignored him, but the ninja behind him produced a signal flare, firing it into the sky. It exploded in a brilliant burst of red smoke above them. At the same moment, another ninja hurled a smoke bomb to the ground. With a thunderous blast, fire and thick smoke engulfed the stands. Every eye in the arena snapped toward the Hokage's viewing box. This is bad. It's the Hokage. In the spectator stands, Kakashi and Might Guy's eyes went wide with shock. They had just started to dash forward when several figures in cat-faced masks swept past them at lightning speed. The Hokage's own ANBU. Within the swirling smoke, Yamanaka Fu and Aburame Toryun instantly positioned themselves in front of Danzo, shielding him. Yashimaru and another sand ninja quickly moved to protect Raza, pulling him away from the crowd. Suddenly, a volley of kunai sliced through the smoke, hurtling straight at Danzo. Without hesitation, Aburame Toryun formed a shield of insects before Danzo. But to his shock, the normally impenetrable barrier crumpled like paper, easily pierced. Sensing danger, Yamanaka Fu sprang forward, spreading his arms to block the attack in front of Danzo. A muffled grunt escaped him as the sharp kunai struck its mark. Oomph. Sarutobi Asuma. What are you trying to do? Danzo saw at a glance that these kunai had been infused with wind nature chakra, which explained how they so easily pierced through Aburame Toryun's insect shield. Not many people could achieve such a feat. Among the Leaf, only he and Asuma possessed this skill. Lord Danzo, I'll hold them off, run. Aburame Toryun charged resolutely toward Hiruzen Sarutobi's group, pulling off his gloves and releasing a cloud of nano-sized poisonous insects. Parlor tricks. Hiruzen Sarutobi snorted, swiftly forming hand seals. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. With a deep breath, he unleashed a blazing fireball that roared down the corridor, engulfing the entire passageway of the stands. It must be said, Hiruzen Sarutobi truly deserved the title of Professor of Ninjutsu. Though this was the same great fireball jutsu, the way he performed it blanketed the entire walkway with flames. When the nano-poison bugs encountered the raging fire, they were instantly incinerated, reduced to ash before even a wisp of smoke could rise. Not only that, but Aburame Toryun was also severely burned, left half kneeling on the ground, struggling to remain upright. At that moment, Uchiha Obito finally arrived with his squad of ANBU, albeit a step too late. Just as they landed on the eaves outside the stands, for beams of violet light shot up, forming a barrier that trapped Danzo, Hiruzen, and the others inside. Simultaneously, countless feathers began to drift down from the sky. Everyone who saw them felt an overwhelming drowsiness sweep over them. Jinjutsu, Temple of Nirvana. Lord Kazekage, please, hold them off for a while. Danzo shouted, then grabbed the severely wounded Yamanaka Kaze and Aburame Toryun, one in each hand, and leapt onto the rooftop of the stands. Hiruzen Sarutobi was about to lead his group in pursuit, but was stopped by Raza's gold dust. Lord Kazekage, must we really do this? Hiruzen sighed. I have no wish to make enemies of the Sand Village. Damn you, my child is still down there. Raza roared furiously at Hiruzen. I don't care what you're planning. Let us out now, or you'll face consequences you can't bear. Hiruzen shook his head. Forgive me, Lord Kazekage. This barrier is called the Four Violet Flames Formation. Once activated, it's extremely troublesome to reset. To prevent any unexpected complications, I must ask you to remain here for a while. After reaching the rooftop, Danzo scanned for an escape route, but found none. His heart clenched with anxiety. He instantly recognized the barrier before him. It was the famous Four Violet Flames Formation, a barrier technique that could seal off every direction and was powerful enough to imprison even a tailed beast. With this realization, he set Toryun and Yamanaka Kaze down in a corner, then issued orders to the newly arrived Obito and Kakashi. Obito, send A and BU to protect the daimyo and repel the incoming enemies. Kakashi, lead all available Leaf Shinobi to evacuate the civilians and safeguard the genin and visitors from each nation. For now, the two of you will coordinate and issue all necessary orders. Just then, a sudden change erupted on the field. Gaara collapsed to the ground, and his body began to undergo a rapid, monstrous transformation to a torrent of sand burst forth from every part of Gaara's body, swiftly enveloping him and piling up until it formed an enormous, monstrous figure. Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro cried out in alarm, leaping forward in an attempt to rescue him. But the moment they drew near, the creature lashed out with sand, hurling them away. Gaara's upper body was half embedded in the monster's form. Clutching his forehead with a white-knuckled grip, he glared at Temari and Kankuro, his face twisted in pain, and shouted hoarsely, "Stay away from me." From the stands, Raza's eyes widened with fury as he witnessed this scene. He roared at Hiruzen Tsurutobi, "You bastard, what have you done?" Even Hiruzen was taken aback by the sudden turn of events. His expression turned cold as he shot back. "Lord Kazekage, why did you bring a Jinchuriki to Konoha? Were you planning to start a war?" "Damn you!" Raza exploded in anger. "What did you do to Gaara? Did you provoke him? Why is he going berserk all of a sudden? Don't try to shift the blame onto us." Hiruzen retorted with a frosty snort. "All we did was cast a large-scale jinjutsu, a harmless illusion that only puts people to sleep." "Put to sleep?" Raza was stunned for a moment, then let out a bitter, incredulous laugh. "Fool! The method our sand village uses to seal the tailed beast is called the spiritual medium seal. It relies on sacrificing the Jinchuriki's sleep to maintain the seal. By making the Jinchuriki sleep with your illusion, you've broken the seal, and now the tailed beast is rampaging. Let me out now. If the beast goes on a rampage in Konoha, the consequences will be disastrous." "What?" Hiruzen's face flickered with alarm and anger, his expression growing dark and uncertain. After a moment's hesitation, his own interest prevailed, and he refused Raza's plea. "I'm sorry, but I must ask you to remain here, Lord Kazekage. Our Konoha shinobi will deal with the tailed beast threat." "What?" Raza could hardly believe his ears. In a fit of rage, he barked orders to his subordinates. "Fight your way out with me." Without hesitation, Raza manipulated his golden sand, launching it like a barrage toward Hiruzen. Meanwhile, at the center of the arena, the one-tailed beast had completely broken free of its seal. It lifted its head and looked around, its yellow eyes brimming with terror. With a bone-rattling howl, the beast roared to the sky. Iriki Yumino, who was closest, led a group of elite jonin in launching a rapid barrage of jutsu at the beast. Water style, Water Dragon Bullet. Fire style, Fire Dragon Bullet. Earth style, Earth Dragon Bullet. In an instant, a succession of powerful techniques exploded against the one-tail. "Ow, it hurts so much," the one-tail bellowed, opening its jaws wide. "So scary I want to go home." With another deafening roar, the beast charged toward the sparsely wooded edge of the arena, smashing through the high walls and fleeing into the distance. Temari and Kankuro immediately leapt forward, chasing after him. At that very moment, inside the arena, Sakura had climbed on top of Menma, raised her hand, and delivered 2 resounding slaps to his face. Huh? What's going on?" Menma was jolted awake by the sharp pain burning on his cheeks. The moment he'd seen the feather earlier, he'd been caught in a jinjutsu and had fallen into a deep sleep. As soon as he came to, Menma instantly understood what had happened. Damn it, weren't the main events supposed to have changed? How is the Konoha Crush plan still happening? In the stands, Raza watched as Shikaku disappeared into the distance, his heart boiling with rage. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Baki, bring Gaara back to me now." Raza's voice thundered across the sky. Hearing the command as he hurried toward Raza, Baki immediately turned on his heel and raced off in Gaara's direction. He had barely run a few steps before 4 ninjas surrounded him. "Who are you?" Baki sensed their strength was no less than his own, and immediately went on guard. The one-tail has belonged to the sand for long enough. It's time for a new master," one of the ninjas said, grinning. "Oomph. The one-tail is the god of shinobi, a gift from Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage, to our village. Even the first Hokage acknowledged that the one-tail rightfully belongs to the sand. What right do you have to take it?" Baki demanded. The ninja only chuckled. "Hashirama might have agreed, but our daimyo never did." "Shut it, Naruma," another ninja snapped. "Got it." Baki had already guessed their identities. "You're the guardian ninja of the land of fire's daimyo, the 4 of lightning style." "Damn it, Naruma. You just had to open your mouth. Now the daimyo is going to have our heads for blowing our cover." grumbled another. It's fine, Higashi. We just have to kill him and be done with it, Naruma replied coldly. Kill me? Let's see if you have what it takes. Back in the Konoha arena, now that Minma was fully awake, he grasped the situation in an instant. At this moment, Kakashi arrived at Minma's side. He first roused all the young genin, then quickly began assigning tasks. Choji, you'll take Team 10 and help evacuate the civilians. Lee, you and Team 3 will protect everyone along the escape route. Hinata, you and Team 8 are on reconnaissance. Find any enemies hiding among the crowd. Minma, you'll lead Team 7 to assist the Sand in locating and sealing away their Jinchuriki. As soon as the orders were given, everyone rushed off to carry out their missions. Kakashi was just about to leave when Minma called out to stop him. Thinking Minma was afraid of fighting a tailed beast, Kakashi offered some reassurance. Minma, you're the only one here with experience facing a tailed beast. The village simply doesn't have anyone else to spare, so I have to count on you. Besides, didn't you already defeat and seal the 6 tails from the land of water last time? Do you somehow misunderstand what it means to seal a tailed beast? Minma grumbled inwardly. Last time, I was the one strung up and beaten, and I had to talk the ninja. Hounded playing along with the act, didn't I? But that wasn't what Minma wanted to bring up right now. Shaking his head, he spoke up. Kakashi-sensei, that's not what I meant. What I'm saying is, you should go and find my parents first. My mother is a master of sealing techniques. Maybe she can unravel the barrier jutsu, trapping the Hokage. And my father knows the Flying Thunder God technique. If my mother can't break the barrier, maybe my father can use the Flying Thunder God to pull the Hokage out. Kakashi's eyes lit up with delight at these words, and he smiled, saying, to think you came up with a way to rescue the Hokage. In such a short time, Minma, you've been a huge help. There's no time to lose. I'll head out right away. You all get moving too. After Kakashi left, Sasuke and Sakura came to stand beside Minma. Minma lowered his gaze to the ceramic gourd Gaara had given him, thinking of that shy boy who used to hide behind his sister. Determination welled up inside him. He lifted his head and looked at his familiar teammates, smiling as he asked, will you come with me to save Gaara? I've been itching to test my strength against the tailed beast. This is the perfect chance. Sasuke cracked his knuckles, clearly eager for the fight. Sakura gave Minma a bright, reassuring smile. Her eyes said it all. No words were needed. Don't forget, we might not make it back alive. Minma teased, trying to spook the other two. Please, no Uchiha has ever been afraid of death, Sasuke retorted, his tone as stubborn as ever. Relax. As long as you're still breathing, I can heal you with my medical ninjutsu. Sakura promised them both with a confident smile. All right then. Mission objective. Seal the tailed beast, rescue Gaara. Team 7 move out. Minma shouted, grinning widely. He spun around, leading Sasuke and Sakura in hot pursuit of the fleeing one-tail. Meanwhile, in Konoha, at the arena's Hokage viewing stand, Jia, Shao, and another ninja joined forces to block Raza and his 2 companions. Hiruzen Sarutobi and Asuma Sarutobi broke through Raza's defenses, leaping onto the rooftop to confront Danzo. It wasn't that Raza and his companions lacked strength. The attack had simply come too suddenly, and none of them were prepared. Yasharu was a sensory ninja, but his combat skills were only average. The other Sand Shinobi was a puppeteer, but since they were attending the match with the Hokage, for the sake of the Hokage's safety, he hadn't been allowed to bring his puppets. Raza was in an even worse position, his magnet release. Gold dust was at its strongest on the ground, but now he was trapped in midair inside the 4 violet flames formation, cut off from the earth and unable to draw any gold dust at all. Even the gold dust he'd just used to attack Hiruzen Sarutobi had come from breaking down the metal objects he carried on his person. The 3 of them could only manage to hold their own with taijutsu, barely keeping their opponents at bay. They had no way to stop Hiruzen Sarutobi and Asuma from getting through. Fortunately, Hiruzen Sarutobi had no intention of provoking a war between the 2 nations. The 3 root ninja on the opposing side were only trying to stop them from aiding the 3rd Hokage and Danzo, so Raza and his companions could still barely hold their ground. At the very top of the arena, Danzo quickly tended to the wounds of Yamanaka Fu and Aburame Torian. Then he turned around, rose to his feet, and faced Hiruzen Sarutobi and his son. With a cold expression, Danzo stared at Hiruzen and spoke in a calm tone. I never expected that you would betray Konoha. What? Hiruzen shook his head, his face filled with grief and compassion, and said solemnly, No, Danzo, you're mistaken. I am saving Konoha. Oh, what's wrong with Konoha that it needs its root leader to go so far as to assassinate the Hokage to save it? Danzo mocked. Konoha is about to be dragged into an abyss by your reckless tyranny. I cannot stand by and watch it happen. Hiruzen replied, shaking his head. Enough. Stop fooling yourself. If you repeat a lie often enough, even you start to believe it. Danzo retorted with disdain. Danzo? Hiruzen's anger began to rise. Why won't you believe that my heart is loyal to Konoha? I'll admit, I did desire to become Hokage, but it wasn't for myself. It was for the sake of Konoha. Just as Hiruzen was about to speak further, Asuma Sarutobi interrupted from the side. That's enough, old man. Don't waste your breath on him. Let's just finish this. You are. Asuma? What happened to your voice? Danzo was taken aback, questioning his own ears at the sound of that harsh, raspy voice. Asuma stiffened at Danzo's words. Slowly, he removed his mask, his expression tangled with shame, hatred, regret, and unwillingness as he fixed his gaze on Danzo. Your beard? For a moment, Danzo didn't recognize him. Asuma had shaved off his signature thick beard, revealing a face that was rather handsome. Asuma's face flushed with shame and anger at the comment. He took a deep breath, steadied himself, and replied in a low voice, That's all thanks to the Hokage. What does that have to do with me? Danzo asked, puzzled. At that moment, Raza and Kei, still fighting below, made their way up onto the rooftop. Without his gold dust, Raza's strength had been greatly diminished, and he was tightly bound in a corner by Kei's would release, unable to interfere with Lord Hiruzen. But Kei couldn't move either, since he had to maintain control over Raza. The three of them merely glanced at the others before turning back to their own conversation. Lord Danzo, do you remember what happened 6 years ago? Asuma's grating voice broke the silence. Of course I remember. That was the day I sent you to serve as the feudal lord's guardian ninja, Danzo replied in a deep voice, the memory coming vividly to mind. 6 years ago, in front of Konoha's memorial stone, Danzo, accompanied by 6 ninja, bowed solemnly before several unnamed graves. After offering incense, Danzo slowly turned around, his gaze sweeping over the 6 men before him. Sarutobi Asuma stood among them, his expression unreadable. Danzo began to pace in front of the group, speaking in a heavy, deliberate tone. 5 years ago, at the capital of the Land of Fire, right at the gatehouse of the feudal lord's mansion, we opened our new guard post with great ambition. I, along with a circle of high-ranking officials, was determined to achieve something significant. But who could have guessed? In less than half a month, we were attacked an average of 1.6 times a day. Within a single year, we lost 6 ninja. Asuma stood in the middle of the group, his face impassive. Danzo looked up at them, his voice rising with each word. They say a general's success is built upon countless bones, but I disagree. I believe, as ninja, our fate, life or death, should be ours to decide. Among all of you, your hatred for me runs deepest, and your backgrounds are the most distinguished. How your path unfolds, that's for you to choose. At that moment, Obito, standing to the side, brought over several cups of tea and distributed them to everyone. Danzo took a cup as well, raising it in a toast. All right, I wish you all smooth sailing as you serve in the feudal lord's residence. Cheers, my esteemed guardian ninja. Everyone, including Asuma, lifted their teacups and drank in one swift motion. After finishing the tea with everyone, Danzo took each of them aside for a private conversation. When it was Asuma's turn, he said, Asuma, out of everyone here, I have the highest hopes for you. Your brother was branded a rogue ninja by my orders, so your resentment toward me is the deepest. And you carry the weight of the Sarutobi name. So, unless the Lord is a fool, you are destined to become a guardian ninja. Do you know what your duty is once you've taken that post? Yes, to await the Hokage's orders and remain ready at any moment to keep the feudal lord in check. Asuma straightened his back and responded loudly. Good, very good. Go forth boldly. Konoha will always have your back. Danzo nodded with satisfaction, waved Asuma away, and summoned another. Ibiki Iwashi. Among all of them, I have the highest hopes for you. Danzo slowly returned from his memories, his voice now cold as he questioned Asuma. Haven't you already become the chief of the Guardian Ninja? So why is it, instead of being grateful for the position I gave you, you're now rebelling alongside your father? The muscles in Asuma's face twitched violently. It was hard to tell if he was about to laugh or cry. With a strange expression, he answered Danzo, Grateful? You expect me to be grateful? Did you even know that serving as Guardian Ninja beside the feudal lord requires castration? What? Danzo was genuinely stunned. He truly hadn't known. Castrated? That would mean... Danzo's gaze instinctively flicked downward. Catching Danzo's subtle look, Asuma's voice took on an even stranger tone. That's right. I'm a eunuch now. Ha ha ha. Now, I am the very first eunuch ninja in the history of Konoha. Look, my beard is gone. Don't I look so much better now? And listen to my voice, it's turned into this bizarre, androgynous mess. Doesn't it sound great? All of this, every bit of it, is thanks to you. Tell me, shouldn't I join my father in grinding your bones to dust? Danzo remained silent. But even so, Danzo finally burst out. You can't betray Konoha. Do you realize how many people could die because of this? Sarutobi Asuma stared at Danzo in disbelief, as if he couldn't believe such shameless words could come from him. After a long moment, eyes bloodshot and hands trembling with rage, Asuma raised his thumb at Danzo and forced out each word through clenched teeth. You are, truly, remarkable. So noble. Go ahead, insult me now. Good, very good. You're truly amazing. When you sent me to the daimyo, did it ever cross your mind to bring me home? Well, let me tell you, I don't want to go back. Do you have any idea what I've gone through here? Do you even know what kind of torment I've suffered? Well, because I'm a Konoha ninja. I'm broken. I'm a goddamn cripple. You really are something. Everyone loves you. What a wretched place. What a rotten, rotten, rotten place. But I'm going to claw my way up, step by step by step, all the way to the top. I will become Hokage. I won't let anyone bully me again. I can't take it anymore. I won't let others push me around. I'll become Hokage. I'll become the strongest Hokage, second to none, and above all. Danzo tried once more to persuade him. Asuma, it's not too late to turn back. Konoha's medical ninjutsu is advanced. We can use wood release cells and regrow what you lost. Look at my arm. It was reattached later, and now it works just fine, doesn't it? Asuma laughed in fury, his voice trembling between sobs and bitter mirth. MHM. Ha ha ha. Grow one with wood release cells? Attach it back? And after it's attached, will it even work? No, that's not the right question. After it's attached, will it still be me using it? When I have children in the future, will they carry the Sarutobi name, or the Senju name? Danzo could say nothing in response. Buried under armor, Raza had listened to the entire exchange, and it felt as if 10,000 Shikuka beasts were stampeding through his heart. He couldn't hold it back anymore and burst out laughing in wild abandon. What are you laughing at? Asuma glared furiously at Raza. Still catching his breath, Raza's face twisted in a snarl as he shouted with all his might. You're all insane? Every last one of you in Konoha is out of your mind. First the father, with one foot in the grave, still clinging to the Hokage's seat. Then, the son, out for revenge against Konoha over a damn piece of flesh. Every single one of you in Konoha has lost your minds. Do you realize how history will remember Konoha once this incident gets out? Will it be as a 70-year-old man who launched a rebellion just for the thrill of being Hokage? Or as a bloody tragedy sparked by something so trivial? You people in Konoha can be as crazy as you like, but what the hell does that have to do with us, the Sand Village? Why drag us into your mess? What did my son ever do to deserve this? He came here to take part in the Chunin exams, followed all the rules, so why did he end up being driven to madness by your actions? If anything happens to my son, I swear, I'll drag Konoha down to hell with him. Hearing this, Asuma Sarutobi's anger flared up. He wanted nothing more than to put an end to Raza right then and there. There are lines you don't cross. Don't hit a man in the face, and don't expose his weaknesses. And what do you mean by dragging up something so crude? Are you looking down on my flying swallow? Or do you doubt its sharpness? Before Asuma could act, Hiruzen Sarutobi quickly held him back. Hiruzen's ambitions were only ever to be Hokage, not to start a war with the Sand Village. With just a glance, he signaled to Kai, who understood immediately. Kai used wood, released to create a wooden sphere the size of a light bulb, gripped Raza's jaw to force his mouth open, and shoved the ball inside. Raza could only glare, eyes blazing with fury, while his muffled protests were completely unintelligible. Hiruzen fixed Raza with a cold, implacable gaze, his voice calm and distant. I could have taken Hokage elsewhere, but why did you insist on stopping me, Lord Kazekage? Raza froze at those words, but then understanding dawned, and with it deep regret. Why did I have to meddle in things that weren't my business? Overcome with remorse, Raza began smashing his head against the rooftop tiles, not stopping even as blood began to flow. Densu sighed. He knew that Asuma's heart was now filled with hatred for him, and no amount of persuasion would ever change that. So, instead, he turned his gaze to Hiruzen Sarutobi, his old friend and rival of many decades. Hiruzen, it's only natural that Asuma hates me. But what about you? I've never wronged you, not once. I even entrusted you with the root, one of the most critical assets in Konoha. You've always held a position just below the Hokage himself. What more could you possibly want? Why are you so determined to see me dead? Danzo, I told you, I'm not doing this for myself. I'm doing it for the leaf. Before Hiruzen could finish, Danzo cut him off. Enough, Hiruzen. After all these years, do you think I don't know you? At a time like this, drop the mask. Tell me the truth. Hiruzen's expression slowly turned cold. The look of a benevolent sage faded, replaced by nothing but shadow and gloom. After a long silence, he finally spoke, his voice low and grave. Very well. At this point, there's no reason to hold anything back. Danzo, do you know, all my life, I've hated you. Hated you so much I wished you were dead. The truth is, I've always wanted to be Hokage, but it feels like I've been living in your shadow from the very beginning. Tell me, what makes you better than me? In terms of strength, you're no match for me. As for family background, you fall short too. So why do you get to be Hokage? Was it just because you stayed behind that one time, covering our retreat? To be honest, I was willing to stay behind too. It's just that you beat me to it. Do you know? For decades, I've had the same dream, night after night. In that dream, I'm Hokage, and you're the one in the shadows. Is there really such a difference between being Hokage and being the root? Both positions are for the sake of Konoha, so why make such a stark distinction between high and low? Danzo was genuinely perplexed. In his eyes, both the Hokage and root were essential pillars of Konoha, equally important and indispensable, neither one superior to the other. How noble that sounds. Hiruzen Sarutobi flared up in anger. If that were true, why didn't you take the role of root? Yes, our teacher once said, in every village, someone must be the face and someone else the foundation. The face can't bear a single speck of dust, and any blood that's spilled must be kept hidden by the foundation. If it seeps through and stains the face, it could spell disaster for the entire village. But why is it that you get to be the spotless face, and I have to be the one behind the scenes? What gives you the right to remain untainted and pure? Why do you get to stand in the ninja world, yet keep your hands clean of its bloodshed? Ha! Ha ha! Don't you dare sit atop that pedestal. I want to see you fall. A Hokage is perfect as you ought to be, just as flawed as I am. Danzo shook his head, unable to believe how twisted Hiruzen's heart had become. After revealing the bitterness he'd harbored for decades, Hiruzen's wild expression slowly faded, and he spoke, each word heavy with intent. Today I, Hiruzen Sarutobi, call upon the Hokage to face death. Meanwhile, as Hiruzen and Danzo confronted each other, another tale was unfolding. The three members of Minma's team followed the trail left by Shikaku as it fled. Outside the walls of Konoha, in a clearing, several root ninja had formed a large circle. At its center was a ritual array, and in the middle of the array lay a scroll. Standing beside it was another ninja, his waist wrapped with a triangular sash emblazoned with the kanji for fire, the guardian ninja from the land of fire's daimyo, Kazuma himself. Under Kazuma's command, the root ninjas channeled their chakra, pouring it into the massive scroll at the heart of the array. Suddenly, the scroll at the center of the formation began to glow with a blinding white light, and from it, an endless stream of black earth surged forth. Witnessing this, Kazuma swiftly formed hand signs. Earth-style, rebirth of creation. The black soil gushed from the scroll with increasing speed, swelling until it became a tidal wave of earth, like a tsunami made of mud. With a thunderous roar, the earthen wave rolled forward, its rumbling and dust clouds drawing the attention of the vigilant ninja atop Konoha city walls. What's that? This is bad. We're under attack. A Hyuga branch Chunin activated his Byakugan, his gaze piercing through the dense forest to spot Koma and the root ninja above the surging waves of earth. Hurry, report to the Hokage! The Hyuga branch Chunin shouted at the top of his lungs. A ninja beside him nodded firmly, then leaped toward Konoha village behind the high wall. But just as he sprang into the air, several kunai shot from the shadows and struck him down. He fell to the ground with a pained cry, and the Hyuga branch Chunin's heart clenched with dread as he quickly looked in the direction from which the kunai had flown. There, atop the high wall, stood several ninja clad in black cloaks and wearing animal masks, staring coldly down at him. With a thunderous crash, the massive wave of earth smashed through Konoha's protective wall. Hearing the commotion, Konoha's shinobi rushed over, gathering on the rooftops near the wall and readying themselves for battle. After breaching the village wall, the earthen wave halted, forming a small hill of soil. Standing atop this mound, Koma gazed down at the Konoha ninja, a sinister smile curling at his lips. At his side stood a boy in his teens, with a group of mysterious masked ninja following close behind. "Who are you people?" bellowed the Konoha gate guardian, Namiji Reidu, gripping a black katana in one hand and pointing it straight at Koma. Koma chuckled darkly. It's time for Konoha's reign to end. In all the land of fire, there can only be one jewel. Though his answer was evasive, the malice in his tone left no doubt. He meant to destroy Konoha. Everyone, he's clearly the culprit behind this disaster. There's no need for ninja honor with scum like him. Let's take him down together. Namiji Reidu swung his katana with force and led the charge toward Koma. Koma sneered, I'm not the one you'll be fighting. And his hands formed a rapid sequence of seals. Earth Release. Ultimate Creation Secret Art. Soil of the Dead. As the jutsu took effect, the ground beneath his feet began to crack and tremble. Sensing danger, Namiji Reidu quickly signaled for the others to halt and stand ready. Just then, the earth erupted with unnatural movement. From the soil, bulges formed in rotten hands, some pitch black, some deathly pale, burst forth, clawing at the sky. This was the true terror of the Earth Release, Soil of the Dead. A forbidden technique that uses soil infused with the presence of corpses to resurrect the dead as the caster's puppets, the ultimate revival jutsu of Earth Release. Seeing this nightmare unfold, Namiji Reidu shouted for everyone to abandon the ground and leap onto the nearby buildings. More and more of the dead clawed their way out, launching a relentless assault on Konoha's defenders. After taking down several of the resurrected corpses, Bingzu Leitong quickly realized the flaw in this forbidden technique. Those brought back to life through this jutsu moved in a mechanical, predictable way and could be destroyed with a single blow. He shouted loudly, "Don't be afraid, everyone. These dead are easy to deal with." Kazuma let out a sly chuckle when he heard this. If quality couldn't win the day, then quantity would make up for it. From the earth, a steady stream of new corpses began to emerge. These soils had been painstakingly collected over the years by the daimyo of the Land of Fire, who sent people to gather them bit by bit from every major battlefield in history. If you counted them all, there must have been at least 30 or 50,000 souls buried in that earth. As the number of the resurrected increased, so too did the pressure on the Konoha ninja present. Eventually, the mass of corpses broke through the defensive lines the Konoha shinobi had set up and surged toward the village itself. Just as despair began to take hold of the Konoha forces, two mighty shouts rang out. Heavenly Foot of Pain. A graceful figure descended from the sky, landing with a powerful stomp atop the mound of earth. With a thunderous roar and a tremor that shook the ground, the soil, gathered at such great cost by the daimyo and reeking of death, was utterly shattered and scattered. Nevertheless, more than 1,000 corpses still managed to charge into Konoha village. From the distance, the screams and cries of battle made it clear that casualties were mounting. Lady Tsunade, Bingzu Leitong cried out in delight when he recognized the newcomer. The princess of the forest, Senju Tsunade. As a bodyguard to the daimyo, Kazuma had naturally heard her name. Her reputation preceded her, like the shadow of a great tree. Tsunade, go and help the people of Konoha. Leave this enemy to me. Jiraiya appeared at Tsunade's side in a flash, his voice ringing with determination. Understood, Jiraiya. Be careful. Without a moment's hesitation, Tsunade disappeared again in a blur. Summoning jutsu. Katsuyu, start rescuing the wounded. Tsunade's steady voice could be heard from afar. With that, Jiraiya felt reassured and turned his full attention to the enemy before him. So it's Jiraiya, huh? What a troublesome opponent. Kazuma narrowed his eyes at Jiraiya, then ordered the boy beside him, Ku, it's your turn to step up. Yes, father. The boy named Ku stepped forward, placing himself between Kazuma and Jiraiya. Kazuma swiftly drew out a talisman, formed a rapid sequence of hand signs, and slapped the paper on Ku's forehead. With the harsh sound of chains snapping, Ku's expression twisted into a ferocious mask, and a sinister red chakra began to boil up from his body. What is this ominous presence? Jiraiya stared at the boy, his suspicion quickly turning to shock. That's the chakra of the Nine Tails. Fury and realization mingled on his face as he shouted at Kazuma. So it was you. You're the one who stole the Nine Tails chakra during the chaos in Konoha 12 years ago. You bastard. I won't let you get away with this. Kazuma flashed a savage grin. So, you figured it out? But you better focus on getting through this challenge first. Staring at the young man before him, who was now showing two tails, Jiraiya felt the situation growing ever more difficult. He quickly bit his finger and formed a series of hand seals. Summoning jutsu. With a thunderous crash, a giant toad appeared on the ground. Jiraiya landed atop its head. It was Gamaken from Mount Mayaboku. Huh, Gamaken, why is it you? Where's Gamabunta? Jiraiya asked in surprise, noticing the toad that had appeared. Big brother Gamabunta was summoned away by Lord Minma. It seems he's run into a formidable enemy as well. Right now, aside from Gamako, I'm the only big toad left in Mount Mayaboku. Gamaken replied. So Minma's in trouble too? This won't do. I need to finish things here quickly and go help him. Gamaken, hold off that Jinchuriki who's transforming into a tailed beast for me. I just need a bit of time. I'm going to summon the two great sage toads, Fukusaku and Shima. Summoning both takes longer, And during the process, I can't move my hand apart. So I'm counting on you, Gamaken. Without another word, Jiraiya leapt from Gamaken's head and moved a short distance away to begin the summoning ritual for the two sage toads. Gamaken looked down at the pseudo-nine-tails Jinchuriki, Sora, who now had 3 tails. Thinking quickly, he took the bowl-shaped shield from his left hand, flipped it over, and pressed it down on Sora's head, pinning him underneath. Then Gamaken plopped himself down heavily on top, calling out in a booming voice, "Jiraiya, hurry up. I can't hold him for long." Time rewinds to 20 minutes earlier, just outside the Hidden Leaf Village, where Minma and his 2 companions were racing through the forest. They had been chasing for quite some time, yet there was still no sign of Shikaku. "This isn't working. We're too slow," Minma called out, leaping from branch to branch. "So what do we do?" Sasuke asked. "Let me think." Minma frowned, frustrated at their inability to catch up with Shikaku. The real problem was their lack of speed. If only they had a mount. "A mount? I've got it," Minma shouted, dropping down to the ground. Sasuke and Sakura quickly followed. Summoning Jutsu, biting his finger and forming the seals, Minma summoned the mighty toad Power. The Power Toad lived in the hidden valley of Mount Myaboku and had formed a contract with Jiraiya as a summoning beast. Brimming with immense sage chakra, it possessed incredible strength, able to shatter rocks effortlessly, and even had the ability to fly. It had appeared in the Boruto series, where it helped Jiraiya break through an Earth-style prison and track down Urashiki. Because of its flight, Minma had summoned it as their mount. "Toad Power, we're counting on you," Minma called as the 3 of them leapt onto the toad's back. "Don't worry. Leave it to me. Lord Minma, hang on tight." The mighty toad remained as reliable as ever, flying fast and steady. The 3 atop its back could only feel the trees on either side blur into streaks, while the powerful headwind whipped at their lips and faces, making their skin and mouths tremble uncontrollably. Suddenly, several kunai came hurtling towards them, but Sasuke, his Sharingan activated, spotted them in time. In the split second before disaster, he flicked out his shuriken, knocking the incoming kunai away. "Who's there?" The giant toad landed heavily, and the trio quickly looked around. I thought we'd snag some big fish, but it turns out it's just 3 little shrimps." A man with a cross-shaped scar on his face stepped out from the shadows. It was Nanwu from the Four of Lightning. The 4 of them had split up. North and West stayed behind to deal with Maki of the Sand, while Nanwu and Dongmao broke off to pursue the One-Tail. When Minma and his companions gave chase on the giant toad, Nanwu spotted them and chose to stay behind to intercept, sending Dongmao ahead to face the One-Tail alone. Facing such a formidable opponent, the 3 became tense and wary. "Hey, Minma," Sasuke murmured. "You and Sakura go after Gaara. I'll take care of this guy." "No way, Sasuke. He's too strong." Minma rejected Sasuke's plan. "I'm strong too," Sasuke replied with a cold smirk. "Hurry, there's no time." "Don't worry, I'll be fine." Minma knew this was no time for hesitation. He called out, "Just don't die on us." "Enough talk." Sasuke snapped impatiently. "Come on, Sakura. Let's go." Minma and Sakura leaped back onto the giant toad. You brats. You really think you can just ignore me?" Nanwu sneered, then hurled another volley of kunai at them. Sasuke instantly launched his shuriken, deflecting Nanwu's kunai, then charged forward with a shout, "Hey, your fight is with me." Nanwu grinned. "Fine by me. I wasn't keen on facing that big guy anyway. Let's see what you've got." With that, Nanwu shot toward Sasuke like lightning, and the 2 collided in midair. Sasuke was no match for Nanwu's sheer size and strength. In the blink of an eye, Nanwu kicked Sasuke hard in the stomach, sending him hurtling back the way he'd come, only even faster. A thunderous crash echoed through the forest as Sasuke smashed through several branches before slamming to the ground. He tumbled over and over, finally coming to a stop when his back collided with the trunk of a massive tree. Gah! Sasuke curled up on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. "Tsich, so much for being impressive," Nanwu scoffed, turning to walk away. "Hey, huff, huff, didn't I cough, tell you your opponent is me?" Sasuke struggled to his feet, wiping the blood from his mouth with his right hand. His Sharingan eyes blazed as he glared fiercely at Nanwu. Honestly, Nanwu pressed a hand to his forehead, exasperated. "Isn't it good enough just to be alive? Why are you so eager to throw your life away?" Before the words had even faded, Nanwu lunged at Sasuke with blinding speed, the kunai in his hand glinting coldly, reflecting the fierce, twisted expression on his face. Sasuke's hands flashed through a series of seals. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. A massive ball of flame roared towards Nanwu at incredible speed. "With ninjutsu this slow, you think you can hit me? That's just laughable," Nanwu bellowed, leaping high into the air to evade the fireball. Clutching his kunai in both hands, he raised it above his head, preparing to bring it crashing down on Sasuke. Sasuke's Sharingan spun rapidly as he hurled several shuriken at Nanwu. Nanwu spared them only a glance and sneered. "You can't even throw a shuriken straight. Who gave you the guts to stand in my way?" Without a flicker of emotion, Sasuke jerked his hand forcefully, his mouth clamped tight as if biting down on something, pulling back with all his might. In that instant, the shuriken he'd thrown traced a graceful arc through the air, whipping around behind Nanwu and flying back toward him. What? Steel wire? Nanwu's face drained of color. Suspended midair, he had nowhere to dodge. With a sharp twang, the wires snapped taut, binding Nanwu tightly against a tree trunk. Sharingan windmill, triple blade. Even after pinning Nanwu to the tree, Sasuke didn't let up. He gripped the steel wires between his teeth, freeing his hands to form seals at lightning speed. Fire style, dragon flame jutsu. A torrent of fire erupted in front of Sasuke, racing along the steel wires toward Nanwu. The searing flames engulfed Nanwu, devouring even the great tree behind him. A tortured scream tore from Nanwu's lips, echoing through the sky. Sasuke did not relax for an instant, holding the wires tight to deny Nanwu any chance of escape. After a moment, the flames died down, leaving behind a charred tree trunk and a blackened corpse. Only then did Sasuke allow himself a breath of relief, spitting out the steel wire from his mouth. The effort had been so intense that the wire had cut his lips in several places, filling his mouth with the taste of blood. As the wire slackened and fell, the scorched corpse dropped to the ground, shattering into pieces. Pieces? Sasuke's eyes narrowed. Something wasn't right. This wasn't the enemy. It was an Earth clone. He understood well the power of the dragon flame jutsu. It could never reduce a person to cinders. At most, it would scorch their skin black. "Come out. I know you're not dead." Sasuke called out, focusing his senses and scanning his surroundings. A slow, mocking applause rang out as Nanwu stepped from behind a tree, clapping his hands. What impressive strategy. Who would have thought someone so young could have such outstanding combat skills? How about I recommend you to the Lord as a personal guard? All you'd have to do is give up a few unnecessary things, and you'd gain immense power and influence. Well, what do you say, interested? Upon hearing this, Sasuke felt a sudden tightness below. He cast a discreet glance at Nanwu's lower body, then sneered and said, "Forget it. I have no interest in ending up like you, losing everything in a moment of rashness and missing out on every opportunity." What? Nanwu was utterly baffled. What was that supposed to mean? Was this young ninja's grasp of language really that poor? Perhaps it was time to reconsider recommending him for the guardian mean. "Since you don't appreciate my offer, don't blame me for being ruthless," Nanwu shouted, his voice ringing out as his hands flashed through a series of seals, unleashing a jutsu. Lightning style, ground walk. Blinding bolts of lightning crackled across the ground, racing straight for Sasuke. Seeing the attack, Sasuke sprang into the air with all his might. As he soared, he whipped out a kunai and hurled it at Nanwu, swift as lightning. Mere child's play." Nanwu scoffed, his body shifting ever so slightly to dodge the kunai. In the next instant, he leapt upward, launching himself towards Sasuke. As he flew backward through the air, Sasuke's hands moved in a blur of seals. Fire style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. Blazing fireballs erupted, hurtling toward Nanwu and sealing off all possible routes of escape. Nanwu remained unhurried, facing the oncoming storm of flames. His hands wove swiftly through another set of seals, lightning style, Plasma Bullet. Spheres of high-voltage plasma shot from Nanwu's hands, each one finding its mark in the heart of a fireball. Explosions ripped through the air, bursts of fire and lightning colliding in a thunderous display. Yet, even more plasma spheres tore through the smoke and flame, streaking straight toward Sasuke. Sasuke's expression shifted. He shouted, "Chidori!" With a piercing, electrifying shriek, a dazzling bolt of lightning flared in Sasuke's right hand. His Sharingan eyes widened, locking onto the oncoming plasma. He brandished the Chidori, slicing through the air with breakneck speed. Bang, 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 bang. Each plasma sphere was knocked aside, ricocheting away, just as if Sasuke were swatting ping-pong balls with a paddle. As he darted backward, he deflected the last of the plasma, a faint smirk curving his lips. So the rumors were true. Kakashi had once used Chidori to cut through thunder itself. But in that very instant, everything changed. Suddenly, Nanwu materialized before Sasuke, a kunai wreathed in crackling electricity gripped in his hand. He drove it straight for Sasuke's heart. So fast, Sasuke's face drained of color. Even though his Sharingan had tracked Nanwu's movements, the distance was too close, there was no time to dodge. He could only manage to draw his own kunai with his left hand to block. But the moment Nanwa's electrified kunai met Sasuke's weapon, it sliced through it as effortlessly as a hot knife through butter. What? Sasuke's eyes widened in disbelief. He barely managed to twist his body before Nanwa's kunai plunged deep in his chest, right up to the hilt. A harsh cough escaped Sasuke's lips. His eyes widened in pain and shock, and a mouthful of blood splattered across Nanwa's face. Nanwa pressed the bloodied kunai against Sasuke, retreating swiftly, a savage grin stretching across his blood-streaked face. Sasuke gritted his teeth, let go of the kunai with his left hand, and seized Nanwa's wrist with all his strength. His right hand brandished the chidori, slashing down hard at Nanwa's arm. A wretched scream tore from Nanwa's lips as his arm was severed at the elbow. He quickly raised his right leg and kicked Sasuke viciously in the stomach, sending him flying. With a series of loud crashes, Sasuke smashed through countless branches before hitting the ground with a heavy thud. Coughing violently, Sasuke spat out a great mouthful of blood. He lay sprawled on the earth, his head lolling to one side, eyes fixed in Nanwa's direction, blood bubbling from his lips. His lungs had been pierced by the kunai, and pink, frothy blood gushed out with every breath he took. On top of that, he didn't even know how many bones he'd broken. He couldn't summon the strength to move even a single finger. Nanwa leaned against a tree, barely managing to stay upright. He clutched the stump of his right arm with his left hand, blood gushing from the wound in a relentless stream. His face was twisted in agony, tears and snot streaming down as his whole body trembled. The pain was unbearable, unlike anything he'd felt since he had been castrated. Never before had he suffered an injury like this. Forcing himself to calm down, Nanwa took a few deep breaths. Then, summoning a surge of lightning to his left hand, he pressed it hard against the stump of his right arm. A gut-wrenching scream split the air, mingling with the acrid scent of burning flesh, as Nanwa, ruthless to the core, cauterized his wound with the lightning release. His chest heaved as he sucked in ragged breaths, as if that alone could lessen the agony. After a while, Nanwa, still clutching his wounded arm, staggered to his feet. Unsteady, trembling, he began to lurch step by step toward Sasuke. His eyes were bloodshot, his face twisted with rage and hatred. You actually cut off my hand. Unforgivable, absolutely unforgivable. Kill. I'll kill you. I'm going to kill you. Sasuke could only make a hoarse, rasping sound, twisting his body in a futile attempt to rise and defend himself. But now, fighting back was no longer possible. He couldn't even move. His vision was fading, and a chill crept over his body. Is this the end? Sasuke thought, dazed and numb. How unwilling he felt. There was still so much he hadn't done. Minma, I never even had a proper fight with you. Father, forgive me. I haven't restored the Uchiha name to its former glory. Mother, forgive me. I never truly told you that I love you. And Itachi, I still haven't asked you. Why did you betray the clan, betray the village, betray me? Itachi and I-san. Sasuke's vision blurred as a gentle ray of sunlight filtered through the leaves and warmed his face. A patch of dazzling green grass swayed in the breeze, and an ant, holding a leaf aloft, hurried along its way home. While, sitting in the woods atop the mighty toad, Minma suddenly felt a sharp, inexplicable pain in his heart. Sensing something amiss, he turned to look back. Behind him, the dense, pitch-black forest devoured every trace of light. What's wrong, Minma? Sakura asked, in confusion. It's nothing, Minma replied, turning his gaze forward and pressing on. Shadow snake hands. Just as Nanwa was about to reach Sasuke and deliver the final blow, a clear, resolute voice cut through the air. Nanwa spun around to see a young kunoichi with a high ponytail and striking features launching herself at him. From her hand burst several venomous snakes, their jaws gaping wide. Stunned, Nanwa tried to dodge, but suddenly his limbs went weak, and he collapsed helplessly to the ground. At that moment, a kunai appeared out of nowhere and pressed against his neck. A voice spoke from behind him, calm yet commanding, don't move. The tendons in your arms and legs have already been severed by my chakra scalpel. If you don't want to end up crippled, I suggest you stay put. With the enemy subdued, the kunoichi rushed to Sasuke's side to check his wounds. Kabuto, come here quickly. This child is gravely injured. Kabuto, a ninja with short white hair, round spectacles, and a delicate face, hurried over. He knelt beside Sasuke, lifting his eyelids and gently pressing his fingers to Sasuke's carotid artery. Turning to the kunoichi, he said, Anko, you and Jiraiya's toad should follow the trail and catch up. I'll stabilize this child's injuries and then take him to Lady Tsunade for treatment. Anko nodded briskly and darted away. As to why Anko and Kabuto appeared here, The story goes back 5 minutes earlier. 5 minutes earlier, on the outskirts of the Hidden Leaf Village, Gamaken sat atop a shield shaped like a giant bowl, wobbling unsteadily. He braced himself against the ground with his steel fork, barely managing to keep his balance and avoid falling. Jiraiya, I can't hold on much longer. Are you ready yet? Gamaken shouted at the top of his lungs. Here I come. Jiraiya leapt out from the shadows. His face was painted with red markings, his eyes had turned into those of a toad, and even his nose was dotted with warty bumps like a toad's skin. On each shoulder stood one of the two great sages, Fukasaku and Shima. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted. The shield beneath Gamaken was blasted into the air, sending him flying. Jiraiya, I'm leaving this to you. Gamaken shouted one last time before dissolving into a puff of smoke mid-air. The summoning released, returning him to Mount Mayaboku. A thunderous roar rang out. Not far ahead, a deep crater had formed. At its center, the fake Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Ku, had completely lost all human features. On all fours, he threw his head back and let out a wild, bestial howl. TCH, what a hassle. Jiraiya felt his molars clench with tension, then pressed his hands together in a seal. Ninja art. Wild Lion's main technique. In an instant, his hair grew long and shot out, wrapping itself tightly around Sora. Let's see how you make trouble now. With Sora firmly restrained by his hair, Jiraiya flashed a broad grin. Just then, Sage Shima on his shoulder noticed something was wrong and shouted urgently, Jiraiya, be careful. Sora slowly turned his head, eyes locking onto Jiraiya. Suddenly, he opened his mouth wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp fangs, and reached out to seize Jiraiya's hair. With a mighty yank, Jiraiya was pulled towards Sora in an instant. What? Jiraiya's face went pale with shock. Such incredible strength. Could it really overpower him even in Sage mode? Sora spread his claw-like fingers, aiming directly at Jiraiya. The moment Jiraiya came within reach, Sora would crush his skull in one brutal squeeze. As he hurtled toward those deadly claws, Jiraiya's mind raced. In a flash of inspiration, he rapidly formed a Rasengan in his hand, using the momentum from his hair being pulled to drive it hard into Sora's palm. A shrill screech rang out between their hands as the Rasengan ground against Sora's grip, slowly being compressed. Suddenly, with a thunderous blast, the Rasengan exploded. A blinding flash of light erupted between their palms, and the shockwave hurled Jiraiya through the air. He crashed into a nearby house with a resounding bang. Ignoring his own injuries, Jiraiya scrambled out of the rubble to check the results of his attack. Little Jiraiya, are you all right? Sage Fukasaku called out, his voice full of concern. I'm fine, but I won't be for long, Jiraiya replied, eyes narrowing as he gazed at Sora in the distance. Sora still stood in place, but his arm was twisted at an unnatural angle. Slowly, he raised it before his eyes, let out a low growl, and in an instant, the arm snapped back, fully restored. Tisish, even his recovery is this monstrous? Jiraiya spat out a mouthful of blood, silently cursing the creature before him. If his regeneration is so powerful, then I'll just have to give him no time to heal. Jiraiya quickly formed a series of hand signs and shouted to the two sages, Fukasaku, Shima, let's use that move, Sage Art Gomen. Jiraiya and the two sage toads took a deep breath and unleashed their combined jutsu. Sage Art, Gomen. Fukasaku summoned the wind, Jiraiya spewed oil, and Shima unleashed fire. The flames, fueled by wind and fed by oil, surged forth in a tidal wave, crashing down upon Sora like a tsunami. The blazing oil pooled in the crater, churning and glowing red like molten lava. With a sharp snap, Sora dug his claws and tailed deep into the ground for support. The earth cracked and splintered under the strain. Then in a sudden move, his tail extended, clawed like a hook, and grabbed onto a distant building. In one swift motion, the tail retracted, pulling Sora out of the inferno of burning oil. Landing back on solid ground, Sora gave a slight shake. Chakra surged from his body, flinging the flaming, oil-soaked residue far away with ease. Immediately after, Ku dropped to all fours, hips raised high. The chakra tail behind him whipped out, swiftly elongating into a tentacle that lashed toward Jiraiya. Jiraiya quickly formed hand signs, and his hair extended, wrapping around the chakra tentacle as he began to wrestle with Ku for control. But the deadlock lasted only a moment before the corrosive chakra from the tailed beast burned Jiraiya's hair to ash, eating it away inch by inch. The toxic energy advanced toward Jiraiya with frightening speed, like a wave of venom closing in. Seeing the danger, Sage Shima hastily formed hand signs and spat out a high-pressure jet of water as thin as a hair, slicing through Jiraiya's hair to sever it. Taking advantage of the opening, Jiraiya leapt backward to dodge the oncoming chakra tentacle. Missing its mark, Ku quickly retracted the chakra tentacle, which morphed back into a tail behind him. Without pause, Ku opened his jaws wide and threw his head back. A surge of chakra welled up from within, gathering above his head into a glowing sphere. This is bad. Jiraiya's face drained of color. He knew he had to interrupt Ku's chakra concentration immediately. If that tailed beast bomb finished forming, the consequences would be catastrophic. Dropping flat to the ground like a toad, Jiraiya pressed his hands together and called out, "Sage art! Needle Jizo!" Countless needles of hair, fine as ox hairs, shot toward Ku like a hailstorm of darts. Ku merely raised his arms to shield his head and face, letting the needles pierce his body and bristle from his skin until he resembled a monstrous porcupine. But even with this brief delay, Ku completed the concentration of chakra, shaping it into a pitch-black sphere the size of a basketball. This was the signature attack unique to Jinchuriki and tailed beasts, the tailed beast ball. Lowering his head, Ku locked his sights on Jiraiya's position. With a mighty swing of his tail, he hurled the tailed beast bomb straight at him. With a piercing shriek, the bomb tore through the air at blistering speed. "Jiraiya, get out of the way!" Sage Fukasaku bellowed. "I can't. Konoha is right behind me." Jiraiya gritted his teeth, forming hand signs and slamming his palms to the ground. Earth-style, multiple earth flow walls. Wall after wall of earth rose up, blocking the bomb's path. "It's no use. That won't stop it," Sage Shima shouted in alarm. Even as the words left her mouth, the tailed beast bomb smashed through the earthen walls as if they were made of paper, obliterating them with overwhelming force. Thinking quickly, Sage Shima flung out her tongue, latching onto a distant building. At the critical moment, she yanked Jiraiya away, just narrowly avoiding the deadly attack. Jiraiya's eyes widened in horror as he looked back. Everything in the bomb's path had been reduced to ruin. Worse still, the tailed beast bomb showed no sign of slowing, streaking straight toward the heart of the village. Summoning Jutsu, triple Rashomon. Suddenly, a thunderous shout rang out. 3 massive gates, each carved with fearsome demon faces, rose up from the center of the village, blocking the bomb's trajectory. A deafening explosion followed, and a blinding flash, bright as the sun, burst out in all directions. After the flash of light, 2 of the 3 gates had already been destroyed, and the last one was riddled with cracks, barely holding together. But at last, it managed to block the tailed beast bomb, sparing the village from greater destruction. "Well done, Orochimaru!" Jiraiya shouted excitedly. 3 ninjas quickly leapt over from a distance, led by none other than Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin. "Jiraiya, are you alright? What on earth happened here? Why is a Jinchuriki rampaging in this place?" Orochimaru fired off his questions in rapid succession as soon as he reached Jiraiya's side. I'm fine. But let's not worry about that for now. Our priority is figuring out how to deal with this Jinchuriki in front of us." Jiraiya replied. "Since you're here, Orochimaru, I'll leave this to you. I need to hurry and rescue my disciple." "Wait, Jiraiya. Go to the Hokage first. Hiruzen Sarutobi has betrayed us. The Hokage is fighting against the 1st, 2nd, and 4th Hokage right now, and he can barely hold on," Orochimaru said urgently. "What? The 1st, 2nd, and 4th Hokage are dead, aren't they? Why would the Hokage be fighting them?" Jiraiya grew more confused the more he listened. "It's complicated and I can't explain it all now. Just get to the Konoha arena as fast as you can," Orochimaru insisted. "But my disciple," Jiraiya hesitated. "Enough of that. My disciples will go rescue yours." With a wave of his hand, Orochimaru signaled to Anko and Kabuto, who immediately stepped forward. "All right, you 2 go with my summoning beast. That'll be faster." After a moment's thought, Jiraiya agreed to Orochimaru's plan. He summoned Gamachu, the loyal toad, and had it carry Kabuto and Anko, chasing after Naruto by following his chakra trail. "Orochimaru, I'm heading to the arena now. Once you've settled things here, meet me there right away," Jiraiya called out, and without another word, he dashed off with the 2 toad sages, Fukasaku and Shima. "Got it. I'll be there as soon as I can," Orochimaru shouted back, then turned around, fixing his gaze firmly on Sora. Meanwhile, Naruto and Sakura had run into serious trouble as well. A woman blocked their path, and not far in front of her, 2 familiar figures lay sprawled on the ground. They were Temari and Kankuro from the Sand Village. Temari's body was covered in wounds, each one scorched black around the edges. Kankuro's puppets were scattered in pieces, and he himself lay beside Temari, his fate uncertain. But the woman wasn't faring much better. Her face was ashen, one arm swollen and blackened, and she was gasping for breath in great heaving gulps, clearly poisoned. "Sakura, help them!" Naruto leapt off the mighty toad's back, spinning a Rasengan in mid-air and hurling it down hard at the woman. The woman's head snapped up, and with a few agile leaps backward, she narrowly dodged Naruto's attack. I could see this moment. Sakura arrived under the tree behind Minma, dragging two people with her. After carefully examining them, she said to Minma, "They're just superficial wounds. No danger to their lives." Minma nodded and turned to the woman, saying, "You're badly hurt too, aren't you? If you don't get treated soon, your life could be at risk. So what'll it be? Do you want to keep fighting us, or retreat and find a place to heal?" The woman snorted coldly. Dong Mao, may be injured, but I'm not someone a few kids like you can handle so easily. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Why pretend to be so important? Who asked for your name, anyway?" Minma curled his lip in disdain. "What?" Dong Mao was momentarily taken aback by Minma's words, but quickly snapped back, her voice brimming with fury. "You little brat, I'm going to rip that mouth of yours apart." Such empty boasts. Minma scoffed, getting into a fighting stance, ready to attack. "Minma, wait!" Sakura called out to him. "What is it?" Minma asked. "Let me handle this woman. You go after Gaara," Sakura said, her voice firm. "No way. Even Temari and Kankuro teamed up and still lost to her. She's not someone you can take down so easily." Minma refused without hesitation. "Minma, trust me," Sakura said earnestly. "Besides, I don't have to defeat her. I just need to hold her off. And she's wounded too." "Are you sure, Sakura?" Minma asked, still worried, glancing back to make sure. "Don't worry. Only a woman knows how to deal with another woman," Sakura replied with a confident smile. "Be careful," Minma nodded. Then he released the double four symbol seal, channeling a bit of Six Tails chakra to envelop Sakura. "Remember, just keep her occupied, that's enough. And above all, stay safe." "Don't worry." Sakura nodded, then stepped in front of Minma, blocking Dong Mao's way. Minma took one last look at Sakura's resolute back, then, without another word, leapt onto the mighty toad and raced off in pursuit of Shikaku. After Minma was gone, Sakura slowly backed up to stand beside Temari and Kankuro. She formed a hand seal and cast Earth style, Earth Prison Hall, encasing Kankuro and Temari to protect them from stray attacks during the coming battle. Dong Mao stared at the girl before her, wasting no time as she launched a sneak attack, lightning style, Lightning Pillar. A bolt of searing lightning shot from Dong Mao's uninjured right hand, streaking toward Sakura. With a sharp crack, Sakura managed to use the substitution jutsu at the very last moment. The substitution log was instantly pierced by the blinding lightning and crashed to the ground. "A Jonin needs to resort to a sneak attack just to deal with a genin?" Sakura asked Dong Mao with a calm smile. "When a lion hunts a rabbit, it still uses all its strength. Hasn't your teacher ever taught you that?" Dong Mao swung her right hand downward, and the thunder laser snapped through the air like a whip, lashing toward Sakura. Earth style, Earth substitution. The thunder whip struck Sakura's earthen double, shattering it to pieces. Is dodging all you can do? Let's see how you escape this one. Lightning style, scattershot, thunder blossoms. With a resounding shout, Dong Mao summoned a flurry of tiny lightning bolts out of thin air. They drifted down like willow catkins caught in the wind, filling all the space around Sakura and slowly closing in on her. Sakura's mind raced. Earth style, swimming carp in the earth. The ground beneath her rippled like the surface of a pond, gradually swallowing her up. She sank completely into the earth just before the lightning technique could strike her. Dong Mao let out a cold chuckle, a glint of malice flashing in her eyes. "I knew you'd use that trick." Lightning style, Earth surge. Snakes of lightning slithered across the ground, then dove below the surface as if they had eyes, hunting Sakura's hidden form. Buried underground, Sakura suddenly felt her skin tighten and the hairs on her arms stand on end. Sensing danger, she swiftly released her jutsu and sprang back up to the surface. She had barely found her footing when Dong Mao's next attack thundered in. Lightning style, Earth surge strike. Bolts of electricity converged on the ground, forming a thick serpent of lightning. Sakura's heart skipped a beat. She quickly formed seals and slammed her palms to the earth. Earth style, Terra Shield. A rectangular slab of rock rose before Sakura, intercepting Dong Mao's lightning serpent. The thunder serpent struck the stone, unleashing a blinding flash of light. Dong Mao cursed inwardly. How could a mere genin have so much chakra? If you can block it, then I'll make sure you can't. Lightning style, Thunderhawk. A bolt of lightning morphed into the shape of a fierce raptor, darting through the air in an unpredictable arc, bypassing the stone shield and streaking straight for Sakura. So fast. Sakura's eyes widened in shock. There was no time to dodge. The Thunderhawk struck her dead on. Ah! Sparks danced across Sakura's body as the lightning racked her with convulsions. After several seconds, the electric glow faded, and she collapsed to the ground, smoke curling from her body. This is the end. Dongmao watched Sakura lying motionless, sneered coldly, and hurled a kunai straight at her. Clang! Two kunai collided in mid-air, sparking as they deflected off into the unknown. Who's there? Dongmao's expression tightened, barking sharply toward the direction the second kunai had come from. Secret art. Hidden shadow, many snake hands. The answer was Anko's fierce cry, and an explosion of venomous snakes. Ah! Dongmao's legs buckled in terror as the snakes surged over her, paralyzing her with fear. In an instant, she was swallowed up by the writhing mass. Hey, are you alright? Anko hurried to Sakura's side, tried to help her up. Reinforcements already. Before Anko could touch her, Sakura scrambled up, looking at her with renewed spirit. Huh? You're okay? Hondo asked in confusion. Huh? Are you sure you're alright? I'm Fine. Sakura replied. How is that possible? There's no way someone could be hit by that kind of lightning release and just walk away unharmed. Hondo was clearly incredulous. I'm not sure myself. Maybe that jutsu just looked more impressive than it actually was, Sakura explained. She didn't reveal the real reason. She owed it to the chakra Mima had given her. Before leaving, the moment the Thunderbird struck her, Mima's chakra surged forth inside her body, quickly forming a protective chakra film on her skin surface, blocking most of the damage. By the way, did you see my teammate on the way here? He's about my age, wears blue, and has black hair. Sakura quickly changed the subject. You mean that Uchiha kid? Yeah, I saw him. He was badly hurt, though. My teammate's patching him up right now, Hondo replied. What? Sakura's heart tightened. She spun around and bolted back the way she'd come, shouting as she ran. Please help take those two sand ninja back to the leaf for me. Thanks. Hey, you got another teammate, you know. Aren't you going to help him? Hondo called after her. No need. I trust Mima. Besides, there's nothing we could do in that fight anyway. Sakura shouted back without stopping for even a second. What kind of person is she? Hondo muttered, scratching her head, and didn't bother with Sakura's request. Instead, she summoned two large snakes, instructing them to guard Temari and Kankuro, then turned and hurried off in the direction Mima had gone. Meanwhile, Mima finally caught sight of Shikaku. The tailed beast was crouched in front of a massive mountain, arms wrapped around its head, shivering violently, with sand constantly cascading off its body. Found you. Mima's spirit soared. Big Toad, pick up the pace. Understood. Before long, Big Toad arrived at a forest near Shikaku. He set Mima down and said, Sorry, Lord Mima, this is as close as I can get you. If I go any nearer, I'll be spotted. I'm not a fighter, so I probably won't be much help from here on. Mima shook his head. Don't say that. You've already been a huge help. Now, be careful on your way back. I'm going. With that, Mima leapt toward Shikaku. When he reached Shikaku, Mima finally realized just how enormous the beast truly was. Even a single scale on the tail dragging on the ground was taller than Mima himself. Shikaku was clutching its head, eyes tightly shut, body shuddering, and muttering to itself over and over. So scary, so scary. Hey, Gaara, can you hear me? Mima cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted up at the massive beast. But with such a difference in size, his voice didn't even reach Shikaku's ears. Mima looked up at the towering figure before him, as massive as a mountain, and a clever idea suddenly struck him. Summoning jutsu. With a great crash, a gigantic toad, nearly as large as Shikaku himself, appeared in the forest not far from the sand beast, crushing countless trees beneath its weight. The toad had a long pipe clenched in its mouth, wore a deep blue vest, and a colossal broadsword was strapped at its waist. Lord Minma, we meet again. Gamma Bunta greeted him with calm sophistication. Ah, big brother Bunta. Minma called out cheerfully, offering a quick salute. Did you see that big guy up ahead? Gamma Bunta squinted forward. Is that the one-tail? This could be trouble. He's no easy opponent, he said, his expression suddenly grave. No worries, Minma replied, appearing relaxed. We might not have to fight this time. I like to talk to him first, but my voice is too soft. He can't hear me. So, big brother Bunta, could you help relay my message? Oh, is that all? Leave it to me, Gamma Bunta replied, relieved. So, Man and Toad turned toward Shikaku and began shouting at the top of their lungs. Hey, Shikaku. Far away, Shikaku, quivering with fear, heard the booming voice and was instantly puzzled. Who's calling for me? Is it one of the other tailed beasts? Wait, when I escaped earlier and ended up here, I realized this was the Hidden Leaf Village. If it's someone from the Leaf Could it be Big Brother Kurama calling me? With that thought, Shikaku's fear faded away. If I got Big Brother Kurama backing me up, what's there to be afraid of? Excited, he lifted his head and turned toward the source of the voice, following the sound. And there, looming before him, was a colossal toad. Huh, a giant toad? Not Big Brother Kurama? Then who was calling me just now? A look of deep confusion filled Shikaku's beady little eyes. At that moment, Gamabunta, speaking for Minma, called out, "Hey, Shikaku, can you hear me?" Shikaku stared dumbfounded at Gamabunta, his mouth slightly open. The toad is talking. A moment passed, and when the realization hit, Shikaku's mouth fell wide in terror, and he let out an earth-shaking scream. "A monster?" "Hey, Shikaku, calm down." Gamabunta, Minma speaking, shouted sternly. Tears streamed down Shikaku's face as he wailed at the top of his lungs, mouth wide and trembling. "There's a monster. Help, someone save me. Sage of Six Paths, Big Brother Kurama. Come save me. Shikaku's going to get eaten by a monster." Hearing himself called a monster over and over, Gamabunta bristled with anger. "Who are you calling a monster? If anyone hears a monster, it's you." Minma quickly patted his big brother's head. "Try calm him down. Let go, Big Brother Bunta. Don't stoop to his level." "Tisich," Gamabunta grumbled, blowing out a puff of smoke in annoyance. "What should I do now? There's simply no way to communicate." Minma fretted. The Shikaku before his eyes was as timid as a mouse, completely unwilling to listen to others, just like a little child. What do parents do when their kids are throwing a tantrum? Minma sat cross-legged atop Gamabunta's head, racking his brain to recall how Kushina and Minato used to comfort him. "Minma, don't cry, okay? If you keep crying, the scary fox demon will come and snatch you away." Kushina's smiling face appeared vividly in his mind. That's it. Minma suddenly knew exactly how to deal with a bawling, unruly Shikaku. "Boss Bunta, here's what I need you to do." Minma leaned over and whispered into Gamabunta's ear. So a moment later, "Shikaku, calm down, or I'll eat you up." "Gur!" Gamabunta bared his fangs and struck a menacing pose. Shikaku froze in surprise. It worked. Minma's heart leapt with joy. But suddenly, Shikaku threw his jaws wide open and roared to the sky. "Monster, you dare eat me? You dare eat me? If you try, I'll smash you to bits." Huh? Minma was dumbfounded. Shikaku stretched out his right claw, aiming straight at Minma and Gamabunta, and clenched it tightly. Instantly, a tidal wave of sand surged toward them, a roaring tsunami threatening to engulf everything in its path. "This is bad." Gamabunta gritted his teeth, sprang mightily into the air, and soared above the sand's onslaught. With a thunderous crash, he sailed over Shikaku's head and landed behind the beast, the ground shaking beneath him. "It looks like there's no way to settle this peacefully, Lord Minma. Get ready. We're in for a fight." Gamabunta spat out his cigarette butt and shouted. "Right, Boss Bunta. I'm counting on you." Minma clung tightly to Gamabunta's head, using chakra to anchor himself in place. With a ringing clang, Gamabunta drew the giant blade, strapped to his waist. Gripping the sword in both hands, he leveled the tip at Shikaku. "Toad blade slash!" Gamabunta bellowed, angling the blade downward as he charged, dragging along the earth and closing the distance in a heartbeat. "Hiya!" At the very instant he neared Shikaku, Gamabunta hoisted the blade high and brought it crashing down toward Shikaku's head. Shikaku hastily raised his right arm to block. The blade struck his arm with a resounding impact, but halfway through the swing, it jammed, stuck fast in Shikaku's thick hide, unable to go any deeper. "Rhea!" Gamabunta opened his jaws in a thunderous shout, straining to push the blade down with all his might. With a screeching clang, the immense pressure from both sides proved too much. The blade snapped in two. With a loud thud, Shikaku balled his left fist and hammered it into Gamabunta's belly. With a rumbling crash, Gamabunta was sent flying backward by the blow, crashing on his back and snapping countless massive trees as he plowed a deep trench into the ground. "Boss Bunta, are you all right?" Minma, still holding fast atop Gamabunta's head, shouted anxiously. "Yeah, I'm fine." Gamabunta gritted his teeth, rolled over, and stood up once more. "Hold on tight, Lord Minma. I'm about to jump." At that moment, Shikaku slapped his belly with his left hand and opened his mouth wide. Wind style, drilling air bullet. A massive orb of transparent chakra shot toward Gamabunta at lightning speed. Gamabunta seized the perfect moment. He sprang into the air, narrowly dodging Shikaku's attack. Then, while airborne, he quickly formed hand seals. Water style, liquid bullet. Gamabunta puffed up his cheeks and spat a huge sphere of water straight at Shikaku. Shikaku lifted his head and fired another air bullet at the incoming water ball. With a powerful crash, the water sphere and air bullet collided midair, sending a shower of water exploding in every direction. At that same instant, Anko, who had just arrived on the scene, clung desperately to a thick tree trunk. The clash between the water style and wind style jutsu unleashed a raging storm of wind and rain. Only now did Anko finally understand Sakura's words. There's no way we can interfere in Menma's battle. But this was beyond interference. She was just grateful to escape with her life. What kind of monsters were these two, anyway? With a sharp crack, the tree trunk in Anko's arms finally gave way under the onslaught of the storm, snapping like a pair of chopsticks. Ah! Anko cried out, clinging to the broken trunk as she was flung backward. Just then, in the nick of time, a soft, flexible appendage shot out from his side, wrapping around Anko's waist and pulling her to safety behind a giant boulder. Anko blinked in surprise. It was the tongue of a giant toad. "I'm saved." Anko let out a sigh of relief and quickly thanked her rescuer. "Thank you so much." Her savior was none other than Daiki Toad. After dropping Menma off in the center of the battlefield, he had hurried back to search for Sakura and Sasuke, only to run into Anko, who still carried the scent of Toad. Without hesitation, he swooped in and saved her. Daiki Toad shook his head as if to say, "No thanks needed." Then he asked about Sakura and Sasuke. When Anko assured him they were safe for now, he finally relaxed and huddled quietly with her behind the massive rock. Back on the battlefield, Menma called out to Gama Bunta, "Big Brother Bunta, did you see the person on Shikaku's head?" "Yeah, I saw him. That's Shikaku's spiritual medium." Gama Bunta replied, "Big Brother Bunta, can you get close to Shikaku, grab him, and hold him still for a while? I'll try to wake up the medium." Menma shouted from atop Bunta's head, "I see. If you wake up the medium, Shikaku can be sealed again." Bunta said, suddenly understanding. But then he shook his head. "It won't work. We toads don't have sharp fangs or claws. We can't grab Shikaku." "We can do it, Big Brother Bunta. Let's use the combination transformation jutsu." Menma called out boldly. The combined transformation jutsu is a technique performed together by a summoning beast and its contractor. Typically, the contractor forms the hand signs and imagines the transformation, while the summoning beast provides the chakra and transforms. The combination move used by Kiba and Akamaru, Man-Beast clone, is one kind of combined transformation jutsu. "I see," Gamabunta said. "In that case, Lord Menma, you should do the hand signs. Get ready, here we go." Gamabunta charged swiftly toward Shikaku. Menma seized the right moment and formed the ram seal with both hands at lightning speed. Transformation jutsu. With a loud pop, a cloud of smoke billowed out, enveloping both Gamabunta and Shikaku. As the smoke cleared, a gigantic fox emerged, its jaws clamped onto Shikaku's body. The fox's fur blazed with a brilliant orange hue, and nine tails swished restlessly behind it. The most powerful of the tailed beasts, the nine tails itself. Held tightly in the nine tails' jaws, Shikaku didn't struggle. Instead, it froze in shock, then suddenly threw its arms around the nine tails and began to wail loudly. "Karamanai, you've finally come. Just now, a toad monster nearly ate me." "Wah!" Menma seized the opportunity, leaping up onto Shikaku's head and dashing swiftly toward Gaara. At that moment, Gamabunta, still trapped in Shikaku's powerful embrace, could no longer maintain the transformation. With a loud pop, he returned to his true form. Shikaku, still sobbing, sensed something was wrong. Opening its eyes, it realized in horror that it was hugging the toad monster from before. "Ah, help!" Shikaku shrieked, flinging Gamabunta, now without his fierce fangs and claws, far into the distance, then scampered away as fast as it could. Menma sprinted across the top of Shikaku's head, finally closing in on Gaara. "Gaara, wake up!" Menma shouted loudly. But Gaara slept deeply, showing no sign of stirring. "Damn, is he too sound asleep? If that's the case, Gaara, don't blame me for being rough." Menma raised his hand and slapped Gaara across the face. A crisp smack rang out. Yet, Menma's palm was blocked by a sudden burst of sand that sprang up out of nowhere. Menma gritted his teeth. Gaara's absolute defense? What a pain. Looks like I'll have to use this move. Rasengan. With an explosive roar, the Rasengan detonated against Gaara, but failed to penetrate the sand's defense. Not only did the Rasengan fail to wake Gaara, it drew Shikaku's attention. "Huh, there's still a little bug on my head." "Ah, Shikaku is terrified of bugs." Shikaku threw his arms wide, shrieking and wailing. All at once, streams of fine sand burst from every part of his body, hardening into spikes that shot straight at Menma. "This is bad." Minma's face drained of color. What should I do? I don't know any defensive jutsu. In his panic, a sudden flash of inspiration struck Minma. He came up with a way to handle the situation. At that moment, Minma thrust his hand fiercely near his navel, twisting hard. All the remaining six tails chakra surged from within, flooding through his body and enveloping him, forming a beast cloak. With a series of muffled thuds, the beast cloak fended off the barrage of incoming sand, leaving Minma completely unharmed. Huh? Is that the scent of Shisekin and Isan? Shikaku called out in confusion, halting its attack. Shisekin and Isan, is that you? It's me, Shikaku. Shikaku exclaimed joyfully. Minma glanced at Gaara, who was now wrapped tightly in a sphere of sand, and felt a wave of frustration wash over him. It seemed that to wake Gaara, he'd have to break through to Shikaku first. There was no other way. He'd have to keep up the act. Wearing his beast cloak, Minma slid down from the top of Shikaku's head and landed right on its nose. Shikaku, calm down, Minma called out in a loud voice. Shikaku squinted, crossing its eyes to scrutinize the little figure covered in the beast cloak before it. Are you Shisekin and Isan's Jinchuriki? It asked. Minma let out a quiet sigh of relief. At least they could talk. He raised his right hand, forming a fist, and said to Shikaku, It's a long story, Shikaku. Let's settle it with a fist bump. What? You know about fist bumps, too? Shisekin and Isan even taught you that. Shikaku was puzzled, but nevertheless it brought its massive fist up to its nose and bumped fists with Minma. In a flash, Minma was pulled into Gaara's inner world. Within this mental realm, Gaara lay quietly asleep on the ground not far away. Nearby stood a massive clay urn. Shikaku sat inside, the lid perched atop its head, peering out at Minma with only his eyes showing, wary and alert. You're not Brother Shisekin. Who are you? Why do you have his chakra? Shikaku cried out, both startled and angry, his voice ringing sharply. Shikaku, calm down. I am Ajura. Minma began his ruse. What? Ajura? Impossible. He's been dead for over 1,000 years. Shikaku refused to believe it. If you don't believe me, try sensing my chakra. The old man always said that out of all the tailed beasts, you're the most sensitive. If anyone can tell, it's you, Minma replied with a smile, sending a wisp of chakra toward Shikaku. Suspicious but intrigued, Shikaku extended a thread of his own chakra, intertwining it with Minma's, and carefully sensed it. This really is Ajura's aura. What in the world is going on? Shikaku asked, astonished. So Minma repeated the story he had used to fool the six tails, spinning the same tale for Shikaku. A long while passed. After hearing the whole story, Shikaku finally seemed convinced. So that's how it is? Then what should I do? I don't want to be absorbed by the god tree. Shikaku looked at Minma with pleading eyes. Don't worry, Shikaku. I'll take care of this. Minma swore solemnly. You have my word. Is there anything I need to do? Shikaku asked, his small eyes wide with curiosity. You don't need to do anything at all, Shikaku. Just make sure you keep yourself hidden, Minma replied. But, Shikaku wanted to protest further. Minma waved a hand, cutting him off, and continued. Shikaku, you're timid and sensitive. I'm worried our enemies might use that against you. So your only task is to hide yourself deep within your Jinchuriki's body. Unless it's absolutely necessary, you mustn't come out. Leave the rest to me and our brothers and sisters. All right, I understand, Shikaku said, nodding, though his face showed his reluctance. Then, sounding worried, he added, but what if I can't stay hidden? My current Jinchuriki has me sealed with a spirit medium's technique. But the seal is so weak. Whenever the Jinchuriki falls asleep, the seal fails, and there's nowhere for me to hide, even if I try. Is that so? Minma rubbed his chin thoughtfully with his thumb and forefinger. I've got it. I'll add another seal for you, he said, clapping his hands together. Shikaku looked at Minma in surprise. You know sealing techniques? I see you have made progress in these 1,000 years. Minma grinned broadly, accepting the compliment, and explained, I'll layer a 4-symbol seal over the spirit medium seal. This way, even if your Jinchuriki falls asleep and the spirit medium's seal fails, you'll still have a place to hide. And if something urgent happens, since a single 4-symbol seal isn't that powerful, you'll still be able to break through and escape if needed. All right, what do I need to do? Shikaku asked. Nothing at all. Just stay still and don't resist, Minma instructed. Okay, Ashura. I'm ready whenever you are. Shikaku nodded eagerly. With a gentle smile, Minma extended his fingers and began inscribing the runes of the 4-symbol seal onto the clay jar. After a long while, the symbols were complete, and Shikaku's chakra slowly withdrew. It's done, Shikaku. I should be going now, Minma said to him. So soon, Shikaku sounded a little disappointed. Don't be too down, Shikaku. Myanmar comforted him. Think back to what the old man told you all before he passed away. Trust me, that day will come sooner than you think. Until then, get along with your Jinchuriki. The words Grandpa Sage said before his death, Shikaku seemed to recall something. A blonde, blue-eyed boy. Could it be? I understand now. That legendary boy, he's you, isn't he? Shikaku cried out. Myanmar didn't answer, only smiled at Shikaku, waved farewell, and then left Gaara's mental realm. Myanmar withdrew from Gaara's inner world. Shikaku's massive form gradually crumbled away, collapsing into a mound of sand. Gaara lay quietly atop the sandy hill, his face serene and calm. Myanmar tread softly across the shifting sands, making his way over to Gaara. Leaning down, he called out, "Hey, Gaara, how long are you planning on sleeping?" Gaara's eyelids fluttered. Slowly, he began to wake, his mind still clouded and confused. Where am I? Oh, right, Shikaku. Shikaku broke free. You need to get away from me. Seeing the panic in Gaara's eyes, Myanmar gave a gentle smile and reassured him. It's all right, Gaara. Don't worry. Everything's been taken care of. Sunlight streamed from behind Myanmar, warm and soothing, bathing Gaara's face and body in a gentle, comforting glow. He felt the warmth seep into him. Come on, Gaara, Myanmar continued. Let's head back to the Hidden Leaf together. When I came out, I saw the third Hokage and the fourth Kazekage were both in trouble. We have to go back and help them. Myanmar bent down, reaching out his hand to Gaara. Gaara stared at him in a daze for a moment before finally reaching out and letting Myanmar pull him to his feet. Just after Shikaku was sealed once more, the mighty toad arrived, carrying Anko on its back as it soared toward them from its hiding place. Perfect timing, mighty toad, Myanmar called cheerfully, grabbing Gaara and leaping onto the toad's broad back, setting off at speed toward the Leaf Village. Oh, by the way, who is this? Myanmar asked, pointing knowingly at Anko. I'm Anko, disciple of Lord Orochimaru. She introduced herself quickly. I was sent by Lord Jiraiya to assist you. Ah, Lady Anko, a pleasure to meet you, Myanmar replied with a friendly grin. By the way, did you happen to see my two teammates on your way here? A boy and a girl, they look. Before Myanmar could finish, Anko nodded. You mean the Uchiha boy and the girl with pink hair, right? We've already rescued them. The Uchiha kid was badly hurt. Kabuto is treating him now. The girl is fine and has already gone back. Oh, and on our way back, let's take those two Sand siblings with us too. My brother and sister. Are they all right? Gaara spoke up at once, his voice tight with worry at the mention of Temari and Kankuro. Don't worry, Anko reassured him. They're injured but under control. Their lives aren't in danger. Gaara let out a long sigh of relief. Still, Myanmar, you're really something, Anko praised him. To think you could defeat a monster like that. If it were me, I'd be grateful just to get out alive. Never mind fighting. Hearing this, Gaara lowered his head, his spirits sinking. Did the monster inside me hurt people again? After all, someone as weak as me. Is there really any meaning to my existence? Feeling Gaara's sadness, Minma reached out and gently ruffled Gaara's red hair. My abilities are nothing special, he said softly. You're the truly amazing one, Gaara. Just think about it. Every single day, you're fighting against that monster inside you. Hearing this, Gaara looked up in astonishment, his eyes searching Minma's face. Minma continued. That's exactly why I think you're so strong. You've endured a life filled with sorrow and loneliness, always trapped in that solitude, fighting your battles all alone. You've borne the pain of hurting others, shouldered it all by yourself. Gaara, you've suffered so much all these years. A tremor ran through Gaara. Tears welled up in his eyes, his lips quivering as he tried to hold back his emotions. But after a moment, he could no longer restrain himself. He flung himself into Minma's arms and broke down, sobbing uncontrollably. Minma smiled wryly, patting Gaara's head with gentle reassurance. His voice was warm as he said, You don't have to carry everything by yourself anymore. Try trusting your family and your friends, just a little. With a choked sob, Gaara nodded vigorously. I will. 20 minutes earlier, at the edge of the Hidden Leaf Village. Once Jiraiya and his two students had each set off on their own paths, Orochimaru finally turned all his attention to the false Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails standing before him. Sora crouched low, poised like a wild beast ready to spring, his eyes locked onto Orochimaru with feral intensity. How interesting, Orochimaru murmured, narrowing his eyes, a slithering smile playing on his lips as he drew his tongue slowly around his mouth. Suddenly, the chakra tail behind Sora whipped out, elongating in an instant. The tip morphed into razor-sharp claws that lunged toward Orochimaru with frightening speed. Orochimaru leapt nimbly backward, evading the attack with ease. The chakra claws slashed relentlessly at him, but each strike was dodged by Orochimaru's fluid, almost serpentine movements. So, this is all you can do with the power of the Nine Tails chakra? As expected, a counterfeit will always be a counterfeit. Orochimaru sneered, his taunt cold and merciless. Perhaps Sora understood the mockery, for his chakra grew even more savage and uncontrollable. But Orochimaru showed no mercy. Bending low to the ground, he planted his hands and opened his mouth wide. In a horrifying spectacle, countless venomous snakes poured from his mouth, forming a writhing sea of serpents that surged toward Sora. Each snake in the horde unhinged its jaws, spitting gleaming blades, dozens of swords hurtling straight for Sora. In response, Sora raised both hands high, then slammed them down with all his might, just as the snake sea closed in. A thunderous explosion erupted, a towering mushroom cloud rising into the sky, the blast so loud it rattled the earth. The venomous snakes were instantly incinerated, reduced to cinders by the devastating force. Even Orochimaru was battered by the shockwave, his body shaken and wounded. Yet he only gave a cold, twisted smile. Tilting his head back, he opened his mouth impossibly wide. Then, in a gruesome display, a pair of hands burst from his throat, wrenching his jaws apart. From the torn opening, a new, unscathed Orochimaru crawled out. His injuries vanished as if they'd never existed. This was none other than Orochimaru's signature ninjutsu, the Great Serpent Substitution Technique. When Orochimaru reappeared, his lower body had transformed into that of a snake, doubling his speed in an instant. Orochimaru surged swiftly towards Sora, dodging the oncoming chakra claws, and landed a powerful punch right on Sora's face. The force of the blow sent Sora reeling backward, but before he could recover, another razor-sharp claw suddenly grew out from the chakra cloak, surrounding him, slashing fiercely at Orochimaru. In a flash, Orochimaru was cleaved in two at the waist, his upper body sent flying into the air. Seeing this, a cold smile curled at the corners of Sora's lips, and he let out a mocking chuckle. But before he could savor his triumph, a mass of venomous snakes burst forth from Orochimaru's severed torso, swiftly knitting his two halves back together. Sora's eyes widened in shock. Surviving even that? What kind of monster is he? With his body restored, Orochimaru seized the moment while Sora stood frozen in disbelief, his neck elongated at lightning speed, bringing his head right before Sora. Then, with a sudden motion, he spat out a gleaming sword, driving it straight through Sora's body. Sora's hands gripped the blade with desperate strength. With a mighty heave, he wrenched the sword free, hurling both Orochimaru and the weapon away from him. Umph. You think you're the only one who can't be killed? With the power of the Nine Tails chakra, my healing is second to none. An injury like this will be gone in no time. Wait, what? What's happening? Why isn't the wound closing? And my strength is fading away. Damn you, Orochimaru. What have you done to me? In the distance, Orochimaru swallowed the Kusanagi sword back into his body, a sly grin spreading across his face. How do you like the taste of my latest poison? It blocks the transmission of acetylcholine in your body, relaxing your muscles and dampening your sympathetic nerve responses. To put it simply, it's a muscle relaxant. Well then, Sora, how does it feel to have all that chakra and yet be unable to move a muscle? Curse you! Sora collapsed to the ground, completely paralyzed by the drug, unable to even lift a finger. Orochimaru's serpentine tail gradually transformed back into legs as he strolled leisurely over to Sora. With a flick of his toes, he turned Sora over, leaving him lying face up. Then, extending his right hand, fingers curved like talons, he pressed down on Sora's abdomen. 5 elements seal. There was a sharp gasp as Sora's breath caught in his throat. The cloak of Nine Tails chakra slowly faded away, revealing his skin, scorched and scarred. He slipped into unconsciousness. Orochimaru knelt beside Sora and gazed at the small, battered body littered with wounds. Shaking his head with a sigh, he bent down, gathered Sora in his arms, and slowly walked away from the battlefield. Meanwhile, as Orochimaru and Sora fought, Danzo faced a crisis of his own elsewhere. Well, there's no point in more talk. Let's settle this with our skills. Hiruzen Sarutobi shook his head, flexing his limbs in preparation. Danzo's voice was low and grave as he replied, Hiruzen, it's not too late to stop now. Don't let your name be forever nailed to Konoha's pillar of shame. Once I kill you and become Hokage, naturally, this problem will be solved. Hiruzen Sarutobi sneered coldly. Danzo snorted, his tone icy. Stubborn old fool. In that case, let me see if you've improved at all over these years. With that, Danzo untied the bandage over his right eye, revealing a Sharingan with 3 Tomo, shining ominously. Then he removed the seals and bandages from his right arm, flexing his wrist as if limbering up for battle. Well, formalities must be observed. Consider this my final respect to you, Lord Hokage. And Asuma, stay out of this fight, no matter what happens, Sarutobi said, then extended his right hand, forming the seal of confrontation toward Danzo. Pointless, Danzo said with a dismissive snort. After a long moment's hesitation, he finally mirrored the gesture, forming the same seal of confrontation in return. At that instant, the battle began. Ninja art, tile shuriken. Hiruzen's hands flashed through a sequence of signs, and the tiles atop the roof suddenly shot into the air, transforming into razor-sharp shuriken that hurtled toward Danzo. Danzo extended his left hand, no hand signs needed, and unleashed his own jutsu, wind-style, slicing wave palm. A cutting wave of compressed air burst from his palm, shattering the flying tile, shuriken, and filling the air with a thick cloud of dust and debris. Drawing in a deep breath, Danzo unleashed another attack, wind-style, air bullet. A dense sphere of high-pressure wind shot out, barreling straight at Hiruzen as he emerged from the smoke. With a sickening crunch, the attack struck Hiruzen square in the chest. He cried out in pain, clutching his chest as he collapsed to the ground. Is that the best you can do? Can't even dodge such an attack? You really have grown old, Hiruzen. Suddenly, the fallen Hiruzen melted away into a puddle of mud. So that's how it is, a mud clone? Realization dawned on Danzo. He scanned the surroundings, sharpening his focus, wary for the next move. In a flash, Hiruzen appeared atop the roof's edge to Danzo's right, hands forming another sequence of signs. Earth-style, Great Mud River. With the jutsu unleashed, the rooftop beneath Danzo instantly transformed into a torrent of flowing mud and stones, sweeping him toward the edge. Is that all you've got, Hiruzen? Danzo roared, launching himself into the air with a powerful leap. It's not over yet. Earth-style, Earth Dragon Bullet. From a churning mud, the head of a dragon sculpted from earth burst forth, opening its jaws wide to spit a barrage of mud projectiles at Danzo as he hung in midair. Fire-style, Fire Dragon Bullet. Hiruzen exhaled a stream of flames shaped like a dragon, overtaking the mud bullets and igniting them, transforming each one into blazing balls of molten lava. Now that's more like it, Danzo bellowed. He quickly formed hand signs, then drew in a mighty breath, his chest swelling. Wind-style, Vacuum Sphere. With the precision granted by Sharingan, Danzo's vacuum bullets struck each molten projectile dead-on, bursting them in midair. With a series of fiery explosions that lit up the sky, with a sharp click, Danzo landed on the rooftop and addressed Hiruzen Sarutobi. You don't really think something like this could kill me, do you? If that's the case, then you're gravely underestimating me. You're as insufferable as ever, Hiruzen replied with a scowl. All right, old man, don't you think it's time to end this little game? This isn't some sparring match at the Ninja Academy, Sarutobi Asuma said, stepping forward, clearly uninterested in watching two old men fight. Come to me together if you must. It makes no difference to me, Danzo replied coldly. Hiruzen's face darkened as he tacitly agreed to Asuma's suggestion. Just then, a voice echoed from a corner behind Danzo. 2 against 1? Now that's something I can't just stand by and watch. What? Everyone turned toward the sound, only to see the fourth Kazekage, Raza, breaking free from his restraints. He spat out a wooden ball, slick with saliva, and stood up to speak. What's going on here? Weren't you trapped by Ki with wood release? Hiruzen's face turned grim. Oh, you mean this? Raza gave a careless kick to Ki, who lay on the ground, uncertain if he was even alive, and toyed with a handful of sand in his palm. You can thank your earth release for that. All those mudslides and shuriken made of tiles provided me with plenty of sand to work with. What? Hiruzen stared at Raza in disbelief. Well then, Lord Hokage, leave that sorry excuse for an androgynous creep to me. You go settle things with your old war buddy. Raza sneered, grinning wickedly. What? Who are you calling an androgynous creep? Asuma's eyes went wide with fury as he glared at Raza. Whoever answers must be the one I'm talking about, Raza retorted, his words infuriating enough to make anyone's blood boil. You bastard. I'll rip that mouth of yours apart. Asuma was so enraged he was practically smoking from every pore. He grabbed a kunai and charged straight at Raza. Raza leaped away, landing atop the grandstand, leaving the rooftop to Hiruzen and Danzo. Hiruzen pulled out a shuriken and hurled it at Danzo with lightning speed. Quickly forming hand signs, he muttered, Ninja art, shuriken shadow, clone technique. The shuriken split in midair. 1 became 2, 2 became 4, and in an instant, thousands of shuriken filled the sky. Wind release. Wind formation wall. Danzo slammed both hands onto the rooftop. A powerful updraft surged forth, forming a wall of wind. The shuriken struck the barrier, exploding into clouds of smoke. Taking advantage of the cover, Hiruzen bit his finger, crouched low, and pressed his hands to the ground. Summoning jutsu, reanimation. 3 glowing circles appeared on the floor, and slowly, 3 wooden coffins began to rise. With a heavy slam, the lids burst open, and out stepped 3 figures with ashen, lifeless skin. Long time no see, Danzo. The one who spoke was none other than the man known as the demon of the shinobi world, the first Hokage of Konoha, Madara Uchiha. Oh, it's you. You've gotten older too, Danzo, said Tobirama Senju, renowned as the fastest shinobi of his era and the second Hokage of Konoha. Ah, it really has been a long time, Master Danzo, chimed the youngest Kage in shinobi history, the 4th Hokage of Konoha, Haruno Akira. Danzo's expression grew grave, a bead of cold sweat tracing down his temple. In a low voice, he said, I never imagined we'd meet again like this. Hiruzen, you damn fool, to toy with the souls of the dead like this. The impure world reincarnation, is it? Tobirama glanced back at Hiruzen Sarutobi. So you're the one who used the forbidden jutsu to summon us, Hiruzen? Hiruzen Sarutobi replied with a steely face. Yes, Lord Tobirama. I couldn't stand by and watch Konoha fall into Danzo's hands, so I summoned you all to set things right. Oomph, that sanctimonious face of yours. It's exactly like yours, Tobirama. Madara Uchiha snorted at Hiruzen's words, turning to mock Tobirama. First your brother, Hashirama, handed over Konoha's tailed beasts to our enemies, and then you sneakily researched forbidden jutsu that trifle with souls. I warned you long ago. Desecrating the dead and meddling with souls would bring divine retribution. See? Retribution always comes in the end. All right, enough talk. We should focus on helping Danzo get through this ordeal for now, Tobirama said helplessly. That's enough idle chatter. It's time to fight, Hiruzen declared, drawing out 3 kunai wrapped with talisman seals and driving them into the heads of the 3 Hokage. Damn, my body's being controlled. Madara realized his movements had been seized. At that moment, preparations complete, Hiruzen slumped to the ground, his face strained and breath ragged. As I thought, this is my limit. Controlling 3 Kage at once is more than I can handle. Seeing this, Danzo's mind raced. Shouldn't he strike while Hiruzen was down? Without hesitation, he launched a sudden attack. Wind release. Vacuum wave. A razor-sharp blade of wind swept horizontally toward the 4. With a slicing sound, Tobirama Senju and Madara Uchiha were cut in 2 at the waist, while the somewhat weaker Haruno Akira managed to grab the limp Hiruzen and spirited him away just in time. Are stronger shinobi harder to control, so it takes longer to fully subdue them? Hiruzen wondered silently. As for the bisected Tobirama and Madara, scraps of paper-like substance fluttered over their severed bodies, piecing them back together. Immortal bodies. Danzo's heart skipped a beat in alarm like a T this moment. Both Tobirama Senju and Madara Uchiha had completely lost consciousness, reduced to mere puppets under Hiruzen Sarutobi's control. The 2 of them charged swiftly towards Danzo, launching a coordinated assault of punches and kicks, engaging him in a fierce bout of taijutsu. Danzo blocked, dodged, and countered, neutralizing their combined attacks one after another. Not only that, but seizing the brief openings as their moves shifted, he managed to send them both flying with a well-timed counterattack. It seems the strength of the 2 Hokage is much diminished. Is it due to the quality of the sacrifices? Danzo wondered to himself. Hiruzen seemed to read Danzo's thoughts and sneered coldly. Since their consciousness has been erased, the 3 Hokage have only their combat instincts left, and the sacrifices used weren't top-notch either, so their powers are but a shadow of what they once were. Barely a 10th remains. Still, even so, with their immortality, it should be more than enough trouble for you. Enough of your chatter. Danzo suddenly fired a wind bullet at Hiruzen, but Haruno Maki, shielding him, took the blow with her own body. Hiruzen let out a chilling laugh. I suggest you focus your efforts on dealing with the 2 Hokage. As time goes on, they'll grow more accustomed to these bodies. Eventually, they may even be able to wield all their former jutsu, including their Kekkei Genkai. Danzo was startled by this revelation and quickly formed hand seals, intent on striking first. Wind style, vacuum serial waves, he cried. Razor-sharp blades of wind shot toward Tobirama and Madara, cutting off every possible escape. Susanoo, Madara roared, as a blue chakra surged around him, rapidly taking the shape of a skeletal frame that enveloped him in its protective shell. Even stripped of his consciousness, it seemed he refused to cooperate with Tobirama against a common foe. Flying Thunder God. With a flash, Tobirama vanished just as the wind blade struck, suddenly reappearing in front of Danzo and landing a solid punch to his cheek. With a heavy thud, Danzo's head jerked to the side, his face rippling from the blow before he was sent hurtling away, skidding and rolling across the rooftop. Bracing himself with one palm, Danzo flipped back to his feet and spat out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva. What's going on? That didn't hurt nearly as much as I thought it would. At that moment, Kakashi arrived outside the four Violet Flames formation, accompanied by Kushina and Minato. He shouted urgently to Danzo, "Lord Hokage, please hold on. We're trying to break through the barrier. Until then, you must endure." Just then, Tobirama appeared beside Danzo in another instant, sending him flying with a powerful kick. "Flying Thunder God?" Minato exclaimed in shock from outside the barrier. "That's right. That's the creator of the Flying Thunder God technique, the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju." Kakashi explained. "Minato, is there any way you could use Flying Thunder God to enter the barrier and get the Hokage out?" "It's impossible. I didn't leave a Flying Thunder God mark inside the barrier, so I can't get in at all." Minato shook his head. "Then how did the second Hokage use the Flying Thunder God to instantly approach the third Hokage?" Kakashi asked. "He must have left a Flying Thunder God mark on the third during the previous fight," Minato explained. "I see." Kakashi understood. Lifting his forehead protector, he fixed his gaze on Danzo with his Sharingan, scrutinizing him carefully. Suddenly, he noticed two peculiar patterns on Danzo's right arm and over his left chest, small, circular arrays that were so inconspicuous you'd miss them without a close look. Realizing the significance, Kakashi called out loudly to Danzo, "Lord Third, you have a circular mark on both your right arm and your left chest. Destroy them, and you'll stop the second from using the Flying Thunder God technique." Danzo, hearing this, looked in the directions Kakashi indicated, and indeed discovered the two marks. Without hesitation, he drew a kunai, sliced away the cloth over his left chest, and slashed open the mark on his right arm. Immediately after, he hurled two shuriken towards Tobirama and Madara. Tobirama dodged using the Flying Thunder God, but Madara stood unmoved. The shuriken struck his Susanoo armor with a metallic clang, unable to penetrate its defense. Seeing this, Danzo dipped his left hand in the blood from his right arm and began weaving hand signs, launching a summoning jutsu. With a thunderous bang, a strange beast appeared in the barrier, its entire body of fiery red, sporting four tiger-like claws and a long, trunk-like nose. This was Danzo's summoning beast, the Dream Taper. "Dream Taper, devour them," Danzo commanded in a booming voice. The Dream Taper raised its nose high, let out a fierce bellow, then opened its massive jaws wide, inhaling with the force of vacuum cleaner towards Tobirama and the others. Instantly, a violent wind surged forth. Roof tiles and sand whirled through the air, swept up and sucked into the beast's bottomless maw. Madara and Tobirama braced themselves, feet digging into the ground, leaning back to steady their bodies. Yet no matter how hard they resisted, the overwhelming suction dragged them forward, inch by inch. At last, the tiles beneath their feet cracked and crumbled, and the two were swept up with the debris, hurtling straight towards the gaping mouth of the Dream Taper. At that critical moment, Danzo seized a chance and quickly formed hand signs. "Wind style, vacuum serial waves," he intoned. Countless wind blades, sharp as sickles, tore through the air towards the two men. Tobirama used the Flying Thunder God to flash behind Madara, who relied on his Susanoo for protection, determined to withstand the onslaught. But this technique was not so easily resisted. Dragged forward by the Dream Taper suction, they collided head-on with the incoming vacuum serial waves, both moving at tremendous speed. The collision doubled the power of the attack in an instant. Just as expected, under the relentless assault of the wind blades, Madara's Susanoo began to crack and splinter. In moments, the armor shattered, revealing Madara himself behind its broken shell. Indeed, because of the effects of the impure world, reincarnation, Madara's strength was far inferior to what it had been in life. However, the fact that Danzo was able to slice through Susanoo with wind release left no doubt. He truly deserved the title of the strongest wind release user in the ninja world. In the blink of an eye, just as the wind blades were about to strike him, Madara swiftly formed hand seals. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. A massive fireball, fueled by the wind, expanded in both size and power. Caught off guard, the Manhwa inhaled a great surge of flames, its airways instantly scorched. Howling in agony, it released its summoning, and the raging hurricane ceased at once. Both Madara and Tobirama, shredded by the wind blades, were left in pieces, temporarily losing their ability to move as their bodies awaited regeneration. Danzo wasted no time. He dashed forward and slapped an explosive tag on each of Madara and Tobirama, then detonated them. Although this couldn't destroy them completely, it would at least buy some extra time before they could regenerate. Feeling the dwindling chakra within him, Danzo cursed inwardly. Madara and Tobirama were recovering rapidly, while the fourth, Haruno Akira, stood guard in front of Hiruzen Sarutobi, eyes sharp and menacing. It seemed there was no way to bypass Haruno Akira and take Hiruzen Sarutobi directly. Was he really left with no choice but to use that ultimate move? Danzo glanced back at the anxious crowd waiting outside the barrier, then looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi's detestable face before him. In that moment, his resolve was set. "I've made up my mind, Hiruzen Sarutobi. You're coming to hell with me," Danzo roared, charging toward Hiruzen with all his might. Hiruzen's face changed dramatically. He quickly directed Haruno Akira to intercept. Haruno Akira leapt in front of Hiruzen, forming hand seals at lightning speed. Water style, severing wave. Jets of high-pressure water shot toward Danzo like arrows. With the powerful dynamic vision of the Sharingan, Danzo's movements were nimble and swift. He dodged every single strike. Water style, water dragon bullet. Seeing the severing wave fail and Danzo closing in, Haruno Akira hurriedly switched techniques, hoping a wide-area attack would force Danzo back. Danzo remained calm. He exhaled a jet of high-pressure air, which encircled him and lifted him into the air, instantly increasing his speed. But no matter how fast he moved, he was still no match for the already formed water dragon. With a thunderous roar, a massive water dragon lunged at Danzo, jaws gaping wide. Wind style, vacuum great sphere. At the very last moment, Danzo unleashed an air bullet from his mouth, rocketing forward like a missile and striking the dragon's head. The dragon's head exploded into a cascade of water, showering the entire arena roof in a torrential downpour. Water style, water whip. Seizing the opportunity, Haruno Akira manipulated the pools of water left behind, shaping them into whips that lashed up toward the airborne Danzo. Danzo pulled out a kunai, brought it to his lips, and blew a sharp breath across it. Wind style, blade of wind. The short kunai was instantly enveloped with a layer of wind chakra, transforming into an invisible longsword. Danzo swung the longsword, slicing through each of the incoming water whips. In just a blink, he broke through their blockade and arrived right in front of Haruno Akira. With a heavy sweep, Danzo brought the longsword crashing down towards Haruno Akira. Yet Akira stood firm, neither dodging nor flinching. He focused his chakra, conjuring a razor-sharp blade of water upon his right hand, and drove it forcefully toward Danzo's heart. A flash. In the next moment, Haruno Akira was split in two by Danzo's blade, from left shoulder to right hip, but his body began rapidly knitting itself back together. A hiss. At the same time, Danzo was stabbed through the heart by Akira's right hand, collapsing at Hiruzen Sarutobi's feet. Hiruzen froze at the sight, but then broke into wild, unrestrained laughter. Ha 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 ha. Danzo, you really are getting old. Have you forgotten that those resurrected by the impure world reincarnation can't be killed? To think you'd foolishly try to trade your life with one of them. You must truly be losing your mind. Straining to move, Danzo dragged himself to Hiruzen's feet, clutching tightly at Hiruzen's ankle with his left hand. With a cold sneer, he spat, "Hiruzen, I told you. I'm taking you to hell with me." What are you doing?" Hiruzen cried, his voice a mix of shock and fury as he demanded an answer. Danzo said nothing more. Summoning the last of his strength, he activated his jutsu, reverse 4 symbols sealing. This technique would trigger upon the user's death, causing all their blood to erupt outward, forming a swelling sphere of sealing marks that would engulf everything nearby and drag it all down to the underworld. Outside the barrier, Jiraiya, who had just arrived at the scene, caught sight of the spectacle and couldn't help but shout at the top of his lungs, "Lord Hokage, don't. No, no." Hiruzen's realization struck him as Danzo's blood splashed over his head and face. He understood Danzo's true intent in that instant. Damn it, even in death, this bastard wants to take me with him. "Let go. I said let go of me." Hiruzen kicked desperately at Danzo's head, struggling to break free. But Danzo's grip was like an iron vice, locking onto Hiruzen's ankle and refusing to release him. Gritting his teeth, Hiruzen pulled out a kunai and drove it fiercely into Danzo's left hand. Danzo cried out in pain, but summoned every ounce of strength he had left, snapping Hiruzen's ankle with a savage twist. Hiruzen roared with agony, his voice echoing to the sky. "Ha ha ha. There's no escape, Hiruzen. Come to hell with me." Danzo rolled onto his back, his vacant eyes gazing up at the heavens. Dragging himself desperately away from Danzo, Hiruzen forced his body to its limits, burning away his own lifespan to wring out the last reserves of chakra from his cells. Summoning Jutsu, Hiruzen bit his finger, pressing it to the ground. With a thunderous bang, an old monkey appeared right before Hiruzen. Inma, transform into the adamantine staff. Hurry, there's no time. Hiruzen shouted in panic and desperation. The just-summoned Inma barely had time to grasp the situation before Hiruzen's urgent command rang in his ears. However, after so many years of fighting side by side with Hiruzen Sarutobi, Inma trusted him completely. Without a second thought, Inma transformed into a staff and leapt into his old comrade's hand. Power pole extend. With a swift whoosh, the staff obeyed the command, rapidly growing in length and launching Hiruzen far from Danzo's reach. At the very same moment Hiruzen was flung away, the ritual Danzo had been painting with his own blood was finally complete. A black sphere, with Danzo at its center, expanded rapidly, devouring half the rooftop before coming to a halt. Lord Danzo, third Hokage. The people outside the barrier cried out in shock. Hiruzen stared down at the hemispherical pit before him, gasping for breath in big, ragged gulps. He had only barely escaped, just a little closer, and he would have perished together with Danzo. He had survived, yes, but poor Inma, who had transformed into the staff, was not so lucky. More than half of his body was swallowed by the four-symbol seal, and he could no longer maintain his transformation. He reverted, lifeless, into half a monkey's corpse. The poor Suru Inma. He had fought at Hiruzen's side for a lifetime, never imagining that, in the end, he would be cast aside so ruthlessly, used as a stepping stone for Hiruzen's survival. If Inma had known this day would come, would he still have signed a contract with Hiruzen all those years ago? Hiruzen tossed aside what was left of Enma's body, struggling to his feet. A low, guttural laugh spilled from him, growing steadily louder until it filled the devastated chamber. Having survived against all odds, Hiruzen threw his head back and laughed, striding with a limp toward Danzo, who lay at the bottom of the pit. Danzo, oh Danzo, who could have predicted you'd choose such a pitiful way to die? Humph. And tell me, what good did all your scheming do you? In the end, wasn't it still me who became Hokage? Hiruzen gave Danzo's corpse a contemptuous kick, gloating from above. Even if the third Hokage is gone, you traitor, you'll never be Hokage. The ninja of Konoha will never accept you. Kakashi shouted angrily from beyond the barrier. Hiruzen glanced back, his tone dripping with disdain. What does your acceptance matter? I already have the daimyo's approval. You should know, it's the daimyo who appoints the Hokage. If you refuse, I'll brand you all as rogue ninja. Even if we become rogues, we'll never acknowledge you as Hokage. Kushina, Uzumaki retorted. Oh, is that how you all feel? Fine. Such backbone. Hiruzen's face twisted into a vicious sneer. But I wonder, are your families as brave as you? Kushina fell silent at his words. She herself cared little, but what about Naruto? Was she supposed to drag him along into exile as a rogue ninja? The other Konoha shinobi with families and children also fell into uneasy silence. Becoming a rogue ninja would mean a lifetime of endless pursuit and danger for them all. Once they lost the protection of their nation and their village, would they truly be forced to live a life of wandering, never knowing if they'd survive to see another dawn? Everyone fell silent there, eyes fixed on Hiruzen Sarutobi as he flaunted his power. In his moment of triumph, Hiruzen failed to notice that the corpse of Danzo at his feet had vanished without a trace. That's why, Hiruzen, you can never become Hokage. No matter how hard you try, you'll never be Hokage in this life. Suddenly, Danzo's voice rang out from behind Hiruzen. What? Hiruzen spun around in shock, as if he'd seen a ghost. Danzo stood directly behind him, his left hand resting heavily on Hiruzen's shoulder. Self-inflicted curse seal. As soon as the words were spoken, intricate black markings spread rapidly across Hiruzen's body, binding him in place. In that moment, he was rendered completely immobile. With great effort, Hiruzen forced the corners of his mouth to move, squeezing out a question through clenched teeth. Why? How are you still alive? You clearly used the reverse four-symbol seal. No one can survive after casting that jutsu. Just then, Hiruzen caught sight of Danzo's right eye, now dull and lifeless, and at once everything became clear to him. So that's it, Izanagi, isn't it? You sacrificed your eyesight to rewrite reality itself in your favor. Hiruzen's guess was right. It was indeed Izanagi. Izanagi, one of the forbidden techniques of the Uchiha clan, was born from the Sage of Six Paths' creation of all things, and stands as the ultimate ocular jutsu capable of overturning the tides of battle. When Izanagi is activated, the user's current state is recorded by their Sharingan. For the duration of the technique, different. For everyone, any harm suffered by the user, even death itself, is physically undone, returning them to the recorded state. However, chakra already expended is not restored, nor is the eyesight of a Sharingan that cast the jutsu. The price: the user permanently loses the light in that eye, which is why this technique is forbidden. Danzo exhaled sharply onto the palm of his right hand, and at once a razor-edged blade of wind gathered along its edge. Hiruzen watched in horror, struggling with all his might to break free from Danzo's cursed seal. But every last drop of chakra he'd wrung from his very cells had already been spent summoning Enma. Now he truly had nothing left. Danzo, you can't kill me. Hiruzen's mouth twitched as he forced out his words, half command, half desperate plea. That's right, you can't kill me. I'm the Hokage, recognized by the daimyo of the Land of Fire. If you kill me, you will have betrayed the Land of Fire. He clung to what reason he could find. You're wrong, Hiruzen. It's not the daimyo's recognition that makes someone Hokage. Only after one becomes Hokage do they earn the daimyo's recognition. It's only because I acknowledge him as daimyo that he is daimyo. If I refuse to acknowledge it, then I can pick anyone I please to be the daimyo. Danzo spoke coldly, his right hand forming a blade of wind that pressed slowly toward Hiruzen Tsurutobi's heart. A searing pain shot through Hiruzen's chest, and panic gripped him completely. He pleaded desperately, Danzo, don't kill me, please. For the sake of our brotherhood as disciples, spare me. I can apologize. I know I was wrong, truly, I do. I shouldn't have rebelled. I shouldn't have defiled the bodies of the Hokage before me. Please, give me one more chance, won't you? I swear, from now on I'll be your hound, whoever you want me to bite, I'll bite. I can hand over the list of every root ninja, even the position of root leader. I beg you, don't kill me, please. Please. Danzo remained utterly unmoved. With unhurried determination, he drove his hand into Hiruzen's chest, piercing his heart. A harsh, wet gasp escaped Hiruzen's lips as blood surged out. Danzo released the curse mark that bound his will. Hiruzen managed to lift his trembling hands, clutching desperately at Danzo's right arm. His eyes widened in disbelief, staring at Danzo's face. Even in death, he could not accept that Danzo would truly kill him. Supporting Hiruzen's shoulder with his left hand, Danzo wrenched his right hand free, then carefully eased the limp body down to the ground. Why? Hiruzen's eyes grew vacant, blood streaming from his chin and soaking his beard, leaving him in a pitiful state. Danzo understood what Hiruzen wanted to ask. Why did he have to die? Why was he not spared as before? Looking down at Hiruzen, who refused to surrender his last breath, Danzo sighed and said, Hiruzen, I could forgive anything you've done, anything but betraying me, betraying Konoha. That is something I can never pardon. In Danzo's arms, Hiruzen's body gradually turned cold, his eyes refusing to close, even in death. With Hiruzen's passing, the impure world reincarnation binding Tobirama and Madara released in the distance. My apologies, Danzo, for the trouble I've caused you. Tobirama and Madara's souls returned to the Pure Land, offering Danzo a final word before departing. Danzo, seeing this, let out a long sigh and gently laid Hiruzen's body flat on the ground. Then, he slowly stood up, drew a deep breath, and shouted at the top of his lungs, Tsurutobi Asuma, your father Hiruzen Tsurutobi has surrendered himself. Why don't you give up and submit now? What? Asuma, locked in battle with Raza below, was stunned by the cry. He let out a muffled grunt as Raza seized the moment to land a heavy blow. But Asuma used the opportunity to break away from the fight, leaping swiftly onto the rooftop. Old man, Asuma Tsurutobi knelt on the ground, overwhelmed by grief and rage as he stared at the lifeless body of Hiruzen Tsurutobi lying before him. For a moment, words failed him, choked by sorrow and fury. Raza leapt up beside him, and upon seeing Hiruzen's corpse, he felt a wave of vindication wash over him, a sense of long-awaited justice. However, there was still one culprit left, the one responsible for Gaara's rampage and near downfall. If they let him go now, the consequences would be dire. With that thought, Raza turned to Danzo, feigning reproach. Lord Hokage, aren't you being a bit too ruthless? First you took away his cherished companion, and now you've killed his father. You're leaving him utterly alone, both in the past and for all time. Enough, Danzo snapped, glaring at Raza. Stop provoking him. You'll push him over the edge. Danzo's eyes were icy as he regarded Raza. How had someone with such a sharp tongue survived this long? How did the Sand Village ever tolerate a man like this as their Kazekage? All right, you could extract gold dust. That explains it. Just as Danzo had predicted, Asuma was instantly consumed by humiliation and wrath. His eyes burned with hatred as he fixed his gaze on the two of them. You all must die. His face was twisted in agony, and his voice rumbled from his throat like a curse from the depths of hell. Raza sneered, mocking him. And what can a castrated weakling like you possibly do? Shut up. Stop provoking him. Danzo wished he could tear Raza's mouth apart. A chilling, low laughter began to echo from Asuma, who hung his head, his face hidden in shadow, unreadable. Danzo and Raza exchanged a grave glance, tension etched across their faces. Slowly, Asuma reached behind him and drew out a mask shaped like a fierce demon. He placed it over his head. Hey, Lord Hokage, what's he doing? Raza asked, genuinely baffled. I have no idea, Danzo replied, equally a loss. Just then, outside the barrier, Kushina noticed something was wrong. She shouted urgently to Danzo. Lord Hokage, stop him. That a mask of the Uzumaki clan. He's about to perform the dead demon consuming seal. Release. It can free the souls sealed by the dead demon consuming seal. Danzo was even more confused now. He knew about the dead demon consuming seal, but what was this release technique? Was it the reverse? But what difference could that make? What use was it to release souls trapped by the seal? Besides, had anyone even been sealed this way recently? Wait, no. Danzo's face suddenly drained of color as realization struck. He hastily formed hand signs and unleashed a vacuum sphere from his mouth, trying to interrupt Asuma's actions. Raza, not fully understanding but sensing urgency, unleashed a blast of sand at Asuma as well. But it was too late. Behind Asuma, a translucent apparition began to rise, a ghostly figure dressed in white, with flowing white hair, crimson demon horns, and a short blade gripped between its teeth. This is the Grim Reaper of the Naruto world, a terrifying being capable of devouring souls. The spectral image of the Reaper clung to Asuma Sarutobi, like a suit of transparent armor, shielding him from every attack that came his way. Neither Danzo's jutsu nor Raza's sand could break through. They were all rendered useless. What is he trying to do? Raza asked in alarm and fear, turning hurriedly to Danzo. Danzo's face darkened, as if covered in soot. He had just guessed at an outcome too dreadful to speak aloud. 12 years ago, he recalled, the village hidden in the leaves suffered the chaos of the Nine-Tails rampage. An enemy of unknown identity took advantage of Kushina's labor to shatter the seal on the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. During that catastrophe, the fourth Hokage, Haruno Chosen, fell in battle. His wife, Haruno Mabuki, used the Reaper Death Seal to trap half of the Nine-Tails In Chakra. The remaining half, the Yang Chakra, was barely held in check by the weakened Kushina using her adamantine sealing chains, and together with Danzo, they worked the 4-symbol seal and 8-trigram seal to bind it back inside Kushina. Now, what Sarutobi Asuma aimed to release was likely none other than the soul of Haruno Mabuki. As the Hokage said, the only thing that will appear is the soul of the fourth Hokage's wife. What's so frightening about that? Raza asked, still unable to grasp the full meaning. If it were just Haruno Mabuki, there'd be nothing to fear. Even if she were resurrected by the impure world reincarnation, the two of us could easily deal with her. But here's the crucial problem. The Nine-Tails she sealed will emerge with her. What? Raza blanched in terror. The Nine-Tails would appear as well? That would be a disaster. At that very moment, as if to confirm Danzo's words, Asuma Sarutobi, masked and resolute, reversed his kunai in his right hand and drove it deep into his own left side. Ah! The searing pain in his abdomen forced a scream from Asuma's lips. The Reaper's ghostly form, still clinging to him, mimicked Asuma's actions. It drew a short blade from its own mouth and plunged it into its belly. Asuma's entire body trembled. Gritting his teeth through the agony, he used the kunai to slice open his own stomach. The Reaper spirit followed suit, splitting open its own abdomen as well. In that very instant, as the Reaper's belly was cut open, a mass of blue, luminous energy burst forth. Visible even to the naked eye, it spun through the air in frantic circles, as if searching for a host to cling to. Finding none, the blue light slowly faded away, dissolving into countless tiny particles that vanished into the air, revealing a darker, crimson orb at its core. Witnessing this, Danzo understood immediately. The dissipating light had been Haruno Mabuki's soul. What remained was surely the other half of the Nine-Tails soul. Danzo's guess was right. That dark red sphere was indeed the soul of the Nine-Tails. Unlike humans, the Nine-Tails soul was not bound to a physical body. A being composed purely of chakra, the Nine-Tails soul, could exist directly in the world and gather chakra to itself. Thus, Both Danzo and Raza witnessed the dark red orb of light before them growing larger and larger, its aura becoming increasingly violent and savage. Sarutobi Asuma, gasping for breath, let out a raspy, sinister laugh. Aha! Danzo, you kill my father, so I will destroy your Konoha. If the Sarutobi clan cannot have something, then no one will. His voice was broken, but each word was filled with hatred. Lord Hokage, you must live on so you can witness Konoha's destruction with your own eyes. All root shinobi, hear my command. Release the barrier. Assist the Nine Tails. Destroy Konoha. Summoning the last of his strength, Asuma gave his final order to the root shinobi. Then his head fell, his soul claimed by the Reaper. With a rush, the 4 Violet Flames formation was lifted. The 4 root shinobi who had maintained the barrier were instantly torn to pieces by the ANBU, who had been lying in wait beside them. As soon as the barrier was released, everyone moved at once, appearing before Danzo and surrounding him in an unbreakable circle. Lord Danzo, are you all right? Lord Hokage, I failed in my duty as your protector. Please punish me. Lord Hokage. Before any more concern could be voiced, Danzo bellowed, cutting them all off. Enough. I'm not dead yet. Why are you all in such a rush to crowd around? Don't you have work to do? Kakashi, lead all active duty shinobi to protect Konoha's citizens. Make sure the hospital, the school, and other vital locations are secured. Obito, take all ANBU and drive back the root shinobi. Jiraiya, Minato, assist me in holding off the Nine Tails by the sealing team sometime. Kushina, go gather the sealing team right away and come up with a plan to seal the Nine Tails as soon as possible. And send word to Orochimaru and Tsunade. Tell them to come here and help immediately once they receive the message. Under Danzo's methodical command, every ninja returned to their duties, each performing their role without hesitation. In moments, only Minato, Jiraiya, and Danzo remained at the scene. The 4th Kazekage, Raza, hadn't even bothered with a greeting. The instant the barrier was down, he turned on his heel and hurried off to search for Gaara. As the Nine Tails took on a more defined form before them, the 3 men wore solemn expressions. This is no easy enemy to face, Jiraiya said, still in sage mode. His large, wart-covered nose and grave expression lent him a strange seriousness, tinged with dark humor. We shouldn't have sent Kushina to gather the sealing team, Minato said, his face tense. We could have sent someone else. If she were here, her adamantine chains could hold the Nine Tails down a bit longer. Danzo shot Minato a sharp glance and spoke in a harsh tone. Are you questioning my decision? I wouldn't dare. Minato quickly lowered his head and apologized. Danzo let out a cold snort. Oof. Did you really think I hadn't considered that? Kushina also has half of the Nine Tails sealed within her. I'm worried that if she uses the adamant sealing chains and expends too much chakra, the Nine Tails inside her might seize the opportunity to break free. If that happens, we'll have an even bigger problem on our hands. Your foresight is unmatched, Lord Hokage. Realizing Danzo's displeasure, Minato hurried to echo his words, looking every bit the sycophant beside a feudal lord. Danzo's brows furrowed as he watched the Nine Tails chakra grow denser by the second. This can't go on. We can't let it keep gathering chakra. Having made up his mind, his expression turned grave and resolute. He extended his left hand, fingers pressed together like a blade, and coated the edge with razor-sharp wind chakra. Then, without hesitation, he slashed down at the base of his right shoulder, severing his arm. A muffled grunt of pain escaped him, and beads of sweat the size of peas rolled down his forehead. With a soft thud, a pale white arm dropped to the ground. Strangely, the wound where Danzo's arm had been was also white, with no blood flowing from it. Lord Hokage, Jiraiya, and Minato both cried out in alarm. I'm Fine. Danzo forced himself to reply through the pain. He bent down, picked up the severed arm with his left hand, and hurled it with all his might toward the Nine Tails spirit as it gathered chakra. Wood-style, burial of roots. Danzo raised his left hand, fingers forming a sword-like seal, and shouted. With those words, the severed arm rapidly expanded in midair, transforming into a towering tree that wrapped itself around the Nine Tails spirit. Jiraiya was stunned. Lord Hokage, your hand. Danzo endured the pain and replied lightly, it's nothing. Without the mental energy boost from the Sharingan, I can barely keep the wood-style cells in check anyway. Might as well let them serve one last purpose. Yet, even so, Danzo's wood-style was no match for the legendary power of Hashirama Senju. The giant tree born from Danzo's arm could never be more than a temporary barrier. With a series of bone-rattling creaks and groans, the tree was violently torn apart by the ever-growing nine tails. In an instant, countless sharp wooden splinters shot out in all directions like a hail of bullets. Ninja art, Needle Jizo. Jiraiya unleashed his technique, his hair rapidly lengthening and wrapping around the three of them for protection. When the storm of attacks finally ended and the dust settled, Jiraiya retracted his hair. The scene before them left all three deeply shaken. A colossal fox now stood at the center of the arena, one forepaw resting on the spectator stands, its fierce and menacing eyes fixed on Danzo and his companions. At that moment, Naruto, seated atop the mighty great toad, suddenly caught sight of the silhouette of a massive beast looming in the distance. The beast towered like a mountain, its massive form shadowing the ground, while 9 wild, thrashing tails whipped behind it. Something's wrong. Mom's in danger. Myanmar's heart clenched in panic. It was no surprise that Myanmar would think this. After all, in this world, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails was Kushina. The sudden appearance of the Nine Tails could only mean that something had gone wrong with Kushina's seal. Whether the seal had been broken by force or sabotaged by an enemy, either way, it meant Kushina was facing an unprecedented crisis. Anko-senpai, please take Gaara and the 2 sand shinobi to the hospital first. Something's happened to my mom, and I have to go right away. Myanmar urged anxiously. All right, just be careful. Anko had also spotted the far-off form of the Nine Tails, and, knowing the urgency of the situation, said no more. She prepared to leap off the mighty toad with Gaara and the others. Wait, I'm coming with you. Gaara grabbed Myanmar's sleeve. Gaara, listen to me. Your brother and sister are still unconscious. Trust me, I'll handle this. Myanmar turned back, trying to persuade him. Gaara shook his head stubbornly and insisted, my brother and sister only have minor injuries. Let this big sister take them to the hospital. I'm going with you. Besides, my father is there too. He had given Myanmar a reason she simply couldn't refuse. Myanmar hesitated for a moment, then let out a resigned sigh and turned to Anko. Then I'll have to trouble you, Anko-senpai. Anko nodded, then, carrying Temari and Kankuro, leaped down from the mighty toad. She summoned 2 giant snakes, which quickly swallowed the 2 and sped toward the Konoha hospital. Myanmar turned back and patted the mighty toad's side. Mighty toad, please, we need to go faster. Understood, Lady Myanmar. And you too, red-haired young man. Hold on tight, the mighty toad replied, picking up speed at once. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, who had just dealt with Sora, also caught sight of the Nine Tails. His expression darkened, and he hurried toward the arena. At the same time, in a remote corner of the Hidden Leaf Village, the long-missing Hama watched the colossal form of the Nine Tails with envy gleaming in his eyes. As expected, the real deal is far more powerful than any counterfeit. At his feet lay 2 gravely injured shinobi, the same 2 who had tried to intercept Sans elite, Maki, Kita and Saito of the Thunder Release 4 Guardians. Helpy! Kita's eyes lit up with hope when he saw Hama. He reached out, pleading for Hama to save him and Saito. Hama looked down at the pair, his gaze full of disdain. 2 against 1, and you still got yourselves beaten? What a pair of losers. Well, since you're useless, there's no reason for you to keep living. I might as well put you to some use. What? Kita's eyes went wide with terror at Hema's words, staring up at him in disbelief. Hama shook his head, stepped forward, and kicked Bazi hard in the temple, sending him straight to the afterlife. Then, using the same ruthless method, he dispatched Shidu as well. Without wasting a moment, Hama formed a hand seal. Earth-style, coffin of earth. Massive stone slabs rose from the ground, assembling into a coffin that sealed away the bodies of the 2 men. With a loud bang, the coffin dissolved into a cloud of smoke and disappeared. It seems Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others have already failed. Useless the lot of them. Hama muttered with a sigh. No matter, I'd better use this chance to slip away. Once Konoha regains its senses, things will get troublesome. As for Sora, forget it. I'll just pretend I never had such a son. Casting one last glance at the Nine Tails, Hama turned and ran toward the outskirts of Konoha without looking back. Meanwhile, in Konoha village, atop the arena, on the roof above the Hokage's viewing box, the Nine Tails fixed its gaze on the trio, nostrils flaring as it caught a Senate Loath would release. It spotted the shattered remnants of trees on the rooftop. Konoha Ninja. It saw the ninja headband gleaming on Minato's forehead. An evil, guttural laugh rumbled from the Nine Tails. Today really is my lucky day. First, I'm freed from that accursed place, and now I'm delivered right to the doorstep of my old enemies. Well, how should I thank you for this kindness? Its chilling laughter echoed, sending shivers down their spines. Danzo and his 2 companions stood tense, beads of cold sweat trickling down their foreheads. It was clear, there would be no peaceful resolution today. In that case, strike first. Summoning Jutsu. Pavilion collapse. With a resounding crash, a colossal figure plummeted from the sky and landed heavily on the Nine Tails. It was Gamako, the largest of the three great toads from Mount Myaboku. The impact nearly made the Nine Tails' eyes bulge out of their sockets. Now's our chance. Wind style, Shuriken Jutsu. Danzo pulled out a shuriken, slipped it onto the index finger of his left hand, and brought it to his lips, blowing a sharp gust. The shuriken spun at blinding speed, its razor-sharp edge swirling with wind chakra. Danzo hurled the wind-wreathed shuriken straight at the Nine Tails. Seeing this, the beast recoiled, unwilling to suffer a wound from a blade sharp enough to slice through stone and steel. With a powerful kick, the Nine Tails sent Gamako sprawling to the ground in an instant. Then, it flicked its claw, sending the shuriken flying harmlessly aside. Without pause, the Nine Tails raised its right paw and swiped fiercely at the three atop the stands. In a flash, Jiraiya vanished from his spot, while Minato used the Flying Thunder God technique to whisk both himself and Danzo out of harm's way. The two crashed to the ground in an awkward heap. Scrambling to his feet, Danzo shot Minato a complicated look and muttered, "After this incident, you'd better properly master the Flying Thunder God technique. Honestly, the second Hokage's masterpiece, wasted in your hands like this. It's such a shame with your talent for space-time jutsu." Minato scratched his head awkwardly, embarrassed as he agreed. Meanwhile, Gamabunta, who had been knocked over by the Nine Tails, struggled to his feet. Once he saw the situation clearly, he drew the two great sword from his back, leapt high, and slashed at the Nine Tails. Hearing the whoosh of blades behind him, the Nine Tails quickly jumped aside, narrowly dodging Gamabunta's attack. Gamabunta's swords crashed down on the Hokage's viewing stand, splitting the towering concrete platform with two enormous cracks, the blades wedged tightly in the fissures. Jiraiya then sprang onto Gamabunta's head, with the two sages, Fukasaku and Shima, standing on his shoulders. "Sage Art, Frog Kumite," Jiraiya shouted, signaling Gamabunta to abandon his swords and swing his massive fists at the Nine Tails. "TCH," the Nine Tails sneered with disdain. "You think such an attack could even touch me?" Rising up on his hind legs, the Nine Tails lifted both forepaws and in an instant pierced straight through Gamabunta's fists. "Af!" Gamabunta cried out in agony, and with a loud puff, vanished in a cloud of smoke, his summoning dispelled. At that very moment, an invisible force struck the Nine Tails squarely on the cheek, sending him crashing backward. This was the effect of Jiraiya's frog Kumite attack. "Curses!" the Nine Tails roared, flipping back onto his feet and leaping further away. Then, opening his jaws wide, he began to gather an immense amount of chakra in his mouth. Just then, Orochimaru arrived on the battlefield. Witnessing the scene, he was both shocked and horrified. Without hesitation, he clapped his hands to the ground. Summoning Jutsu, Triple Rashomen. With a thunderous rumble, three colossal gates burst from the earth, standing firm between the Nine Tails and the others. "This isn't good. That won't be enough to stop it." Just arriving, Mima took in the scene. He knew all too well the destructive power of a Nine Tails-tailed beast bomb. Orochimaru's Triple Rashomen wouldn't be enough to withstand it. Thinking quickly, he turned to Gaara. "Gaara, please, I need you to summon Shikaku." Gaara nodded and activated the feigning sleep technique. At the same time, Mima pressed his hand against Gaara's stomach, releasing the four-symbol seal he had just placed. With a rushing sound, sand began pouring from every part of Gaara's body, swiftly piling up to form the great beast Shikaku. The moment he appeared, Shikaku grumbled at Minma. "Didn't you tell me to stay hidden? Why are you calling me out again?" Minma pointed anxiously toward the Nine Tails. "Shikaku, Kurama is here. Please help me talk to him. Get him to stop attacking." "Kurama Nisen?" Shikaku repeated in confusion, then followed Minma's gesture. His eyes lit up with delight. With heavy, thudding steps, Shikaku ran happily toward Kurama, shouting as he went, "Kurama Nisen." As the Nine Tails was gathering chakra, he heard someone shouting his name and glanced over with the corner of his eye. Then he saw Shikaku waving its arms and scampering over to him in a hurry. "Huh? Shikaku? What's it doing here? Damn Konoha. Did they capture Shikaku too?" With that thought, Kurama's anger flared even more, and the chakra gathering in his mouth intensified. Right now, atop Shikaku's head, Minma shouted anxiously, "Shikaku, hurry and stop Kurama, or this is going to get messy." Hearing this, Shikaku quickly waved its hands and shouted loudly, "Kurama, wait a second." But the rush of wind from the swirling chakra filled Kurama's ears, making it impossible to hear what Shikaku was saying. All he saw was Shikaku waving its arms, and he thought Shikaku was urging him to finish up quickly and come to the rescue. So he roared back, "Hang on, Shikaku. Once I'm done here, I'll come save you." It's over. Minma collapsed in defeat atop Shikaku's head. Why won't Kurama-san listen to Shikaku at all? Shikaku's going to get mad, Shikaku said angrily. Then, picking up speed, it spread its arms wide and blocked the path before the Rashomon gate. "Shikaku, what are you doing?" Kurama was startled by the scene. He quickly jerked his head up, sending the tailed beast bomb shooting skyward, streaking across the daylight like a blazing meteor. That was close. Kurama let out a breath of relief, feeling a lingering sense of fear. In the next instant, he darted forward and landed right in front of Shikaku, baring his fangs and shouting, "Idiot! Do you realize how dangerous that was just now?" Shikaku's eyes filled with tears at the scolding. It rushed forward and tackled Kurama to the ground, burying its head in the soft fur of Kurama's chest and bursting into loud sobs. Kurama could only sigh helplessly. He quickly retracted his claws and gently patted Shikaku's back with his soft paw pads, soothing him. In a gentle voice, all right, it was my fault just now. I shouldn't have yelled at little Shikaku. Big brother apologizes? Okay." But Shikaku ignored him, continuing to wail loudly. Kurama was out of options. He could only coax, "Come on, get up. I was just let out not long ago, and my wounds aren't healed yet. You're so heavy, I can barely breathe." Hearing this, Shikaku scrambled up, sniffling and pouting. "Meanie, I'm not heavy at all. Kurama-san, where are you hurt? Are you alright?" This is exactly why all the tailed beasts are so fond of Shikaku. Even though he's clingy, cries easily, and is timid, he always listens to his older brothers and sisters. See? The moment he heard Kurama was injured, Shikaku immediately got off and started checking Kurama's wounds. All right, it's nothing serious." Kurama quickly stopped Shikaku, who was pawing all over him, and changed the subject. "By the way, Shikaku, how did you end up in Konoha? Did they capture you too?" "Of course not." Shikaku shot a glance at Kurama, then explained, "My Jinchuriki came to Konoha to participate in the Chunin exams, so here I am." "Huh, that old geezer Bunpoku is taking the Chunin exams too? I thought he was just about ready to kick the bucket." "Ha ha ha!" Kurama burst out, convinced he'd cracked a hilarious joke. "Nisan Kurama." Shikaku interrupted Kurama's laughter, clearly annoyed. "Master Bunpoku passed away 11 years ago." Kurama's laughter died awkwardly. He quickly apologized to Shikaku. "Sorry, Shikaku. I've been locked away for so long, I didn't know." "It's all right. It's all in the past now." Shikaku shook his head gently, his tone soft. "By the way, who's your current Jinchuriki? Is it that blonde kid standing on your head?" Noticing Shikaku's mood, Kurama hurriedly changed the subject. "No, it's another boy about his age. He's just like Master Bunpoku, kind and good-hearted." Shikaku made an effort to sound cheerful. "Oh, so who's this blonde kid then?" Kurama asked, puzzled. At this question, Shikaku glanced around mysteriously, then beckoned Kurama closer, motioning for him to lean in. "What's with all the secrecy? Who could it be?" Kurama frowned, but still brought his ear closer. "Nisan Kurama, I'm telling you this, but you mustn't breathe a word to anyone else." Shikaku whispered in Kurama's ear. All right, you know me. Out of all 9 brothers, no one keeps secrets better than I do." Kurama replied impatiently. "He's a Jura." Shikaku covered his mouth with his hand and whispered the name right into Kurama's ear. "What? Ajura?" Kurama cried out in utter shock. Shikaku hurriedly clamped his hand over Kurama's mouth, flustered and exasperated. "Baka and I-san, why did you have to shout it out?" Kurama hastily pushed Shikaku's hand away from his mouth and demanded, his tone filled with disbelief. "Are you sure you aren't being tricked? How could he possibly be that person?" Shikaku pursed his lips and retorted, "Just try sparring with him, and you'll see for yourself." As he spoke, he raised his palm, picked up Minma, and placed him right in front of Kurama. Kurama eyed the calm-faced blonde boy warily. There was something different about him, something truly extraordinary. Seeing Kurama's hesitation, Shikaku spoke in a low voice. "Remember what Grandpa Sage said before he passed? A blonde, blue-eyed boy, laughing and playing with the tailed beasts." Kurama's eyes widened in shock. He leaned in, staring intently at Minma. Minma met his gaze with a warm, teasing smile and said, "Kurama, I saw you cry the day the old man left us." "Nonsense. I would never cry." Kurama snapped back, as if his tail had been stepped on, utterly flustered. However, that was enough to dispel his doubts about Minma's identity. He reached out his fist and bumped it against Minma's. In Minma's spiritual world, there was a boundless, radiant starry sky. Minma and the Nine Tails stood upon a water surface as smooth as a mirror, reflecting the clouds and the twinkling stars above. It really is you, Azura. The Nine Tails stared at Minma in shock. The moment he entered, he sensed Azura's chakra. It's been a long time, Kurama. Minma sat cross-legged on the ground, smiling as he greeted the Nine Tails. How are you still alive? Have you become someone like us now? The Nine Tails was both surprised and delighted, quickly asking Minma for answers. Minma waved his hand dismissively. That's a long story. And so, Minma repeated the story he'd used to convince Shikaku and Shikaku, spinning the same tale for the Nine Tails. I see. The Nine Tails believed Minma completely. It wasn't that he hadn't doubted, but Azura's chakra was right there, and much of what Minma described had long been lost to the ninja world. If he hadn't experienced it himself, there was no way he could have recounted it so vividly. After all, the Nine Tails had no idea that something like traveling between worlds even existed. So, what do you plan to do next? Asked the Nine Tails. I have no idea. Anyway, if the sky falls, there'll always be someone taller to hold it up. Things like this are for you to worry about, Kurama. Minma put on a timely look of confusion. Besides, the old man always said that you were the most reliable of all the tailed beasts. If anything happens, you're the one to turn to. Hey, Azura, don't try to dump all the responsibility on me, you rascal. The Nine Tails grumbled, but inwardly, he was thoroughly pleased. Old man, you really have a good eye for tailed beasts. So, Kurama, what do you plan to do next? And also, what about my mother? Minma finally seized the opportunity to ask the question that weighed most on his heart. Who is your mother? What does she have to do with me? Kurama asked in confusion. Minma's heart skipped a beat. What do the Nine Tails mean by that? Was he really not concerned about his mother's fate? Let's not worry about your mother for now. The most urgent thing is to find a new Jinchuriki for me to hide in, so I'm not discovered by enemies lurking in the shadows, Kurama said. Minma was puzzled. But isn't my mother your Jinchuriki? Can't you just hide inside her? Kurama suddenly understood what Minma meant. So that's why he brought up his mother just now. Patiently, he explained, that won't work. Your mother is the Jinchuriki of my other half. Ever since I was split into two souls, each half has grown into an independent being, a complete tailed beast. In its own right, have you ever seen a Jinchuriki able to seal two tailed beasts at once? Minma finally realized what was happening. It wasn't his mother who was in trouble. The nine-tailed fox before him was actually the other half of her soul. Instantly, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Shifting the conversation back to the matter of the Jinchuriki, he patted his chest confidently and promised, no problem. In a moment, I'll talk to the third Hokage and my mentor Jiraiya, and ask them to find you a suitable Jinchuriki. Idiot! Do you think just anyone can become a Jinchuriki? The nine-tailed snapped. A Jinchuriki must possess a powerful soul, strong enough to withstand the beast's spiritual energy. Such people are truly one in a million. Huh? Then what should we do? Should I ask the Hokage to mobilize the whole village to search slowly? Minma feigned concern, scratching his head. No, there's no time for that. We have to act quickly. Hide before the mastermind behind all this tracks us down, the Nine-Tails insisted. But where am I supposed to find a suitable Jinchuriki for you on such short notice? Minma replied, putting on a troubled expression. The Nine-Tails said nothing, but moved closer, its enormous eyes, each as tall as a person, scrutinizing Minma from head to toe. Why are you looking at me like that? Minma took a step back, watching the Nine-Tails warily. Your body isn't half bad, you know. You've got some talent, and your spirit is stronger than most. What do you say, Ashura? Want to be my Jinchuriki for once? The Nine-Tails suggested. Me? Minma pointed at himself in disbelief, then waved his hands frantically. No way, I can't do it. How do you know you can't, if you haven't even tried? The Nine-Tails pressed, inching closer. I heard that being a Jinchuriki makes it much harder to learn ninjutsu. And besides, Jinchuriki never seemed to have it easy. Just look at Shikaku's host. Outside, he's barely had a peaceful night's sleep since he was born. Kurama, we're friends, right? Can't you pick someone else to trick? Minma pleaded. Fool! All those problems you mentioned are because Jinchuriki and their tailed beasts never see eye to eye. The beasts are always causing trouble. But you and I get along, don't we? Do you really think I'd ever harm you? The Nine-Tails retorted. Even so, it's not possible. Think about it. Konoha already has a Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, my mother. Do you really think the village elders would let me become another Jinchuriki? Minma asked, as if presenting an unsolvable dilemma. Those elders are nothing. If they refuse, my tailed beast bomb isn't just for show. Besides, your mother being a Jinchuriki actually works in our favor. It's the perfect cover. Even if that mastermind is watching, he'd never suspect that a single family would have two Jinchuriki, the Nine-Tails declared. But even so, Myanmar tried to protest further. That's enough. Stop dithering. It's settled. The Ninetales interrupted impatiently. Well, all right then, Myanmar replied, sighing in resignation as he agreed to the Ninetales' plan. The Ninetales gazed at the timid, head-bowed Minma before him, feeling a rush of satisfaction. With such a meek Jinchuriki as his host, the days ahead were bound to be delightful. Yet, what he couldn't see was that beneath that lowered head, Minma was grinning from ear to ear, barely able to contain his laughter. After a while, Minma looked up and reminded the Ninetales, by the way, when it's time for the sealing, make sure you go along with it, will you? And listen, I go by Minma now. Don't ever call me Ashura in front of others. All right, you don't need to tell me twice. That's settled then. I'm leaving for now. The Ninetales replied gruffly, shaking his head in impatience before vanishing from Minma's mental realm. Outside the Konoha arena, Danzo and his companions exchanged bewildered looks, unable to fathom why the Ninetales had suddenly ceased its rampage. At that moment, Kushina arrived on the scene with the sealing team. The instant she caught sight of the towering forms of the Ninetales and the One-Tail, and Minma standing atop the One-Tail's head, her anxiety spiked. Adamantine sealing chains, she cried, as several golden chakra chains shot out from behind her, binding the Ninetales and the One-Tail tight. Then she shouted up to Minma, her voice urgent. Minma, get out of there, run. The Ninetales shot a meaningful glance at Shikaku, signaling it to retreat into its Jinchuriki's body, though Shikaku didn't quite understand it. Obediently complied. Minma, meanwhile, scooped up the sleeping Gaara and leapt atop the Rashomon gate, heading straight for Danzo and the others. Hurry and seal the Ninetales. I've already got it under control. Kushina called out in Danzo's direction. Danzo's face was grave as he turned to Jiraiya. Jiraiya, Tsunade will take up the post of 5th Hokage. As for you, I want you to lead the Root Division. Hearing Danzo speak as if giving his final instructions, Jiraiya's expression grew solemn. He understood what Danzo intended and quickly moved to intercept him. Lord Danzo, are you planning to use the Reaper Death Seal? Indeed. There's no other way. Now is the time for this old man to give his life for Konoha, Danzo replied, resolute. Wait, Hokage-sama. It hasn't come to that. Minma, having just arrived, rushed to stop Danzo as soon as he heard. What a joke. After all the effort he'd spent tricking the Ninetales, he wasn't about to let Danzo use the Reaper Death Seal now. There's no need to persuade me further. My mind is made up. Let these old bones be of use to Konoha one last time, Danzo declared, mistaking Minma's urgency for concern over his sacrifice. Lord Danzo, why not seal the Ninetales into a Jinchuriki instead? Minma suggested. That would indeed be a good solution, but where are we to find a suitable Jinchuriki on such short notice? Danzo sighed. Lord Danzo, I am of Uzumaki blood. I can serve as the Jinchuriki, Minma said firmly. No, Minma, I know you're a good child, but I cannot let you bear the pain of becoming a Jinchuriki. Danzo refused resolutely. Lord Danzo, I am willing to walk alone in darkness, as long as Konoha can bask in the light, Minma declared, his voice ringing with righteous conviction. Minma, Danzo was moved to tears by Minma's unwavering resolve. With his only remaining left hand, he gently stroked Minma's head. Good. You've suffered enough. What a good child. Then, hardening his heart, Danzo shouted at Kushina. Kushina, join forces with Jiraiya and seal the Ninetales inside Minma's body. What? At those words, Kushina exploded in anger. Her crimson hair whipped behind her like the tentacles of an enraged octopus. She roared at Danzo. Danzo, have you lost your mind? Do you know how young Minma is? Was it not enough that you brought suffering upon me? Must you also harm my son? Jiraiya, Minato, has Danzo lost his senses, and you too as well? Why aren't you stopping him? Does everyone think Uzumaki Kushina is so easy to push around? The infamy of the red-hot-blooded habanero was truly well-earned. Minma hurried over to calm Kushina. Mom, don't blame Lord Danzo. This was my own decision. It doesn't matter who decided. Kushina interrupted harshly. Do you have any idea how much pain a Jinchuriki endures? Do you know how dangerous it is to have a tailed beast sealed inside you? Has everyone in Konoha died off, that they must send a child to shoulder such a burden? If being a Jinchuriki is such an honor, why doesn't Danzo do it himself? Why not Jiraiya? Let me tell you. Mom, Minma shouted, cutting her off before she could go on. He faced her, his expression solemn and unwavering. You know the situation with my chakra better than anyone, so please, trust me. Remember, I am the son of Uzumaki Kushina and Namikaze Minato. But, Kushina began, but looking into Minma's earnest and determined eyes, she found herself at a loss for words. Minma nodded resolutely at her, then lifted his shirt, baring his stomach. At this, Kushina's tears poured forth uncontrollably. Shutting her eyes, she let out a powerful cry, then seized the nine-tails and forced it into Minma's navel. With a howl of terror, the nine-tails was sucked away in an instant, vanishing into Minma's body. Jiraiya hurried over and pressed a 4-symbol seal onto Minma's stomach. Kushina quickly followed, reinforcing it from the outside with a supplementary 8-trigram seal. When everything was done, Kushina rushed to Minma, pulling him into a crushing embrace as she broke down in sobs. Minma gently patted her back, comforting her silently. It was a long while before Kushina finally regained her composure. She stood up, took Minma's hand, and led him home to take tea. That moment, Raza hurried back. He hadn't run far before. He saw Shikaku appear in the arena, so he rushed over as quickly as he could, finally arriving after everything had settled down. He gently took Gaara from Minma's side. Minma offered an apologetic smile to Danzo and the others, then followed Kushina out. Minato, standing nearby, was still apologizing on Kushina's behalf. Lord Danzo, I'm really sorry. Kushina was just too scared earlier. That's why she... Danzo shook his head, his aged eyes brimming with tears. No, Kushina was right to scold us. If we elders hadn't been so incompetent, Minma wouldn't have had to endure such suffering. By the way, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Minato, Minma becoming a Jinchuriki must remain a secret between us. We cannot let this put Minma in any more danger. The others quickly agreed. Back at home, Kushina grasped Minma's hand, her eyes brimming with tears once more. Minma quickly stopped her. Mom, please listen. I didn't become a Jinchuriki on a whim. I've thought this through. What could you possibly have thought through? Kushina clearly didn't believe a word of it. Forget it. I can't explain it to you. Let Kurama talk to you instead, Minma said. Kurama? How do you know that name? No way. The Nine-Tails was just sealed inside you, and it already told you its name? Kushina asked in utter disbelief. Minma shook his head without explaining. He patted his stomach and, with a thought, commanded Kurama to release a wisp of chakra, which gathered around him in a cloak of tailed beast energy. You can already use the tailed beast cloak? Kushina was even more astonished. Mom, you try releasing a bit of the Nine-Tails chakra, too. Minma encouraged her. Though she didn't understand, Kushina did as her son asked, drawing out a thread of the Nine-Tails chakra. Minma carefully guided his own chakra to gently touch Kushina's. In an instant, Kushina was pulled into Minma's mental realm. Inside that space, Minma and Kushina stood facing each other, and behind each of them loomed a massive fox, one sitting, the other lying down. Oh, so you've been sealed into a Jinchuriki, too? Said the Kurama behind Kushina. Its fur a bit brighter in hue, the young half of the Nine-Tails chakra. Enough chit-chat. We've got a serious situation here. Let's bump fists, said the Kurama behind Minma, extending its paw toward the young Kurama. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the young Kurama immediately got up and pressed its paw against its counterparts. I see. So that's what's happening. The young Kurama gazed at Minma with a complicated expression. Very well. Whatever you need from me, just say the word. Thanks, Minma replied offhandedly. Kushina, who had been utterly confused by everything she'd just heard, couldn't hold back any longer. What on earth are you all talking about? Kushina. Young Kurama stopped her from asking further questions, then explained, It's not time for you to know just yet. But I can promise you this. Neither I nor the other Kurama will ever harm a single hair on your son's head. In fact, if necessary, we'd even risk our lives to protect him. What? Hearing this, Kushina was stunned, barely able to believe her ears. She turned her gaze toward Minma, who nodded in reassurance. Kurama's telling the truth, Mom. You can relax now. Kushina nodded numbly. Minma withdrew his chakra, and together with Kushina, returned to reality. Minma, Kushina looked at her son, as if wanting to say something, but hesitating. Don't worry, Mom. Everything's under my control. Minma grinned and patted his stomach. Kushina managed a faint smile. Minma, you've grown up and have your own views now. That makes me so happy. But remember, no matter what plans you have or what you want to do, your father and I will always support you, unconditionally. So if you ever run into trouble, don't forget, you can always lean on us. I know, Mom, Minma replied with a bright smile. By the way, Mom, I'm heading out for a bit. My 2 teammates are still in the hospital. I need to check on them. But there might still be root remnants hiding in the village. Can't you wait a few days? Kushina asked, worry in her voice. I can't. Sasuke and Sakura got hurt covering for me. No matter how you look at it, I should visit them. And besides, if I really do run into those root leftovers, I'm not afraid. Did you forget who's inside me? Minma tapped his stomach with a playful grin. All right, just be careful. Sigh, If only your father were here. He could use Flying Thunder God to send you straight there. Kushina said helplessly. Oh, forget it. I don't want to end up landing flat on my backside in front of everyone. Minma joked as he slipped on his shoes, flung open the door, and dashed outside. He spoke without a second thought, but the one who heard him took it to heart. Minma's offhand remark struck Kushina like a spark, and a wave of nameless anger welled up inside her. If only Minato were a bit stronger, then Minma wouldn't have to risk his life against the Nine Tails today. If only Minato were a bit stronger, Minma wouldn't have had to be the Jinchuriki and bear all this hardship. Every time she urged him to train, it was either headaches or backaches, always finding excuses, lazing around so that now, when it really mattered, he couldn't even save Minma from the Nine Tails. Looks like it's time for him to remember the terror of the red-hot habanero. At that moment, Minma was blissfully unaware that his casual comment had set off a chain of consequences, and that Minato was about to face a fate he'd never expected. Minma walked along the road to the hospital. By now, the streets were empty of leisurely passers-by. Only patrolling Leaf Village shinobi remained. He let out a quiet sigh and quickened his pace. When he arrived at the hospital, he found the place heavily guarded, but not chaotic or bustling. At a glance, he spotted Kakashi in the lobby, head bowed over a stack of paperwork. Hurrying over, Minma called out, "Kakashi-sensei." "Oh, Minma, are you here to see Sasuke?" Kakashi set down the folder in his hand and looked up. "Yes, Kakashi-sensei. Do you know where he is?" Minma asked anxiously. Kakashi sighed. "Sasuke's badly hurt. Lady Tsunade is operating on him right now." "How could this happen?" Minma could hardly believe what he was hearing. "Where is he now? I want to see him." "What good would it do for you to go? Don't make things harder for Lady Tsunade. Just stay here and wait patiently," Kakashi said, trying to stop him. But Minma ignored his warning. Following the hospital signage, he darted toward the emergency operating room. "Minma," Kakashi's voice faded behind him as he ran. Before long, Minma reached the door to the operating room. The red light above the door glowed, and a small group waited outside. Among them was Sakura, and standing with her were a middle-aged couple, Sasuke's parents, Fugaku and Mikoto Uchiha. "Uncle, Aunt, I'm so sorry." Minma hurried to Fugaku and Mikoto, bowing deeply. "If Sasuke hadn't stayed behind to cover me, he wouldn't be this badly hurt." Fugaku's face remained stern and silent. Mikoto forced a faint smile onto her anxious face and tried to comfort Minma instead. "It's all right, Minma. Don't worry. Lady Tsunade is inside. Sasuke will be fine." Truthfully, her words were as much to comfort herself as him. Just then, the green light above the operating room flickered on, and the doors slid open. Tsunade emerged with her team of medical staff, pulling off her mask. "Lady Tsunade, how is Sasuke?" Mikoto rushed forward, her voice trembling with worry. The others crowded around, anxious for news. "Don't worry. Sasuke's condition has stabilized. After a few days of observation, he can be moved to a regular room. It's just," Tsunade hesitated, leaving her sentence unfinished. "What is it?" Fugaku pressed, his voice taut with concern. "Oh, it's nothing. Perhaps I'm just being overly cautious. Let's observe him for another 2 days." Tsunade deftly changed the subject. "All right, you can all go in and see Sasuke now. If you need anything, find Shizen. I need to get some rest myself." With little choice, Fugaku and Mikoto allowed Tsunade to leave. Minma exchanged a glance with Sakura, and together, they quietly followed Tsunade to her private office. "Come in," she called. Tsunade took off her white coat and hung it on the rack, speaking toward the doorway. Sakura and Minma stepped inside, looking a bit embarrassed. "Well, tell me, what brings you here?" Tsunade asked as she tidied up the things on her desk. Lady Tsunade, is Sasuke really going to be all right?" Minma asked anxiously. "Ah, his physical injuries have stabilized. From here on, as long as he rests, he'll make a full recovery," Tsunade replied, her hands never pausing their work. "So his body's fine, but what about his mind?" Sakura caught the subtle implication in Tsunade's words. Tsunade paused for a moment, setting her things aside, and looked at Sakura in surprise. "Such keen insight. How did you notice?" Sakura answered, "Because I'm a medical ninja too." Tsunade nodded, her expression showing admiration as she regarded Sakura thoughtfully. Sakura met Tsunade's gaze with composure and quiet confidence. Tsunade spoke. "You're right, Sasuke's mind is indeed troubled. His physical wounds have all been treated, so by all rights, he should have woken up by now. But instead of waking, he's fallen into an even deeper coma. It's very strange. Could it be his body's self-protection mechanism? After all, when people are unconscious, they tend to heal much faster," Sakura ventured hypothesis. "That's exactly what's so odd," Tsunade replied. "Sasuke responds to outside stimuli. He can hear people talking around him, and his brainwaves are very active, but he just can't wake up. How should I put it? It's as if his mind is wide awake, but he's trapped inside a body made of stone. So, you mean Sasuke is in a vegetative state? Mima gasped in alarm. That's one way to put it, Tsunade nodded, but it's more like he realizes he's under a genjutsu, yet is powerless to break free. After leaving Tsunade's office, both Sakura and Minma felt a heavy weight on their hearts. Minma especially, who was racked with guilt. Don't worry too much, Sakura reassured him. Lady Tsunade said that while Sasuke's case is unusual, it's not without hope. If worst comes to worst, we can ask an expert from the Yamanaka clan to enter Sasuke's mind and wake him directly. Minma managed a faint smile, then tried to lighten the mood. By the way, Sakura, you weren't hurt, were you? Sakura shook her head. Thanks to your chakra and the timely support from the leaf, I came through without a scratch. That's a relief, Minma said with a nod. You've had a long day, too. You should head home and get some rest. Come on, I'll walk you back. Sakura agreed, not refusing Minma's kind offer. The two walked together in silence for a while, then said their goodbyes. Minma returned home as well. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Danzo, Koharu Yuditane, Hamura Mitokado, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya gathered together to discuss the post-disaster reconstruction efforts. Once everything had been properly arranged, Danzo finally let out a sigh of relief and collapsed into his chair. So much had happened that day. It had truly exhausted his old bones. Lord Danzo, Jiraiya called out. What is it? Danzo replied, eyes closed. With only trusted people around, he didn't bother putting on the airs of a Hokage. Lord Danzo, your arm. Why not have Orochimaru cultivate a new one for you with would release cells, and then ask Tsunade to attach it? Jiraiya said, glancing at Danzo's empty right sleeve. That won't be necessary. Danzo waved him off. Without a Sharingan to suppress the wood release cells, even if I had a new arm, I wouldn't be able to use it. In that case, I'll go find Uchiha Fugaku and ask him for a Sharingan, Orochimaru said, standing up. No need. Danzo refused. To be honest, I'm already old. Even if I had a new arm, how many more years would I have left? I might as well take this opportunity to retire for good. But Danzo, if you retire, what will happen to the position of Hokage? Hamura raised the question. We'll just pick another one, won't we? Danzo replied irritably. Or do you all really want me to die in office? Of course not. It's just, who should we choose on such short notice? Koharu wondered aloud. Who in the village is qualified to inherit the Hokage title? Danzo asked. There are quite a few, Hamura replied. Everyone here is qualified, and besides us, there's also Tsunade, Uchiha Fugaku, and Hyuga Hayashi. If we include the younger generation, Uchiha Obito and Hatake Kakashi are both eligible too. Koharu and I should be excluded. We're your age, and even if we became Hokage, we wouldn't be able to serve for long, Hamura said. Obito and Kakashi should also be ruled out. They're strong enough, but still too young. Their reputation hasn't yet caught up, said Koharu. Fugaku and Hayashi aren't suitable either. The hidden leaf belongs to everyone, not to a single clan, Danzo added. In that case, that leaves only Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade, Koharu concluded. Having listened up to this point, Jiraiya and Orochimaru realized that if they didn't speak up now, things would get complicated. They both hurried to decline. I can't be Hokage, Jiraiya waved his hands. I still have to help Mount Mayaboku's search for the Child of Prophecy. I'm not fit for it either. My temperament is too gentle. I wouldn't be able to keep the neighboring countries in check, Orochimaru added. So that leaves only Tsunade? Danzo asked. Tsunade, yes. Tsunade would be perfect. Jiraiya slapped his thigh and exclaimed, Look, she's the princess of the Senju clan. Her lineage is noble. And since she's the last of her clan, we don't have to worry about any troublesome family backing her. That's absolutely right. Orochimaru chimed in. Over these past decades, Tsunade has saved countless lives. Whether in Konoha or across the entire shinobi world, her reputation is beyond reproach. And there's more, much more, Jiraiya continued, racking his brains to avoid becoming Hokage himself. Tsunade is incredibly strong, and her medical skills are unmatched. But she hasn't left any disciples or successors in Konoha, so we must keep her here to train more medical ninjas. On top of all that, Orochimaru added, feeling a rare sense of camaraderie with Jiraiya. Tsunade is also distantly related to the daimyo of the Land of Fire. If she becomes Hokage, there won't be any objections from the daimyo's side. Jiraiya and Orochimaru took turns, one after the other, laying out the reasons why Tsunade was the most reasonable and necessary choice for Hokage. The more Danzo listened, the more convinced he became. Deep down, he had always thought Tsunade was the best candidate for the position. He glanced at the two elders, Hamura and Koharu, and saw them nodding in agreement. At that moment, He made up his mind. Then it's settled. The fifth Hokage will be Tsunade. Does anyone have any objections? Danzo swept his gaze over the four of them. They all nodded vigorously, signaling their approval. In that case, let's move forward with preparations for the Hokage succession ceremony. Koharu, you're in charge of organizing the event. Come up with a plan as quickly as possible, and make sure to submit it to me along with the disaster reconstruction proposal. We need to move fast. Konoha desperately needs a morale boost right now. Koharu nodded and turned to leave. Hamura, I need you to pay a visit to the daimyo. Now that he's in Konoha, you must obtain his written approval. If he hesitates, remind him that the village still hasn't held him accountable for his tacit approval of Hiruzen Sarutobi's rebellion. Don't worry, I know exactly what to say, Hamura replied before hurrying out. Orochimaru, gather the Konoha Jonin and arrange a voting meeting, just for the sake of procedure. Jiraiya, your task is the most crucial. You must inform Tsunade and convince her to accept the position of Hokage, no matter what it takes. I'm warning you. If you fail, you'll have to take the position yourself. Orochimaru smiled and agreed, while Jiraiya pulled a long face. Is something wrong, Jiraiya? Danzo asked sternly. No, nothing at all, Jiraiya replied, swallowing his frustrations but keeping them to himself. After leaving the Hokage's office, Jiraiya threw his arm around Orochimaru's shoulder and said mischievously, Orochimaru, let's make a deal. I'll go gather the Jonin for the meeting, and you go inform Tsunade. How about it? Orochimaru didn't respond. Jiraiya suddenly felt his hand slip, and when he turned to look, he realized that Orochimaru had already vanished, leaving behind only a robe on the ground and a small snake slithering out from inside it. Come on, if you don't want to switch, just say so. Did you really have to use the body replacement with a snake? Jiraiya cursed under his breath, standing right where he was. By the time Emma got home, it was already evening. As soon as he walked in, he saw Kushina letting loose on Minato. Minato was tied up in a diamond-hard seal, wriggling on the floor like a helpless caterpillar, while Kushina sat cross-legged on top of him, arms folded. The moment he saw Minma come in, Minato looked as if he'd seen his savior. He cried out desperately, Minma, help me. Minma couldn't help but feel sorry for Minato's battered and bruised face. So he said to Kushina, Mom, violence alone can't solve the problem. Kushina's eyes narrowed dangerously. Minma broke out in a cold sweat. But violence can solve the people who cause problems. So Mom, please carry on. I won't interrupt. Minma forced a smile, finished speaking, and darted back to his room, leaving Minato's wails echoing through the living room. Watching Minma flee, Kushina lost interest in continuing Minato's punishment. She withdrew the sealing chains in silence, and went back to her room without a word. Minato sensed trouble and hurriedly scrambled to his feet, following after Kushina. When he entered the bedroom, Minato saw Kushina sitting on the edge of the bed, wiping tears from her eyes. Oh no! Minato's heart clenched with dread. He rushed over to sit beside her, wrapping his arm around Kushina's shoulders and gently pulling her into his embrace. Kushina leaned against him, sobbing softly. Minato, I'm really scared. Minato rested his chin atop Kushina's head, held her close, and softly patted her back, silently making a promise to himself. Everything that had happened today had cut him to the core. When Minma faced the Nine Tails alone, he couldn't do a thing to help. When Minma was chosen to become a Jinchuriki, he hadn't dared utter a word of protest. Never before had he hated his own powerlessness as much as he did today. All this time, he had taken pride in his unique space-time ninjutsu, but he'd never put in the effort to truly hone his strength. That's why, even now, his abilities were mediocre at best. Minato made up his mind. He couldn't just coast along any longer. From now on, he would devote himself to training so that he could truly protect his family. He never wanted to face another moment where his loved ones were in danger and he was helpless to do anything about it. Meanwhile, at Konoha Hospital, Tsunade had been busy all day, finally finishing treatment for everyone injured in the chaos caused by Hiruzen Sarutobi's betrayal. She was just about to head home for some rest. As she stepped out of her office, she saw Jiraiya leaning against the doorframe. What are you doing here? Tsunade asked. I came to invite you out for a drink. Jiraiya straightened up, grinning mischievously. Since when are you so considerate? Tsunade eyed him suspiciously. You're not here to rope me into some kind of trouble again, are you? Come on, what do you take me for? I've actually got some good news to share. Thought I'd bring you along to celebrate. Jiraiya didn't bother to explain any further. If it's good news, just spit it out already. Tsunade was clearly unimpressed. If you won't come, then I'm not telling you. Jiraiya started acting petulant. Fine, then don't. It's not like I'm desperate to hear it, Tsunade scoffed. Now move, I'm leaving. Wait. Jiraiya hurriedly grabbed her arm. Seriously, it's something good. Come on, let's have a drink, just a little bit. Let go, will you? I can walk by myself. Tsunade tried shaking him off several times but failed, and in the end, half-heartedly allowed herself to be dragged along. Inside a cozy tavern in the Leaf Village, Tsunade and Jiraiya sat facing each other. With a thud, Tsunade slammed her palm on the table, propped herself up with her left hand, and grabbed Jiraiya's collar with her right. The commotion drew curious glances from the people around them. You bastard. You all just sold me out like that? Listen up, I'm telling you now. If anyone wants to be Hokage, they can have it. I'm not taking the job. Tsunade's words practically showered Jiraiya with spittle. Jiraiya managed a wry smile, raising both hands in surrender and leaning his head as far back as he could. Tsunade, calm down, would you? People are watching. Tsunade glanced around. Her overwhelming presence caused the nearby diners to lower their heads in silence. With a cold snort, she let go of Jiraiya's collar and sat back down heavily. Jiraiya quickly poured her a cup of sake, coaxing, come on, no need to be angry. Here, have a drink, have a drink. Tsunade shot him a frosty look, downed the sake in one gulp, and then asked, so how much were you involved in all this? Honestly, I swear on everything, I was against it from the start. Jiraiya lied without missing a beat. Tsunade, you know me, ever since I was a kid, my dream has been to become Hokage. Do you think I'd let a chance like this slip by? Then why do those old geezers keep insisting I should be Hokage? Tsunade demanded, still fuming. It's all Orochimaru's fault. That snake kept pushing for you to take the position. Jiraiya was quick to shift the blame. No way. I know Orochimaru's character. He's not like that at all. Tsunade didn't buy a word of it. It's true. He said you come from a noble Konoha lineage, your status is unmatched, and, most importantly, you're not tied down by any clan's interests. Jiraiya shamelessly pinned his own words on Orochimaru, saying, he said you're powerful, highly respected, and even related to the daimyo. He also said he wants to tie you to Konoha with the title of Hokage, so you could train more medical talents for the village. What? Tsunade grew angrier with every word, crushing her sake cup into shards in her hand. That bastard Orochimaru. I'll kill him for sure. Jiraiya, why didn't you stop him? Watching the scene unfold, Jiraiya chuckled inwardly, fanning the flames with his words. I did try to stop him, didn't I? I kept saying I should be the Hokage. In terms of strength and prestige, I'm not lacking compared to anyone. But Orochimaru insisted that since I come from a civilian background, I could never command the respect of those stuck-up ninja clan types. I was so furious I nearly fought him right then and there, but the third and the two elders actually agreed with Orochimaru. So whatever they say goes now. What if I just refuse to be Hokage? What can they do about it? Tsunade replied indignantly. Jiraiya grinned. They'd already considered that you might react this way. Do you know what Orochimaru did next? He had Elder Koharu prepare the Hokage succession ceremony, sent Elder Hamura to inform the daimyo, and personally called a meeting of the Jonin to put your candidacy to a vote. News of you becoming the 5th Hokage spread before you could even object. He forced the issue, making your appointment a foregone conclusion, and even rallied the villagers to support you. Can you really say no after all that? And if you still refused, they had an even harsher move planned. What move? Tsunade asked, her eyes narrowed. Orochimaru said if you still refused, the third would get down on his knees and beg you to take the position. And if that didn't work, he'd kowtow to you a few more times. Jiraiya continued, spinning his tall tail. If I knew it. Only Orochimaru could come up with such a devious scheme. Tsunade slammed the table, her indignation making her chest heave with anger, swelling from an A- to a full A. Jiraiya took a slow sip of sake, motioning for Tsunade to calm down. Honestly, I was planning to fight a bit harder for the position myself, but then I suddenly remembered something and realized you're actually the better choice for Hokage. So even you betrayed me? Tsunade shot Jiraiya a cold glare. Setting his cup down, Jiraiya looked at Tsunade with utmost seriousness, his voice deep. Have you forgotten what I told you about Nawaki? Tsunade's expression changed instantly, her tone icy. What are you getting at? Jiraiya shook his head. Don't get the wrong idea. What I mean is, if you become Hokage, you'll have more authority. That will make it much easier to investigate. What happened all those years ago? Did you really think that, back then, Hiruzen Sarutobi alone could have slipped right under Orochimaru's nose and stolen Nawaki's organs without anyone noticing? Tsunade's face darkened like the bottom of a pot. She grabbed the bottle of sake from the table and downed it in one long gulp. Then she belched in Jiraiya's direction, wiped her mouth with the back of her hand, and declared, Jiraiya, you've convinced me. I'll take the position of Hokage. A faint smile played at the corners of Jiraiya's lips, and a flash of cunning passed through his eyes. With the matter settled, He dusted off his hands, content to hide his achievements and reputation. Even though I've decided to become Hokage, don't think that means I'll just let it slide that you and Orochimaru betrayed me. Tsunade was still a little angry. Jiraiya hurried to distance himself from Orochimaru. Hey, this has nothing to do with me. It was all Orochimaru's idea. Oh, really? I'll be asking Orochimaru about it tomorrow. Tsunade gave Jiraiya a meaningful look. Jiraiya lifted his chin defiantly. Go ahead, ask him tomorrow. Ask if he was the one who recommended you for Hokage. If he said you have great prestige in Konoha and even family ties to the daimyo. Seeing Jiraiya so confident, Tsunade couldn't help but start to believe him. Could it really have nothing to do with him? Jiraiya noticed Tsunade's uncertainty and decided to stoke the fire. If you really don't want to be Hokage, just let me have it. You know I've always dreamed of becoming Hokage. The last trace of doubt in Tsunade's heart disappeared. With a mocking laugh, she said, Give me a break. If you became Hokage, who knows what would happen to Konoha? Fine, I believe you. Tomorrow, I'll go give Orochimaru a piece of my mind. Jiraiya was taken aback. Oh no, he couldn't let Tsunade and Orochimaru meet. If Tsunade found out the truth, he'd be finished. So he pretended to be on her side and tried to persuade her. Really? I think you should just let it go. What reason do you have to pick a fight with him? Just because he recommended you for Hokage? That doesn't seem right. Think about it. Because someone recommended you for Hokage, you gonna beat him up? Does that sound reasonable? Would anyone agree with you? Tsunade pondered for a moment, feeling that something was a bit off about Jiraiya's words, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. Maybe it was the sake clouding her mind, making her dizzy, so she didn't notice Jiraiya's subtle misdirection. So what should I do? If I don't give him a beating, I won't feel satisfied. Tsunade's cheeks were flushed as she grumbled. What's so difficult about that? Jiraiya scoffed. Didn't Orochimaru recommend you for Hokage? If I were you, I'd give him a taste of his own medicine and recommend him to lead the Root Division. Think about it, if you don't want to. Be Hokage. Do you really think Orochimaru wants to take over Root? Just think about it, really think it over. Isn't that right? Tsunade pondered Jiraiya's words carefully, and the more she thought about them, the more sense they made. And besides, Jiraiya continued, after Orochimaru takes charge of Root, he can help you investigate what happened to Nawaki. You know, when that tragedy struck back then, Orochimaru's grief was no less than yours. Most importantly, unlike Hiruzen Sarutobi, Orochimaru's personality is rather mild, so you won't see a repeat of those old problems. Tsunade nodded, fully agreeing with Jiraiya's reasoning. Seeing this, Jiraiya could hardly contain his delight. He quickly took another swig of sake to hide the grin spreading across his face. He chuckled to himself, two birds with one stone. Not only did he avoid becoming Hokage, he didn't have to lead Root either. When it comes to living freely and easily, no one beats me, Jiraiya, the Toad Sage. Early the next morning, Jiraiya headed straight to the orphanage to find Orochimaru. Orochimaru, quick, hurry up. There's no time. Find somewhere to hide. What's going on? What happened? Why on earth should I hide? Orochimaru looked at Jiraiya like he'd lost his mind, showing up at the crack of dawn acting like this. I convinced Tsunade yesterday to accept the position of Hokage. Jiraiya explained. So, Orochimaru was completely confused. This was a good thing. Why would he need to hide because of it? I told Tsunade that the only reason she got the job was because you were pushing for it behind the scenes. She got furious, and now she's out for your blood. Jiraiya said, feigning innocence. What? Jiraiya, you... Orochimaru was so angry he could barely speak. Clearly, it was Jiraiya who first suggested Tsunade become Hokage, so how had it suddenly become all Orochimaru's doing? What about it? You're the ones who sent me to talk to Tsunade, weren't you? If she found out I had a hand in it, she'd beat me to a pulp. Jiraiya replied, completely unabashed. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru felt an overwhelming urge to punch someone. What kind of logic was this? So, just because you're afraid of Tsunade's fists, you dump all the blame on me? You better run. If you don't, you really won't be able to get away. Jiraiya urged. Just lay low for a week or two until she cools off, then you can come back. Jiraiya, you just wait. Orochimaru spat, leaving a parting threat before vanishing without a trace. Jiraiya's lips curled into a sly smile as he strolled leisurely back. He chuckled under his breath. Tsunade, Orochimaru, you two may be clever as foxes, but you've still fallen into my little trap. With just a small trick, I've managed to catch you both. By the time you realize what's happened, it'll be a done deal, no going back. And by then, the great Jiraiya, will already be long gone from Konoha, enjoying my carefree days somewhere out in the shinobi world. I am, from Mount Maibaku, the Toad Sage, master of Yin and Yang, versed in the 5 elements, wisdom beyond compare. Down from the mountain, wandering the mortal realm. searching for the child of destiny. To guide him, reshape the ninja world, change the course of fate. As Jiraiya strolled along, he hummed this little tune to himself. Suddenly, he paused, reconsidered, and switched to a new set of lyrics. I am, from Mount Maibuka the great swindler sage. Tricking Tsunade, deceiving Orochimaru, wisdom unmatched. Out the door, wandering Konoha, I don't want to be Hokage. Just drinking and singing, I'll never join the route. 3 tense, yet orderly days passed, and Konoha gradually returned to its usual bustle. No one quite knew what kept Kakashi and Jiraiya so busy. Sasuke was still unconscious, and Sakura was tending to patients at the hospital. So, in these 3 days, Minma found himself with nothing to do. On this particular day, bored at home, Minma stepped out and decided to visit Ino's family flower shop, planning to buy a bouquet for Sasuke. When he arrived at the Yamanaka flower shop, he saw Ino arranging flowers inside. Her movements were graceful and light, so much so that he couldn't help but watch her for a while. Ino was placing the final stem into a bouquet, her fingers gently cradling the flowers as if whispering softly to them. Her gaze was focused and gentle, her actions deft and elegant. Minma had never seen anyone pair flowers together as beautifully as Ino did. Watching her at work, it felt as if he'd been drawn into a wonderful little world. Ino hummed softly as she worked, her fingers lightly brushing the petals, coaxing a gentle fragrance from the blossoms. Oh, Minma, I didn't notice you there, Ino said as she finally finished, turning to see him at the door. The girl before him hugged a bouquet to her chest, smiling warmly. Sunlight streamed through the window, falling across her face and making her skin glow with a crystalline clarity. The corners of Ino's mouth lifted in a gentle smile, radiating warmth and kindness. Even the flowers around her seemed to sense her tenderness, quietly releasing their scent. In that moment, Minma felt as if time itself had paused, leaving only him, Ino, and the flowers, wrapped in a gentle tranquility and beauty. What brings you to my shop today? Ino asked, her voice soft and sweet. Oh, Minma snapped back to reality and replied, Sasuke's still in the hospital, so I wanted to get him some flowers to cheer him up. To cover his embarrassment, Minma glanced around the Yamanaka flower shop and casually asked, what kind of flowers are good for visiting patients? Could you help me pick something out, Ino? Of course, Ino said, beaming as she walked over to select flowers while she explained. For someone in the hospital, carnations and sunflowers make a great combination. They stand for good wishes and hope. Add a touch of lilies and baby's breath, and there, it should be perfect. Here you go. Wow, you're amazing. Miyama watched Ino's practiced movements and couldn't help but praise her. Thank you for the compliment, Ino replied cheerfully. By the way, how much is it? Miyama took out his wallet and asked. Well, since it's a gift for Sasuke, I won't charge you. After all, he's my classmate too, Ino said with a bright smile. Seeing this, Miyama felt awkward insisting on paying, but as he glanced around, his eyes landed on a beautifully wrapped bouquet of white roses. He walked over, picked it up, and said, I'll take this one as well. Since it's for a girl, Ino, you can't let me off the hook this time. Ino looked at Myanmar, her gaze dimming just a little, but she quickly returned to her usual expression, took the bouquet, and wrapped it up nicely. Before handing it to him, a gift for a girl? I didn't expect you to be so thoughtful, Myanmar, but this one isn't cheap. It'll be 1,200 Ryo. That's no problem at all. Myanmar still had some money on him. He pulled out his wallet, paid for the bouquet, then picked up the flowers and handed them to Ino. Huh? What's this? Ino was puzzled. Do you want to put in a gift box outside? No, these are for you, Ino. Myanmar smiled as he spoke to her. Ino was taken aback. Why are you giving me flowers out of the blue? The moment Ino received the white roses, her eyes lit up. She parted her lips slightly, an expression of delighted surprise appearing on her face. Gently, she hugged the bouquet to her chest, running her fingers delicately over the petals, savoring their scent and smoothness. Back then, you really helped me out a lot, Ino, so I've always wanted to thank you, Mima explained. Besides, I think you're just like these white roses, gentle and warm, so I picked them specially for you. I hope that as you grow up, you'll become as pure, noble, and elegant as a white rose. Hearing Myanmar's words, Ino hugged the flowers tighter and laughed, half mocking, half embarrassed. Honestly, who buys flowers in someone's own shop and gives them to the girl right there? Myanmar, you really are clueless. Ha! Sorry. I'm not good at these things. Myanmar scratched his head and laughed. Anyway, it's getting late. I'll head to the hospital and visit Sasuke. Let's talk again soon. With that, and without waiting for Ino's response, he turned and dashed out of the flower shop. After Myanmar left, a faint blush spread across Yamanaka Ino's cheeks, her eyes growing even brighter. She lowered her head, lightly biting her lower lip as a shy smile appeared on her face. Goodness, was that a confession just now? Hugging the flowers to her chest, Ino found herself caught up in a sweet and confusing happiness. Myanmar arrived at Sasuke's hospital room carrying a bouquet of flowers. Inside, Sasuke's mother, Uchiha Makoto, was sitting by his bedside. When she saw Myanmar enter, she quickly stood up and greeted her. Myanmar, what brings you here? Aunt Makoto, I came to see Sasuke, Myanmar replied, placing the bouquet into the vase on the cabinet at the foot of the bed before. Walking over to Sasuke's side. How is Sasuke doing? She asked. Noticing that Makoto looked much better now, her face free from worry. He's out of danger now, Makoto said, picking an apple from a fruit basket someone had brought and beginning to peel it. This morning, the Yamanaka clan leader visited and used a secret technique to take Sasuke's father into Sasuke's mental world. So, what do the Yamanaka clan leaders say? When will Sasuke wake up? Myanmar asked with concern. Don't worry, Myanmar, Makoto said gently. Sasuke's condition isn't serious anymore. According to the Yamanaka clan leader, Sasuke was on the brink of life and death, which caused his mental energy to surge. But his body couldn't keep up with that growth, so he's still in a coma. Sasuke's father went in this morning to help him sort out his mental energy and guide it to nourish his Sharingan. If all goes as expected, he should wake up in about 7 days, and by then his Sharingan may directly advance to the 3-tomo stage. In a way, I suppose it's true what they say, surviving great hardship brings unexpected fortune. With that, Makoto handed the freshly peeled apple to Myanmar. Myanmar let out a quiet sigh of relief, accepted the apple, and thanked her. Then, feeling guilty, she said, if only I hadn't asked Sasuke to stay behind and cover our retreat. I'd rather he still had just a single tomo than have him gain strength like this. Makoto smiled gently, comforting her. It's all right. Sasuke is going to be fine. Besides, it's not your fault, Myanmar. I'm sure it was Sasuke's own decision to stay behind. Just then, the hospital room door opened and Shizen entered. Noticing Myanmar was present, Shizen hesitated for a moment before addressing Makoto, Sasuke's mother. Would you step outside with me for a moment? Makoto glanced at Myanmar, offering her an apologetic smile, then followed Shizen out the door. After a moment's thought, Myanmar stood up and quietly followed them. Why are you coming along? Shizen asked, frowning as she looked at Myanmar. Has there been a change in Sasuke's condition? Myanmar asked anxiously. I'm his teammate, and I'd like to understand the situation. Shizen thought for a moment, then smiled. All right, you can listen too. Who knows? Maybe you and Sasuke are in the same boat. Myanmar was completely baffled. Shizen turned her head and said to Makoto, when I operated on Sasuke last time, I noticed that his foreskin was a bit too long. If we don't address it, it could affect his future development or even his fertility. So, I wanted to ask if we should take advantage of Sasuke being unconscious to perform the surgery now. That way, by the time he wakes up, the wound will have just about healed. Naruto was caught off guard, embarrassment written all over his face. Of course, I'll leave it to you then, Miss Shizen. Uchiha Makoto covered her mouth and laughed softly. She then teased Naruto. So, Naruto, do you want to get the procedure done as well? Naruto's face turned bright red. He frantically waved his hands. No, that's all right. By the way, Aunt Makoto, I just remembered I have something to do, so I'll be going now. As if the words had burned his lips, Naruto blurted them out in a rush and bolted for the door without even saying goodbye, leaving behind the tinkling, bell-like laughter of Makoto and Shizen. Once he stepped outside the hospital, Naruto suddenly remembered something. Tsunade had mentioned that Sasuke, in his current condition, could still feel external stimuli. He just couldn't speak or move. In other words, Sasuke would be fully conscious while... A mischievous grin spread across Naruto's face as he imagined the scene. Sasuke lying on a hospital bed, unable to speak or move, when Shizen walks in, pulls down his pants, and grabs his little. Naruto burst out laughing and walked off, still chuckling to himself. As he walked, Naruto spotted a familiar figure with bright red hair and a gourd on his back. Hey, Gaara. Naruto waved his right hand enthusiastically. And Naruto. Gaara's face lit up with a rare smile as he ran over. What brings you here, Gaara? Oh, right. How are Temari and Kankuro doing? And why are you out here alone? Naruto asked with a grin. About that, my brother and sister, Gaara stammered, unsure which question to answer first, his face turning red from nervousness. Don't worry, take it slow. One question at a time, Naruto said encouragingly. So, are Kankuro and Temari awake yet? Gaara nodded vigorously. Yes, they're both awake now. After a couple more days of rest, they'll be ready to leave the hospital. Really? That's fantastic, Naruto said with genuine delight. So what brings you out here, Gaara? Well, my brother says the hospital food is terrible, So he asked me to go buy something good for him to eat, Gaara replied. Perfect timing. I was just about to grab some lunch myself. I remember I promised to treat you to Ichiraku ramen. Why don't we go now? Naruto suggested with a friendly smile. Ah, really? Can we? Gaara was clearly tempted, but he still hesitated a little. But my brother is waiting for me to buy him lunch. It's fine. After we finish eating, we can just pack up a portion for him to take back, Minma said nonchalantly. But, oh come on, stop hesitating. Let's go. Minma grabbed Gaara's hand and headed straight toward Ichiraku ramen. Uncle Tucci, 2 bowls of special miso, chashu ramen. Hold the pickled bamboo shoots and extra fish cake, please. As soon as they stepped into Ichiraku, Minma called out loudly. Hey Minma, is that you? Tucci turned around at the sound of his name. Spotting Gaara next to Minma, he grinned and said, oh, this red-haired young man looks unfamiliar. Is it your first time here? Haha, Uncle Tucci, he's my new friend, Gaara from the Sand Village. Minma introduced Gaara with a smile. Oh, a guest from the Sand Village? Then I'll have to show off my real skills and make sure our visitor gets a true taste of Ichiraku's legendary ramen. Tucci said with renewed enthusiasm. After a short wait, Ayam came over with 2 steaming bowls of ramen. She set a regular ramen in front of Minma, and in front of Gaara, she placed a bowl piled high with premium ingredients like a mountain. Hey, Uncle Tucci, is your so-called legendary ramen just a heap of fancy toppings? Minma couldn't help but tease. And isn't this a bit too much of a difference? Why do I get a regular bowl while Gaara gets the ultra-deluxe supreme version? Tucci burst out laughing. Because Gaara's our guest from the Sand Village. Of course, we have to treat him to something special. Then I want one just like his, Minma said, unable to resist. No way. Do you think these ingredients are cheap? Tucci shot back without a second thought. Watching Minma and Tucci banter, Gaara covered his mouth and laughed quietly. Forget it, I won't argue with you. Oh, and Uncle Tucci, can you prepare 2 more just like these for takeout? Minma called out, then pulled out his chopsticks and rubbed them together. Turning to Gaara, he said, don't just stand there. Let's dig in. Gaara picked up a pair of chopsticks, grabbed the largest crab from his own bowl, and placed it in Minma's bowl. All right, eat your own. This is plenty for me. Minma saw that Gaara was about to give him even more and quickly stopped him. Tucci saw the scene and smiled. He fetched another big crab from behind the counter and put in Gaara's bowl. Here you go, young man from the sand. Enjoy. Crab's best when it's hot. Thank you, sir. Gaara thanked Tucci politely, his voice warm and sincere. After finishing their ramen and packing up 2 servings to go, Minma escorted Gaara to the hospital entrance before taking his leave. Walking down the street, Minma clasped his hands behind his head, savoring the rare leisure of the afternoon. Suddenly, a commotion arose ahead. Minma looked up and saw Jiraiya dashing toward him in a panic, shouting as he ran, Minma, run for it. Huh? What's going on? Minma was completely baffled. There's no time to explain, just run. Jiraiya cried, his face full of urgency. Behind him, clouds of dust billowed, accompanied by a thunderous rumbling. Clearly someone was chasing after him. There was no time to hesitate. They had to run together. Minma turned and raced after Jiraiya, calling out as they fled. Master, who's chasing you? It's that old hag Tsunade. Jiraiya growled through gritted teeth. Why? What did you do to offend her? Minma panted, struggling to keep pace. It's a long story. Let's just say I told her a little white lie for her own good, but she didn't appreciate my kindness. Jiraiya replied evasively. But why do I have to run with you? Minma protested. She just finished giving Sasuke a trim, and now she's coming for you. Jiraiya blurted out, shocking Minma. What? Minma's eyes widened in terror, and he instantly doubled his speed. In a whirlwind of chaos, Minma and Jiraiya vanished down the road in twin trails of dust. Suddenly, with a bang, Minma collided headfirst with a passerby at a street corner. Ouch! Minma landed flat on his back, wincing and clutching the back of his head with his eyes. Squeezed shut. Jiraiya, meanwhile, didn't even look back. He just kept running. Seriously? Some mentor he was. Minma couldn't help but grumble inwardly at his master's lack of loyalty. Hey, watch where you're going. Minma finally managed to catch his breath and started to berate the person he'd run into. But when he opened his eyes, he was stunned. Not far away, another young man sat on the ground, sporting short, golden hair and 2 whisker marks on each cheek. Beside him stood an older youth, shrouded in a black cloak, his long black hair veiling his right eye. These 2, it was Boruto and the adult Sasuke. When the world was going on, had the plot of Boruto already begun? Was Otsutsuki Urashiki about to appear? No, that couldn't be. Had the presence of Minma changed nothing after all, leaving the original story untouched? Or had the storyline taken yet another wild turn? Minma stared at the 2 in utter disbelief. Just then, Boruto also recovered from the collision and opened his mouth to curse, but when he caught sight of Minma, his expression changed to utter shock. Dad! Dad! Hearing this, Minma's heart settled. There was no doubt, it was Boruto. But Boruto's brow furrowed in confusion. Wait, you're not my dad? You don't have a beard. Oh, something was definitely off. You two come with me. Minma stood up, his expression stern as he addressed Sasuke and Boruto. After taking a few steps, he noticed they hadn't followed. So he turned back and spoke to the adult Sasuke with a meaningful look. Are you really not coming? Sasuke. The two of them were shaken to the core, their faces paling. After exchanging a glance, they hurried to catch up with Minma. In a quiet, secluded corner, Minma came to a stop and turned to face the grown-up Sasuke. Sasuke, sensing danger, activated his Sharingan and glared at Minma, his voice cold. Who are you really? At this point in time, you shouldn't be able to recognize me. I am Minma Namikaze, Minma replied calmly. What? Sasuke gasped in shock. Without hesitation, he brushed aside his hair, revealing his Rinnegan, and fixed a piercing gaze on Minma. What have you done with Naruto? Calm down, Sasuke, Minma said, waving his hand to signal for Sasuke to settle down. This isn't your world. What are you talking about? Sasuke thought Minma was speaking nonsense. I mean, this isn't your world. Things here have unfolded differently from how they did in your own world, Minma explained. So you won't tell the truth unless I force it out of you. Sasuke snorted, gripping the hilt of his Kusanagi sword. Limited Tsukuyami, Minma uttered quietly. Sasuke, surely you've heard Naruto talk about this. What? Sasuke was stunned. Just as I said. For you, this world is like a limited Tsukuyami, a reality similar to that illusion. In this world, Madara Uchiha was the first Hokage, Danzo Shimura is the third, and Sakura's father, Haruno Akira, is the fourth. Here, the Uchiha clan was never massacred, and I'm not an orphan. Impossible. Sasuke's eyes widened in disbelief. Look over there, Minma said, pointing toward the Hokage rock. Sasuke turned his head, and his pupils narrowed in shock. It was true. He quickly raised his right hand, forming a sword sign in front of his chest, closed his eyes, and shouted, Release. When he opened his eyes, nothing had changed. No, this can't be. This isn't a Jinjutsu. Sasuke's face was filled with disbelief. This was a real world, not a dream conjured by limited or infinite Tsukuyami. I know why you've come, but you're in the wrong place, Minma told Sasuke. Who are you really? How do you know so much? Sasuke, forcing himself to accept the truth, asked Minma coldly. I am Minma Namikaze, son of Minato and Kushina, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails in this world, Minma replied. And I have another identity. I'm a time traveler, just like you. What? Sasuke felt like he'd been shocked more times today than in all the past few years combined. All right, I'll explain the details to you later. For now, just tell me, has Otsutsuki Urashiki already arrived? Minma asked sternly. You even know about Urashiki? It seems you really are a traveler against the flow of time. Sasuke looked at Minma with a complicated expression. Master, what are you talking about? I don't understand a word. Boruto asked, bewildered. Boruto, we've come to the wrong place. This isn't the Konoha of the past, Sasuke replied concisely. What? That's impossible. I just saw Ichiraku ramen a moment ago. Boruto protested. This is a parallel world that closely resembles our own, but it isn't our world, Sasuke explained patiently. Just then, a voice came from Boruto's ninja tool pouch. Warning, warning. Boruto quickly fished out the source of the voice, a small turtle with pink limbs and a blue shell. The little turtle opened its mouth and spoke in a clear, human voice. Warning, warning. Significant deviation from target coordinates during time travel. Boruto's jaw dropped. Did it just talk? The little turtle continued. This location does not match the time travel target coordinates set by Lord Urashiki. Sasuke crouched down, fixing his gaze on the turtle. You said time travel? Is this the Konoha of the past? The turtle waved its limbs and replied, It is not. This is another parallel dimension. This world is not the past Konoha. So, it really is a parallel universe, Sasuke muttered to himself. Rising to his feet, he asked, Where is Otsutsuki Urashiki? You said we deviated from the coordinates. Did Urashiki end up in another dimension? The little turtle spoke up. Lord Urashiki set the coordinates for the period when Naruto Uzumaki was a child, but due to an error during spatial transfer, the world we arrived in is not the one where Naruto Uzumaki resides. Lord Urashiki, separated from us, will arrive in Naruto Uzumaki's world 10 days from now, specifically on the 5th day after Sasuke's defection. Huh? Master's defection? What's that supposed to mean? Boruto was stunned by what he heard. That's all in the past. Sasuke didn't answer Boruto. Instead, he turned to the little turtle and asked, By the way, just who are you? Are you working with Urashiki? Did you have something to do with us ending up in this world? The turtle replied in a measured tone. I am a time-space travel tool, I don't possess the concept of being an accomplice, so there is no relationship of mutual interest between myself and Lord Urashiki. My mission is to facilitate time travel and convey important precautions for time-space movement. What kind of precautions? First of all, you must not reveal your true identities to people from the past, and under no circumstances should you interfere with anyone you share a close relationship with. What would happen if we did interfere? Boruto Uzumaki asked. The future could undergo drastic changes, and you yourselves might cease to exist, Lee warned sternly. But what if people in this world have already discovered who we are? Sasuke fixed his gaze on Minma, seeking an answer. That's not a problem. This parallel world isn't the same as ours, so whatever happens here won't affect our own world, Lee explained. Sasuke let out a breath of relief. At this point, Minma interjected, even so, I still hope you'll keep your identities hidden. After all, aside from me, no one would ever believe you're time travelers. Sasuke nodded in response. Understood. So, when are you planning to go back? Minma asked. Sasuke turned his eyes to Lee. Lee replied in a formal tone, time-space travel causes the artifact to overload, so it requires 3 days to cool down. Also, the artifact needs the Rinnegan's ocular energy to function, and Mr. Sasuke's power will take another 5 days or so to recover. In summary, we can only return to our own world in 5 days. I see. 5 more days? Minma mused. In that case, let me host you for these 5 days. Sasuke and his son from another world. Who are you calling your son? Boruto cried out indignantly. Minma burst out laughing. Weren't you just calling me Dad a little while ago? No way, Boruto shouted, blushing with embarrassment. As they walked down the bustling streets of Konoha, Minma turned to them and asked, by the way, it's already noon. Have you two eaten yet? Boruto's stomach grumbled, right on cue. Well, it looks like someone's hungry. Let me take you out for a meal. What do you feel like eating? Minma said with a cheerful smile. Thunderburger. I want Thunderburger. Boruto exclaimed excitedly. As if something like that would exist here. Sasuke chuckled at the suggestion. Huh, it doesn't. Boruto turned to Minma, hoping for a different answer. I can't say I've ever heard of it either, Minma replied with a shake of his head. How can this be? Boruto muttered, crestfallen. But there is Ichiraku ramen, Sasuke offered. Really? Then let's go have Ichiraku ramen in this world. Boruto's spirits instantly lifted. You can always have Ichiraku ramen when you get home. Why not try something unique to this world instead? Minma suggested he'd only just eaten ramen and wasn't keen on another bowl. He wasn't Naruto. After all, he didn't have such an obsession with ramen. Oh, so you know what things don't exist in our world? Sasuke asked, his curiosity piqued. Of course. After all, I'm just like you guys. Minma lied without missing a beat. Oh, what is it exactly? I'd like to see for myself. Sasuke's interest was piqued. Follow me and you'll find out. Minma teased, keeping them in suspense. The two followed Minma through twists and turns until they arrived at a barbecue restaurant. Really? It's just a barbecue place, Boruto muttered, unimpressed. This isn't your ordinary barbecue joint. Minma led them inside, found a table, and handed them menus before explaining. This place is run by the Nara clan. Their specialty here is venison. It's a bit pricey, but the taste is truly excellent. Huh? The Nara clan? Running a barbecue shop? Boruto's jaw dropped in disbelief. Boruto, calm down. This isn't our world. If the Nara clan overhears us, they might start guessing where we're from. Sasuke quietly admonished him. It's all right. The Nara in our world aren't quite the geniuses they are in yours, but it's still better to be cautious, Minma said with a smile. Oh, and Sasuke, would you like to try some venison blood wine? They say it's great for married men, good for digestion, and also boosts vitality. Sure, I'll have a little. I've been traveling for so long, eating whatever I can find. My stomach hasn't been feeling great, Sasuke replied, keeping a straight face. Minma chuckled to himself but didn't call Sasuke out. He ordered a glass of venison blood wine for him. Once they'd eaten their fill, Sasuke took out his wallet to pay, but Minma grabbed his arm. Naruto. No, Minma, you're only a genin right now. You haven't done many missions, so you probably don't have much money. Let me get this one, Sasuke said earnestly. No, letting you pay would be a real problem. Don't forget, this isn't your world. Our money has different faces on it. Yours would just be fake currency here. Minma explained. Besides, I may not be rich, but I can manage to pay for a meal. Sasuke finally relented and let Minma handle the bill. Afterward, Minma led Sasuke and his discount son, Boruto, on a tour around Konoha, pointing out the basics of this world as they walked. When Sasuke learned that the Uchiha clan hadn't been wiped out here, and that both Fugaku and Mikoto Uchiha were alive and well, a faint sigh escaped his lips, and a trace of longing shone in his eyes. Hey Minma, there you are. Just as Minma was showing the two around Konoha, a voice called from behind. Turning around, the three saw Tsunade standing there. With one hand, she hauled Jiraiya up by the collar, and with the other, she rested her hand on her hip, looking straight at them. A lady Tsunade. Minma stared at Jiraiya, who had just been dragged along the ground and now looked battered and bruised. Cold sweat broke out down Minma's back in an instant. And who are these two? Tsunade's gaze shifted to the adult Sasuke and Boruto. They do seem familiar, but I'm certain I haven't met them before. She turned to Minma for an answer. Oh, they're performers, Minma lied smoothly. The tall one's called Erju, and the boy is his apprentice, named Uzumaki. Hearing these made-up names, Sasuke and Boruto clenched their jaws in frustration, veins bulging on their foreheads. Performers, you say? Well then. Tsunade eyed Sasuke with suspicion. Minma quickly shot a look at Sasuke, signaling him to play along somehow. Sasuke glared daggers at Minma, but reached into his cloak and produced a small red ball. He tossed it into the air. With a swift, precise gesture, his fingers pointed upward. The ball burst open with a crisp pop, scattering a shower of colorful ribbons and glitter. After the performance, Sasuke composed himself and said politely to Tsunade, "We may not match the skills of a ninja, but we do know a few tricks. We make our living performing." "Ninjutsu, is it?" Tsunade mused. She paused for a moment, then looked up at Sasuke. "Are you aware of what happened in our village a few days ago?" Not really," Boruto replied. "One of the elders of the Leaf Village staged a rebellion," Tsunade said gravely. "A rebellion? An elder?" Boruto echoed in disbelief. "That's right. As a result, the whole village is on partial alert," Tsunade explained. "You may not have any ill intentions, but for the safety of the Leaf, I have to assign someone to watch over you. I hope you can understand." "Huh? Watch us," Boruto blurted out, startled. "Of course I can't just trust you so easily," Tsunade said, her tone firm. "At times like these, anyone suspicious is treated this way. Frankly, you're already getting off easy. What, is that a problem?" "No, we understand," Sasuke agreed without protest. After all, he had no intention of causing trouble in this world. His focus was on quietly waiting for his ocular power and chakra to recover, then returning to his own world as soon as possible. "Very well. In that case, Jiraiya, I'm assigning this surveillance duty to you," Tsunade said, giving Jiraiya a shake to rouse him. "Huh? What's going on?" Jiraiya mumbled, slowly waking up. "Don't pretend," Tsunade snapped. "I know you've been awake for a while. Want me to give you another beating to help jog your memory?" "No need." Jiraiya leapt to his feet, suddenly agile. "But if I may, I'd like to decline. Why should I be the one to watch these two? Do you know how busy I am?" Tsunade shook her head. "As the future 5th Hokage, I order you to take on this task. If you refuse, you're saying you don't acknowledge me as Hokage. If that's the case, why don't you take the seat of Hokage?" "Well, Jiraiya, are you still going to refuse?" "I guarantee I'll complete the mission, Lady Fifth." Jiraiya stood straight and accepted the task. "What about me? Don't I need to help with the surveillance?" Minma asked. "Minma, you're coming with me to the hospital. You've got a minor procedure to go through." Tsunade replied. "What? Surgery? But I don't know a single thing about medical ninjutsu." Minma tried to wriggle out of it. "What are you thinking? You're going to be the test subject. The new medical ninja of the Leaf needs someone to practice on." Tsunade suddenly revealed the shocking truth. "What?" Minma could hardly believe his ears. Realizing what she meant, he immediately protested. "No way. My body was given to me by my parents. It's not up to me to decide something this big. I need to go home and ask them first." "No need. I've already gotten their consent," Tsunade replied. Hearing that, Minma turned on his heel and bolted. "Jiraiya," Tsunade barked out, "bring Minma back here." On it. In a flash, Jiraiya appeared beside Minma, and as easily as picking up a kitten, he brought him back to Tsunade's side. "All right, Jiraiya, take Minma to the hospital," Tsunade instructed. "What about these two?" Jiraiya pointed at Sasuke and Boruto. "Bring them along to the hospital as well." Once inside the hospital, Minma was laid out on an operating table, unable to move a muscle. On the way there, he tried to escape several times, which only angered Tsunade, so she numbed his nerves with her famous body paralysis technique. As soon as they entered, Kabuto Yakushi stripped Minma bare and carefully wiped him down with an alcohol swab. "Kabuto! Kabuto!" Minma called out. "What is it, Minma?" Kabuto asked with a gentle smile. "Could you please let me go? I'm begging you. I really have something urgent to do." Minma pleaded. "No can do. Lady Tsunade is about to use you to demonstrate a minor procedure. If I let you go, she might just put me on the operating table instead." Kabuto refused. "What?" Minma was dumbfounded. "Just listen to that. Is this something a human would do?" dragging him onto the operating table as a teaching prop without his consent. Does the law mean nothing in this world? Is there no justice left? Once Kabuto finished prepping him, Minma was left lying there, completely exposed, anxious and uneasy on the operating table. Who knew how much time had passed when, suddenly, there was a commotion outside the door. Moments later, Tsunade entered in a line with several others. Minma strained to roll his eyes around, and, not recognizing anyone except Tsunade, finally let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, apart from Tsunade, everyone else was a stranger. At least he wouldn't die of embarrassment. Yet, Tsunade walked over to Minma and began her lesson to the students, gathered below the platform. Today, we're having a practical class, so you can get a hands-on sense of what surgery is really like. The procedure I'll be demonstrating today is a very simple one, called a preputial circumcision. Even though it's a minor operation, I want everyone to pay close attention. Now, gather around and take a look. Lying on the operating table, Minma suddenly felt a darkness descend before his eyes, and in an instant he was surrounded by white-masked, white-capped faces peering down at him. He desperately wished he could disappear on the spot. With a trembling voice, he pleaded to Tsunade, "Lady Tsunade, could you please cover me with cloth?" "No way. If we cover you up, how will the class learn?" Tsunade rejected him outright. "I just meant, could you at least cover my face?" Minma begged. "All right, fine." Tsunade relented after a moment's thought, grabbing a green cloth from nearby and draping it over Minma's face. At once, a ripple of muffled laughter swept through the crowd. "Go ahead and laugh. I can't see any of you anyway," Minma consoled himself. Tsunade continued her instruction. "All right, the very first step is to thoroughly clean the surgical area. This is absolutely crucial. If it's not done properly, the wound could get infected, and in severe cases, it could even be fatal. Now, who'd like to volunteer to prep the patient?" She glanced around the room and voiced her displeasure. "Only one hand in the air? All right then, Sakura, you're up. Come and prep the patient." "Yes, ma'am," came a clear, familiar voice that Minma knew all too well. "I have nothing left to live for in this world," thought Minma, expressionless beneath the green cloth as tears streamed down his cheeks. No one could say how much time passed before Minma finally climbed off the operating table, his face pale and eyes empty. In silence, he shuffled over to where his clothes were kept, dressed himself without a word, and then staggered out of the operating room like a lost soul. Tsunade's lesson had come to an end. Thanks to her miraculous healing jutsu, not even the slightest pain lingered from Minma's wound. It was completely healed. But Minma's heart was still bleeding, and the psychological trauma from this ordeal might never fully heal, not even in a lifetime. Dragging his feet, Minma made his way to Tsunade's office. She had just finished teaching and was sitting there sipping tea. "Why did you do this to me?" Minma asked, his face devoid of any emotion. Tsunade, knowing exactly what he was referring to, answered him earnestly. "In recent years, Konoha's birth rate has been far too low. Most families only have one child, which isn't good for the village's growth and prosperity. When I was treating Sasuke before, I discovered a problem. Almost none of the men in Konoha have ever had a circumcision, and this can actually affect fertility. Moreover, Konoha lacks experience with this kind of surgery, so why are you doing this to me?" Minma interrupted Tsunade, his face expressionless. What he meant was, why did it have to be him? Wouldn't it be better to let someone else do it? Sasuke, for example, would be perfect. He was unconscious and couldn't resist anyway. Oh, right, he suddenly remembered. Sasuke had already been operated on. "If it weren't for what you said back in Tenzaka Town, I never would have returned to Konoha. If I hadn't come back, the position of Hokage wouldn't have fallen to me in the first place." Tsunade explained. "So this is revenge, then?" Minma asked. "You could say that," Tsunade replied. Minma fell silent. "Is there anything else? If not, you can leave now." Tsunade jerked her chin toward the door, clearly dismissing him. "About what you said earlier, Lady Tsunade, Konoha lacking experience in circumcision. Is that really true?" Minma suddenly asked. "It's true." "What?" Tsunade looked at him, puzzled. "Konoha still has plenty of ninja of the right age. Take my classmates, for example. Shino Aburame, Shikamaru, Kiba Inuzuka. They'd all be willing to dedicate their bodies to the advancement of Konoha's medical science. Oh, and that young performer who was in the village today. He could serve as a teaching example too," Minma said, his expression unchanging, as if what he'd suggested was perfectly ordinary. "That's a great idea." Tsunade was silent for a long moment before praising him. Minma's plan had succeeded. He sneered inwardly. "Asteriskmph, since I've been drenched by this rain, none of you get to stand under an umbrella. If only one person suffers social death, that's one thing. But if a whole group goes down with me, then I'm not a social outcast. I'm the life of the party, asterisk." With his goal achieved, Minma turned to leave. As he reached the door, he suddenly looked back at Tsunade and said, "By the way, even though Master Jiraiya sold me out, I still want to put in a good word for him." "What is it?" Tsunade asked, her curiosity piqued. "Back in Tanzaka town, Master Jiraiya told me he's been in love with a woman for decades, but never dared confess his feelings." "Oh, and what's that got to do with me?" Tsunade retorted stubbornly, though her eyes signaled for Minma to continue. Minma smiled and went on. "I asked Master why he never confessed. He said that when he was young, he wanted to, but that woman already had someone she loved. Later, after her lover died, she left Konoha, heartbroken. I told Master it. Wasn't too late to confess now, but he said he'd injured his kidneys during the war, and, well, now, whenever he tries to pee with the wind at his back, it always ends up spraying onto his shoes. So he doesn't want to burden her with that. Oh, and Lady Tsunade, you're the greatest medical ninja in the whole shinobi world. Maybe you could take a look at Master Jiraiya for him?" Without waiting for Tsunade's response, Minma nodded politely, said, "Excuse me," and stepped out of the room. Tsunade was left alone in her office, lost in thought. By the time he left the hospital, evening had already fallen. Jiraiya had taken Sasuke and Boruto off somewhere, but no one knew where. Standing at the entrance, the golden dusk spilled across Minma's face, making him squint against the light. Although only a few hours had passed, stepping out of the hospital felt like a lifetime ago. With a wry smile, Minma began walking home. As he passed a narrow alley, a clamor caught his attention. "Your dad's a rogue ninja, your grandpa's a traitor, your uncle's a eunuch, your whole family's rotten. You'll turn out a rogue ninja, just like them." "That's right. If it wasn't for your family, my dad wouldn't have gotten hurt." "Get him. You dare fight back? Beat him up hard." Fists flew and feet thudded, mingled with jeers and shouts. Bullying, no doubt. Minma's brow furrowed. Without hesitation, he turned and strode into the alley. "Hey, what do you think you're doing? Stop it now." No sooner had he entered than he saw 4 or 5 kids ganging up on a smaller boy, curled on the ground, arms wrapped over his head, his clothes smeared with dust. "Didn't you hear me? I said stop." Minma rushed forward, grabbed 2 of the ringleaders by the scruff, and tossed them aside. The bullies, startled to see a ninja had shown up, scattered like startled birds. "If I catch you picking on anyone again, you'll answer to me." Minma brandished his fist in warning, his voice booming down the alley. Quickly, he knelt to help the boy to his feet. The kid looked about 7 or 8, goggles perched on his forehead, a long blue scarf wound around his neck. "So it really is him. Sarutobi Konohamaru. You all right?" Minma brushed the dust from Konohamaru's jacket. "I'm fine. Thank you, big brother." Konohamaru grinned wide, a gap-toothed smile that was as endearing as it was ridiculous. "Do they always treat you like this?" Minma asked, eyeing the bruises on the boy's face. "It's nothing. I, Sarutobi Konohamaru, am not so easily beaten," Konohamaru declared with stubborn pride. "I swear on my life, one day those bullies will pay for what they've done." "Now, that's the spirit." Minma laughed, tousling Konohamaru's hair. "But it's too soon to risk your life over this, kid. Carry my name and run wild in this ninja world. Become my little brother, Sarutobi Konohamaru. Until you're strong enough to stand on your own, I, Minma Namikaze, will watch your back." "Huh?" Konohamaru looked up, eyes wide with shock, his lips trembling. "Really? Really? You have my word. Big brother." Konohamaru's smile stretched ear to ear, tears streaming down his cheeks as he laughed and cried all at once. Now, no need to cry your eyes out. You look ridiculous. Hurry up and collect it for me." "Yes, boss." "Very good. To celebrate you becoming my little underling, I'll treat you to a bowl of Ichiraku ramen." "Really? Long live the boss." "Idiot, don't jump on me, and don't hang on my neck. Get off my back already. You're filthy." Isn't it normal for the boss to give his little brother a piggyback ride? The evening sun stretched their shadows long across the ground. What a ridiculous sunset. How could it possibly be this beautiful? Konohamaru lay sprawled on Minma's back, gazing in a daze at the blood-red dusk, lost in thought. After sharing a meal of Ichiraku ramen, Minma gave Konohamaru a piggyback ride and took him home. The Sarutobi clan's estate had already been sealed off by Konoha, but they'd left Konohamaru a small room to live in. Konohamaru tiptoed to press the doorbell, then grabbed Minma's sleeve and stood with him at the entrance. "Konohamaru, is that you?" came the voice of an elderly woman from behind the door. "Yes, Grandma," Konohamaru called out loudly. "Oh, right, Grandma. I made a big brother today. He's right behind me." "Oh, and who might that be?" Hearing this, Konohamaru's grandmother, Sarutobi Bawako, opened the door. When she saw Minma, she paused in surprise. Then, as if nothing were amiss, she smiled and greeted him warmly. "Oh, it's Minma. Come on in and have a seat." "Thank you for having me," Minma said with a polite bow, changing his shoes before stepping inside. Konohamaru, did someone bully you again? Was it that group of kids from last time? Come, Grandma will go have a talk with them. Sarutobi Bawako's eyes filled with worry as she noticed Konohamaru's scrapes and dirty clothes. It's nothing, Grandma. I didn't lose today. Konohamaru fibbed, and from now on, I've got my big brother looking out for me. No one will dare bully me again. Nonsense, Bawako chided, shaking her head. If you don't want to go, that's fine. But hurry and get yourself washed up. You look like a little mud monkey. Aren't you afraid your big brother will mind? He would never mind. He even treated me to ramen and carried me home. Konohamaru shouted back proudly. Isn't that right, big bro? Yes, yes. So go and get yourself cleaned up, Minma replied with a laugh. Okay, big bro. You wait here. I'll be out after a quick shower. Konohamaru called as he dashed into the bathroom. Once Konohamaru had locked the bathroom door, Sarutobi Bawako looked at Minma with a complicated expression and then said, Come, have a cup of tea. In Sarutobi family's living room, Bawako and Minma sat across from each other. To tell the truth, Bawako didn't quite know how to face this child. Her late husband, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had once tried to assassinate him. Although Minma had survived, the seeds of hatred had already been sown. Moreover, he also disrupted Hiruzen's plans, indirectly leading to the deaths of Hiruzen Sarutobi and Asuma. Bawako Sarutobi was unsure whether she should feel apologetic or harbor resentment toward Minma. Minma-kun, Bawako began, her voice hesitant. You're an elder to Konohamaru. Please, just call me Minma, Minma replied humbly. All right then, I'll call you Minma, Bawako said, pausing as if something weighed on her mind. First of all, I want to thank you for stepping in to help Konohamaru today, but her words trailed off, unable to voice the thought of telling him to stay away from Konohamaru. Please don't worry, Minma said, immediately understanding what she wanted to say. With a gentle smile, he continued, I hold no ill intentions. Even though I had a grudge against that person, the debt is paid now that he's gone. Let's let the past rest. I'm sorry and thank you. Bawako managed a strained smile. But if possible, I'd still ask you to keep your distance from Konohamaru. It's for your own good as well, given your sensitive circumstances. As she spoke, she pointed to Minma's stomach. The secret that the Nine Tails was sealed within Minma might have been hidden from others, but not from her, a master of sealing techniques. Minma simply smiled, not rising to her remark. He fully understood what Bawako meant. As the Jinchuriki of a Nine Tails, he shouldn't be too close to the son of a traitor, especially when that traitor once coveted the power of the Nine Tails. Rather than respond directly, Minma changed the subject. What day is it today? Thursday, Bawako answered, instantly catching on to Minma's meaning. Today was Thursday, yet Konohamaru hadn't gone to school. It didn't take much to guess he must have been bullied there. I understand what you're getting at. Konohamaru's situation is indeed a tough one right now. But with time, things will surely improve, Bawako said. Have the Uchiha ever forgiven the Senju? Minma countered. His implication was clear. Just as the Uchiha never forgave the Senju, others would never forgive the Sarutobi clan. Bawako fell silent. So what will become of Konohamaru? Minma pressed on. Will he grow up surrounded by the villagers' hatred, end up resenting Konoha, and eventually follow the same path as the Sarutobi before him? I don't want that for him either, but what can we do? Bawako sobbed into her hands, her voice muffled with sorrow, not wanting Konohamaru to hear. That's why, at times like these, someone needs to step forward and guide Konohamaru onto the right path. Minma said, his tone steady. You don't mean? That's right. I may not be anything special, but I'm willing to help a child caught in the mire. Minma spoke gravely. Besides, as Jiraiya's student, my status and influence should be enough to shield Konohamaru from a lot of trouble. Hiruzen's wife, Bawako Sarutobi, paused her sobbing and asked in a choked voice, but why? Why would you go so far for Konohamaru? Minma smiled gently and answered, if there were a child drowning and I had the power to save him but chose not to, I think I'd regret it for the rest of my life when I look back. Bawako stared at Minma in a daze. In that moment, it was as if he was shining with his own inner light as he spoke. Thank you. Then, I'll leave Konohamaru in your hands, Bawako said solemnly, entrusting him to Minma. Hiruzen, oh Hiruzen, you lost this child, and you have no reason to feel wronged. Minma nodded, then got up and walked to the bathroom door. He knocked lightly. Konohamaru, I'm heading back now. I'll come see you again tomorrow. Got it, big bro. Konohamaru called back loudly from inside. No one saw the scene inside the bathroom. Konohamaru sat in the tub, both hands clamped tightly over his mouth, tears streaming down his face as he tried desperately not to sob out loud. Well then, I'll take my leave, Minma said, bidding farewell to Bawako. Take care on the way. Bawako walked him to the door, watching him go until he was out of sight before reluctantly closing it. That night, as Minma lay in bed, He recalled everything that had transpired throughout the day and couldn't help but sigh. Fate changes as the weather does. One mustn't take the world's coldness to heart. Still, am I forgetting something? Meanwhile, at Konoha Hospital, Boruto Uzumaki lay on his hospital bed, utterly despondent. Everything had been fine, but as evening approached, Granny Tsunade had come out of the building, grabbed him without a word, and dragged him off. Then, as he was surrounded by gawking onlookers, he felt as if he'd lost the companion who had stood by him for 12 years. A sudden flash of lightning split the sky, and for a moment the world was cast in stark black and white. My happiness will return, so long as I remember how deeply I once loved. I won't question whether it was worth it. My happiness will return. Leaving is never just one person's choice. The next morning, Myanmar arrived at Konohamaru's building and called for him to come out. Bawako smiled and nodded at Myanmar, who returned the gesture before leading Konohamaru away. Big bro, where are we going today? Konohamaru asked, brimming with energy. We're going to train, Myanmar replied simply. Oh? Does that mean you're going to teach me some awesome ninjutsu, big bro? Konohamaru's eyes sparkled with excitement. At his age, that was every child's dream. Something like that, Myanmar said with a smile. Woo! Konohamaru cheered, leaping and bounding like an exuberant little monkey. As they walked along, Konohamaru began to sense that something was off. When he spotted the sign for the Konoha Welfare Orphanage not far ahead, he couldn't hold back any longer and blurted out, Big brother, weren't you going to teach me how to train? Why are you bringing me to the orphanage? Before Minma could answer, Konohamaru seemed to realize something, and his face changed instantly. Tears welled up his eyes as he pleaded, Big brother, I still have my grandmother. I'm not an orphan. I don't want to go to the orphanage. Minma was exasperated at that, and without skipping a beat, flicked Konohamaru on the forehead. What are you thinking? I brought you here because there's something I need to do at the orphanage today. Half convinced, half doubtful, Konohamaru followed Minma through the gates. Inside, Minma spotted Kabuto, Yakushi, and Anko playing with a group of children. Senior Kabuto, Minma called out loudly. Kabuto looked up and, recognizing Minma, greeted him with a gentle smile. Minma led Konohamaru over and said, Konohamaru, go help Sister Anko play with the little kids for a while. I've got something to discuss with a big brother wearing glasses. Konohamaru obediently ran off to help Anko wrangle the rowdy youngsters. Kabuto led Minma to a shady spot under some trees at the edge of the playground. They watched the children chasing each other in the distance, and a faint smile played on Kabuto's lips. What brings you here today, Minma-kun? Kabuto asked, sounding genuinely curious. Minma kept his eyes on Konohamaru, who was now laughing and playing with the other children on the playground. It's about that child, he replied. Kabuto followed Minma's gaze, his expression shifting slightly. That boy, is he from the Sarutobi clan? Minma nodded almost imperceptibly. After everything the Sarutobi clan did, there's no way that child can stay at the ninja academy any longer. So you're thinking of placing him in my orphanage? Kabuto's tone was measured but direct. To be honest, I'm afraid that won't work. As far as I know, the boy still has family. He doesn't meet the requirements for the orphanage. You misunderstand me, Senior Kabuto, Minma replied with a shake of his head. I just don't want to see Konohamaru's ninja talent go to waste. There's no one left in his clan to teach him, and his grandmother is too old. The academy isn't suitable for him anymore. I had thought about teaching him myself, but I'm not much of a teacher, and I'll likely be away for long periods in the coming years. After thinking it over, you're the only one who might be able to take him in. I don't have a problem with that, Kabuto said with a smile. But would the boy himself be willing? After all, the label of orphan isn't exactly pleasant. Minma laughed. That's easy. I'll have a word with him in a bit, and it'll be fine. Kabuto smiled and said, That's for the best. Don't worry. I'll make sure to teach him well. Thank you so much, Senior Kabuto. Minma replied with a bright smile. Then, Minma called out loudly for Konohamaru to come over and told him he wouldn't need to attend the leaf school anymore. Instead, he could come straight to the orphanage to learn ninja skills from Kabuto. Though Konohamaru was full of questions, he didn't dare contradict Minma in front of Kabuto, so he agreed on the spot. It wasn't until Kabuto had left that Konohamaru finally spoke up. Big brother, why do you want me to learn from Senior Kabuto? Wouldn't it be better to just keep learning from you? Minma sat in the shade beneath a tree, patted the ground beside him, and motioned for Konohamaru to sit. He explained, The path I'm training on isn't suitable for you to follow. Besides, I'm about to travel with my master. I might be gone 2, maybe even 3 years. I don't want your talent to go to waste. Then why should I learn from Senior Kabuto? Konohamaru asked, still puzzled. Because Senior Kabuto is Lord Orochimaru's student, Minma explained. His status can protect you from being bullied by others. I see. Konohamaru lowered his head, understanding that Minma had his best interests at heart, so he didn't protest further. Still, he couldn't help but feel a little down. Minma noticed the change in his mood and continued. Besides, there's something I need you to do for me. Hearing that, Konohamaru perked up. Just say it, big brother. I promise I'll do it, no matter what. Do you see those kids over there? Minma pointed to a group of silent children on the other side of the playground. I see them. They seem strange. They don't play with the other kids or even talk to them, Konohamaru replied. Do you know who they are? Minma asked. No, I don't. They're children who were trafficked here from other countries by your grandfather. They were trained in the root base until recently, when they were finally rescued, Minma explained. What? Konohamaru gasped in shock. That's why I need you to help Senior Kabuto and Sister Anko take care of them. As you can see, their personalities have been warped by root, and they're extremely wary of adults. Your mission is to blend in with them, help them untangle their hearts, and guide them back to a normal life. This is a long-term task. Even adult ninjas might not succeed at it. But I believe in you, Konohamaru. You can do it. What do you think? Can you handle it? Minma asked, his tone serious. I'll complete the mission, no matter what, Konohamaru replied, raising his chin and speaking with determination. Good. Off you go then. Start by asking their names and try to make friends. And remember, never mention root in front of them, so you don't trigger any bad memories. Is that clear? Yes, sir. Konohamaru strode forward, brimming with confidence. Just after he had walked some distance, a raspy voice sounded behind Minma. Minma-kun, your talent for spinning tall tales is truly worthy of Jiraiya's legacy. Startled, Minma turned to find Orochimaru standing behind him, though he hadn't noticed when the man had appeared. Lord Orochimaru, when did you get here? Minma asked. Since the moment you started fabricating those children's identities, Orochimaru replied. I must have made a fool of myself in front of you. Lord Orochimaru, Minma said with a slight nod. Not at all. I'm simply curious. Why go to such lengths to deceive that child? Orochimaru gazed at Minma with keen interest. Minma smiled faintly and said, just wanted to give him something to do, so he doesn't get lost in his own thoughts. He's only a child. What kind of wild ideas could he possibly have? Orochimaru found this amusing. Instead of answering directly, Minma asked, if I hadn't intervened, what kind of person do you think Konohamaru would become? Lord Orochimaru. Orochimaru pondered for a moment. Growing up surrounded by hostility, he might end up giving in to despair, perhaps even unable to bear the pressure, and seek a way out. Of course, the most likely outcome is that he would endure humiliation in silence, only to someday take revenge on the world. None of those sound like good prospects, Minma sighed. So what about now? You've seen much, Lord Orochimaru. Why not hazard a guess at the path Konohamaru might take in the future? It's hard to say, Orochimaru mused. He might become an outstanding ninja, he might live a completely ordinary life, or he might grow up to be a kind-hearted caretaker at an orphanage. But one thing is certain, his life will be much better than it would have been. Is that so? Then I'm relieved, Minma smiled. At least my efforts weren't in vain. By the way, Lord Orochimaru, if you have the time, I hope you might offer Konohamaru some guidance. After all, he's the only legacy your teacher left in this world. Impressive tactics. Orochimaru's eyes sparkled as he looked at Minma, winning his heart with affection, binding his actions with responsibility, and finally using me to safeguard his life. With these 3 strategies, I wouldn't be surprised if he'd willingly give everything for you in the end. Minma shook his head with a quiet laugh. You're overthinking it, Lord Orochimaru. That's not my intention at all. Orochimaru shook his head as well, letting the matter drop and changing the topic. It's not that I don't want to teach Konohamaru, but I simply can't. The Uchiha and Sarutobi clans have a long-standing grudge. If I'm merely protecting Konohamaru's safety, they might turn a blind eye. But if I were to teach him ninjutsu, they'd never allow Sarutobi Konohamaru to grow strong under their watch. Oh, Minma was genuinely surprised by this. There's a feud between the Sarutobi and Uchiha clans? Orochimaru nodded and said, yes, though I'm not entirely sure of the details. It seems there was some kind of falling out between Hiruzen Sarutobi and Fugaku Uchiha. Fugaku suffered a silent loss and couldn't take it out on Hiruzen, so all he could do was name his son Sasuke, hoping for a small consolation. So unless there's a very good reason, I wouldn't risk offending the Uchiha clan just for someone like Konohamaru, Sarutobi. One of the legendary Sannin, Lord Orochimaru himself. Are you actually afraid of the Uchiha clan? Minma asked, a hint of mockery in his tone. Don't bother trying to provoke me. It won't work, Orochimaru replied, unruffled and almost kindly. Most of the funding for my orphanage comes from the Uchiha clan. I'm not about to make enemies of them lightly. So that's how it is. Minma's eyes lit up with understanding. In that case, I have a suggestion, one that would allow Konohamaru to become your student while keeping the Uchiha clan satisfied, Minma proposed. Orochimaru's tongue flicked out to wet his lips, genuine curiosity sparking in his eyes. Oh, let's hear it. If it's as good as you say, I'll consider it. What do you think of Uchiha Sasuke, Lord Orochimaru? What do you mean? Sasuke is exceptionally gifted. What if you, Lord Orochimaru, were to take an interest in him and accept him as your disciple? How does that sound? Mima said with a smile. Orochimaru fell silent, weighing the pros and cons. After a moment, he sighed in admiration. A clever idea. If Sasuke and Konohamaru become fellow disciples, Konohamaru's status would shift from the descendant of an enemy to someone the Uchiha might actually want to win over. Very well, I'll go speak with Fugaku Uchiha right away. Minma raised a hand to stop him. If you're too eager, it'll look desperate. Lord Orochimaru, you should make the Uchiha clan come to you. Let them beg you to take Sasuke as your student. That way, you'll stay in control. You're right. So how should we proceed? I'll go, Minma volunteered. I'll use the excuse of visiting Sasuke to have a word with his father. All right, I'll leave it to you, Minma. Orochimaru smiled. No need to thank me. This all started because of me, so it's only right that I handle it. There's no need for you to be so polite, Lord Orochimaru, Minma replied, modest as ever. With that, Minma took his leave of Orochimaru, called for Konohamaru, and they left the orphanage together. On the way, Konohamaru remained silent, his earlier excitement completely gone. What's wrong, Konohamaru? Is something bothering you? Minma asked with concern. Big brother, is our Sarutobi clan really so wicked? Human trafficking, betraying the hidden leaf, attempting to assassinate the Hokage. Is there evil flowing in my veins too? Konohamaru's voice was heavy with gloom. Konohamaru, Minma stopped in his tracks, turned to face him, and spoke with earnest conviction. We can't choose the circumstances of our birth, but we can decide what kind of person we want to become. It's true that the Sarutobi clan has made mistakes, but as long as you, Konohamaru, walk the right path in the name of Sarutobi, you'll surely restore the clan's former glory. Big brother. Hope flickered in Konohamaru's eyes. Ha. Konohamaru, what kind of person do you want to become in the future? Minma asked, smiling. I want to be someone as strong as the first Hokage. Konohamaru declared with unwavering determination. Oh, and what kind of strength is that? Minma asked, clearly intrigued. The kind of strength that can overcome anything, Konohamaru replied with conviction. Minma burst out laughing. Konohamaru, you sure know how to brag. But let me tell you something. A true strong person isn't someone who crushes everything before them, but someone who can't be crushed by anything. Is that so? Konohamaru pondered deeply. You're still too young to be worrying about all this. For now, focus on eating well and training hard. Yeah, big brother, let's make a promise. When I become a jonin, I want to be your child's mentor. Oh, is that so? I'm pretty picky, you know. Ordinary jonin just won't cut it for me. Don't worry, big brother. Sarutobi Konohamaru, won't settle for being just any regular jonin. I'm going to become Hokage. Haha, is that so? I like your spirit. Then it's a promise. When you become Hokage, you must take my child as your student. Just wait and see, big brother. Big brother, where are we going now? Konohamaru asked, bouncing along beside Minma. We're going to find you a powerful backer. With their protection, no one in the Hidden Leaf will dare to bully you, Minma explained. Didn't we just find Lord Kabuto? Konohamaru asked, puzzled. Kabuto and the formidable Orochimaru behind him can shield you from pressure among the commoners. But the person we're seeking now can protect you from the ambitions of the great ninja clans, Minma clarified. Wow, that's amazing. Who is it? Konohamaru asked, curiosity sparkling in his eyes. No more questions. We're here, Minma interrupted, his gaze fixed on the grand fan-shaped crest and imposing gates ahead. Hidden Leaf Village, Uchiha clan compound, the home of the Uchiha patriarch. Minma and Uchiha Fugaku sat formally opposite each other, while Konohamaru was led by an Uchiha servant to a side hall. For refreshments, I did not realize Lord Namikaze was visiting my humble abode. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. Please forgive me. Uchiha Fugaku greeted him with polite formality. Not at all. Not at all. It is I who have come uninvited and disturbed you. I hope you won't take offense, Uchiha clan leader, Minma responded courteously. You are too kind, Lord Namikaze. May I ask what brings you to my home today? Uchiha Fugaku got straight to the point. I wouldn't presume to give advice, Minma replied, cutting right to the heart of the matter. I am here to discuss a business proposition with you, clan leader. Oh, Uchiha Fugaku let out a short, dismissive laugh, unable to conceal his scornful gaze. To be honest, if it weren't for Sasuke and Jiraiya, a nobody like Namikaze Minma wouldn't have set foot in the Uchiha compound. And now he dares to boast about bringing me business? Is there anything the Uchiha clan lacks? Do we need you to find business for us? Minma, of course, sensed Uchiha Fugaku's attitude, but he showed no sign of anger. Given his own standing and strength, he was in no position to claim equality with Fugaku, especially since he had come asking for a favor. Some condescension was only to be expected. I wonder if clan leader Uchiha recognizes the child I brought with me? Minma asked in an unhurried tone. You mean that remnant of the Sarutobi clan? Uchiha Fugaku replied. Minma did not take offense and continued. That's right, him. I wonder if the Uchiha clan leader would be interested in investing in the last of the Sarutobi? Your clan would need to offer very little. Just limited protection is all I ask. What? Uchiha Fugaku was momentarily stunned, then broke into a cold smile. Surely Lord Namikaze knows that there's a blood feud between the Uchiha and Sarutobi clans? I've heard a little about that, Minma replied lightly. Uchiha Fugaku's voice rose slightly. Then you should know that the Uchiha have already shown the utmost mercy by not making things worse for him. There is absolutely no way we would shelter the last of the Sarutobi. Minma shook his head. But what if that child is about to become Orochimaru's disciple? What? Uchiha Fugaku's expression shifted, a storm of emotions flickering across his face. What's more, even a dying camel is bigger than a horse. Though diminished, the Sarutobi clan still holds some heritage. If, at this critical moment, you, clan leader Uchiha, extend a hand to the last bloodline of the Sarutobi, Konohamaru will surely repay the favor. In that case, wouldn't the Sarutobi's legacy become intertwined with the Uchiha's as well? Uchiha Fugaku fell silent, weighing the pros and cons. Minma smiled faintly, then added another incentive. I know how highly you regard Lord Orochimaru's abilities and character, and that you hope Uchiha Sasuke may become his disciple. How about that for a bargaining? Uchiha Fugaku's eyes sharpened, and he no longer dared to underestimate the boy before him, who was the same age as Sasuke. He fell silent, carefully weighing the situation. Having Sasuke become Orochimaru's disciple sounded like an impressive idea. First, it would tie Orochimaru to the Uchiha clan's cause, paving the way for their future bid for the position of Hokage. Second, as fellow disciples, a bond would form between Sasuke and that remnant of the Sarutobi clan, giving them a thread of kinship. From the perspective of keeping a hold over Konohamaru, or seizing the Sarutobi family's inheritance, the Uchiha would have a natural advantage. Third, Orochimaru was exceptionally powerful and, at present, harbored no ambitions of his own. He was indeed an excellent choice as Sasuke's mentor, and the price he himself would pay was nothing more than a trivial gesture of protection. With these thoughts in mind, Fugaku's gaze toward Minma grew far more complex. This young man was extraordinarily gifted, had a powerful background, and was cunning to the point of being almost inhuman. It would be unwise to make an enemy of him. A single conversation with you is worth more than a decade of study. You've truly surprised me today, Minma. Fugaku praised, his address shifting from Mr. Namikaze. Torstai, Minma-kun. The Uchiha had no hope for the 5th Hokage's seat, but for the 6th, it was possible that this very boy before him would become their greatest rival. Minma smiled slightly, understanding Fugaku's probing. He spoke up. You flatter me, clan head Uchiha. I have no intention of becoming Hokage, neither now nor in the future. And if your clan ever seeks to compete for the title, you'll have my wholehearted support. Truly, Fugaku's delight was obvious, though he quickly realized his loss of composure. With a cough to cover his reaction, he changed the topic. Minma-kun, you're Sasuke's teammate, and your mother and my wife are close friends. Why do you still address me so formally? Clan head Uchiha. I'm not sure what you mean. Minma feigned confusion. What's with this clan head Uchiha? Call me uncle. Fugaku pretended to be annoyed. In that case, I'll do as you say, Uncle Fugaku. Minma readily complied, then added, about that child from the Sarutobi clan I brought with me today. Fugaku instantly understood Minma's hint. He thumped his chest and declared, the grudges of adults shouldn't weigh on children. The Uchiha have always prided themselves on their generosity. We can't stand by and watch bullies pick on an orphan and his grandmother in broad daylight. I'll see to it at once that child is under the Uchiha's protection now. Any clan that dares to trouble him again will be making an enemy of us. Minma smiled gently, then said, thank you very much, Uncle Fugaku. When I return, I'll speak to my master, Jiraiya, and ask him to introduce Sasuke to Lord Orochimaru as his apprentice. Uchiha Fugaku inclined his head slightly. Then I'll leave it in your hands, Minma. If there's nothing else, Uncle Fugaku, I'll take my leave now. Minma, please wait a moment. Fugaku called out, motioning to a clan ninja and whispering a few instructions. The ninja immediately dashed off, and soon returned carrying a gift box. Fugaku handed the box to Myanmar and said, "This is your first time visiting my home, and I didn't prepare a proper welcome gift. Please accept this small token of appreciation and don't refuse." "Oh, I couldn't possibly accept this," Myanmar said, waving his hands in polite protest. "Just take it. Refusing would only make it seem like you're looking down on me," Fugaku said in mock annoyance. "In that case, I'll gratefully accept," Myanmar replied, nodding his head in thanks. Fugaku personally escorted Myanmar all the way to the entrance of the clan grounds, despite Myanmar's repeated suggestions not to trouble himself. As they made their way home, Konohamaru walked beside Myanmar, holding a slightly smaller gift box in his hands. "Big brother, the Uchiha, gave me this gift box. What should I do with it?" "You're only asking me what to do after you've already accepted it," Myanmar replied, a little exasperated. Konohamaru scratched his head with a sheepish grin. "But why do they give us gifts?" "Because they want something more from us in return," Myanmar answered. "Really? Should we give back then?" Konohamaru asked, a little worried. "If they give you something, just accept it. There's no need to overthink it," Myanmar said casually. "After all, nothing in this world comes without a price." "But what could they want from me?" Konohamaru wondered aloud. "You'll understand when you're older," Myanmar replied, leaving the question unanswered. "Oh." Konohamaru didn't press any further. After walking Konohamaru home, Myanmar explained to his grandmother what had happened earlier with Orochimaru and the Uchiha clan, then took his leave and returned to his own house. The house was empty. Kushina and Minato were both out working. Lately, Minato had been coming home exhausted, sometimes even with visible injuries. When Myanmar asked what had happened, Minato would just brush it off and tell him not to worry. Kushina would chime in, reassuring him as well, so Myanmar decided not to press the matter. He went to his room and opened the gift box that Fugaku had given him. Inside, stacks of cash were piled neatly, bundle after bundle. Myanmar counted. It was a full 1,000,000 ryo. Impressive. What generosity. No wonder the Uchiha are known as Konoha's wealthiest clan. They certainly know how to make a statement. Myanmar pulled out a sealing scroll and stored the huge stack of money inside. Then he headed out in search of something to eat. On the way to the commercial district, he ran into an adult Sasuke, who was also wandering around. "What are you doing here all by yourself?" Myanmar walked up and asked, curiosity in his voice. "Yesterday Naruto got taken away by your lady Tsunade for a minor surgery, and now he's still lying in a hospital bed. He hasn't eaten or drunk anything since yesterday, hasn't spoken a word, just staring with his eyes wide open. I had the doctor give him a sedative so he could get some sleep, and now I'm out trying to buy him something to eat." Sasuke sounded helpless. It was just a minor procedure, yet Naruto acted as if he'd lost a kidney. Myanmar's lips twitched. "Sorry about this, Naruto. By the way, where's Jiraiya? Wasn't he supposed to be keeping an eye on you?" Myanmar asked. "No idea. He was following me just now when I was about to leave, but then Lady Tsunade called him away, said she needed to treat some old injuries." Sasuke looked puzzled. Jiraiya didn't seem like he had any hidden injuries. Myanmar snickered inwardly. "Looks like Jiraiya's about to have a rough time. So, you mentioned you're out to buy food. Do you have any money?" Myanmar asked, intrigued. Sasuke turned his head away and stayed silent. "Don't tell me you're planning to use Jinjutsu to trick ordinary people." Myanmar groaned, exasperated. "TCH." Sasuke clicked his tongue dismissively. "Come on, at least try to deny it." Myanmar's face twitched. "Forget it. What do you want to buy? I'll go with you." Sasuke mumbled something under his breath. "Huh? What was that?" Myanmar didn't catch it. "Dear blood." Sasuke's voice was barely audible. "Did you leave your vocal cord at home?" Myanmar snapped. "Dear blood wine." This time, he finally said it clearly. "But honestly, it might have been better if he hadn't. Didn't you say you were buying food for Naruto? Since when is dear blood wine food? Can Naruto even drink that?" Myanmar was nearly fuming, glaring at the adult Sasuke. "It's not for him. I've been taking care of Naruto these past couple of days, and my stomach's acting up again. I need something to settle it." Sasuke looked up at the sky, scratching his cheek with a finger. "That's a refreshingly creative excuse." Myanmar groaned. "Fine, I'll get it for you. And let's pick up some honey-glazed carrot venison and grilled venison ribs to take back for Naruto." "Thanks," Sasuke muttered. After lunch with Sasuke, Myanmar picked up the packaged food and headed to the hospital with him. Myanmar hadn't planned to go, but with Sasuke carrying 2 bottles of wine in his only available hand, there was simply no way for him to take the takeaway boxes as well. So Myanmar had no choice but to tag along. At the hospital, in Naruto's room, Naruto was still asleep in bed. On the other bed in the room, there was another familiar figure lying quietly. "Master!" Myanmar cried out in astonishment when he saw Jiraiya lying in the hospital bed. Wasn't he still keeping an eye on Sasuke before lunch? How'd he end up in a hospital bed after just one meal? "Myanmar, Jiraiya turned his head at the sound of the familiar voice. When he caught sight of Minma, his expression shifted, first to delight, then to fury, and finally to a look of utter exasperation, as if he'd just swallowed something unbearably bitter. Minma's heart skipped a beat. Sensing trouble, he spun around, ready to bolt. Minma, where do you think you're going? Ninja art. Wild Lion's main technique. Even from the hospital bed, Jiraiya's hair grew out rapidly, wrapping around Minma and dragging him back, hoisting him into the air. Minma, how dare you show your face in front of me? Jiraiya's face twisted in anger, and he looked as though he could eat Minma alive. Master, please calm down. What on earth happened? Minma pleaded anxiously. You got some nerve asking me that. Tell me, what exactly did you say to Tsunade? Jiraiya roared at him. I didn't say anything. Minma feigned innocence. Nonsense. If it weren't for you, how could Tsunade possibly? Jiraiya's words trailed off as he glanced down toward his lower body, falling silent. In that instant, Minma understood. Tsunade must have gotten to Jiraiya as well. Master, don't be rash. I brought something good for you, Minma said quickly, trying to pacify him. He gestured to Sasuke, urging him to take out the deer blood wine. Sasuke was reluctant at first, forcing Minma to promise he'd buy him 10 bottles the next day before he grudgingly handed one over. Master, I got this deer blood wine specially for you. It works wonders for injuries like yours. Even an old man in his 80s could regain his vigor after drinking it. Minma announced loudly. Rubbish. I, the great hermit, have no need for such things. Jiraiya shot upright, like a cat whose tail had just been stepped on. Sasuke, hearing this, began to put the wine away. But Jiraiya quickly shook off Minma's grip, used his hair to snatch the deer blood wine from Sasuke's hand and pulled it over. But it's been ages since I had a drink. I've been craving it. I'll just use this bottle to rinse my mouth. Without waiting for Minma or Sasuke to protest, he yanked out the cork and downed the entire bottle in one go. A moment later, Jiraiya's face flushed bright red. Excellent wine. After another moment, a heart-rending scream rang out from the hospital room. Lady Tsunade, bad news. Master Jiraiya has exploded. During this period, 3 major events took place in Konoha. The first was the joint Chunin exams held with multiple nations. The second was the rebellion launched by Hiruzen Sarutobi. And the third was the imminent succession ceremony for the 5th Hokage. The village had been busy preparing for this event for 2 days, even putting post-disaster reconstruction on hold. On the day of the 5th Hokage's succession ceremony in the Hidden Leaf Village, shops were closed, factories and schools were given a holiday, and everyone crowded into the square in front of the Hokage Tower to witness the occasion. The daimyo of the Land of Fire was still staying in Konoha, feeling rather helpless about the situation. He had supported Hiruzen Sarutobi's coup from behind the scenes, but with its failure, only one of his bodyguard ninja, Doton, remained by his side. Originally, he had hoped to issue a mission in the village, asking Konoha to send shinobi to escort him back to the capital of the Land of Fire. However, Danzo claimed that Konoha had just gone through great upheaval and needed to prepare for the 5th Hokage's succession ceremony. There simply weren't enough hands to spare. The daimyo had no choice but to wait until Tsunade took office, hoping that, as a distant relative, he could appeal to her sense of kinship and persuade her to send an escort. Of course, he didn't want to make things difficult for Tsunade either. Besides the standard mission commission, he also agreed to deliver a speech at her succession ceremony, formally recognizing her legitimacy as Hokage. And so, the crowd below listened to the daimyo's speech from the rooftop of the Hokage residence. Today, our village of Konoha has successfully completed the election for the new Hokage. This is a momentous event, bridging past and future, and marks a new chapter in our village's history. It is a matter of great importance for every resident of Konoha, and will surely propel our village's work to greater heights. On behalf of all the nobility and people of the Land of Fire, I extend my heartfelt congratulations to Konoha's 5th Hokage. The people in the audience struggled to stay awake as the speech droned on. Naruto nudged Sasuke, who looked just as bored, and asked, So, when are you all heading back? In the next couple of days, I guess. What? Sasuke replied. Let me know before you leave. I got some gifts for you. Oh, really? Sasuke sounded thoroughly uninterested. Local souvenirs before we part ways? As if I need any of that. After some idle chatter with Sasuke, the daimyo finally finished his speech. He glanced down at the crowd, then back at Danzo, who stood behind him with a stormy expression. The daimyo's heart sank. Oh no, I got too carried away. I forgot Danzo still needs to give his own remarks. He quickly turned to the microphone and called out in a booming voice. Let's give a warm round of applause to welcome the 3rd Hokage, who will say a few words. The royal family of the Land of Fire, a top noble, reduced to a humble MC, After the daimyo lowered himself to introduce Danzo, Danzo's expression finally softened a little. He strode slowly onto the stage, adjusted the microphone with his left hand, cleared his throat, and tested the mic before starting. Well, since I've been asked to say a few words, I'll say a few words. Been thinking which words to say, so I'll just say these. And I believe these words are better than any others, so today I'll start with these. If anyone finds these words lacking, I can always add a few more later. From the audience, the adult Sasuke leaned over to tease Minma. You know, in my world, I already killed Danzo. Was it because he talked too much? Pretty much. No one knew how much time had passed, but the people standing below the stage were nearly at their limits before Danzo finally finished his speech, clearly still savoring every moment. The instant he declared, "That's all for today," thunderous applause erupted from the crowd, so overwhelming that he lost the nerve to tack on his usual, "Let me add 2 more points." At last, Tsunade took the stage. Unlike the verbose speeches before her, Tsunade's words were crisp, direct, and brimming with boldness. From this day forward, I am the 5th Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village. As Hokage, I have only 3 goals. Make money, and make even more damn money. From now on, we eat together, we get rich together. That's all I have to say. Dismissed. A resounding cheer exploded from the audience, their applause rolling like thunder across the square. That morning marked the 5th Hokage's inauguration. By afternoon, it was time for the Chunin promotion ceremony. Inside the Hokage's office, Minma and Sakura stood before Tsunade. She regarded them both and said, "Minma, Sakura, in light of your performance on missions and during the Chunin exams, after careful consideration by the Hokage's office and the elders, council, it has been decided. You are both hereby promoted to Chunin. I hope you'll continue to work hard and shine even brighter for the village." "Yes, ma'am." Minma and Sakura straightened their backs in pride. Once Tsunade handed them each a Chunin forehead protector and vest, Minma couldn't help but ask, "Lady Tsunade, besides Sakura and myself, were any of our other classmates promoted to Chunin?" Tsunade nodded. "Uchiha Sasuke has also been promoted. However, he's still unconscious, so he wasn't able to attend the ceremony with you." She went on, "By the way, now that you're Chunin, you'll each be leading your own squads on missions. From now on, you'll rarely operate as Team 7. Understood." Minma and Sakura exchanged glances, unable to hide a trace of sadness in their hearts. Team 7 had only been together for less than a year, but in that time, they've faced so much and overcome so many challenges as one. To dissolve so quietly and suddenly, even though they knew it was inevitable, was still a tough pill to swallow. Now is no time for sentimentality. The village has too much to rebuild. Tsunade barked, snapping them from their thoughts. "Minma, starting tomorrow, you'll lead a team of Jinin on missions. Sakura, there are still many patients in the hospital. For now, I won't assign you to combat missions. Instead, you'll go to the hospital, learn medical ninjutsu, and help treat the wounded." "What about Sasuke? After he woke up, did he also go on missions like I did?" Minma asked. "Sasuke's path is different from yours," Tsunade explained. "After being promoted to Chunin, he's going to take up a position in the Konoha military police." "I understand. Then I'll start my mission tomorrow," Minma replied. That evening, when Minma returned home, Kushina and Minato had already prepared a sumptuous feast to celebrate his successful promotion to Chunin. "Congratulations, Minma," Kushina said, bringing out a scroll. "Minma, you must continue to train diligently," Minato added, as he produced another scroll. "What's this?" Minma looked at them both, curiosity in his eyes. "This is the training method for the adamantine sealing chains," Kushina replied with a warm smile. "And this one from Dad is the Flying Thunder God Technique training scroll. Don't worry, I've already spoken to the Hokage, and he agreed. But he did mention that this would count as compensation for the Chunin exam incident, so there won't be any additional rewards," Minato said. Minma couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. Who gives gifts like this for a Chunin promotion? It's like giving a kid a set of math workbooks for their birthday. Just as the family was joyfully celebrating, a sudden knock sounded at the door. Minma got up to answer it, only to find Bawako Sarutobi standing outside. Kushina came to the door as well and greeted her. "Lady Bawako, please come in and have a seat." Kushina still had some fondness for Bawako. Back when she first joined the sealing corps, Bawako had taught her a great deal about sealing techniques. Bawako smiled. "No need, I won't come in. I'm here tonight to congratulate Minma on becoming a Chunin. This is a little something from Konohamaru and me. And I also have a favor to ask. These are some things I'd like your help with, Minma." Minma took the gifts and saw that one was a scroll containing training methods for some of Bawako's sealing techniques and Sarutobi clan wind-style ninjutsu. The other, a bigger box, held more of the Sarutobi clan's inherited ninjutsu scrolls. This is far too generous. Kushina immediately tried to decline. Thank you so much, Granny Bawako. Minma ignored Kushina's warning glance and accepted the presents. You haven't eaten yet, have you, Granny Bawako? Why not come in and join us for dinner? No, thank you. Konohamaru is home alone. I need to get back and cook for him. Bawako gently declined, giving Minma a grateful look before taking her leave. After seeing Bawako off, Kushina's face darkened. With her hands on her hips, she scolded Minma sternly. Minma, what have I always taught you? How could you accept such valuable gifts from Lady Bawako? Minma sighed. What good are these things to me? I only accepted them to put Granny Bawako's mind at ease. What do you mean by that? This was the first time Kushina had witnessed such a scene, where the one receiving the gift looked utterly embarrassed, while the giver seemed relieved, as if a great burden had been lifted. So Minma began recounting to them how, over the past few days, he had taken Sarutobi Konohamaru under his wing, helping him find backing and a way forward. I see. Kushina and Minato exclaimed in sudden realization. But even so, you shouldn't have accepted a gift from Lady Bawako. Doing favors for rewards isn't what a true man should do. That's not it. Minma shook his head. Only a small part of these things is for me. By accepting them, I'm showing Grandma Bawako that I genuinely want to help Konohamaru, not that I have some hidden agenda. Didn't you notice I started calling her Grandma Bawako instead of Lady Bawako? That's my way of telling her I think of Konohamaru as a brother. Taking the gift was just to put her mind at ease. As for the other big pile of scrolls, Grandma Bawako asked me to deliver them to the Uchiha clan as a reward for providing protection to Konohamaru. Then why didn't she deliver them herself? Minato asked, puzzled. Minma glanced at Minato with a hint of exasperation and explained, because Grandma Bawako's situation is very delicate. Think about it. She's the widow of a rogue ninja, carrying a heap of precious scrolls to the home of Konoha's most powerful clan. What do you think people would say if they found out? They'd surely suspect the Uchiha. Are they planning something with the Sarutobi inheritance? Are they helping the Sarutobi clan seek revenge? Or are they using their influence to seize the inheritance from a defenseless widow and orphan? No matter how you spin it, it's bad news for both Konohamaru and the Uchiha. That's why I'm the best person for this job. Kushina and Minato exchanged glances at a loss for words. All right, let's leave it at that. The gifts have been accepted anyway. Mom, Dad, if you have the chance, please help look after Konohamaru for me too. With that, Minma put an end to the matter. The next morning, Minma set out, planning to head to the mission hall and pick up a suitable assignment. As he walked down the street, he suddenly ran into the adult Sasuke, who was coming his way with Boruto in tow. Minma, we're leaving, Sasuke said to him. Already? Minma asked, surprised. Yes, the plow is ready, and there's no point in staying any longer, Sasuke replied. All right then, come with me. Don't use your noble phantasm where there are people around, Minma instructed. He led them to a quiet, deserted corner. Have your eyes and chakra recovered too? Minma asked, puzzled. Hadn't Sasuke said it would take 4 or 5 days to recover? They're almost fully restored, thanks to that dear blood sake. Sasuke replied with a smile. Now that you mention it, that reminds me. Myanmar reached behind himself and rummaged around, then pulled out a scroll and handed it to Sasuke. Inside here is some dear blood wine I bought too. 100 bottles in total. It's my farewell gift to you. Oh, and remember to share some with Naruto when you get home. I'm sure he could use it too. Sasuke was so moved his eyes nearly brimmed with tears. That's a lot. Must have cost you hundreds of thousands of Ryo. Myanmar grinned. No witties. I came into a little windfall recently, and, actually, you had something to do with it. Anyway, hold out your hand. Sasuke didn't quite understand, but he stretched out his right hand. Myanmar grasped it, transferred a bit of Nine-Tails chakra to Sasuke, and then placed a 4-symbol seal on his palm. Seeing Sasuke's puzzled. Look, Myanmar explained, this is a little purified Nine-Tails chakra. I've set it so the seal will automatically release when you run out of chakra. That way, you'll have a better chance against Urashiki. Thank you, Sasuke said, smiling gratefully. All right, that's that. Safe travels to both of you. Myanmar waved his hand in farewell. Wait, I have a gift for you too. Sasuke called out. He reached into his cloak and pulled out a slightly shorter sword. I was planning to give this to Boruto, but on second thought, I think it suits you better. Myanmar accepted the short sword, drew it from its sheath, and saw the blade gleaming with a silvery light, its edge cold and sharp. What a fine blade, Myanmar blurted out in admiration. Sasuke smiled and explained, this is a mass-produced short sword modeled after the Kusanagi sword by Orochimaru. It's not worth much, but the craftsmanship is ahead of its time, so calling it a good sword isn't an exaggeration. No matter what, thank you. Miyama said sincerely. Well, I won't say anything more. If there's ever a chance, I hope you can come visit our world too. Sasuke invited, though he knew such an opportunity was unlikely. With those words, Sasuke activated his ocular powers and summoned the space-time artifact, Plow. He and Boruto began to fade from Yama's sight, little by little. If I get the chance, I'll definitely visit. Oh right, when you get back, make sure to have Orochimaru check Boruto's body. Momoshiki's already marked him with a karma. Miyama suddenly remembered and shouted the warning. What? Sasuke exclaimed in shock. Explain what you mean. Before he could finish, the space-time portal closed, and Sasuke and Boruto vanished. In the next instant, Sasuke and Boruto found themselves back in their own world. Plow, what did Miyama mean by his last words? Sasuke demanded sharply. It's just as he said, Boruto has been marked with a karma by Otsutsuki Momoshiki. Plow replied lazily. Karma? What's that? Boruto asked. Back when Momoshiki was defeated, Boruto did see him and heard him say some strange, incomprehensible things. Something about inheriting the power of the Otsutsuki, about being too immature, about gods, and other such ramblings that made little sense. Boruto just thought it was a hallucination and didn't pay much attention to it, nor did he mention it to Sasuke or Naruto afterward. We spoke up in a precise, measured tone. The karma, or kama, originates from a unique ability of the Otsutsuki clan. Members of the Otsutsuki possess the power to replicate themselves by converting their bodies into data, which they then implant into another person. That person is called a vessel. A black diamond-shaped mark appears on the palm of the vessel's hand as a sign. This is the karma. In essence, the karma is the body data of an Otsutsuki. The host who receives it is able to use the Otsutsuki's powers. As soon as Boruto heard this, he exclaimed with delight. Isn't that a good thing? He chuckled to himself. Finally, an awesome power-up just for me. Uzumaki Boruto. It's not that simple. Sasuke immediately sensed something was wrong. Since when would an Otsutsuki be so generous as to hand power over to an enemy before dying? There must be some hidden scheme behind all this. Exactly, Lee continued, his tone grave as he explained further. To be precise, the karma is a compressed backup file of the Otsutsuki. Over time, this compressed file slowly unfreezes itself, though fighting can accelerate the process. When all the data has been released, the body of the vessel will be entirely overwritten by the Otsutsuki's data. The vessel as they were will cease to exist. At that moment, the Otsutsuki is fully resurrected. As long as the karma remains, the Otsutsuki can return from the dead. They have, in essence, transcended death itself. The gravity of the situation hit Sasuke hard, sending a chill through his heart. How can this karma be removed? He asked urgently. I don't know, Lee replied, his voice utterly devoid of emotion. Other than the Otsutsuki themselves, no one knows how to get rid of the karma. Damn it. Sasuke gritted his back teeth. Then how much time do we have before the karma activates? If you avoid fighting, the karma unfreezes very slowly. But once you start battling, the process speeds up dramatically. How much time exactly? Sasuke pressed, growing impatient. If there's no fighting, it might not change for 10 years. But if the battles are intense, it could fully unfreeze in just a year. Lee answered, leaving things unsettlingly vague. There was still some time left. First, they needed to consult with Naruto. In the office of the 7th Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki, at the Hidden Leaf Village, Naruto sat with his fingers interlaced, resting his chin on the backs of his hands. His voice was low and steady. There's no need to panic just yet. Didn't you say there's still another Otsutsuki, Urashiki, on the loose? We can use that space-time tool to track him down, capture him alive, and force him to tell us how to remove the karma. At this point, that's our only option. Sasuke spoke in a chilly tone. Then, as if something had occurred to him, he turned to Naruto and said, by the way, the cooldown for the space-time artifact is 3 more days. Take these 3 days to get yourself ready. Don't go soft on me and hold me back when the time comes. With that, he pulled a bottle of deer blood wine from his coat and tossed it to Naruto. What's this? Naruto asked, curiosity piqued. Deer blood wine. It's great for boosting your energy and vitality. Works wonders, Sasuke replied. You bastard, I don't need that kind of thing. Naruto cursed, but nonetheless he tucked the bottle away. 3 days later, on an open field in Konoha, Sasuke and Naruto stood facing each other. Plow, locate Otsutsuki Urashiki and open the space-time passage. Sasuke drew out the space-time artifact, Plow, and gave a quiet command. Plow needed a moment to lock onto the target, so Naruto took the chance to nudge Sasuke's arm with his elbow. Hey Sasuke, got any more of that wine? Didn't you say you didn't need it? Sasuke shot him a sideways glance. It's not for me. Kurama thinks it tastes pretty good, so I'm asking on his behalf. Naruto, now an adult, was no longer the straightforward boy he used to be. I only bought 10 bottles. There are 8 left. When we get back, I'll split half with you, Sasuke replied, secretly keeping the lion's share for himself. Thanks. I'll make sure to bump up your fieldwork allowance for this, Naruto said, perfectly comfortable with bending the rules for personal favors. Warning, warning, Plow suddenly blared out. What's going on? Sasuke demanded, unable to locate Lord Urashiki's whereabouts. What? That's impossible. Sasuke's face was etched with shock. Lord Urashiki does not exist in our current timeline. What does that mean? Naruto was completely lost. Not in our timeline? Then where is he? Konoha, October 10th, year 48. That's bad. Naruto. That's the day you were born. Plow, open a space-time passage now. Sasuke exclaimed, alarmed. Lord Urashiki is not in our timeline's Konoha on October 10th, year 48, but in the Konoha of that same date in Minato Namake's timeline. Then hurry up and lock onto Urashiki's location. Sasuke barked, unable to lock on. Lord Urashiki's presence in that timeline is too brief for precise tracking. Plow replied in a flat, emotionless voice. Too brief? Why? What in the world is going on? Sasuke pressed. It's possible that someone in that timeline discovered Lord Urashiki and sealed him in a place isolated by a space-time ninjutsu. Plow offered as one possibility. How could that be? Sasuke's eyes widened in disbelief. Who in Konoha, year 48 of Minato Namake's timeline, could possibly do such a thing? I think I know who it is, Naruto said, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Let's not worry about who it is for now. Let's focus on how to deal with the karma on Boruto, someone said. For the time being, there's no good solution. All we can do is have Orochimaru study it. Naruto replied helplessly. The scene shifts back to Minma. He arrived at the Hokage's office, ready to accept his very first mission since becoming a Chunin. Normally, he would have gone straight to the mission hall. But the Chunin in charge of assignments told Minma that his mission was being personally overseen by the Hokage. That's why he now stood before Tsunade. Because of the sealed entity inside you, I have to handpick your missions myself to prevent any unexpected incidents, Tsunade explained in response to Minma's question. This will be your first mission as a Chunin in charge of squad. Recently, the neighboring land of Tea is holding its once every 4 years Zoitu Lumu Shrine Festival. Your mission is to protect the contestants participating in this festival and ensure that Lord Jirocho, leader of the land of Tea, wins the competition smoothly. That doesn't sound too bad. Not much trouble, Minma remarked. Don't be careless. I picked this mission because it's relatively simple, but you still need to take it seriously. By the way, the Genin squad you'll be leading this time is originally Guy's Team 3. Since Mike Guy has been assigned to escort the daimyo of the land of Fire back to the capital, you'll be leading Team 3's Genin for this mission. I've already told them to meet at Training Ground 2. Go and brief them about the mission. With that, Minma quickly took his leave. As he stepped out of the Hokage building, he happened to see the 4th Kazekage, Raza, entering with a group of sand ninja. Minma, Gaara, who was following Raza, brightened up and greeted him enthusiastically. Oh, Gaara, good to see you, Minma replied with a warm smile. Upon seeing Minma, Raza strode over, grasped his hand, and said with a broad smile, So your Namake's Minma? My son talks about you often. You really are an impressive young man. Minma calmly withdrew his hand, returning the smile. You flatter me, Lord Kazekage. By the way, are you here to see the Hokage? She's in her office upstairs. Raza chuckled. Yes, after staying in Konoha for so many days, it's time for us to return. I'm here today to bid farewell to the Hokage. Oh, right, there's something I almost forgot. Minma, I must thank you for saving Gaara before. If not for you, Gaara might have. Minma quickly waved his hands to stop him. You're too kind, Lord Kazekage. It was simply what I should have done. And also, thank you for helping reinforce the seal on Gaara. He's been sleeping much better these last few days. Raza continued. Is that so? I'm truly glad to hear it. Minma glanced at Gaara, who was smiling warmly, and felt genuinely happy for him. I came here in a hurry this time, so I didn't prepare much of a thank you gift. Please, Minma-kun, you must accept this small token. Raza said with a broad grin, pulling a gold bar from behind his back. Whoa, Minma jumped in surprise. Was this how extravagant they were? Starting off with a gold bar? And did Raza have a different understanding of the word small gift? Lord Kazekage, this is far too generous. I can't possibly accept it. Minma hurriedly declined. It's quite all right, Minma-kun. Please take it. It's really nothing valuable. My father just used a bit of chakra to refine it last night. That's all, Gaara tried to reassure him. Yes, and besides, you could say it was taken from Konoha and should be used in Konoha. Ha ha ha. Rasa laugid heartily. Ah, that explains it, Minma almost forgot that Raza's ability was to refine gold dust. But what did he mean by taken from Konoha? Did he extract it from the soil here? If that's the case, I'll accept it, albeit shamelessly. Thank you, Lord Kazekage, Minma said with a smile, tucking the gold bar into his robe. By the way, Minma-kun, are you married yet? Raza suddenly asked, catching everyone off guard. Minma paused, then smiled wryly. Lord Kazekage, I'm only 12. Oh, right. Then, are you engaged to anyone? Raza pressed on. Lord Kazekage, if you have something to say, please speak plainly, Minma replied directly. Raza rubbed his hands together, chuckling. I'll be blunt. What do you think of Temari? Would you consider coming to the Sand Village? I'd marry her to you. She is 3 years older than you. But as the saying goes, a woman 3 years older is a treasure. With a resounding thud, Raza collapsed to the floor, a massive bump swelling on his head. Temari stood behind him, iron fan in hand, fuming. Dad, are you out of your mind? You can't just say things like that. She then turned to Minma. Her cheeks flushed and apologized. I'm so sorry, Minma-kun. My father was just joking. Please don't take it to heart. Minma smiled and replied, It's all right. Lord Kazekage has a wonderful sense of humor. How could I mind? Temari motioned for her uncle Yashimaru to help prop Raza up, then bid Minma farewell, leading her group in a hurry toward the Hokage's office. Gaara followed behind, beaming at Minma, and said, I actually think my father's suggestion wasn't half bad. From the front of the group came Temari's furious shout. Gaara! Gaara hunched his shoulders, stuck out his tongue at Minma, and quickly trotted off after the Sand Ninja. Minma could only smile helplessly, watching the Sand Village group disappear around the stairwell, before turning to leave the Hokage's building himself. Right, no need to rush to the second training ground just yet. Better hurry and exchange this gold bar for some cash, with nearly 30 kilograms of gold bars in his arms. Minma made his way to Konoha's exchange house. At first, the very name startled him. He'd imagined that one of the infamous underground assassination organizations of the shinobi world had set up shop right in Konoha. Only after stepping inside did he realize it was nothing so sinister, just a financial institution that combined the functions of a pawnshop and a bank. Based on the current gold exchange rate, Minma traded in all his gold bars for cash. The sum totaled more than 17 million ryo. If Asuma were still alive, that would be enough to buy half his head. Without hesitation, Minma deposited the bulk of the cash back into the exchange house, keeping just over 700,000 ryo for himself, which he tucked into a storage scroll. He folded the certificate of deposit for those 17 million ryo with the utmost care and slipped it into the inside pocket of his clothes. He dared not linger for even a moment. Hurrying home, he entered his parents' room, opened the safe, and placed the certificate securely inside. Only after finishing all this did Minma finally relax a bit, strolling unhurriedly toward Training Ground 2. By the time he arrived, the genin of Team 3 had already been waiting for some time. What are you doing here? Niji Hyuga asked Minma, his tone less than friendly. Minma cleared his throat, took out the mission order Tsunade had given him, and spread it out for the three of them to see. What? You're the temporary team leader for this mission? What gives you the right? Niji flared up immediately. Niji Hyuga genin, is that how you speak to a chunin? Where are your Hyuga manners? Minma rebuked him sternly. What? Chunin? You. Niji shot Minma a skeptical look, his face twisted in disdain. Niji, shut up. Namikaze Minma really is a chunin. Lee whirled around and snapped. No way, that's impossible. Niji's eyes widened in disbelief. Didn't you hear me tell you to shut up? Lee spun back and grabbed Niji by the collar. Do you want a beating? Watching this scene unfold, Minma could hardly contain his satisfaction. Still, he smiled and intervened, smoothing things over. All right, we're all teammates here. No need to make a fuss. Today is just for introductions. Tomorrow morning, let's meet at Konoha's main gate and head out on the mission together. With that, Minma turned and left, leaving behind a still fuming Niji. That night, Hayashi Hyuga waited until his wife was sound asleep before sneaking, ever so quietly, down to his private vault, a cellar 10 meters below ground. Humming a little tune, he set about stashing away the private money he'd hidden. That day, suddenly, something fell off. He turned around and saw that all that remained on the floor was a barely visible layer of fine sand. A howl of despair echoed in the depths. Where's my gold? Which scoundrel stole my gold? 4 days and 3 nights later, Minma led the genin of Team 3 to a successful completion of their mission. Although many twists and turns occurred along the way, Minma still helped Niji Hyuga overcome all obstacles and complete the mission perfectly in the end. Whether he was up against the ninja from the Hidden Rain village or carrying Izada Marino on his back all the way to the finish line, Niji Hyuga of Team 3 handled everything on his own, without relying on his two teammates in the slightest. Even when he faced the rogue leaf ninja, Ao Kayamiter, he confronted a Jonin head-on despite only being a genin. His jaw was dislocated in the fight, yet he stubbornly refused to utter a single word of surrender. His self-invented taijutsu technique, smashing his cheek against his opponent's fist, gave the rogue ninja, Ao Kayamiter, a true taste of what it means for a leaf ninja to embody the indomitable will of fire. In the Konoha hospital, Niji Hyuga, swaddled like a mummy, whimpered in distress. "No need to thank me, this is what I should do." Minma gave him a thumbs up, then turned to recount Niji's heroic deeds to the two brothers who had hurried over, Hayashi and Hisashi Hyuga. Hayashi seemed distracted and responded absent-mindedly. Hisashi, on the other hand, was so excited he could hardly contain himself, repeatedly patting Niji on the thigh and praising him for a job well done. Minma went on, and thanks to some unexpected developments, not only did we complete the mission perfectly, but we also brought back the second Hokage's treasure blade, the Sword of Raijin. We even managed to capture the rogue leaf ninja, Aokiyomidoi. Because of this, Lady Tsunade has upgraded our mission from a C rank to an A rank. And due to Niji's outstanding performance, after this mission, he and his teammates will all be promoted to Chunin ahead of schedule. This great news left Hisashi overjoyed, and he couldn't stop thanking Minma enthusiastically. No need to be so polite, it was all Niji's own accomplishment. I only played a small and insignificant guiding role, Minma said modestly. Lying in his hospital bed, Niji wished he could devour Minma whole. That scoundrel, taking advantage of his rank as Chunin squad leader, made Niji do all the dirty and exhausting work. And if that weren't enough, when they encountered Ao Kayamiter, Niji had already subdued him and reclaimed the Sword of Raijin. But that rascal insisted, under the pretense that Niji's gentle fist lacked real combat experience, that he face Ao Kayamiter alone. Thinking of this, Niji looked at his father, who was now trading jokes with that rascal, completely taken in by his silver tongue. Tears welled up in Niji's eyes and rolled down his cheeks. "Huh? Niji, why are you crying?" Hisashi asked in surprise. "Maybe he's just overwhelmed with joy at his promotion to Chunin," Minma said with a laugh. "Is that so? Well, that's rather embarrassing." "Ah." The room filled with cheerful laughter. While Minma was away on his mission, Sasuke also regained consciousness. Just as Fugaku Uchiha had predicted, Sasuke awakened the three-tomo Sharingan, though only in one eye. But even so, the three-tomo Sharingan, his talent now ranks among the very best in the entire Uchiha clan. So, Fugaku Uchiha specially organized a grand celebration. First, to rejoice that Sasuke had survived a life-or-death ordeal and, against all odds, awakened the three-tomo Sharingan. Second, to celebrate Sasuke's successful promotion to Chunin. Third, to mark the occasion of Sasuke soon becoming Orochimaru's student. The event was scheduled for tonight. Minma was also on the guest list, and from the afternoon onward, he had been within the Uchiha compound. "Minma-kun, are you certain that Lord Orochimaru will definitely be here tonight?" Fugaku asked. Minma was on the verge of losing it. "Uncle, you've asked me 5 times already. Lord Orochimaru will definitely come tonight." "Ah, that's good. That's good," Fugaku replied with a hearty laugh. After spending more time with Fugaku, Minma had come to realize something. He wasn't reliable at all. Just this afternoon, after Minma handed over the Sarutobi clan's legacy scroll, delivered from Lake Biwa, Fugaku was so delighted that he immediately wanted to adopt Kanomaru Sarutobi as his godson. It took all of Minma's persuasion to talk him out of it. With political instincts like these, how did he even become clan leader? Could it be that Fugaku was already the most astute person in the Uchiha clan? If that was the case, then the future of the Uchiha looked rather bleak. At the banquet, under the eyes of all the guests, Sasuke served a cup of tea to Orochimaru, formally marking the beginning of their master-disciple bond. After that, at Fugaku's invitation, everyone indulged in good food and drink, and the atmosphere buzzed with excitement. During a lull in the festivities, Minma found Sasuke and handed him a gift. "Here, a short blade I went to great lengths to acquire. Give it a try, see if it suits you." Sasuke took the blade, drew it from its sheath, and just from a chill of the rippling patterns along the edge, he could tell it was a true treasure. "Thanks," he said, sliding the blade back with a smile at Minma. "Oh, and there's something else you should know," Minma said casually. "Now that all 3 of us have been promoted to Chunin, unless there's a special circumstance, Team 7 probably won't be going on missions together anymore." "Is that so?" "Got it." Sasuke's tone was neutral, betraying no emotion. "Congratulations, anyway." Minma grinned. "It's a pity I never got to test myself against you in a real match, Sasuke replied, his eyes sharp as he sized Minma up. Hey, this is your big night. Don't go picking a fight now. Minma's heart skipped a beat when he saw the eager glint in Sasuke's eyes. Big night? Watch your mouth. If you can't speak properly, just don't speak at all. Sasuke, embarrassed and annoyed, pulled Minma into a headlock and ground his knuckles vigorously against Minma's head. Ow, 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 ow. Minma struggled, trying to break free. They really have a great friendship, don't they? Fugaku remarked, wine glass in hand, turning to Hyuga Hayashi beside him. Hayashi Hyuga ignored him, his gaze fixed on the short sword that Minma had given Sasuke, and muttered under his breath. The sword Minma gave Sasuke must have cost a fortune. That kid's just a genin. Where would he get so much money? Unless... Oh, give it a rest. Fugaku Uchiha snapped. You've been acting crazy these past few days, always going on about missing gold, but when I ask how much you lost, you can't even say. You keep suspecting everyone you see of stealing your gold. The money Minma used to buy the sword was perfectly legitimate. It was a token of my gratitude for helping recommend Sasuke as Orochimaru's apprentice. Hayashi paused, surprised. So that's how it is. With that, he gave Fugaku a sympathetic look and said, in that case, it seems Minma doesn't want to get entangled with your Uchiha clan. Otherwise, he wouldn't have returned the money in this roundabout way. HM, is that so? Fugaku was half convinced, swirling his drink, which suddenly seemed to have lost its flavor. Hayashi, seeing Fugaku's reaction, was delighted and deliberately teased. Oh dear, maybe I should try getting to know Minma too. Who knows, maybe someday he'll join the Hyuga family. I'd better start building a good relationship with him early. Fugaku shot him a withering look and said nothing, but inwardly he thought, no way. I have to make sure Minma is tied to the Uchiha clan. I can't let the Hyuga family beat us to it. The next day, at the Hokage's office, Tsunade looked over the mission report Minma had handed in, her expression a mix of emotions. Although there were some unexpected developments, the mission was completed. Good job, Minma. As for Niji's injury, you don't need to blame yourself too much. After all, no one could have predicted that a simple C-rank mission would lead to an encounter with a rogue leaf ninja like Midori Aoi. From what I've heard, Midori Aoi is already at Jonin level. Not only did you complete the mission, you even captured him and brought him back. That's outstanding. As for Niji's injury, I've already explained everything to the Hyuga clan. Don't worry, they won't give you any trouble. Minma nodded with a smile, though in his mind he pictured Hayashi Hyuga showering him with gratitude. Seeing Minma's calm demeanor, Tsunade nodded to herself in approval before continuing. I'd love to give you a few days off, but the village is short-handed right now, so I have to ask you to take on a few more missions. No problem, Lady Tsunade. I'm like a brick for the Leaf Village. Just put me wherever I'm needed. Minma thumped his chest in a show of loyalty. Excellent, Tsunade said, clearly pleased. Konoha needs more young people with your spirit of dedication. Here's your next mission. Have a look. With that, Tsunade handed Minma a sheet of paper. As he glanced at it, he read aloud. Find a micro-scent beetle. Tsunade explained. This is a commission from the Aburame clan of Konoha. They're searching for an insect called the micro-scent beetle. The mission itself isn't too difficult, but it may be time-consuming and exhausting, with a risk of coming back empty-handed. After giving it some thought, I've decided to assign this task to you. Minma hesitated. Lady Tsunade, I'm not trying to shirk responsibility, but I truly lack any investigative skills, and I know nothing about insects. Honestly, I'm just not suited for this mission. Tsunade nodded in agreement. You're absolutely right. That's why I've arranged for a genin with expertise in this area to accompany you. With that, she gestured to Shizune, who promptly left the room and returned with 3 people who had been waiting outside. Hinata? Shino? Why is it you 3? Minma exclaimed in surprise as the group entered. Before either of them could respond, a voice sounded from nearby. Minma, why didn't you greet me? The sudden voice startled Minma. Kiba? When did you get here? He gasped, pressing a hand to his chest. I came in with Shino and the others, Mion. Kiba's presence seemed to radiate a dark, almost demonic aura from the depths of a shadowy abyss. All right, that's enough catching up. Tsunade interrupted, turning to Minma to clarify. For this mission, you'll lead Team 8's genin. Hinata could barely contain her delight. What? Shino blurted out in disbelief. What about Kurenai-sensei? Isn't she always the one to lead Team 8's missions? Tsunade explained. Besides being your team leader, Kurenai Yuhi is also Yakumo Kurama's private tutor. She's been teaching at the Kurama residence these past few days and simply doesn't have time to take on any missions with you. But Shino tried to protest, but a sharp glare from Hinata silenced him before he could finish. Her eyes practically radiated murder. If you spoil this for me, I'll make sure you regret it for the rest of your life. Shino promptly closed his mouth. While searching for the micro-scent beetle, Shino briefed the group on the creature. The micro-scent beetle, also known as the dream bug, possesses exceptional tracking abilities. After hatching from its egg, it quickly pupates and becomes an adult. Before it does, if you let it smell a particular scent, no matter how faint, it can track the source with uncanny precision. Its sense of smell is thousands of times stronger than a ninja hound's. However, it has a breeding cycle that lasts several years, so it's nearly extinct. According to my clan's records, this year happens to be the micro-scent beetle's breeding season, so we have to capture one before it reproduces and bring it back. As for the beetle's distinguishing features... Hey, Hinata, Minma, are you even listening? Shino suddenly bellowed. Hinata quickly averted her gaze from Minma, her cheeks still tinged with a faint blush. Minma waved his hand and said, "It's fine. After all, we've got you, our resident bug expert. So I'll leave the bug hunting to you. Oh, and it's getting late. Let's set up camp and get some rest before night falls." All right. Hinata nodded eagerly. Seeing that no one objected, Minma began assigning tasks. All right, here's the plan. I'll go catch some fish in the nearby stream. Hinata, you gather some firewood. Kiba, you can look for wild vegetables and fruits in the forest. As for you, Shino, could you please set up the tent? Everyone accepted their assignments and headed off. Before long, they all returned to the campsite. Minma held 4 sticks, each with a fish skewered on it. Hinata came back with a huge pile of firewood, already set alight and burning steadily, enough to last them the whole night. Shino had finished pitching a large tent. Only Kiba seemed to have run into a bit of trouble. He returned with an armful of brightly colored mushrooms. Are you sure these aren't poisonous? Minma examined them from every angle, but they hardly looked edible. No witties. If you're asking why, it's because the Inuzuka clan are wilderness survival experts. I can tell if a mushroom is poisonous just by tasting it, Kiba declared with confidence. The 3 others eyed him with deep suspicion. Determined to prove his point, Kiba braced himself, grabbed the mushroom, and stuffed it into his mouth. See, I told you it's perfect. With a thud, Kiba collapsed, foaming at the mouth. Hey, Kiba, hang in there. Minma rushed to check on him, but Kiba was already unconscious. Minma, step aside. Let me try something, Hinata said as she approached, then pressed a finger to Kiba's chest and abdomen. With a sudden retch, Kiba vomited up everything he'd eaten the day before, but at least he was awake again. Idiot, you didn't even cook the mushrooms. They're bound to be poisonous like that. Shino walked over, picked up the mushrooms, skewered them on a twig, and placed them over the fire to roast. Hey, Shino, don't eat those. Minma tried to stop him. No worries. My bugs tell me that once they're cooked, they're safe to eat. Shino said confidently. After a while, once the mushrooms were thoroughly roasted, Shino fed a piece to his Kikeichu insects. He waited a moment, then said proudly, "See, I told you it'd be fine." The Kikeichu are thrilled. They want more. Before Minma could stop him, Shino popped a mushroom into his own mouth. A short while later, Shino was lying on the ground, humming and singing, "I'm a little caterpillar, la 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 la." The shattered swallowtail butterfly, lost in its final dream. Idiot! Hinata hurried over, and, just before Shino could start breaking out of his cocoon by stripping off his clothes, she chopped him on the neck, knocking him out cold. Night had fallen. Minma and Hinata sat together before the campfire, while Shino and Kiba were sprawled out inside the tent, dead to the world. Hinata, you should get some sleep. I'll take the first watch, Minma said, looking across at her. All right, but wake me up for the second half, so I can take over, Hinata replied, stifling yawn. She stood up and stretched, her snug clothing outlining her graceful figure. Minma quickly turned his head away, embarrassed. Noticing his reaction, Hinata's lips curled into a faint smile. Without saying anything more, she turned and walked toward the depths of the forest. Hey, Hinata, where are you going? Minma called after her, raising his voice in concern. It's so late. Why isn't she heading to the tent? What's she doing running off into the woods? None of your business. Hinata's voice drifted back from between the trees. Now Minma understood. She probably just needed to take care of something private. Did you bring any paper? He called out loudly. There was only silence in response. Ignoring me, huh? Don't come calling for me to bring you paper later. Time ticked by, but Hinata still hadn't returned. Minma grew uneasy. She's been gone so long. Could something have happened to her? After wrestling with himself for several seconds, Minma finally made up his mind. He had to go look for her. After all, a girl alone in the woods at night must be frightened. Hinata, Hinata, he called as he walked, searching the undergrowth. Before long, the gentle sound of flowing water reached his ears. He followed it and soon found himself at the edge of a pond, surrounded by jagged stones. At the far end, a waterfall cascaded down, sending up a fine mist. In the middle of the pond, A graceful silhouette shimmered and danced on the water surface. The spray of droplets seemed to drape her in a veil of mist, her figure ethereal as she moved in the moonlit water, like a fairy come to life. Minma stood transfixed by the scene, his neck craning forward unconsciously. In his distraction, he accidentally kicked a small pebble, sending it tumbling into the pond with a soft splash. "Who's there?" Hinata spun around, her voice sharp and wary. "It's me," Minma answered quickly. "Minma? You?" Hinata was both embarrassed and angry, at a loss for words. "Hinata, please don't misunderstand. You've been gone so long. I was worried something had happened to you, so I came to find you." Minma hurried to explain, raising his voice so she could hear. "Then turn around, now." Hinata snapped, her cheeks flushed. Oh, right." Minma spun around at once, standing rigidly straight, not daring to move a muscle. Behind him, he could hear the gentle splash of water and the soft rustle of clothes. Minma remained as still as a statue, afraid to even breathe too loudly. After what felt like an eternity, Hinata approached, her expression stormy as she stared him down. "How much did you see?" "Nothing, really. I swear, I didn't see a thing." Minma waved his hands in panic. "Hinata, you've got to believe me. It's so dark out here. I couldn't see anything at all." "Is that so?" Hinata eyed him suspiciously. "It's true. I promise." Minma nodded furiously. "Fine, I'll believe you." Hinata waved her hand, and Minma breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, Hinata asked, "Hey, where's my ninja headband gone?" Without missing a beat, Minma replied, "Isn't it just over there on the big rock across the pond?" Hinata fixed her gaze on Minma, and the air instantly turned awkward. "I thought you said you couldn't see anything?" Hinata snapped, agitated, and leaped over to swat at Minma with wild, aimless slaps. "Ow, ow, ow, that hurts." Minma dare not fight back and could only grab Hinata's wrist to stop her. Hinata's cheeks flushed pink. Her eyes went wide, sparkling with emotion as she glared at Minma, her expression puffed up in anger. Looking at Hinata's delicate face, Minma was momentarily lost in a daze. Unconsciously, he swallowed hard, then snapped back to his senses and hurriedly apologized. "I'm sorry, Hinata. I really didn't mean it. I had no idea you were bathing in the pond." "You still have a nerve to say that." Hinata shot Minma a furious glare, mortified and embarrassed. All right, I won't say another word," Minma promised in rapid succession. "And let go of me already." Hinata struggled, but couldn't shake free. "Huh? Oh, right, sorry. Letting go now." Minma quickly released her hand. "No one is allowed to speak a word about what happened today." "Got it." Hinata rubbed her now reddened wrist and warned him with mock ferocity. Okay, I won't say anything," Minma kept assuring her. "And as for what you just saw, you'd better forget it completely." Hinata put her hands on her hips and leaned forward, radiating the aura of a true heiress. Right, I'll forget it all, every last bit," Minma echoed hurriedly. You dummy, you're driving me crazy." Hinata huffed, cheeks puffed in outrage, and stormed off. "Hey, Hinata, wait up." Minma had no idea what had upset her again and rushed after her. When they returned to camp, Hinata didn't say a word and slipped straight into the big tent. Minma could only sit by the campfire, keeping watch through the night. After a while, Hinata's voice called from inside the tent. "Minma, you can come in too, but I still have to keep watch." Minma replied, "It's fine, let Akimeru keep watch." Hinata grabbed Akimeru, who was sprawled out on Kiba's chest, and tossed him out of the tent. "Woof!" Akimeru blinked in confusion, not knowing what was going on. "Well, all right then. Akimeru, I'm counting on you for the night shift." Minma stood, brushed the dust from his clothes, and headed into the tent. Woof! Poor Akimeru, left out in the cold. Inside the tent, by the faint glow from the campfire outside, Minma saw there was an empty spot next to Hinata. Without overthinking it, he lay down, still fully dressed. Hinata lay nearby, curled up with her back to him. A soft chuckle slipped from Minma. "What are you laughing at?" Hinata whispered. "It's nothing. I just realized that the usually tough, big sister Hinata actually has such a girlish side. I think it's pretty adorable," Minma murmured, voice gentle. "Shut up and go to sleep." Hinata whispered sternly, but the smile tugging at her lips betrayed her true feelings. The next morning, Shino was awakened by a desperate need to pee. Half asleep, he sat up and rubbed his eyes, glancing around the room, only to be utterly stunned by the scene before him. What's going on here? How did Hinata end up sleeping in Minma's arms? What in the world happened between them last night? Is this really something I can witness for free? Could it be? No way, right? Shino's mouth fell open, and his eyes darted back and forth as he quickly weighed his options. No, I can't wake them up. If they find out I saw them sleeping together like this, knowing Hinata's temper, she'll take me out to keep her secret. lie back down, just pretend to sleep. But I really have to go. Huh? Yeah, you're awake too? Sure, oh, so you. I see. Well, let's just both shut our eyes and pretend to sleep, and hope they wake up soon. I can barely hold it any longer. Tot, for goodness sake, you're not a little kid anymore. How could you wet your pants? Hinata said, her face full of disdain as she watched Shino washing his trousers by the riverbank. Hearing her words, Shino looked up at Hinata with a look of deep grievance, but in the end he said nothing. Instead, he just scrubbed his pants with even more force. Thank goodness Minma always keeps spare clothes in his storage scroll. Otherwise, Shino would have had to go around with nothing on. But, is this what they call a bottomless mystery? The image of Shino wearing only his trademark windbreaker flashed through Minma's mind, sending a shiver down his spine. He shook his head quickly, banishing the thought. Once the pants were washed, Shino led the group as they began their search for the scented beetle. Unbeknownst to them, not far behind, a group of people was secretly watching. On top of a small mound, 3 figures could be seen lurking. A kunoichi in a purple, off-the-shoulder long-sleeved dress said to her. 2 companions, that's right, the boy in the lead, is the young member of the Aburame clan. I can't believe we ran into them here. Are they after the scented beetle too? Earthhorn asked a burly, bearded man. The bespectacled blond man replied, if you want to find the scented beetle, this is the only place and time to do it, so it's obvious what their goal is. So what's next, Suzubachi? Suzubachi stepped forward, looking at the backs of Minma and his group. We must get the scented beetle. The revival of the Shinkaku clan depends on it. If you think about it, this might just be our big chance. How so, Suzubachi? Blackhorn, the bearded man, asked. Suzubachi smiled faintly. We've been here for 10 days, and we still haven't found a single lead on the scented beetle. However, that little brat from the Aburame clan might just be our opportunity. So that's it. The blonde, bespectacled man named Earth Hornet suddenly understood. You mean we can use him to help us find the scent beetle? A slyer smile crept across Wasp's face. Judging by their age, they must all be genin. In that case, let's just do them the favor of taking the scent beetle off their hands once they've found it. Meanwhile, Minma and his friends were still searching diligently for the scent beetle. As they passed a small earthen mound, there was a faint chime. At that moment, Shino suddenly stopped in his tracks, for a swarm of Kikeichu insects began crawling out from his sleeve. Shino cocked his head slightly. The white glint off his sunglasses gave nothing away as he silently moved on, as if he hadn't noticed a thing. At the same time, not far away, Akamaru, napping atop Kiba's head, suddenly twitched his nose and barked toward the mound. Kiba paused, then casually scooped a handful of air to his nose and sniffed it, quietly edging away. Hinata activated her Byakugan and caught sight of 3 human-shaped chakras. Thanks to the 9 tails within him, Minma also sensed a wave of hostility. He, too, realized there were outsiders nearby. Before long, the 4 of them regrouped. You sense it too? Minma asked, eyeing the other 3 with a serious expression. Hinata nodded. There are 3 of them, judging by their build, 2 adult men and 1 adult woman. My insects tell me their chakra isn't particularly strong. So, should we take them on? 4 against 3. We have the advantage, Shino suggested. It looks like for now, they're just hiding and don't want us to notice them. And I doubt they realize we've already discovered them. That gives us a chance to take them by surprise, Kiba said. No, Minma interjected. If a fight breaks out, the commotion might endanger the scent beetle. We should stay calm, keep our guard up, and adapt to their moves as needed. Understood. The other 3 agreed with Minma's plan. As time ticked by, everyone's patience began wearing thin. Hey, Shino, isn't the scent beetle only useful during its breeding season? Why does your Aburame clan want it now? Are you searching for someone? Minma asked offhandedly as he scanned the trees for any sign of the beetle. It's because our clan recently developed a new breeding technique. It can greatly shorten the insect's reproductive cycle and increase their population. So we're hoping to make use of the scent beetle once again. If we succeed in cultivating a new breed, the Aburame's long-range tracking abilities will be taken to a whole new level, Shino replied with a proud push of his glasses. Wasp, hiding in the distance, felt a chill run down his spine when he overheard this. The Divine Crane clan was already no match for the Aburame clan. If the Aburame were to further enhance their insect-controlling abilities, the Divine Crane clan would never have any hope of rising again. No, they absolutely could not be allowed to obtain the micro-scent beetle. That brat from the Aburame clan. I'll let you live a little longer. But once you help me find the micro-scent beetle, I'll personally send you to the underworld. Just then, Hinata suddenly shouted, I see it. Everyone, follow me quickly. Upon hearing this, the group immediately converged in Hinata's direction. The 3 members of the Divine Crane clan hurried after them as well. When they reached the spot where Hinata had seen the micro-scent beetle, Shino carefully performed the insect summoning technique. Luring the beetle into the insect jar, he carried it aside. At that moment, chaos erupted. 4 kunai knives shot toward the group like lightning. Anticipating danger, Minma and the others instantly dodged, evading the attack. Well now, you managed to dodge that. Pretty impressive for a bunch of genin. The 3 members of the Hornet Trio stepped out from the shadows, addressing Minma and his companions. Who are you people? Why are you attacking us? Minma shouted, trying to sound fierce, but betraying a hint of nervousness. Our clan has been locked in a blood feud with the Aburame for generations. There's no way we'll let them get their hands on the micro-scent beetle. Black Hornet replied with a cruel grin. Then why don't you just kill him? Why come after us? Minma cried out with feigned outrage. The group paused, momentarily taken aback by his words. Shino was left speechless, unable to get the words out. Queen Hornet, he's got a point. Black Hornet blurted out cluelessly. Idiot. Of course we have to kill them all. If even one escapes, do you want the whole of Konoha village hunting us for the rest of our lives? Queen Hornet shouted at Black Hornet, furious at his stupidity. How could she have such a foolish teammate? She then turned to Minma and said, Sorry, kid, but you've only got yourselves to blame. Shouldn't have been running with the Aburame clan. If it's a fight you want, then bring it on. We're not pushovers. Minma raised his kunai defensively across his chest, ready for battle. Queen Hornet sneered, bold words. Let's see you defend against this. Ninja art. Swarm of bees. With those words, a horde of bees poured from Queen Hornet's sleeves, surging toward Minma and his friends in a furious cloud. Useless. Minma shook his head, forming hand signs with practiced ease. Wind style. Great breakthrough. A mighty gale surged from Minma's mouth, shredding every bee in its path and sending sticky remnants splattering across the ground. The storm, undeterred, barreled straight toward the 3 from the Divine Crane clan. Damn it. Ninja art. Exploding bee bombs. The burly Black Hornet leapt forward, flinging his arms wide as swarms of bees charged into the oncoming wind. Boom, boom, boom. A barrage of explosions filled the air, each detonation from the bee bombs rivaling the force of an explosive tag. The shockwave from the explosion scattered the hurricane. Ninja art, 1,000 bees. Sparrow Wasp summoned a swarm of yellow wasps. With a flick of her hips, she fired a volley of fine stingers. A bamboo viper's fangs, a wasp's deadly sting. This venom is as lethal as a serpent's. Getting stung would be disastrous. Rotation. Hinata dashed forward, leaping in front of Minma, and unleashed her rotation to block the incoming stingers. Secret technique. Insect sphere. Shino unleashed a swarm of insects, enveloping both himself and Kiba in their protective embrace. Seeing that her attack had failed, Sparrow Wasp bit her lip in frustration. With a swift motion, she cut her finger and began a summoning jutsu. A low, ominous hum filled the air. A gigantic queen wasp suddenly materialized before everyone, her mandibles gleaming and her stinger poised to strike, charging straight at Minma and his friends. A summoning jutsu. Huh? I can do that too. Minma smiled faintly, bit his finger, and pressed his hand to the ground. With a resounding boom, Gamabunta appeared on the scene. Lord Minma, what do you need from me? Gamabunta asked respectfully. Big bro Bunta, sorry to trouble you again. Today, I've got a treat for you. Minma pointed at the enormous queen wasp before them. Oh, really? That's wonderful. Gamabunta grinned, opened his huge mouth, and shot out his tongue, wrapping it around the queen wasp and popping her straight into his jaws. Perhaps there was some sealing power on Gamabunta's tongue, for the unfortunate queen wasp didn't even have a chance to break the summoning contract before she was chewed up and swallowed whole. It's been ages since I tasted such a delicious bug. Many thanks for the feast, Lord Minma. Gamabunta licked his lips, savoring the flavor. Oh, no need to thank me. If you must, thank the folks on the other side. Minma replied, his words cutting deeper than any blade. Sparrow Wasp was on the verge of tears. This was just too much. Their jutsu was useless, and even their summoned queen was devoured in one bite. Watching the scene unfold, Sparrow Wasp broke out in a cold sweat, her limbs turning numb despite the summer heat. Hell is empty, and all the monsters walk the earth. Can the world get any worse? What does the Shinkaku clan have to do to survive in peace? Tears streamed down her face, powerless to stop them. Everywhere she looked, her clan was met with oppression. When would the Shinkaku clan finally rise and stand tall? Under Gamabunta's overwhelming presence, Black Wasp darted forward, placing herself between her comrades and the enemy. Sparrow Wasp, Ground Wasp, I'll hold them off. Run now, she shouted. No, we'll never leave you behind. Sparrow Wasp cried out in defiance. With a resolute expression, Black Wasp barked, Sparrow Wasp, you carry the hope for the revival of the Shinkaku clan. You must not die here. Ground Wasp, take her and go. Ground Wasp delivered a swift chop, knocking Sparrow Wasp unconscious, then hoisted her onto his shoulder and fled. Catching a glimpse of the pair escaping, Black Wasp allowed herself a faint, determined smile. Now it's my turn to give everything for the Shinkaku clan. Ninja art. Swarm bomb technique thud before Black B could even unleash his jutsu. Hinata closed the distance in an instant and tapped him right in the diaphragm with a single finger. That one touch not only interrupted his jutsu, but sent him spasming to the ground, foaming at the mouth, his limbs curling in on themselves. You dare try to use jutsu in front of the Hyuga clan? Do you really not understand the power of gentle fist? Hinata looked down coldly at the unconscious Black B as she spoke. Shino stepped forward, pulled out some wire, and quickly tied Black B's hands and feet behind his back. Minma called out to Gamabunta, signaling the end of their summoning contract, then leapt to join the others. Let's go. Let's chase down the last two. Led by Akamaru, the group set off in the direction the Wasp had fled. Before long, they arrived at the entrance to a massive beehive. Akamaru barked, indicating that the enemy was hiding inside. Shino moved forward, ready to charge in, but Minma held out a hand to stop him. If we can destroy from the outside, why rush in? Minma nodded, motioning for everyone to step back. He turned his palm upward and began gathering chakra, forming a Rasengan, then launched himself at the beehive and slammed it down. A thunderous explosion shook the air as the hive collapsed in a billowing cloud of dust. Minma flipped backward, landing nimbly beside his companions. Meanwhile, Earth B, his head bloody and battered, staggered out of the ruins, supporting the Wasp. Both were gasping for breath. The effort of escaping the collapsing hive had drained the last of their chakra. How can we keep fighting now? Earthby glanced at the Wasp, uncertainty in his eyes. Wasp gritted his teeth, reached behind his waist, and pulled out 2 small glass vials from his ninja pouch, tossing one to Earthby. Wasp is this? Earthby stared in disbelief. Yeah, drink it. If we don't, we might never get another chance. Wasp replied, his face twisted with pain at the thought. The two uncorked the vials and drank them in one gulp. What kind of secret medicine is that? Minma asked. This is the sacred elixir of the Divine Crane clan, Chakra Honey. It instantly restores a ninja's chakra reserves, Earthby said coldly. With something that precious, how did your clan ever fall into decline? Minma wondered aloud. Do you think Chakra Royal Jelly is easy to come by? The Divine Crane clan can only collect 10 bottles a year, Wasp explained. In that case, you'd be better off surrendering now, Minma scoffed. Wasp sneered. You just summoned a giant beast. Your chakra must be nearly spent. Now that we're fully recharged, what chance do you have against us? Be smart and hand Black Bee back, and maybe we'll let you live. Minma sighed, forming a hand sign. Multi-shadow, clone, jutsu. Bang, 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 bang. Hundreds of Minma clones appeared simultaneously, surrounding Jakabachi and Shibachi. Ever since becoming a Jinchuriki, with Kurama's help, and absorbing the mental backlash from the shadow clone technique, Minma could finally use multiple shadow clones without holding back. With chakra like this, I could keep this up all day. Are you sure you want to keep fighting? Minma looked at Jakabachi and Shibachi with a hint of pity. This can't be happening. Jakabachi glanced around at the army of Menmas encircling them, then collapsed onto the ground in despair. Shibachi wasn't faring any better. Cold sweat poured down his face, and his legs shook uncontrollably. After a moment, Jakabachi seemed to accept his fate. He threw away his kunai, managed a bitter smile, and said, I surrender. Do whatever you want with me. Just please let my 2 companions go. Jakabachi, you can't give up. Have you forgotten? We still haven't achieved our dream. Shibachi shouted, his voice trembling. It's no use, Shibachi. The Shinkaku clan has already fallen into decline. I can't let you throw your lives away for this. Jakabachi replied. Jakabachi, no, you ninja over there. If someone has to die, let it be me. Spare Jakabachi and Kurobachi. Shibachi pleaded. No, Shibachi, I'm the leader. If anyone has to die, it should be me first. Jakabachi insisted. The two of them performed a classic, tragic scene straight out of a shonen manga. Sacrifice yourself to save your comrades. Watching from the sidelines, Minma felt a wave of secondhand embarrassment and quickly cut in. Hey, who said anything about killing you? Huh? The two turned to look at Minma. Please, we're not some bloodthirsty executioners. To me, your attacks are no more than a child's play. Why would I want to kill you? Minma said with a sigh. Children, playing pretend. Hearing Minma's words, the two were instantly crushed. At this point, dying almost seemed preferable. Minma waved a hand, signaling them to snap out of it. So, tell me, why did you attack us? And why are you after our micro-scent bugs? Minma asked. Don't play dumb. Jakabachi snorted. Wait, what am I supposed to know? Minma was honestly confused. At this point, Shino stepped forward to explain. I think I get it. In a land of Earth, there is a clan of insect users who control bees, the Shinkaku clan. They were once as renowned as the Aburame clan. During the Third Great Ninja War, the Hidden Stone Village tried to take advantage of Konoha's weakened rear defenses and launched a surprise attack. They sent the Shinkaku clan in as the vanguard, hoping to use their swarms of bees to create chaos in Konoha and cover the main force's advance. But the Aburame clan caught wind of the plan. They mobilized everyone and met the Shinkaku clan in the Western Forest. The Kakachu beetles faced off against the bees, Aburame against Shinkaku. The battle ended in the Aburame clan's victory. Off the back of that victory, the Aburame clan cemented their position in Konoha. The Divine Crane clan, on the other hand, had lost a great battle and was abandoned by the Hidden Stone Village. Even the name of their clan was erased from the ninja world, all in an attempt to appease the wrath of the Hidden Leaf Village. Up to this day, the Divine Crane clan has completely faded into obscurity. Rumor has it there are only 5 of them left. Minma nodded and turned to Shino. So that's the history behind all of this. I think I understand now why they're after you. But why would they want to steal the micro-scent beetle? At that moment, Suzubachi finally caught her breath. With a note of dejection in her voice, she explained, because this is our clan's only chance to rise again. The last leader of the Divine Crane clan was my grandfather. He possessed a secret scroll filled with forbidden insect techniques. But during our battle with the Aburame clan, my grandfather disappeared, and the scroll was lost with him. If we had the micro-scent beetle, we could let it smell something that belonged to my grandfather, and it would surely lead us to the secret scroll. With it, our clan could reclaim its former glory. That's pointless, Minma declared firmly after hearing Suzubachi's explanation. What did you say? Suzubachi demanded angrily. I said, even if you find the secret scroll, your clan will never be restored, Minma replied. Impossible. As long as we have the scroll, we can defeat the Aburame clan and reclaim our rightful place. Suzubachi retorted, her voice ringing with defiance. Minma shook his head and asked, did your grandfather know the techniques in the secret scroll? With her head held high, Suzubachi answered proudly, of course he did. That's exactly why the Hidden Stone Village entrusted him with the vanguard mission. But did your grandfather win? Minma asked, his face unreadable. What? Suzubachi stiffened as if struck by lightning, frozen in place. That's right. Her grandfather had mastered the forbidden insect techniques, yet still lost to the Aburame clan. So what difference would finding the scroll make now? Suzubachi's eyes went dull, defeated, as if she'd lost all reason to exist. Suddenly, she snatched up a kunai from the ground, gripped it with both hands, and raised it high, ready to drive it into her own chest. Suzubachi! Jibachi screamed, his voice raw with desperation, eyes wide with horror. Smack! In a flash, Minma darted forward and seized Suzubachi's hand. She struggled for a moment, but couldn't break free. Sobbing, she shouted, let me go! Let me die! If finding the secret scroll still won't save the Divine Crane clan, then what's the point in living? Minma shook his head and replied, who says the Divine Crane clan can't be restored? You're thinking far too narrowly. Huh? Suzubachi looked up, her face streaked with tears and snot, gazing at Minma with pitiful hope. With a sigh, Minma asked, what was your original plan? Hikasop, Suzubachi tried to answer, but her words dissolved into tears. If you want to revive the Divine Crane clan, wipe away those tears and snot. Minma barked sternly at Suzumabachi. MMPH. Suzumabachi took a deep breath, noisily sucked her sniffles back in, and swallowed hard. Seriously? That's just disgusting. Ugh. Minma's mouth twitched in barely concealed distaste. He let go of Suzumabachi and discreetly took a step back. Suzumabachi steadied her breathing and began to speak slowly. Our original plan was to use the fragrant beetles to find Grandpa's secret manual. Then, we'd use the forbidden techniques inside to defeat the Aburame clan. With that achievement, we could return to Awagakure and reclaim the Divine Crane name for our clan. Minma gave a wry smile. How innocent she was. Let's set aside whether you could even get the secret manual. Even if you did, and even if you managed to defeat the Aburame clan, are you sure you'd be able to return to Awagakure? Do you honestly think the village would risk offending Konoha just to take back a handful of you? 2 or 3 at most? And even if by some miracle, Awagakure did accept you, how would just 5 of you protect the clan's secret technique from being stolen? Suzumabachi fell silent, finally realizing how naive her plan had been. Minma turned to Jibachi and said, "You all know deep down that Suzumabachi's idea isn't practical, but you still went along with her, pretending at it like some kind of make-believe game, right?" Jibachi didn't answer. Suzumabachi looked over, staring intently at Jibachi, silently urging her to speak the truth. It's only because of this dream that Suzumabachi finds the will to go on. We failed to help our old leader win, but at the very least, we must protect his only granddaughter, Jibachi said gravely, her meaning perfectly clear. Suzumabachi's spirits sank even lower after hearing those words. Seeing this, Minma offered a faint smile and said, "As I said, I have a way to help you revive the divine Crane clan." "What way?" Suzumabachi lifted her head, her eyes brimming with hope as she looked at Minma. A sly smile tugged at the corner of Minma's lips as he replied, using the persuasive tone of a salesperson. "Have you ever heard of Konoha's talent recruitment program?" Konoha's talent recruitment program? Aside from Suzumabachi, Hinata and the other two also looked at Minma in surprise. What program? Why hadn't they ever heard of it? Minma looked at the puzzled faces and smiled faintly to himself. "Never heard of it? That's just as well, because I just made it up. The Konoha Talent Recruitment Program, officially known as the Konoha Village Ninja Homeland Elite Initiative, is a strategic plan by Konoha to strengthen the village by attracting top talent, both combat and non-combat specialists, in order to accelerate the creation of a new era ninja homeland. It's designed to bring in and gather the high-level talent Konoha desperately needs for high-quality development." "Then why have we never heard of this?" Shino eyed Minma suspiciously. "It's perfectly normal that you haven't," Minma replied. "All of you are from Konoha's established ninja clans, so you wouldn't be familiar with this sort of thing. But my situation is different. My mother was originally a villager from Yuzushio, village in the land of whirlpools, and she settled in Konoha thanks to the talent recruitment program." Minma let his imagination run wild as he spun the tale. Seeing that everyone still looked confused, he continued to flesh out the story. "As you all know, when Konoha was first established, it was made up of various ninja clans, both large and small. It wasn't until after the Third Great Ninja War ended that Konoha became home to such a wide variety of ninja as it is today. Aside from clans like the Hyuga, Uchiha, Senju, Sarutobi, and the Inoshikacho trio, who all joined right at the founding, most of the other ninja clans joined Konoha gradually over time. Take the Hitaki clan, for example. Aside from Kakashi and his father, Lord Tsukumo Hitaki, have you ever heard of another powerful ninja from their family? "No, I haven't." Hinata and the others exchanged confused glances. But the Hitaki clan's secret kinjutsu is renowned throughout the ninja world. If it didn't have a long and established tradition, do you think Lord Whitefang alone could have created such a powerful technique? Minma pressed on. "Are you saying—" The group began to suspect where this was going. "That's right. The Hitaki clan came to Konoha through the talents recruitment program," Minma declared with finality. "But if that's true, how come we've never heard of this program?" Hinata asked, puzzled. Minma explained, "Because this program wasn't just aimed at wandering ninjas. It was especially for bloodline limit and secret technique users from other villages. Think about it. If Konoha publicly announced a program like this, wouldn't it look like they were poaching bloodline users from rival villages? That could start a war. So everything had to be done quietly. And thanks to my mom, I happened to hear about it." It all made sense now. The logic fit perfectly. Realization dawned on everyone, and Suzumabachi turned to Minma anxiously, asking, "Then does our Shinkaku clan meet the requirements for this program?" Minma looked Suzumabachi up and down before answering, "It's difficult, but not impossible." "Could you explain in more detail?" Jibachi chimed in, clearly convinced by Minma's story. Minma thought for a moment, then asked, "How many strong ninja are left in your Shinkaku clan? How many jonin, how many chunin?" Jibachi replied, awkwardly, "Only 5 of us even know ninjutsu anymore. Maybe 2 of us could just about pass for chunin." Minma frowned thoughtfully. That makes things tricky. The minimum requirement for the recruitment program is at least chunin level ability. Isn't there any way to make an exception?" Jibachi pleaded. "That's not something I can decide. Let me think." Minma pondered for a moment. "Right, what are the Shinkaku clan specialties? Do you have any secret techniques? We can control bees. They're useful for both combat and reconnaissance." Earthbee hurriedly interjected. Minma shook his head. "That won't work. We fought together before, and to be honest, not to offend you, but your combat ability isn't exactly impressive. Besides, your clan specializes in insect control, which overlaps with the Aburame clan's role. It's hard to make an exception for you." Bee and Earthbee's faces flushed with embarrassment, and they fell silent. Minma smiled to himself, and then, as if suddenly remembering something, turned to Earth B. All right, don't you have that chakra honey thing? It's chakra royal jelly. B corrected him. Whatever it's called, that's something unique to your clan. After all, there aren't many things in the shinobi world that can instantly restore chakra, and even fewer that can be mass-produced. At these words, B let out a bitter laugh. Ours can't be mass-produced either. Those 2 small bottles we drank just now, that's already a fifth of our entire yearly output. Why can't it be mass-produced? Minma asked. Let me explain, Earthbee said, adjusting his glasses. Chakra royal jelly is produced by the queen bee, but each hive only has 1 queen, and it takes a long time for a queen to mature. The window for collecting royal jelly is very short, so the yield is extremely limited. I see. So that's how it is, Minma replied, rubbing his chin. But that's a problem we can solve. What? Impossible. Even our Kamikaku clan hasn't found a way. How could you possibly solve it? Earthbee was skeptical. I can't, but the Aburame clan can, Minma said, casting his gaze toward Shino. That's right. Shino stepped forward to explain. Our Aburame clan has developed a new method of breeding insects. It greatly shortens the wait time for reproduction and increases their numbers. It should work for bees as well. That's wonderful, Bee exclaimed, brightening at the news. Exactly, and if we offer the first leader's secret manual to Konoha, our admission into the village is practically guaranteed. Earthbee added, overjoyed, but Minma quickly doused their excitement. Don't celebrate just yet. Bee looked over, puzzled. Why would the Aburame clan teach you their breeding techniques? Minma said coldly. Don't forget, you two have a deep blood feud. That's true. The Aburame clan has no reason to share their breeding secrets with us. Does that mean even this plan won't work? And besides, Minma continued, even if the Aburame clan is willing to teach you, all that guarantees is your right to settle in the village. It won't revive your Kamikaku clan. He's right. Our goal isn't just to find a home in Konoha. We want to restore the honor of the Kamikaku clan. Is there truly no way forward? The Hornet was deeply disappointed. That feeling of having hope dangled before you, only to be plunged into despair, was simply unbearable. Well, that's what comes from the Earthbee being a few years older. He's seen a bit more of the world. With a calm composure, he adjusted his glasses and said, You must have a solution, sir. Otherwise, you wouldn't have said so much to us. You're right, Minma replied with a gentle smile. I do have a way. Not only can I persuade the Aburame clan to willingly teach you their insect cultivation technique, but I can also help revive the Divine Crane clan. We will be most grateful for your guidance, the Earthbee said sincerely. Minma did not answer at once. Instead, he turned to look at Shino. Shino, do you want a wife or not? If you do, just say the word, and I'll bring one to you right away. Rather than responding to the Earthbee's question, Minma asked in return, in your opinion, what is the most important thing for reviving the Divine Crane clan? The Earthbee and the Hornet exchanged glances, puzzled by Minma's question. Still, they attempted to answer. The Hornet hesitated, then said, Is it great strength? With enough power, we can ensure the clan's safety and achieve its revival. But the Earthbee had another view. I believe its heritage. With a complete legacy, our clan won't be washed away by the tides of history. Minma shook his head. No wonder the Divine Crane clan had declined. Turns out, they didn't even understand what was truly vital for a shinobi clan. May I ask what your insight is, sir? The Earthbee asked earnestly. I wouldn't call it insight, just some personal thoughts, Minma replied modestly. Then he continued. In my view, there's only one crucial factor for a clan's revival. People. What you both said was not wrong, but it wasn't the whole picture. How is great strength manifested? When you have more people, your power naturally grows. And how is a complete legacy preserved? It depends on generation after generation of people. So, in my opinion, to achieve the revival of the Divine Crane clan, your top priority should be to increase your clan's numbers. Both the Earthbee and the Hornet were taken aback by Minma's words. They had never considered the question of population. In their minds, even though the Divine Crane clan was small, every member was an elite, each burning with the desire to restore their clan's former glory. But Minma's words made them realize that a clan's strength was not just about individual prowess or unbroken heritage. It also required enough people to support it. Only with sufficient numbers could a force become truly formidable, and only then could more individuals shoulder the responsibilities and mission of the clan. The Earthbee and the Hornet fell silent, contemplating Minma's suggestion. They began to understand that the road to reviving the Divine Crane clan would not be easy, and it would require effort from every one of them to achieve this goal. Minma looked at them, smiling as he spoke. The population of your clan cannot grow overnight, and the revival of the Divine Crane clan is not something that can be achieved in an instant. So I have a solution that can help your clan join Konoha. and also allow the Aburame clan to teach you the secret art of insect cultivation. Upon hearing this, Defeng and Kei Feng's spirits lifted. They had finally reached the heart of the matter. Their eyes widened as they fixed their attention on Myanmar. Myanmar glanced back at Shino, then turned to the two and said, "The young man behind me, the one wearing sunglasses, is the son of the current Aburame clan leader and the future head of their clan." "So what? What does this have to do with us?" Kei Feng asked. Myanmar gave a slight smile. If the Divine Crane clan and the Aburame clan were to form a marriage alliance, then both the secret insect cultivation arts and the path to your clan's revival would be within easy reach. What? Absolutely not. Kei Feng was first taken aback, then furious, and immediately refused. How could the Divine Crane clan ever marry into the Aburame clan? We've been bitter enemies for generations. Shino chimed in from the side. That's right, Myanmar. What nonsense are you talking about? Even if we put aside the hatred, there's no way the Aburame clan would ever marry into the Divine Crane clan. How could a pheasant hope to pair with a phoenix? Watch your mouth. Who are you calling a pheasant? Kei Feng shouted at Shino, bristling with anger. Whoever agrees to this, that's who. Shino retorted with a contemptuous shrug. Give up on that idea right now. Our Divine Crane clan would sooner marry pigs or dogs than marry into your Aburame clan. Kei Feng snapped, fuming. As if the Aburame clan would want to marry any of you in the first place. Shino replied with a cold laugh. As the two continued trading barbs, Myanmar's expression remained calm and unperturbed. He spoke in a gentle tone. The enmity between the Divine Crane clan and the Aburame clan was born from events in the past. But that doesn't mean we can't change things now. If the two clans were to unite by marriage, not only could the old hatred be laid to rest, but both clans would become stronger. The Divine Crane clan would gain a safe haven to thrive, and the Aburame clan would acquire the secret insect arts of the Divine Crane. No matter how you look at it, it's a win-win situation. In any case, I absolutely refuse to agree. Defeng, you feel the same way, don't you? Kei Feng crossed her arms and huffed indignantly. Finally, Defeng spoke up. If the two clans did marry, whose family name would the children take? What? Kei Feng was stunned by her companion's unexpected response. What children? Defeng, what are you talking about? Ignoring Kei Feng, Defeng stared intently at Myanmar. Myanmar smiled lightly. Just have a few more children. Half can take the Divine Crane name, and the other half can take the Aburame name. Wouldn't that solve the problem? I've even thought of the names for you. Shinha Shin, Shinha Ma, Shinha Shahai, Shinha Wena. What do you think? Aren't they all wonderful names? Dai Bi ignored Myanmar's self-congratulation and turned to look at Sparrow Bee. Nodding, he said, Sparrow Bee, I think this Konoha ninja suggestion is worth considering. Sparrow Bee stared at Dai Bi in disbelief and scolded him in a low voice. Dai Bi, have you lost your mind? The Shinha clan and the Aburame clan have been bitter enemies for generations. Dai Bi shook his head. So many years have passed already. It's time to let old grudges go. And to be honest, it was our clan who started the feud with the Aburame. We were the ones in the wrong. Now is the perfect chance to resolve the hatred between our clans. Besides, the other party is the heir of the Aburame clan. You wouldn't be marrying beneath yourself. Sparrow Bee was left speechless. She never expected that the elder who had always cared for her and heeded her wishes would go against her will at such a crucial moment. What's more, the four of us are all getting old. Our lives have reached their limits. Once we're gone, who will be there to look after you? Dai Bi began to appeal to her emotions. I don't need any of you to take care of me, Sparrow Bee retorted stubbornly. I can rely on myself to make the Shinha clan thrive again. Dai Bi shook his head and sighed. The world is harsh. To merely stand your ground already takes all one's strength. To truly rise above is even harder, almost impossible. And, besides, could you really bear to watch the four of us old folks, after wandering all our lives, end up dying far from home, in some foreign land? Sparrow Bee turned her head away, silent. Dai Bi saw that she was wavering, and turned to Myanmar. In principle, we agree to your proposal. But how can we be sure you're not deceiving us? Myanmar smiled, walked to Shino's side, picked up the container holding the micro-scent bugs, and handed it to Dai Bi. Shino and the others watched in confusion as he spoke. This is our token of sincerity. Take these micro-scent bugs and use them to search for the Shinha clan's secret scroll. Whether you choose to come to Konoha or to join our clans in marriage, it's all up to you. Then, Myanmar dragged the tightly bound Black Bee over and set him down beside Dai Bi. Here's your companion back. Don't worry, he's only unconscious. He'll wake up soon. Myanmar, Shino cried out in alarm. This was the Aburame clan's mission target. How could he just hand him over like that? Shino, trust me on this. For once, Myanmar's voice was stern. But, Shino tried to protest. Shino, I'm the team captain. Myanmar thundered. Idiot. I'm trying to find you a wife here. Don't you get it? Without my interference, you'd probably still be single by the time Boruto's story rolls around. Jinu closed her mouth in angry frustration. Daibi untied the rope binding Black Bee and shook him awake. Black Bee stirred, groaning, and as soon as he caught sight of Minma and the others standing before him, his face went pale with shock. He thought. Their entire group had been captured. Daibi, hurry and take Sparrow Bee and run. I'll hold them off, he blurted out, struggling to rise. Enough, quiet down. The danger is already past. Daibi cut him off, blocking Black Bee, who looked ready to fight to the death. Then, Daibi weighed the fragrant insect in his palm, his expression a complex blend of emotions as he turned to Minma and said, Since you place such trust in us, we are not ungrateful people. May, I ask if you would be willing to travel with us in search of the secret scroll? Our strength is limited, and should we encounter enemies along the way, we might not be able to face them alone. Minma gave a gentle smile. It would be my pleasure. I dare not ask for more. In the days that followed, Minma led his team alongside the three from the Divine Crane clan on the journey to retrieve the secret scroll. When they finally laid hands on it, they discovered a letter left for Sparrow Bee by her grandfather, the former leader of the Divine Crane clan. In the letter, he poured out his longing for Sparrow Bee and the guilt he felt at having to leave her behind. He also expressed the hope that Sparrow Bee and the remaining clan members would let go of their hatred and live their lives in peace. To tell the truth, Sparrow Bee's memories of her grandfather had grown hazy. She'd only been 3 when he led the Divine Crane clan against the Leaf Village. Yet the deep, earnest affection in his words made her nose sting, and she broke down, unable to stop her tears. With a heavy sigh, Daibi stepped forward, handed the secret scroll to Minma, and pleaded softly, Please, take care of Sparrow Bee for me. Take her to the Leaf Village first. Black Bee and I will gather the rest of the clan and follow on our own. Hearing Daibi's words, which felt like the last request of a dying man, Minma could see clearly the resolve in his heart. Old-school shinobi like him valued the honor of their clan above their own lives. Once they found Sparrow Bee a safe place, they would feel they had lived up to the former leader's trust, and then, perhaps, they would lay down all burdens and follow their leader into the beyond. So Minma lowered his voice and said to Daibi, There are turbulent undercurrents within the Leaf Village, and even within the Aburame clan. Unity is not guaranteed. Without the support of the Divine Crane behind her, Sparrow Bee may be in danger in the future. At these words, Daibi's face grew serious, and his eyes shone with a sharp light. Are you certain? Minma did not answer directly. Instead, he said, The Hitaki clan now has only Hitaki Kakashi left. Such words, half revealing and half concealing, immediately put Daibi on his guard. He looked at Minma and said, pausing after each word, I will keep watch. Minma responded with a quiet smile. A few days later, at the Hokage's office in the Leaf Village, Tsunade stared at the mission report Minma had submitted, her head aching with worry. She looked at Myanmar with a strange expression, staring at him for a long while before finally speaking. Myanmar, do you have some sort of special bloodline limit? Why is it that whenever a simple mission is assigned to you, it always ends up becoming incredibly complicated? That's impossible. Lady Tsunade, please don't say things like that. Myanmar protested, sounding a bit aggrieved. Just look at the facts, Tsunade continued. Your very first mission in the Land of Waves, you ended up facing a Jonin from the Land of Water, and even a tailed beast. The mission's rank shot up from C to S. The second time in the Land of Snow, you got caught up in the country's power struggle. Another C-rank mission turned S-rank. The third time was the Chunin exams, and you got pulled into Hiruzen Sarutobi's conspiracy. Not only that, you even faced both the One Tail and the Nine Tails at the same time. The last mission was supposed to be a simple protection job, and yet you encountered the Leaf's rogue ninja, Midori Aoi, and reclaimed the sword of the Thunder God. And now, this time, you were just supposed to find a bug, but you still managed to bring back a whole secret Jutsu clan for Konoha. Myanmar, could you please calm things down a bit? As Hokage, I really can't take much more of this chaos. But I really didn't expect things to turn out like this. Myanmar replied, sounding rather wronged. I'm not blaming you, Tsunade said, waving her hand dismissively. Even though it's been a bit troublesome, all these incidents have ultimately been hugely beneficial for Konoha. Oh, right, there are 2 more things I need to tell you. First, the Aburame clan was very pleased with the outcome of this mission. They voluntarily raised the mission's rank to S. In addition, clan leader Aburame Shibi has invited you to visit their household later, so they can thank you in person. The second thing is that Jiraiya told me that in about a month, he'll be leaving the affairs of the village behind and taking you on a journey across the ninja world for training. It should take about 3 years. So during this next month, aside from your missions, make sure to spend more time with your family and friends, all right? After leaving the Hokage's office, Myanmar headed straight for the Aburame clan's residence. Other matters could wait for now. He absolutely couldn't miss out on this matchmaker's gift. Before he even reached the entrance, he heard a hearty burst of laughter from inside. Myanmar-kun, what an honor it is to have you visit our humble abode. My apologies for not coming out sooner. Ha ha ha. Aburame Shibi appeared, wearing the clan's signature dark glasses and carrying a high-quality replica of Gaara's gourd on his back, coming out to greet him. No sooner had they met than Shibi firmly grasped Myanmar's right hand with both of his, shaking it vigorously. I've heard of your great reputation, Myanmar-kun, but never had the chance to meet you in person. Today, I am fortunate enough to finally welcome you to our home and see you for myself. Just as the rumors say, you are truly a remarkable young man. This torrent of praise made Myanmar blush a little. He quickly brought up his left hand to cover Shibi's hands in return, humbly replying, "Not at all, clan. Leader Aburame, you flatter me. My reputation is nothing more than a trifling matter. The Aburame clan is truly the backbone of the Hidden Leaf village." This was mutual flattery for the sake of business, and as someone who had lived 2 lives, Minma knew how to play along. "Please come in." Aburame Shimi gestured toward the main entrance. "After you." Minma gave a slight bow, extending his hand to invite Shimi in first. Inside the main hall, the principal members had already taken their seats. To the north, occupying the largest section, sat the Aburame clan, led by Shimi and his wife at the head of the table. Seated behind them was Aburame Shino along with other clan members. On the eastern side were the 3 members of the Shinkaku clan, Suzumabachi, Jijibachi, and Kurobachi. Suzumabachi's expression was calm. It seemed he had come to terms with the situation. Once everyone was settled, Aburame Shimi raised his cup and addressed the gathering with a cheerful voice. "I've invited you all here today, mainly for 2 reasons. Or rather, when it comes down to it, it's really just one. First, we celebrate the Shinkaku clan's joining of the Hidden Leaf. Second, we are here to discuss the partnership model between the Shinkaku and Aburame clans for the industrial production of Chakra Royal Jelly. Now, although history has seen some unpleasantness between our 2 clans, we must not let past differences and conflicts keep us from seizing opportunities for cooperation and mutual progress. History cannot be reversed, but we can learn from it and use those lessons to guide our future. Let us hold to the principle of seeking common ground while reserving differences and developing together, respecting each other's uniqueness and diversity. By finding common goals, negotiating our differences, and advancing our cause together, we can build something truly remarkable." Beside him, Madame Aburame discreetly nudged Shimi with her elbow. Without changing her expression, she smiled and whispered, barely audible, through clenched teeth. "Get to the point." Shimi immediately caught her meaning, cut short his speech, and addressed the main agenda directly. "After discussions between our clans, we have decided to establish the Konoha Shinyu Technology Company, dedicated to the research and production of Chakra Royal Jelly. The Aburame clan will contribute funds and insect-rearing expertise in exchange for a 30% share, to be held by me, Shimi, on behalf of the clan. The Shinkaku clan will contribute beekeeping and Chakra Royal Jelly production technology in exchange for another 30%, held by Suzumabachi as clan leader. The Hidden Leaf Village will provide land, holding 30% of the shares, represented by the Hokage's office. Additionally, in gratitude for Lord Namake's Minma's role as mediator in this partnership, the remaining 10% of shares will be given to him personally. Clan leader Aburame, this is far too generous. I appreciate the gesture, but I really can't accept these shares, Minma protested, trying to decline. Shimi waved his hand with a laugh. "Oh, come now, Minma. No need to refuse." "But clan leader Aburame, Minma started to reply, only to be interrupted as Shimi turned to look back at him. Aburame Shimi spoke in a weighty, heartfelt tone. "Minma-kun, if you don't take it, how could we? If we don't take it, how will the Hokage? And if the Hokage doesn't take it, how will you and I ever progress?" In that instant, Minma understood. Aburame Shimi wasn't interested in him personally, but in the Sannin faction standing behind him. If he refused to take the shares, sooner or later they would all be squeezed dry by Konoha. But if he accepted the shares, he'd be obliged to help them withstand the covetous eyes of the Hokage, or more precisely, of Konoha itself. And who could stand against the Hokage? Naturally, it would be Jiraiya, who, like the Hokage, was one of the 3 legendary Sannin. Of course, Orochimaru would have been another strong choice. But now, with his close ties to the Uchiha clan, an alliance was no longer possible. Having worked all this out, Minma gave his agreement. "If that's the case, then I shall gladly accept." With business settled, The evening transitioned into a banquet. Goblets clinked, laughter rang out, and both hosts and guests reveled in the festive scene. During the banquet, Shinkaku the Earthbee approached, raising his cup in a toast as a pretext to ask Minma a question. Lord Namikaze. Just call me Minma, Minma replied with an easy smile. Very well, Minma-kun. May I ask you something? Earthbee seized the opportunity. Of course. Please ask away. I'll answer as best I can, Minma assured him. Earlier, there was talk of a marriage alliance between the Aburame and Shinkaku clans. Why wasn't it brought up at the meeting just now? Earthbee inquired, clearly puzzled. Minma chuckled, then explained, that's precisely where the Aburame chief's wisdom lies. Think about it. If he had publicly proposed and decided on a union between the two clans right then and there, how do you think Shinkaku Queen Bee and Aburame Shino would have reacted? Earthbee mulled it over, then said, I'm not sure about the Aburame boy, but Queen Bee would probably have been strongly opposed. Exactly, Minma concluded. The Aburame chief anticipated this very outcome, which is why he held his tongue. Had he raised it and Shino and Queen Bee started quarreling, the meeting might have ended in chaos. Earthbee nodded thoughtfully, but then added, still, without a marriage alliance, it's hard to believe this partnership will last. For example, among us Shinkaku, if things continue as they are, we might hold back a little in our cooperation. Minma gave him a knowing look. Why must your focus rest solely on Queen Bee and Shino? You must realize, for the Aburame clan, being insect users, marriage and romance have always been thorny issues. You mean to say? Earthbee's eyes widened as understanding began to dawn. Minma continued, there are many ladies and aunts in the Aburame clan who are still unmarried, and just as many older bachelors. If I recall correctly, you, Black Bee, and 2 others in your clan are all still single. So, you don't need me to tell you what to do next, right? Earthbee suddenly understood and raised his glass to Minma, downing the wine in one go as a gesture of thanks. Then, in a hurry, he rushed off to find Shino Aburame to discuss the important matters of life. After Earthbee left, Shino sidled over. Are you satisfied now? Minma looked at him, puzzled. What? You don't think this outcome is good? Why should I have to sacrifice my future happiness for all of this? Shino asked coolly. Minma was surprised. Why would you think that? During the meeting, just now, your father didn't mention anything about a marriage alliance between the two families. Shino glanced at Minma and saw that he truly didn't know. His tone softened a bit. It's what they told me in private. They wanted to spend more time with Suzume and, ideally, marry her into the Aburame clan. That way, the Suzume family shares would become the Aburames as well. Your father really knows how to scheme. Minma couldn't help but exclaim. But what about you? Don't you want the Suzume family shares? Shino shook his head. I don't want to get involved in all this nonsense, especially if it means giving up my own life for it. Minma smiled slightly at his words. He hooked his arm around Shino's neck, pointing at Suzume. Said all that aside, just look at her as a person. What do you think? Shino struggled, but couldn't break free, so he just let Minma hold him. He answered, knowing full well what Minma was getting at. What do you mean? What do I think? Minma looked at Shino with a half-smile, not pressing further, and continued, I mean, do you think she's attractive? Got nice legs. Shino shot Minma a glare, his voice dripping with disdain. Shallow. Superficial. I'm not someone who judges by looks. He pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose and added in a slow, deliberate tone, though I have to admit, those black stockings are pretty nice. Minma was taken aback for a moment. Well, here I thought I was the only one with such thoughts, but it seems even someone like you, with those thick eyebrows and righteous airs, is in the same boat. Minma shook Shino by the neck, and Shino retaliated with a jab to Minma's ribs. After a bout of playful roughhousing, the tension in Shino's heart vanished. Minma let go and asked, all right, enough messing around. Seriously, if you forget all the other factors, what do you think of Suzume as a person? Shino straightened his collar, mussed up by Minma, and said with a sigh, to be honest, I admire and pity her both. I admire her for leading her clan forward at such a young age, and I pity her for carrying burdens she shouldn't have to at her age. So you don't dislike her, right? Minma asked. Shino was puzzled. There's no deep grudge between us. Why would I dislike her? Since you don't dislike her, why not try getting to know her? Minma, encourage him. Set aside your family, your responsibilities, your interests, and your calculations. Just approach her as a beautiful woman, nothing more. Shino seemed to be deep in thought. Boys in adolescence are naturally curious about the opposite sex, and even more so in the ninja world, where children are forced to mature quickly. He looked over at Suzumabachi, who was sitting alone not far away. Her long legs were elegantly wrapped in black stockings, making her all the more striking and alluring. The place around her was filled with noise and excitement, yet she seemed out of place, so much so that one couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for her. Mima noticed Shino staring intently at Suzumabachi and suppressed a chuckle, fanning the flames a bit more. But if you really don't want to, that's fine. I recall you have a cousin named Aburame Torian. I heard. He's young and accomplished, quite powerful, and even served as a close guard to the third Hokage. Most importantly, he's still single. Maybe you should be the one to marry Suzumabachi and form the alliance. Shino instantly grew flustered and blurted out, "No way. Torian's insects are nano-sized and deadly poisonous. Just a touch can kill. There's no way Suzumabachi could marry him." Mima said nothing, watching Shino with an amused half-smile. Shino's face turned red, and he turned away. "I'm done talking to you. I need to go greet the guests now." With that, Shino hurried off in Suzumabachi's direction. Mima watched this scene unfold, a gentle, fatherly smile appearing on his face. The next morning, Mima arrived at the Hokage's office, ready to report to Tsunade about the Aburame and Shinkaku clans starting a company together. He had barely passed the mission assignment desk when he found himself surrounded by a crowd. "Chunin Namikaze, are you here for a mission? Want to team up with us? We're all seasoned Genin and Shunin. We won't slow you down. Namikaze, take me with you. You can have all the mission rewards. Just let me join your squad. Lord Minma, why not team up with us? Our Yako is both beautiful and talented. She's admired you for ages." And so on. Minma had absolutely no idea what was happening. It took all his effort just to squeeze out of the crowd. Once he'd shaken them off, Minma hurried into the Hokage's office. "Lady Tsunade, what's going on with that crowd downstairs? They looked like they were ready to eat me alive," he asked, still a bit shaken. "Oh, you mean you haven't heard?" Tsunade looked up from her paperwork with a sly smile. "Your reputation is spreading fast." "What reputation?" Minma was completely bewildered. "All of Konoha's been talking about you lately. They say there's this newcomer named Namikaze Minma, a real mission prodigy." "A mission prodigy? Where did that come from? I haven't even taken on that many missions." Minma was still confused. "Let me finish." Tsunade continued her explanation. "Legend has it, Namikaze Minma, that you possess a special talent. You can uncover hidden tasks even within the simplest missions, greatly boosting the mission's rank." "Come on, who would actually believe something like that?" Miyama protested in frustration. "Why wouldn't anyone believe it?" Shizun chimed in with a laugh. "Just look at your recent assignments. Haven't they all turned out just like that? Let me count. You've completed 3 S-rank missions alone." "Exactly. And the most impressive part isn't just that the missions got harder and the rankings went up. It's that not a single one of your teammates has ever been hurt. Even when you ran into a tailed beast, you always managed to get everyone out safely. Who wouldn't want a teammate like that?" Tsunade said with a broad smile. "That's easy for them to say. All they see is the reward. They have no idea how nerve-wracking it is. Every time something unexpected happens, I'm on edge, walking on eggshells." Miyama argued, indignant. "All right, enough chatting. Since you're here, take a mission." With a wave of her hand, Tsunade cut off Miyama's complaints. "You can't be serious, Lady Tsunade. I just got back from a mission yesterday." Miyama cried, feeling utterly miserable. At least in his past life's 996 grind, there was a Sunday off. He never imagined life as a ninja would be even tougher. Not even a workhorse in the old farming teams was pushed this hard. "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Tsunade looked up, her expression stern. No, I'll follow Lady Tsunade's orders." Myanmar snapped to attention, instantly adopting a docile attitude. "Good. Here, take a look at this. I picked out this mission for you." Tsunade tossed him a scroll. Myanmar opened it and read aloud. "Find the guardian spirit beast." "That's right," Tsunade explained. "This request came from the village chief of one of the Fire Country's neighboring villages. They want Konoha's help to search for their clan's guardian beast." "Guardian spirit beast?" Myanmar pointed at the photograph of an animal that looked suspiciously like a ferret. "Isn't this just a regular pet?" "Yes, it does look ordinary, but apparently, it's been alive for several hundred years," Tsunade admitted, sounding skeptical herself. Aside from the sages in the 3 great sanctuaries, what animal in the ninja world could live for centuries? That's the mission. It shouldn't be too difficult. So listen up, Myanmar. Don't go stirring up any more trouble. Tsunade warned him seriously. "Come on, what are the odds of things going wrong every single time?" Myanmar waved his hand carelessly, unfazed. "But which Genin squad am I taking along this time? Still Team 8? No, not this time. Shino Aburame's family has some matters to attend to. His father's already arranged for a long leave. Hinata is focused on her gentle fist training. She's apparently reached a critical stage. So Team 8 is unavailable," Tsunade explained. "Oh, that made sense to Myanmar now. Come to think of it, Shino's leave of absence might actually have something to do with him. But wait, Am I forgetting something? Oh well, whatever. Minma stared intently at Tsunade, waiting for her to continue. This time, you'll be carrying out your mission with Team 10. Tsunade announced. Besides the mission itself, Minma, I want you to pay attention to the team's atmosphere as well. It's said that after the Chunin exams, Choji Akimichi has been having some psychological issues. Late at night, along the coast at the border of the Land of Wind, Gaara led his forces and managed to drive back a group of mysterious enemies. Damn it, who on earth are these people? Kankuro growled, having just captured one of the foes with Black Ant. To call them people was a stretch. It was more like they were human-shaped combat puppets. They looked human, wore armor, and wielded weapons, yet they seemed immune to pain or injury, just like the one Kankuro had caught. Despite having taken fatal hits to the heart and spine, it kept fighting the Sand Ninja as if nothing had happened. No idea. They just suddenly appeared at the border and attacked us, reported one of the Land of Wind soldiers. Wait, they're trying to escape, shouted a sharp-eyed Sand Ninja, spotting the enemy's retreat. Over my dead body. You think I'll just let you slip away? Another Sand Shinobi yelled, leading his squad in small boats to give chase. Hey, stop. Come back now. Kankuro shouted after them, but it was already too late. The pitch-black sea loomed like a menacing beast, swallowing the boats of the three Sand Ninja whole. Moments later, the sound of wood splintering echoed from deep beneath the waves. Fire a flare, Gaara commanded from his vantage point. 3 flares shot into the sky, bathing the coastline and the distant sea in brilliant light, bright as day. What is that? Gaara's eyes widened as he gazed out over the water at a massive iron construct. It was a gigantic steel ship, its hull rusted and scarred, towering masts and smokestacks jutting upward, menacing rivets everywhere, a testament to its formidable power. Suddenly, dozens of hatches opened along the ship's side, revealing rows of pitch-black cannons. A thunderous barrage erupted, shells screaming toward the Sand Ninja. Everyone fall back to me, Gaara shouted in alarm. Ninja art, airborne sand shield. A towering wall of sand surged upward, shielding the group. But the hastily formed barrier was no match for the relentless bombardment. In an instant, the sheer force of the explosions shattered the sandy defense. Yet it bought the Sand Ninja precious moments to retreat. They threw all their strength into evasion, scrambling behind Gaara's protection. Shikaku, I'm counting on you. Gaara roared, dropping to one knee and slamming his palms on the ground. Ninja art, shield of Shikaku. A massive sand-formed Shikaku appeared, its brimmed hat casting a shadow as it spread wide its arms, blocking every incoming shell. A thunderous barrage of explosions followed, shaking the earth and sending up towering clouds of dust. Time stretched on in tense silence, with no further sounds disturbing the heavy air. Temari and Gaara exchanged a glance, then unfurled the 3-star fan. Wind style, hurricane. A mighty gale swept across the battlefield, scattering the swirling sand and dust, clearing everyone's field of vision at once. Gaara leapt onto Shikaku's shielded head, scanning the vast ocean beyond. The ironclad warship that once stood tall had vanished without a trace, leaving only rolling waves across the water surface. TCH, so they managed to escape? Kankuro muttered bitterly. Yeah, Gaara replied, his expression grave, giving a small nod. What should we do next? Temari asked. Gaara thought for a moment, then spoke in a low, steady voice. Temari, you take care of the wounded here and report everything that happened to Father. Kankuro and I will pursue the enemy. We can't let them continue to run wild within the Land of Wind. Well, Gaara, you've really matured since coming back from the Leaf Village. Seems it's about time for Dad to pass the Kazekage title to you. Kankuro grinned, walking over and giving Gaara a playful pat on the shoulder. Big brother, if you keep this up, I'm going to get mad. Gaara's face flushed red as he shouted at Kankuro. Ha! Sorry. Kankuro apologized, though his tone was anything but sincere. Near the forest by the hidden Leaf Village, during the day, Minma was leading the 3 members of Team 10, having already caught their mission target, a stoat, and they were now hurrying toward the village where their client awaited, ready to hand over their prize. Shikamaru marched at the head of the group, grumbling as he went, his face covered in scratches left by the feisty stoat. Once we cross this bridge, we'll reach the client's village, Minma announced, stopping before a wooden suspension bridge and glancing toward the small settlement on the far side of the cliff. What are we waiting for? Let's get going. After so many days out, I can't wait to get back to the Leaf. Shikamaru strode forward, stepping onto the bridge without a second thought. Hey, Shikamaru, wait up, Minma called out, reaching to stop him. Suddenly, a sharp crack split the air, the planks beneath the center of the bridge gave way, and Shikamaru, caught off guard, plunged downward. Yeah. Shikamaru's terrified scream echoed through the ravine. Ninja art. Partial expansion jutsu. In the nick of time, Choji's right hand grew and stretched, snatching Shikamaru from midair and pulling him back to safety. Shikamaru, are you okay? Ino asked, concern lacing her voice. That was close. Shikamaru, still shaken, sat down and gulped in air, trying to calm his nerves. Honestly, Shikamaru, you need to be more careful, Choji said, retracting his hand and wiping the sweat from his brow. Shikamaru, next time, follow instructions, Minma admonished sternly. Yeah, got it, Shikamaru replied quickly. Having learned his lesson, this moment, Choji walked up to Minma's side and said in a low voice, Minma, there's something strange about that village. Minma also stared intently at the distant village and replied, Yeah, you noticed it too? That's right. It's already lunchtime, but there isn't a single sign of human activity in the village, Choji analyzed calmly. That's exactly it. Who knows what's happened? Here's the plan, Choji. Switch the team to reconnaissance mode and enter through the front of the village. I'll circle around alone through the forest to the west. Minma ordered. Got it. The three of them quickly set off. Minma also leapt into the trees, heading toward the western side of the village. As he drew near, Minma hid behind a tree trunk, cautiously peering toward the village. What? The scene before him left Minma utterly shocked. The once bustling village had been reduced to ruins, with only crumbling walls and shattered buildings remaining. Choji, what's the situation on your end? Minma asked through his radio earpiece. A sudden scream from Ino pierced through the earpiece. Ino, get out of the way. Choji shouted at the top of his lungs, and immediately afterward, a deafening explosion thundered through. Static crackled on the radio, and Choji's team's voices vanished. Hello, Choji, Minma called out frantically. Damn it. Without wasting a second, Minma rushed in the direction of his teammates. Please, let them be all right. When Minma arrived at their location, he found all three of them struggling under heavy assault. Ino was barely holding her own against a giant wielding an enormous sledgehammer, dodging with difficulty as danger closed in on her. Choji was locked in a fierce fistfight with another hulking brute. Neither dodged nor flinched, and every punch landed with a solid thud. Shikamaru fared even worse. He'd been grabbed by the ankle by a third strongman, who spun him overhead like a windmill. Seeing this, Minma immediately split off two shadow clones and sent them rushing toward his friends. Rasengan! 3 times in quick succession. With a roar, the 3 armored giants were sent flying, and the shockwaves from the explosion also knocked the others back. With 2 sharp bangs, the shadow clones burst apart from the impact. Minma sprang forward, caught Ino in midair, and gently set her down. Are you all right? Minma asked, filled with concern. Nothing too serious. Good thing you got here when you did. Choji replied, battered and bruised. Just then, the 3 strong men who'd been blasted away by the Rasengan staggered to their feet once more. What's going on? Minma asked in confusion. The attack he just unleashed could have shattered a boulder, yet these guys looked completely unscathed. I don't know. It's like they can't die. Our attacks have no effect at all, Choji said. Immortal, are they? Minma scoffed. I'd like to see just how immortal they really are. He gave his orders crisply. Team 10, formation, Ino Shikicho. Capture 1 alive. Leave the other 2 to me. With those words, Minma raised his hand and flung a kunai wrapped with an explosive tag straight at the enemy farthest to the left. Then, with a Rasengan forming in each hand, he charged at the enemy in the center. There's no enemy a single Rasengan can't take care of, and if there is, then just hit them with another. A deafening explosion shook the air as the explosive tag detonated, blasting one enemy to pieces. The shockwave sent another stumbling, completely off balance. Seizing the moment, Minma slammed both Rasengan into the enemy's face. With a sickening crash, the enemy's head was blown clean off. Just then, the third enemy raised a spiked hammer high, bringing it down on Minma with relentless force. Ninja art, partial expansion jutsu. Choji's right hand grew huge and shot forward, grabbing the enemy's wrist in a vice-like grip. Shadow imitation technique, success. Shikamaru dropped to one knee as a shadow stretched from beneath him, reaching the enemy's feet and locking him in place. Secret technique, mind transfer jutsu. Ino formed a heart sign with her hands toward the enemy, then slumped limply to the ground. Moments later, the enemy lowered his hammer and collapsed with a heavy thud. Minma hurried back to his teammates and reached out to help Ino up. She slowly regained consciousness, her face clouded with confusion. Ino, are you all right? Who are these people? Choji asked anxiously. With Minma's support, Ino stood unsteadily, hesitating before answering. I don't know. There's no consciousness inside them at all. It's as if they're just puppets. That's impossible. Even puppets need a puppeteer, and they can't be controlled from far away. Choji refused to accept Ino's conclusion. Ino's right, Minma declared, stepping over to the two enemies he had just felled. Whether it was the severed limbs lying on the ground or the exposed cross-sections of their bodies, they all resembled plastic. No trace of blood at all. What on earth are these things? Choji picked up one of the enemy's arms and examined it closely. I'm afraid we're about to find out, Minma muttered, turning his gaze toward the depths of the forest. Wait, who's there? Choji called out warily, glancing back over his shoulder. From the shadows of the forest, a figure emerged slowly. He wore a suit of silvery white armor that covered his entire body, a half-helm of matching color on his head, and a pale blue silk cape draped across his shoulders. Heavy metal boots clad his feet, and a short sword hung at his waist, a classic image of a medieval knight. What's going on? Since when did the world of Naruto get invaded by fantasy elements? Minma eyed the knight warily, stepping forward and shouting, Are you the leader of this group? The man said nothing. He simply stretched out his right hand, thumb raised, then twisted his arm and pointed forcefully downward in a silent gesture of challenge. TCH, trying to provoke us? Minma drew a kunai and spoke to his teammates. Stay on your guard. He raised his kunai and charged at the knight. Steel clashed against steel as kunai met short sword, sending sparks flying with every blow. Suddenly, the knight seized an opening and swept, his sword in a wide arc, forcing Minma back. TCH, has my taijutsu gotten rusty from lack of training? Minma held the kunai in a reverse grip across his chest, thinking to himself. With a powerful swing, the knight's short sword suddenly extended in length. Countless streams of green energy gathered, clinging to the blade like living flames. What is this? Minma watched intently, wary of the strange green energy that was nothing like chakra. With a thunderous roar, the knight raised his long sword and swept it downward. Waves of green energy surged forth like serpentine dragons, barreling straight toward Minma. Such an obvious attack. Who do you think you're dealing with? Minma spun and leapt, slipping through the onslaught at the very last moment, closing in on his foe. Rasengan! Minma vaulted high, the swirling orb of chakra in his hand, and drove it toward the knight's face. Thunder, God lightning! The knight bellowed, raising his long sword in a blazing arc, slashing down at Minma. A deafening boom erupted as two forces of completely different nature collided, unleashing a violent explosion and a burst of fire. Minma was blasted backward, skidding across the ground on his heels, coming to a halt just in front of Choji and the others. The knight, meanwhile, was hurled by the explosion, tumbling off the mountainside and vanishing into the depths below. Minma and his companions rushed to check, but the knight's figure had already disappeared into the chasm. What do we do now? Choji asked. The client's village has been destroyed, and it's unlikely he survived. We should return to Konoha and report everything to Lady Tsunade. Since this was an unforeseen circumstance beyond our control, I doubt the mission will be counted as a failure, Minma analyzed coolly. I guess that's all we can do, Choji replied with a sigh. Just then, disaster struck. A deafening rumble echoed from the distant valley, and the ground beneath Minma's feet began to tremble. What's going on? The group quickly jumped into the trees, looking toward the source of the commotion. In the valley far ahead, a colossal metal construct burst through the mountains, rumbling toward the ruined village. What is that thing? Choji's face turned grim. It's enormous, Shikamaru murmured in awe. What should we do? Ino asked, turned to Minma. Minma pondered for a moment. It doesn't look friendly. Here's the plan. Choji, you head back to Konoha and request reinforcements. I'll take Shikamaru and Ino to scout ahead. Why am I the one heading back for reinforcements? Choji protested, feeling underestimated. Minma, used to dealing with headstrong teammates, replied smoothly, I need to lead the team. Ino's combat ability is limited, and she might be in danger if we run into enemies. As for Shikamaru, do you really expect him to explain what's happened here, clearly with his particular way of thinking? So don't think I'm looking down on you. In fact, I'm entrusting the lives of all three of us to you. Choji, whether we make it back safely is entirely up to you. Ding Ci wore a grave expression, feeling the heavy weight of responsibility on his shoulders, but he accepted the task without hesitation. After watching Ding Ci depart, Myanmar turned to Ino and Shikamaru and said, let's go. We'll take a detour to the bottom of the cliff and see if we can find that person's body and gather some clues. The two nodded and followed Myanmar toward the base of the cliff. As the saying goes, looking at a mountain can tire a horse to death. The same was true for the cliff. It took the three of them most of the day to finally reach the bottom. By then, evening had already fallen. After a brief discussion, Myanmar and the others decided to find a place to camp for the night. They made their way upstream along the small river at the foot of the cliff, searching for a suitable clearing to pitch their tents. Suddenly, Myanmar noticed black smoke rising ahead and quickly warned the others, something's not right. Stay alert. The three immediately concealed themselves and crept cautiously toward the source of the smoke. Peeking out from behind a large boulder, they saw a sprawling river valley before them, where a vast merchant caravan was busy under the setting sun. The men were setting up camp and organizing goods, women fetched water and washed clothes by the river, while children chased each other in playful games. Shouts and laughter mingled with the snorts of oxen and horses, filling the air with the sounds of life. It was a scene of peace and harmony. Myanmar waved his hand, signaling the others to lower their guard. He then led them forward, and under the curious gazes of the caravan members, they sought out the leader. The leader was an old man with graying hair, sparse teeth, age spots covering his face, and a pair of willow leaf-shaped mustaches. The old man greeted them warmly, and, upon learning they too were looking for a campsite, promptly invited them to rest with the caravan. After a polite refusal, Myanmar gladly accepted the invitation. He used a kunai to catch several large fish from the river as a gift for the caravan, and the group was immediately welcomed as honored guests. Having eaten and drunk their fill, the three sat beside the caravan leader, ready to glean information. I'm the elder of this caravan. My name is Keksaik. We travel with the seasons, so most people call us wanderers. We journey between nations for trade, and some folks call us traveling merchants. The elder spoke freely, revealing the caravan's background without reservation. Myanmar and his companions listened attentively and responded thoughtfully, always striking just the right chords to delight Keksaik, which made their conversation all the more lively, often punctuated by hearty laughter. Just then, the ferret in Shikamaru's bag suddenly grew restless, gnawing open the button and wriggling free before darting straight toward Keksaik. Careful! Myanmar quickly grabbed it by the scruff, afraid it might bite the elder. Naruto Keksaik's expression suddenly changed as he reached out both hands toward the ferret. Hearing the old man call its name, the white ferret twisted its body with all its might, breaking free from Minma's grip. It scurried up Kashiko's sleeve and settled down on his shoulder. You know this ferret? Minma asked in surprise. This isn't just a ferret, it's the guardian beast of our clan, Nalugwi, Kashiko explained, gently stroking the animal as he spoke. But that's strange, because the village chief from the mountaintop hamlet hired us to find this very creature. If I remember correctly, he also said this ferret was their guardian beast, Minma said, still puzzled. Oh, is that so? Then that must make you ninja from the Hidden Leaf, doesn't it? Kashiko replied with a chuckle. A few days ago, when we passed through the Hidden Leaf, we did put out a request. Since our clan is always on the move, we arranged to meet at the mountaintop village. That place is our ancestral land. Even as traveling merchants, we have a place to call home. I have to say, you Leaf Ninja are truly impressive. You managed to bring Nalugwi back before we'd even arrived. Minma and Ino exchanged glances before turning back to Kashiko. I'm afraid I have some bad news to share, Minma said. We just came down from the mountain today, and your village, it's gone. It's been destroyed. What? Kashiko was stunned. What on earth happened? Minma shook his head. We don't know all the details. All we know is that some mysterious group attacked your village, and now there's nothing left but ruins. We were attacked by them as well, so we couldn't investigate the casualties. I am sorry. With a look of deep sorrow, Kashiko waved his hand. It's all right. Everyone from our village left with me, so thankfully no one was hurt. But who were those people? Why destroy our homes? Relieved, Minma and the others let out a silent sigh. At least no one had been injured. Just then, the ferret on Kashiko's shoulder suddenly stood up on its forepaws, lifted its nose, and sniffed the air in all directions. Without warning, it leapt down and darted off in a single bound. Nalugwi, Kashiko called out, reaching to catch it, but the creature had already disappeared with a flurry of quick hops. Don't worry, we'll bring it back for you, Minma said with a smile. Following the direction the ferret had run, Minma and the others chased it into a tent. Inside, a blond boy lay on a cot, his body wrapped head to toe in bandages. The ferret had curled up beside him. Minma, look over there. Ino, ever observant, pointed to a neatly folded suit of armor by the boy's side. It's him. Minma's expression darkened slightly. This was the very knight who had challenged him earlier, and whom he'd knocked off the cliff. Minma waved his hand, signaling to Ino not to make a sound. As for Shikamaru, he hadn't noticed a thing. Before long, Keksaik stumbled in, breathless. When she saw the white ermine lying safely beside the blond boy, she let out a long sigh of relief. Thank goodness, Narugwi. Myanmar asked calmly. Old man, who is this person? Why is he so badly injured? Keksaik sighed and replied, I don't know either. This afternoon, while we were setting up camp, we saw him drifting down the river. We rescued him and bandaged his wounds. Oddly enough, though his injuries were severe, the boy's recovery has been remarkable. By now, he's almost completely healed. Myanmar nodded, picked up the white ermine, and tossed it into Keksaik's arms, following him out of the tent. Once everyone was outside, Myanmar exchanged a look with Ino. Ino nodded, grabbed Keksaik, and quickly led him away from the scene. After making sure there were no members of the caravan nearby, Myanmar pulled out an explosive tag, wrapped it around the handle of a kunai, and hurled it into the tent. With a thunderous boom, the tent was swallowed up by a huge burst of fire. The caravan members cried out in shock, all eyes turning toward the explosion. At that moment, Keksaik came running over, shouting angrily, Konoha Shinobi, what are you doing? Staring intently at the blazing flames, Myanmar replied coldly without turning his head. The person you rescued is the very one responsible for destroying your village. What? Keksaik stared at the devastation before him, unable to believe it. I know you're not dead. Come out now. Myanmar shouted toward the burning wreckage. A sudden burst of energy erupted within the flames, scattering embers and setting nearby tents ablaze. The caravan members screamed and ran in all directions, chaos erupting all around. This is bad. Myanmar's expression changed. He quickly gave the order, Shikomaru, Ino, help the caravan put out the fire. Amidst the flames, a knight clad in heavy armor emerged, moving slowly forward. Myanmar readied his kunai and charged at him. With a sharp whoosh, the knight swung his sword, sending streaks of energy shooting toward the caravan members. Bastard! Myanmar's eyes flashed with fury. He clasped his hands together and formed a series of seals. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. With a succession of pops, countless Myanmar clones appeared everywhere, rescuing the caravan members in the nick of time. Taking advantage of the chaos, the knight escaped, leaping onto a massive boulder in the distance. He waved at Myanmar with blatant provocation. Damn it! Myanmar set down a small child and dispelled his clones, then dashed after the fleeing knight. He had no idea how long he chased him, but gradually, thick mist began to rise all around. The knight's pace slowed, and seeing this, Myanmar hurried to close the distance. A towering shadow loomed faintly through the thick mist, reaching high into the clouds. Who are you? What exactly do you want? Myanmar demanded sharply. The young knight said nothing in response. Instead, he replied lightly, If you have the courage, then follow me. With that, he dashed into the swirling fog. Myanmar hurried after him. As he drew closer, Myanmar realized that the massive silhouette he'd glimpsed earlier was the same giant steel structure he'd seen that afternoon. Back then, the distance had obscured the details, but now he could see clearly. It was a fortress of iron and steel. Enormous gears turned, towers soared overhead. Even the dense mist around them was nothing but steam billowing out from the fortress itself. Myanmar followed the young knight inside. They passed through grand corridors, rode an elevator, wound left and right through the maze-like passages, and finally entered a vast and splendid hall. The hall was extravagantly decorated, a crimson carpet stretching all the way to the far end. The domed ceiling was inlaid with stained glass, casting beautiful, shifting colors across the room. At the other end of the red carpet sat a massive stone throne, upon which rested a middle-aged man, his face gentle as he read a book. Lord Hyde, the young knight, removed his helmet and approached, dropping to one knee before the man. Oh, Tim-san, you've returned. The man closed his book with a smile. He gripped the armrest and rose to his feet, giving Myanmar a full view of his appearance. This Lord Hyde wore white gloves on his right hand, a flowing purple cape draped over his shoulders, and a monocle perched over his left eye. His long brown hair was topped with a tall, imposing hat. He smiled with an air of warmth and kindness, turning to the young knight named Tim-san. Welcome back. Yet for some reason, Myanmar felt a deep unease as he looked at this man. The smile seemed warm, but it held no true warmth at all. A phrase came to his mind. Wang Mang was ever so humble before he usurped the throne. That's right, before Sarutobi Hiruzen became Hokage, he wore that very same smile. A surge of wariness rose in Minma's heart. Just then, Lord Hyde turned his gaze to Minma, smiling as he spoke. You must be the one. Tim-san contacted me before, said you possess a special power within you. Tim-san stood, replying, Let me show you right now. With that, he drew his short sword and lunged at Minma in a sudden attack. Minma quickly flipped backward, dodging the strike, and drew a kunai, holding it defensively before his chest. That's enough, Tim-san. Cease this pointless fight. Hyde raised his hand to stop him. But Tim-san protested, words trailing off. Hyde shook his head, his expression turning grave. No, that's enough. War brings nothing but sorrow. He slowly descended from the dais, pulled out a small device, and pressed it. A mechanical rumble sounded behind Minma. He turned to look and saw the far wall of the hall rising, revealing the vast landscape beyond the fortress. Hyde stepped forward slowly and said, "We travel in pursuit of an ideal nation, a land without war, where the weak are never bullied." Ideal nation? Minma asked in a low, somber voice. Yes, our homeland lies on a distant continent, forever torn by war. Wars, no matter the era, are always ugly and tragic. They bring misery to all and force people to lose their homes. Temujin is one of those who suffered. As a child, Temujin survived the ravages of war. I made up my mind. I would create a world without conflict. I want to protect those without strength. That is my ideal nation, the utopia I dream of. Over the years, I've traveled far for this dream, gathering companions. People have joined me, and others have fallen along the way. But thankfully, we are now closer than ever to our goal. So, young man, will you lend me your strength? Minma looked at him with a blank expression. Is that why you keep hurting others? Was it you who destroyed the little village near the hidden leaf? Hyde shook his head with a sorrowful, almost compassionate air. To build the ideal nation, sacrifices like these are unavoidable. Minma gave a cold snort. I once heard a saying, anything that demands human sacrifice in the name of a cause is evil. So I'm sorry, I can't forgive what you've done. Is that so? Hyde replied with a faint smile. It seems there's much misunderstanding between us. How about this? Stay for a few days. We can talk things through properly. Minma's face grew even colder. What? If you can't persuade me, you'll force me to stay. Is that how all your so-called companions joined you? Hyde's mouth opened slightly as if to argue. But before he could respond, a woman in deep blue armor burst into the room, panic in her voice. Lord Hyde, terrible news. The fleet we sent to the Land of Wind. The entire force has been wiped out. What? Temujin spun on his heel and dashed outside. Sensing his chance, Minma quickly hurled a smoke bomb to the ground. With a sharp bang, a cloud of purple smoke billowed through half the hall. Hyde waved his hand and pressed a button. The hall's ventilation system whirred to life, and before long, the smoke was cleared away. But Minma was nowhere to be seen. Hyde's expression darkened as he turned to the woman who'd run in. We have no choice. Case, I want you to take care of something for me. Find a merchant caravan. That's sheltered Temujin. Interrogate their leader. Get all the information you can about the ruins. Then, eliminate everyone in that caravan. Leave no survivors. Inside the fortress, Minma used the transformation jutsu to disguise himself as a burly soldier, blending seamlessly with the main force and escaping from the stronghold with ease. That it was simply because they had never witnessed a ninja's skills, and those mass-produced muscle men were lacking in intelligence that allowed Minma to escape so easily. Following the group of burly men at a brisk run, Minma arrived at a southern beach in the Land of Fire. It looked as if a great battle had taken place here. A towering metal warship lay stranded at an angle on the sand, with streams of fine sand trickling continuously from its damaged hull. Sand release, sand waterfall, funeral. Before Minma could approach the warship, he heard a familiar voice. At the same time, the sand beneath his feet began to behave like a swamp, threatening to swallow him whole. Quickly, Minma channeled chakra to his feet, breaking free from the sand's grasp and leaping into the air. Gaara, wait. It's me, Minma. While still airborne, Minma saw a massive wave of sand surging toward him. He hurriedly dispelled his transformation technique and shouted loudly. Huh! Came a startled exclamation. The sand slowed immediately, changing direction to cushion Minma's landing. Using the sand as a springboard, Minma propelled himself onto the damaged metal warship. Minma, what are you doing here? Gaara leapt down from above and landed in front of him. Brushing the sand off his clothes, Minma replied, I was chasing an enemy and ended up here. Did you see him? A blonde youth in knight's armor. He destroyed one of Konoha's villages with those things you just saw. A knight? Do you mean the group that attacked us a few days ago? Gaara frowned. What? You were attacked too? Minma asked in surprise. Yes, Gaara explained. They appeared out of nowhere a few days ago and launched an assault on the Land of Wind. We were caught off guard and suffered heavy losses. Some villages that got caught up in the chaos were completely wiped out. Just as I thought. A bunch of hypocrites, Minma said, his expression cold. Boom! Just then, as Gaara and Minma were talking, a deafening explosion erupted overhead. Kankuro was sent flying out of a cloud of black smoke, barely managing to fend off attacks from two women and a man, clearly struggling to hold his own. Hey, Gaara, quit chatting over there. I can't hold out much longer. Kankuro shouted desperately. Gaara and Minma hurried over to assist. Gaara, I'll take on the young man. Leave those two women to you and Kankuro. Minma called out. After all, it made sense to pick the easier opponents. Compared to unknown enemies, it was safer to face the ones he'd beaten before. Minma pulled out several shuriken and hurled them at Temsun. With no room to dodge in midair, Temsun extended his left arm, the armor unfolding. Like a windmill into overlapping metal plates, forming a small shield that blocked all the projectiles. But this forced him down to the ground. With a thunderous crash, Kankuro smashed through the ship's decking and tumbled into the interior, closely pursued by a woman clad in green armor. Gaara raised his hand, sending up a great cloud of sand to block another woman clad in purple armor who was trying to enter. All right, now it's one-on-one. Minma cracked his knuckles, a fierce grin spreading across his face as he strode toward Temsun. Temsun said nothing, turning instead to slip into the ship's interior. Minma's grin faltered for a moment before he quickly followed after. At the same time, Gaara confronted his opponent. Give yourselves up. You have no chance of escaping. Tangling with us will only make you a nuisance, the woman across from him replied with a cold sneer. Her name was Lank. She had fair skin, chestnut hair that fell to her shoulders with straight-cut bangs, and the ends of her hair curled out slightly behind her. Two slender locks framed her chest. Underneath, she wore a black sleeveless bodysuit and long black gloves, covered by a suit of striking purple knight's armor. Blue accents gleamed at the collar, wrists, belt buckle, and toes of her armor. Cylindrical protrusions flanked her shoulder guards, and she wore a cape, white on the inside, vivid red on the outside. Gaara shook his head and, with a wave, summoned a massive tide of sand. It surged toward Lank like the swell of the ocean. Lank lifted both arms high above her head, palms pressed together, then abruptly tore them apart. Dazzling arcs of electricity crackled between her hands. Lightning tornado. Two blinding bolts of lightning snapped forth like whips, lashing toward Gaara with breathtaking speed. Gaara stood unmoving, as sand continuously welled up around him to block the oncoming lightning. Seeing this, Lank shifted the direction of her attack, sending the bolts arcing toward the ship above Gaara's head. A harsh, grating screech split the air as lightning sliced off a massive chunk of the hull, sending it hurtling down toward Gaara. With a deafening crash, the wreckage slammed to the deck, sending clouds of dust billowing skyward. When the dust finally cleared, Gaara stood unharmed, shielded within a sphere of sand. Lank scowled inwardly at the sight, biting her lip in frustration before charging at Gaara with renewed speed. Gaara raised his right hand, fingers curled into a claw, and called out sand drizzle. Countless grains of sand shot forth like a storm of needles, hurtling toward Lank. Unfazed, Lank spread her hands before her chest, conjuring a gleaming, transparent hemispherical shield. She let out a peal of laughter. Little boy, you'll have to do better than that against me. With a swift motion, she clenched her right hand. The shield before her twisted, then launched forward in a burst of lightning, blasting straight at Gaara. Gaara's sand drizzle crumbled, the grains falling harmlessly to the ground. Lank grinned playfully. What's wrong, little one? Don't stop now. Keep playing with me. With those words, she raised her right hand, seized a bolt of lightning, and smashed it forcefully to the ground. The crackling energy tore through the earth like a giant serpent, winding its way furiously toward Gaara. Enormous arcs of lightning surrounded Gaara, colliding with his sand in a thunderous explosion. When the light faded, Gaara lay motionless on the ground, his fate uncertain. Meanwhile, Kankuro had fallen into dire straits of his own. Because of a moment's carelessness, he fell prey to the enemy's illusion. This illusion was completely different from the jinjutsu used by ninjas. It could not be dispelled by simply disrupting the chakra flow within his body. Within the illusion, he sometimes found himself plummeting endlessly into darkness, sometimes struggling as if he were drowning. At one moment, everything before his eyes was pitch black. The next, he was engulfed by dazzling colors so vivid they seemed unreal. At times, serpent-like creatures would emerge from within his body and sink their fangs into his limbs, only to be devoured whole by dragon-like beasts in the next instant. Watching as her foe became utterly lost in the depths of her illusion, the female knight, named Camilla, advanced with a cruel grin. She reached out and wrapped her hands around Kankuro's throat. Kankuro was completely immobilized, his face turning red and then purple as he teetered on the brink of suffocation. Meanwhile, Minma pursued Temsun into a dimly lit room. Scattered across the floor were strange, spherical devices, and inside each one lay a child of 12 or 13, their lifelessness unmistakable. Witnessing this scene, Minma's expression grew dark as storm clouds. He fixed Temsun with an icy glare and demanded coldly, Is this the paradise you seek? Tempson's face remained unchanged as he replied, great things cannot be achieved without sacrifice. Besides, to give one's life for an ideal, surely that is the highest honor they could know. Ideal. Minma's voice was chilling. Where is the honor in this? What do you take these lives for? Are they just bargaining chips to fuel your ambition? Minma's tone was as cold as death itself as he stared at Tempson. I told you, these are sacrifices that must be made. Tempson shot back. Minma's eyes narrowed, his voice like the edge of a blade. And who gave you the right to decide whether these sacrifices are necessary? Tempson fell silent, unable to answer. Minma pressed on, his voice even colder. Is this willingness to die for your ideals something these children chose for themselves, or something you forced upon them? Tempson bristled as if mortally insulted and roared. Don't underestimate us. Every one of us is prepared to make that sacrifice. And what makes you think you can speak for them all? Minma asked quietly. Tempson clenched his jaw and said nothing. In that moment, a memory flashed before his eyes. A child, trembling with fear at the thought of becoming a mass-produced weapon, desperately resisting as Camilla forced him into one of the devices. Seeing the change in Tempson's expression, Minma understood. He drew a kunai, his words cold and full of deadly intent. Then, for the sake of peace in the shinobi world, let your sacrifice begin here. With those words, Minma brandished his kunai and charged at Tempson like a cannonball unleashed. Ranka strode forward, gazing disdainfully at Gaara's prone form on the ground. With a mocking smile, he sneered, Little brother, even when given a chance, you're still useless. He had barely finished speaking when suddenly, countless grains of sand surged up from the ground, morphing into a giant hand that seized Ranka by the ankle. What? Rank struggled with all her might, but there was no way to break free. Sand surged up her ankles, climbing higher and higher, swiftly wrapping around her limbs and torso, binding her tight. With a sharp crack, the Gaara lying on the ground shattered like a piece of pottery, crumbling into sand. You've never fought a ninja before, have you? Not far away, Gaara stepped out from the shadows, speaking in a calm, flat tone. It turned out that, just before Rank's lightning strike had hit, Gaara had instantly used a sand clone to avoid the attack. Damn it, let me go. Only Rank's head was still exposed. She thrashed and shook, struggling desperately. Gaara shook his head and extended his right hand, commanding the sand to envelop her head as well. Then his fingers tightened. Sand coffin. Wait, something felt wrong. Gaara stared at the sand-wrapped Rank, his eyes narrowing with suspicion. Suddenly, countless sparks of electricity burst from the sand, accompanied by a furious crackling. The sand-binding Rank exploded outward. Bathed in lightning, Rank threw back her head and let out a wild howl as her body began to transform. Her arms, legs, and torso twisted and stretched, growing thick and massive. Before Gaara's eyes, her head contorted and jutted forward, morphing into a grotesque, ape-like visage. The once beautiful, fiery knight had turned into a hulking, monstrous brute. So you gain power by forcing your body to mutate? Gaara's expression grew grave. He summoned a tidal wave of sand, sending it crashing down to engulf her completely. Sparks erupted everywhere, the air filled with the relentless crackle of electricity. Around monstrous Rank, lightning formed a protective sphere, shielding her from all sides. No matter how much sand poured in, it couldn't get close. With a savage grin, the monstrous Rank jeered. It's useless. Your sand is no match for my lightning. Is that so? Gaara's face remained unchanged. Lightning surged around Rank as she charged straight at Gaara. Gaara shook his head, dropping to one knee with his hands pressed against the sandy ground. Sand prison burial. The sand beneath their feet began to swirl like a massive whirlpool. Rank leaped high, tried to escape its pull, but Gaara summoned vast quantities of sand from all directions, aiming to wrap her up again. Though the lightning kept the sand from binding her, the sheer weight of the sand alone was enough to force her back down into the swirling vortex. Ayaya! Rank screamed in agony as the sand whirlpool swallowed her whole, dragging her hundreds of meters below the surface, with a crushing pressure ground her to pieces. Hearing her screams, Camilla froze in shock. Kankuro seized the moment, reaching out to grab her wrists, which were still locked around his own throat. A mechanical whirring echoed as Kankuro's jaws slowly opened, gears grinding beneath the surface. Suddenly, 3 kunai shot from his mouth, hurtling straight toward the immobilized Camilla. Camilla was startled. She triggered her secret art, transforming into a swarm of bats that burst free from their restraints and dodged the attack. The illusion shattered on its own. The bats gathered in the distance and reformed into her human shape. But Camilla's appearance had changed drastically. Her hair had turned white, the whites of her eyes disappeared, leaving her irises a solid crimson. Her mouth widened, revealing sharp, beast-like fangs, while her skin had turned pitch black. From her hair emerged long, animalistic ears, and her hands, together with her cloak, had merged into blue-green, leathery bat wings. The armored parts of her outfit were now covered in white fur, and a long, black tail had sprouted behind her. She looked every bit a giant bat. Hovering in midair, she gazed in Kankaro's direction. Suddenly, grains of sand trickled down Kankaro's face as his form fell away, revealing a puppet crow. Taking advantage of the chaos, Kankaro had freed himself from the illusion and now circled out from behind the puppet, a cold grin on his lips as he glared at Camilla. Camilla clenched her teeth, beat her wings, and fled into the distance. "Don't think you can get away," Kankaro shouted, chasing after her. Meanwhile, the battle between Minma and Temujin had reached a fever pitch. Unsure if the surrounding ship could withstand any more punishment, Minma dared not use his Rasengan, relying instead on close combat with his kunai. Even so, with only taijutsu, Minma kept Temujin firmly on the defensive. If not for Temujin's ruthless fighting style, willing to take a wound to land a blow, Minma would have subdued him. Already, despite this, Minma managed to injure Temujin, and with steady pressure, it was only a matter of time before he captured him. Temujin fought as he retreated, soon finding himself outside on the ship's deck. Minma's eyes lit up. This was just what he had been waiting for. "Rasengan!" Minma cried, thrusting the spiraling sphere at Temujin. Temujin brought his sword up to block, but the force was overwhelming. The blade snapped, and the Rasengan struck his chest, launching him high into the air. At that moment, a humanoid creature swooped in, catching Temujin mid-flight. It was Camilla, having escaped Kankaro's grasp. "Damn it," Minma cursed, slamming his fist against the metal railing in frustration. Once again, they had slipped away. Kankaro and Gaara leapt up, landing beside Minma. "What now? They both got away. How are we going to explain this to the village?" Kankaro said, disappointed. "All right, Gaara, what about your opponent? We can at least bring her body back as proof." Gaara shook his head. 200 meters underground. She's probably nothing but pulp by now. "Damn it. Looks like we have no choice but to keep chasing them," Kankaro grumbled, scratching his head in frustration. "What about you, Minma? What will you do next?" "I'll go regroup with my teammates first, then settle the score with them," Minma replied. "All right then, we'll go on ahead," said Gaara, bidding Minma farewell as he and Kankaro took off in pursuit of Camilla and Temujin to the caravan camp. Shikamaru and Ino were busy helping to organize supplies and treat the wounded. Suddenly, a tremendous commotion echoed from afar. Shikamaru and Ino exchanged a glance, then leapt to a high vantage point to see where the noise was coming from. A woman clad in blue armor was charging toward them, leading the same group of strange individuals who had attacked them before. "Listen up, everyone. The enemy is almost here. If you don't want to die, pick up your weapons and fight," Ino shouted urgently to the caravan members. At her words, the faces of the people in the caravan changed with fear, but many of the men, led by Keksyke, stepped forward, gripping their sticks, ready to defend themselves. Ino turned to Shikamaru and said, "Shikamaru, your shadow binding jutsu can affect a group. Work with the others to hold back those monsters. As for that woman, leave her to me." "Got it," Shikamaru replied, ever obedient and reliable. "Wait, Shikamaru, one more thing," Ino called out, stopping him with a serious tone. "Remember, if you can't hold them back, your own safety comes first." "Understood." Shikamaru nodded firmly. Ino hurled several shuriken at the woman leading the charge, catching her attention. "Oh, there's still some fight left in this caravan? No matter. I'll deal with you first, then interrogate the rest for information," the woman in blue armor sneered, turning her focus to Ino and giving chase. Meanwhile, Shikamaru led the caravan men to intercept the approaching enemies. "Shadow binding jutsu," he called out. In an instant, dozens of pitch-black shadows shot out from beneath Shikamaru's feet, swiftly connecting with the shadows of the strange attackers. Crackling and creaking, the monsters struggled, but found themselves utterly immobilized. "Now's our chance, get them!" Keksyke bellowed, waving his arm. The men behind him surged forward, sticks raised. Face to face with those who had destroyed their homes, the caravan members unleashed all their pent-up fury, swinging their wooden clubs with abandon. They grouped together, striking at the monsters' heads and bodies again and again. "Hurry! I can't hold them much longer." Shikamaru's face flushed red, veins bulging on his forehead from the strain. At his cry, the caravan fighters redoubled their efforts, battering the monsters with renewed urgency. At the same moment, Ino confronted the armored woman, Fonwai, a subordinate of Hade. Ino unleashed a flurry of kunai, but Fonwai dodged each one with agile, fluid movements. Then, in a flash, Phone Y closed the distance, sending a powerful punch toward Ino's cheek. I can't stand women who are prettier than me, she spat. Ino barely managed to block with her arms, but the force of the blow sent her flying. With a heavy crash, the airborne Ino suddenly transformed into a wooden log. What? What kind of trick is this? Phone Y stared in shock as the log tumbled to the ground and rolled a few times. Where did she go? She looked around but couldn't spot Ino anywhere. Since Hato and his group had come from overseas, they had never fought against ninjas before and knew nothing about the body replacement technique. But this posed no difficulty for Fugai. With a slight exertion, her entire appearance began to change. Her pupils turned crimson, her teeth grew sharp, her mouth jutted forward, and her ears became more pointed. Lifting her head, she took a deep breath with her eyes closed, then turned in a particular direction and gave a menacing grin. "I've found you," she proclaimed. With that, she opened her mouth wide and unleashed a piercing scream in that direction. Waves of visible sound shot forward, shattering the stones along their path into dust. Seeing the danger, Ino quickly leapt from her hiding place to dodge the attack. "How amusing!" Fugai bared her sharp teeth in a wicked smile. "You look so frail, yet you can jump that high? Perfect. I'll just capture you and bring you to Lord Hato for a closer look." As she finished speaking, Fugai shot toward Ino like an arrow loosed from a bow. Ino hastily flung a kunai to slow her advance. Fugai simply raised both arms to shield herself. The kunai embedded itself in her arm, but her dense muscles held it fast. "That kind of attack won't work on me. Thanks to the power of the Jello Stone, not only do I recover incredibly quickly, but blades and swords can barely scratch me." "Is that so?" A sly smile played at the corners of Ino's mouth as she raised her fingers in a hand sign. Explode! A thunderous blast echoed out, and a massive ball of fire engulfed Fugai. "I did it!" Ino exclaimed with delight. But just then, a swift figure burst from the smoke and rushed at Ino, landing a heavy punch in her abdomen. Ino's eyes flew wide open as she was sent hurtling backwards by the force of the blow. So many bizarre abilities. Fugai brushed the dust from her clothes and slowly walked toward Ino. Curled up on the ground, Ino struggled desperately to get up, but the searing pain in her stomach left her powerless. Fugai reached her, grabbed Ino by the hair, and hoisted her into the air. Ino winced in agony, her brow furrowed and blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. She gripped Fugai's arm tightly, landing blow after blow. With a loud thud, Fugai flung her aside, smashing her against a large nearby rock. "Stay put right here and behave yourself. I'm going to fetch that old merchant, then I'll take both of you to see Lord Hato." With that, Fugai strode off toward the caravan not far away. Meanwhile, Shikamaru found himself in dire straits as well. The caravan members, gasping for breath, had stopped fighting, but their efforts had not so much as scratched the strange enemies before them. I can't hold on any longer." Shikamaru's shadow at his feet grew thinner and thinner, then snapped back to him. Trying to control so many enemies at once was, as expected, a bit too much. Freed from Shikamaru's jutsu, the mass-produced brutes began to stretch their limbs and charge straight toward the merchant caravan and the others. Just as despair settled over Shikamaru and the group, an extremely familiar voice suddenly rang out. "Ninja art, human bullet tank." A gigantic ball barreled through the ranks of the muscle-bound soldiers like a tiger plunging into a flock of sheep, knocking them aside in every direction. Thud! Crash! Bang! The enemies were sent flying like bowling pins. "We're here too. Prepare to meet your end." Not only Choji, but a host of others had also joined the battle. Each of them wore the Leaf Village forehead protector, wielding various weapons as they tangled with the enemy brutes. "Choji!" Shikamaru called out in delight. Choji released his expansion jutsu and hurried over to Shikamaru's side. "Are you alright, Shikamaru?" "I'm Fine. Honestly, you're the reliable one. You always show up when it matters most." Shikamaru grinned and gave a big thumbs up. "By the way, who are all these people?" "Oh." Lady Sanade said that the Leaf was short-handed. Most of the Jonin and Chunin were already sent out, so she told me to gather a team at the mission hall myself. "So you brought this many?" Shikamaru pointed at the battlefield, where at least 100 people were fighting. "I'm not really sure how it happened. I just mentioned that the mission was to rescue Menma Namikaze, and suddenly every available ninja in the village showed up. Luckily, some of them had contracts with long-distance summoning animals, or we never could have arrived so quickly." "Right, quick, go help Ino. She's in danger right now," Shikamaru urged. "No need. Someone's already on their way," Choji replied, glancing toward a golden flash in the distance, his words full of meaning. Not far off, Kazugai watched as her subordinates were effortlessly swept aside, and spat in frustration. Just as I thought. Mass-produced failures. With that, she leapt up and rushed toward the merchant caravan. Suddenly Kazugai felt something odd on her left ankle. Looking down, she saw Ino clinging to her, gripping her ankle with all her might. Really now, are you in such a hurry to die? Kazugai sneered, her patience wearing thin. No matter. Dragging your corpse back will do just as well. With that, she raised her fist high and swung it down toward the back of Ino's head with crushing force. Boom! The ground beneath Ino split with a thunderous crack, lines spiderwebbing outward. What? Kazugai stared in astonishment at the young man below her. You're the one who was beside Lord Hyde back then. Minma had braced his right elbow atop his head, blocking Kazugai's attack. He looked up, glaring fiercely at her, his eyes burning with murderous intent. Fonwai recoiled in shock, retreating several steps, her eyes filled with suspicion as she stared at Myanmar. Myanmar gently turned Ino over, carefully lifted her up, and set her down beside a large stone, allowing her to lean against it. Then, standing up, Myanmar fixed her gaze on Fonwai and spoke in a chilling tone. You dare lay a hand on my teammate? Woman, you must have a death wish. Half conscious, Ino heard Myanmar's voice. Dare to touch my woman, and you're courting death. Oh my, even at a time like this, Myanmar still says things like that. How embarrassing. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Ino's lips as she slipped into unconsciousness. Feeling the aura radiating from Myanmar, Fonwai sneered and said, "Heh, you little brat, barely grown, talking big already." Myanmar said nothing. He raised his kunai, lowered his stance, and shot toward Fonwai like lightning. Pointless. Fonwai raised her left arm, blocking Myanmar's kunai head-on, then swung her right arm in a wide arc, knocking Myanmar back. She pulled the kunai from her wounded arm, and the wound closed instantly. I received Lord Hyde's blessing. I am immortal. There's no way you can defeat me. Myanmar scoffed. Immortal, you say? Well, I specialize in taking down the so-called immortal. Wind release. Vacuum sphere. A barrage of air bullets shot toward Fonwai, rapid as machine gun fire. Fonwai crossed her arms in front of her, shielding herself, but the vacuum bullets punched bloody holes right through them. Aya! She howled in pain, her body convulsing as she began to transform. Her mouth jutted forward, her head morphing into that of a wolf. Her eyes blazed red, her hair turned stark white. If her previous form still resembled a beast girl, now she was a wolf walking upright, through and through. A second transformation? Myanmar sneered. I haven't even used my ultimate move. Is that all you've got? A deafening roar erupted from Fonwai, sending shockwaves hurtling toward Myanmar. Wind release, multi-vacuum spheres. Myanmar responded instantly, launching clusters of high-pressure air bullets straight into the oncoming sound waves. The rapid-fire air bullets tore through the air, disrupting the flow around the sound waves, distorting them until the circular blast dissolved into nothingness. Finally, the concentrated barrage of air bullets hammered into Fonwai's chest and abdomen, riddling her body like a sieve. Blood poured out in streams. Fonwai stared down in disbelief, then collapsed heavily to the ground, unable to hold herself up any longer. Even a mortal body has its limits. If the damage exceeds the rate of regeneration, that so-called immortality can be broken. What? Fonwai asked hoarsely, gazing up at Myanmar as he slowly approached. Did she really want to know the answer? No problem. Face Numb is generally quite lenient with those on the brink of death, so he slowly began to explain, your sound wave are longitudinal, they vibrate in the same direction as they travel and require air as a medium for propagation. When my vacuum jade flies at high speed, it disturbs the air surrounding your sound waves, causing changes in both the direction and speed of their transmission around the ring. Naturally, this makes it impossible for your sound ring to maintain its shape. Fonwai stared blankly. Wait, what are you even saying? I just wanted to know how you could possibly be this strong. Seeing Fonwai's utterly confused expression, Face Numb sighed and shook his head. In your next life, remember to study hard. With that, he pressed a spiraling orb down on her head, ending her life for good. As Fonwai died, her distorted, beast-like body slowly reverted to a human form. Face Numb nudged her over with the tip of his foot, turning her face up, intending to bring her corpse back to Konoha. This technique, which transformed the human body into a beast, bore a striking resemblance to Orochimaru's tiger curse mark. If he brought it back for further study, perhaps something useful could be discovered. Suddenly, a flash of light burst from Fonwai's left chest. A small, glowing object slowly emerged from within her, hovering silently in the air. Face Numb's expression shifted as he reached out to take it, holding it up for closer inspection. The fragment was about the size of a melon seed, with the irregular texture of white jade. What's more, the aura it gave off felt strikingly familiar. He was sure he'd seen it somewhere before. After a while, realizing no further clues could be gleaned, Face Numb tucked the fragment into his pocket, deciding to put out of mind. For the time being, cradling the unconscious Ino in his arms, he made his way back to the caravan's camp, ready to regroup with Shikamaru. But the moment he entered the camp, Face Numb was stunned. Konoha ninja were everywhere. Could it be? Just then, Choji and Shikamaru ran over, concern written all over their faces. How are you? Are you all right? Choji spotted the unconscious Ino in Face Numb's arms and quickly said, "Come with me. There are medical ninja in the camp." Face Numb followed Choji, still in a daze, to where the medics were stationed and handed Ino over for treatment. Fortunately, Ino had only suffered superficial wounds, along with some internal displacement. With enough rest, she would make a full recovery. Only then did Face Numb find the chance to ask Choji, "What's going on with all these ninja? Did you bring in all this backup?" Choji nodded. Face Numb grinned and praised him. "Nice work, Choji. I can't believe you managed to convince Lady Hokage to send so many people." But Choji shook his head and explained, "They weren't sent by the Hokage." What? Face Numb was puzzled. If there wasn't an official mission, why would all these ninja come? "They're here for you." Choji explained further. "Back at the mission hall, the moment I mentioned it was a mission led by Minato, Face Numb, they all volunteered on the spot." Huh. Face Numb was completely dumbfounded. "These are probably all the available ninja in the village right now. You'd better start thinking about how you're going to explain this to Lady Hokage when we get back." Choji patted Minma's shoulder sympathetically. "Wait a minute. The people came because you called them. Why do I have to be the one to explain?" Minma shouted. "Do you really think Lady Hokage wants to hear my explanation? Or yours?" Choji cut straight to the point. Minma fell silent, a headache coming on. As night fell, Minma found Keksyke, the leader of the merchant caravan. "Out with it. What are you hiding from me?" Minma's face was cold as he spoke. "Ninja, what are you talking about? I don't understand a thing." Keksyke feigned ignorance. "Then why do those people keep attacking your group, over and over?" Minma pressed. "I have no idea. Maybe they just want to rob the caravan." Keksyke replied with a pained expression. Minma shook his head, then pulled a fragment he'd found on Fugai's body from his pocket. He held it up and asked, "And what's this?" Keksyke's eyes narrowed for a split second before he quickly regained his composure. "No clue. Never seen it before." "You didn't even take a good look. How can you be so sure?" Minma let out a dry laugh, half amused and half exasperated. Keksyke turned away, refusing to speak. Seeing this, Minma came up with an idea. "All right, have it your way. If you don't want to talk, that's fine. After all, those people are after you, not me. We'll just head back to Konoha." With that, Minma stood up as if to leave. 1, 2, 3. "Wait," Keksyke called out in a panic. The corners of Minma's mouth curled up in a faint, knowing smile. Just as expected, he slowly turned back. "So, are you ready to talk now?" Keksyke looked as if all hope had been lost and nodded reluctantly. Back by the fire, Minma sat down again to hear the story behind it all. It said that centuries ago, our ancestors discovered a very special stone vein. This stone possessed an incredible power, and our ancestors named it the Stone of Grell. Harnessing its energy, we built a powerful nation. We used it to dig wells that never ran dry, raise livestock that grew to maturity overnight, cultivate fruit trees that bore harvests all year long, and even pursue the secrets of immortality. But such immense power led only to disaster. Among our ancestors were those driven by ambition, who used the Stone of Grell to start wars. People turned on each other, fighting ugly battles and causing deep harm. Mountains crumbled, rivers dried up, and the land was devastated. In the end, our nation was destroyed. The surviving royal family sealed the source of this calamity, the Stone of Grell, deep underground, swearing it would never again see the light of day. Minma understood at once. Yet another tale of power abused, then sealed away. He asked Keksyke, "So, those people after you, they want to know how to break the seal?" "That's right," Keksyke said. "If you ask me, it doesn't matter if we give it to them. After all, only royal blood can unlock the seal. And our royal line vanished into the river of history long ago." "I'm afraid that won't work," Minma interjected, stopping him. "If my guess is right, they've already acquired the royal bloodline." "What? How could that be?" Keksyke exclaimed in disbelief. Minma didn't answer directly. Instead, he asked, "Does everyone who uses the Grell stone turn into a monster?" Keksyke shook his head. "Only a small number of people can adapt to the power of the Grell stone, but the price they pay is becoming a monster. Throughout history, there's only been one kind of person who could fuse with the power of the Grell stone and remain human, the royal family." Minma nodded. "Then that's it. The boy you saved from the river earlier is someone who can use the Grell stone and stay human. What? Kexike was astonished. No wonder he has such incredible regenerative abilities. Mima's expression grew grave as he nodded. That's why they're so determined to unlock the seal. We have to stop them before they gain the power of the Grell stone. Kexike now understood the gravity of the situation. What should I do? Mima replied. Either we eliminate all of them, or destroy the mine before they find the Grell stone. Kexike protested urgently. But their strength is overwhelming. We can't hope to defeat them. Besides, without royal blood, we can't destroy the Grell stone mine either. Mima thought for a moment, then said, It's all right. We just need to lure that boy here. With that, he stood up and left to discuss the next steps with Dingxi. Late at night, in the camp, Minma gathered the leaf ninjas who had come to his aid. Standing on high ground, he called out to them. Everyone, thank you so much for coming to help me in my hour of need. I won't say much more about how grateful I am. I know what you're all after. All I want to say is, follow me, Namikaze Minma, and you'll achieve your goals without fail. A cheer erupted from the ninjas below, who want to take part in A rank, or even S rank missions. We do, came the enthusiastic response. Here's your chance. Do you want it? Yes, they roared back. Good. Everyone, follow Dingxi, attack the invaders trespassing on the land of fire. Don't worry, our enemies aren't that strong. As long as you're careful, you'll handle them easily. And I'm not asking you to defeat them. Just hold them off, keep them from interfering with me. Can you do that? Yes, came the resounding answer. Great. I promise, when we return to the Leaf Village, each of you will have at least one B-rank mission completed. Oh, now, everyone, I wish you all the best of luck in battle. Mima shouted at the top of his lungs. A thunderous cheer erupted, shaking the very air. Every single Leaf Ninja surged forth from their ranks, pouring out in full force. Meanwhile, inside the Iron Fortress, Chimera knelt on one knee, reporting her reconnaissance findings to Hado. Lord Hado, a large armed force is marching toward the fortress. Judging by their standard uniforms and the headbands they wear, they seem to be from the same group as the young man Temujin brought earlier. At their current pace, they'll reach the fortress in half an hour. Excellent. Instead of anger, Hado was elated. He slapped the armrest of his chair and rose to his feet, issuing orders with vigor. Truly, fortune favors me. The enemy has thrown everything they have into the attack, which means their defenses must be wide open. Temujin, go now to the merchants' camp and bring their leader to me at once. Chimera, you will lead the remaining comrades to intercept the oncoming enemy. Do not let them breach the fortress walls. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The two accepted their orders and hurried off without delay. At the merchant's camp, Temujin cautiously poked his head out, scanning the area for any sign of Minma. Not seeing him anywhere, Temujin let out a quiet sigh of relief. To be honest, Minma truly frightened him. He couldn't win in a fight, and reasoning with him was just as hopeless. Temujin quickly surveyed the camp and spotted the merchant leader. The old man was sitting right in front of the central campfire. Temujin's heart leapt with anticipation. He straightened up and made his way toward the center of the camp. As long as that blonde kid wasn't around, who here could possibly stop him? But just as Temujin stepped fully into the firelight, two voices rang out at once. One of them all too familiar. Shadow imitation jutsu, success. 4-symbol seal. To Temujin's shock, the old man before him suddenly burst apart with a pop, transforming into a blonde-haired youth. It was Minma, who had used the transformation jutsu to disguise himself as Kexike. Temujin struggled to lower his head, only to find Minma's right hand pressed firmly against his left chest. Countless black seals, wriggling like tadpoles, began to crawl across his body. He gritted his teeth and tried to break free, but it was as if invisible ropes had bound him. He couldn't move an inch. Don't bother struggling. You've been caught by the Nara clan's shadow imitation jutsu. There's no way you can move, Minma said with a calm smile. Panic flashed through Temujin's mind. He quickly focused, trying desperately to summon the power of the Stone of Jelal. But no matter how hard he tried, the stone's power vanished without a trace, as if it had sunk into the depths of the sea. It's useless. Did you really think my 4-symbol seal was just for show? Minma boasted, sounding every bit the gloating villain. Damn it, Temujin seethed with frustration, but there was nothing he could do. Powerless, he could only rage in helpless fury. At this moment, Myanmar called out to the shadows behind him. All right, old man, come on out. Kexiko emerged from the gloom, slowly making his way toward the three of them. Myanmar had Temsun tightly bound, and Kexiko tapped Temsun's chest with his cane. Instantly, an oval-shaped stone, about the size of an egg and adorned with intricate, beautiful patterns, the Grell stone, appeared, hovering above Temsun. Witnessing this, Kexiko closed his eyes, shook his head, and sighed. Just as I suspected, he truly is a descendant of our royal bloodline. Gripping Temsun, Myanmar turned to Kexiko and said, "Old man, let's hurry. Before they realize what's happened, we need to destroy the Grell lode." "What? You intend to destroy the Grell lode?" Temsun was stunned. He turned sharply to Myanmar, his voice rising with fury. "The Grell stones are the hope for building our utopia. I will never allow you to destroy them." Myanmar sneered, raising his hand to slap Temsun's cheek with disdain. "Look at you now. Just sit back and watch as your precious dream crumbles to dust." Temsun glared at Myanmar, eyes blazing, and spat his words through clenched teeth. "You're delusional. I'll never let you succeed." With that, Temsun bit down hard on his own tongue, forcing himself awake with a surge of pain. Summoning every ounce of strength, he drew upon the power of the Grell stone. A ripple of energy broke free from the seal, surging out in a beam of light that shot into the sky, then bent toward the direction of the fortress. "What? Damn it!" Myanmar's face went pale with shock. He lunged forward and struck Temsun on the back of the head with a sharp karate chop, cutting off the beam. Staring into the distance with grave concern, Myanmar said, "Looks like their leader has received the signal. We must hurry. We have to destroy the lode before they get here. Old man, lead the way." Kexiko understood the gravity of the situation. He let out a sharp whistle, summoning 3 giant ostriches, the same kind used by caravans, as mounts. Swinging himself up onto one, he nodded for Myanmar to follow. Myanmar hefted Temsun onto another ostrich and climbed up after him. Under Kexiko's guidance, the 3 ostriches and 4 riders hurried to the ruins up ahead. "Malu, stay here and provide support. The old man and I will destroy the lode." Myanmar called to Malu, then slung Temsun over his shoulder and followed Kexiko into the ancient site. Meanwhile, far away in the Iron Fortress, Hyde received Temsun's message. Overjoyed, he immediately addressed Camilla through the fortress's loudspeakers. "Camilla, deal with the enemies here as quickly as you can, then bring the fortress to back me up." He smashed through the glass of the observation deck and leapt into the void, racing toward the source of the signal. On the battlefield, Camilla, locked in mid-air combat with Dinxi in her bat form, heard the message. With a gleaming smile, she soared higher and called down to Dinxi, "Little puppy, big sisters. Got other business to attend to. I can't play with you any longer." Choji heard the broadcast as well and understood that he couldn't let the enemy before him escape. If he did, Shikamaru would be in danger. But the enemy could fly. What was he supposed to do? Earlier, he had used his expansion jutsu to become a giant, swatting at the enemy like a fly for ages, but it hadn't left a scratch. Meanwhile, members of the ninja squad he'd brought along were slowly getting injured. Choji was burning with anxiety. What should he do? What would he do? Why was he always so useless? It felt just like the Chunin exams all over again, powerless, helpless, and desperate. Suddenly, he remembered a conversation he'd had with his father, Choza Akimichi, after the exams. "Dad, if I'd used the chili pill back then, would I have won the match?" "Silly boy, the chili pill isn't something you should use so casually, especially in situations like that." "Then when am I supposed to use the chili pill?" "When you find something worth risking everything to protect, only then can you use the chili pill." His father's words echoed in his mind. Looking at the Konoha ninja nearby, who were clearly losing ground, and thinking of his friends fighting desperately in the distance, Choji suddenly found his resolve. "Father, I found something I have to risk everything to protect." With that thought, Choji reached into his ninja pouch, pulled out a small box, and tipped the red pill inside into his mouth, chewing and swallowing it. As the fiery pill slid down his throat, his body began to change dramatically. The mountainous bulk of his physique shrank rapidly, while a torrent of chakra erupted around him, wrapping his body in a blaze of energy. From his shoulder blades, chakra burst forth, forming a pair of wings like those of a butterfly. This was the secret technique of the Akimichi clan, butterfly mode. With a sudden burst, Choji launched himself from the ground like a rocket, streaking toward Camilla, who hovered in midair. Before she could react, Choji's fist crashed into her, sending her hurtling into the steel fortress behind. A deafening crash thundered out as the steel bulwark caved inward, crushed by the force of Camilla's body at its center. Struggling, Camilla lifted her head and looked up at Choji, who hovered above her, her heart seized by terror. "No, no, it's impossible. The power of the Grell stone is unbeatable. How could I lose to a twig like you?" Choji stared down at her, cold and silent. In the next moment, he shot toward Camilla again, stomping down hard on her chest, driving her further into the wreckage. Then, he raised his fist and began to pummel her, blow after blow, crashing down on her face and body. No one knew how much time passed. When Choji finally straightened up, the figure at his feet was no longer recognizable as human. He shook the blood and bits of bone from his fist. Then, as his body swayed beneath him, toppled from the fortress edge, as he plummeted through the air, Choji's consciousness was already fading. In a haze, he seemed to see his father, giving him a thumbs up. "Father, did you see that? In the end, I did not bring shame to the proud name of the Akimichi clan." Puppet technique, Black Ant. Dozens of pale blue threads appeared from nowhere, winding tightly around Choji's body and saving him from his fall. Sand style, flowing sand waterfall. A massive surge of sand erupted in an instant, sweeping across the battlefield like crashing waves. From these rolling sand waves, giant hands formed of sand reached out, snatching up the mass-produced weapons that were fighting against the Leaf Ninja, swallowing them one by one with uncanny precision. What's happening? Is this reinforcements? The Leaf Shinobi stared in disbelief at the surging sands beneath their feet, exchanging uncertain, wary glances. At that moment, Gaara appeared above the fortress, calling out loudly to the Leaf Ninja below. "Shinobi of the Leaf, we are the Sand, your allies. The enemy has been defeated by us. You are safe now." For a split second, the Leaf Ninja were stunned. Then, a thunderous cheer erupted from the crowd. "Yeah." Kankuro also used Black Ant's capturing ability to rescue the exhausted Choji. But when Kankuro helped him up, the sight startled him so much he nearly dropped him. What the heck? What did he do to himself? Before him, Choji's cheeks were sunken, his bones jutting out. He was gaunt and skeletal, looking almost like a living skeleton. "He's still breathing, right?" Kankuro carefully reached out a finger to check for any breath at Choji's nose. When he felt a faint breath, he let out a sigh of relief and gently helped Choji sit down nearby. Deep within the ruins of the Grell mines, Minma carried Temujin on his back, following the caravan leader, Kashiko, into a vast, empty hall. Thick stone pillars lined the hall, each hung with oil lamps. No one knew what fuel burned within them, but after centuries, they still glowed with steady flames. Kashiko stepped on a hidden mechanism beneath his feet. The hall trembled slightly, and the platform beneath Minma and the others slowly began to descend. No one could tell how long they traveled downward before the platform reached the bottom, arriving in a smaller chamber below. The floor here was carved with intricate patterns. Kashiko directed Minma to carry Temujin to the very center of the design. "What do we do next?" Minma asked. "Draw a little of his blood and drip it here. This is the sealing array used by our clan. To destroy the Grell mines, we have to break the seal first." Kashiko explained. "All right." Minma drew a kunai and made a small cut on Temujin, letting a few drops of blood fall onto the seal. The seal began to glow softly. Soon after, the ground cracked open, revealing a bottomless pit below. And then, Minma asked, "Then take the Grell stone from his chest, smear it thoroughly with his blood, and throw it into the cave. The blood of the royal family will awaken the power of the Grell stone, which will, in turn, resonate with the surrounding Grell, or destroying everything nearby." "Oh." Minma picked up his kunai and started walking toward Temujin. By now, Temujin had also regained consciousness and was struggling on the ground, trying to get away from Minma. Halfway there, Minma sensed something was off. He stopped in his tracks, turned to Kashiko, and asked, "Wait a minute. You just said the Grell or vein will destroy everything around it, right? What about us? How are we supposed to get out of here?" Kashiko turned his head aside, offering no reply. "So there's no way for us to escape? We're just supposed to die here?" Minma demanded, his tone growing harsh. Kashiko stammered, "There's nothing we can do. For the sake of world peace, we have no choice but to sacrifice ourselves." "No way." Minma rejected the idea outright. "I have no intention of dying here. But there's no other way. Can't you sacrifice yourself for the sake of the ninja world?" Kashiko pleaded. "Absolutely not. Minma would never agree to such a thing." "Ha! Ah. Temujin burst into loud laughter. "So, you don't even have the courage to sacrifice yourself? Looks like you're nothing special after all. Coward, weakling, if you're so afraid to die, then hurry up and let me go. If you do, once we gain the power of the Grell stone, maybe we'll be merciful enough to spare your life." Minma shot him a cold glance and replied icily, "I won't sacrifice someone else in the name of some so-called ideal, and I won't sacrifice myself for it either. Sacrifice is nothing but a last resort when there's no other choice. What I have to do is make sure we never reach that final moment." Just then, a sudden change erupted. A massive explosion boomed overhead. Minma quickly looked up. He saw Hato leaping down from above, dragging Shikamaru with him. "Lord Hato!" Temujin shouted excitedly. Well done, Temujin. Heido praised him with a smile. Then, raising Shikamaru in his grasp, he called out to Minma. This is your companion, isn't it? If you don't want him to die, hand Temujin back to me. Before Minma could respond, Kashiko shouted, no. If he gets the royal bloodline, no one in this world will ever be able to stop him. Minma hesitated, gritting his teeth. Seeing Minma's indecision, Heido extended his right hand toward Kashiko. The Grell stone, set in his glove, began to glow. Suddenly, a burst of invisible energy shot out, striking Kashiko in an instant. With a deafening blast, Kashiko's entire upper body was blown apart, flesh and blood scattering everywhere. Heide aimed his right hand at Shikamaru, sneering as he spoke. Well, if you don't want your companion to end up like that old man, blown to pieces, you'd better hand over Tem-san. Myanmar gritted his teeth and agreed without hesitation. Fine, but you have to let my companions go first. You think I'm an idiot? Heide scoffed. If we're letting people go, we do it together. I'll throw your companions to the left, and you'll send Tem-san to the right. Deal. I'll count to 3, and we'll toss them at the same time. Myanmar shouted loudly. 1, 2, 3. With a swift kick, Myanmar sent Tem-san flying far away. Then, pushing off with his foot, he dashed toward Shikamaru, whom Heide had flung aside. Heide let out a vicious laugh as the Grell stone in his hand began to glow, and he fired it at Shikamaru, who was still mid-air. Coward! Myanmar shouted, leaping forward to catch Shikamaru. With a quick roll, he dodged the attack. Right back at you, Heide retorted, rushing over to Tem-san. He slapped out the burning explosive tag that was halfway up Tem-san's body, cut the ropes binding him, and called out to Myanmar. Lord Heide, let me hold off the enemy. Please go and claim the Grell vein. Freed from his restraints, Tem-san drew his sword and stood protectively in front of Heide. Suddenly, there was a sickening squelch, and blood sprayed everywhere. Tem-san's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked down. A hand had pierced straight through his chest from behind, emerging from his left side. Why? Tem-san managed to turn his head with difficulty, staring at Heide in shock. Heide gripped the Grell stone embedded in Tem-san's chest, his voice dripping with disdain. Now, the Grell stone's power belongs to me alone. Tem-san collapsed to the ground, gazing up at Heide from below. That twisted, sneering face would be forever burned into his memory. So it was you. You were the one who destroyed our village all those years ago. But what good does knowing that do me now? All that's left is to die in endless regret. How unwilling I am to go like this. Tem-san's vision grew dim, and his consciousness slowly slipped into darkness. Heide withdrew his hand and casually tossed Tem-san's body aside, then slowly made his way toward the round opening. Hey, did I say you could leave? Myanmar's voice rang out. Oh. Heide stopped in his tracks, turning to look in Myanmar's direction. Myanmar gently set Shikamaru down in a corner, then stood up, his face expressionless as he stared at Heide. Why? Heide's face twisted with confusion. Why aren't you running away, like last time? Myanmar let out a derisive laugh. What? Did you think this would scare me into running? Do I look so easy to bully? Heide's face drooped in exasperation. You really are a pain, you know that? With that, he raised his right hand and launched an attack at Myanmar. Bang! 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 Myanmar sprang and dodged, evading every single strike. Impossible. How could you possibly see an invisible, colorless attack like that? Heide asked in disbelief. What's so difficult about that? Every time you launch an attack, the Grell stone on your glove gives off a faint glow. Once I figured that out, dodging your attacks became a breeze. Of course, Myanmar wasn't foolish enough to say any of this out loud. Without a word, he launched himself at Heide. Wind style, vacuum sphere. A barrage of high-speed air bullets shot toward Heide, instantly riddling both him and his robe full of holes. Heide didn't even try to dodge, letting the attacks rain down on him. When Myanmar's onslaught finally ceased, Heide simply glanced down at his body, then started walking toward Myanmar as if nothing had happened. Before he had taken more than a few steps, the gaping wounds left by the vacuum sphere had already completely healed. TCH, another one of those immortal types? Myanmar cursed inwardly. As Heide walked, his tattered cloak gradually slipped away, revealing the gray skin and muscles beneath. Suddenly, he let out a twisted grin, and his entire body transformed. His eyes turned completely red, his hair went white in an instant, and his face took on the same ashen hue as his skin. Heide's mouth split open, showing sharp, gleaming fangs. Then in a blink, he vanished. In the next instant, Heide was right in front of Myanmar, his fist rocketing toward Myanmar's abdomen. What? He's so fast. Myanmar barely managed to raise his guard, but was still sent flying by the sheer force of the blow, crashing hard into the vaulted ceiling above. With a thunderous impact, shards of stone rained down as Myanmar became embedded in the ceiling, unable to move. A blur, Hyde appeared in front of Minma again, raising a foot and stomping down hard onto Minma's chest and stomach. With a deafening crash, a massive cloud of dust erupted. Hyde frowned, waving his hand to sweep away the haze, only to find a block of wood beneath his foot. Rasengan. With a tremendous crash, Hyde was struck from behind by Minma's Rasengan, smashed forcefully into the wall, bones snapping with a sickening crunch. Minma flipped backward, landing smoothly on the ground, his eyes locked on the rubble where Hyde had been driven. Sure enough, despite taking a direct hit from the Rasengan, Hyde stood up as if nothing had happened. With a series of grotesque pops and cracks, his twisted bones and muscles snapped back into place. Ha ha, wonderful, simply wonderful. This is the power I crave. Marvelous. Hyde laughed maniacally toward the sky, utterly deranged. Damn it, not even the Rasengan works. Minma's heart clenched with anxiety. Just then, Hyde raised his arm and aimed at Minma. A thick beam of green light shot toward him with blinding speed. Not good, Kurama. Minma cried out in alarm, hurriedly calling upon Kurama. I'm here. Kurama's chakra surged forth, enveloping Minma in a cloak of blood-red energy. The beast cloak formed around him in an instant. Thunderous explosions erupted, shaking the air, as deafening blasts roared through the hall. Flames and thick smoke swallowed the spot where Minma stood. The entire hall trembled violently, as if it might collapse at any moment. Coughing hard, Minma struggled to his feet amid the swirling dust. What on earth just happened? How could the blast be so powerful? Kurama quickly caught on and spoke in a grave tone. It's the energy from that stone. For some unknown reason, it reacts with chakra in an extremely intense way, unleashing a force far beyond the ordinary, like pouring boiling water into a pot of hot oil. Is that so? Minma steeled himself, channeling the Nine Tails chakra to form a colossal hand, which he sent hurtling toward Hyde. But Hyde, too, sprouted tentacle-like appendages from his back, clashing fiercely with the chakra hand. The hall shook with an even greater explosion, louder than before. Pillars snapped one after another, and huge chunks of the ceiling rained down. Minma, you can't keep clashing head-on with him. Another explosion like that will bring this whole place down. Kurama warned urgently. I know, Minma growled through gritted teeth. How am I supposed to fight this guy? Hold back, and it's not enough to finish him. Go all out, and the whole place comes crashing down. Hyde cackled wildly from the sidelines. What are you going to do now? You can't kill me. Even as he spoke, Hyde's wounds rapidly regenerated. You can't run, either, he taunted, thrusting his right hand forward as countless beams of energy rained down, forcing Minma to leap and dodge for his life. A sharp blast caught him off guard. With a thud, Minma was struck by a bolt of green energy and sent crashing into a pile of rubble. What's your next move? Hyde sneered, unleashing another barrage of energy from his raised hand. Minma rolled behind a larger chunk of fallen stone, using it as cover. The relentless pounding of Hyde's attacks shattered the rock bit by bit, each impact echoing through the hall. Minma, check your pocket, Kurama suddenly exclaimed, as if he'd discovered something crucial. Minma quickly glanced down. His clothes were scorched from the earlier blasts, but curiously, a spot over his left chest remained untouched. Hurriedly, he reached over and felt a hard lump. Pulling out, he realized it was a shard of the Jello stone. That's right, this was the fragment he'd taken from Suko's chest. Of course, only the power of the Jello stone can counter the energy from another Jello stone. With that revelation, Minma gripped the fragment tightly, bracing himself against Hyde's onslaught as he charged forward. Hyde caught sight of Minma and hastily aimed another energy beam at him. A piercing screech split the air, forcing Minma to retreat behind the massive stone once again. The Jello stone did shield him from part of the attack, but only within a limited range. Anything outside that area was still vulnerable. Huddled behind a crumbling cover, Minma's mind raced desperately. What now? What should I do? Letting a shadow clone hold the fragment of the Grell stone and take the attacks. No, that won't work. They'd be wiped out instantly. Minma glanced around anxiously and spotted Temsun lying motionless on the ground not far away, his fate uncertain. An idea flashed in his mind. Ninja art, multi-shadow clonejutsu. With a flurry of explosive sounds, countless Myanmas darted out from behind the massive boulder, racing in every direction. Ha! Useless, it's all useless. Hyde bellowed with laughter. The tentacles on his back lashed out like long whips, sweeping through Myanmar's army of shadow clones. A series of muffled bursts filled the air as the clones vanished in puffs of smoke, shrouding Hyde's vision in a thick white haze. Just then, from behind the boulder, a massive, flaming chakra hand shot out, grabbed Temsun, and yanked him swiftly back behind cover. Myanmar pressed the grell stone fragment against Temsun's chest, frantically performing chest compressions. With a sputtering cough, Temsun's eyes fluttered open. "What's going on? Wasn't I dead?" he asked weakly. "Don't worry about that right now." Myanmar cut him off. "The guy who tried to rip out your heart is still out there. Want to help me take him down?" "Hide." The memory came rushing back to Temsun. He didn't know how he was alive again, but the chance for revenge burned brighter than anything else. His eyes hardened with resolve, and he nodded fiercely. "Tell me, what do I need to do?" "Here's the plan." Myanmar whispered the strategy into his ear. Once the plan was set, it was time to strike. Myanmar and Temsun leapt from behind the boulder, one after the other, charging straight at Hyde. Hyde blinked in surprise when he saw Temsun in the lead, then sneered dismissively. "So, you brought another weakling? Do you really think you can stop me?" With that, he raised both hands and unleashed a barrage of green energy beams at them. Temsun took point, raising his left arm as the power of the grell stone surged through him. The shield on his arm instantly unfolded, expanding beneath the grell stone's glow into a towering barrier of light that blocked the oncoming attacks. With a metallic rasp, Temsun drew his short sword and pointed it downward at the ground, sprinting toward Hyde at full speed. Myanmar followed close behind, chakra swirling in his right hand as he formed a Rasengan, while his left hand channeled more and more of the Nine Tails chakra into it. Suddenly, the grell stone fragment embedded in Temsun's chest cracked, a tiny piece fracturing and dissolving into sparkling motes that faded away on the breeze. Temsun let out a muffled grunt, and a thin fissure appeared in the shield on his left arm. With a cry, Temsun staggered as a green beam sliced clean through his left leg at the knee. He was about to collapse when Myanmar's chakra hand shot out to catch him around the waist. "Are you all right?" Myanmar asked with concern. "Keep running," Temsun yelled, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Gritting his teeth, Myanmar hoisted Temsun with his chakra hand and charged forward. At last, the two of them charged right up to Hyde. "What good will that do you?" Hyde sneered, the corner of his mouth curling up. With a flick of his right hand, Temsun's shield shattered with a resounding crack. Myanmar dug his toes into the ground, bracing himself so he wouldn't be blown away by the force. Yeah, Temsun was now fully exposed to Hyde's piercing beam of light. His body was relentlessly destroyed and restored, over and over, as he let out screams of agony that tore through the air. Now, with the last of his strength, Temsun gripped his short sword in his right hand and slashed upward with all his might, severing Hyde's right hand in an instant. Hyde clutched his right arm, unleashing an earth-shaking howl of pain. The green beam of energy vanished immediately. Seizing the moment, Myanmar darted forward and slammed a blood-red, nine-tailed spiral sphere against Hyde's chest. With a heavy crash, Hyde spun through the air and landed hard among a pile of shattered stones. Myanmar quickly scooped up Hyde's right hand and pried out 2 grell stones. Once he'd finished, he rushed over to check on Temsun. Temsun's body was char-black, smoke curling from him. He was completely unrecognizable as a human being. Without wasting a second, Myanmar pressed a grell stone to his chest. But the grell stone, which had once granted immortality, now had no effect at all. So that's how it is, Myanmar realized. These stones can only heal wounds and restore the broken. They cannot resurrect the dead or reverse the flow of life and death. He drew his hand back, stunned, gazing at Temsun's corpse, a swirl of emotions on his face. Perhaps this was for the best. In a way, Temsun had atoned for his past deeds. Myanmar gently laid Temsun's body down and walked over to Hyde. Hyde's bones were shattered, blood gushed from his mouth, and he was clearly on the verge of death. "Help me," he pleaded, meeting Minma's gaze, his eyes full of desperation. Minma tossed the grell stone up and down in his hand, regarding Hyde with a mocking smile. "Please, I beg you, save me. If you do, my fortress and all the grell mines here will be yours." With a cold laugh, Minma casually drew a kunai and drove it straight into Hyde's forehead, ending his wicked life. Looking down at Hyde's corpse, eyes still wide with disbelief, Minma chuckled. "Fool, with you dead, all of this is mine anyway." With that, Minma hurried over to Shikamaru to check on him. He had to admit, this idiot was incredibly lucky. Despite all the falling rocks and wild bursts of energy earlier, he was completely unharmed. Minma hoisted Shikamaru up, ready to leave, but then paused, frowning in thought. After a moment, he set Shikamaru down and walked to the side. He took out a sealing scroll and unrolled the Flying Thunder God Technique training scroll on the ground. Carefully following the instructions written on the scroll, Minma began to copy the runes, stroke by stroke. Maybe I'll have to come back here someday. Leaving a mark will make things easier. Although I can't use the Flying Thunder God technique yet, I'll learn. It's sooner or later. After finishing everything, Minma hoisted Shikamaru onto his back, then used the Nine-Tails chakra to form 4 massive hands, gripping the edge of the passageway they'd just descended, and hauled both himself and Shikamaru back up. Once they'd left the ruins, Minma took out all his explosive tags and stuck them throughout the site. A thunderous series of explosions erupted in succession. In an instant, the ruins collapsed, swallowed by a swirling cloud of dust and debris. Minma reached into his pocket and touched the 2 Grell stones, letting out a long sigh before turning around and leaving with Shikamaru in tow. Riding an ostrich, they made their way to the fortress. The battle here had already come to an end. Groups of leaf ninja were scattered about, busy clearing the battlefield. Off to the side, Gaara and Kankuro sat together, with Choji lying nearby as a medical ninja tended to his wounds. Minma, you're here? What about the enemy? Gaara spotted Minma and stood to greet him. Oh, they've all been taken care of. Minma replied. That's good. It's finally over. Gaara let out a long breath, relief washing over his face. Yeah, it's finally over, Minma echoed, exhaling deeply as well. Then his eyes fell on Choji, who lay on the ground looking painfully thin, little more than skin and bones. Minma jumped in shock. Oh my, what on earth happened here? Kankuro hurriedly explained. Hey, don't look at us. He was already like this when we arrived. Don't worry, he'll be fine, the medical ninja reassured them. He just needs a good meal and some rest when we get back. Minma nodded, making a silent promise in his heart. Don't worry, Choji. Once we're back in the Leaf Village, I'll buy you a mountain of deer blood wine and make sure you recover properly. After bidding Gaara farewell, Minma arranged for half of the ninja to stay and guard the massive fortress, then led the 3 members of Team 10 and the rest of the ninja back to the Leaf Village. Fortunately, Choji had called in so many reinforcements, otherwise it would have been no small feat for Minma to carry all 3 injured members of Team 10 back on his own. Luckily, there were medical ninja among them, so the wounded could receive care along the way, and he didn't have to worry about Ino and the others' injuries getting worse. After a long journey of a day and a night, the group finally returned to the Leaf Village. Minma barely had time to catch his breath before he was intercepted by Shizune, who had rushed over with urgent news, insisting that he report to the Hokage's office at once. Well, I knew I wouldn't be able to escape. Looks like I'm in for a scolding from the Hokage after all. Minma handed a few leaf ninja the task of taking Ino and the others to the hospital, then followed Shizune to the Hokage's office. The moment he stepped inside, Minma could feel the heavy atmosphere weighing down the room. Tsunade was bent over her desk, signing off on paperwork without so much as looking up. Minma stood silently to the side, barely daring to breathe, after quite a while. Tsunade finally lifted her head. It was as if she'd only just noticed Minma standing there. With a cold, mocking smile, she said, Well, if it isn't Lord Minma. What's this? Decided to come back at last? Didn't want to keep wandering around outside? Minma felt a chill run down his spine. He hurried to explain. Lady Tsunade, please let me explain. Tsunade raised her hand to stop him, her tone stern and unyielding. Enough. Do you have any idea how much trouble you've caused this time? Deploying nearly 100 ninja out of the village without orders. Were you trying to start a war? Or did you want to take my seat as Hokage, leading so many ninja to launch a rebellion? That's not it at all, Minma replied with a wry smile. The truth was, he hadn't summoned those ninja at all. They'd come on their own accord, but he couldn't say that out loud. He didn't want to dampen their spirits after all they'd done. You can't call them sweethearts when you need them, then treat them like strangers once you're done. Choji, oh Choji, you really got me into trouble this time. Tsunade scrutinized Minma closely. Seeing the scorched marks, bloodstains, and dust covering him, she didn't even need to ask. He'd clearly been through a tough fight. This kid really has it rough, she thought. Looking at Minma, bruised and battered yet still trying to please her, Tsunade's heart softened a little. Her tone eased slightly. Do you have any idea how much effort it took for me to smooth things over this time? Or how much more work I have to do to clean up after you? Why is it that you always manage to turn a simple situation into such a mess? Minma gave an awkward laugh. Haha, I didn't mean for it to happen, but somehow it just did. Tsunade pinched the bridge of her nose, her headache growing worse. All right, tell me exactly what happened this time. So Minma recounted everything that had happened over the past few days in detail, except for the matter of the Grell mine. There were still things he needed to verify, and until he had answers, it was better not to let Konoha know about the existence of the Grell stone. After all, everyone who knew the truth was already gone, so there was no risk of being exposed. After Tsunade finished listening, she fell silent for a moment before speaking. The fault doesn't lie with you, and you handled things very well. Even if it were me at your age, I couldn't have done any better. Seeing as you've brought back a steel fortress for Konoha and strengthened our military might, I'll let this matter go. I'll take care of the aftermath for you. That's all. Go on, you must be exhausted. Get some rest. Minma muttered an assent, but lingered in place, shifting awkwardly and clearly reluctant to leave. Is there something else? Tsunade asked, exasperated. Well, it's nothing major, really. I just told those who came to back me up that, when we get back, each of them will at least be credited with completing a B-rank mission. Heh. Lady Tsunade, do you think? Minma rubbed his hands together and chuckled awkwardly. Tsunade's face darkened, and she jabbed a finger toward the door. Get out. All right, I'm going. Minma bowed repeatedly to Tsunade as he backed out of the Hokage's office, even remembering to close the door behind him. Moments later, Minma pushed the door open again, poking his head in with a cheeky grin. Lady Tsunade, Ino, and the other two are all injured, and have been admitted to the hospital. The medical needs say it's nothing serious, but could I trouble you to take a look at them yourself? Tsunade didn't respond. She simply extended a hand and pointed outside, unmistakably signaling him to leave. Thank you, Lady Tsunade. Minma thanked her sincerely, recognizing that she had tacitly agreed. Otherwise, she would have turned him down on the spot. After Minma left, Tsunade called for Shizune and gave her instructions. Shizune, I need you to do two things. First, make a list of all the shinobi who participated in this operation and credit each of them with completing an A-rank mission. Before Tsunade could continue, Shizune quickly interjected with concern. Lady Tsunade, we can't do that. Konoha's finances can't support so many A-rank mission payouts. Tsunade paused to consider, then said, All right, then tell them this, because they left the village without permission, seriously violating Konoha's rules. The village will be issuing a disciplinary warning to each of them. However, since they went out to rescue their comrades and played a key role in the mission, truly embodying the will of fire, the village has decided to revoke the warning. Instead, each of them will be credited with completing one A-rank mission. Still, since their unauthorized departure can't go entirely unpunished, they'll get the mission credit, but without the A-rank reward, just the record of completion. Well now, that's some political maneuvering worthy of the Hokage. First a stick, then a sweet date. With this, the lower and middle-tier shinobi of Konoha will surely be loyal to the end. Shizune nodded, understanding the plan. Tsunade continued. Second, go to the hospital and check up on Team 10. Examine their injuries carefully, especially for any hidden damage. Make absolutely sure there are no lingering aftereffects. Shizune accepted her orders and left. After leaving the Hokage building, Minma didn't linger and headed straight home. Once inside, he went to his room, took the Grell stone from his pocket, and set it on his bedside table. He then stripped off his tattered clothes, tossed them in the trash, grabbed a set of pajamas, and headed to the bathroom for a shower. When he finished, he didn't even bother to dry his hair. He simply collapsed onto his bed, closed his eyes, and drifted off to sleep. As he slept, Minma did not notice that the two Grell stones on his bedside table glimmered faintly, pulsing in time with his breathing. Minma slept soundly all the way until the next morning. When he awoke, Minato and Kushina had already left the house. Lately, missions had come one after another, leaving him with barely any time to spend with them. He had received the training scrolls for the Flying Thunder God technique and the adamant sealing chains a while ago, but with his busy schedule, he hadn't had any time at all to practice them. It was time to take a break from missions and focus on improving his own strength. At his current level, Minma was already among the strongest of Konoha's Chunin, easily rivaling even the Jonin. If he factored in the blessings of the Nine Tails and his summoning beasts, he could even hold his own against a Kage-level opponent, at least for a while. Yet, why had his recent battles felt so difficult? After thinking it over, he realized that his regular arsenal in combat was far too limited. When facing an enemy, he always followed the same pattern. Vacuum sphere, multiple vacuum spheres, Rasengan. Sometimes throwing a shadow clone or two. But the clones were mostly for baiting or covering fire. In real combat, they were too fragile. One wide-range jutsu from the enemy would wipe out most of them. Clearly, he needed a better plan. First, there was the matter of powerful ninjutsu. Normally, there wasn't an opponent a Rasengan couldn't take down, and if there was, well, two Rasengans should do the trick. But lately, he had encountered enemies with extraordinary regeneration, and in the future, he might face foes with enhanced defenses or vitality. The Rasengan's power was slowly becoming insufficient. Fortunately, he already had some ideas. One was to make the Rasengan bigger, turning it into the giant Rasengan or even the ultra-giant Rasengan. Another approach was to infuse the Rasengan with different chakra types, such as the Nine Tails chakra or Wind Nature chakra, resulting in the tailed beast Rasengan. The Rasen Shuriken or even the big spiral wheel. The first option was straightforward, a matter of practice. The second, however, involved changing the nature of his chakra, which would take time and patience to master. That could wait until he was training with Jiraiya. Second, there was taijutsu. Although he rarely relied on taijutsu to finish off enemies, that didn't mean he could ignore it, especially since he might one day face members of the Otsutsuki clan, where taijutsu could prove more effective than ninjutsu. There was plenty of room to improve, but the top priority was to sharpen his neural reflexes. He'd noticed that when facing fast opponents, he often couldn't react in time and ended up taking hits. That lag was the result of slow neural reflexes. What's more, enhancing his reflexes would be crucial for mastering the Flying Thunder God technique later on. In this world, his father, Minato Namikaze, had suffered a notable drop in power because his reflexes weren't fast enough. But how exactly could he train to improve his neural reflex speed? At the moment, Mima has thought of two possible paths. The first is to seek guidance from the Uchiha clan. The Sharingan of the Uchiha enhances dynamic vision, but being able to see an enemy's attack is useless if you can't keep up with their speed. So the Uchiha must have their own methods for training neural reflexes. Perhaps the trap of Kunai that Itachi set up while training his Sharingan was a way to improve reflex speed. The second path is to learn from Might Guy. In the original Naruto world, when Rock Lee opened the third gate, his speed surpassed even Gaara's sand defense. When Might Guy opened all 8 gates, his speed outstripped both Madara Uchiha's Rinnegan and his reaction time. As speed increases, neural reflexes naturally have to keep up. Otherwise, how could you ever land a hit on your opponent? This method is definitely effective, though the training is grueling and even life-threatening. But with the Uzumaki clan's physique and the Nine Tails healing, what is there to fear? As long as the training doesn't kill me, I'll just train until I drop. The third direction Menma needs to pursue is sealing techniques. There's no denying that sealing jutsu is incredibly useful, from sealing the mighty Otsutsuki to simply preserving food. Its real advantage lies in its versatility and wide range of applications. So far, Menma has learned the 4-symbol seal and the sealing formula for objects. Next on the list are the 5-element seal, the 8-trigram seal, Een seal, and adamant sealing chains. But learning them is truly a pain. Just looking at those tadpole-like symbols gives Menma a headache. Decision made. Anything that doesn't require actual combat can be left to shadow clones to study, while the real body can focus on training offensive techniques. The fourth skill to master is the flying Raijin Jutsu. Honestly, for now, its usefulness doesn't seem all that significant. Even with the flying Raijin slash, it probably wouldn't have as much impact on the battlefield as a single-tailed beast bomb. So, this one can be put on hold for now. Wait, no, it can't be put off. I absolutely have to learn it. Even just a simplified version of the flying Raijin formation would be good enough. Isn't this basically a guaranteed teleportation scroll back home? In the future, whenever I travel far away, I could return home anytime, anywhere. The fifth area to train is the Nine Tails Chakra Mode. During the fight against Hado, Menma, working together with the Nine Tails, used the Tailed Beast Cloak, but the pressure was immediately apparent, especially the burning sensation on his skin. And that was just the Two Tails form. Besides, he'd already managed to trick Kurama into cooperating, so sabotage wasn't likely. It might just be that the sealing period was too short, and his body hadn't yet adapted to the Nine Tails chakra. Either way, training in Nine Tails chakra mode needs to be made a priority. The sixth skill is Sage Mode. But to be honest, Menma is a bit hesitant about this one. After talking with various yokai, he's come to realize that Sage Mode still has its drawbacks, and no matter how I look at it, it just feels too much like a half-demon transformation, so I'd better put aside for now. Maybe when I get a chance to visit Mount Mayaboku, I can have a proper conversation with the Great Toad Sage before making any decisions. Besides, the preparation and activation time for Sage Mode is just too long, far too inconvenient. If I'm going to learn it, it should be like Hashirama's method, where he could enter Sage Mode with just a clap of his hands. But it seems that requires a Sage body. Looks like acquiring a Sage body will have to go on my list of goals as well. Seventh on the list. Menma stared at the long list in his hand, feeling a bit exasperated. Am I being too greedy? I want everything, want to learn everything. In the end, I might not master anything or accomplish a single thing. And if I really follow this plan, I'll probably have to pour all my time and energy into training for the next few years. Then when will I have time for romance? The Namikaze clan is still counting on me to continue the family line. Ino, Hinata, Sakura, Tenten, what about them? If I'm not around, they'll surely feel so lonely. Menma shamelessly mused to himself. Forget it, forget it. No point thinking about that now. The most important thing is to get stronger. As for the items on this list, I'll do as many as I can. In the end, isn't it all up to whatever the goofy author decides anyway? Worst case, I'll just copy those web novel tropes and say, 3 years later, he returns, unmatched and unstoppable. That saves time and effort, and it's twice as satisfying. After finishing his plans, Minma didn't go anywhere. He just stayed at home. So, when Kushina came home from work, she found Minma sprawled on the sofa, looking as if he was on his last breath. Minma, what's wrong? Don't scare me. Kushina was so startled her soul nearly left her body. She rushed over, not even bothering to take off her shoes, to check on Minma. Minma reached out a trembling hand and said weakly, Mom, I'm hungry. Kushina paused, then burst out in exasperated laughter and gave Minma a light smack. You're such a big boy now. If you're hungry, why didn't you just go out and buy something? Minma sat up and rubbed his head sheepishly. I wanted to eat your cooking, Mom. Kushina was taken aback for a moment. Then her expression softened. All right, I get it. Have a snack to tide you over. I'll start cooking right away. She patted Minma's head, changed her shoes and clothes, tied on her apron, and got busy in the kitchen. Before long, Minato also came home. Seeing Minma, he greeted him with a bright smile. Minma, you're up? Minma grinned and replied, Of course I'm up. What, do you think I could sleep all day? Minato chuckled. You never know. Back in the day, your old man would sometimes sleep for an entire day. Minma just curled his lip and stayed silent, thinking to himself, No wonder your skills are so mediocre. It's all because you're lazy. Minato changed into his slippers, walked into the living room, and sat down. He inhaled deeply, savoring the aroma of dinner in the air, then shouted toward the kitchen. Kushina, when will dinner be ready? I am starving. Kushina, upon hearing Minato's words, couldn't help but lose her temper. You know you're hungry, but you're still not hurrying in here to help. Honestly, what do you do all day? You barely make any money, and when you come home, I still have to wait on you. I must have done something terrible in a past life to end up with someone like you. Grumbling in the kitchen, Kushina complained as Minato hurriedly rushed over to help. He glanced back to see Minma still lying on the sofa, out of sight, then quietly slipped his arms around Kushina's waist from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder. You rascal, Kushina muttered, her lips curling into a sly smile as she glanced at Minato out of the corner of her eye, her voice both chiding and affectionate. Though her hands never paused in their work over the stove, there was a faint hint of laughter in her tone. That evening, Minma finally enjoyed a hearty family dinner after what felt like ages. At the table, he brought up the topic of improving his neural reflexes, curious to know whether Minato and Kushina were familiar with Might Guy. However, it turned out neither of them had much contact with him. It seemed he'd have to find time to ask Kakashi about it instead. The next morning, after breakfast, Minma left the house with plans to visit Ino and the others at the hospital. He strolled through Konoha's bustling shopping street, bought a few baskets of fruit, and headed toward the hospital. On the way, he unexpectedly ran into Sasuke, who was patrolling the street in his Chunin uniform. Sasuke spotted Minma as well, said a quick word to his companion, and walked over. You're back? Sasuke asked. Yeah, and you're doing a patrol for the Konoha police force. Minma said, pointing at Sasuke's Chunin vest. That's right. Day in, day out, just wandering around, bored out of my mind, Sasuke complained. Boredom isn't such a bad thing, is it? Minma rolled his eyes. I'd love to be in your shoes, never having to leave the village for missions. All right, I've had enough of this kind of dull life, Sasuke said, waving it off. But just one more month, and it'll be over. Oh, what do you mean? Minma asked. Oh, in a month my master will be taking me far away, partly to guide my training, and also to handle some matters. If all goes well, I probably won't be back for another 3 years, Sasuke explained. What? You're leaving Konoha for that long, too? Minma exclaimed in surprise. Yep, my master's planning to travel to various countries. I heard that Hiruzen Sarutobi had a few secret bases out there, and there might still be children who were trafficked and raised as weapons. My master's worried they'll go astray without someone to watch over them. So he wants to bring them back, Sasuke explained again. That's just like Orochimaru, Minma thought to himself, a wry smile flickering across his face. But wasn't this something I made up to fool Konohamaru? Did Hiruzen Sarutobi actually do it? And you? From the way you're talking, it sounds like you'll be away from the Leaf Village for quite a while, too. Sasuke asked. Yeah, my master is taking me out to travel and train, and I'll be gathering information across the ninja world while I'm at it, Minma replied. I see. Looks like it'll be a long time before we see each other again, Sasuke said with a sigh. In that case, Minma, before you leave, let's have a spar. I want to see how far I've come. Minma's head started to ache as soon as he heard that. He quickly tried to brush it off. Let's wait until we're back from our training, okay? I got a little issue with my body right now, and your Sharingan needs some getting used to too. Alright then, we'll settle it when we're both back. Don't try to dodge it again next time, Sasuke said, his eyes drifting to Minma's stomach as if he'd figured out the truth. Minma realized what Sasuke was thinking and could only sigh inwardly. There really are no secrets in the Leaf Village. Oh right, Sasuke, how does the Uchiha clan train their nerve reflexes? Can you teach me your method? Minma quickly changed the subject. If it's a hassle, forget it. I'll come up with something else. Sasuke scratched his head and replied, we do have a special way to train our reflexes, but it's all based on the Sharingan. I'm not sure if it would work for you. It's not exactly a secret, but I should check with my dad first. It shouldn't be a big deal, but even if he says no, I'll just teach you in secret. Thanks, and I won't let you teach me for nothing. I've got some ideas for developing advanced forms of the Chidori, the lightning blade. I'll sort them out and share them with you when I get back, Minma said. After all, these weren't his own techniques. Exchanging them for a favor from the Uchiha clan was a great deal. Wait, you're not even a lightning-style ninja. How do you know anything about developing Chidori? Sasuke looked skeptical. Sometimes the observer sees more than the player. You'll understand when the time comes. Minma replied mysteriously. Alright, whatever, Sasuke said, not bothered. That's enough chit-chat. I have to go visit Ino and the others at the hospital. I'll come by your place in a few days. Minma said, taking his leave. Okay, I've got patrol duty anyway. Say hi to Choji and the gang for me. Sasuke replied. Without looking back, Minma waved his hand to show he understood, picked up the fruit basket, and headed toward the hospital. At Konoha Hospital, Minma first went to see Shikamaru. The guy was still fast asleep, snoring softly. According to his father, Shikaka Nara, Shikamaru was fine, just some scrapes and minor injuries. With a bit of rest, he'd be back to normal. After exchanging a few words with Shikaka Nara and ordering another 100 bottles of deer blood wine, Minma stood up and took his leave. At last, he made his way to Choji's room. Choji was still unconscious, his arms hooked up to multiple nutrient drips, so gaunt that he was barely recognizable. His parents sat by his bedside, their emotions held in check, though the sorrow etched on their faces was unmistakable. Minma entered cautiously, greeting Mr. and Mrs. Akimichi. He set down a basket of fruit, then bowed deeply and began apologizing. Uncle, Auntie, I'm so sorry. I failed to keep Choji safe. Everything that happened to him is my fault. Mr. Akimichi hurried to help Minma up. Minma, don't say that. This was Choji's own decision. In fact, I should thank you. If it weren't for what happened this time, Choji might not have finally faced his inner struggles. Minma quickly replied with humility. No, the credit all goes to Choji himself. I didn't really do anything. Do you know how he's doing now? Mr. Akimichi forced a smile and answered, he's not in any real danger. It's just that after using the butterfly transformation technique, he burned through too much fat and muscle. Once he's eaten and rested, he'll be fine. Minma thought for a moment and asked, why not have him eat more normally? To store up extra fat? Maybe that would help a little. Choji's mother looked worried as she replied, if only it were that simple. But we don't know what's wrong with Choji. He just can't eat much, and no matter what we do, he can't gain weight. Even when he forces himself to eat more, he ends up vomiting or with diarrhea. We tried everything, but nothing works. Minma suggested, could it be a weak digestive system? If he can't absorb what he eats, he won't gain weight. Mr. Akimichi sounded unsure as he replied, that shouldn't be the case. In the Akimichi clan, we have secret digestion techniques. No matter how much we eat, we can handle it. Minma said, being able to digest it doesn't mean the nutrients are being absorbed. It might be a problem with his gut flora. Since Lady Tsunade is still in the village, why not ask her to take a look? Mr. Akimichi shook his head. We considered that too. He's taken all sorts of probiotics and gut supplements, but nothing has made much difference. Minma hesitated before asking, have you ever tried fecal microbiota transplantation? Mr. Akimichi was taken aback. What's that? Minma waved his hand. I don't know the details, but I've heard of the treatment. You'd better consult Lady Tsunade about it. Mr. Akimichi nodded and made a mental note of the term. Seeing this, Minma exchanged a few more pleasantries before taking his leave. With the last fruit basket in hand, Minma made his way to Ino's hospital room. Compared to Shikamaru and Choji, Ino was in much better shape. She had a bandage wrapped around her head and was sitting up in bed, chatting with her mother. Seeing Mina walk in, Ino was delighted. She smiled and greeted her. Mina, you're here? After first bowing politely to Ino's mother, Mina also smiled and said hello. Hi, Ino. How's your recovery going? Ino straightened up, bent her arm to show off her strength, and said energetically, I'm perfectly fine now. The doctor said I just need to be observed for 2 more days before I can be discharged. Mina glanced at Ino's slender arm and quickly waved her hand with a laugh. All right. I believe you. Hurry up and lie down. Watching the two interact, Ino's mother wore a smile that only a mother-in-law could have. Suddenly, she stood up and said to Mina, Mina, would you mind looking after Ino for a while? I need to run home to get her some daily necessities. Oh, of course. Don't worry, Auntie. I'll take care of her. Mina hurriedly got to her feet and replied. As she was leaving, Ino's mother winked mischievously at her daughter before carefully closing the hospital room door behind her. Ino's face turned crimson at her mother's final gesture. What's wrong, Ino? Are you feeling unwell? Mina noticed the flush on Ino's cheeks and asked with concern. No, it's nothing, Ino quickly explained. It just feels a little warm in here, that's all. I see. Let me open the window a bit more for you, Mina said, getting up and walking over to the window. As Mina's back was turned, Ino stuck out her tongue at her and silently mouthed, You big dummy. Mina returned from the window and sat down on the stool by Ino's bed. Looking at the girl's delicate face, for a moment, Mina didn't know what to say. The atmosphere suddenly grew a little awkward. Mina. They both spoke at once, then fell silent together. A small giggle escaped Ino as she covered her mouth. Mina scratched his head and chuckled sheepishly. You go first, Mina, Ino said, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear and smiling at him. Blushing, Mina finally spoke. Ino, aside from visiting you today, I also wanted to tell you that soon I'll be leaving the Leaf Village to travel the ninja world with my master. It'll probably take about 3 years, so I wanted to let you know in person. Oh, I see. Ino looked a little disappointed, but she quickly smiled and asked, And why did you want to tell me in particular? Because Mina's face turned even redder as he stammered, unable to finish his sentence. Seeing how flustered he was, Ino couldn't help but smile softly. Silly boy, you were so bold before, but now that I'm right in front of you, you can't even get the words out. Where's that courage you had to declare in front of enemies that I was your girl? Thinking of this, Ino's cheeks flushed red. She lifted her chin and said in a sweet, slightly haughty voice, Humph, Minma, I want an apple. Minma was briefly taken aback, then broke into a wide grin. Sure, I'll peel one for you right away. As soon as Minma finished peeling the apple, cutting it into small pieces to feed Ino one bite at a time, the door to the hospital room swung open without warning. Bed number 3, time for rounds, called out a familiar voice. Minma set the plate of apples on the bedside table and turned around. Sakura? Yes, Sakura nodded slightly at Minma, holding a folder in her left hand as she walked to the foot of Ino's bed. She pulled out a small card from under the bed's footboard, scribbled something on it, then tucked it back in place. After that, Sakura smiled at Ino. Is there anywhere you're feeling unwell today? No, everything's just fine, Ino replied with a gentle smile. That's good. Make sure you get plenty of rest, Sakura said, nodding. Then she turned to Minma. Ino needs to recuperate quietly, so, understand, I'll leave right away. Minma jumped to his feet, ready to go. Minma-can, Ino called softly. Minma turned back, looking at Ino with a warm smile. Take care and get better soon. I'll come see you again once you're discharged. Sakura nodded at Ino as well, then followed Minma out the door. At that moment, Ino's mother, who had been waiting outside for a while, pushed open the door and walked in. Ino, how was your chat with Minma? Mom. Ino looked surprised. Didn't you say you were going home to get something? Silly girl, that was just an excuse so you could spend some time alone with Minma, her mother said with a teasing smile. So, did Minma confess to you? Mom, what are you talking about? Ino's face turned crimson. It's not like that at all. Oh, really? Her mother replied mischievously. Funny because last night I heard someone talking in her sleep, calling out Minma-can over and over again. Mom, Ino buried her face in the blankets, mortified, her voice muffled with embarrassment. Her mother watched her with an amused smile, then said gently, If you really like Minma, you have to hold on tight, or some other girl might steal him away. I've noticed that Sakura from his team and that girl from the Hyuga family both seem to have feelings for him too. Hearing this, Ino pulled down the covers, looking troubled. I know, but I'm not as pretty as Sakura, and I'm not a Hyuga princess like Hinata. I'm just an ordinary girl. Do you really think Minma would like someone like me? Ino's mother didn't know how to comfort her daughter. She simply sat by the bedside, pulled Ino gently into her arms, and softly said, Who says our Ino isn't beautiful? As long as you can be a bit braver, I believe that Minma will surely understand your feelings. Ino wrapped her arms around her mother's waist, buried her head against her mother's chest, and stayed silent. Meanwhile, at Konoha Hospital, in the director's office, Minma followed Sakura into an elegantly furnished room. He looked around with curiosity, then casually sat half-perched on the edge of the desk, hands in his pockets, and exclaimed in amazement, Wow, this is really something. I never thought you'd look so professional in a white coat. Sakura, but wait, you already have your own office? And it's the director's office. Is your medical ninjutsu really that advanced now? Sakura strode over, smacked his arm with her folder, and scolded him playfully. Get off the desk. What do you think you're doing? This office isn't mine. It belongs to my teacher. She's usually in the Hokage's office, and rarely comes to the hospital, so I just work here temporarily. Minma's eyes widened in realization. So this was Tsunade's office. That explained everything. He almost forgot, besides being the Hokage, Tsunade was also the director of Konoha Hospital and the very founder of the medical ninja system. As Tsunade's apprentice, it made perfect sense for Sakura to use her office now and then. Wait, something suddenly occurred to Minma, and he quickly asked, Sakura, when did you apprentice yourself to Lady Hokage? Sakura replied, just a few days ago, when you and Hinata went out on your mission. How did you become her student? Minma was genuinely curious. Sakura's situation was quite different from his and Sasuke's. He himself had become Jiraiya's student because his own father had once studied under Jiraiya. Sasuke had become Orochimaru's student, thanks to the Uchiha clan being the orphanage's main benefactor. But Sakura and Tsunade had no such connection. Her father, Haruno Sho, had little to do with Tsunade. By the time he took office, Tsunade had already left the village. Minma had even planned to bring it up with Tsunade himself when he returned, but Sakura had already managed it on her own. Sakura explained, do you remember during the Chunin exams, after we were attacked by Root, the third Hokage promised each of us a jutsu as compensation? Of course I remember, Minma replied without hesitation. The Flying Thunder God technique he now possessed was obtained thanks to that very promise. Even though Minato also knew the jutsu, he could only use it. He couldn't teach it. So the complete training method was still in Danzo's hands. Sakura continued to explain, I used that promise to have the third Hokage recommend me to Lady Tsunade as her apprentice. Naruto, hearing this, felt sorry for Sakura. Isn't that a waste? With your talent, Sakura, you'd eventually have become Lady Tsunade's student anyway. There was no need to give up your chance to learn an A-rank jutsu just for that. Besides, didn't Kakashi-sensei also say he'd recommend you to Lady Tsunade? You could have just asked him. Sakura didn't mind. When it comes to finding a mentor, the sooner the better. Besides, now that I'm the Hokage's apprentice, do you think I'll have any shortage of chances to learn advanced jutsu in the future? As for Kakashi-sensei, I haven't seen him since he was promoted to Chunin. Naruto nodded, accepting Sakura's reasoning. Sakura then asked, by the way, when you were in Ino's hospital room earlier, you said you'd be leaving Konoha for a long time. What's that about? Naruto scratched his head and explained, oh, I meant exactly what I said. My teacher, Jiraiya, is taking me to travel and train across the ninja world. It'll probably take about 3 years. Sakura's voice grew heavy. I see. So I won't see you for a long time. Naruto nodded. Yeah, and it's not just me. Sasuke's also leaving Konoha to train with Lord Orochimaru. He'll probably be gone for about 3 years too. Sakura grumbled in frustration. Why is everyone like this? Can't you just train here in Konoha? Why must you all run off somewhere else? Naruto sighed helplessly. Isn't it said that reading thousands of books can never compare to traveling thousands of miles? Getting out and seeing the world can broaden your horizons. Believe it or not, if Lady Tsunade hadn't become Hokage, you'd probably be traveling the ninja world with her right now. Sakura understood, then asked, when are you leaving? Naruto replied, probably sometime this month. Sakura nodded. Then before you go, let's get everyone together for a gathering. Naruto agreed. Sure, but let's invite Sasuke and the rest of our classmates too. Sakura pressed her lips together and nodded silently, without saying a word. Silly fool. So in your heart, I'm not the special one after all. Naruto thought Sakura agreed, so he hopped down from the table and said, all right, it's settled then. That's it for today. I'll head back. You get back to work. Sakura waved her hand. Get lost, get lost. Don't get in my way. Naruto shook his head, smiling as he walked out the door. Once he left Konoha Hospital, Naruto headed straight for the Hyuga compound. Well, since I'm free anyway, I'll go see Hinata. There are a few things I need to give her. After asking the Hyuga clan members at the gate to announce his arrival, Naruto waited outside. Before long, Neji Hyuga appeared at the entrance, his tone unfriendly as he addressed Naruto. What are you doing here? Mama didn't get upset. Smiling, he greeted, oh, isn't that Neji? Have your injuries healed? Neji couldn't help but shiver at these words. When he'd been on missions under Maima's command, he'd really been put through the ringer. The worst part was, he couldn't even complain about it. After all, it was thanks to those experiences that he'd been promoted to Chunin. Just then, Hinata came rushing over, full of energy. She grabbed Neji, who was blocking the doorway, and pulled him out of the way. Beaming at Maima, she called out, hey Maima, you're here. Maima greeted her with a smile. That's right, I came to see you. Do you have some time? Ido. Kumin, Maima. Hinata eagerly took Maima's hand and led him inside the clan grounds. Watching all this unfold, Niji could only glare in frustration, not daring to say a word. He knew better than to cross either of them. Hinata led Maima through the corridors, across a wooden bridge, and into a small courtyard. This was where Hinata and her sister lived. She invited Maima to sit under the eaves and said cheerfully, "Sit here for a moment, Maima. I'll go make you some tea." With that, Hinata hurried inside, sliding open the door and rummaging around with a clatter. "Hanabi, have you seen my tea set? Speak up. Are you mute or something? The teapot's under your blanket, one teacup's on the tatami, and the other's in your old sock," came a soft, timid voice. "Hanabi," Hinata shrieked. Following the sound, Maima looked over and saw a little girl with long hair peeking nervously from behind the door. Half her face showing, she gazed shyly at Maima. Maima offered her a gentle smile. The girl blushed furiously and ducked back behind the door. Maima couldn't help but chuckle. A moment later, the little girl emerged, cheeks still rosy, and handed Maima a box of sweets. Smiling, Maima pointed to the treats and asked softly, "Are these for me?" The girl nodded, still blushing. Maima took a piece and popped it in his mouth. Delicious. Thank you. You must be Hanabi, right? What a lovely name." "I'm Hanabi. What's your name?" Hanabi's face lit up with a big smile as she nodded enthusiastically. She sat down beside Maima, passing the box, and took a sweet for herself, stuffing it in her mouth and mumbling, crumbs flying everywhere. "My name is Minma Uzumaki. It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Hyuga Hanabi," Maima said with a laugh, gently wiping the crumbs from Hanabi's lips. Just then, Hinata came out carrying a small tray with a tea set arranged on top. "Hey, that's mine," Hanabi exclaimed, her face turning red as she shouted at Hinata. Hinata waved her off. "What's the big deal? I'm just borrowing it for a bit. Besides, didn't you eat my sweets just now?" Hanabi pointed straight at Minma and declared, "He's the one who ate it." Minma was completely baffled. It was as if trouble had fallen from the sky while he was just sitting there. Hinata grabbed Hanabi's chubby cheek and pulled her aside. "You haven't even swallowed the snack stuck between your teeth." Puffing with indignation, Hanabi slapped Hinata's hand away and dashed back to her room. After sending Hanabi off, Hinata turned to Minma with an apologetic look. "Sorry about that. My little sister can be a bit of a handful." Minma shook his head and smiled. "Not at all. She's actually quite adorable." Hinata poured Minma a cup of tea and then asked, "So, Minma-kun, what brings you here today?" Minma grinned mischievously. "What? Can't I come see you unless I have a reason?" "Of course not." Hinata waved her hands in protest. "I'm just curious because you've never visited my house before." Minma chuckled and decided to tease her a bit. The reason I came today is to let you know I probably won't be back for the next 3 years." The roundabout statement left Hinata momentarily stunned. When she finally processed it, a shadow crossed her face. She couldn't help but ask anxiously, "Why? Did Niji say something to you?" "Don't mind him, I'll set him straight." "Or is it because you secretly dislike me? Is it my personality? I'm not always like this. I could be gentle too." Hinata hurriedly explained herself, then looked at Minma with nervous anticipation. Minma waved his hand, smiling. No, it's nothing like that. How could I dislike you, Hinata? To be honest, I actually really like your personality. What I said just now was just a joke. The real reason is that I'll be traveling and training with Master Jiraiya across the ninja world, so I'll be away from the village for 3 years. I came today for 2 reasons. First, to say a quick goodbye, and second, I need your help with something. Minma said a lot, but all Hinata heard was, "I actually really like your." Those words seemed to echo in her mind, leaving her frozen and wide-eyed, staring at Minma. Minma began to feel awkward under Hinata's intense gaze, and quickly tried to hide it by taking a sip of tea. Just then, Hanabi's spirited voice came from behind. "Silly sister, prepare to face my wrath. Minma-kun, I have a present for you, catch." Hearing the shout, Minma turned just in time to see a blur of white hurtling toward him. Of course, there was no way Minma would be hit by such a clumsy attack. He reached out and effortlessly caught the projectile. Why is it so light? Minma gave it a curious squeeze, soft, delicate, and carrying the faintest trace of sweet scent. Unfolding it, he realized it was a little girl's camisole, trimmed with white lace and 2 slender straps, though it was a bit stretched out of shape. "Aya!" Hinata let out a startled cry and immediately sprang up, snatching the item from Minma's hands. Flushed with embarrassment and anxiety, she shouted at Hanabi, "Hanabi, stop it right now." Hanabi just giggled mischievously. "No way." Hinata hurried to her feet and chased after Hanabi, desperate to stop the little rascal. Hanabi chuckled gleefully, raised her arms to the sky, and declared, "Ninja art. big sister's underwear toss. In an instant, the air was filled with a riot of vibrant, colorful fabrics fluttering everywhere. Hinata vanished in a flash, reappearing behind Hanabi. She grabbed her by the collar and swiftly brought her under control with a no-nonsense grip. Hanabi wailed at the top of her lungs, her cries echoing through the courtyard. Hearing his youngest daughter's pitiful screams, Hayashi Hyuga rushed over in alarm. As he stepped into the yard, the first thing he saw was Minma clutching a handful of Hinata's underwear, surrounded by a scatter of even more undergarments. Minma stared at the underwear in his hand, then glanced up at Hayashi, whose face was twisted in fury. With an awkward smile, Minma stammered, "If I said these undergarments just flew in my hand on their own, would you believe me, Lord Hayashi? Scoundrel, prepare to meet your end." 8 trigrams, 64 palms. What followed was utter chaos. Feathers flying, animal scattering, and general mayhem. A little while later, Hanabi and Hayashi were kneeling obediently in the living room, heads hung low in shame. Minma lay sprawled, out on the floor, his eyes swirling dizzily like spinning tops. Hinata knelt beside him, fussing over his injuries with concern. "Hinata-chan, this brat is just pretending to be dead. I was careful not to hurt him too badly." Hayashi leaned forward and explained in a cautious tone. Silence. Hinata's glare was sharp as a blade, slicing straight toward Hayashi. Hayashi shrank back, dutifully bowing his head and kneeling in proper form. Hinata looked at Minma with deep worry, then spun around and barked, "Apologize right now." Hayashi stared at her in shock, blurting out, "You want me to apologize to him?" When he saw Hinata's unwavering gaze, Hayashi let out an incredulous laugh. "I'm the head of the proud Hyuga clan, and you want me to apologize to some snot-nosed punk?" Hinata's tone grew cold. "You hit the wrong person. Isn't it only right for you to apologize?" Hayashi snorted. "Even if I had hit the wrong person, or even killed someone, when have I, Hayashi Hyuga, ever apologized? Remember the time the Cloud delegation visited the Leaf? One of their ninja tried to kidnap you and steal the Hyuga bloodline, so I killed him on the spot. When the Cloud ninja pressed their advantage, did you ever see me apologize?" Hinata remembered that incident. She had been 4 years old then. After Hayashi killed that Cloud ninja, the Cloud delegation indeed tried to use it as an excuse to force Konoha into handing Hayashi over. But thanks to the firm protection of the 3rd Hokage and Danzo Shimura, Hayashi never uttered a single word of apology. When the Cloud threatened war, Danzo had retorted with righteous fury. "If you want war, then war it shall be." Left with no other choice, the Cloud ninja slunk away with their comrade's body. From that day on, the Hyuga clan's reputation for unyielding resolve spread far and wide. Even when faced with the threat of war, you never once bowed your head or apologized, and now you're asking me to apologize to some brat? Are you going to apologize or not? Hinata's voice turned icy cold. Hayashi Hyuga looked at his frail daughter before him, then at Minma, who was lying with his head in her lap, pretending to be unconscious. His lips trembled for a long time before he finally closed his eyes and let out a long sigh. "Fine, I'll apologize." Hearing this, Minma knew he couldn't keep pretending. He quickly sat up from Hinata's lap and came to Hayashi's rescue. "Haha, the Hyuga clan's gentle fist is truly as legendary as they say. Many thanks for your guidance, clan leader." Hayashi stared at him in utter confusion. "What on earth are you talking about?" Hinata also looked at Minma with a puzzled expression. Minma forced an explanation to Hinata. "Just now I happened to run into the clan leader and couldn't resist asking him to teach me a couple of moves. Turns out I'm not skilled enough and was knocked out by the clan leader. I know it was wrong of me to challenge my superior, but Hinata, please don't blame me for being rude." "Is that so?" Hinata glanced at Hayashi, her eyes sharp with suspicion. Yes, that's exactly what happened." Hayashi replied firmly. "Something doesn't feel right. Minma, are you covering for him?" Hinata looked at Minma with narrowed eyes. Minma waved his hand dismissively. "Why would I?" "Hinata, do you remember I just told you there were 2 things I needed to talk to you about?" Hinata answered. "Of course I remember. One was to tell me you're leaving the Leaf Village, and the other was that you had something to give me." "What, brat, you're leaving the Leaf Village? That's fantastic news," Hayashi exclaimed, grinning from ear to ear. "Wait, you're this happy that I'm leaving the village?" Minma's face was full of disbelief. "Pipe down." Hinata shot Hayashi a glare of annoyance. Minma straightened up and said seriously, "That's right, I'm talking about the second thing." Hinata blinked in confusion, waiting for him to continue. Minma nodded. "What I want to teach you is the free-flowing gentle fist, the technique that Master Jiraiya and I invented together. Hinata, do you remember the taijutsu I used in the Chunin exams when I fought Niji?" Hinata nodded slightly. "Yes, I remember. You said it was also called gentle fist, but aside from the name, it's quite different from our Hyuga clan style. I can't believe this technique is still in its early stages. It already seems so powerful. Yes, it's true. It's still a work in progress. There are many aspects that haven't been perfected yet. That's why I need your help to complete it. Mima said earnestly. Just now, seeking guidance from the clan leader was for this very reason. So that's how it is, Hinata exclaimed, suddenly understanding. So that's how it is, Hayashi echoed, as if waking from a dream. So next, I'll have to trouble clan leader Hyuga to be my sparring partner, so I can give Hinata a full demonstration of the flowing 8 trigrams palm. Minma nodded gently toward Hayashi, signaling his intention. Hayashi, however, felt a twinge of hesitation in his heart. Outwardly, Minma said he was asking the Hyuga family for help to complete the martial art, but in truth, he was bestowing them with a generous gift. When someone gives you such a favor for nothing, how can you possibly repay it? Could it be that the only way is to marry off his daughter? Clan leader Hyuga, get ready. Here I come. Minma assumed a starting stance and warned in a steady voice. Hayashi gathered his focus and took up the gentle fist's opening position. Minma recited the technique's verse, one word at a time. Stand upright, palms like fists. Move in harmony with yin and yang. Know your opponent's intent. Dodge and evade. Guard your body, sense slant and bias. When attacking, push and step in, steal half a move. Insert, strike, chop, and pierce. Master every aspect. To avoid confusion in the heat of battle, study this text diligently in times of peace. Then, Minma advanced with a mud-stepping walk, his hands flitting like butterflies weaving through flowers, launching an attack toward Hayashi. Bend both knees, find strength in natural movement. Front leg bent, rear straight, train until firm. Step in line, evade and shift with agility. Strike on the diagonal, circle back in reverse. Shoulders spin like whirling wind, steady and strong. Knees powerful, heels steady, hooks guiding the shins. After unleashing a flurry of palm techniques, Minma paused, catching his breath, while Hayashi calmly withdrew his hands and clasped them behind his back, as if nothing had happened. Minma reached into his ninja tool pouch, pulled out the flowing 8 trigrams palm manual he'd compiled with Jiraiya, and tossed it to Hinata. He spoke. The flowing 8 trigrams palm uses the palm as its foundation and movement as its method, blending kicks, strikes, throws, and holds into one. It evolves endlessly, always generating new forms. Sidestep the direct, embrace the oblique, follow the flow and force, shift between real and feigned, escaping and vanishing in an instant. When soft, it hides steel within silk, sticking and adapting. When hard, it snaps and bursts like thunder and lightning. Training begins with movement, inner strength. As the base, correct form, breath control, understanding force, mastering technique, and recognizing change. Using the 8 palms as the core, you could develop countless practical techniques and routines. This is the practice and application I've compiled for the flowing 8 trigrams palm. Hinata, I hope you'll combine it with the Hyuga clan's gentle fist essentials and help me perfect it. 3 years from now, when I return from my travels, I hope you can teach me a new 8 trigrams palm. Hinata clutched the scroll tightly, her eyes shining as she stared at Minma, nodding her promise with fierce determination. Seeing Hinata like this, Hayashi's heart was filled with mixed emotions. He knew he could no longer hold onto his eldest daughter. Wasn't it obvious, with the affection sparkling in her eyes? Well, so be it. A daughter must marry someday. Minma wasn't such a bad choice, after all. Though reluctant, he still had his dear younger daughter, Hanabi. Hayashi looked affectionately toward Hana. Wait, Hanabi? At that moment, Hanabi's eyes were sparkling like stars, her fists clenched before her chest, gazing at Minma with rapt admiration. What could it be? Even my precious daughter is starting to slip away? Hayashi Hyuga eyed the blonde boy before him with a look that was anything but friendly. Brother Minma, can I be your bride? Hanabi suddenly blurted out, catching everyone off guard. Hanabi, I'll make you pay for this. Hinata exploded in fury, charging at Hanabi like a whirlwind. You brat, I'll make you pay for this. Hayashi, equally enraged, lunged at Minma with the force of storm. After the commotion quieted down, Hayashi Hyuga arranged a luncheon. Despite his displeasure, the Hyuga family was impeccable when it came to matters of etiquette. Since Minma had presented such a generous gift to the Hyuga family, they too had to respond in kind. At the table, Hayashi took a sip of sake, his words laden with meaning. Minma, your gift to our Hyuga clan is of great value. Naturally, our clan must offer something in return. Minma quickly set down his chopsticks. Clan leader Hyuga, you're too kind. In truth, I'm the one troubling your family. Hayashi waved a hand dismissively. Minma, there's no need for excuses. What's right is right. What's wrong is wrong. Our Hyuga clan knows the difference between gratitude and inconvenience. So please, do not refuse our goodwill. With things said so plainly, Minma could only nod. Then I'll do as you see fit, Lord Hyuga. Hayashi looked down at his two daughters, sighed, and said, I have two pearls, the most precious treasures in my life. The elder shines brilliantly. The younger is gentle and endearing. Minma, which one do you favor? Of course, Minma understood his meaning. He wasn't talking about actual pearls, but about Hinata and Hanabi. Only children make choices, grown-ups. One and all, Minma thought to himself. But such words could never be spoken aloud. Otherwise, Hayashi might just strike him down on the spot. Minma considered carefully, then replied slowly, Since they are your most valued treasures, perhaps it is best they remain with you, clan leader. Hayashi's expression darkened. A treasure belongs to the worthy. In my eyes, Minma, you are worthy. Minma shook his head modestly. Though I cherish such treasures, a gentleman does not take what another holds dear. Hayashi's face grew even more severe. Minma, do you look down on our Hyuga clan? The nerve of this boy. I've already relented and am willing to give him one of my daughters. Yet he keeps beating around the bush. Does he think the Hyuga clan is easy to trifle with? Realizing Hayashi had misunderstood, Minma hurried to explain, It's not that I'm unwilling, but this is a weighty matter. I ought to discuss it with my parents first. Sitting below, Hinata watched the two men volley words back and forth, then suddenly interjected, Honestly, what's the fuss? They're just pearls. Are they really more precious than the 8 trigrams palms Minma taught me? Father, you shouldn't be so stingy. Why not just give both pearls to Minma and be done with it? Hinata's father was taken aback by what he heard, pausing in surprise before breaking into a fit of harsh coughing. Meanwhile, Minma watched Hinata with an amused look, as if to say, Silly girl, do you even understand what we're talking about before you chime in? Thanks to Hinata's interruption, her father put aside his earlier intentions and instead invited Minma to enjoy the luncheon. After the meal, Minma took his leave. Hinata, reluctant to see him go, accompanied him all the way to the gates of the Hyuga estate. If not for her father glaring watchfully behind her, she would have followed Minma home without a second thought. Only when Minma's figure had disappeared from sight did Hinata turn around and, in a sudden burst, grab Hanabi's cheeks. Minma-kun is mine. Don't you dare get any funny ideas, you hear me? Her father, witnessing this, could only sigh with exasperation. Hanabi is still just a little girl. Hinata, is this really necessary? Hanabi wriggled free from Hinata's grasp, rubbing her reddened cheeks vigorously, her big eyes swirling with mischief. No way. Hanabi, have you lost your mind? Today is the first time you've even met Minma. Hinata demanded, frowning. Hanabi just smiled sweetly. I don't know why, but whenever something belongs to you, big sister, I always want to snatch it away. Ah! Hinata clutched her hair in frustration, letting out a shriek like a startled marmot. The next few days, Minma finally allowed himself to relax, wandering aimlessly through the village, drifting from place to place without purpose. Truth be told, the prospect of leaving the village for such a long time made him a bit uneasy. During this time, he paid a visit to the Uchiha clan, where Fugaku Uchiha personally received him and taught him a special Uchiha technique for training one's neural reflexes. The formality of it all left Minma feeling rather at a loss. Wanting to reciprocate, Minma shared with Fugaku and Sasuke his own ideas for Chidori Stream, Chidori Sharp Spear, and Lightning Release, Kirin. The first two techniques, Chidori Stream and Chidori Sharp Spear, were straightforward enough. Fugaku's experience let him grasp their workings immediately. But when Minma described the concept behind Kirin, even the worldly Fugaku couldn't help but marvel at the wild ingenuity of this jutsu. He had believed that by sharing a secret Uchiha training method, he had already repaid whatever debt he owed Minma. But now it seemed that if anything, he owed him even more. Still, perhaps that wasn't so bad. At least it meant the Uchiha clan's ties with Minma were growing even closer. A few days later, with the help of his shadow clone, Accelerator, Minma finally mastered the adamantine ceiling chains. Training progress, 3%, Minma narrated in his head, pretending he had his own system interface. At last, Jiraiya managed to escape from Tsunade's iron grip. For the past month, he had been helping her sort out Konoha's military forces and clan relationships, cracking the whip where needed, rewarding others when necessary. One detail worth mentioning. The leader of the Konoha Umbu was no longer Uchiha Obito. He had stepped into the open now, serving as the captain of Konoha's Jonin squad. You could say he already had one foot in the door of the next Hokage's training squad. When Jiraiya arrived at Minma's home, Minato and Kushina welcomed him warmly, hoping he would take good care of Minma over the next 3 years. Minma, together with Sasuke, invited all their friends from the same class and their respective team leaders to a farewell banquet. At the gathering, everyone shared their reluctance to part and their hopes for a joyful reunion. After the festivities, as Minma was about to leave, Kakashi called him over and handed him a scroll. Minma, I haven't congratulated you yet on becoming a Chunin. This is a gift for you. Thank you, Kakashi-sensei. Minma replied with a bright smile, then glanced at the scroll. What is this? You wanted to learn the technique for the 8 gates, didn't you? I spoke to the Hokage and managed to get you the training method for the first 5 gates. Thank you so much. Minma was overjoyed. He promised Kakashi, when I return, I'll make sure to bring you a great gift. Kakashi's eyes curved into a thin line. I don't need any grand presents. Just promise me you'll come back safe. The day before, Sasuke had already slipped away quietly with Orochimaru. Jiraiya went to see them off, and Minma took the opportunity to bid Sasuke farewell as well. Sasuke carried a small pack on his back and wore at his waist the short sword Minma had given him. He had taken off his ninja forehead protector and looked every bit the wandering swordsman. Hey Sasuke, this is for you. Minma handed Sasuke a little cloth pouch. What's this? Sasuke asked, curiosity flickering in his eyes as he reached to open it. Don't open it yet. Wait until I've left. Minma quickly stopped him. What's with the secrecy? Sasuke grumbled, but obediently refrained from opening the pouch. Minma nodded, then looked at Sasuke with a serious expression. Sasuke, don't go dying out there. If you died, I'd still be just fine. Sasuke shot back with a scowl. Of all things to say at a farewell, telling someone not to die was hardly comforting. I'm off. Sasuke tied the pouch to his belt, raised his hand in farewell to Minma, and then turned to catch up with Orochimaru. Sometime after they'd left, Sasuke took advantage of a break to finally open Minma's small cloth pouch. Inside, he found a roll of banknotes. Idiot. As if the Uchiha clan would ever be short of money. Just yesterday, my father gave Master Orochimaru 10 million ryo to cover our living expenses for the next 3 years, Sasuke muttered with a hint of a smile. He counted the notes, 100,000 ryo in total. It's not much, but I guess that's probably the most that idiot could spare, he thought to himself. As he was about to put the money back, he noticed a slip of paper tucked inside. Curious, he unfolded it and read. A young sword, not yet worn at the hip, and already the world awaits your journey. Sasuke mulled over these words, and a surge of pride welled up in his chest. This guy really knows how to talk, he thought. Turning the slip of paper over, he noticed. There was another line written on the back. Remember, this money is for saving your life. Don't touch it unless you're truly in danger. Take care, and whatever you do, never let Uncle Orochimaru find out about this. If necessary, hide it in your shoe. Reading this, Sasuke gave a dismissive snort. Orochimaru-sensei has 10 million. Would he really covet your 100,000? Like an owl lusting after a decaying mouse. Still, after a moment's consideration, he decided to take the advice and stowed the 100,000 ryo safely on his person. He had no idea that, in the trials to come, he would look back on this moment and be deeply grateful for his foresight. At last, the day arrived for Minma's departure. The entrance to the Hidden Leaf Village was packed with people. Besides his peers in the trio, including Rock Lee, there were also plenty of unfamiliar genin and chunin. They'd all come to see Minma off. Last time, after completing a simple mission with Minma, they'd somehow received an A-rank evaluation, leaving them overjoyed. Many had hoped to team up with Minma for more missions, but when they inquired at the mission hall, they learned he wouldn't be taking any missions for the next 3 years. Disappointed, they decided to organize a farewell, partly to thank Minma, and partly in hope that he'd return soon and lead them on more high-level missions. Well, Minma, who would have thought you were so popular? Shikamaru gazed at the crowd, a hint of envy in his voice. Choji, now back to his usual size, snorted and looked rather disgruntled. Minma quietly pulled Ino aside and asked, "What's up with Choji? He's been giving me the cold shoulder ever since our last group dinner." Ino covered her mouth, stifling a laugh, but said nothing. It was Sakura who stepped in to clear up the confusion. Don't you remember? Last time, you suggested using fecal microbiota transplantation as a treatment. Choji's father ended up seeking out Lady Tsunade about it. She thought it could work and decided to give it a try. As you can see, the results were dramatic, though Choji still has some psychological hurdles to overcome. Minma couldn't help but chuckle. So that's what it was, no wonder. But why is he treating Shikamaru the same way? He asked. Shikamaru was the donor for the transplant, Sakura replied, summing it up in a single sentence. Minma glanced at the ever-cheerful Shikamaru and nodded to himself. Yes, an excellent donor indeed. After bidding farewell to everyone and his parents, Minma set off with Jiraiya. They had walked for a while and were now deep in the woods, not far from the village. Suddenly, Jiraiya came to a halt. Facing the shadows among the trees, he called out, "You can come out now." At the sound of his voice, Tsunade emerged from the darkness. She was holding a jug of wine, her cheeks flushed with red, and said with a wry smile, "Orochimaru is gone, and now you're leaving too. Once again, I'm the only one left." As she spoke, she tossed the jug to Jiraiya. Jiraiya caught it effortlessly, let out a bitter laugh, and took a swig. "You tricked me back with the memory of Nawaki, then tied me to Konoha with the title of Hokage. Jiraiya, are you really going to leave me here all by myself?" Tsunade fixed Jiraiya with a penetrating stare. Jiraiya avoided her gaze, drinking in silence, knowing full well he was in the wrong. But then, he turned and looked straight into Tsunade's eyes. "Can I really stay? Is it truly all right for me to stay by your side?" This time, it was Tsunade's turn to panic. She hurriedly looked away, avoiding his eyes. "Oh, this is getting good." Minma watched the two of them, eyes sparkling with excitement, grinning widely. He only lacked a handful of sunflower seeds to complete the picture. After a long pause, Tsunade spoke softly, "Jiraiya, please don't force me, all right?" Hearing this, Jiraiya let out a bitter chuckle and asked, "You still can't forget about him, can you?" Tsunade's lips parted slightly, but she remained silent. Jiraiya's voice was tinged with sorrow. "All right, I understand." Tsunade turned back to look at Jiraiya, her eyes full of conflicting emotions. Jiraiya forced a carefree smile. "Well, that's that. I'll be on my way. Take care of yourself here in Konoha." Without waiting for Tsunade to reply, Jiraiya turned and strode away, singing at the top of his lungs as he walked. When the fierce tiger returns to the mountain does not welcome a hero such as I. When the wandering dragon enters the sea does not welcome Jiraiya either. Tsunade stood motionless, staring blankly at Jiraiya's departing figure, lost in thought, her mind adrift somewhere far away. Minma shook his head. These two, so hopelessly entangled, clearly having feelings for each other, yet always hesitating, always holding back. It was honestly frustrating to watch. "Looks like it's up to me to step in." Minma walked forward, coming to stand beside Tsunade, and together they watched Jiraiya disappear into the distance. "Lady Tsunade, Master Jiraiya has waited for you for 30 years. How many more decades does he have left to wait?" Tsunade trembled at these words, her mouth slightly open as she gazed after Jiraiya, unable to speak. "Minma, what are you dawdling for? Hurry up and catch up." Jiraiya called out loudly. "Coming." Minma answered, raising his voice in reply. Without another glance at Tsunade, he quickly ran ahead to catch up with Jiraiya. After the two of them had left the woods near Konoha and were walking down the road, Minma turned to Jiraiya and asked, "Why didn't you just tell Lady Tsunade how you really feel back there?" Jiraiya sighed. What would be the point? She still can't let go of Dan. Minma shook his head. Jiraiya really couldn't see what was right in front of him. "I actually think Lady Tsunade has feelings for you too," Minma said earnestly to Jiraiya. "Stop trying to comfort me," Jiraiya said with a wry smile. "I've made my feelings so obvious, and yet she still refuses to accept me. But she hasn't actually turned you down, has she?" Minma offered, seeing things from a rather unique angle. Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback. "Think about it, Master," Minma began to analyze. "If 20 years ago, you'd confessed your feelings to Lady Tsunade and told her you wanted to marry her, how do you think she would have reacted?" "She would have sent me flying with a punch," Jiraiya replied without hesitation. "And what about 10 years ago?" Minma pressed. "She would have brushed me off straight away and told me to give up on that idea," Jiraiya said. "And 5 years ago, she would have just laughed it off and pretended she didn't hear me. And just now, she turned her head away and avoided me. So, don't you see it yet?" "What do you mean? What am I supposed to notice?" Jiraiya was completely at a loss. "No wonder you've been single for 50 years. You're hopeless," Minma exclaimed, exasperated. "Haven't you realized? Lady Tsunade's attitude has changed a lot. At first, she rejected you outright. Then she ignored you. Now she avoids the topic altogether. Do you know what that means? It means you're becoming more important to her. It means Lady Tsunade's heart is starting to waver." "Really?" Jiraiya still sounded skeptical. "Do you know what sets you apart from Dan Kato now?" Minma continued, analyzing the situation for him. "What's the difference?" Jiraiya asked earnestly. "The difference is Dan Kato is dead, and you're still alive. When a lover exists only in memory, all that's left are virtues. No faults at all. Not to mention, Dan Kato died saving Tsunade. For decades, Lady Tsunade has had moments of doubt, but every time her heart wavers, Dan Kato's memory resurfaces, and she's overwhelmed with guilt. As long as the guilt she feels for rejecting you doesn't outweigh the guilt of betraying Dan Kato, she'll never agree to be with you." Minma's words struck right to the heart. Then by your logic, I don't stand a chance at all. Jiraiya's voice was tinged with disappointment. Of course not. If that were the case, why would I be telling you all this? Mima retorted. So what should I do? Now, Master, what you need to do is raise your standing in Lady Tsunade's heart. You have to show her that you're far more important than a man who's been gone for decades. Be more specific. Die once, Master, Mima said, dropping a bombshell. What? Jiraiya was stunned. Such a reckless suggestion. Only the dead can defeat the dead. If you want to surpass Dan Kato in Lady Tsunade's heart, the only way is for you to die as well. In this way, nearly 30 years of fruitless waiting, combined with the pain of losing you forever, would finally break down Lady Tsunade's defenses. Mima explained. You little brat, are you making fun of me? What kind of ridiculous idea is that? Even if I die, what's the point of winning Tsunade's heart then? Jiraiya couldn't help but smack Mima on the back of the head, clearly annoyed. Of course I don't mean you'd really die. Mima rubbed his head as he tried to explain. What I'm saying is, you should take on an extremely dangerous mission, and then fake your death during the mission. When the news of your death reaches Lady Tsunade, it'll have exactly the effect I just described. Then as Lady Tsunade is drowning in grief and regret, you suddenly appear before her, gravely wounded and at death's door. You smile at her and say, I'm glad I could see you one last time. My life is complete with no regrets left. That way, once Lady Tsunade saves you, the final barrier between you two will be gone. Jiraiya stroked his chin, weighing the feasibility of this plan. But how do I get the fake death just right? If the injuries aren't serious, Tsunade won't believe it. But if they're too severe, I might actually die. Mima spread his hands and shook his head, admitting he didn't have an answer for that. You'll have to figure that out yourself, Master. Anyway, you still have 3 years. You can take your time to think it over. Jiraiya grumbled. Honestly, this is so complicated. You might as well have said nothing. Oh, come on, Master. However tough this is it any harder than breaking through Lady Tsunade's defenses? Mima protested loudly. Forget it, let's get moving. We've wasted enough time as it is, Jiraiya said, urging them onward. Now that's not fair, Master. You were all too happy for my ideas just a moment ago. Mima complained. Enough talking, let's go. Jiraiya strode off ahead. All right. Mima sighed and hurried to catch up. Master, where are we going? We're heading first to the land of rivers, then to the land of rain. From there, we'll pass through the land of grass into the land of waterfalls. Next is the land of iron and the land of fields. And finally, we'll return to Konoha from the land of hot water, Jiraiya replied. Mima tried to recall the map of the ninja world they'd studied at the academy, and couldn't help but poke fun. Master, why not just say we're starting from the land of rivers and making a big loop around the land of fire? Why list all those places one by one? Well, I'm just learning from you. You go on, and it's all pointless in the end. Jiraiya shot back. What I say is not pointless. Mima protested indignantly. You just suggested something nearly impossible. If that's not pointless, what is? Jiraiya flicked his nose, then sent a little flick of something unpleasant flying at Mima. Master, that's disgusting. Mima tilted his head to dodge, his face clouded with anger as he retorted. It's not my fault if the task can't be completed. It's because you're completely useless. You good for nothing. What did you just say? Jiraiya flared up, leaping forward in a flash. With his left arm, he hooked Mima around the neck, while his right hand balled into a fist and began to grind forcefully atop Minma's head. I'm wrong. Please, have mercy. Mima struggled desperately. Training starts today, Jiraiya shouted, his face twisted in mock fury as he increased the pressure. What we're working on now is an essential skill for every ninja, the ability to endure pain. Minma, you'd better hold on. Sensei, I was wrong. Please, let me go. Minma pleaded at the top of his lungs. My brain's about to spill out. Meanwhile, in the Hyuga compound of the Hidden Leaf Village, Hinata was diligently training in her family's practice yard. She followed the scroll of the flowing 8 trigrams palm that Minma had left behind, pouring all her effort into mastering the moves. Her breath came in heavy, ragged bursts. Hinata, take a break, her father, Hayashi, said with concern as he helped her train. This style is truly exquisite. You won't grasp its essence in just a short time. That's exactly why. Huff. I need to work even harder, Hinata replied, her face dripping with sweat, but her expression resolute. Minma is counting on me to improve this technique. Let's go again. At once, the training ground echoed with cries and shouts. Figures darted back and forth, and a sweep of robes filled the air. Hanabi sat just outside the practice area, hugging her knees with a mischievous smile, watching the two in the center. Hayashi had originally wanted her to train as well, but Hinata had stopped him. Hanabi hasn't even mastered the Hyuga clan's 8 trigrams palm yet. Biting off more than she can chew won't help her. Let's hold off on this for now. That had been Hinata's reasoning. Hayashi had to admit it made sense, so he didn't press Hanabi further. Surprisingly, Hanabi didn't protest at all. Normally, whenever Hinata got something new, Hanabi would find some way to claim it for herself or pester Hayashi into buying another one. This sudden change in attitude made Hinata suspicious, and she wondered if Hanabi was secretly up to something. Yet no matter how she pressed, Hanabi wouldn't say a word. In fact, from that day on, Hanabi even stopped practicing the family's signature Hyuga techniques, adopting a deliberately lazy air. But Hanabi had her own plans. She thought to herself, if Hinata mastered the Hyuga clan's taijutsu and the flowing 8 trigrams palm, she would surely inherit the position of clan head, and there'd be no way she could marry an outsider. But Minma didn't seem like the type to marry into the Hyuga clan either. That meant that if Hinata and Minma ever wanted to get married, it would be nearly impossible. Still, the Hyuga clan would never give up on forging an alliance with Minma. So, when it came time for a political marriage, who could be a better candidate than the less powerful daughter of the clan head? So, sis, just go and be the head of the Hyuga clan. Minma is mine now. At worst, I'll let you sneak a bite every now and then, so don't hold it against me. As Hanabi thought about this, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. In the Yamanaka family flower shop, Ino's mother was busy trimming excess branches from the flowers, bustling about with pots in her arms and grumbling. Honestly, Ino, you never come to help, do you? Your mom's about to be run off her feet. At that moment, Ino was upstairs practicing her family's secret ninjutsu. Normally, she should have been downstairs helping to mind the shop and tidy up. But ever since she came back from the hospital last time, she had put aside all the flower shop duties, devoting herself wholeheartedly to training. She gazed at the dried specimen of a white rose on the wall, remembering what Minma had once said to her. I hope that when you grow up, Ino, you'll become a pure, noble, and graceful white rose. Minma, don't worry. The white rose that belongs to you will definitely bloom in its most beautiful form. Ino silently vowed in her heart. At Konoha Hospital, Sakura was following behind Shizen, learning the art of delicate extraction. This technique required an extremely high level of chakra control, and the slightest mistake could harm the patient's body. Even after so many years of studying under Tsunade, Shizen still hadn't fully mastered it, and Tsunade never allowed her to use it on real patients, only on small animals for practice. Sakura was exceptionally talented and diligent in her studies. Shizen often saw her poring over medical cases in the hospital late into the night. Tsunade had officially taken Sakura as her true successor, and in her heart, Sakura's importance even surpassed Shizen's. Sakura, you need to remember to rest, too. Shizen didn't feel any jealousy toward this little junior. Her concern for Sakura was simple and heartfelt. Minma and Sasuke are both working so hard on their training. I can't fall behind. Sakura turned her head and smiled. Turning back, Sakura gazed off into the distance, lost in thought. Minma, what are you doing right now? Are you eating well? Sleeping well? And have you thought about me? At the entrance to an underground base in the land of fields, Orochimaru looked at the half-buried gate before him, compared it to the map in his hand, and nodded. He then put the map away and said to Sasuke behind him, Let's go. The intel from the ENBU points to this place. Sasuke nodded and was the first to push open the heavy doors of the base. As they walked through the dim underground corridor, Orochimaru began to explain the origins of the underground base in the land of fields to Sasuke. It turned out that this base had been secretly established by Hiruzen Sarutobi, meant to gather children, traffic from all over the world, then train and brainwash them before sending them to the Foundation. The ones in charge of this base were the Fuma clan. Hiruzen Sarutobi had exploited their desire to restore the Fuma clan, manipulating them for his own ends. So, Sasuke, you must never let a guard down. As the conversation reached this point, a small white spider descended onto Sasuke's shoulder. Orochimaru noticed, but he said nothing, choosing instead to see how Sasuke would handle the situation. Sasuke, appearing completely unbothered, continued walking forward without a pause. The white spider crept along his shoulder, slowly making its way to his neck, then opened its jaws wide. A single bite would send venom racing through his veins, paralyzing his heart in moments and bringing swift death. Now then, Sasuke-kun, what will you do? Orochimaru licked his lips with his long tongue, watching Sasuke with a gleam of amusement in his eyes. Suddenly, a faint arc of electricity sparked near Sasuke's neck. The white spider tumbled from his body, twitching on the floor before lying still. Tisich, don't bother trying such childish tricks on me, Sasuke said coldly, casting a sidelong glance at the fallen spider. The corridor around them was utterly silent, not a sound to be heard. "Oh, Chidori current? You've already managed to develop it so quickly?" Orochimaru asked with genuine interest. As Sasuke's mentor, he had, of course, seen the list of jutsu concepts Minma had given Sasuke. When he first saw the idea for Kirin, even. As a master of ninjutsu and a scientist, he'd been shocked by Minma's creativity, if not for his friendship with Jiraiya, and the fact that his ties to the Uchiha clan were now too deep to sever. He might have been tempted to swap students with Jiraiya. No, not quite. Right now, I can only release small currents through different parts of my body. The strength is just enough to numb a person's fingers. Still, that's more than enough to deal with pests like that, Sasuke replied. Orochimaru nodded in satisfaction. After all, this was an entirely new jutsu, and Sasuke's rapid progress spoke volumes about his talent and dedication. Just now, you were attacked by a Jichu spider from the Fuma clan. They can use spider-based techniques, excel at sensory perception, and group attacks, and their overall abilities are roughly on par with Jonin. Besides that, there are two other notable Jonin in the Fuma clan, Kajin and Hikiri. Kajin is said to be the strongest Jonin of the clan, specializing in earth-style techniques. As for Hikiri, there isn't much information, but he likely excels in taijutsu and swordsmanship, Orochimaru explained, giving Sasuke an overview of their opponents. Sasuke nodded, understanding Orochimaru's meaning. He realized that in the upcoming battle, Orochimaru wouldn't intervene. Everything will be left to him. This was both a test of Sasuke's current strength and a chance for him to gain valuable combat experience. Jonin from a minor clan? I doubt their skills are anything special, Sasuke remarked confidently, gripping his sword as he strode into the darkness. It was the evening of their first day away from the Hidden Leaf Village. Jiraiya and Minma walked along the road together. "Master, where are we staying tonight?" Minma asked, glancing up at the sky as dusk slowly deepened. "If there's a house, we stay in a house. If there's no house, we camp in the wild." Jiraiya was a true master of saying the obvious. Minma leapt up into a tree and scanned the distance, but saw no sign of human activity within sight. He dropped back down and reported his findings to Jiraiya. Jiraiya nodded and said, "Then let's get ready to set up camp." He told Minma to gather firewood and start a fire, while he himself disappeared into the forest. Before night fell completely, Minma managed to get a fire going. Jiraiya emerged from the woods at that moment, carrying a rabbit. He swiftly gutted, skinned, and cleaned a rabbit, then skewered it on a branch and set it over the fire to roast. Minma watched from the side, his mouth practically watering. At long last, the rabbit was cooked through, and Minma reached eagerly for it. But Jiraiya smacked the back of Minma's hand, then took the whole rabbit, stick and all, for himself. Minma looked at Jiraiya in confusion. "What's that supposed to mean? Planning to eat it all yourself?" Jiraiya bit into the rabbit, tore off a big chunk, chewed, swallowed, and then announced, "Rule number 1 of survival in the wild. You're responsible for your own food." "What?" Minma was stunned. Then, as the realization sank in, he was nearly fuming with anger. "Didn't you tell me to gather firewood? I thought you were in charge of finding food. Now that the rabbit's cooked, you decide to say this? Why not say it earlier while it was still daylight? How am I supposed to find something to eat now, with the woods pitch black and nothing visible? If you can't find anything, just go hungry for the night." Jiraiya ignored Minma's furious glare. Minma fell silent, staring fixedly at Jiraiya. But Jiraiya had the thick skin of a mountain. He finished off the entire rabbit under Minma's gaze without batting an eye. Jiraiya tossed aside the stick and let out a satisfied burp. Feeling full, Minma's voice drifted over, low and chilly. "Stuffed," Jiraiya replied, smacking his lips with satisfaction. "Was it good?" Minma asked, his tone utterly flat. "Well, there's no seasoning, so how good could it be? Didn't taste good at all." "Ugh," Jiraiya belched again. "If it tasted so bad, why did you eat every last bite?" Minma shot Jiraiya a look of pure disdain. Then he shook his head and said, "Since you showed no mercy, don't blame me for being ruthless in return." "Huh?" Jiraiya had no idea what Minma was getting at. Minma smirked, pulled a small scroll from his backpack, and unrolled part of it on the ground. Intricate seals were drawn all over with the character for food at the center. Holding his right hand in a sword sign and pressing his left palm to the scroll, Minma muttered, "Release." With a crisp pop, a steaming bento box materialized before them. Minma picked it up and dug in with gusto. Jiraiya stared in disbelief. Using a sealing technique just to keep food fresh? What a ridiculous luxury. No, that's not right. Kushina is a master of sealing techniques. For her, drawing a sealing formula is as easy as eating or drinking. No wonder. Jiraiya glanced at Minma, who was happily devouring his meal, and patted his own now bulging stomach with a wry smile. He'd originally planned to use this opportunity to teach Minma a lesson, but he ended up shooting himself in the foot instead. When Minma finished eating, Jiraiya put on a serious expression and said, "Minma, do you have any thoughts about your training?" Minma nodded, pulled a plan out of his backpack, and handed it to Jiraiya. Using the firelight, Jiraiya read Minma's training plan carefully. Once he finished, he handed it back and praised him. "Not bad at all. You've covered almost everything. But Minma, you're trying to learn too many things at once. You need to make some choices." Minma shook his head, refusing the suggestion. Ordinary people might need to make choices, but a genius like him, why not learn it all? Jiraiya warned sternly. "Minma, if you spread yourself too thin, you won't master any of it in the end." Minma smiled faintly and replied, "I know the multi-shadow clone jutsu. I can create hundreds of clones at once, so my learning efficiency is hundreds of times that of a normal person." Jiraiya rebuked him sharply. "Minma, you'd better get that idea out of your head. Shadow clone jutsu can speed up training, yes, but it puts a huge strain on your body. Even if we don't talk about chakra, just the multiplied fatigue and mental backlash when the clone's return is enough to turn you into an idiot." Minma just grinned and pointed to his stomach. "That won't happen. I used to have that problem, but ever since I sealed the Nine Tails, it disappeared. I've already talked to Kurama. He's agreed to help me bear the mental strain." "What? Your relationship with the Nine Tails has gotten that far?" Jiraiya was utterly shocked. "That's right. Kurama and I trust each other with our lives," Minma declared proudly. "You mean, you've already become a perfect Jinchuriki?" Jiraiya realized the possibility. "Not yet." Minma shook his head and explained, "My body still isn't strong enough to handle too much of Kurama's chakra." Jiraiya nodded. Now that made sense. Otherwise, what would be the point of more training? If Minma could already unleash the tailed beast's power at will, he could just bulldoze through any enemy. "All right, I get it." Jiraiya nodded, starting to ponder Minma's training regimen. After a moment, he spoke up. "The top priority now is to improve your physical strength. Everything else can wait." "But," Minma tried to explain. "Let me finish." Jiraiya cut him off. "The body is the foundation of all training, so you need to build a solid base as early as possible. As for learning new techniques and developing the Rasengan with your talent and the Shadow Clone Jutsu, you'll be able to master them quickly. But when it comes to physical conditioning, there's no shortcut. You have to train step by step, putting in the hard work each time." Minma nodded, agreeing with Jiraiya's assessment. After all, the experience and knowledge gained by shadow clones could be transferred back, but the physical effects of training could not be stacked onto the original body. Still, couldn't he have the shadow clones practice techniques while he focused on building up his physical strength? That was Minma's thought, and he voiced his question. Jiraiya shook his head and explained, "That won't work for two reasons. First, creating shadow clones consumes both chakra and stamina, which means you'll have less energy to dedicate to your own physical training, reducing its effectiveness. Second, the experience your clones send back still needs to be reinforced by your own continual practice before it becomes muscle memory, so it further lowers your training efficiency. But it's not completely impossible to train both at the same time. At the very least, you can improve both your physical condition and your neural reaction speed together." With their training plan for the days ahead settled, the two of them leaned against a large tree and drifted off to sleep. Early the next morning, Minma woke up groggy and bleary-eyed. He rubbed his eyes and yawned. Jiraiya was already devouring his breakfast, with food scraps and wrappers scattered all over the ground. "Huh, eating so early? And he didn't even wake me up for breakfast. Wait a second, why does all of this look so familiar?" Minma blinked hard, took a closer look, and saw his own backpack overturned, its contents completely emptied out. Scrolls that had been opened were lying everywhere in a mess. Minma drew in a sharp breath, letting out a muffled groan. Struggling, he sat up and stumbled over to Jiraiya's side. Dropping to his knees, he checked through his belongings. Meanwhile, Jiraiya let out a loud, satisfied burp at the worst possible moment. The scroll that had sealed away their food had been opened, and every last bit had been gobbled up. That was supposed to be enough for 3 whole days. Jiraiya. Minma was so furious he didn't even bother to call him master anymore. "Rule number 2 of wilderness survival. Never flaunt your valuables," Jiraiya said, casually tossing aside an empty lunchbox and wiping his greasy mouth. "You ate 3 days' worth of food, all by yourself?" Minma shouted, his anger boiling over. "How could that be?" Jiraiya smacked his lips, using his tongue to pick out the last crumb stuck between his teeth. "There's no way I could finish all that food on my own. I summoned Gamakichi and had him take the rest to Mount Maiba. You could have at least left some for me," Minma bellowed. "Rule number 3 of wilderness survival. While you're sleeping, always keep a close watch on your belongings," Jiraiya intoned, sitting cross-legged on the ground, one hand on his knee and the other raised, finger pointing dramatically at the sky. Minma was so infuriated by Jiraiya's shamelessness that his face twisted in rage. He leapt up and shouted, "Prepare to die, you old scoundrel! Raise and Gan!" After a short while, Minma found himself pinned to the ground by Jiraiya, his arms twisted behind his back. "Master, I was wrong," Minma said calmly, his face pressed against the earth, his breath stirring up a small cloud of dust. "TCH, you think you can resist me? You're 100 years too early for that." Jiraiya scoffed, his tone full of disdain. After the farce was over, Minma hastily made do with a soldier's ration pill for breakfast. Jiraiya, meanwhile, pulled several heavy bands from behind his back and tossed them in front of Minma. "What are these weights?" Minma picked up the bands, surprised at their heft. "That's right. I just had Gamaken deliver them, specially adjusted for your size." Jiraiya nodded. "From today on, whether you're eating or sleeping, you'll wear these weights. At all times. I noticed you had the 8 Gates technique manual in your backpack, but remember this, without a strong physique, blindly training in the 8 Gates is suicide." Minma nodded and began strapping on the weights. "Phew, these are heavy," he exclaimed as he stood up and tried to move around. It wasn't so heavy that he couldn't stand, but it definitely made moving difficult. "You're carrying 50 kilos right now. Once you get used to it, I'll gradually increase the weight. Now that you're all set, let's get moving," Jiraiya said, striding off ahead. "Wait for me, master," Minma called out, hoisting his backpack with effort and stumbling after Jiraiya. All the way, Minma struggled to keep up, gasping for breath as he followed. Suddenly, with a sharp whistle, a small pebble shot out from ahead and hit Minma squarely on the forehead. "Ow, that hurts," Minma cried, glaring at Jiraiya. "Master, what was that for?" Jiraiya casually tossed a handful of pebbles from one hand to the other, speaking lazily. "From now on, we're adding evasion training. You must stay alert at all times and dodge any stones I throw your way." "But I'm already weighed down," Minma protested, pointing to the weights strapped across his body. "That's not my problem. If you can't dodge, you'll just suffer for it. Remember, you can't block. Dodging only," Jiraiya replied, unconcerned. Another stone whistled through the air. And another. Ow! By nightfall, Minma's head was covered in bumps. He gingerly touched a bruise on his forehead, wincing as pain shot through him. His body ached all over, completely drained of strength. He could only glare fiercely at Jiraiya with his eyes. Jiraiya let out a sigh. "Already worn out? Back when I did this training, my master didn't throw pebbles, he used knives." There was no exaggeration in Jiraiya's words, though perhaps he embellished the details a little for effect. Back in those days, if it hadn't been for his tough skin and thick flesh, he never would have survived Sarutobi Hiruzen's stone throws without dodging. Sarutobi Hiruzen wouldn't have been so exasperated as to start throwing knives, either. "Well, tonight you don't need to go find food," Jiraiya said, handing him a wild boar leg. "Take this time to get used to it, but starting tomorrow, you'll have to rely entirely on yourself." Suppressing his disgust, Minma forced himself to eat the wild boar meat, greasy, gamey, and tough as it was. In the middle of the night, Minma was jolted awake by a sharp, stabbing pain. He sat up to find a small stone lying quietly beside him. "Sensei, what's wrong with you? Hurling things at me in the middle of the night?" Minma shouted angrily at Jiraiya. "Rule number 4 of wilderness survival. Never let your guard down, even when you're asleep," Jiraiya replied, lying on his side with his back to Minma. Minma let out a cry of frustration. And so, through endless traveling and rigorous training, Minma and Jiraiya spent 3 days on the road before finally seeing signs of human activity. In a land of fire, people are generally everywhere, especially near Konoha, where it's even more bustling. Normally, if you stick to the main road, you'd never go 3 days without encountering a soul. But with Jiraiya, whenever they reached a mountain, they'd trek through it. Whenever they found a river, they'd wade across, deliberately seeking out the most remote and desolate places. No wonder it took 3 days before they finally saw other people. Looking at Minma, who trailed behind with lumps all over his head and dark circles under his eyes, utterly exhausted, Jiraiya sighed quietly. It was time for a break. Jiraiya's original plan was for this training to last at least a week before it would show any results. But he had underestimated Minma's potential. In just 3 days, Minma had not only adapted to the extra weight he carried, but could also dodge every stone Jiraiya threw at him, even with the burden on his back. As for the bumps on his head, those were the result of nighttime attacks. Even so, after just one night, he could dodge 6 out of 10 strikes. The price he paid was sunken eyes and drained energy. Jiraiya understood well. Minma had reached his limit and needed rest. Otherwise, he collapsed before the training even bore fruit. With that in mind, Jiraiya said to Minma, "Hang in there a little longer. There's a small village up ahead. We'll rest there for the night. When they reached the village, Jiraiya led Minma to the only inn in town. Calling it an inn was generous. It was really just a local home, offering simple lodging for travelers passing through. Jiraiya brought Minma inside, where they were greeted by an elderly woman. "Ma'am, do you have any rooms available?" Jiraiya asked her kindly. "Yes. Are you looking to stay the night?" The old woman raised her head, peering at Jiraiya with narrowed eyes. "Yes, we'd like to stay here for one night." Jiraiya nodded. "All right, please follow me, honored guests." The old woman shuffled out. From behind the counter, her movements trembling as she made her way over to Jiraiya, then led him and Minma toward the guest room. "May I ask, Granny, how old are you this year?" Jiraiya glanced at the old woman's head full of silver hair and her unsteady steps, and hurried forward to offer his support. "Thank you so much, kind guest." The old woman looked gratefully at Jiraiya, then replied, "I'm 48 this year." "What?" Jiraiya was taken aback. Minma couldn't help but stifle a laugh. "Is something the matter, dear guest? Did I say anything wrong?" The old woman asked in confusion. Jiraiya answered awkwardly. "Actually, ma'am, I'm 50 years old myself." "Oh, you look so young." The old woman exclaimed with envy. "Not like me. I'm already halfway into my grave." Jiraiya gave a sheepish laugh. "Maybe it's because I've trained in some ninja arts." "So you're a ninja, sir? Please forgive my ignorance." The old woman's attitude immediately became much more respectful. "By the way, ma'am, are you running this in all by yourself?" Jiraiya changed the subject with a question. The old woman shook her head and spoke slowly. "No, my daughter-in-law is here as well, but she's about to give birth, so I told her to get some rest." "Is that so? Congratulations. And your son? Is he taking care of her?" Jiraiya asked. "He died a few months ago. Fell from the mountain while chopping wood," the old woman said, a shadow passing over her face. I'm sorry. I didn't know," Jiraiya said, his voice tinged with guilt. "It's all right. It's been nearly half a year now. The dead are gone, but the living must keep going." The old woman shook her head and tried to comfort Jiraiya. "Anyway, honored guests, here's your room. Please take a look and see if it suits you." Jiraiya gently let go of her and opened the door. The room was small, furnished with a bed, a table, and a single chair, but it was spotless and neatly arranged. "This room is wonderful. We're very satisfied." "Thank you," Jiraiya said, nodding to the old woman. "That's good to hear. Please rest well, the two of you. I won't disturb you any further. If you need anything, just come find me at the front," the old woman replied, bowing slightly before slowly shuffling away. Since this was just a tiny village inn, as humble as could be, there was no food or hot water provided. Minma and Jiraiya had no choice but to go into the village to find something to eat. After they'd eaten their fill and washed up briefly in the stream at the edge of the village, they returned to the inn to rest. Once they'd entered their room, Minma turned to Jiraiya and asked, "Master, why does that granny look so much older than you, even though she's actually younger?" Jiraiya let out a sigh and said, "It's probably because life has been hard on her. People like her, living at the very bottom, tend to age faster than most. On top of that, she just lost her child recently. The heavy blow to her spirit has made her look even older." "I see," Minma murmured, deep in thought. The two of them packed up their things without much fuss, getting ready for bed. "Master, there's only one small bed here. How are we supposed to sleep?" Minma asked. "Isn't it obvious? Of course I'll take the bed, and you'll sleep on the floor," Jiraiya answered, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "What? Why can't I sleep on the bed and you take the floor?" Minma protested. "Nonsense. You're still wearing those training weights. What if you break their bed?" Jiraiya retorted with righteous indignation. "Huh? Even with the weights, I'm still not heavier than you, master." Minma shot back. "No way. I'm getting old. My joints ache, and I can't sleep on the floor. You're young, full of energy, you can handle it." Jiraiya made up another excuse. Minma was left speechless by Jiraiya's shamelessness, but decided not to argue further. He simply took out his bedding and made himself a spot on the floor. "Oh well, at least it's a roof over my head," he thought. "It's better than sleeping out in the wild." In the middle of the night, Minma was jolted awake by a stabbing pain. Reaching out, he felt yet another hard lump on his back. With a helpless mutter, he grumbled, "Master, where do all these stones come from?" "Chill, quiet. Someone's coming." Jiraiya sat up in bed, his face suddenly serious. Minma snapped to attention, straining his ears to listen. Soon, hurried footsteps echoed outside the door. Moments later, someone knocked urgently. "Guests, guests," called the innkeeper, the old woman's voice trembling with anxiety. "What is it?" Jiraiya already had a kunai in his hand. When away from home, one could never be too careful. "Please, I beg you, save my daughter-in-law." The old woman's voice was frantic and desperate. "She's gone into labor, but it's a difficult birth. Jiraiya and Minma exchanged glances and nodded. Jiraiya got out of bed and opened the door. I'm so sorry for disturbing you, truly, but I have no one else to turn to. The old woman fell to her knees, bowing deeply to Jiraiya. Please, I beg you, have mercy and save my daughter-in-law. Jiraiya leaned against the doorframe and gently refused. We're just passing through ninja, making our living by the sword. We don't know anything about delivering babies. As he spoke, he let out a faint but chilling intent. His words carried a double meaning. First, that they didn't know how to save her, so coming to them was useless. And second, that as ninja who live by killing, if she angered him, she might be in danger herself. The old woman outside the door understood Jiraiya's meaning. She trembled all over, but still did not leave. Instead, she kept bowing her head to Jiraiya in desperate gratitude. Jiraiya remained silent. After a while, Minma's voice came from behind Jiraiya. Lead the way. The old woman was overjoyed, bowing again, her forehead hitting the ground heavily. She struggled to her feet, her voice shaking with thanks. Thank you, noble ninja. Thank you so much. With that, she staggered upright, nearly stumbling as she hurried ahead to guide them. Minma, do you know what you're doing? Jiraiya asked seriously. Minma sighed, nodded, and replied in a low, resolute voice. Master, if she had any other choice, she would never have come begging us for help. Standing by and doing nothing in the face of suffering isn't my way as a ninja. Following the old woman, Minma wasn't sure what had come over him. He found himself moved with compassion for a woman he'd never met. Yet, when it came to childbirth, he had no experience at all. Even if he went along, what could he really do to help? Lost in thought, they soon arrived at the birthing room. To call it a birthing room was generous. It was really just a small, dim chamber, damp and heavy with the stench of decay. On the bed, the laboring mother moaned softly, her whole body drenched in sweat as if she'd just been pulled from a river. Her face was deathly pale, and her breath so faint it was barely discernible. In these times, childbirth was a game of chance. For people here, survival depended on luck, on the fortune their grandmothers, great-grandmothers, and all the generations before had fought for, bargaining with fate for every life. Even in Konoha, where medical facilities were relatively advanced, the mortality rates for mothers and newborns were still appallingly high. Ninja, sir, my child, can my child be saved? Please, my child. Her meaning was clear. The child must be saved at all costs. This was the only bloodline her husband had left in the world. As long as the child survived, even at the cost of her own life, she would have no regrets. Noble ninja. The old woman looked at Jiraiya with pleading eyes. Jiraiya examined the mother, sighed, and spoke. From the look of her, it's very likely the baby is in the wrong position. If we were in the Konoha hospital, with Tsunade there, she could perform a cesarean and at least save one of them. But here, with such poor conditions, there's nothing we can do. So we just have to stand by and watch her die in childbirth. Minma asked, his voice tight. There's no other way, Jiraiya replied calmly. We're not medical ninja, we're powerless. If her body were stronger, she might be able to deliver. But you can see for yourself. Her breath is weak, she's completely exhausted. There's no way she can bring this child into the world. I am sorry. There's nothing we can do. Jiraiya quietly apologized to the elderly woman and the mother lying on the bed. After speaking, he prepared to leave with Minma. At that moment, the old woman grabbed the corner of Minma's clothes, her face streaming with tears. She didn't say a word. She only kowtowed repeatedly, her forehead touching the floor again and again. The mother on the bed, having regained a bit of strength, called out weakly, Please wait. Jiraiya turned back to look at the mother, curious about what she wanted to say. Please, perform a cesarean for me. As long as the child can be born safely, it doesn't matter if I die, the mother said, her pale face filled with unwavering determination. Jiraiya fell silent. Master, Minma called softly. No, it's impossible, Jiraiya replied, turning his head away, unable to bear looking at the mother's face. Even if we don't consider whether the child could survive, with the current medical conditions, you would surely die if we tried a cesarean. Ninja sir, I don't mind, the mother said with a strained smile. It's no use. If you die, even if the child survives the birth, there's a high chance they won't live long, Jiraiya refused firmly. Even so, that means there's still a small chance the child could live, isn't there? A glimmer of hope appeared on the mother's face. Jiraiya remained silent. Is there really no way to save them both? The old woman, her forehead now bleeding from her desperate kowtowing, asked pitifully. Jiraiya said nothing. Minma understood what Jiraiya's silence meant. If there were even the slightest chance, he would not have remained silent. Realizing this, Minma stepped forward. I have an idea. Minma, don't be reckless. Jiraiya tried to stop him. What idea? The old woman and the mother clung to his words as if they were their last hope, gazing at Minma with pleading eyes. Ignoring Jiraiya's objection, Minma walked up to the mother and took out a soldier pill, holding it to her lips. "Eat this." Without hesitation, the mother opened her mouth and swallowed the pill. Minma then explained to the mother and the old woman, "This is a secret medicine of us ninja. It lets you draw on your own life force to gain strength. After taking it, you'll regain your energy, so whether the child can be born depends on you now." The mother's eyes began to shine, and a flush of color returned to her cheeks. "Minma, this isn't—" Jiraiya started to protest, but Minma silenced him with a stern look. Suddenly, Jiraiya understood. So that was it, the soldier pill would restore the mother's strength, and Minma's words would give her hope. But why deceive her? Why not just tell her the truth? Just then, Minma spoke again. "This secret medicine is precious. Even among ninja, we have very little of it. And after using it, your life will be shortened. At most, you'll have 3 years left." Hearing this, the mother's expression grew resolute. "Oh, that's how it is. They want to give the mother the resolve to burn her bridges and press forward without turning back." Before long, the soldier's ration pill was digested inside the mother, her body warming from within. Just as Minma had promised, a surge of strength welled up inside her. Seizing the opportunity, the mother clenched her teeth and pushed with all her might. This was a trial she had to face alone. If she made it through, both mother and child would be safe. If she failed, both lives would be lost. "It's coming. I can see the top of the baby's head," the midwife exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy. The mother let out a piercing, desperate scream. "Hold it in, no screaming," Minma barked sternly. "Put every ounce of strength into your belly." Hearing this, the mother obediently clamped her mouth shut. "Take a deep breath. Push. The baby is almost here." The old woman cheered her daughter-in-law on, encouraging her with all her heart. Eyes squeezed shut, the mother gasped for breath, tears streaming silently down her cheeks. She was utterly spent. Would she truly have to join her husband, taking their child with her? "Nine Tails, help her!" In her heart, Minma called out to the nine-tailed beast. After receiving a silent promise, Minma reached out and grasped the mother's wrist. A warm red chakra flowed from her arm, spreading throughout her body. "Don't give up. The baby is almost here. Just one final push," Minma said calmly. Hearing Minma's steady, emotionless voice, the mother felt reassured, as if she'd taken a calming tonic. She drew a deep breath, twisted her wrist, gripped Minma's hand with all her strength, strained her neck, and clenched her teeth. Moments later, a sharp, vigorous wail of a newborn pierced everyone's ears. The old woman carefully scooped up the baby, snipped the umbilical cord, and wrapped the child in a cloth she had prepared long ago, passing the bundle gently to her daughter-in-law. The mother panted heavily, her face glowing with happiness as she gazed at her child, fighting to stay awake. Tears of joy streamed down the old woman's cheeks. She wiped her eyes, then suddenly smacked her forehead, bustled out the door, and went to fetch clean water to wash her daughter-in-law. Meanwhile, Minma watched the mother basking in happiness. She exchanged a smile with Jiraiya, and the two quietly left the room. The next morning, Jiraiya and Minma awoke to find the old woman waiting outside, having prepared a rather hearty breakfast for them. They did not refuse her kindness. After breakfast, Minma went to the birthing room. Mother and child lay peacefully together on the bed. Minma approached, gently touching the baby with her fingertips. Truth be told, the baby was not what one might call beautiful. Its skin was red and wrinkled, its features scrunched up like a little old man. But the young mother saw none of that. She had just awakened, and now she turned her head to gaze at her child. Her face radiated pure happiness. That moment, Jiraiya and the old woman entered the room as well. With everyone present, Jiraiya finally voiced the question that had weighed on his mind all night. "Why didn't you ask anyone from the village for help last night?" Hearing this, the old woman looked at her daughter-in-law with a troubled expression, as if there was something difficult to confess. "If it's inconvenient to talk about, you don't have to say anything," Jiraiya said gently. The daughter-in-law, lying in bed, shook her head and turned to the old woman. "It's all right. These two ninja are our benefactors. There's nothing we can't share with them." With that, she began to recount the story to Jiraiya. Her name, it turned out, was Hanako. In her youth, she had been a wandering courtesan in a nearby town. Unlike a geisha or an oiran, she made her living by selling her body, accepting anyone as long as they could pay. Within that world, she was among the lowest of the low. Then, one day, she met a man named Higashiki. He didn't look down on Hanako for her background. Instead, he emptied all his savings to buy her freedom and brought her home as his wife. But the villagers did not welcome Hanako's arrival. To them, She was a tainted and depraved woman who would bring shame upon their village. From then on, they made life difficult for Higashiki's family at every turn. Higashiki and his family tried to endure it, hoping that, with time, the villagers would come to accept Hanako's presence. But things didn't go as they wished. The more Higashiki tolerated, the worse the villagers' treatment became, especially after Hanako became pregnant. "We absolutely refuse to let a prostitute live in our village. She'll ruin our reputation." "That's right. Who knows if the child in her belly is even yours, Higashiki? For all we know, it belongs to some client from her past. Just look at that shameless hussy, always trying to seduce our men." All kinds of filthy slander and vicious gossip filled the ears of Higashiki's family. Some villagers went even further. When Higashiki was away working, they would harass and torment the pregnant Hanako. Enduring such despicable behavior became impossible, and at last, the family resolved to leave the village. Higashiki started working from dawn till dusk, laboring desperately to save up enough money to move away. But fate was cruel. When Hanako was 6 months pregnant, Higashiki, exhausted while chopping wood in the mountains, lost his footing and fell from a cliff, dying instantly. Even after Higashiki's death, the villagers did not stop persecuting Hanako. Instead, they seized on a new excuse, claiming she was an ill-omened woman who had cursed her husband to death. If not for Higashiki's mother, who understood right from wrong and continued to care for Hanako, she might not have survived to this day. This was why, when Hanako went into labor the previous night, the old woman hadn't sought help from anyone in the village. Upon hearing this, both Jiraiya and Minma let out a deep sigh. Hanako smiled and said, "It's all in the past now. And, thanks to you both, little Higashino has come into the world. If Higashimoku can see us from the heavens, he'll surely bless little Higashino to grow up safely." "This child's name is Higashino? That's a wonderful name." Jiraiya praised the child's name, seizing the opportunity to lighten the heavy mood. "Yes, it's a name that Higashimoku and I decided on long ago." Hanako nodded and smiled as she spoke. "So, what do you plan to do next?" Minma asked. The old woman gently stroked Hanako's forehead, tucked the baby's swaddling cloth more snugly, and said, "Once Hanako gets a bit stronger, we'll sell the inn and find a place where no one knows her. We'll start our lives anew. Go to Konoha village," Minma suggested enthusiastically. "In Konoha, the villagers are all kind. No one will mistreat you. There are plenty of job opportunities, too. Hanako can work outside to earn money, and Granny, you can stay home to care for the child. When little Higashino grows up, he can even attend the Ninja Academy." "Konoha village? That does sound like a wonderful place." Hanako and the old woman exchanged hopeful glances, their eyes shining with expectation. "Then it's settled. My master and I will be traveling the ninja world for the next 3 years. I hope that, 3 years from now, I'll see Hanako, Granny, and little Higashino in Konoha. If Higashino turns out to have talent, I'll take him as my disciple and teach him the ways of the ninja," Minma said to Hanako with a warm smile. "Really? It's a promise then. We'll definitely go to Konoha," Hanako exclaimed, overjoyed. Just yesterday, this young ninja had given her a secret medicine and told her she had only 3 years left to live. If after those 3 years, little Higashino could become the disciple of this youth, then surely he would have a bright future ahead. Hanako's heart filled with hope. "Higashimoku, is it really you up there watching over me and little Higashino? Well, we'd better get going. Hanako, take care of yourself, and when you're strong enough, set out for Konoha with Granny and little Higashino," Minma said, smiling. "Yes." Hanako nodded firmly. Minma and Jiraiya then left Hanako's room. After packing their own belongings, they went to bid farewell to Hanako and the old woman. At first, Minma wanted to leave some money for their lodging and for Hanako's journey, but the two women refused, no matter what he said. Minma tried to insist, but Jiraiya stopped him. Jiraiya shook his head slightly and said, "An innocent man gets into trouble for carrying treasure. Minma, by giving them money now, you're not helping them. You're putting them in danger." In that instant, Minma understood. He stopped insisting and left, the women's grateful gazes following him out the door. As they walked down the road, Minma and Jiraiya chatted idly. Minma sighed. "That woman named Hanako is truly remarkable." Jiraiya nodded in agreement. "Indeed, given her circumstances, it's a miracle she survived at all. I never imagined we would be able to triumph over death in the end and bring the child safely into the world." "But Minma, what on earth goes on in your mind? Who would have thought to use soldier pills as a substitute for a secret medicine? Still, if you hadn't come up with that idea on the spot, I fear that mother and child would have been doomed. But why did you give Hanako Nine-Tails chakra? She can't even use ninjutsu." Minma smiled faintly. The soldier pills gave Hanako physical strength, and the Nine-Tails chakra boosted her confidence. But above all, it was Hanako's own unyielding will that made the difference. Otherwise, even if the Sage of Six Paths himself had appeared, it wouldn't have helped. Just then, within Minma's body, the Nine-Tails suddenly opened its eyes. Its tone was stern as it spoke into Minma's mind. Minma, something's happened. Minma's expression turned serious at once. He quickly asked, Kurama, what's wrong? The Nine-Tails replied sharply. The child you helped deliver yesterday is in danger. The trace of chakra I left on him has vanished. Minma's face changed instantly. He turned to Jiraiya and said urgently, Master, we need to go back. Something's happened to the mother and child. Jiraiya was startled by this. He hurried after Minma at full speed, asking as they ran, Minma, what happened? Minma answered anxiously, I don't know yet. Kurama just told me. The chakra he left on the child has disappeared. Jiraiya's expression darkened, as if he'd already guessed something terrible. Let's turn the clock back 2 hours. Inside the village inn, Minma and Jiraiya had already been gone for a while. The elderly woman had just changed the baby's diaper and was preparing to go out and buy some fish to make a nourishing stew for her daughter-in-law. But before she could leave, 3 men with cruel faces entered the inn. They strode straight down the corridor and into the inner courtyard. The old woman was in the courtyard at that moment. Hearing footsteps, she looked up and immediately recognized the trio as the worst bullies in the village. Fear and anger tangled inside her as she shouted, Wozumi, Inada, what do you want? The man in the lead, Wozumi, gave a vicious grin. What do we want? Don't tell me you don't know. How dare you stay in this village? Just then, another man spotted the diapers drying in the courtyard and called out, Boss, look, diapers. That filthy woman actually gave birth to the brat. What? Wozumi flew into a rage. He seized the old woman by the collar and spat. You old hag. Didn't the village already tell you she wasn't allowed to have that bastard here? Do our words mean nothing to you? Terrified, the old woman pleaded, her voice trembling, I'm sorry. We didn't mean to defy anyone. Hanako went into labor unexpectedly last night. There was nothing we could do. We'll leave. We'll leave right away. Too late. Yuju snarled fiercely and, with a forceful shove, sent the old woman sprawling to the ground. If the people in the village find out about this, none of you will leave here alive. Hearing these words, the old woman ignored the searing pain in her body. She quickly turned over and knelt on the ground, wringing her hands before the 3 men and begged in a trembling voice, Please, I beg you, don't tell the villagers. We'll leave right away. We'll go right now. Yuju looked at the pitiful sight before him. His eyes flickered, and a wicked idea sprang to mind. He crouched down, forcing a smile onto his face and feigning kindness as he spoke to the old woman. Not telling the villagers? That's not out of the question. Since you're in such dire straits, I'll do you a favor. The old woman didn't understand why this bully had suddenly changed his tone, but she still kowtowed repeatedly, thanking him over and over, Thank you. Thank you so much. Hey, don't thank me just yet. Yuju reached out to stop her. The old woman halted, her heart pounding as she waited anxiously for what he would say next. Yuju jerked his thumb toward the 2 thugs standing behind him, his voice laced with malice. I may be willing to keep your secret, but who knows about these 2 brothers of mine? You'll have to come up with something to keep their mouths shut. The old woman instantly understood. So much for helping. It was just an excuse to extort them. But she also knew that if she couldn't satisfy these 3 ruffians today, their lives would truly be in danger. The thought left her limp, and she slumped to the floor, muttering under her breath, We really don't have any money. We truly don't. Seeing her like this, Yuju's patience snapped. He seized the old woman by the collar and growled, No money? How could that be? Didn't you take in 2 guests just yesterday? I bet they paid a hefty sum for their stay. Hand it over now. There isn't any. Truly there isn't. We didn't charge them for the room, the old woman said with her eyes squeezed shut, her voice heavy with pain. Old hag, even now you refuse to tell the truth. Yuju raised his fist, ready to strike. Wait. At that moment, a weak female voice rang out. The 3 men froze and turned their heads. Hanako was leaning against the doorframe, short of breath, as she spoke. Take this in. Let's go. Hanako, what are you doing? Get back here. The old woman cried out in alarm and anger, chiding Hanako in fear. Oh, Yuju's interest was piqued. The inn was ramshackle, but it was still a house, and selling it could fetch a decent sum. He flung the old woman aside and sized Hanako up with great interest. You're giving me the inn? Are you telling the truth? That's right. As long as you let us leave, we'll give you the inn. Hanako lifted her head, staring unflinchingly at Wozumi, refusing to back down. Wozumi felt a chill creep up his spine under Hanako's gaze. He turned his head away and, with a grand sweep of his arm, tried to sound magnanimous. Fine. Then, Even though this shabby house isn't worth much, I, Wozumi, am generous by nature. Now, you and that old woman, pack your things and get out of here. Hanako wasted no time. She hurried forward to help the elderly woman to her feet. Supporting each other, the two women made their way into the back room to start gathering their belongings. Wozumi and his two companions followed closely behind, making sure the women didn't try to sneak off with anything valuable. After all, from this moment on, this house belonged to the great Wozumi. There was no way he'd let anyone walk out with anything of worth. The men's eyes stayed glued to Hanako as she packed. As she bent over, her rounded hips and the flash of pale skin at her chest drew their lecherous stares. Desire flickered in their eyes. Hanako, no stranger to the ways of men, saw the lust in their gazes immediately. But there was nothing she could do. All she could manage was to hasten her movements, packing as quickly as possible. Before long, the two women were done. The old woman slung a bundle onto her back, while Hanako gathered her child into her arms. Supporting each other, they made to leave. Hold it right there. Wozumi stepped forward and blocked Hanako's path, his eyes roaming over her with a predatory gleam. We've already given you the house. What more do you want? The old woman quickly shielded Hanako with her own body, her voice trembling with fear. Wozumi reached out with a hairy, calloused hand and shoved the old woman aside. His gaze fixed on Hanako's chest, and he let out a sinister chuckle. Looks like you're hiding something in there. Why don't you hand it over? Hanako flushed with shame and anger. She clutched the child tighter to her chest and snapped at Wozumi, her voice sharp. We've given you everything we own. Let's go now. Wozumi drew closer, a twisted smile on his lips. Is that so? I don't believe you. Let me check for myself. He reached out his filthy hand toward Hanako. She tried to block him, but her thin arms were no match for his powerful grip. Just as it seemed Wozumi would succeed, the old woman, gritting her teeth against the pain, crawled over from where she'd been thrown and clung desperately to Wozumi's arm, pleading over and over, Please, I beg you, have mercy on us. Old hag, stay out of my way. Get lost. Wozumi shouted, trying to shake her off. But the old woman held on with all the strength in her frail body, refusing to let go. What are you two idiots waiting for? Get this old woman off me. Wozumi barked at his men. Jinda and the other man rushed forward, raining blows and kicks on the old woman, trying to force her to release her grip. Blood oozed from the old woman's lips where she'd been struck, yet she still clung desperately to Yuju's leg, refusing to let go. At that moment, rage surged in Yuju's chest, and cruelty eclipsed all hesitation. He slapped aside his useless henchman and glared at the old woman with a vicious intensity, roaring, Let go of me now. Without hesitation, he yanked up the leg that was still free and kicked the old woman's head with all his might. Once, twice, 3 times, until there was a sickening crack. The old woman's head lolled to the side, her grip slackened, and her strength faded away. With a brutal jerk, Yuju kicked the old woman's battered, bloodied body aside, then turned, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Hanako. Hanako let out a piercing scream, clutching her child as she scrambled and crawled to the old woman's side, wailing in grief. Be boss. I think the old lady's dead, Jing Tian stammered, his whole body shaking. Only then did Yuju realize the enormity of what he'd done. He turned, eyes burning with murderous intent, glaring at his two underlings. These two were bullies in the village, but faced with actual murder, terror seized them. Suddenly, Hanako's child, sensing the loss of his loved one, opened his mouth and wailed, his cries echoing into the sky. Afraid the crying would attract others, Yuju barked fiercely at Hanako and the child. Stop crying. Shut up, both of you. But Hanako was lost in a storm of grief and terror, deaf to Yuju's commands. The noise grated on Yuju's nerves, twisting his face with frustration, his eyes growing ever more bloodshot. I said stop crying. Can't you hear me? Now his voice was low and menacing, like a demon's growl from the depths of hell. Still, Hanako and the child wept on. Yuju strode forward, head lowered, and in one swift motion snatched the baby from Hanako's arms, raising him high above his head. Hanako snapped out of her daze, reaching desperately to reclaim her child. But she was frail and small, no match for the towering Yuju. I told you to stop crying. Why won't you listen? Yuju snarled, his face contorted with rage, and in a fit of cruelty, he slammed the infant down onto the ground. With a sickening thud, the child's cries were silenced forever. Everyone fell silent, staring at Yuju in stunned horror. Only the harsh sound of Yuju's ragged breathing filled the air. A heart-wrenching, shrill scream tore through the silence. Hanako rushed to her child, gathering him in her arms, her hands trembling as she tried, in vain, to rouse him. But the child's breath was gone, never to return. Hanako threw her head back and let out a scream of pure anguish, a sound that seemed to rend the very soul. "B brother, what do we do now?" Jing Tian asked, his voice quivering. Yuju spun around, an evil gleam in his eyes, so fierce that his two henchmen collapsed to the ground in terror. "No turning back now. You two go gather firewood and oil. I'll take care of that ungrateful woman myself." Fishu's voice slithered through the darkness, cold and sinister like a demon from the depths of hell. His two subordinates scrambled away, tripping over themselves in their haste to collect the firewood and oil. Turning slowly, Fishu staggered toward Hanako. At this moment, Hanako was kneeling on the ground, her gaze vacant. She clutched the lifeless body of her child tightly in her arms, oblivious to everything around her, as motionless as a corpse. Fishu's broad hand reached out and closed around Hanako's throat, his grip tightening, squeezing her windpipe. A heavy, muffled groan escaped Hanako's lips, yet her body did not react in the slightest. By the time Minma arrived, the entire inn had become an inferno, flames engulfing everything in their path. A crowd of villagers gathered before the sea of fire, pointing and whispering, but not a single soul made a move to help. On their faces, Minma saw only gloating satisfaction and deep-seated hatred. There was not a hint of sympathy or urgency to be found. "Master, please, we have to save them," Minma cried, unable to care about anything else as he threw on the cloak of the tailed beast and charged into the blaze. "Minma!" Jiraiya called, trying in vain to stop him. Without hesitation, Jiraiya leapt into the air, forming hand signs. Water style, water trumpet. A torrent of water surged from his mouth, dousing the flames with a hiss, clouds of steam billowing into the night. The fire was finally subdued. Jiraiya rushed into the inn. In the inner courtyard, he found Minma standing frozen in shock, the burning cloak of the tailed beast chakra flickering around him, mirroring the fury that roiled within. "Minma, what's wrong?" Jiraiya asked, his voice low and tense as he stepped closer. Minma didn't reply, his gaze fixed on a single spot. Jiraiya followed Minma's line of sight, and there he saw two charred corpses, one kneeling, one lying on the ground. Stepping forward for a closer look, Jiraiya realized that the kneeling corpse was clutching a much smaller body in its arms. Even for Jiraiya, who had endured the horrors of war and grown cold to the sight of death, this scene awakened a tidal wave of rage within him. "Minma!" Jiraiya turned back, concern etched deeply on his face. Minma's face was obscured by the blood-red cloak of the tailed beast, his expression unreadable. His eyes were like black voids, threatening to consume everything in their path. "Minma, calm yourself," Jiraiya cried out in alarm. In this state, Minma seemed on the verge of losing control at any moment. "Minma, you must come back to your senses. Don't let hatred consume your heart." Even the nine tails within Minma's mind roared, struggling to pull the darkness from his soul. "I am perfectly clear-headed and utterly calm," Minma replied, his voice devoid of any warmth. He moved forward, crouching down to inspect the charred bodies. The throat had been crushed, the skull caved in, the ribs shattered. "They were murdered before their bodies were burned," Minma said, his words as cold and precise as frost. With that, Minma rose and headed outside. "Minma, what are you going to do?" Jiraiya was taken aback and hurriedly got up to give chase. Stepping outside, everyone saw Minma shrouded in a blood-red cloak of the tailed beast, for wild tails lashing behind him. Instantly, panic erupted. "There's a monster! Help! Run!" The crowd scattered in all directions, fleeing for their lives. But the tails behind Minma transformed into countless giant hands of chakra, snatching everyone back one by one. "Tell me, who did this?" Minma pulled a man toward him with a chakra-formed hand, his voice icy and cold. It wasn't me," the man struggled in agony, shouting in pain. "I asked you, who did it?" Minma's voice grew louder, and the chakra hand tightened its grip. The man pressed desperately against the chakra hand, crying out in torment. I don't know. Is that so? Then you can die." Minma's words were utterly devoid of emotion. A sickening squelch, followed by the sharp snap of bones, echoed. The man's eyes bulged as if about to burst, blood streaming from his mouth and nose. His body stiffened, then crumpled limply to the ground, his head thrown back, staring lifeless at the sky. A collective scream broke out as everyone witnessed this horrifying scene. Just then, Jiraiya, who had only just rushed out, caught sight of what was happening. He quickly reached out, trying to intervene. "Minma, calm down. Don't do anything rash." Minma flung the corpse aside without a second glance, turning to Jiraiya with a cold, silent stare. Then he grabbed a young boy. "Speak. Who did this?" Minma demanded, his voice freezing. The boy could only sob uncontrollably, unable to say a word. Myanmar frowned, ready to dispose of the boy and move on to interrogate the next person. Rasengan, Jiraiya shouted, swinging his Rasengan to sever Myanmar's chakra tendrils and rescue the boy. Myanmar, for once, Jiraiya's voice was sharp with anger. Myanmar looked at Jiraiya, his tone frigid. Jiraiya, do not get in my way. As he spoke, a massive fist of condensed chakra swung at Jiraiya. In a flash, Jiraiya scooped up the child and vanished from the spot. With a thunderous crash, the chakra fist smashed into the ground, sending up a billowing cloud of dust. Myanmar, were you trying to kill me? Jiraiya looked down at the deep crater, his expression dark. Ignoring Jiraiya, Myanmar grabbed a little girl, his voice cold as ice. Speak. Who did it? Before the girl could respond, a woman in the crowd screamed. Let her go. She doesn't know anything. You demon. Myanmar's expression flickered at her words, and he pulled the woman over. She glared at him with unyielding fury. Myanmar remained unmoved, tightening the enormous chakra hand wrapped around the little girl. The child immediately let out a cry of pain. Stop it, please, the woman wailed, tears streaming down her face, her voice raw with anguish. Tell me, who did this? Myanmar demanded of the woman. Speak, and she lives. Stay silent, and you both die. The woman broke down, screaming, I don't know. Let go of my daughter, you devil. Myanmar shook his head. Sorry, wrong answer. With that, he lifted the little girl high into the air, as if preparing to hurl her to the ground. Wait, a voice cried out from the crowd, an old man this time. Oh, Myanmar paused, dragging the old man forward. You know something? Just then, Jiraiya charged in, slicing through the chakra hand and rescuing the girl before leaping aside. Myanmar spared Jiraiya only a brief glance, then ignored him completely. The old man, panting heavily, said, I'm not sure it was them, but a short while ago, I saw Fishu and his two companions leaving the village in a hurry, as if something urgent had happened. Which way did they go? Myanmar asked. They headed west. There's a small path that leads out of the village that way, the old man shouted urgently. Upon hearing this, Myanmar released everyone. Gazing coldly at the villagers, their bodies scorched by the Nine-Tails chakra, Myanmar declared, You bully the weak and turn your backs on the dying. Though I'll spare your lives, you won't escape punishment. As he spoke, countless giant chakra hands shot out, snapping the right legs of every man present. Cries of agony erupted in every corner, leaving the ground littered with the wounded, as Myanmar sped off toward the west edge of the village. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Mass multiplication. With a swift sequence of hand signs, Myanmar summoned a legion of clones, each cloaked in the power of a tailed beast, and sent them racing in all directions. In the woods west of the village, 3 men were stumbling along, gasping for breath. B-Boss, I can't run anymore, Idita wheezed, slumping against a tree to catch his breath. Idiot, keep running. Fisha barked between ragged breaths. Didn't you hear what that wretched woman said? Those 2 from yesterday, they're ninja, and they've already taken that brat in as their apprentice. If we don't get away, those ninja will hunt us down for sure. Idita and another man sank to the ground, leaning against the tree roots, their chests heaving. Even if they kill me, I'm not taking another step. Besides, you're the one who did the killing, boss. If the ninja want revenge, you'll be the first they go after. You fool, what are you saying? Fishu roared, glaring at Idita. Don't forget, you 2 set the fire. You think those ninja will let you off. And you only forced us to do it. Jing Tian couldn't hold it in any longer. All the fear and desperation from their frantic escape suddenly exploded into a torrent of rage, shattering his terror of Yuju. He roared at him with all his might. What? You bastard! If you want to die so badly, I'll kill you right now. Yuju never imagined that this usually timid underling would dare to shout at him. Fury instantly overtook him, and he lunged at Jing Tian. The 2 of them, utterly spent, could do little more than wrestle and roll across the ground, neither able to land a decisive blow. As they grappled, a cold, distant voice called out from overhead. Found you. Startled, they looked up to see a humanoid figure, blood-red from head to toe, standing high in the tree, looming over them. A monster! Jing Tian cried out in terror. Yuju was startled as well, but quickly clenched his jaw, forcing himself to appear calm. Monster? There's no such thing. It's just someone playing tricks, trying to scare us. With that, he grabbed his 2 henchmen by the arms, rallying them with forced bravado. There's only one of him, and 3 of us. If we take him down here, we survive. Bolstered by his words, the 2 underlings mustered their courage and took their places behind Yuju. Myanmar's shadow clone, face emotionless, suddenly extended 3 massive chakra arms from its back, seizing all 3 men in an unbreakable grip and dragging them swiftly toward the main body. In no time, the three were hauled before Myanmar himself and thrown harshly to the ground. Myanmar dissolved the shadow clone, then, still gripping the three with his giant chakra hand, marched them to the ruins of the inn. The moment they arrived, the truth of the situation became painfully clear to them. Yuju's face turned ashen, while Jing Tian and the other henchmen broke down in tears. Around the ruins, villagers still lay on the ground, groaning in pain. With Myanmar standing silent and imposing before them, none of the three dared to move an inch. Why? Myanmar demanded, lifting Jing Tian off the ground as he spoke. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. Jing Tian wailed, sobbing uncontrollably and begging for his life. It was all Yuju. Yes, it was all Yuju's doing. He pushed every bit of blame onto Yuju. That's right. It was Yuju. The other henchman echoed, pointing at Yuju with trembling hands. Yuju merely let out a cold snort, refusing to defend himself. See? He's not even denying it. Please, let us go. We didn't do anything. Please, I'm begging you. Jing Tian pleaded desperately, his voice raw. Did Hanako and the old woman beg you like this, too? Myanmar asked, his voice icy. What? Jing Tian was momentarily confused. Did you show them mercy? Myanmar pressed, his tone even colder. Jing Tian instantly realized what was happening and began to beg for his life, his voice trembling with desperation. Please let me go. I know I was wrong. I truly know I was wrong. I'm not even human. Yes, I'm not human. I can apologize to them. I'll even kowtow and beg for their forgiveness. His words tumbled out in panic, barely coherent. Minma gently set him down on the ground and shook his head slowly. Jing Tian thought Minma was sparing him, and, overjoyed, he dropped to his knees, bowing repeatedly. Thank you. But in an instant, the immense chakra hand behind Minma clenched into a fist and crashed down on Jing Tian with tremendous force. There was a thunderous crash, blood splattered everywhere. When Minma lifted his fist to look, Jing Tian was lying twisted and lifeless at the bottom of a deep crater. Again and again, the chakra-formed giant hand struck down, thud, 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 tearing flesh and bone, painting a gruesome scene of carnage. No one could tell how much time had passed before Minma finally stopped. When he looked again, there was nothing left of Jing Tian but a mangled pile of blood, flesh, and crushed bone at the bottom of the pit. A piercing scream ripped through the air. One of Wozumi's remaining subordinates, drenched in Jing Tian's blood and viscera, lost control of his body, soiled himself, and broke down entirely. Minma spared him no mercy. From behind, countless razor-sharp tendrils burst forth, skewering the man through and through, reducing him to a blood-soaked ruin. And now, it's finally your turn, Minma said coldly as he strode toward Wozumi. Wozumi's face twisted with terror and despair, yet he burst out in hysterical, tearful laughter. Why go this far? She was just a whore. Nothing more. His crazed cries echoed in the air. Minma paused, his expression faltering. Slowly, he turned to face the villagers gathered around. Is that what you all think too? He asked quietly. None dared answer, but the hatred and contempt in their eyes said it all. She was just a prostitute. Her death meant nothing. Was it really worth all this for a whore and her bastard child? Minma understood. To these people, Hanako had never been one of them. In their eyes, she was nothing but a plaything, a curse, a disgrace, a stain to be erased. Playthings are meant to be broken. Curses are meant to be destroyed. Disgraces must be cleansed away. Stains must be wiped out. So Hanako died, and her child died with her. What crime did they commit? Minma murmured. All they wanted was to live. Minma, that's enough. At some point, Jiraiya had appeared behind him, laying a hand on Minma's shoulder, the skin of his palm burning from the nine-tails chakra. Yet he refused to let go. Let me do just one last thing for Hanako and the others, Minma said, drawing a deep breath. Behind him, the giant chakra hand seized Wozumi in its grip. Jiraiya did not try to stop her, letting Minma drag Yuju into the ruins of the inn. Before long, the sound of Yuju's agonized screams echoed from within, so piercing and desperate that the villagers outside were struck dumb with terror. The cries went on for a long, harrowing while, gradually weakening until they faded into an eerie silence. Only then did Minma emerge, dragging out a corpse so battered it was no longer recognizable as human, and tossed it aside with a careless motion. The cloak of the tailed beast had vanished from her form. Her face was calm, but her eyes brimmed with sorrow. Minma, Jiraiya's heart ached at the sight of her in this state, and though he tried to speak, the words faltered on his lips. Master, I'm fine, Minma replied steadily. Please, would you use your fire style to send Hanako and the others back to the Pure Land? Jiraiya nodded. With a deep breath, he unleashed a stream of fire onto the ruins. Flames roared to life, their heat surging toward Minma, but she did not flinch. She simply watched in silence. Suddenly, Minma formed hand signs. Wind style, great breakthrough. In an instant, a powerful gust whipped up, carrying the raging flames toward the nearby houses. Minma! Jiraiya cried out in alarm, rushing to stop her. A village that cannot accept even a pitiful woman like her has no right to exist, Minma said coldly, her gaze fixed on the distant thatched cottages now ablaze. Her words were directed at the villagers. The villagers could only watch helplessly as their homes were consumed by fire, their cries of despair ringing out across the night. After everything was set ablaze, Minma turned to Jiraiya and spoke with a quiet composure. "Master, let's go." Jiraiya looked at Minma, his expression conflicted, but in the end, he said nothing. With a heavy sigh, he turned away, leading Minma out of the devastated village, leaving behind only flames and ruin. They walked for a long, long time, neither of them uttering a single word. Jiraiya wanted to speak, but each time the words reached the tip of his tongue, he swallowed them back. In moments like this, words seemed utterly meaningless. "Master, tell me, why do humans hurt one another?" Minma's voice finally drifted through the silence, soft and haunting. Jiraiya was taken aback. He pondered for a moment before answering. There are many answers to that question. Sometimes it's because people feel threatened. Sometimes it's for defense or revenge. Other times it's simply because desire overpowers them. There are countless reasons. It's not something with a single explanation. Jiraiya's reply was both an answer and not an answer at all, and Minma did not find the understanding she sought. What about Hanako? Why did everyone in that village want to hurt her? She was so harmless, Minma asked, her voice hollow. Jiraiya sighed deeply. I don't know the answer to that, either. But if I had to guess, perhaps it's because Hanako was just like them, an ordinary, harmless person. They were all people who simply couldn't bear pain, humiliation, or shame. Ordinary life is full of disappointments, and when these pile up, people begin to feel the weight of their suffering. At such times, they discover that by hurting someone weaker, someone like Hanako, they can get a cheap thrill. That fleeting excitement helps to dull their own pain. I suppose that's why those villagers acted as they did. Minma fell silent. Suddenly, a song from his previous life came to mind. Back then, he'd never understood the sorrow in its lyrics, but now he did. How ridiculous, he thought. Sometimes, ignorance truly is bliss. Tears began to fall from Minma's cheeks, heavy and unbidden. Oh, wildflower blooming in the fields. Please, won't you tell me? Why do people hurt one another and fight? Oh, proud blossom, standing tall. What do you see from where you are? Why is it so hard for people to forgive each other? After leaving the village where Hanako lived, Minma underwent a profound change. He often lapsed in his silent reverie, speaking far less than he had when they first left the Hidden Leaf village. Jiraiya noticed this and grew increasingly worried. He had tried to help Minma untangle his feelings, but his efforts met with little success. Though Minma wore a smile and insisted he was fine, Jiraiya could see that he had closed himself off inside. As they journeyed, they passed through several villages, but Minma steadfastly refused to spend the night in any of them, choosing instead to sleep outdoors, no matter the discomfort. There was little Jiraiya could do, save to hope that time would slowly heal Minma's wounds. After more than half a month wandering through the forests, they finally neared the border of the Land of Fire. Looking out at the endless mountain range that loomed before them, Jiraiya said to Minma, "Once we cross these mountains, we'll reach the first country on our journey, the Land of Rivers." Minma gazed up at the towering peaks, their snow-capped summits gleaming in the distance. He drew a deep breath and replied, "That's no easy task." Jiraiya explained, "Well, there's an easier road, but since you're here to train, I think it's important for you to witness all kinds of landscapes along the way." Minma nodded, agreeing with Jiraiya's reasoning. Over the past weeks, his nearly self-punishing training had greatly improved his physical strength. The weights he carried had doubled, yet his movements were as fluid as ever. It was clear that Minma's body and his control over his strength had reached an impressive, and perhaps even frightening, level at the same time. Jiraiya's stone-throwing training was starting to show real results. Now, even when Minma was asleep, he could remain alert and dodge any stones Jiraiya hurled his way, anytime and anywhere. Before they entered the mountains, Jiraiya handed Minma a strip of pitch-black cloth. Minma accepted it, looking at Jiraiya in confusion, waiting for an explanation. Jiraiya explained, "This is a tool to train your sensory abilities. Until you walk out of these mountains, you'll need to wear this blindfold and cover your eyes. You must rely on your mind to sense your surroundings. Remember, If you wait until you see a real attack before you try to dodge, it'll already be too late. That's why you need to learn to sense with your spirit. Minma nodded and obediently put on the blindfold. Ever since what happened with Hanako, he felt a subtle change in his mind, as if he could faintly sense the malice around him. Though, that seemed to be Kurama's power at work. With his eyes covered, he could only make out vague shadows through the gaps in the cloth, but it was impossible to distinguish what anything actually was. Yet, being unable to see seemed to amplify his other senses several times over. His ears could clearly pick up the distant calls of birds, his nose could discern the fragrance of nearby flowers, and his skin could feel the gentle brush of the wind. Confidently, he took his first steps. Losing his sight, it turned out, didn't make sensing the world as hard as he'd imagined. Thunk! Minma walked straight into a low-hanging branch, clutching his nose and crouching down in pain. Behind him, Jiraiya burst out in a peal of hearty, unrestrained laughter. Minma stood back up, now wary, inching forward with careful, searching steps. As time passed, he gradually adapted to life without sight. It had to be said, Minma had a real gift for this sort of training. After only a single day, he could walk at a normal pace, even with his eyes covered. By the second day, he was just barely able to run through the jungle. On the third day, after countless tumbles and falls, he could jump from tree to tree with growing ease. On the fourth day, he could even dodge Jiraiya's occasional surprise attacks while traveling at a normal pace. By the fifth day, with his eyes closed, Minma could conjure a rough outline of his surroundings entirely within his mind. His spiritual sensing abilities were finally beginning to take shape. On the sixth day, Minma and Jiraiya crossed the tallest peak. Just a few more mountains, and they would reach the land of rivers. By now, Minma's clothes were torn and ragged, making him look like a beggar. Jiraiya allowed him to remove the blindfold. The training had reached a satisfactory stage, so there was no need to keep it on. When Minma took off the cloth, he squinted, feeling the bright sunlight sting his eyes. Pointing toward the village nestled at the foot of the mountain, Jiraiya said, "Minma, let's go down there and take a break. Your clothes are no longer fit to wear." Minma gazed at the village halfway up the slope, its rooftops blanketed by snow. Now, whenever he saw a village, he couldn't help but recall the tragic fate that befell Hanako's family, and a deep aversion rose within him. Jiraiya, of course, understood what was on Minma's mind. But this time, instead of indulging him, he spoke with a rare seriousness. "Minma, how much longer do you plan to run away?" Minma knew this truth all too well. Humans are social creatures. Once separated from society, no individual can survive alone for long, no matter how powerful they are. Since returning to human society was inevitable, perhaps it was better to start now. He drew a deep breath and began making his way down the mountain. Jiraiya nodded with satisfaction, but then seemed to remember something important. He hurried to catch up and called out, "Minma, there's one more thing you must promise me." "What is it?" Minma turned back to ask. "In the village below, no matter what you see, stay out of it. Don't ask questions, and above all, do not use your ninja arts to harm anyone." Jiraiya's tone was commanding. Minma's earlier rampage had truly frightened him. Even though Minma's mind had been clear, his emotional state had teetered on the edge. Killing out of anger was one thing. Seeking justice for Hanako's family could be justified, but the contempt Minma showed for the lives of ordinary villagers, and the cruelty he unleashed on the three murderers, revealed just how unstable he had truly been. Jiraiya was deeply afraid Minma would become consumed by his lust for violence, so he felt compelled to warn him. "Why? I know myself. I'm not someone who kills indiscriminately. Everyone I've killed had it coming," Minma said with a trace of confusion. He understood what Jiraiya meant, the fear that he would be overtaken by a craving for slaughter and spiral toward destruction. But he believed himself immune to that fate. When he killed, he was always clear-minded, never out of control. Jiraiya shook his head, his voice harsher than ever before. "You're wrong, Minma. The moment you said those words, you'd already set foot on a dangerous path. Who gave you the right to judge others? Who gave you the right to decide who is guilty or not? And what makes you think you have the authority to pursue justice and avenge Hanako's family? You must understand, when it's not a matter of self-defense, only the collective will can take a life. Likewise, only the collective will can bear the price of taking one." Minma, however, had his own opinion. "I don't kill just to satisfy my whims. I kill for the sake of justice." Jiraiya let out a long sigh. And that, Minma, is exactly where the problem lies. If you kill someone out of anger, that's not such a big problem. In fact, even if your rage clouds your mind and you wipe out an entire village, it would still be better than your current situation. Right now, you are taking lives in the name of justice. But how can the will of one person override the collective will of many? At this point, Jiraiya noticed the look on Minma's face and asked, Still don't understand? Alright, let me give you an example. Minma, if killing those 3 murderers could bring Hanako's family back to life, would you do it? Of course, Minma answered without hesitation. Then, if slaughtering an entire village could bring Hanako's family back, would you do that? Minma hesitated. He wanted to say yes, because the whole village had bullied Hanako. But reason told him he couldn't. There were still a few innocent children in the village. You see, you keep claiming you're acting out of justice, that you're avenging Hanako. But what is justice, really? Does what you believe to be just truly count as justice? Jiraiya guided impatiently. Minma fell silent, deep in thought. To interrogate the murderer's whereabouts. You killed a villager whose crime did not warrant death. If I hadn't stopped you in time, you would have even killed 2 innocent children. Minma, can you really call these actions justice? Jiraiya struck right at the heart of the matter. Minma's eyes sharpened. He realized he had indeed gone too far. People can always find a seemingly reasonable excuse for what they've done. Today, you kill 4 people for so-called justice. Tomorrow, will you massacre a whole city or nation for some so-called ideal? Jiraiya continued. Minma began to awaken to the truth. He had arrogantly cast himself as the judge, savoring the thrill of standing on moral high ground, committing wrongful acts in the name of justice. Today he might kill a few people, tomorrow he could become like Nagato, making the world taste pain, and the day after he might spread farewells across the ninja world. One wrong step leads to another, and soon you're falling into an abyss from which there's no return. At this thought, cold sweat broke out all over Minma. He closed his eyes, face turning pale, and gasped for breath. But Jiraiya wasn't entirely right, either. Hanako's tragedy was itself proof of the dangers within the collective will. When the collective will turns evil, who is there to stop it? If he hadn't intervened this time, Hanako's injustice would never have been redressed. Worse yet, in the future, more families in this village might suffer the same fate as Hanako's. After a long pause, Minma finally collected himself. He looked at Jiraiya and said, his voice firm, "Master, I understand what you mean, but I stand by my own opinion. But I can promise you this. Unless it's absolutely necessary, I will never take another person's life lightly." Jiraiya nodded in satisfaction, then strode forward, heading toward the village halfway up the mountain. The temperature on the mountainside was slightly warmer than at the peak, but it was still bitterly cold, with snow piled up to their ankles. Jiraiya and Minma trudged through the snow, their steps uneven as they made their way toward the village. Protected by their chakra, neither of them felt the cold, but the biting wind and the stark, lonely whiteness all around made them unconsciously quicken their pace. No one knew how long they walked, but at last they caught sight of the entire village. It was a small hamlet of a few dozen thatched cottages, broken down and haphazardly scattered, standing amidst the endless white like black ink blots on a blank sheet of paper. The 2 hurried their steps, making for the village as quickly as they could. Just then, Minma noticed a male villager braving the cold, heading up the mountain. What could bring him out in weather like this? Minma exchanged a glance with Jiraiya, and together they silently followed the man from a distance. As they got closer, they realized he wasn't alone. There was an elderly man with white hair riding on his back. Minma remembered Jiraiya's instructions and refrained from rushing forward, choosing instead to quietly follow the man as he climbed higher. After more than half an hour, the man stopped, panting for breath, beads of sweat forming on his brow despite the chill. The old man stretched out an arm from behind and wiped his brow, encouraging him, "Just a little more, Shinping. We're nearly at the summit." At that moment, for reasons unknown, the man suddenly began to sob. The old man patted him gently on the back, murmuring comfort. "Why are you crying, Shinping? This is a good thing. I'm about to go and enjoy the blessings of the mountain god." But the words only made the man cry harder. The old man said nothing more, only continued to pat his back in silence. After a while, the man wiped his tears, hoisted the old man onto his back again, and resumed the climb toward the mountaintop. The mountain god? Minma glanced at Jiraiya, suspicion in his eyes. Jiraiya remained silent, his gaze deep and contemplative as he watched the pair. "Master, do you know something about this?" Minma asked in a hushed voice. Jiraiya nodded, but said nothing more. He only told Minma, "Just watch for yourself. Remember, no matter what happens, do not interfere." Minma didn't really understand, but he nodded in agreement. They followed the 2 men to a cliff halfway up the mountain. The man gently set the old man down on the ground and knelt before him. The old man reached out, caressing the man's cheek. Well done, Shinping. Help me just a little more, will you?" The man dropped to his knees, clutching the old man tightly, his cries echoing with anguish. "I can't do it. I just can't, father." So they were father and son. Only then did Myanmar realize the relationship between them. At that moment, the old man could no longer hold back his tears. He gently stroked the man's head again and again, comforting him softly. It's all right, Shinping. When I'm gone, you'll be the head of the family. The responsibility will be yours to bear. The man was sobbing so hard he could barely speak. With great reluctance, the old man loosened his embrace and tried to push the man away. But the man only shook his head, refusing to let go. Suddenly, the old man gritted his teeth and, with a fierce slap, struck the man's cheek. The blow was so forceful that it knocked the man aside, landing him in a heap. Yet the man did not grow angry. Instead, he got to his knees again, trying to crawl back to the old man's side. Stop it, Shinping. Do you want me to die with regrets? The old man called out, his voice trembling with tears. Shinping froze, kneeling there, hands pressed into the dirt. Then, the old man's tone softened once more as he spoke to his son. Go on home now. Night is falling soon, and the road will be hard to walk in the dark. But Shinping only bowed his head to the ground, unwilling to rise for a long while. Seeing this, the old man fixed his son with a long, deep gaze. Then, bracing himself with both hands, he began to crawl slowly toward the edge of the cliff. Doujinshi! Myanmar's heart leapt. He was about to rush forward and pull the old man back. Jiraiya quickly reached out, grabbing Myanmar's shoulder and shaking his head gravely. In that brief moment of hesitation, the old man vanished over the edge. The sounds from below, rocks scraping, stones tumbling, echoed up from a cliff. The man who remained on his knees trembled uncontrollably, a savage, animalistic howl tearing from his throat. Master, what are you doing? Myanmar demanded in a low, urgent voice, turning to Jiraiya. Myanmar, do you remember the promise you made to me? No matter what you see or hear, do not interfere, do not ask questions. Stay out of it, Jiraiya replied, his grip on Myanmar firm, his voice low. But that old man just fell. He's dead now. Are we supposed to just stand here and do nothing while someone dies? Myanmar pointed down the cliff, his voice sharp with anger. If you hadn't stopped me, maybe I could have saved him. Jiraiya shook his head, his voice heavy with sorrow. This was his own choice. Why? Even if it was his decision, are we supposed to just watch him die? Myanmar pressed. Jiraiya didn't answer. He simply gestured with his chin toward Shinping, who was still kneeling a little ways off, signaling for Myanmar to keep watching. Swallowing his questions, Myanmar looked back at the scene. Shinping knelt there, sobbing for a long time before slowly rising, bracing himself on his knees. He walked to the edge of the cliff, gazed down, then knelt again and bowed his head 3 times, each bow heavy with sorrow. After all this was done, Shinping finally wiped his face and trudged down the mountain, his footsteps sinking deep into the snow. Once Shinping had gone far enough, Myanmar sprang from his hiding place and asked Jiraiya in a serious tone, Master, what on earth is going on? Do you know something about this? Why wouldn't you let me save him? Jiraiya slowly stood up as well and began to explain the reason in a measured voice. When I was young, I traveled the ninja world alone and once passed through the land of rivers. I remember it was winter too, with heavy snow sealing the mountains. As I was trudging through the snow, I came upon the foot of a mountain where I found an old man who had broken his leg and was nearly frozen stiff. A flock of crows surrounded him, waiting for his last breath. Strangely enough, when the crows saw me coming, they didn't scatter. They just flapped their wings and hopped aside. Back then I was young, and all I thought about was saving lives, so I didn't pay attention to the many human bones scattered around the old man. I carried the old man on my back and ran as fast as I could. Luckily, I found a village nearby. But when the villagers saw me carrying the old man, they all stared at me with strange eyes, as if I'd done something outlandish. I asked them for help, but not a single person would lend a hand. With no other choice, I found a sheltered spot, built a fire, and used what little medical ninjutsu I knew to revive the old man. But who would have thought that after waking, instead of thanking me, the old man cursed me furiously, saying I'd delayed his duty to serve the mountain god. I was completely baffled and thought he must have been brainwashed by some cult, so I tried my best to explain to him that there was no such thing as a mountain god in this world. The old man just sighed after hearing me, then told me he understood and began to explain. It turned out he was from another small nearby village, where they had a custom. Once the elderly reached 60, their sons would carry them up the mountain and push them off a cliff, calling it serving the mountain god. When I heard this, I was furious. How could such an absurd custom exist in this world? And how could their sons be so heartless? I immediately wanted to take the old man back to the village to demand an explanation. But the old man stopped me. He said there was nothing to be done. The village was desperately poor, the land barren, and the food supply extremely limited. When winter came, life grew even harder. So the village had developed this custom. Those too old to work would be sent up the mountain, left to fend for themselves, so the rest could save on food. Back then, I was still young and couldn't accept this logic. So I stubbornly carried the old man back to his home, determined to seek justice for him. At the time, I thought to myself, this old man has toiled his whole life for his family, and now that he's old, he's cruelly abandoned by those same relatives. How could that be right? As he spoke, Jiraiya fell silent, as if lost in his memories. Mima gently prompted, so what happened next? Jiraiya came back to himself with a sigh and continued, but when I finally arrived at their home, all the anger I had built up inside me just melted away. Minma, tell me, how poor do you think a person can truly become? Unable to fill their stomachs, unable to clothe themselves? Minma replied. Jiraiya shook his head and sighed. Hungry, at least there's still something to eat. Barely clothed, at least there's still something to wear. But what I saw in that household, what they ate were roots and tree bark, dried insects and mice. The whole family had only a single thick, tattered coat, and only one person could wear at a time. In the dead of winter, everyone else wore nothing but thin, ragged clothes. Regardless of age or gender, they all huddled together just for a bit of warmth. Their bodies were filthy and reeked, their limbs as thin as kindling, but their bellies were round and swollen. When they saw me carrying the old man back, the whole family broke down and wept. Now, tell me, faced with a family like that, how could I possibly accuse them of lacking compassion? You could have helped them solve their food shortage. With your skills back then, hunting in the forest wouldn't have been a problem, right? Minma suggested. Jiraiya gave Minma a meaningful look and said, that's exactly what I thought then, and that's exactly what I did. So, what happened after that? Did their situation improve? Minma asked. Jiraiya closed his eyes, a trace of regret flickering across his face. I went out that day and found a hibernating bear in the mountains. I killed it and brought it back. They were overjoyed, finally able to eat their fill. But happiness turned to sorrow. That very night, one of the children died. When I examined the body, I found he'd eaten himself to death. At this point, Jiraiya's voice trembled with a rare hint of emotion. Do you know Minma? Even after that, they tried to comfort me. They said he'd died from overeating, and that made him a lucky child, blessed with fortune. Minma was at a loss for words. After a while, Jiraiya composed himself and continued. I ended up staying in that village for a while, helping them hunt, repair their houses, and gather firewood. By the time winter passed, no one died from hunger or cold anymore. In fact, 7 women were pregnant. That's a good thing. The village population was growing, Minma said. Jiraiya glanced at Minma, neither agreeing nor disagreeing, and went on. When spring came, I told them never to abandon their elders again. Then I left. It wasn't until 2 years later that I returned to that village. At that time, there were only a few young men left in the village. Everyone else had already died. Huh? How could that be? What happened? Minma asked in confusion. The land in the village was barren and could barely support the people living there. Suddenly, there were 7 more babies and 4 or 5 elderly people who could only eat but not work. There simply wasn't enough food. So that winter, first the old, then the children, and then the women, one after another, they starved or froze to death, until only a handful of men barely made it through the winter. That's not right. Minma noticed something off. If the old and the children died, shouldn't there have been enough food left for the rest? Jiraiya looked at Minma as if he were a fool. What's wrong? Was there something wrong with what I said? Minma pressed. Jiraiya spoke slowly. As long as there's even a morsel of food left, how could anyone starve to death? With a sharp smack, Minma slapped his own forehead. What a foolish question. How could he even have asked that? Wasn't this just the ninja world's version of if there's no bread, why not eat cake? But then, Minma realized another problem. If there was no food left, how did those men survive? Jiraiya didn't answer. He only stared into the distance, his gaze filled with sorrow. I understand now. Minma's expression darkened, a terrifying thought dawning on him. Jiraiya spoke slowly. Yes, it's just as you're thinking. Minma fell silent, unable to say a word. After a while, he finally asked, what happened to those men who survived? Jiraiya's face grew stern. I killed them. The moment I learned how they'd survived, I killed them. No matter the reason. If a person has eaten another human, he has no place in this world. Minma remained silent. He didn't know whether Jiraiya had done the right thing or not. Jiraiya's eyes grew distant as he continued. After becoming a ninja, I've killed many people, yet I never felt I was wrong. That's the way of the ninja, isn't it? Kill or be killed. But on that day, when those men fell, it was the first time I doubted myself. Was I truly right? Can I really live without guilt? The beliefs I've always held. Could there be something wrong with them after all? Minma's expression was grave. He didn't know how to answer Jiraiya. With a long sigh, Jiraiya said, You know, Minma, all these years I've often wondered, if I hadn't gone to that village, Would things have turned out differently? If I hadn't saved that old man, maybe. That village would have continued on, undisturbed. If I hadn't changed the customs of that village, people there might have starved to death, but they wouldn't have fallen so far as to eat each other. Sometimes I even wonder if I was wrong to kill those men. After all, they only wanted to survive. When you get right down to it, the real culprit behind all this is me. Over these decades, I've traveled across most of the shinobi world, passing through many such villages, seeing countless people living in hardship. I've always wondered, what can I do for them? How can I change this world? So I roamed in search of answers. I trained relentlessly. I went to study at Mount Myaboku. I took in a young boy with the Rinnegan as my disciple. I tried to find a way to bring real change to the shinobi world. Yet, after spending half my life chasing this goal, I've accomplished nothing. Now, I've lost the passion and ambition I once had. All my hopes are pinned on the distant, elusive prophecy of Mount Myaboku. I wait for the day when I can find the child of prophecy to guide him, teach him, help him, and let him achieve the transformation of the shinobi world that I could not. As for me, I no longer dare to dream of being the hero of the story. Ha ha ha. Well, what do you think, Minma? Your master must seem ridiculous like this. Jiraiya burst into hearty laughter, a glimmer of tears at the corners of his eyes. I'll do it. Minma suddenly spoke up. What? Jiraiya turned to look at Minma. I said, I'll do it. The things you couldn't achieve, master, I will. The paths you couldn't walk, I'll walk. The revolution you couldn't start, I'll begin. Minma's face was resolute, his words ringing with determination. Jiraiya was startled at first, but then he laughed loudly, reaching out his big hand to ruffle Minma's hair, his laughter bold and unrestrained. Then I'll look forward to it. All right, let's not waste any more time here. Let's head down to the next village. I want to see, when you're faced with the same situation your master once faced, how you'll resolve it. With that, Jiraiya strode briskly ahead, leading Minma down toward the village at the foot of the mountain. Snow blanketed the entire mountain range, the peaks looming like white beasts encircling the tiny village of just a few dozen houses. In the gloomy, frigid air, thin wisps of smoke curled up in lonely silence. The snakes were hibernating, and though the river running through the village was still covered in broken ice, its waters flowed gently on. As Minma and Jiraiya entered the village, the villagers stopped what they were doing and watched them with curious eyes. Who are you? Why have you come here? A sturdy-looking man stepped forward, his accent strange and unfamiliar as he questioned the two outsiders. We are travelers from beyond the mountains. The heavy snows have stranded us here for days. We hope to stay until spring brings warmth and flowers back to the land, Jiraiya replied, stepping forward. Leave at once. The man looked extremely unwelcoming. We don't have any extra food here to spare for you. We're not here to eat your food, came the reply. We brought our own rations, enough to get us through this winter. As soon as the villagers heard mention of rations, their gazes all shifted to Jiraiya, eyes glinting with ill intent. Jiraiya had seen scenes like this many times before. He merely let out a cold chuckle and stomped his foot on the ground. In an instant, dozens of cracks snaked out beneath Jiraiya's feet. The entire ground trembled violently, making it impossible for the villagers to keep their balance. The villagers were stunned with terror. What kind of strength did it take to pull off something like that? Even the man leading them was clearly afraid, but he forced himself to stand his ground and said, It's fine for you to stay, but you'll have to pay rent. That's right, pay the rent. The villagers' hunger for food soon outweighed their fear, and they all chimed in. Jiraiya nodded, reached into his robe, and pulled out 2 rice balls. He tossed them to the man in charge and said, This is tonight's rent. The man was overjoyed. Instead of devouring the rice balls on the spot, he carefully wrapped them up and handed them to the woman behind him. Then, extending a hand, he gestured for Jiraiya and Minma to enter the village. Please come in. Seeing this, Minma nodded quietly. It seemed this man wasn't a bad leader after all. The man led Jiraiya and Minma to the edge of the village, stopping before a dilapidated little wooden hut. You can stay here, he said. It's old, but at least it'll keep out the wind and rain. Minma took in the sight of the building, mud-caked outer walls and a roof patched with thatch. Judging from the ruined walls around this hut must have once had 3 rooms, but 2 have been torn down, leaving only the central structure relatively intact. The man explained, this house used to belong to the Uno family. But Uno fell ill and died when winter set in, and the rest of his family passed away soon after. That's why it's empty now. The other 2 small rooms beside it, the villagers already tore those down for firewood. If you come much later, even this hut wouldn't be here. Oh, by the way, I'm Chimping, the village chief. If you need help, come to me, but remember, everything must be traded for food. With that, Chimping took his leave, leaving Jiraiya and Minma alone in the dim little hut. They went out to the edge of the village and gathered some firewood. Once they'd lit a fire inside, they sat down to rest. Jiraiya asked, "So, Minma, have you figured out what to do yet?" Minma shook his head. "We don't have enough information yet. We don't even know why they're so short on food. We'll have to investigate further before making any decisions." Jiraiya nodded and said, "All right then, let's leave it at that for now. Get some good rest tonight, change into some clean clothes, and we'll go gather information tomorrow." Minma responded quietly, opened his backpack, took out a storage scroll, and retrieved a fresh set of clothes. He changed out of his tattered garments and tossed them aside. The next morning, Minma greeted Jiraiya before setting off into the mountains, leaving behind his heavy load. Jiraiya, meanwhile, stayed in the village to help repair the houses. By midday, Minma returned to the village, hefting the carcass of a large bear he had slain. If it weren't for Kurama's keen senses, he might never have found such prey. Such a commotion could hardly go unnoticed by the villagers. One by one, they emerged from their homes, gazing at Minma with a mixture of awe and fear. Minma paid them no mind and went straight to his quarters. When Jiraiya saw Minma enter with the bear on his shoulders, his expression turned stern. "Minma, are you planning to help the villagers get food like I did? This isn't a sustainable solution." Minma shook his head. "No, master, just watch and see." With that, he drew a kunai and began to skin and butcher the bear. Given the frigid temperatures, there was no need to worry about the meat spoiling for the time being. Once he'd finished, Minma wiped his hands with snow outside the house, then grabbed 2 slabs of bear liver and headed with Jiraiya to Chimping's home. At that moment, Chimping was filled with dread. What kind of monsters had he entangled himself with? The older one could cause earthquakes with a single stomp, and the younger one had the strength to tear a bear apart with his bare hands. Trembling, Chimping opened the door and invited them inside. The air was thick and musty. The entire family, young and old, huddled together for warmth. Minma tossed a piece of bear liver in front of Chimping. "This is today's rent. Also, if you answer a few questions for me, I'll give you the other piece." Overjoyed, Chimping's fear melted away. He hurried forward and clutched the bloody, pungent bear liver to his chest, as if afraid Minma might change his mind. "Ask me." "Go ahead," Minma began. "How many people are there in your village? How many men and women are able to work?" Chimping replied, "There are 193 people in total. 41 children, 129 adults, and 23 elders." Minma nodded, realizing that this village, too, followed the custom of abandoning elderly people who could no longer work. He continued, "What do you eat? What's your annual harvest like?" Chimping gave a bitter smile. "We barely have any food at all. We eat whatever we can find. Rice if we're lucky, rats, wild greens, berries, snakes, mushrooms, even roots and bark." Minma asked, "Don't you farm?" Chimping answered, "We do, but we have no real tools. We're stuck using wood and stone, so our harvests are always poor." Minma asked again, "Why aren't you all out working right now? Every household is just cooped up inside." Chimping gave him a strange look and replied, "What could we possibly do out there? It's freezing outside, and there's nothing to eat. If we catch a chill and get sick, it's basically a death sentence. That's why we only go outdoors at noon, when it's warmest, to bask in the sun. The rest of the time, we stay inside to conserve our strength." Minma silently marveled at this in his heart. He had made another naive assumption. Then he continued, "Tell me about your family." Chunping was a bit puzzled by Minma's abrupt change of subject, but seeing the other piece of bear liver in Minma's hand, he dutifully pointed to an elderly woman and said, "This is my mother, Granny Ailing." Then, pointing to the woman beside her, he added, "This is my wife, Iyu." Just then, Chunping noticed a man next to them slyly reaching a dirty hand onto Iyu's thigh. His expression changed instantly. He stood up and slapped the man hard. Amid the man's cry of pain, Chunping calmly introduced him to Minma. "This is my younger brother, Li Zhu. He's not quite right in the head." Next, he pointed to 2 young men and said, "These are my eldest son, Jeshaji, and my youngest son, Luji." Minma asked, "Your brother Li Zhu and your 2 sons? Aren't they old enough to be married? Why haven't they?" Chunping shook his head and replied, "Li Zhu and Luji are both second sons, so they're not allowed to marry. As for my eldest son, it's because we don't have enough food to support another woman in the family." Hearing this, Minma fell silent. At that moment, Granny Ailing spoke up, "It's all right. Next year, I'll go up the mountain, and then we'll be able to save enough food for Jishaji to bring home a wife." Chunping also fell silent. Granny Ailing went on, her voice rambling, "When the time comes, I'll help Jishaji find a woman first. Then, Li Zhu and Luji can finally experience what it's like to be with a woman for themselves. That way, I can leave for the mountain with peace of mind." Minma felt a heavy pressure in his chest. This backward, ignorant village seemed to have no sense of privacy or shame. Matters of family and intimacy were discussed openly before all. He stood up to take his leave. Chun Ping rose to see the two of them out, his eyes glued to the bear liver in Minma's hand. Minma casually tossed the bear liver to Chun Ping and left with Jiraiya. Once outside, Minma drew a deep breath, holding it in his chest for a long moment before letting it out heavily. "So what do you think?" Jiraiya asked. "I've got a few ideas," Minma replied as they walked. "Let's talk about it back at the hut." When they returned to the small hut, the two of them sat by the fire and began to discuss their next move. "Minma, can you talk about it now?" Jiraiya prompted. Minma nodded. "Actually, the solution to this village's problems is quite simple. Give them enough food." Jiraiya was taken aback for a moment, then shook his head, and objected solemnly, "No, I tried that before. It only solves the problem for a short while. Eventually, the same tragedy repeats itself. So you'd better." Minma interrupted him with a shake of his head. "Master, please let me finish first." Hearing this, Jiraiya fell silent and waited intently for Minma's explanation. Minma began to elaborate. "Master, my approach is different from yours. You simply gave them food directly, but I won't do that. I plan to teach them how to obtain food on their own. This way, even after we leave, they'll still be able to use what they've learned to secure enough food for themselves." "Oh, tell me more." Jiraiya's interest was piqued, and he sat up straighter. Clearing his throat, Minma started to analyze the situation. "First, if we want to change the plight of this village, we have to identify the root of the problem. Based on the information we just gathered, this village can sustain no more than 200 people a year at most. Realistically, with a village of 200 and over 100 working hands, there's no reason they should still be struggling to fill their stomachs. There are many reasons for this predicament: low productivity, lack of tools, insufficient know-how, and a harsh environment. These are the true causes of the village's poverty. If we address these issues, the situation here will improve significantly. The reason your previous attempt failed, Master, is that you only helped them with food temporarily, but you never taught them how to secure it on their own. So the moment you, the person with the greatest productive ability, left the village, their production couldn't keep up with the growing needs of the community. As the saying goes, give a man a fish and you feed him for a day, teach a man to fish and you feed him for a lifetime. Master, you never truly understood this principle." Minma spoke at length, his words flowing with conviction. The more Jiraiya listened, the more interested he became. He leaned in, eyes shining with curiosity. "So, what's your plan?" Jiraiya asked. Minma took a sip of water and continued. "First, we'll use this winter to teach them production skills, how to farm, irrigate, fish, hunt, and craft tools. Second, when spring comes, we'll help boost their productivity by opening up new fields, building irrigation channels, chopping wood, and planting crops, basically expanding both the variety and sources of their food. Third, we'll still need to persuade them to move out of these remote mountains eventually. This place is just too small." Jiraiya nodded in agreement with Minma's views, but then he raised another concern. "That all sounds good, but have you thought about this? Who's going to teach them these skills? Do you know how to clear land or farm?" "Well, we'll have to learn as we go. After all, things can't get much worse for this village." Minma spoke. At that moment, Jiraiya thought of something else and asked, "So how are you going to get the villagers to listen to you? After all, this isn't Konoha." With that, Jiraiya stood up and left, leaving the problem for Minma to solve on his own. "Oh, and don't forget, you came out this time for training, so you can't slack off on your practice." Jiraiya added this final reminder, bringing their conversation to a close. Minma responded with a promise and sat on the ground, pondering how he could get the villagers to obey. The next day, Minma brought a string of bear intestines to Chimping's house. In exchange for the bear intestines, he asked Chimping to gather all the villagers on the open ground in front of the village before noon. Everyone who can would get a piece of bear meat. Minma also promised that if Chimping managed to accomplish this, he would receive 2 pieces of bear meat himself. Besides this, Minma gave Chimping a few more instructions before leaving. By noon, all the able villagers had gathered on the open ground, shivering in the cold wind. Minma, carrying the skinned bear carcass, arrived at the clearing with Jiraiya. For piles of firewood had been set up there. Minma had collected them the previous afternoon. The villagers stood clustered in the midst of the firewood stacks. With a heavy thud, Minma dropped the frozen, rigid bear carcass onto the ground and exchanged a glance with Jiraiya. As they had discussed the day before, Jiraiya formed a series of hand signs and pressed his hands to the earth. Earth-style, multiple earth ramparts. With a deep rumble, for tall earth walls rose up around the clearing. Next, Jiraiya used a fire technique to ignite the piles of wood at the 4 corners. The villagers, who had never witnessed anything like this, screamed in terror. Silence. Minma's voice boomed like a spring thunder, overpowering the frightened cries of the crowd. It was a while before the villagers quieted down. Perhaps the steadily rising warmth soothed their fear, or perhaps days of hunger had left them too weak to protest. In any case, the crowd eventually fell silent, all eyes fixed on Myanmar and Jiraiya. Myanmar nodded, then, with Jiraiya's help, hoisted the bare carcass and leapt atop the earth wall behind them. Gazing down at the anxious, trembling villagers, Myanmar cleared his throat and began. Foolish humans, do you know your sins? At these words, the villagers' faces changed dramatically, and even Jiraiya shot Myanmar a bewildered glance. This wasn't what we agreed on yesterday. Ignoring everyone's reactions, Myanmar continued in a commanding tone. We're the mountain gods who dwell in seclusion, cultivating in these wilds. I am the fox sage, and my master is the toad sage. The crowd below broke into an even greater uproar, while Jiraiya's eye twitched in disbelief. Myanmar continued to bluff, but I don't know. When it started, you foolish humans began dumping corpses down here, defiling our place of cultivation with filth. At first, we just thought someone had fallen by accident and paid it no mind. But then it happened more and more, until the entire valley was nearly blanketed with bones. My master and I were ordered to investigate, and that's when we discovered you were behind it. Tell me, why are you doing this? As soon as he finished speaking, the villagers below all looked at Myanmar, as if he were some kind of fool. Immortal, really? Who knows where this charlatan came from? Using some trick to raise an earthen wall, thinking that's enough to pass for an immortal? At that moment, Chun Ping stepped out from the crowd and shouted, when you first entered the village, you clearly said you were travelers who got lost in the mountains. So how has that turned into you being immortals now? Besides, you look just like us. What's so immortal about you? Do you really think we're so gullible? In his heart, Myanmar gave Chun Ping a silent thumbs up. One string of bare intestines in exchange for such a perfect stooge. What a great deal. Then Myanmar shook his head and spoke loudly. With your mortal eyes, how could you possibly recognize our true immortal forms? Very well. Today, I shall open your eyes. With that, he leaned close to Jiraiya and whispered, Master, the summoning jutsu. Jiraiya's eyes flickered with understanding. Without hesitation, he bit his finger, formed a quick hand sign, and called out, Summoning jutsu. With a thunderous bang, a gigantic toad appeared behind Jiraiya, towering over the villagers and casting them in a shocked uproar. Fukasaku, the summoned toad, sucked in a sharp breath through his teeth and asked, Jiraiya, why did you call me here? It's freezing. No, I'm heading back. Jiraiya didn't bother explaining. He just waved his hand, signaling Fukasaku to end the jutsu himself. In an instant, the massive toad dissolved into a swirl of smoke and vanished. So, do you believe now? Myanmar asked Chun Ping with a cold snicker. Chun Ping was still reeling from the sight of that enormous creature, utterly shaken. Still, recalling the string of bare intestines from earlier and Myanmar's promise of 2 cuts of meat, he decided to play along and said, I'll admit he's a toad sage, but what about you? You're obviously just a kid. How dare you pretend to be a fox sage? At those words, Myanmar snorted and exchanged a silent word with Kurama in his heart. Instantly, a torrent of fiery red chakra surged from his body, cloaking him in a flaming tailed beast mantle. For chakra tails lashed wildly behind him, giving him a fierce, otherworldly appearance. Ever since the Hanako incident, Myanmar had been able to safely wield more of the 9 tails chakra. Now, he could even activate the 4-tail mode without injury. Behind Myanmar, the chakra tail took the shape of a giant hand. It stretched out at lightning speed, grabbed Chun Ping in midair, swung him around wildly, then gently set him down. Wah! The moment Chun Ping hit the ground, he dropped to his knees, bracing himself with both hands, and vomited up all the bare intestine sashimi he'd eaten that morning. A sly, mischievous grin crept on Myanmar's lips. Well, do you believe me now? I believe you. I believe you. Chun Ping gazed mournfully at the mess on the ground, feeling a strange urge to scoop it up and eat it again. And what about the rest of you? Myanmar swept his eyes over the villagers, his gaze sharp and probing. We believe you. We believe you. The ragged villagers all nodded frantically, like pecking hens. In that case, is anyone willing to tell me now, why have you been throwing corpses down the mountain? Myanmar bared his teeth, taking on a menacing, predatory look. The villagers fell silent, petrified, unable to utter a word. At that moment, Chun Ping climbed to his feet, casting one last, longing glance at his own vomit before raising his head to look at Myanmar. Let me explain. So Chun Ping loudly recounted the village's desperate act, throwing the elderly off the cliff because there simply wasn't enough food. What? You abandoned your elders over something so trivial? If you don't have enough to eat, why not go out and find more? Myanmar exclaimed in feigned shock, as if hearing this for the first time. Great sages, every word we speak is true, Qin pleaded, falling to his knees with a thud, tears streaming down his face. We've tried everything we can to find food, but it's never enough. The villagers, moved by his emotion, remembered the elders they'd sent over the cliff. Sorrow overwhelmed them, and soon sobs filled the air. Enough, Minma shouted, cutting through their cries. I'll take care of your problem. Here, there's a bear right here. Divide it among yourselves. But remember, never throw bodies down the mountain again. With that, Minma made as if to toss the bear carcass away, and the villagers looked on in stunned, incredulous joy. Just then, Jiraiya grabbed his arm and, sticking to the plan they'd made yesterday, said, No, we can't stay here forever. When we're gone and your food runs out, you'll just go back to your old ways. Minma smacked his own forehead, feigning sudden realization, and declared loudly, Master is right. We can't just hand you food. You must learn to solve your own problems. Please, sages, have mercy. We truly have no other way. Qin cried, throwing himself to the ground and banging his forehead in desperation. Please, sages, have mercy. The villagers all knelt and bowed, echoing him. Master, what do you think? Minma looked at Jiraiya, pretending to be troubled. No, we don't have the time to stay here indefinitely. Besides, our school forbids us from meddling in worldly affairs. Jiraiya's refusal was swift and decisive. The villagers below instantly broke into groans of despair. They had finally glimpsed a ray of hope, only to have it vanish like a dream upon waking. Please, have mercy, little immortal. Qin noticed that Minma seemed to have a kinder heart, so he changed his approach, turning to Minma and pleading earnestly. Please, have mercy, little immortal. The villagers, catching on, all shifted their pleas toward Minma, their voices filled with desperation. Gritting his teeth, Minma forced himself to say, All right, I'll take responsibility and help you solve this problem. Thank you, little immortal. Led by Qin, the villagers all bowed to Minma in gratitude. Don't thank me just yet, Minma said, holding up a hand. I won't simply give you food. You must earn it through your own labor, work for me, and in return, you'll receive food. Can you do that? Yes, we can. Qin hurriedly agreed on behalf of everyone. Seeing their eagerness and unity, Minma immediately announced, Very well. Here's your first task. Clear every weed from your fields. As payment, I'll give each of you a portion of bear meat. Is that acceptable? A cheer erupted from the crowd, brimming with renewed energy and hope. Back at their quarters, Jiraiya pulled Minma aside and asked, Why pretend to be an immortal? Minma sighed helplessly and replied, Religion is a refuge for ignorance. For these people, nothing binds hearts together more tightly than faith, be it gods, religion, or belief. Jiraiya warned sternly, Be careful. Using religion to unite people can work, but if they ever realize we're just ordinary folk, their faith will crumble, and that could bring disaster. Minma answered seriously, That won't happen. I could do what they can't. In their eyes, I really am a god. Jiraiya shook his head, giving up on persuasion, and left Minma with a final word. Just be careful. Minma looked at Jiraiya and said, Don't worry, I know my limits, and I'll make sure to keep my influence subtle. Jiraiya simply shook his head again, turned, and walked away with his hands behind his back. And so, for some time after, Minma used game hunted from the mountains as payment, having Qin lead the villagers in clearing new fields and building irrigation channels. With a steady supply of food, by the time spring arrived, the farmland had expanded to 5 times its original size. Yet before spring planting, Minma once again found himself troubled as he surveyed the fields. There were no proper tools, no large draft animals, just the villagers' own strength, which would never be enough to till so much land. Watching the villagers excitedly clutching their wooden farm tools, eager to get started, Minma couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Did he really have to invent a primitive iron smelter from scratch? How foolish. At that moment, Jiraiya hit the nail on the head. You're not asking them to live here for generations upon generations. You just need them to survive for 3 or 4 years, build up their basic supplies, and then the whole village can move elsewhere. So why get hung up on iron smelting? If you're short on iron farming tools, just buy a batch. After all, you'll only be here another 2 or 3 years. If the tools wear out, you can always buy more after you resettle. Minma suddenly saw the light. So, he summoned Gamakichi, handed him some money, and sent him off to Konoha to purchase a batch of farming tools for the village. Once the tools arrived, Minma led the villagers into a grand campaign of production. Under the watchful gaze of the fox sage, everyone worked with all their might, giving it everything they had. After all, the fox sage had promised that everything harvested from these fields would belong to the villagers themselves. He only asked for their sincere faith in return. With that, not a single villager slacked off. Day by day, time passed. Myanmar taught the villagers how to fish with nets, hunt with traps, plant crops, and till the land. As spring gave way to summer, Myanmar stood by the fields, gazing at the flourishing crops, and a quiet pride welled up in his heart. During this period, not a single person in the village starved to death. In fact, judging by their food reserves and harvests, even if the population tripled, there would be no fear of famine. The only regret was Shinping. Lately, he would often look at the food in the village, laughing and crying at the same time, and more than once. He had cried out, wishing the sage had come sooner. He pitied his old father, who had passed away without ever enjoying a single good day. Seeing this, Myanmar couldn't help but feel a pang in his heart. It's time to go, Myanmar thought to himself. So, on the eve of summer, he left a letter for Chinping and, together with Jiraiya, quietly slipped away from the village under the cover of moonlight. Well, the fox age is finally willing to leave, huh? Jiraiya teased as they walked along the road. I've done all I can. From here on, they'll have to rely on themselves. If even now they can't break free from the fate of poverty, then there's nothing more we can do, Myanmar replied, shaking his head, unfazed by Jiraiya's banter. True enough. I even taught one of the village kids how to refine chakra. Didn't go as far as teaching any ninjutsu, but at least it'll help them grow stronger, Jiraiya said, clicking his tongue thoughtfully. Hey, master, you know that ordinary people who train in chakra tend to have shorter lives, right? They're burning up the energy in their very cells. Myanmar protested, half exasperated. In their situation, if they don't train in chakra, they wouldn't even live long enough to die of old age. Jiraiya retorted. Fine, have it your way. There aren't that many people with the talent to awaken chakra anyway. Myanmar waved his hand, then cast a lingering look back at the village shrouded in the night before turning away to resume his journey. They traveled through the night. As dawn broke, Jiraiya and Myanmar crossed the mountain range and entered the land of rivers. The land of rivers, true to its name, was laced with countless waterways. Networks of streams and fishing channels crisscrossed the land, while massive boulders and springs ran through the cliffs. Rivers and lakes, large and small, dotted the ground like scattered pearls, and the rolling hills undulated like a long, winding green dragon. The lakeside scenery whispered of millennia gone by, while the riverbank soil still bore traces of history's remnants. Not far away, early rising fishermen from the land of rivers steered their boats across the water, casting their nets. Snow-white water birds soared overhead, calling out loudly as they greeted the rising sun. Taking in such breathtaking beauty, Mima felt his spirits lift and his mind clear. Jiraiya, who hadn't seen such a scene in ages, was equally captivated. He grew excited and announced, Minma, in the face of such beauty, your master feels inspired to compose a poem. Allow me to treat you to a verse. Master, I didn't know you had that skill. Minma looked at Jiraiya with curiosity, eager to hear what kind of elegant poetry he might recite. Listen well. Jiraiya cleared his throat, then declaimed loudly. So many wonders here in the land of rivers. A single boat and a flock of birds. The moment the poem left his mouth, the world fell utterly silent. A flock of crows flapped across the sky, cawing raucously as they passed. A bead of sweat formed on Minma's brow. At a loss for words, he asked, Master, be honest. Did you hire a ghostwriter for those travel memoirs of yours? Jiraiya's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, but he quickly retorted, Do you know how hard it is to write poetry? Why don't you give it a try? All right, I will. Minma strode forward, smiled slightly, clasped his hands behind his back, and recited in a clear voice. On the water's glassy surface, no ripple stirs. Yet drifting clouds sail beneath the fisher's boat. A pair of white birds stands by the riverbank. Startled by humans, they vanish into the reeds. What a splendid poem. Suddenly, applause and shouts of praise rang out. There are others here? Minma and Jiraiya spun around on alert. A group of 7 or 8 people was ambling out of the woods. They all wore dark gray or brown hooded cloaks, their heads bound with thick ropes. The leader carried a wooden sign that read, Weather for sale. Seeing Minma and Jiraiya draw their kunai, the leader hastily waved his hands and explained, Sorry, we mean no harm. We just heard such a marvelous poem that we couldn't help but applaud. Jiraiya remained wary and asked sternly, Who exactly are you people? The leader quickly replied, As you can see, we are merchants who sell weather. We really mean you no harm. Absurd, Jiraiya barked. How can you sell the weather? If you can't even be honest about your own trade, how can you claim to have no ill intent? The man at the front hurriedly explained, We are telling the truth. We belong to a family with the power to control the weather. We travel from village to village, making our living by selling weather. A family with the ability to control the weather? How come I've never heard of such a family? Jiraiya asked suspiciously. It's true. If you don't believe us, we can demonstrate it to you right now. Yute, give these two gentlemen a smile. The leader turned to a sickly-looking child behind him. Dad, I can't smile. The child, about 6 or 7 years old, had flushed cheeks and looked feeble, barely able to speak. How could you not be able to smile? The man scooped the boy up in his arms and tickled him under the ribs. The boy, unable to resist the tickling, burst out laughing, his laughter ringing out brightly. What kind of trick are they playing here? Jiraiya eyed the group with growing suspicion. Just then, something strange happened. For reasons unknown, snowflakes began to drift down from the sky, landing cold and soft on their heads and faces. What? Jiraiya and Minma were both startled. It was nearly summer. How could it possibly be snowing? They exchanged glances, suspecting they had fallen under a genjutsu. They immediately formed the hand sign to release it. Release. After disrupting their chakra, the scene remained unchanged. Everything was exactly as before. This wasn't an illusion. These were real snowflakes. The two stared at the group in shock. So they really did have the power to control the weather. Jiraiya exclaimed in amazement. The ninja world truly is vast. There are all kinds of incredible abilities out there. I can't believe you actually have the power to control the weather. Ha! Now you believe us, don't you? The leader roared with laughter. But let's get back to the point. Why are you following the two of us? What is your real purpose? Jiraiya, undeterred by the man's hearty laughter, kept his tone serious. We were genuinely moved by your poetry. That's why we couldn't help but speak up and offer our praise, the leader explained. You can understand it? Jiraiya was incredulous. Even he hadn't fully grasped Minma's poem just now. Of course, the leader replied, pride in his voice, and began to analyze the verses. First, the line, the beauty of the river country knows no bounds, expresses your admiration for the land's scenery and your love for nature. The second line, a single boat and a flock of birds, paints a vivid picture. A boat gliding gently along the river while birds soar in the sky, together forming a harmonious natural scene. What's more, these words reveal your reverence for nature. Nature is the mother of humankind. We should respect and protect it. With simple language, you evoke a profound sense of awe for the natural world, allowing people to better appreciate its true importance. In the end, this line of poetry also inspires us to cherish the beauty before our eyes. There's so many wonderful things in life, but we often overlook their existence. You expressed your praise for these beautiful things in simple language, reminding us to treasure the happiness at hand and savor the bits and pieces of joy in everyday life. Well then, have I captured the feelings you had when you wrote this poem perfectly? The man in the lead said with a smug sense of pride. At those words, Minma's eyes instantly widened, turning into shiny black beans. Was the literary standard of the entire ninja world really this low? Really? Jiraiya quickly put away his kunai, planted his hands on his hips, and burst out laughing with his tongue sticking out. You have a good eye. I believe now that you mean no harm. Hey, Jiraiya, right now you look just like Kagoro Muri basking in flattery. Jiraiya and Minma set out on the road together with that group of people. It wasn't long before Jiraiya and the man in the lead were walking arm in arm, calling each other brothers. But Jiraiya hadn't forgotten his instincts as a ninja. In no time at all he'd but managed to find out even the color of the man's underwear. I bet you didn't expect this, did you? Since our clan communicates with nature and controls the weather, none of us wear underwear. It's all about feeling connected and unburdened. The man in the lead laughed proudly. Oh, is that so? So you're saying, little brother, you're going commando right now? Jiraiya grinned slyly, reaching a hand down as if to test the claim. The man quickly blocked him, saying, looks like you're quite the expert at chicken catching too, big brother. By the way, we've been talking for so long, but I haven't introduced my clan yet. How rude of me. My name is Yuta, and I suppose you could call me the clan leader. Jiraiya introduced himself as well. I'm Jiraiya, and this is my student, Minma. Oh, the legendary Jiraiya, leader of the Sanmin? I've heard so much about you. Yuta's eyes lit up, and there was a note of respect in his voice. Just some fleeting fame, hardly worth mentioning. By the way, who's the child being carried behind you? Jiraiya asked, glancing at the boy in the back. Hearing this, Yuta turned and took the child from his companion, pride evident in his voice. This is my son, Yuta, as well. He's the most gifted weather controller in our entire clan. As he spoke, Yuta sighed and gently stroked his son's head. Unfortunately, this child has been frail since he was born. He's already 12, but he still looks no older than 6 or 7. I see, Jiraiya said, his tone growing serious as he put aside the playful banter. Have you taken him to see a doctor? It's no use. Yuta shook his head and said, "Over the past few years, we've traveled all across the shinobi world and seen every renowned doctor there is. They all said it's a congenital disease, and there's nothing that can be done. I actually know a very skilled doctor. I can introduce you," Jiraiya offered. "Is there really a doctor in the shinobi world more formidable than Lady Tsunade, Lord Shinnome, or Lord Yomi?" Yuta replied, almost in disbelief. "Oh, so you've already consulted all of them?" Jiraiya was genuinely impressed by Yuta's connections. "Yes, we have. They all said there was nothing they could do. Lord Yomi even declared that Yute wouldn't live past 14. Yuta let out a heavy sigh. "So now, all we can do is take things one day at a time. I want to show Yute as much of the world as possible, let him experience what he can, and make these last days a little happier for him." "It's okay, Dad." At that moment, Yute opened his eyes in Yuta's arms, smiling bravely. "I'm really happy right now." "Haha, really I am, huh?" Yute. As the snowflakes drifted down, Yuta held Yute closer, shielding him from seeing the tears welling up in his own eyes. Jiraiya, always the one to avoid such heartbreaking moments, quickly changed the subject. "By the way, what brings you two to the land of rivers this time?" Yuta took a deep breath to steady himself before answering. "Nothing in particular. There's a village here that wanted to buy weather from us, and then we planned to head over to the land of wind. I've heard it's incredibly dry there, a land of endless deserts. Our clan's abilities should be very much in demand." "That's a great idea. I'm sure the people of the land of wind will treat you as honored guests," Jiraiya affirmed with enthusiasm. Meanwhile, walking alongside the crowd, Minma was quietly conversing with Kurama in his mind. "Kurama, do you know what's going on with that kid?" Kurama lounged lazily within Minma's consciousness, his 9 tails swaying idly as he rested his head on his front paws and replied drowsily. "His body's just been corroded by natural energy. That's all." "Oh, natural energy?" Minma asked, surprised. He knew well what natural energy was, the very foundation of sage arts. Kurama continued, "That's right. Everyone in that clan is born with the ability to absorb natural energy. That's how they can control the weather. They draw on the natural energy that floats freely in the air, then use the energy within themselves to influence the energy outside, which lets them manipulate the weather. But their bodies aren't strong enough to handle it, so they always pay a price. The more natural energy they can contain, the greater their power over the weather, and the heavier the toll they bear. That's why that child won't live much longer." "I see," Minma murmured, realization dawning on him. Minma suddenly understood, and then he put forward a suggestion. "How about letting them practice chakra? Isn't senjutsu essentially the product of combining chakra with natural energy?" The 9 tails gave a cold snort. If you want them to die even faster, then by all means, let them train in chakra." "Oh, they can't train in it? Why is that?" Minma asked. The 9 tails explained slowly, making things clear for Minma. "The chakra that humans produce is like water. Natural energy is like oil. Senjutsu is what you get when you mix water and oil. If you drop a bit of oil into a pot of boiling water, nothing much happens. But try pouring water into a pot of boiling oil. See what happens." The 9 tails' words were simple and easy to grasp, and Minma understood at once why they couldn't let them practice ninjutsu. What a pity, he thought, glancing at Yuta, who was lying in Yuta's arms, eyes tightly shut, brows furrowed in pain, his face flushed. Minma could only shake his head. "By the way, do you know where Lord Jiraiya is heading this time? If we happen to be going the same way, perhaps we could travel together. It would be a great chance for me to learn a thing or two about poetry from you, brother." Yuta invited warmly. "Oh, I don't have any particular destination," Jiraiya replied, not quite telling the truth. "I'm just wandering the ninja world, training as I go." "Haha, so that's how it is. No wonder you can write such beautiful verses, Lord Jiraiya. You must have seen many places." Yuta praised him enthusiastically. "If you're not headed anywhere in particular, why not? Come with us to the village of the Maijia. I've heard the reason they invited us is for the summer festival. They hope we'll make it snow during the festival, so their celebration will be truly unforgettable." Jiraiya was tickled by Yuta's words and couldn't help but agree right away. "No problem. But aren't summer festivals usually held at the end of July or at the beginning of August? That's still 2 months away. Isn't it a bit early for them to invite you?" "I'm not sure. Maybe their village has some special reason," Yuta replied carelessly. "That makes sense. Travel 10 miles and the dialect changes, 100 miles and the customs are different," Jiraiya offered as a fitting explanation. Yuta grew excited. What a line. I've just witnessed the birth of another great poem. "Lord Jiraiya, could you teach me how to write such masterpieces?" "Ha ha, of course." Jiraiya roared with laughter, throwing an arm around Yuta's shoulders, ready to pass on his poetic wisdom. But when he noticed the sickly Yuta in Yuta's arms, Jiraiya frowned ever so slightly and called Minma over, instructing him to carry Yuta on his back. Once everything was settled, Jiraiya threw his arm around Yuta's shoulders again, laughing heartily as he strode to the front of the group. Myanmar looked at the two unreliable adults ahead. A twitch at the corner of his eye. "Hey, little brother, why don't you let me carry Yute?" At that moment, another person came over, his face full of apology as he spoke to Myanmar. Yute, who was clinging to Myanmar's neck from his back, tightened his grip a little, clearly unwilling to be put down. Noticing this, Myanmar offered a gentle smile and replied, "It's all right, let me carry him." Yute buried his face into the crook of Myanmar's neck, his warm breath tickling against the skin. "Sorry to trouble you, Myanmar," Yute murmured softly. "It's no trouble at all, Yute," Myanmar replied with a warm smile. Rocked gently on Myanmar's back, Yute soon drifted off to sleep. Sensing that Yute had fallen asleep, Myanmar slowed his pace and walked even more steadily. As night fell, their group set up camp on a clearing at the edge of a forest, lighting a bonfire in the center. Perhaps thanks to his nap on Myanmar's back that afternoon, Yute was now full of energy. Hey, Myanmar, let's play hide-and-seek," Yute called out, his voice brimming with enthusiasm. "Oh, hide-and-seek, is it? Let's all play together." Before Myanmar could answer, Yuta enthusiastically agreed, his voice echoing. Catching Myanmar's puzzled look, Yuta shot him an apologetic glance. Myanmar turned to look at Jiraiya, who nodded, signaling that Myanmar should go along with it. All right. Myanmar couldn't bring himself to refuse when he saw the hopeful look in Yute's eyes. "Hooray, everyone's gonna play hide-and-seek. I'll be at first, and if I catch someone, they'll be the seeker in the next round." Yute cheered in delight. "All right then, Yute, close your eyes and count to 100 before you come looking for us, and no peeking," Yuta called out loudly. "Got it," Yute responded, just as loud, clapping his hands over his eyes and beginning to count 1, 2, 3. With a glance, Yuta signaled for Myanmar to follow him. Once they reached a small grove, Yuta turned to Myanmar and explained, his tone full of apology. "I'm really sorry for all the trouble. You see, Yute only feels energetic at night, so we always choose to play with him when evening comes. I hope you don't mind joining us and keeping him company." So that's how it was. Myanmar nodded in understanding. Clearly, this family was putting in every effort to make sure Yute could enjoy happiness in his final days. 99-100. Ready or not, here I come. Yute's voice rang out. "We're ready." Yuta shouted back in Yute's direction, then flashed Myanmar an apologetic smile before dashing away into the darkness. Myanmar also used the nearby bushes to conceal himself, then shouted loudly in Yute's direction. "Yute, why are you counting so fast? Did you cheat and peek?" Of course I didn't." Yute giggled mischievously, then spread his arms and ran briskly toward the sound of Minma's voice. "Oh, come on." Minma watched through the gaps in the leaves as Yute ran straight toward him, his mouth twitching in disbelief. "There's Yuta over there with his foot sticking out. You don't go after him. Jiraiya's white hair is in plain sight. You ignore him too. Even our clansmen with their arms and clothes exposed, you skip past all of them. Why are you only coming for me?" "Found you," Yute exclaimed, excitedly sweeping aside the bush where Minma was hiding. A sly grin crept on Minma's face. "Just seeing me isn't enough. You have to catch me with your own hands for it to count." As soon as he finished speaking, with a soft puff, Minma vanished in a swirl of smoke. At the same time, countless Minmas appeared all around, on the trees and on the ground, standing with hands on hips and smirking at Yute. "Come catch me if you can." "Ha ha, Yute, today you'll get a taste of the cunning tricks grown-ups use." Seeing this, Yute was completely dumbfounded. Then he threw his hands up, stomping his feet on the ground in frustration, and shouted angrily, "Minma, you're cheating." Hearing this, Minma felt not the slightest shame. On the contrary, he was quite proud. He called out gleefully, "Who says this is cheating? When it comes to ninja business, it's not cheating, it's called cleverness." "Ah!" Yute yelled in exasperation. Minma burst into a mischievous laugh. Suddenly, with a deafening crash, a thick bolt of purple lightning appeared out of nowhere, striking right in the middle of Minma's shadow clone army. Caught off guard, several Minmas instantly vanished in clouds of smoke. Under attack. Minma drew his kunai, eyes sharp and alert, but saw no sign of an enemy. "Kurama," Minma called out to the nine-tails in his heart, hoping to use its senses to find the enemy. "Idiot, it's that kid," Kurama replied with a scoff. "What?" Minma stared in shock at Yute, who was angrily stomping his feet on the ground, momentarily unable to process what was happening. At that moment, the hair on the back of Minma's neck suddenly stood on end. He shivered, then instantly flickered away from where he'd been standing. Just as he disappeared, another bolt of purple lightning struck the spot where he'd been, instantly dispersing the nearby Minma clones in puffs of smoke. Thunder rumbled overhead as bolt after bolt of lightning chased Minma's scrambling figure through the woods. All this for a game of hide-and-seek. Do you really have to hit me with lightning? Minma yelled in desperation as he leapt and dodged frantically among the trees. Well, you shouldn't have cheated first, Yutei retorted, his voice full of indignation. With that, he raised both hands to the sky, as if holding up some invisible weight. The lightning that had been chasing right on her heels finally vanished. Minma paused on the branch of a towering tree, catching her breath. Thanks to 6 months of relentless training, her stamina and senses had greatly improved, allowing her to dodge the lightning at the very last moment every time. You think you can hit me with an attack like that? You're 100 years too early for that, Yutei. Minma grinned smugly. But in the next instant, the weather shifted dramatically. Sensing something odd above her, Minma immediately looked up. What a sight! Where moments ago the night sky had been clear, it was now shrouded in thick storm clouds. Bolts of lightning flickered between the clouds. In the blink of an eye, countless streaks of lightning crashed down. Are you kidding me? Can't you play fair? Minma stood on the ground, her face blackened as dark as the night moon clan of the Land of Lightning. Her hair standing on end like a hedgehog. She opened her mouth and a puff of white smoke escaped. All right, Yutei, you win. Spare me, please. Oh, ha 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 ha. Yutei burst into laughter, shouting, Gotcha, I finally caught you. The sky cleared again, and beneath the shimmering light of the Milky Way, countless snowflakes drifted down. How beautiful! Minma exclaimed in a daze, utterly captivated by the scene before her. Yes, I can't help but want to compose a poem, Jiraiya said with feeling. Master, please just stop talking. Minma, truly exasperated, tried to intervene. But Jiraiya ignored her, still lost in his poetic mood, and recited. One moon hangs in the sky. Countless snowflakes fall from on high. Brilliant! Brilliant! Yutei clapped his hands enthusiastically, loudly showering praise. Night deepened. Yutei fell into a deep sleep, a smile lingering on his lips. Yuta wrung out a towel, gently wiping away the cold sweat beating on Yutei's forehead. Is Yutei's illness getting worse? Minma gazed at Yutei's flushed cheeks, worry clouding her face. It's nothing serious, Yuta replied softly. His energy is just completely spent, so he looks a little tired, that's all. This is all my fault, Minma said, guilt weighing on her words. If I hadn't messed around, he wouldn't have gotten upset and drained all his power summoning that lightning. That's not it, Yuta said gently. The truth is, we needed Yutei to use up his energy. Only then can he sleep soundly. Otherwise, if he has too much energy, it constantly eats away at his body from the inside. In that case, maybe I should help him burn off even more energy tomorrow. Minma volunteered eagerly. No, that won't do. Yuta shook his head, a hint of sadness in his eyes. Replenishing that energy takes time, and there's a price to pay for this. What kind of price? Minma asked. Every time Yutei uses up all his energy, it gives him a few days of relief. But when the energy builds up again, it's even greater than before. The strain on his body grows, and so does his suffering. Yuta spoke with a look of pain on his face. Minma understood now this was just like drinking poison to quench thirst. If the natural energy wasn't used up, it would keep eroding Yuta's body without pause. But if he did use it up, the next time he absorbed natural energy, it would be even more overwhelming. It was a hopeless, vicious cycle with no way out. Minma didn't know how to comfort the man before him. He simply sat quietly by Yuta's side. The night passed in silence, with only the soft crackling of firewood breaking the stillness. At dawn, Minma woke from his dreams to find Yuta crouched beside him, hands resting on his knees, eyes wide as he watched Minma stir. Good morning, Yuta. Minma rubbed the sleep from his eyes and sat up. Good morning, Minma. Seeing Minma awake, Yuta's face lit up with delight. After breakfast, Minma hoisted Yuta onto his back and set off with the others. Riding on Minma's back, Yuta pretended he was a knight on a mighty steed, waving his arms and calling out, Giddy up, giddy up. Minma dashed back and forth among the trees, dipping and soaring, making Yuta burst into hearty laughter at the thrill of weightlessness. This time, though, no snowflakes appeared, likely because all of Yuta's natural energy had been spent the night before, and there hadn't been time to replenish it fully. Carrying Yuta, Minma stopped by Jiraiya to let him know their plans. They agreed to meet later by the stream up ahead, and then Minma set off with Yuta toward their rendezvous. Jiraiya and Yuta's father weren't worried. They walked along at their own leisurely pace. When they reached the stream, Minma took off his shoes and rolled up his pants, dipping his feet into the icy water with a contented sigh. Yuta followed his example, sitting beside Minma and playfully kicking at the water, sending tiny splashes flying. After a while, Yuta grew quiet, simply sitting by Minma's side in silence. "What's wrong?" Minma noticed the shift in Yuta's mood and asked gently. "Minma, will you take me away from this place?" Yuta asked softly. "HM, what's the matter? Are you tired from playing and want to go back to your father?" Minma didn't quite grasp Yuta's meaning at first. "No, that's not it. I mean, take me away from my father and everyone else," Yuta replied, his words surprising Minma. "What?" Minma gasped. "Why? Haven't they treated you well?" Yuta shook his head. "No, it's not that. My father and everyone in the clan are wonderful to me. They play with me every day and always try to make me happy. I love them all very much." Minma was puzzled. "Then why do you want to leave your father? If you disappeared, wouldn't he and everyone else be heartbroken?" Yuta turned to him and said, "Because I'm very, very sick and my time is running out. I can't bear the thought of my father and everyone else being devastated when Minma, do you understand? Our family used to be famous for making snowflakes, but ever since my illness, my father and the others have never made it snow again. But if you suddenly disappeared, wouldn't your father and the others be heartbroken too?" Minma patiently tried to persuade him. "Yes, but that kind of pain only lasts for a while. Eventually, my father and the others would move on," Yuta replied. "That's not true at all." Minma gently patted Yuta's head and said seriously, "If you suddenly disappeared, your father and the others would carry that guilt and regret for the rest of their lives. Instead of letting them live in pain forever, why not fill the days you have left with as many happy memories as you can? That way, when your father remembers you in the future, his heart will be full of joy instead." Yuta looked up at Minma, and Minma returned his gaze with equal sincerity. Suddenly, Yuta broke into a bright smile and said, "I understand now. I really can't bear to leave my father and everyone else behind." "That's right. Yuta, you're such a good kid," Minma said, ruffling Yuta's hair with a grin. "Don't treat me like a child. I'm already 13. Yuta protested, slapping Minma's hand away in mock annoyance. "Uh-huh. Are you really as old as I am now?" Minma teased, not quite believing him. "I am." Yuta stood up, hands on his hips. "You look like you're only 12 or 13 yourself. Maybe you should be the one calling me big brother." All right. Sit down before you fall in the water." Minma laughed and quickly pulled Yuta back. "Ugh, I told you not to treat me like a kid." Yuta's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "Only kids say things like, 'Don't treat me like a kid,'" Minma replied with a gentle smile. A little while later, Jiraiya led Yuta's father and the others to the stream. Seeing his son playing so happily with Minma, Yuta's father felt his spirits lift as well. "Hey, what are you two chatting about?" his father called out to them. "I'm not telling you," Yuta replied, tilting his head up with a proud grin. After taking a short break and having lunch by the stream, Yuta's energy began to fade. Minma carried Yuta on his back. Yuta's head drooped against Minma's shoulder, and his breathing came in raspy gasps. His brows were furrowed, eyes tightly shut, cheeks flushed with an unnatural redness, and sweat beaded across his forehead. "Hey, Yuta, are you all right?" Minma asked, his voice full of concern. "I'm fine. I'll feel better after a while," Yuta answered with difficulty. "Keep it down, or my father and the others will see. If they notice, they'll just get upset again." Not far away, Jiraiya noticed something was wrong with Yuta, who was slumped on Minma's back. He quickly turned to Yuta's father and said, "Hey, I think something's wrong with your son." "I know," Yuta's father replied, his face etched with pain. "Then why aren't you going over there?" Jiraiya pressed. "This is simply our clan's natural reaction when we absorb energy. There's really nothing else we could do except grit our teeth and endure it. It's just that the reaction is much more intense for Yute. Yute's a good kid. He doesn't want us to feel sad. If we're upset, he'll be heartbroken too. So we can't let him know how hard this is for us. We have to pretend we don't realize how much pain he's in." Yuta spoke in a roundabout way, but Jiraiya understood what he meant. Still, there wasn't anything he could do to help. At that moment, Yute was chatting with Myanmar, which helped distract him and eased his suffering a little. Hey, Myanmar, where do you think people go after they die?" Yute asked between breaths. "I don't know. Maybe they go to another world." Myanmar recalled memories from his previous life. "Really? Another world? What's that like?" Yute asked, his curiosity piqued. "There are buildings that reach the clouds and vehicles faster than galloping horses. There are great ships that sail without sails and giant iron birds that fly without flapping their wings. There are machines that blow cool air in the summer and pipes that bring warmth in the winter. No one ever worries about having enough to eat or drink, and when people fall ill, they receive proper medical care. Adults all have their own roles, children go to school, and elders are well cared for. You can travel 1,000 miles in a single day and see things from 10,000 miles away in an instant. Myanmar slowly described the world he once knew, and Yute listened, his eyes shining with wonder. What an amazing world! Yute exclaimed, full of longing. I wish I could go there when I die. You just might. Myanmar replied with certainty. You go ahead and settle in first, and when I arrive, you can look out for me. Haha. Then when that time comes, you'll have to call me Big Brother. Yute laughed, his spirits lifted. No problem. Myanmar agreed cheerfully. As their conversation drifted on, Yute dozed off once more on Myanmar's back. Myanmar slowed his pace, careful to keep Yute sleeping peacefully. When evening came and they set up camp, Yute woke up full of energy and said to Myanmar, Let's play hide and seek. What? Again? Myanmar shivered at the memory of yesterday's maze of lightning traps. Ready or not? Here I come. 1, 2, 3. Yute ignored Myanmar's protests and started counting loudly. All right. Just count a little slower. Myanmar saw that complaining was useless, and under Yute's apologetic gaze, he stood up to find a hiding spot. 99, 100. Are you all hidden? Yute shouted. All hidden, everyone replied. Hey, you definitely started running before I finished counting. Myanmar protested, startled by the speed of Yute's count. I see you. Yute scurried over with his little legs, scrambling eagerly towards Myanmar and crashed straight into her arms. Seriously? Me again? Myanmar cried out in exasperation. While Myanmar and the others were busy setting up camp and playing, not far from them, in a small village, a few shady-looking people with brightly colored hair were kneeling before a man in a long trench coat, his face rough and covered with stubble. Reporting in, sir. The family who can control the weather is heading this way, just as we planned. Good, the man replied in a low, gravelly voice. What about the other group? Sir, those people are fully convinced by your story. They're doing everything they can to help us prepare. Excellent. That means soon I'll have the power of both clans, and my grand ambition will be one step closer. Sir, there's one more thing. Speak. There's an outsider among the weather-controlling family. It could affect our plan. Oh, who is it? According to our informant, it appears to be Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. What? Jiraiya? What's he doing mixed up with them? Never mind. From now on, everyone keeps a low profile. No one draws attention to themselves. And make sure the other group knows. If they want this plan to work, and if they want us to cure their hereditary illness, they'd better restrain themselves and not provoke Jiraiya. He's probably just passing through. Once he leaves, we can set everything in motion. There's no rush. Yes, sir. The group bowed their heads in understanding, and then vanished one by one. Jiraiya, huh? I really hope you're just passing by, the man muttered to himself, his face buried in shadow, unreadable. The next morning, Myanmar woke up shivering from the cold. Opening her eyes, she saw Yute giggling gleefully, directing the falling snowflakes from above to pile up around her, turning her into a snowman. Achoo! Even with chakra protecting her, Myanmar couldn't help but sneeze from the chill. Hey, you little rascal. With a burst of energy, Myanmar sprang out of the snow, grabbed Yute by the collar, scooped up a handful of snow and balled it up, then stuffed it down the back of Yute's shirt. Yikes, haha! Yute hopped and skipped around, trying desperately to shake the snow out of his vest. Myanmar clutched her stomach, laughing heartily. These past few days, it's all thanks to you, little brother Myanmar. Yute's laughed more than ever before, said Yuta as he walked over to Jiraiya, handing him a rice ball with a grateful smile. It's nothing. Honestly, I should thank Yute too. These days, Myanmar's been a lot more cheerful than before, Jiraiya replied, taking a bite of the rice ball as he watched the two youngsters play, a smile brightening his face. Oh, by the way, we should reach the village where our employer lives today. Lord Jiraiya, do you have any plans? Yuta asked. Nothing special. After I drop you all off at the village, we'll part ways. Minma and I need to continue our journey across the ninja world, Jiraiya replied. I see. That's a shame. Who knows when we'll meet again after this farewell? Yuta said, his voice tinged with melancholy. It's all right. Parting may weaken shallow bonds, but only deepens true feelings. Just as the wind can snuff out a candle, yet fans a fire to burn brighter, Jiraiya consoled him. As expected of Lord Jiraiya, even your casual words are so full of wisdom. Yuta looked at Jiraiya with admiration. Ha! Is that so? Jiraiya couldn't help but feel pleased by Yuta's lavish praise. Chatting as they walked, the group finally arrived at the village Yuta had mentioned, just before noon. Once inside, Yuta brought out his signboard advertising weather for sale, which piqued the villagers' curiosity. They gathered around, cheerful and eager. Jiraiya and Minma also took the opportunity to look around the village. The village was built beside a river, surrounded by a web of waterways and lush rice paddies. The houses were made of wood, with roofs thatched in straw. The buildings were simple in structure, with no windows, only a single door. The villagers dressed plainly, their clothing modest yet neat. It was clear that the people living here enjoyed a comfortable life. The villagers warmly welcomed Yuta and his family. Led by the village chief, the townsfolk brought out food from their homes to treat their guests. Jiraiya and Minma happily joined in for the meal. After the meal, the village chief finally explained why they had invited Yuta's family. It turned out the village was preparing for a summer festival to honor the Inari deity, giving thanks for the years of plentiful harvests and favorable weather. During the festival, there would be a dance performance reenacting how, under Inari's guidance, the villagers triumphed over the god of wind and snow to welcome the coming of spring. For this, they had invited Yuta's family, who could control the weather, to help create the right atmosphere during the performance. In the past, paper confetti had been used in place of real weather effects, but this year marked the 3,000th anniversary of Inari's birth, so everything had to be done in the grandest fashion possible. Not only had they enlisted Yuta's family, but even the dancers for the performance were ninja specially brought in from other regions. Hearing this, Jiraiya's interest was piqued. He asked, "Is that so? When does your festival begin? I'd love to see it for myself." The village chief was taken aback by the request. After glancing at Jiraiya, he offered an apologetic explanation. "The ritual will not begin for another month, I'm afraid. I must apologize, but as the dance is an offering to the gods, no ordinary people are permitted to witness it. I hope you can forgive us, Lord Jiraiya." "Is that so?" Jiraiya's expression shifted ever so slightly at the explanation. He glanced at Minma, then nodded without betraying his feelings. "In that case, it can't be helped. We were planning to travel to Shinobi World soon anyway, so we won't be waiting here for a month." "When will you be leaving, Lord Jiraiya?" the village chief asked. "We still have a great deal to prepare for the ritual and the dance rehearsals, so I fear we won't be able to properly receive you during this time." "So?" Jiraiya nodded. "Understood. We'll be on our way this afternoon. We won't trouble you any further." At his reply, the village chief let out a visible sigh of relief. He quickly raised his cup with a smile. "Thank you for your understanding. Please forgive us for not being better hosts, Lord Jiraiya." The meal was a tense affair, with everyone harboring their own secret thoughts. When lunch was over, Minma and Jiraiya bid farewell to Yute's family and set off on their journey once more. As they walked along the road, Minma suddenly clutched his stomach, his face contorted in discomfort. "Oh no, Master, I think I've got a stomachache from something I ate. Wait here for me. I need to take care of business." Jiraiya waved a hand in front of his nose, looking disgusted. Go, and don't do in your pants. You know what? I think I'll take care of mine too." With that, the two of them disappeared into the thicket at the side of the road. Before long, the two reemerged and continued on their way, gradually putting more and more distance between themselves and the village. Some time later, two shadowy figures darted through the forest, making their way swiftly toward the village. Soon, the two shadowy forms knelt on one knee before a mysterious, unkempt man with a scruffy beard. "Reporting in, sir. Jiraiya has left the village. We can proceed with the plan on schedule." The man gave a faint, satisfied smile. "Excellent. Inform all units to act as planned. Tonight, everything begins. And notify that person. The hereditary curse of their clan ends tonight, once and for all." "Yes, sir." Meanwhile, not far from the village, in a small grove, Jiraiya and Minma, who had been hiding for quite some time, emerged at last from their hiding place, waiting only until the tales that had been shadowing them had finally left. Their bathroom break had been nothing but a pretext. In truth, they had used shadow clones to slip away and mislead their watchers. "It's just as we suspected," Minma said grimly. "Something's going on here." "Indeed," Jiraiya agreed. "But I don't think we're the targets. If they had wanted us, they wouldn't have rushed us out of the village. If not us, then it must be Yute and his family. Someone's got their eye on their weather-controlling ability," Minma said. "So, what do you plan to do?" Jiraiya asked. "So, this time you're not going to let me just stand by and watch?" Minma retorted. Jiraiya shook his head and replied, "I've thought it through. Rather than holding you back and telling you what not to do, I'd rather let go and let you decide for yourself. No matter what, I'll be right here by your side. If you ever stray down the wrong path, I'll be there to pull you back."